Global announcement. Tokyo node destroyed, Japan warzone annihilation imminent. Global announcement, Seoul node destroyed, Korea warzone annihilation imminent. Global announcement, New York node destroyed, North America warzone annihilation imminent. Hwasha warzone Supreme Command Center, all awakeners, proceed to the final defense line immediately. We die with thee. Inside the command room, silence reigned. Supreme Commander Chu Tian hoarsely announced, 15 minutes ago, Hwasha's Seoul God tier talent, Yi-Chen, is dead. The final defense line has fallen. In 3 minutes and 15 seconds, the capital will detonate 1.76 billion tons of nuclear warheads. Regret and unwillingness filled Chu Tian's heart. Yi-Chen, humanity's last hope, was discovered too late and died before reaching Tier 4. If only they could do it over. The red button was pressed. Light and heat consumed everything. Morning news, Apocalypse Calendar Year 0061, November 06th. Yi-Chen awoke in a corner, his head splitting. The news broadcast from outside the iron-barred window made him dazed. Didn't I die? He's awake? Should we just kill him? 2 soldiers with assault rifles stared at him malevolently. A prison cell. Year 61, November 06th. Memories flooded in. Yi-Chen instantly understood he had been reborn 3 years prior, on the day of the talent test. Main text. Someone wants him to miss the test, said he might be infected. We've taken the money. Kill him, say he turned. The soldier's conversation ignited a fury in Yi-Chen. In his past life, he missed the test due to a coma, became a scavenger, and his mother and sister died tragically. After 3 years of hardship, his god-tier talent was discovered, but it was too late. He died in battle. The one who could have saved everything was plotted against. Click. A bullet chambered. Want to kill me? Murderous intent flashed in Yi-Chen's eyes. He exploded into action: elbow strike, throat crush, gun snatch. Bang! Bang! In 0.3 seconds, both soldiers lay dead, their brains splattered. He couldn't miss the test again. He would become a seed of fire and reclaim the resources that should have been his. Ding! Doomsday Sword God System bound to Yi-Chen. Touch the test crystal within 30 minutes to unlock, or the system will disappear. Upon activation, all sword skills will be enhanced to SSS rank. A system? Sword God System? Yi-Chen was shocked but accepted it instantly. Anything to become stronger. He yanked open the cell door and stepped into the blinding sunlight. Patrolling soldiers nearby heard the shots and were approaching. A direct confrontation was suicidal, explanations were pointless. Yi-Chen's mind raced. The only chance, take a hostage with status. He feigned surrender, dropping his rifle. As the soldiers relaxed, he lunged, drawing a pistol from his waist and pressing it to the temple of the squad leader, a Tier 1 awakener. Don't move, or I'll shoot. Yi-Chen's voice was icy as he used the captain as a human shield. The soldiers were aghast. This youth was so ruthless and decisive. Take me to the test square. You have 3 seconds. Exceed it, and he dies, Yi-Chen stated bluntly. The captain, though an awakener, couldn't withstand a bullet. What are you going there for? You're just an ordinary person. Yi-Chen pressed a dagger to his throat. He made the captain yield, hoarsely ordering his men to comply. Kid, you better pray you awaken, or you're dead either way, he said grimly. Yi-Chen remained silent, pressing the dagger deeper. Tianfeng Safe Zone, Test Square. Thousands of trainees awaited. On the main platform, Liao Tian, a representative of the military committee, announced the test's commencement. Descendants of awakeners went first. Results were mediocre, mostly D and C rank. The higher-ups were dissatisfied, complaining about wasted resources and the lack of A rank or higher talents needed for the capital's Tier 3 reserve program. One even declared that ordinary trainees would no longer receive protective potions during testing, a de facto death sentence. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Infected person holding a hostage, charging the test site. All eyes turned as Yi-Chen, holding the officer, slowly walked in. That's Yi-Chen. Isn't he infected? Exclaimed some ordinary trainees. A large number of soldiers surrounded them. The awakener in charge roared, "Drop your weapon. You've violated regulations. Surrender or be shot on sight." Yi-Chen ignored the guns pointed at him. "I'm not infected, I was framed. Infected turn within half an hour. I've been detained for 3 hours." He looked at the platform, knowing explanations were futile but needing to clarify the infection issue to avoid immediate execution. The city guard vice captain scoffed, "Whether you're framed or not, you've committed a serious crime. Release him now, and you might die quickly." Liao Tian frowned, annoyed by the incompetence allowing a mere trainee to disrupt the test. "What's the nonsense? Seize him." Yi-Chen dropped his weapons. "I'm here for the test." According to Safe Zone Regulation 137, Awakeners receive preferential treatment, sufficient contribution can offset a death penalty. The crowd was stunned. The vice captain sneered, contribution? Even if you become an awakener, you'll only be a war prisoner. He ordered soldiers to apprehend Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked directly at the platform. Let me test. You lose nothing. If I fail, I'll voluntarily become a test subject. The entire square was shocked. A test subject, a fate worse than death. An instructor tried to plead for Yi Chen but was cut off by Liao Tian. Liao Tian stared at Yi Chen. Volunteering to be a test subject? Bold. Betting on your talent? Ridiculous. You killed the guards to escape, didn't you? Fine, I'll give you a chance. But policy has changed, no potions for ordinary trainees. You'll most likely die. The untested ordinary trainees were horrified. Liao Tian sneered internally. This would serve as a warning to them. Don't dream of soaring to the heavens. Even if he gets a C rank, throw him to be a test subject. In a somber atmosphere, the ordinary trainee tests began. The first youth touched the crystal. Bang! His body exploded. Test failed. Next, several more died, their bodies piling up. The Awakener descendants mocked Yi Chen's foolishness. The higher-ups were indifferent, certain of his demise. The system countdown showed 16 minutes left. Yi Chen ignored everything and calmly walked forward. Cadet 769, Yi Chen, requests to test. Liao Tian looked on disdainfully. Yi Chen's instructor, Zhang Qiming, tried to dissuade him. Yi Chen shook his head. Instructor Zhang, it's meaningless. He strode towards the blood-soaked crystal. This life, everything would change now. He placed his hands on it. Instantly, a dazzling white light, far brighter than any before, erupted, stunning everyone. He didn't die. On the platform, Liao Tian was taken aback. The light was still intensifying. The test system hadn't even announced a rank. This kid, he actually has a high-tier talent. The light surged, illuminating the entire square like a star. In Yi Chen's ears, system prompts flashed. Talent C rank, B rank, A rank. The crowd was dumbfounded. No one had ever lit up the crystal for so long. Even A rank hadn't stopped. On the platform, Liao Tian used his psionic power to investigate, aghast. This light was at least B rank or higher. An ordinary person with no awakener bloodline, having A rank or higher talent. The odds were astronomical. The light was still growing, almost like the sun. This meant a legendary talent rank. Two pure-blood higher-ups stood up. It had been too long since an ordinary person showed such high talent. After the A-rank light flared, it didn't stop. The three exchanged glances. Could it be even higher? S rank. The higher-ups became intensely nervous. They immediately ordered full alert to protect Yi Chen during the test at all costs. Liao Tian, who previously spoke of punishing Yi Chen, now only cursed the test crystal for being too low-grade to display his true talent immediately. He felt like he'd won the lottery. One high-ranking officer even rushed to Yi Chen's side to personally guard him. The entire Tianfeng safe zone went on high alert for Yi Chen alone, with over 10 armed helicopters circling overhead. Before the test crystal, Yi Chen remained calm, eyes closed. He knew this was just the beginning. When his true talent was revealed, the entire safe zone would understand what he, Yi Chen, truly signified. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the testing crystal, shining like the stars, finally erupted with dazzling light amidst countless gasps of awe. Meanwhile, a system notification sound echoed once again. Talent test in progress, current level, S grade. As the voice faded, in an instant, the spirit crystal in front of Yi Chen suddenly cracked with several fine fissures, resembling a cry of lament. A light, several times stronger than before, burst forth in an instant. On the podium, Liao Tian, a second-tier awakened and representative of the military committee, also trembled violently at this moment. The shock in his heart could no longer be suppressed, and it was directly revealed on his face. He opened his mouth, mumbling in a daze. S grade, it really is S grade. How is this possible? How is this possible? As if breaking through his understanding, even he found it hard to maintain his former pride, his gaze toward Yi Chen filled with shock. All personnel alert. Immediately report to Commander Tianfeng. Report to the higher military district. S-Class. Our Tianfeng safety zone has at least produced one S-Class awakened. Breathing heavily, he then looked complicatedly at Yi Chen, who he had previously ignored, feeling a bit bitter in his heart. S-Class, the legendary super genius, unexpectedly turned out to be a mere ant without any awakened bloodline. After suppressing the faint jealousy, he sighed and instinctively cast a disappointed glance at the descendants of the awakened. A group of mixed bloods who had the best resources since childhood, whose parents were all awakened. Surprisingly, not one of them could compare to Yi Chen. In an instant, a sense of fear arose in his heart. If when Yi Chen entered the trial square he had ignored him completely and directly ordered someone to kill him, would that mean he had personally snuffed out a tier 3 seed? After suppressing his complex emotions, Liao Tian silently operated his spiritual energy and an invisible protective shield instantly appeared beside the trial platform. Although he felt some resistance in his heart, he also understood what Yi Chen's displayed talent meant. If something were to happen to Yi Chen at this moment, the Tianfeng safe zone, no, the entire Jiangbei battle zone would never forgive their mistake. The significance of a third-grade seed is just too great. On the other side, the pure-blood high-ranking officials closest to Yi Chen, who were the first to realize the need to protect him, were filled with overwhelming joy in their hearts at this moment. Just now, when he saw the S-level light shining, he almost couldn't hold back his exclamation. It really is S-level. Suppressing the overwhelming joy in his heart, he quickly contacted the military high command, his eyes serious. Tianfeng Military Department Colonel Huang Lai, requesting the highest alert be put into action. We have a pure-blood S-level appearing here. Please provide support as soon as possible. Prevent any accidents. After saying that, he looked at Yi Chen's back as if it were a treasure, wishing he could immediately drag him back to the military department and keep him as a prized possession. Such talent, as long as he opens his mouth, the entire Tianfeng military district will provide whatever he asks for. For some reason, after he glanced at the bloodstains on the testing platform, a wave of suppressed anger and helplessness flashed through his mind. Outside the testing square, surrounded by a large number of soldiers, a high-ranking military official stood there in a daze. Just a dozen seconds ago, he had inexplicably received a level 1 alert. He was just about to wonder if the people inside were overreacting when he saw the towering beam of light. Moments later, just like the people inside, a look of intense shock suddenly appeared on his face. With a wave of his arm, knowing what that beam of light meant, he decided to directly contact the Tianfeng command center at a higher level, shouting loudly, "Strategic alert! Commander of Tianfeng Division 2, Feng Hai, requesting support. Please deploy psychic combat aircraft immediately to carry out military patrols in the surrounding airspace. Prevent accidents. Requesting ground armored units to be on standby outside the city to prevent mutant attacks. All non-military access routes to the square are strictly prohibited. Block off the upper airspace." Under absolute caution, Feng Hai dared not relax his guard in the slightest. Although others might see it as just a test that scared him so much, he knew that once the test results were fed back to the higher-ups, even those big shots and the entire Huaxia would surely have questions. Such a genius, if the test were to be interrupted due to their negligence, that would truly be an unacceptable loss. Inside the Tianfeng command, the staff officers busily handling official duties looked in astonishment at the flood of incoming information like snowflakes. Is this ever going to end? Level 1 alert. Deploying the aerospace military for patrol. Ground armored units out of the city. Like looking at a madman, he couldn't help but glance at the rank of the messenger, his eyes filled with impatience. The outside mutated beings are already overwhelming. How could Tianfeng have the strength to mobilize so many troops? After just a moment, an incoming message left him looking even more bewildered. Block the roads? Clear the area. The Tianfeng commander has to personally mobilize. Let the Tier 3 big shots take a look in person. He laughed in anger. Is this madness? Do these people even know what these things mean? How is it that from top to bottom, the entire Tianfeng military headquarters is frantically requesting support just to protect the testing plaza? Questions swarmed in the officer's mind, his eyes filled with suspicion. Could it be that high-level talented students have appeared among the awakened descendants? Or is there a fight breaking out, purebreds against hybrids? That shouldn't be the case. For a moment, he couldn't help but look towards the final conclusion. Moments later, looking at the testing conclusion from 10 seconds ago where Yi Chen was still A-level, although he was shocked, he still felt these people were too tense. An A-level, while quite good, shouldn't cause such a reaction. Just as he was about to refuse the mobilization of the aerospace army, news came in from the Awakener Legion, which was mutually independent. The Independent Legion of Awakeners has dispatched high-level Awakeners to the testing square. Upon verification, your unit has encountered an S-class pure blood. When our unit heads to the testing square, please be sure to open the air defense identification zone. After reading this, his hands trembled. The generals in the command center stared blankly at the rather rude request from the Awakeners Legion, and after a moment, he suddenly stood up and charged directly towards the command center. Pure blood. S-class. F***Kme. Damn. At this moment, he finally understood why the entire military was so excited, eager to mobilize all forces to protect the testing square. As for anything else, he only knew that after the test ended, the entire Tianfeng was likely to change dramatically. Tianfeng Safety Zone. With the shrill sound of alarms ringing out like a massive iron curtain, four supersonic psionic fighter jets took off urgently, flying towards the surroundings of Tianfeng. Inside the safety zone, countless survivors listened in panic to the huge sound of sonic booms, unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, teams of high-level awakeners, rarely seen in the past, crossed the city under the leadership of a peak Tier 2, heading straight for the testing square. According to the latest news, that ordinary academy has already tested an S-class talent. Moreover, the testing is still ongoing. Why is the testing still not stopping? Standing behind Yi Chen, the former high-ranking officials of the security zone are now like guards, completely lowering their stance, their eyes fixed on Yi Chen's back. The testing has already lasted for 6 minutes. The once pristine testing crystal is now covered with intricate fine lines. As the lowest-grade testing tool, the highest talent tested in the past decade was only A-class. Although the testing results are a bit slow, they are accurate. For a long time, no one has thought about replacing it. But when Yi Chen appeared, the crystal's slow testing ability seemed to scratch at their hearts like a cat's paw. It can't really be improved, right? It's already S-class now. With a dry swallow, a senior official from the safe zone standing behind Yi Chen looked at the rays of light shooting out from the crack as if he were seeing a ghost. Even though he considered himself to have gone through many storms and fought for his life to get to this point, but Yi Chen's performance still left him speechless in shock. If it's any higher, then it would be SS rank. If S rank represents the third tier reserves, then SS rank signifies a top-tier powerhouse with super combat abilities among the third tier. In the entire Huaxia war zone, after nearly 80 years of the apocalypse, there have been less than 10. It's very possible. Standing next to him, the previously composed Liao Tian directly took over the conversation and slowly spoke with a serious expression. If the testing light doesn't fade, it means his talent is still being tested. SS rank is not without hope. As soon as he finished speaking, several people blankly glanced at Liao Tian, the one with the most experience. As the military commission representative who has undergone the most tests among the senior officials, they still trust Liao Tian's words. SS rank. Like a sigh of admiration, a slightly older colonel looked at Yi Chen's thin figure with a complex expression. An S-level talent means a 90% chance of becoming a third tier. As long as he doesn't die, in our war zone records, every S-level awakener has become a third tier and guards a region. If it's SS level, then it means this kid is destined to become a top third tier in the future as long as nothing happens halfway. I heard that the commanding generals of the 4 major military regions are all SS level talents. After saying that, a hint of faint awe appeared in the colonel's gaze as he looked at Yi Chen. Standing in front of him was a super genius who might one day rival the highest commander of the military region. This impact was even stronger than when he first witnessed a third tier in action. As the words fell, everyone exchanged glances and found that they all shared the same admiration in their eyes. Among them, a mixed-race high-ranking official even said enviously and instinctively, "If only my kid could be as outstanding as this one, I'd be content even if I die here today." Not an exaggeration. As those who hold the power of life and death over 1 million people in the safety zone, they understand far better than ordinary people what exceptional talent means. Don't be fooled by the fact that Yi Chen has just tested his talent. His strength could likely eliminate any first-tier awakener present in seconds. But as long as he is given time, the future is promising. From today onwards, regarding resources, honors, and status in the entire safety zone, as long as Yi Chen speaks, nothing will be out of reach. The importance of the third tier is indeed that exaggerated. Oh, right. As if recalling something, looking at Yi Chen who momentarily could not reveal his final talent, one of the high-ranking officials suddenly asked, "Has Lord Xiaohai from our safety zone been notified? If the commander knows that we have an S rank or even SS rank in our safety zone, he should be quite excited, right?" As he spoke, this high-ranking official wore an expression of emotion, even though just over 10 minutes ago he couldn't even be bothered to look at Yi Chen. But by now, he had completely forgotten his initial disdain. During the casual chat, Liao Tian slightly nodded and said softly without looking back, "Notified. When Yi Chen tested an S level, I sent the information over. If nothing goes wrong, the commander should be on his way here. Moreover, I think after the test is over, Yi Chen's information should also be reported to the capital military district. With an A level, we might still have the authority to decide how to cultivate him. But if Yi Chen is SS level, the capital will probably send someone over." The voice was very soft, afraid to disturb Yi Chen's testing. Listening to Liao Tian's words, the few people felt a wave of envy and amazement again. For ordinary people, becoming an awakened is to change their fate. If Yi Chen has this kind of super talent, it's like soaring to the top directly. Entering the high-level's vision. As long as he doesn't mess up, the entire Huaxia war zone will cultivate him vigorously until he becomes third tier. What a pity. Unavoidably, as everyone sighed, a senior pureblood awakened suddenly blurted out a sentence. The speaker was the middle-aged awakened who previously felt a bit sorry for Yi Chen. He sighed and lowered his voice. With this kind of talent, the higher-ups of the military will most likely take him away. According to the latest seed program, it's possible that Yi Chen will be sent to the capital for training. That place has the most resources and the most third-level experts. Such a good seedling we can't keep in our safe zone. It's truly a pity. If Yi Chen is willing, our Fong Ping is more than willing to be his teacher. We will give our all to cultivate him into a talent. Listening to Fong Ping's words, which were half a sigh and half a regret, the expressions of the crowd were odd. One mixed-blood high-ranking official looked at him in surprise. "All right, Fong Ping. Don't say you're willing to teach him. Aren't I willing? Who here doesn't want the honor of becoming a teacher for a future third-level expert? But to put it frankly, do we have that qualification? It seems to me that even the commander may not have it." As he spoke halfway, the man seemed to realize he had said the wrong thing and simply chuckled dryly and stopped talking. It is well known that Xiaohai, the strongest in the Tianfeng safe zone, is a third tier, but he is also the most inconspicuous one among the third tiers. With a talent rating of A, one can only say he is fairly decent. With Yi Chen's qualifications, the military district should at least send several different types of third tiers to personally teach, striving to cultivate top-tier experts. Time flows bit by bit. Just as everyone was patiently waiting, a loud sound burst through the air, suddenly coming from the high sky. The sound exploded, and a psionic fighter jet was seen flying at extreme speed above the testing square. A white sound barrier created a huge canopy-shaped sonic boom cloud, with slower fighter jets following closely behind. In the next second, amidst the astonished gazes, a figure jumped directly out of the hatch, rushing towards the square like a falling meteor. That is. In the square, all the high-ranking officials in the safe zone suddenly looked up, and many recognized the descending shadow at a glance. The commander has arrived. Bang! Surrounded by a layer of blue psychic energy, a middle-aged awakener exuding an imposing aura fiercely crashed down onto the testing square. He knelt to cushion his landing and then stood up. The newcomer was none other than the highest commander of the Tianfeng military region, a Tier 3 awakener, Xiaohai. The Grand Commander has arrived. Oh my, this is truly exaggerated. The noise was chaotic. With the appearance of the supreme ruler of the Tianfeng safety zone, countless survivors in the vast testing square felt a surge of excitement. Especially the trainees, nearly everyone was straining their necks to catch a glimpse of the tall figure that had landed in the square. As the strongest in the safety zone, not everyone had the qualification to see him. While the trainees were in awe, they envied Ji Chen, who was surrounded by a soundproof shield. Such a commotion caused by a single test. In the history of the Tianfeng safety zone, this could be considered unprecedented. What's the situation? With a calm expression after landing, Xiaohai directly focused his gaze on Yi Chen and asked in a low voice. With a faint smell of blood all over his body, the gigantic war knife on his back seemed to have just been sheathed not long ago. As he stepped forward, the military commission representative Liao Tian bowed respectfully and quickly opened his mouth to introduce. Commander Xiao, the person I mentioned to you earlier is Yi Chen, male, a regular trainee, aged 18. 6 minutes ago, the test result was A level, 4 minutes ago it was S level, and now he is suspected of reaching SS level. Because our testing crystal level is relatively low, we are still not certain what level of talent he actually has. After quickly finishing his explanation, Liao Tian respectfully stood to the side, waiting for Xiao Fei to ask questions. His observational skills were excellent, and he immediately noticed that the chief commander had rushed back from the battlefield, indicating the importance placed on Yi Chen. Oh, still in testing. His eyes showed surprise. The third-tier awakener Xiaohai slightly nodded, and a hint of astonishment appeared on his originally imposing face. When he received the news, Yi Chen was only suspected to be S level. He originally thought this level of talent was already astonishing enough to warrant a personal visit, but unexpectedly, the situation on the spot was even better than he had imagined. With a wave of his hand, he directly ordered the surrounding troops. All units on alert. Retrieve Yi Chen's data at the fastest speed. With admiration, Xiaohai changed from his earlier imposing demeanor while giving orders and carefully observed Yi Chen's back. As if recalling something, he suddenly tilted his head to ask Liao Tian. On my way here, I heard there was a conflict at the testing square before. Someone reported that this child had taken an awakener hostage and was forced to participate in the test? Is there any truth to it? Unyielding even without anger. Standing beside him, Liao Tian was internally shocked. Although the commander-in-chief's words carried no other meaning, how could someone of his insight not detect the underlying discontent? Is it the fault of the people here that almost caused Yi Chen to be unable to take the test? Not daring to hesitate, Liao Tian steeled himself and hurriedly explained. Reporting to the commander-in-chief. There indeed was a conflict before, but it was a misunderstanding. Upon seeing Yi Chen, I immediately noticed that this child was extraordinary, displaying an unusual calmness. After confirming that he was not an infected person, I unhesitatingly allowed him to participate in the test. I thought at the time, this child has performed well in training before, perhaps he is a talent. As soon as the words fell, several high-ranking officials of the safe zone suddenly froze, their expressions becoming strange. Looking at the sincerely earnest Liao Tian, a strange feeling arose in their hearts. Appreciation? Worried about missing out on talent? What a joke! When Yi Chen stormed into the testing square, Liao Tian clearly regarded the other party as insignificant, treating them fully as a sacrificial victim to establish his authority. Who was it that said even if they found talent, they would throw the other party into the laboratory, treating them as experimental subjects? While everyone internally mocked, they did not expose Liao Tian. Everyone knew that the Grand Leader's personal visit clearly indicated that this matter was being taken very seriously. If Xiaohai knew that Yi Chen almost lost the chance to test and was directly ordered to be killed by Liao Tian, he would be so angry that he might want to take Liao Tian down with him. Losing a super talent with at least S level, suspected SS level, is a huge loss that no safe zone can bear. Glancing at the nervous Liao Tian, Xiaohai slightly nodded, as if accepting this explanation. Very good. As senior management, we should strive to discover and cultivate every potential individual. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaohai suddenly saw a flash of bright light, a dazzling beam shot straight into the sky. What is that? Bang bang. With several consecutive sounds of shattering fragments, the testing crystal standing on the platform unexpectedly exploded in an instant. Xiaohai, who had been paying attention to Yi Chen since he arrived, was startled by the sound, and before he realized what had happened, a broken and intermittent testing prompt followed. Testing. Finished. Testing level, SS level. Although the intermittent alert sound was not loud, the moment it rang out, it was like a thunderclap, startling the entire audience. Xiao Hai was startled upon hearing the sound, and after realizing the test had ended, his steady heart began to race uncontrollably. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence, as if everyone dared not believe their own ears, frozen in place. Yi Chen scored SS grade. Even the testing crystal couldn't withstand his talent and simply exploded. Like a dream, all the high-ranking members from the safe zone who rushed over now had excited expressions, and amidst the shock, no one could find their voice. They didn't expect that in such a mundane test, a peerless talent like Yi Chen would emerge. SS grade. It's really SS grade. The entire Huaxia battle zone has less than both hands can count. Good. After a brief moment of distraction, Xiao Hai suddenly shouted loudly, his expression invigorated as he looked at Yi Chen, who seemed to be in a daze on the stage. He was completely unconcerned about Yi Chen's current state, thinking that the child was just too surprised and hadn't come back to his senses yet. Full of admiration and excitement, Xiao Hai showed none of his usual cold demeanor. Instead, he laughed heartily and walked towards Yi Chen with great friendliness. I didn't expect that such talent could emerge from our Tianfeng safety zone. Yi Chen. Very good. Wearing a smile under the gaze of the crowd, Xiao Hai directly stood beside Yi Chen, smiling. Classmate Yi Chen, congratulations on achieving SS level talent. Speak up, what rewards do you want? I will definitely satisfy you. I have reported your situation to the higher-ups in the combat zone. I believe that soon a real big shot will know about your situation. After saying this, Xiao Hai looked at the young man in front of him in a very good mood but unexpectedly discovered that Yi Chen seemed to carry a hint of dissatisfaction and confusion in his expression upon careful observation. Xiao Hai was slightly taken aback. For some reason, he always felt that behind Yi Chen's expression, there seemed to be a slight dissatisfaction with the talent he had identified. Yi Chen. Yi Chen. The commander is talking to you. A few senior officials from the safe zone looked at the still silent Yi Chen in panic, with many of them anxiously shouting, trying to awaken him. After a second, Yi Chen seemed to snap out of it, silently nodding his head as a response. On the testing platform, he looked at the envious or admiring gazes, but his face showed little emotion. The reason was simple. He clearly remembered that his talent was SSS level, which was theoretically the highest level among humans. But who would have thought that the testing crystal here seemed to have reached its carrying limit? Looking at the excited faces, after hesitating for a moment, Yi Chen suppressed the impulse to have them retest him. To determine his true talent, it was likely that it would require a reassignment from a large battle zone. The influence of SS level was barely sufficient. Compared to the talent measured, he was more concerned about the loaded Sword God system at this moment. System panel. With Yi Chen softly reciting, two system panels appeared simultaneously. Ignoring the initial Doomsday system, Yi Chen directly focused his attention on the Sword God system. Sword God system loaded. Binder Yi Chen. Current effect increases skill power by 10,000%. And after learning any sword system skill, that skill will be unconditionally enhanced to SSS level. Additional effect 1 unlocks all attribute limits. You can raise any attribute to its maximum value simultaneously, no longer restricted by talent. Additional effect 2, all your skills can be used without consumption once every 48 hours, with no level limit. Current task, mastering sword techniques. Task content, please learn a skill as soon as possible. Task reward, free attribute points +4. Warning, do not disclose information about this system to the outside world, violators will be erased. A pause in breathing. After looking at the system panel, Yi Chen felt like he had been hit on the head by a huge surprise. Even though his will was extremely strong, he still found it hard to believe in a short time. What an insane enhancement! If his own talent could already be considered among the strongest in humanity, then combined with the enhancement from the Sword God system. At that moment, only the immense word invincible echoed in his mind. Could it be that it's really a 100-fold enhancement plus skill enhancement? SSS level skills. Yi Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly, feeling a strange pang of bitterness rising in his heart. In his previous life, even when he was discovered by the capital and cultivated with the strength of the entire nation, the whole capital war zone could barely muster 2 S-level skills and 1 A-level skill for him. The price paid for this was 2 military personnel of Tier 3 who died in battle against mutated beings, and 1 severely injured, alongside the sacrifice of over 3,000 troops. This shows the preciousness of high-level skills. But now, could any skill easily be enhanced to SSS level? For a moment, Yi Chen could hardly contain the impulse in his heart, wishing he could immediately find a skill to learn. To try the effect. Yi Chen? Yi Chen? A few gentle calls. There stood the third-tier commander Xiao Hai, who had been beside Yi Chen, now looking at him with a beaming smile. No longer the ruthless demeanor, this top-tier powerhouse, known for being cold and heartless in the outside world, now appeared like an elder of Yi Chen, gently patting Yi Chen's shoulder. Yi Chen, are you feeling a bit unaccustomed since just becoming an awakened? It's okay, Uncle Xiao felt the same way back then. It was like being in a dream for a long time. With a hint of nostalgia in his eyes, Xiao Hai seemed unperturbed by the strange expressions of other high-ranking officials at the moment. He simply looked around and continued. You see, the test is over. Why not come sit with Uncle Xiao for a while and have a chat? With his eyes squinted in a smile, Xiao Hai waved his hand to signal his subordinates to prepare refreshments in advance, then he amiably took Yi Chen's hand and led him down from the testing platform. Let's go. Everyone is very curious about what your talent ability is. I have already reported your situation to the higher military district, and it might take some time to determine where you will go next. A military helicopter cleared the way, with hundreds of fully armed soldiers lined up in 2 rows closely following behind. After a few simple explanations, Xiaohai took big strides away from the testing square with Yi Chen. Meanwhile, a large group of students still remaining in the square could not help but look enviously at Yi Chen's departing figure. Commander Xiao is really approachable. I thought that a third-tier powerhouse would be fierce. Members of the mixed blood team who had previously mocked Yi Chen could not help but exclaim in admiration at this moment. As children of awakened ones, although they had seen numerous administrators of safe zones, they had never had the opportunity to interact with someone of Xiaohai's caliber. Just after he finished speaking, a student who had tested with a B-level talent sneered and rebutted, sounding rather bitter. You're thinking too much. Commander Xiao is easy to talk to? That's because of Yi Chen. You probably don't know, some time ago, there were people smuggling food in the safety zone. The entire department led a merchant team, and all 43 people were personally killed by Commander Xiao. Not a single one was left alive. As he spoke, a hint of fear flashed in the boy's eyes. He had been brought by his father and had witnessed the scenery outside the gathering place with his own eyes. The piles of heads stacked together are something he no longer dares to recall. Commander Zhao's fearsome reputation is so great that no one in the safety zone isn't afraid of him. While discussing, several higher-ups left in the safety zone glanced at the speaking boy and nodded slightly. Indeed. Don't be fooled by Commander Zhao's good attitude now. It's all because of Yi Chen's talent and potential. As the supreme ruler of a safety zone with a population of 4 million, he truly wields the power of life and death. Just as several people exchanged glances and were about to announce the end of the test and leave, the usually silent Liao Tian suddenly spoke up. Pass my orders, seal off the testing square. All trainees, security department and inspection department must not leave. Ha! Among the high-ranking officials of the safety zone, a second-tier awakener dressed in a white combat suit looked at Liao Tian in surprise, instinctively blurting out. Representative Liao, what do you intend to do? The test is over and the remaining trainees should. Before he could finish speaking, Liao Tian shot him a cold glance and decisively ordered the troops to surround the entire square. What are you doing? Do you not remember how Yi Chen broke in, or have you forgotten what he said? With a sarcastic laugh, Liao Tian looked meaningfully at the trainees present and slowly spoke. Yi Chen was falsely accused, delaying the test. Although the outcome was fine, but what do you think would happen if Yi Chen mentioned to Captain Xiao later that someone wanted to harm him? Have you all considered the consequences? Assigning a team of awakened soldiers, Liao Tian coldly waved his hand, signaling to monitor all the trainees. Turning around, he left behind a group of high-ranking officials who suddenly realized their surroundings. With a sinking feeling, several of them shivered involuntarily at the thought of Xiaohai's regard for Yi Chen. Indeed, once Yi Chen brings up this matter, Xiaohai would definitely help him find the mastermind. An SS-level seed nearly got into trouble because someone plotted against him? Ha! With such a charge hanging over them, they feared that none of them would be able to escape, even if they had no knowledge of this matter. Taking a deep breath, the remaining high-ranking officials followed suit, directly commanding the troops to systematically take control. Ignoring the panicked cries of the crowd, their gazes turned sharp with a wave of their arms. Investigate. All involved departments are to be taken into custody. No one is to be released until the culprit is found. Skywind Strategic Command Center. Passing through heavily guarded checkpoints under the lead of Xiaohai, the two quickly arrived at a conference room surrounded by nearly 100 awakeners. The conference room, decorated in a minimalistic style, carries a sense of solemnity, and Xiaohai smiled as he looked at Yi Chen sitting across from him. Yi Chen, what do you like to drink? After waving to call a second-tier awakener to serve tea, Xiaohai patiently waited for Yi Chen to speak. No need. Quite calmly, Yi Chen took a cup of tea and shook his head slightly, indicating that he did not want anything. He was not surprised by Xiaohai's attitude. But at this moment, the tremendous opportunity to converse with Xiaohai, in his eyes, was somewhat a waste of time. He wanted to go out and test his abilities more. Nodding slightly, seeing Yi Chen's calm demeanor, Xiaohai's appreciation for him grew. Unassuming yet confident, he truly is a good seedling. Without further ado. With a smile, Xiaohai paused for a moment before slowly speaking. First, let's talk about your innate ability. I know that the innate abilities of every awakened individual are very important and generally need to be kept confidential. But as the military, I certainly hope you can join us. On this point, I hope you can provide some information. With a flicker in his gaze, Yi Chen hesitated briefly before responding. Mental system, the effect is will enhancement. Since he couldn't mention the innate ability granted by the Sword God system, he could only choose to reveal his original system ability. Oh, mental system? One could see he was deep in thought. Xiaohai waved his hand, signaling the chief of staff behind him to update the information, and said no more. A slight regret flashed across his face. Mental systems are relatively rare. Uncle Xiao is not very familiar with them. Your situation may need to be discussed with the capital afterward for further advice. Otherwise, I do have a lot of advancement materials for power-type awakened individuals here that could help you a bit. After a brief pause, Xiaohai smiled. Let's not talk about this anymore. The other matter is the seed plan. Yi Chen, I have already reported your situation into the plan, and you are the first choice. As long as the higher-ups verify and approve, there will be dedicated third-tier personnel to guide you, and resources and equipment will also be inclined towards you. Your level of treatment will be set at the vice-military level. In his words, Xiao Hai expressed quite a bit of emotion. Once selected for the seed plan, Yi Chen's importance would not be much less than his own. Hearing this, Yi Chen nodded and his expression relaxed a bit, revealing a smile. The time wasted in his previous life could finally be compensated for. To become a fourth tier and save everything, relying solely on personal ability is clearly unrealistic. The massive amount of resources needed for the fourth tier requires the support of an entire country. I believe that once I reach the capital war zone and have my talents reassessed, the treatment will only get better. After a moment, Yi Chen seemed to think of something and pondered for a moment before asking, Commander Xiao, can I advance the resources? I want to withdraw a skills book first. Pretending to be very curious about the abilities of awakeners, Yi Chen looked at Xiao Hai with a somewhat nervous expression. Skills? Raising his eyebrows slightly. Yi Chen, you may have just become an awakener and are still unclear about the importance of skills. It's not that I'm unwilling to give you the skill book. It's just that your talent must correspond to the skill to maximize combat power. Your skill will definitely be assigned to you by the capital. With a simple explanation, Xiao Hai was not surprised by Yi Chen's reaction. After becoming an awakener, everyone's first desire is for greater power. If talent is a gun, skills are the bullets. However, for someone with top-tier talent like Yi Chen, he didn't want Yi Chen to casually learn any skill and waste the precious skill slots. Hearing Xiao Hai's persuasion, Yi Chen sighed inwardly, thought for a moment, and spoke again. Uncle Xiao, I'm still quite curious about skills. How about this? Deduct a portion from my allowance. I just want to take a look. Is that okay? He was unwilling to give up on obtaining the skill first. He was too eager to test his sword god system. Seeing Yi Chen so persistent, Xiao Hai hesitated for a moment before replying uncertainly. Then fine, what kind of skill do you want? However, I have to remind you, it's best to wait before learning your skills. Otherwise, wasting the 2 skill slots available at each level will definitely affect your future development. Nodded, re-emphasizing that he was just curious before speaking without hesitation. Sword techniques. Any level is fine. Ha! Shockingly, Xiang Hai looked at Yi Chen with a somewhat strange expression but didn't say much more. In his mind, Yi Chen might just be a curious child, unable to resist wanting to take a look. Nodding slightly, he called over his subordinate. Go, directly bring me a book on sword techniques. Try to select the highest level available. After receiving the order, the officer in charge of material reserves heavily nodded and turned to get it. However, when he glanced at Yi Chen, a hint of sentimentality flashed in his eyes. SS-level talent is great, whatever you want, they will do their best to fulfill it. For typical awakeners to acquire skills, not to mention choosing, they can only learn what they can find. Commander Xiao does indeed pay a lot of attention to Yi Chen. A few minutes later, a C-level skill book was brought over while Yi Chen was unusually nervous. The officer in charge of supplies hurriedly retrieved it and, seeing that Commander Xiao seemed somewhat dissatisfied with the low level of the book he brought, could only explain in a low voice. Commander Xiao, we don't have many swordsmanship skills in our supplies. This is already the highest level. He let out a. Although he was part of the Tianfeng army, the supply situation was not actually affluent. From his perspective, wanting a skill just to take a look was somewhat wasteful and indulgent. After taking the skill book, a system notification sounded, and Yi Chen felt determined. Ding, obtained C-level skill, thrust type, sword technique, applicable for strength and agility. He was eager to try it out. Once he had what he wanted, Yi Chen was not pretentious and expressed his thanks before speaking again. Commander Xiao, if there's nothing else, I would like to return for a while. Additionally, I hope you can investigate the matter regarding my obstruction from participating in the test. Seated across from him, Xiao Hai was momentarily stunned by the voice, and the high-ranking military officials around also glanced at Yi Chen in surprise. Such a kid, why do they feel like Yi Chen doesn't care about interacting with Xiao Hai at all, just took what he wanted and left? It's important to note that being able to interact with someone at the third tier is a tremendous honor outside. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Hai's expression became serious. You've been blocked from participating in the test, huh? No problem, Uncle Xiao will give you an explanation. With a shift in atmosphere, Xiao Hai made a promise with great importance, then gestured for the staff officer to take note of the matter. Yi Chen, are you wanting to go back and tell this news to your family? I can understand your feelings. But your identity is rather special right now, it's best to wait for word from the capital. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chen simply looked back with a determined gaze. After a while, Xiao Hai smiled and shook his head. Seeing Yi Chen's persistence, he didn't feel right to refuse. After pondering for a few seconds, he directly called over a guard. Go, deploy a few elite soldiers to follow Yi Chen and make sure to guarantee his safety. If there's anything, contact me directly through the chain of command. With a cold tone facing his subordinates, Xiao Hai instantly resumed his superior demeanor. A few minutes later, watching as Yi Chen walked out of the conference room escorted by several fully armed awakened soldiers, the smile on Xiao Hai's face suddenly vanished, replaced by a look of authority. Go check Yi Chen's background and profile. Also, regarding the matter of Yi-chan being obstructed from participating in the test, I want to see a report within 24 hours. No matter who is involved, just arrest them all first. With a tone carrying a hint of killing intent, several senior officials around felt a shock in their hearts. Zhao's meaning was clear. He planned to conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. Sidely, a staff officer couldn't help but whisper, "Commander Zhao, Yi-chan is very likely to be transferred to the capital military region. Your gesture of goodwill doesn't hold much significance." Turning his head at the sound, Xiao Hai coldly glared at the staff officer. "Gesture of goodwill? No significance?" With a scornful laugh. "You are underestimating what SS-level talent truly means." With a flicker in his gaze, Xiao Hai turned to look toward the distant north. In his silent observation, it seemed he could see the reaction from the capital after receiving the news. Tianfeng Safe Zone, 6th Gathering Point. Jumping down from the military green off-road vehicle, Yi-chan subtly glanced at the four-peak first-stage awakened ones who were following him at a short distance. As elite soldiers protecting him, each one was well-trained, silently following behind him. Had he not insisted on them not getting too close, they would have dispatched another company of soldiers to protect him completely. It was already afternoon, with the sunset glowing red. Yi-chan exhaled softly, silently gazing at the familiar yet strange gathering point in front of him. Here is a place where ordinary survivors live, and it was also his home in his previous life. Inside the gathering point, which was as chaotic as a factory warehouse, a large number of survivors dressed in tattered short clothing moved about. Wastewater flows everywhere, and piles of garbage outside the barbed wire form towering peaks. From time to time, a few haggard survivors can be seen numbly carrying baskets, searching for usable supplies among the trash. Rather than calling it a gathering place, it's more like a large slum. The houses in the entire gathering place are all converted from metal shipping containers, and in many places, makeshift tents are set up, with several family members squeezed together. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Yi-chan took a deep breath and strode directly toward the familiar street. "Little sister, mother. I'm back." In a blue and white metal container, the airtight box is filled with thick, hot air. A frail-looking girl, about 13 or 14 years old, is squatting in front of a small table, carefully assembling a circuit board. At her feet, a pile of wires and parts has formed a small mountain. With her fingers wrapped in bandages, the girl wiped the sweat from her forehead, tightly pursed her lips, and carefully connected the copper wire. After working 14 consecutive hours a day, the malnourished girl now had trembling hands. "Just 4 more to go, then I can change for a bread." As if motivating herself, a rumble of hunger sounded from her stomach. Enduring hunger and fatigue, the girl revealed a forced smile after assembling the circuit board in her hands. 39 done. I wonder how my brother is doing. Her little nose twitched slightly. After wiping her dirty little face again, her eyes were filled with longing. "I miss my brother so much." As a child born after the apocalypse, every ordinary person from a family like hers, no matter how small, has to start working early to earn meager food. In order to support Yi-chan to train and become an awakened one, she and her mother scrimped and saved, managing to gather money even from between their teeth, just to help Yi-chan live a bit better. After putting down her work, the girl stood up unsteadily, ready to stretch her sore legs. Covering her stomach, she couldn't help but glance at the several pancakes hanging in the room and licked her lips. "I'm so hungry. But I can't eat." The little head quickly turned away, not daring to look again. Big brother is about to become an awakened one, and when that happens, he will definitely need to buy a lot of things for his missions. Money and food must be saved. With a mix of yearning for the future and missing someone, the girl squatted down again, preparing to get back to her work. Just then, a soft knock on the door suddenly sounded. "Ha!" The girl's dirty little face showed surprise, and she instinctively spoke with vigilance. "Who?" Reacting instinctively, the girl grabbed a stick by her foot and looked cautiously. In the most chaotic gathering place, she had learned to protect herself early on. Here, survivors often snatched food when they were driven mad by hunger. A moment later, a faint trembling voice sounded from outside the makeshift iron door. "Night Xiuan, it's me, your brother." Outside the door, Yi-chan looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar iron door, struggling to suppress the tremor in his heart. Ever since he lost his testing qualifications in his previous life, he had to become an ordinary person fighting to survive. His little sister and mother worked day and night to support him, enduring hunger and hardship. Until a year later, a sudden mutant broke into the safe zone, and his little sister and mother tragically died before his eyes. That feeling of powerless despair was the greatest pain and regret of his life. Click. The small door opened quickly, revealing a pair of bright eyes filled with disbelief, staring at Yi-chan outside. After a moment, with a loud cry, Night Xiuan recognized that face and couldn't help but burst into tears. "Brother, sniff. You're back." The girl hugged Yi-chan tightly, only to feel that all the grievances and heartache of the past had turned into tears that flowed uncontrollably. Since Yi-chan joined the training, she hadn't seen her brother for more than a year. Even when she could occasionally go to the training camp, she would only take the food saved up by herself and her mother to the camp's entrance. With her long-awaited brother appearing before her, she felt that she was no longer a child without a brother, no longer lonely and helpless. Holding on to Yi-chan tightly, the small body couldn't help but tremble. "Brother, how did you come out?" Yi-chan looked at his half-height sister in his arms, and his heart ached when he caught sight of the bandages wrapped around her little hand. Unable to help but stroke his sister's little head, Yi-chan forced a smile and squatted down. Of course, it's because the training has ended. Brother, I've already completed the test. Heartbroken, he wiped away the tears on Yi Shaoan's face. Smelling the pungent industrial medication in the room, Yi-chan's heart sank. He knew how tough it had been for his mother and younger sister during the time he was away. In his previous life, he had no ability to provide them with even a single day of comfort before their tragic deaths. Silently clenching his fists, Yi-chan suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his heart. He gently picked up Yi Shaoan and affectionately whispered, "This time, brother will never let you suffer again." Outside the door, several survivors living nearby heard Yi Shaoan's cries, and many curiously peeked out to see what was happening. Upon seeing Yi-chan, a few middle-aged men who knew he was participating in the awakening training suddenly froze, and moments later, they began chattering excitedly. "Why is Yi-chan back today? Didn't they say today was the awakening test? Hey, kid from the Yi family, did you become an awakened one? Shouldn't he be back? My kid hasn't come back yet. If he passed the test, he should have returned by now. Maybe he didn't participate? Or did he just quit and come back?" In the midst of the noisy discussion, the little girl Night Shaoan, being held in someone's arms, seemed to recall something. Her body suddenly trembled. She instinctively raised her head to look at Yi-chan. "Brother, are you?" Unable to speak it out. Thinking that Yi-chan indeed returned so early, could it be that, as people outside said, he didn't exhibit any talent and was sent back? Fearing to hurt Yi-chan's pride, Night Shaoan instinctively held back her questions, not daring to continue. "No." Yi-chan smiled lightly, indifferent to the pointing fingers and whispers behind him. Although they were all from the lower class, the lower you were, the more you looked down on each other. As he was about to answer that he had become an awakener, a series of footsteps suddenly sounded from behind. "Yi-chan, you're back?" A middle-aged woman with a clean appearance, bare-chested and holding a short stick, expressionlessly stopped him. After giving a contemptuous glance at Yi-chan, the woman scoffed. "Back so early? Seems like you didn't become an awakened one, huh? At least you're back. You guys need to pay the water bill. 2 months overdue, 6 pieces of money. How are you going to pay this?" As she spoke, several tattooed men holding sticks surrounded the small house with unfriendly expressions, waving their iron rods. "Water bill." Startled by the words. Like a little adult, a flicker of fear crossed Night Shaoan's face. After gathering her courage, she began to argue with the middle-aged woman. "The water is from the river. I carried it back 1 bucket at a time. We didn't use your water." Her chest heaving rapidly, upon hearing the woman demand 6 pieces like extortion, tears almost streamed down Night Shaoan's face. As the gang leader in the settlement, the woman often extorted nearby survivors. With a cold snort, the middle-aged woman paid no attention to Yi Shaoan's rebuttal and arrogantly shouted, "From the river? Let me tell you, the river water is also provided by us. It doesn't matter where you got it from. You either pay this money now, or we'll take it by force. Otherwise." She looked on coldly. The middle-aged woman cast a frosty glance at Yi-chan. She had long set her sights on this family. Without an adult male to support them, they were just a mother and her orphan child. If it weren't for the past caution regarding Yi-chan still being in the training camp and the possibility of him becoming an awakened after coming out, she would have already brought people to swallow them. However, it seems that Yi-chan clearly has not passed the test now. According to the rumors she received, none of the students who attended the test today have come back. Perhaps Yi-chan didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the test and was directly driven away. Turning his head coldly, Yi-chan stared at that proud face, a sudden murderous intent flashing through his mind. Memories resurfaced. In his past life, after coming out of the training camp, this woman was the same, forcing him and his mother to the point where they nearly lost their last place to live. His younger sister was almost coerced into being sold to a brothel to be treated like a slave. If he hadn't desperately searched for supplies outside the city and paid off the so-called debts, the entire family would have been driven to ruin by this woman. A surge of killing intent. Beneath the old grievances and new hatreds, Yi-chan's eyes were filled with icy coldness. "Debts? Return your things?" Looking at Yi-chan's hostile gaze, the middle-aged woman sneered and nonchalantly waved her hand. "What, do you still want to renege on the debt? Want to resist? Do you know who I am? Someone, break his legs for me." Before she could finish her words, Yi-chan let out a cold laugh and resolutely pressed the communicator in his pocket. The next second, several fast-moving figures instantly charged in from not far away. Their presence was imposing. The suddenly appeared elite warriors instantly stunned the group of strong men who were just about to act. The survivors who gathered around in response to the sound stepped back in terror. Dressed in military uniform. This is a military awakened one. How could a military awakened one appear here? Before anyone could react, Yecheng, expressionless, calmly spoke to the few awakened ones protecting him. "Captain Huang, do me a favor." The second-tier awakened one, known as Captain Huang, paid no mind to the surrounding gazes and directly asked Yecheng respectfully, "What do you need?" The next second, Yecheng casually pointed to a middle-aged woman and calmly said, "Kill her." 1 second later, bang! The moment the order was given, Huang Shao nodded without hesitation and suddenly punched out. With a deafening explosion, the middle-aged woman who had been so arrogant just moments ago had her skull shattered in an instant, her headless body wobbling and falling to the ground. In that moment, as everyone came to their senses, their faces were filled with horror and their eyes brimmed with disbelief. Murdered! Just like that. With a scream, the originally fierce-looking tattooed men regained their senses and, in terror, dropped their clubs and turned to run. They couldn't care less about wiping the crimson brain matter off their faces, all they wanted now was to escape from here. With their brains, they couldn't fathom why these elite soldiers would listen to Yi Chen. Bang! Bang! Ah! The sound of broken leg bones was crisp, accompanied by the sound of breaking air and piercing screams. Before they could run very far, the squad leader in charge of protecting Yi Chen kicked and shattered one of their leg bones. After grabbing their hair, Huang Xiao expressionlessly dragged a few of them in front of Yi Chen and respectfully said, "Lord Yi Chen, is there anything else to be done?" Although Yi Chen didn't say to capture these people, it didn't hinder him from speculating about Yi Chen's thoughts at all. Faced with these scoundrels who only know how to extort, he showed no mercy in his actions. "Please, let me go. I beg you. I was wrong, we were wrong." Sobbing and crying. Before Yi Chen could speak, the tattooed man who was brought back immediately trembled and begged. Although he didn't know what exactly happened, it didn't prevent them from realizing one thing. If Yi Chen said he wanted him dead, they were definitely going to die today. Like kowtowing insects, the few no longer had their previous arrogance, only enduring the pain while constantly bowing their heads, pleading with Yi Chen to spare them. He chuckled softly. Yi Chen looked at the few people kneeling before him, showing no trace of pity in his eyes. Don't be fooled by how they cried so miserably now. They had never shown any mercy when torturing ordinary people. Raising his head to look at Huang Xiao, who was waiting for his instructions, Yi Chen smiled and gently spoke. "Captain Huang, please just kill them all. To eradicate the roots, when it comes to someone who might harm his family, the word merciful does not exist in Yi Chen's dictionary." As soon as he finished speaking, the few people who thought Yi Chen would spare them trembled in panic and immediately screamed in terror. "No! No!" Before their pleas for mercy could escape their lips, the next second, accompanied by several crisp gunshots, Huang Xiao expressionlessly retracted his fist and shook his arm. He forced out a smile and still maintained a respectful attitude as he looked at Yi Chen. "Sir, do you have any further instructions?" His gaze carried a hint of surprise and mixed emotions. Although killing someone after the apocalypse isn't a big deal, especially when it's scum like this, Yi Chen's decisiveness and ruthlessness still brought him considerable shock. Such behavior was truly not something one would expect from someone his age. After noticing that Huang Xiao clearly wanted to befriend him, Yi Chen simply spoke up again. Then could you please help me inform my mother? She should be at the gunpowder factory. Could you please tell her I'm back?" As he spoke, a hint of softness flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. In his previous life, his biggest regret was not allowing his mother and younger sister to live a single day of good life. After being reborn and changing the trajectory of fate, he certainly could not let the two suffer again. "No problem. You're too kind." Straightening his posture, Huang Xiao respectfully replied and then solemnly pressed the communicator on his shoulder. Level 3 command. Notify the nearby troops at the gunpowder factory to send someone to bring back Lord Yi Chen's mother. Remember, safety must be ensured. After saying that, Huang Xiao friendly smiled at Yi Chen, completely unconcerned about the shocked gazes of the surrounding survivors. "Lord Yi Chen, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Our 4th Special Protection Team will patrol the area 24 hours a day, so if you need anything, just let me know." After glancing at the environment where Yi Chen lived, Huang Xiao's gaze flickered before adding, "If you need to change your residence, we can help you arrange it now." As the words were left unfinished, Yi Chen gently shook his head, indicating that it was not necessary. Changing residences is certain, but not now. Upon seeing Yi Chen refuse, Huang Xiao smiled and did not mind. However, after watching Yi Chen enter, the smile on his face instantly vanished. Turning around, his gaze swept the surroundings like an eagle. After a moment, he coldly looked at the onlooking survivors and waved his hand to signal the members behind him. "Bring over 2 more teams. Make sure to guarantee Lord Yi Chen's safety." The onlooking crowd was shocked, and many looked at Yi Chen's home with bewilderment. After the guard team left, a voice of astonished discussion arose. "Lord Yi Chen, why do these people from the military treat him with such respect? My God, what on earth happened? Why can Yi Chen command them? Unbelievable." They, who merely lived at the bottom, had never seen such an exaggerated scene. To know, a security guard at a gathering place is considered a big shot in their eyes, let alone these elites from the military. Looking at the corpses on the ground, a few in the crowd shook their heads in disbelief. "I don't know, I only know that the Yi family is probably going to become a big deal. Yi Chen's mother really gave birth to a good son." Outside the gathering place, a member of the elite team looked at Huang Xiao and couldn't help but whisper, "Captain Huang, are you too flattering that kid? He just became an awakened one. It's hard to understand. Although the higher-ups ordered to ensure Yi Chen's safety, it doesn't mean they have to treat him with such respect." To put it bluntly, Huang Xiao's actions were simply putting himself in a subordinate's position. Just a few hours ago, Yi Chen was still an ordinary trainee. Huang Xiao, after all, is a proper elite officer. With a blank expression, Huang Xiao chuckled lightly, looked at his team members, and spoke leisurely. "Kid? Flattering? Don't say that I am trying to please him. Do you believe that even Lord Xiao Hai is preparing to curry favor with him? Right now, Yi Chen is just a zero-level awakener with low strength. But give him time, he has the potential to become a top commander. If we don't take the opportunity to befriend him while his status is low, in the future we won't even have the right to look up to him. Shaking his head, Huang Xiao recalled Yi Chen's performance. Don't underestimate Yi Chen. A student who dares to threaten an awakener while posing as an ordinary person, a madman who bets that his talent can silence everyone. Just based on this point, who among you can do it? Not to mention the mental state he just exhibited, it's definitely not simple. With appreciation, Huang Xiao genuinely marveled. Stable temperament, resolute will, and ruthless actions. Even if this kind of person doesn't possess SS-level talent, he won't end up in a bad place in the future. Hearing the captain's unreserved praise for Yi Chen, a few of them were momentarily stunned and then came to realize that it was indeed true. In the shabby iron house, Yi Chen looked back fondly at the familiar home. Seeking at his little sister, who was tired and sleepy, her nose red from crying and fast asleep, he shook his head slightly, a smile on his face. After a moment filled with anticipation, Yi Chen took a deep breath and directly began to learn the skill book. After a brief silence, a cold system prompt suddenly rang out. Ding, task completed, received 4 points of free attributes. Ding, detected sea-level skill, stab. Detected sword-type skill, buzz dash. In an instant, a dazzling light burst forth in his sea of consciousness. 1 second later, the prompt tone of the sword god system rang out again. Ding, skill upgrade successful. Sword technique, stab has been upgraded to SSS level skill, sword flow storm. Sword flow storm, after consuming 4,500 points of spiritual energy, summon a torrent of sword energy, dealing devastating strikes to the target area in an extremely short time. This skill comes with attributes of super speed, armor breaking, destruction, cutting, and disintegration. Note, the destructive power of this skill has been increased by 10,000% from its current level. Please use it with caution. Sword flow storm. Looking at the dark golden hue on the skill panel, Yi Chen's heart raced, feeling somewhat dry in his mouth. Even though he had seen quite a few grand scenes in his previous life, he was still excited to see that even a random skill had been enhanced to SSS level. He suppressed his complex emotions with great effort. After a moment, Yi Chen looked at the skill usage requirements, his gaze flickering. Using it once requires 4,500 points of spiritual energy. The consumption is quite terrifying. Fortunately, in his talent traits, he can use any skill once every 48 hours, otherwise, he suspects that he wouldn't be able to use it at all even if he were completely drained. For example, with his 0th level and 15 points of willpower, his internal spiritual energy reserve is about 1,500 points. Upon promotion to the first level beginner, the maximum willpower is 20 points, with 2,000 points of spiritual energy at second level, 30 points of willpower and 3,000 points of spiritual energy at third level, 40 points of willpower and 4,000 points of spiritual energy. This means that, without equipment bonuses, he would theoretically need to reach the intermediate third level to barely use the skill once. With such a huge consumption, it's unclear what the actual effect will be. Looking at the description in the skill panel, Yi Chen suppressed his urge to experiment right now and fell into deep thought. The sword god system does not allow him to disclose his talent information, which means he cannot explain his abilities to the outside world in the short term. Logically, the stronger the strength, the more the country will value him and invest more resources. As for using his own talent, how could he explain his combat power with extraordinary will? Yi Chen pondered for a moment and found that he couldn't explain it either. Extraordinary will increases the will attribute by an additional 3 points with each level up and provides a 1000% recovery speed of mental strength. The later he progressed, the more monstrous his strength became. Not only that, but advancing to the 4th level is also greatly related to the will attribute. But right now, extraordinary will simply amplifies the will attribute and its actual combat power is very limited. Sighing. Forget it, I won't think about it too much. Once the capital confirms his identity as a seed, he will upgrade to level 2 in one go, and then he can find any excuse to explain his actual combat power. Although using Swordstorm at level 0 may seem unbelievable, it is barely acceptable for someone with SSS level talent at level 2. Generally speaking, high-level talents are stronger than low-level ones for 2 reasons. One is that the talent traits are better, and the other is that there are more attribute points after leveling up. For B-level talent, leveling up 1 tier increases attributes by 3 points, A level by 4 points, S level by 5 points, and SSS level reaches an exaggerated 7 points. Every point of attribute brings a huge enhancement to strength. The 4 categories of strength, agility, physique, and will represent the effect of each point of attribute. For those with awakened strength talent, if they add their attributes to agility, the effect will only be 50%. This means that each awakened individual can only allocate points according to their characteristics, otherwise, their strength will be greatly discounted. A few minutes later, just when Yi Chen was still pondering his next path, a sudden stir of noisy footsteps came from outside the door. Yi Chen! A surprised and excited female voice came from outside the door. Stiffening up, Yi Chen instinctively looked towards the iron door and instantly realized that the voice outside belonged to the most important person in his life. The next morning. Lord Yi Chen, are you planning to head to the test dungeon? On the military vehicle, Huang Xiao looked at Yi Chen with curiosity and casually asked. That's right, Captain Huang. I want to experience a real battle.
Yi Chen explained lightly with a hint of a smile, pretending to be curious about his strength after awakening.
Seeing Yi Chen's demeanor, Huang Xiao didn't think too much and kindly spoke up. Lord Yi Chen, I can understand your desire to experience a real battle. Although I don't know exactly what the abilities of a mental type awakener are like, generally speaking, awakeners with strength and agility attributes tend to have stronger combat power in the early stages. If the testing results are not ideal later, you don't need to feel discouraged.
After all, you still haven't mastered any skills, and your actual combat power can only rely on basic attributes.
Before awakening, the maximum attribute value of an ordinary person will not exceed 9 points. However, after becoming an awakened one, regardless of previous physical condition, the system will uniformly enhance it to 10 points and add corresponding attributes based on innate talents. This also leads to the fact that, in the early stages, awakened ones from the strength and agility categories often exhibit better combat power. Nodded to indicate understanding.
Half an hour later, as the military vehicle came to a gradual stop, Yi Chen cast his gaze toward a huge tower. Different from the architectural styles of human technology, the towering structure, over 100 meters high, was surrounded by heavy guards. The so-called testing dungeon is a functional facility that humanity has researched for many years after the apocalypse to simulate outdoor dungeons. Upon entering the testing dungeon, it can almost simulate the dungeons of the apocalypse in a 1-to-1 ratio, enhancing practical combat experience. However, unlike the dungeons that naturally appeared after the apocalypse, in the testing dungeons built by humans, if one encounters
life-threatening danger, they can exit at any time, greatly enhancing safety.
Therefore, it is also favored by low-tier awakened ones. Of course, one reason is that Yi Chen wants to test his abilities. It's unlikely for him to test outside the safe zone. At this stage, he appears too weak in the eyes of others. If he were to go out, there would definitely be someone following to protect him in the short term. The military vehicle came to a stop. Under the protection of 4 elite soldiers, Yi Chen directly rushed towards the entrance of the instance. Although it was still early morning, there were still quite a few low-tier awakened ones near the tower, preparing for training. Many awakened ones who were just about to enter the instance instinctively turned their gaze towards Yi Chen upon hearing a sound of footsteps. Looking at Yi Chen, who was surrounded by the military, many people inwardly gasped in astonishment.
Who is this person?
Ignoring the multitude of curious stares, Yi Chen rushed to the front of the instance guide's platform. Help me open a low-level instance, any type will do. Having said that quickly, Yi Chen was eager to give it a try, highly anticipating the performance of his skill shortly. Startled by the voice, the receptionist guide instinctively glanced at the 4 awakeners following behind Yi Chen, feeling a bit puzzled.
Whose offspring is this imposing figure? Not daring to be slow, a minute later, an activation token was directly handed to Yi Chen. Receiving the activation token, Yi Chen gave a slight nod to Huang Xiao behind him and immediately activated the instance dungeon without hesitation. In the next second, a flash of white light appeared and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. Beep. Entering test instance dungeon. Current scene, city. Danger level, low.
After a brief daze, Yi Chen steadied himself and immediately began to observe his surroundings. The area was in disarray, and judging by the decor style, he must be inside an apartment building. Drawing his tactical dagger from his lower back, Yi Chen carefully surveyed the tall buildings outside the window. This instance dungeon is a solo dungeon. Here, he could fully test his abilities. Looking at the stopped electronic clock in the room, Yi Chen quickly realized that this dungeon scene should simulate shortly after the outbreak of the apocalypse.
Click.
Taking a deep breath, he opened the door directly.
Light instantly poured into the room.
As the sound echoed, a zombie covered in dark red blood suddenly turned its head in the corridor, and after sniffing the scent of a human, it let out a roar and charged over quickly.
Expressionless. As he watched the zombie rushing towards him, Yi Chen seized the opportunity, swiftly sidestepped to avoid the bite, and plunged the tactical dagger directly into the back of the zombie's head. Thud.
A faint piercing sound, the dagger twisted.
With the dagger tearing through the zombie's brain tissue, in less than a second, Yi Chen skillfully dispatched the zombie.
Just go find the boss mutant in this dungeon.
Testing skills on zombies is simply too wasteful. With his gaze shifting, Yi Chen quickly determined his course of action after withdrawing the dagger. Looking at the map provided by the system, he dashed straight toward the fire escape. 2 minutes later. Roar! Roar!
On the street where vehicles had crashed, several charred human corpses sat among the wreckage of burned cars. With Yi Chen's appearance, 6 limping zombies roared as they rushed over. On the ground, a male zombie that had been gnawed to only half its body was frantically clawing at the ground, dragging its intestines and screaming as it crawled closer. Scanning the surroundings, Yi Chen calmly observed the zombies blocking the exit and decisively charged toward the nearest zombie. After kicking the nearest female zombie, Yi Chen took the opportunity when she lost her balance to stab forward with his dagger, piercing through the foul-smelling mouth of the corpse. The dagger was pulled out, and with a nimble turn and step, it was thrust into the temple of the zombie on the right.
Put. 20 seconds later.
Yi Chen lightly exhaled, stepped on the face of a zombie that looked like a student in its past life, and slowly withdrew the dagger covered in filthy blood.
The battle is over.
Not using any skills, relying solely on his base physical fitness of level 0, fighting was still somewhat exhausting. If it weren't for his rich combat experience from his previous life, the recent attack by 6 zombies would have left an ordinary newly awakened person in a fluster. Shaking off the sticky and foul-smelling blood on his hand, Yi-chan quickly compared his location. This dungeon's difficulty was not too great. In the map, the core boss area should be in the square up ahead on the right. Without hesitation, after confirming the direction, Yi-chan headed straight for the square. The sound of footsteps echoed. The piercing cold wind blew away the newspapers and garbage scattered on the ground, swirling in the air. The city, not long after the apocalypse broke out, was filled with a bleak and desolate atmosphere everywhere. Ignoring the large horde of zombies approaching him from the distant street, Yi-chan remained calm, skillfully darting between cars, occasionally jumping onto the rooftops to move quickly. Roar! Roar! As he got closer to the square, the number of zombies around also increased. A glance revealed that no fewer than 100 zombies were rushing out from all directions in a surrounding manner. Bang! Bang! Perhaps the smell of the living was too tempting. Several zombies from the shops along the street roared and broke through the windows, directly falling from the upper floors. No sense of pain, no fear. The bloodthirsty zombies, after falling from the building, quickly dragged their broken legs and joined the horde. Bang! With a kick, he crushed the nearest girl's skull, and Yi-chan directly stepped on her neck before quickly jumping away. Around him, a large number of zombies had already surged forward at a speed comparable to that of a human running at full force. As far as the eye could see, there were countless crimson eyes. There was still some distance left. His brows furrowed slightly. Yi-chan looked up towards the square in the distance where, during the zombie outbreak, the most numerous gathering of zombies roamed aimlessly, with nearly 1,000 of them wandering. In the very center, a massive mutated creature crouched on a landmark, voraciously gnawing on human corpses. Its muscles were bulging, and its thick arms easily shredded the corpse in its hands into strips of flesh. From a distance, it resembled a giant black humanoid crab. A corpse chewer, an apex first-level mutant. Ha! Dodging a few zombie attacks, Yi-chan simply jumped onto the nearest car roof, his whole body agilely leaping across the tops of the cars. The last 400 meters. Once he gets closer, he can test his skills. Ignore the zombies lunging at him. Yi-chan headed straight for his target. Killing ordinary zombies grants no psychic experience and only wastes his stamina. For awakeners to level up, the only way is to complete system tasks or kill mutated bodies. Under normal circumstances, it takes at least 3 awakeners of the same level to deal with a peak-level first-tier mutant. Every mutated monster that evolved from zombies possesses terrifying strength. As humanity's main enemy, the muscle tissue of an ordinary first-tier mutant can withstand bullet impacts. With their immense strength and incredible speed, any first-tier mutant that breaches the defense line can kill a large number of soldiers in a short time. As for the second-tier mutant, tearing apart armored vehicles with bare hands and twisting cannon barrels is nothing challenging. If it weren't for relying on skills, even with his strong talent, Yi-chan with only 0 tier would not dare to confront the first-tier mutant among a large number of zombies. Extremely fast. With precise body control, within a minute, Yi-chan raced to the edge of the square while being chased by the zombies. Meanwhile, the ever-gathering zombies pursued him closely like a black tide. At a glance, the surroundings were already surrounded by zombies. Even an elite combat team here would find it difficult to escape. Quickly adjusting his breathing rhythm, Yi-chan stared intently at the sword flow storm ready in the skill panel. If the skill wasn't as strong as he imagined, he would have to retreat in embarrassment. Boom! His gaze locked onto the corpse chewer still devouring bodies. Yi-chan decisively kicked the nearest car door hard. In an instant, the piercing car alarm blared loudly. At the same time, in the square, where only the surrounding zombies had noticed him, at the moment the sound erupted, a large number of zombies instantly turned around, paused briefly, and then roared as their grotesque faces rushed towards him. Not only that, the giant mutant in the center of the square suddenly dropped a half-eaten girl in its hands and turned to look at him. Roar! The enormous roar echoed throughout the square, and the corpse chewer threw aside the half-corpse in its hand, its entire body charging forward like a truck, plowing through the zombies in its path at high speed. Ha! Taking a deep breath. Completely unconcerned about the dire situation approaching, Yi-chan's gaze sharpened as he locked onto the corpse chewer. Sword flow storm. In an instant, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended, and after a burst of dazzling purple light, Yi-chan felt as if he was surrounded by an overwhelming sense of pressure from psychic energy. Breath caught. The sky seemed to abruptly darken. 1 second later, nearly 1,000 streams of sword energy filled with a destructive aura were generated, swirling around him like wings. Sizzle, sizzle. The sword energy spun, and under the sharp sword streams, the hard concrete ground was easily severed, leaving fine sword marks as if it were butter. In the next second, the violent sword energy, now expanded to a range of over 100 meters, suddenly burst forth like a rain of swords. Boom, 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 boom. Zombies were crushed, and the explosively erupting 100-meter sword energy collided with the zombie tide, devouring everything in black, effortlessly shredding large groups of zombies into mush. Accompanied by the intense sound of spiritual energy explosion, the rapid devourer, charging at full speed, was easily torn apart like a blank sheet of paper in front of the terrifying torrent. The sword streams shot out, with rapid sword flows erupting indiscriminately in all directions. Viewed from above, Yi-chan, who had unleashed the sword flow storm, appeared as if a giant sword flower was blooming on the ground, sweeping away everything in its path. A few seconds later, whoosh, whoosh, Corpses fell and blood rained down. Amidst the violent tremors of the ground, Yichen stared blankly at everything before him. The once marble-paved square had now turned into a pile of ruins. The surrounding buildings had been riddled with countless holes resembling a beehive. Within 100 meters, all the zombies had disappeared, and only pools of minced flesh on the ground testified to their existence. In the place where the rapid devourer had charged, a massive pit over 30 meters deep suddenly appeared before him. A single strike cleared the area. Smoke billowed out, and within the deep pit melted by high-speed high-temperature, only hand-sized mutated corpses were left behind. What a perverse destructive power! Bending down to look at the massive cavity forcibly opened by the sword's breath, Yichen's gaze flickered. This terrifying killing power could even instantly kill weaker second-tier peaks. Even third-tier opponents, caught off guard, would be severely injured by a single blow. And he was currently just at 0 tier. Releasing once every 48 hours without consumption means that every 2 days he can unleash a third-tier attack, comparable to a third-tier awakener. With such a trump card in hand, doesn't leveling up become as easy as drinking water? Yichen let out a light breath and quickly scanned the experience he had gained. On the system panel, 2 pieces of information flickered. Ding, killed a peak first-tier mutant, gained 5 points of psychic energy experience, artificial copy, has deducted 50%. Ding, obtained white equipment, swift hand. The system notification was simple, but it caused Yichen to pause slightly. Spiritual energy experience is low, which is very normal. He knew that the experience in artificial dungeons all came from the spiritual energy stones provided by the battle zone, which is not as good as in normal dungeons. Otherwise, the human side could not afford the consumption. But could equipment actually drop? It is important to know that these types of dungeons are mostly used by low-level awakeners for practice, not to mention equipment. One could say there is nothing but experience. After all materials in the artificial dungeons are put in by the military themselves, so they save wherever they can. After seeing the gloves that appeared in his hands, Yichen pondered for a moment and realized that this was most likely the highest reward the military put into the dungeon, perhaps to encourage low-level awakeners to dare to confront the mutated beings. However, the drop rate must be ridiculously low. His luck was still pretty good. After taking a look at the equipment attributes, Yichen equipped it directly. +1 agility, increases attack speed and shooting stability by 15%. It looks like average attributes, but for a piece of white equipment, it's already quite good. Especially in the apocalypse, the drop rate of equipment is pitifully low, and even ordinary second-tier awakeners may not be able to gather a full set of white equipment. It is not an exaggeration to say that even the most useless piece of equipment could keep a few campus beauties entertained for half a month. In the apocalypse, strength is above all. Roar! Hearing the roar from afar, Yichen glanced at the other zombies drawn by the loud noise and no longer lingered. The testing effect had already been achieved, and there was no point in staying any longer. Exit the dungeon. As soon as the words fell, he was transported back to the inside of the giant tower in the next second. With a flash of white light, Yichen suddenly appeared, leaving Huang Xiao momentarily stunned. Is he out this soon? From the time Yichen entered the dungeon to when he came out, it was just 7 or 8 minutes. Logically speaking, he should have just encountered the zombies. The guide standing on stage also cast a strange glance at Yichen. Seeing Yichen's appearance, which showed no signs of having undergone intense combat, a sense of contempt suddenly rose in his heart. This is because you saw the zombie and got scared, so you came out? That makes sense. People like this young man, who are escorted by the military, are basically the offspring of big shots and are used to a life of luxury. After pondering for a moment, Huang Xiao looked at Yichen's side profile and spoke as if to comfort him. Yichen, it's perfectly normal for your first performance in the instance to be poor. After all, you've just become an awakened and haven't learned any skills. He smiled and said, You're like me. Even though we faced zombies right after coming out of the recruit camp, I was still pretty scared my first time entering an instance alone. Encountering zombies in urban street battles is indeed quite hard to handle. Tilting his head slightly, Yichen looked at Huang Xiao, who had a serious expression, almost worried that his confidence would be affected, and couldn't help but find it amusing. It seems this Captain Huang considers him a coward. Shaking his head slightly, Yichen couldn't be bothered to explain anything, simply smiling as he spoke. Captain Huang, could you please take me back? By the way, Commander Xiao, how much longer until we receive confirmation from the capital? Huang Xiao was taken aback by the voice, and the expression on his face turned solemn. After he nodded heavily, he directly took Yichen away. Once the two left, the several receptionists who had been too afraid to speak immediately began to whisper to each other. My God, did you guys just hear what that person said? Commander Xiao? He knows Commander Xiao? The female receptionist, who was dressed in uniform and had a lovely appearance, looked somewhat astonished in the direction Yichen had left, though she was a bit disdainful of his earlier behavior. Yet from what Yichen revealed, it was obvious that he was a second-generation official who could interact with top-level figures. With just one command, he made the military directly contact Shanghai. The influence behind this is simply astonishing. With a mix of envy and bitterness, a few carefully chosen girls couldn't help but exclaim, I wonder what kind of identity he has, and I haven't heard of any high-ranking officials in the military with the surname Yi. However, that kid just now was quite handsome, just a bit lacking in strength.
As they joked, the girl beside couldn't help but tease as she kept staring in the direction where Yi Chen left. "What's up? Have you taken a liking to him?" But then again, if you can be associated with such big shots, there's no need to work hard for credit points. What strength compared to that? He has a whole bunch of people protecting him. Yeah, if I had known, I would have said a few more words earlier. It's rare to encounter such a young big shot. With looks of regret, the girls began to openly discuss. "If we run into him again, we must talk a bit more. With someone of that caliber speaking, we might even get to spend a few days with him, and our treatment could improve a lot. At least, our family could have enough to eat." Amid their chattering, an awakened one responsible for maintaining the dungeon's energy suddenly rushed out of the tower, his face serious as he loudly shouted, "Who sent a first-tier team into the dungeon again? Didn't we say it's meant for solo players?" With a sullen expression, the staff member kept scanning the hall, trying to find the culprit. The few receptionists who were chatting quietly were taken aback by the sound, looking at the rather tense maintenance worker. One girl couldn't help but ask, "Brother Zhang, there wasn't any team that went in. We wouldn't dare." Before she could finish her sentence, the maintenance worker impatiently shot her a glare. "No one. If no team went in, then how did the first-level mutant in that instance die? Even the only piece of equipment was dropped. Damn it, it's not like there are bored second-level players that went in." Hearing the maintenance worker's urgent words, the few girls were suddenly startled and couldn't help but exchange incredulous glances. The only one who entered the instance just now was Yi Chen. Besides him, there was no one else. On the way back in the off-road vehicle, Yi Chen took advantage of the spare time to habitually glance out of the window. The vehicle shook and jolted. The road in the safe zone, built 40 years ago, had long become bumpy after years of wear and tear. Through the relatively tidy military district, after entering the outer city, the way is lined with low concrete buildings, and vendors pushing carts and setting up stalls are crowded together by the roadside. On both sides of the narrow road, sewage flows freely. A sour and foul decaying smell, mixed with the odor of fermented excrement, permeates the entire outer city. Selling guns. 15 pounds of flour for a gun. Handmade rifling, including 20 bullets. Fresh sparrow meat. 3 credit points per pound. Fried cockroaches, 1 credit point per pound. Rare high-end products. Vintage Rolex watches from the old era. 1 credit point to buy 2 and get 1 free. 1-carat diamonds. 1 credit point each. In front of a stall selling roasted earthworms, several barely clothed children curiously gathered around a dead body, occasionally poking at it with their hands. The children laughed as they rummaged through the belongings on the corpse, trying to find some small trinkets. Born in the post-apocalyptic era, they had long been accustomed to dead bodies. But soon, a few lazy patrols discovered the corpse. "Get out of the way. Move aside. Which child's family can't take care of them properly?" Pinching their noses, the patrols disdainfully threw the starving man onto a cart. Not far away, a vendor dealing in fertilizers looked at the cart with eager eyes, as if ready to fight for it. In the apocalypse, corpses are also valuable resources. When this stuff is thrown into a cesspit to ferment, it becomes high-quality fertilizer. It can even be sold on the black market, counting as a bit of fresh meat. As the off-road vehicle continued to drive, it quickly reached a main road. On the roadside, many survivors with signs hanging from their necks stood by the curb, somewhat numbly waving their hands. When they saw the car that Yi Chen was in pass by, they rushed forward like a swarm, their expressions excited. "Sir, look at me. I'm very strong. I can help you carry things. Just 1 biscuit. Sir, me, I can repair electrical appliances and I can write. Half a biscuit. Sir, do you need a servant?" A 16-year-old girl, 10 kilograms of rice. Huang Xiao glanced coldly at the survivors blocking the front of the car and shouted loudly without any emotion. "Military Department passage. Move aside." The dark muzzle of a gun was directly aimed at the head of a man who was eager to promote himself, as if it would fire in the next second. On the other side, Yi Chen sat in the car with little emotional fluctuation. He had seen such scenes since he was young, and he heard that in the old era, before the apocalypse, many actors and professors also promoted themselves like this. After nearly 70 years of adaptation, it was much better now than when the apocalypse first broke out. With the sound of the vehicle horn, the crowd could only disperse helplessly under the guards' shouts. Many people looked at the departing off-road vehicle with regret in their eyes. For young men like Yi Chen, who appeared to belong to the higher echelons of the safe zone, they were quite generous. After greeting Huang Xiao upon returning to the outer city gathering place, Yi Chen got out of the car directly. According to what Xiao Hai said earlier, his situation has already been reported layer by layer to the capital military district last night. Specific details will likely have results by tonight. The military district at a higher level will most likely send him to the capital military district, investing a large amount of resources for intensive training. As he walked along the road, Yi Chen continuously recalled memories from his previous life. In about a year, the Tianfeng safe zone will be subjected to an attack by a large number of mutated creatures, causing the once barely sustainable frontline to collapse in an instant, with nearly 4 million survivors suffering casualties under an assault from over 30 million zombies. In the following months, large-scale disasters continued to erupt in various regions of the Huaxia combat zone, with marine beasts impacting the coastal safe zones.
By the end of the second year, the situation where humanity was thriving and civilization was being extended was suddenly rewritten. Out of the 36 major combat zones in the country, 29 fell, with a large number of survivors fleeing northward to the final defensive line. By the end of the third year, under the natural disasters led by fourth-tier mutated creatures, Huaxia was destroyed, marking the fall of the country. Recalling the scene of the disaster a year later, Yi Chen's expression grew heavy. Although life is difficult now, at least they can still survive. As the inland safe zone of Tianfeng, the inner city area can even be described as prosperous. But on the day the tide of corpses broke out, the entire safe zone suddenly turned into a hell on earth, with countless women and children tragically dying beneath the mouths of corpses, and soldiers and awakeners continuously falling in battle, leaving no remains. Bringing his family to the capital military district first is surely the safest option. If my strength improves quickly enough, perhaps there will be a chance to reverse some situations so that not so many people would die. With my talent, Yi Chen believes that with an abundance of resources he can advance to the third level in at most 6 months. By then, he will have ample time to challenge the fourth level. It is even possible to turn this disaster around single-handedly, drawing on the key information from the last 3 years in his memory. Taking a light breath while thinking, Yi Chen heard a warm greeting by his ear. Yi Chen? Is Yi Chen back? Want to take some eggs home? Yi Chen, it's been a long time since I last saw you. Do you still remember Auntie? The greetings were warm, and in the crowded streets of the gathering place, many familiar survivors surrounded him, looking at him with smiles on their faces. Although Yi Chen had participated in the training camp 2 years ago to test his talents, they still remembered him well after years of living together. With a gentle smile, Yi Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing many people holding pancakes or eggs in front of him, wanting to say something, he felt a slight warmth in his heart. Whether it was because of his elevated status or these people wanting to please him, he could still feel a hint of genuine sincerity. Before he attended the training camp, these neighbors who lived together often looked after him. If he has the ability, then he plans to repay some people. If not, then that's it. Yi Chen, have you become an awakened? Amid the crowd, an elderly aunt carefully handed over an egg, looking at him with admiration. You truly have a bright future. If my child could be like you, that would be wonderful. Take the egg and eat it. It will help replenish your strength. Yi Chen, do you want to see my daughter? She's so beautiful, would you like to take a look? An aunt was pulling her shy little daughter, enthusiastically pushing her towards Yi Chen and constantly giving her hints. Yi Chen, have you seen my son? He seems to have participated in the training with you. Why hasn't he returned yet? Pushing away the food and little trinkets that were being stuffed into his arms, Yi Chen repeatedly expressed his thanks and quietly replied, Uncle, Zheng Gang should be back tomorrow, he has awakened his talent too. Looking at a middle-aged man who had been weathered by time and had only one hand, Yi Chen comforted him with a smile. The man was the father of a friend, and they had been friends since childhood. Listening to Yi Chen's words, the man's face showed a surge of excitement, his lips trembling. Okay, Yi Chen, I've watched you all grow up since you were little, and you've all become successful. Capital Security Zone, Command Center of the 1st to 6th Army Groups. Important intelligence. A SS-level talent has been discovered in the Tianfeng Security Zone, reported immediately to. In the intelligence office receiving and dispatching messages, a colonel-like officer was somewhat lost in thought as he looked at the report in his hand. After a moment, he excitedly sent the news to his superiors. In the solemn conference room, 14 senior generals from various departments sat together. Gentlemen, the latest news from the front line is that there have been quite a number of Tier 3 mutated beings appearing in the southeast combat zone, causing significant damage to several important strategic strongholds. In terms of personnel, over the past 3 months, a total of 1/3 tier warrior has died, and more than 365,000 troops have sacrificed. The number of affected civilians has reached 1 million. Moreover, many super sea beasts have been spotted along the coastal area, and the local military district has dispatched high-level awakened individuals for exploration. Frowning slightly, in the misty conference room, many generals wore serious expressions, and one middle-aged man seemed to recall something. The situation seems a bit off. According to the statistics from the staff department, over the past 3 years, the number of mutant creature attacks has been increasing at a rate of 60% per year. Moreover, the quantity has also significantly risen. Why do I feel like something must have changed at the center of the zombie tide? Uncertain. Taking over the conversation, an officer gazed intently, his expression hesitant. Although the number of mutant creature attacks has increased, causing us considerable losses, the largest zombie tides still seem to maintain their original direction. If there really is a problem, the zombies should be moving too. At least in the reconnaissance conducted by our dispatched troops, most zombies are still in the city, with only a small portion wandering in the wild. The increase in attack frequency might be due to survivors searching for supplies, which attracted the mutants. The crowd nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Compared to the time when the apocalypse first broke out, the Huaxia war zone has been relatively peaceful for a long time now. Although the war between humans and zombies continues, the major defenses have been barely maintained. Centered around 360 safe zones, a series of military lines have formed, both large and small. There's nothing to worry about. The number of our awakened ones is continuously increasing, and new training programs and population optimization policies are being implemented. I believe that if we continue to hold on, victory will surely belong to us. By the main seat, a younger awakened officer looked determined and smiled, encouraging everyone. On the other side, an older general, weathered by time, revealed a trace of worry in his eyes and hesitated to speak. What you said is indeed correct. But recently, the number of casualties among our Tier 3 has been too high. The old veterans of Tier 3 are continuously falling in battle, while the new generation of Tier 3 is still in their early stages. If a large-scale crisis erupts, it could easily lead to a gap in high-end combat power. At that time, without high-tier awakeners to hold back the mutated beings, our situation will be very troublesome. Especially. Sighing, the weathered Zhang Yan forced a bitter smile. So far, none of our high-tier awakeners have managed to break through to Tier 4. Whether it's the 4 commanders or those peak Tier 3s in the military, it seems that Tier 4 is an insurmountable chasm. Once a Tier 4 monster appears and we do not have one, even the best situations can collapse in an instant. In the conference room, the atmosphere instantly became tense. After a moment, a general forced a smile. General Zhang Yan need not worry, I believe humanity will definitely produce a Tier 4. Hasn't the latest seed selection plan been issued? The older generation is stuck at the peak of the 3rd tier, but the new generation might be different. Just as he was about to say something, there was a sudden series of urgent knocks on the door outside the meeting room. Emergency information. In the Tianfeng safe zone, an SS-class talented individual has been discovered. Ha! The crowd turned to look at the soldier hurriedly reporting the information, their eyes revealing a hint of surprise. SS class. Half an hour later, in the meeting room, everyone was flipping through reports in their hands. After a moment, a young awakener shook the report in his hand with a sense of emotion. A genius, truly a genius. An SS-class talented individual. And a pure blood. The Tianfeng safe zone has indeed produced a good seed. Looking around, he excitedly spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, I suggest we add this awakener to the first sequence, to be cultivated as a core seed. An SS-class talented individual is at least the next top-tier 3rd tier. Yes. Similarly astonished, the originally worried General Zhang Yan glanced at the 2 characters Yi Chen on the list and felt that they looked pleasing no matter how he viewed them. Pure blood, SS level, 18 years old. It would be a real shame not to train under such conditions. I suggest we immediately dispatch troops to the Tianfeng safe zone to retrieve him, ensuring his safety at all costs. As an SS-level talent, he should be included in the sequence plan. Become either Seed 1 or Seed 2. As soon as he finished speaking, a leader of the Awakened also nodded in strong agreement. Exactly. The capital is not short of distance from the Tianfeng safe zone. I suggest reporting to the high-level officials, and we can request to dispatch an air squadron to swiftly bring him to the capital military district. Then, based on the actual situation, let the 4 great commanders personally teach him. SS level, who knows, he might even become a Tier 4. Next to the main seat, the Chief of Staff of the 4th Legion, Tang Jin, did not participate in the discussion, flipping through the report thoughtfully. After a while, he suddenly frowned. Gentlemen, I oppose. Ha! The crowd was taken aback, looking at Tang Jin, who spoke out in opposition, with some surprise. Chief Tang, what do you mean? Just as the question was asked, Tang Jin calmly raised the report in his hand and spoke indifferently. Haven't you noticed what's at the end of the report? Yi Chen, male, 18 years old, has SS-level talent, that's correct. But he is a mental type. A will attribute awakener. In all our existing records, there has never been a case of a mental type reaching the 3rd tier. Have you all forgotten the tasks for advancing to the 3rd tier? Forgotten about this matter? The crowd was momentarily stunned, then as if they thought of something, exchanged bewildered glances. Advisor Tang, no way. We really haven't had a single mental type Tier 3 appear. A younger Tier 3 awakened subconsciously asked, not because he was surprised, but rather because there were simply too few mental type awakened, so few that he had unconsciously overlooked this point. In his understanding, although mental types were rare, their support effects were still quite good. Nodding slightly, Tang Jin calmly replied. None. Think carefully, which of the 4 commanders is a psychic class? General Li Yan. Dual strength and sensitivity. General Qin Feng. Dual strength and body. General Zhang Hai. Physical class. General Sun Weigua. Strength class. Besides that, in all major military districts, there are less than 1,000 psychic class awakeners, with the highest only reaching the peak of the 2nd tier. Moreover, I can tell you all that this peak 2nd tier awakener had an S-level talent 4 years ago, only 1 level lower than Yi Chen. Sighing, Tang Jin spoke softly. Even if you haven't paid attention to this information, you should at least be aware of the solo mission when advancing to the 3rd tier. You have all experienced missions and know how difficult they can be. Psychic class awakeners have the most fragile physical qualities, and without the protection of regular awakeners, regular combat is a problem. When facing solo advancement missions, the possibility of success is almost none. His gaze was complex, with a hint of regret. After looking around, Tang Jin continued to speak. The seed plan is of great importance. If the wrong candidate is chosen, it means a tremendous waste of resources. We need a Tier 4 seed, not an awakener who can't even reach Tier 3. If he, Yi Chen, were from any other system, I would fully support his selection for the first tier. After all, an SS-level talent is indeed rare. Even if he is only S-level, it's still worth investing a significant amount to cultivate. But, a sneer appeared on his face as he shook his head. An SS level who is at most rank 2. What use can that be? No matter how strong a rank 2 is, they are still just rank 2. The meeting room fell into silence, and after a moment, a middle-aged man hesitantly spoke up. So are you saying that there is no hope for the spiritual system at all? An SS-level seed, there have not been many in the history of our battle zone, right? Just giving up like this seems too regrettable. Before he could finish his words, Tang Jin glanced at him. Regrettable as it may be, the fact remains. Single-person missions, the mental system awakeners are limited by their weaker other attributes, and their combat power is inherently limited. Even if we take a step back and bet that Yi Chen has excellent combat talent, providing him with a large amount of equipment and skills to participate in the promotion task, but what if he fails? There are thousands of examples of failure. We cannot gamble on such an uncertain thing. Not to mention that after reaching the 3rd level, there is still the 4th level. A psychic awakener promoting to the 3rd level still has a significant gap in combat power compared to other awakened ones of the same level. By the time it reaches the 4th level promotion task, it will only be harder for him to pass. Everyone, let's clarify one thing. What we need are seeds that have hope of promoting to the 4th level, not high-level talent. Talent only represents a greater likelihood of success. With his words, everyone fell into silence. Correct, psychic awakeners may perform well against humans, but their enemies are monsters. After investing a large amount of resources, there is no hope for success. The China battle zone cannot withstand such losses. Sighing, a senior officer in charge of the Tianfeng security zone showed a complex expression and slowly spoke. So, are we going to eliminate him? Not training an SS-level talent, but training others at the S-level? In this year's test, the best performer was definitely Yi Chen, right? As the words fell, Tang Jin smiled slightly, as if he had anticipated that someone would say this. Not to that extent, but it is certain that the importance level will be downgraded. There's no need for the seed program to select him. It would be fine to just hand him over to the subordinate military district. Appropriately giving him some resources, how far he can grow will depend on himself. Resources are precious, and we cannot waste even a little. Everyone sighed in unison. Looking at Yi Chen's name on the report in their hands, they felt it was all in vain. On the main seat, the commander of the 4th Group Army nodded slightly after hearing this, and after taking one last look at the report in his hand, he set the tone. Then let's say it this way. Remove Yi Chen from the Fire Seed program candidates, downgraded to a general level. If the Tianfeng safety zone is willing to train him, that is their business. Additionally, it is unnecessary to report to the general staff in the capital. An awakener destined to be only at the 2nd tier is of no significance to the situation. After speaking, the commander looked at Tang Jin. In that case, Tang, you can select a seed from the remaining S-rank awakened ones and then report the list to the military commission later. Among these S ranks, do you have any seeds in mind? Seeing the commander asking him, Tang Jin smiled, as if he was already prepared. Yes. In fact, we have also discovered an SS-level talent. However, this awakened one was found during internal testing and has not been reported yet. The crowd was startled by the voice, and the previously dull atmosphere was instantly lifted. Who is it? There's also an SS level. Without keeping them guessing, Tang Jin smiled and said, everyone. The awakened one is General Zhang Meng's son, Zhang Lin, who was just tested the day before yesterday. Talent level SS, and possesses the strongest dual attributes of strength and agility. A descendant of an awakened one who has received military training from a young age. Isn't that better than an ordinary person? Whether in terms of talent or anything else, his value is far beyond that of Yi Chen, making him more worthy of our cultivation. I suggest we directly assign General Zhang's son as the first sequence of the Ember project. Tianfeng Safe Zone. Commander Xiao, the news from the upper battle zone has been sent back. Outside the lounge, a serious-looking awakened one in combat uniform pushed the door open and reported urgently. Oh, so soon? Raising an eyebrow, Xiao Hai put down the saber in his hand and was pleased to hear this. So, is the capital military district going to send people over soon? It must be quite surprising for them to respond so quickly. It's our honor at Tianfeng to produce such outstanding talent as Yi Chen. While Xiao Hai was speaking, he completely ignored the liaison officer's expression, suddenly standing up in great emotion. You all go notify Huang Xiao and tell him to bring Yi Chen over quickly. Just say that the capital is about to. Before Xiao Hai could finish, the intelligence officer's expression darkened, and he couldn't help but interrupt in a low voice. Commander Xiao, the capital has rejected the qualification for the seed. Yi Chen has not been selected. He was taken aback by the sound. Not selected? What kind of joke is this? An SS level can still be eliminated. Are you sure you got the message wrong? Furious, Xiao Hai coldly glared at the intelligence officer, his powerful aura causing the room temperature to drop a few degrees. Not daring to raise his head, the awakened one responsible for relaying the news could only offer a bitter smile as he handed over a report, indicating for Xiao Hai to read it himself. A few minutes later. Gripping the report tightly, after reading it, Xiaohai let out a long sigh in silence and silently placed the report down.
Mental type cannot become a tier 3. The cultivation is of little significance, the potential is only assessed as equivalent to a level or even lower. In a low voice, Xiaohai recalled the white light from Yi Chen's talent test, his gaze flickering. The excitement and joy from this time spent with Yi Chen felt like being doused with a bucket of cold water at this moment, leaving him greatly disappointed. After a moment, several senior officials from the safe zone who had received the news looked at Xiaohai's grim face and mustered the courage to quietly inquire. Commander Xiao, what should we do next?
The upper military region means that whether to train Yi Chen or not depends on us.
As for the capital, they certainly don't need him. Should we still provide him with the originally promised treatment? After a brief silence, Xiaohai snorted coldly. What else can we do?
The military has confirmed that Yi Chen has no potential, at most he can only reach the second tier, so his potential has greatly diminished. Exhaling slowly, Xiaohai returned to his usual demeanor and spoke indifferently. In that case, let's cancel Yi Chen's originally promised treatment. The importance level will be downgraded from the highest to B level. An awakener who has no possibility of advancing to the third tier, no matter how talented he is meaningless. A few senior members were startled after hearing this.
Downgrading to B level? Doesn't that mean treating him like an ordinary awakener? Commander Xiao, Yi Chen is SS level after all. Giving up on him just like that, is it really? Before the subordinate could finish speaking, Xiaohai looked up coldly and waved his hand. What is it? A mere second awakener, no matter how good his talent is, it's meaningless. The gap between third and second tier is like heaven and earth. The higher-ups have no resources to waste on him, do we?
With a cold sneer, Xiaohai tossed the report aside as he spoke. Inform Huang Xiao and the others, there's no need to protect him anymore.
If Yi Chen is willing to join the military later, let him join, if not, it doesn't matter.
Outside the lounge, four high-ranking officials from the safe zone exchanged wry smiles. After Xiaohai finished speaking, he had them leave directly, clearly in a bad mood. Sigh, after all this, who would have thought it was just a farce? Shaking his head, a slightly older official sighed, feeling as if the heavens were playing a trick on them. Just as he finished speaking, one person hesitated and spoke up. Forget about Yi Chen, but Commander Xiao asked us to investigate someone obstructing the test.
I haven't reported that yet.
There was a mixed-blood student who committed suicide, and the deceased is the one suspected of falsely accusing Yi Chen of being infected with the virus. After he died, the clues were also cut off. With a strange expression, he, as the person in charge of the investigation, could naturally see at a glance that there was definitely a problem behind this matter. However, the other three looked at him with some doubt and only gently advised. Forget it, since the person is dead, let this matter come to an end. Originally, Captain Xiao paid attention to this matter because he valued Yi Chen's potential.
Now, well, shaking his head.
I guess there was conflict between Yi Chen and the previous mixed-race student, and the other side sent someone to instruct the monitoring team to tamper with things. If it's a suicide, it's probably because they saw how much Captain Xiao valued Yi Chen and were afraid of being implicated in their elders afterwards. If you go and say you want to continue the investigation now, Captain Xiao would probably not even bother to pay attention.
You might even offend someone.
In my opinion, you shouldn't investigate any further. Listening to his companion's advice, the middle-aged man in charge of the investigation hesitated for a moment before nodding. Although he felt that this matter was not that simple, it was indeed as his companion said.
What's the point of further investigation? Yi Chen no longer holds that value. One person is dead, so at least there's an explanation.
Outside the gathering place, Huang Xiao, who was leading the patrol, paused, somewhat surprised by the message from his superior. After a moment, he sighed and pressed on the intercom in a deep voice.
Received. We are returning now.
A team member following beside him asked, somewhat puzzled, after the communication ended.
Captain Huang, why are we suddenly retreating? Isn't the higher-ups telling us to protect Yi Chen?
Huang Xiao shook his head slightly.
It's no longer necessary. Yi Chen's protection level has been downgraded.
The military means that there's no need to waste guard forces on him. After saying this, a trace of regret flashed in Huang Zhao's eyes.
Let's go, say goodbye to Yi Chen, and we'll leave. Knock knock knock. A gentle knock on the door.
Hearing the knocking from outside the metal box, Yi Chen put down the short dagger in his hand and opened the door directly. Upon seeing Huang Xiao standing at the door, he smiled and asked,
Captain Huang, what's wrong? Is there news from the higher-ups? Or has the investigation result come out?
Speaking of this, Yi Chen keenly noticed Huang Zhao's somewhat unsightly expression, and his heart stirred slightly.
In the next second, Huang Xiao gave a smile and saluted him. Yi Chen, the result has come out. The capital believes that your potential is only at the second level, so the safety zone has cancelled your benefits. The latest seat program does not have your slot either. I came over to inform you that we are about to leave. As soon as the words fell, Yi Chen was suddenly stunned. Potential only at the second level, cancelled qualification for the seed program. How could that be possible? His talent is as high as SSS level. Even if he is only tested as SS now, it is enough to prove his potential. As thoughts raced, Yi Chen suddenly realized that he had overlooked the most crucial matter. He is a willpower type.
Damn, he actually forgot that at this time, the Huaxia battle zone still did not realize that mental type awakeners were the key to advancing to the 4th level. It wasn't until the last year in his previous life that the capital military district unexpectedly discovered that awakened ones were stuck at the peak of the 3rd level, all due to insufficient will attribute. Just like before the 3rd level, where awakened ones of other attributes had advantages in battle, at the 4th level, the will attribute takes on a key role. A heavy feeling settled in his heart, and before Yi Chen could speak, Wang Xiao, responsible for conveying the information, continued. In addition, regarding the incident where you were framed before the test, the investigation results have come out. The drug that caused your coma was administered by a mixed-blood student named Zhang Haichao. He bribed the examiner, claiming that he saw you infected by zombies during outdoor training. However, the person involved is already deceased. After Huang Xiao finished speaking, he cast a regretful glance at the stunned Yi Chen. In his opinion, Yi Chen was probably hit hard by this news, and it was normal for him to take some time to accept it. Sighing, he gently said take care and didn't say anything more, nodding in acknowledgement before turning to leave. Yi Chen's value has greatly diminished, and he no longer needs protection. Standing in place, after being hit by 2 pieces of information, Yi Chen took a while to come back to his senses. A faint bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He also did not expect that the capital military district completely failed to recognize his value. Is it really crucial to tell them that he is actually an SSS level and a mental awakening ability user is the key to the 4th tier? After a moment, Yi Chen shook his head and rejected this idea. Once the news goes out, the higher-ups probably won't believe him. No one would believe the words of a weakling, that is human nature. In fact, in his past life, even after the authorities discovered this point, it took a long time for them to accept this fact. After he was found, the officials even hesitated over whether to fully assist him. It was only at the last moment when the Huaxia war zone was pushed to a dead end that they attempted to provide him with a large amount of resources. And after he became the first 3rd tier psychic, everyone was shocked to discover that the combat power of psychic awakening would undergo a qualitative change at the 3rd tier. It could break through to the 4th tier. With a soft sigh, Yi Chen complicatedly accepted this fact. Before he became 3rd tier, he could only rely on himself. The safe zone would provide some assistance, but it would definitely not compare to those selected for the Spark plan. Fortunately, amidst the misfortune, even though he did not receive strong support from the official, he had the Sword God system. He could completely handle the resources needed for the first 3 tiers on his own. What truly required a large amount of resources was after reaching the 3rd tier. Suppressing the chaotic thoughts, Yi Chen regained his calm. Exhaling lightly, he couldn't help but recall the second piece of news from Huang Xiao. Was the person who framed him a student? His gaze flickered. In some way, he always felt that this matter was peculiar and not so simple. Zhang Haichao? Suicide? I don't know this person at all. With a heavy heart, Yi Chen felt that this matter was full of doubts. But the person was already dead, and at his current level of importance, even if he wanted to investigate thoroughly, the safety zone would not pay any attention to him. Relying on myself? After a moment, Yi Chen silently denied this. Even if he wanted to investigate, he couldn't mobilize any resources. But it was impossible to give up the investigation. In his past life, if he hadn't been harmed, the subsequent events would not have happened at all. It can be said that the root cause of all the tragedies started here. He must quickly increase his strength. If there are indeed other masterminds behind this, and they could make a student directly commit suicide to cover up the truth, then this power is definitely not simple. If they take action again. Yi Chen's expression turned stern, and he quickly made a decision in his heart. Rapidly advancing to the 3rd rank, all problems will be resolved. His current situation is already much better than in his past life. With his speed of advancement, he is confident that it won't be long before he becomes a 3rd rank. Tomorrow, he will go out to hunt mutated beings. He also needs to find a way to keep his little sister and mother in a safe place. The next morning, outside the safe zone, the sound of voices is chaotic. A large group of survivor teams preparing to go out are loudly calling to form teams. Signal Fire Team. Recruiting Speed Type Awakened, heading to the gas station. Each participant earns 3 credit points. Hawk Team, seeking a physical type awakened to hunt first-level mutant beasts. Successful participants will receive preferential allocation. Outside the city, Yi Chen, dressed in a black combat uniform and carrying a B-level reward exchange assault rifle on his back, walks alone through the crowd. Although the treatment has been greatly reduced, the military still provided him with some credit points, considering he still has potential to become a 2nd-level awakened. Looking around, it's all a mess. After the apocalypse broke out, although there is no food left in the city, one can always find some useful items. Therefore, some survivors still choose to search the city. Of course, there are also many awakened who team up to hunt mutant beasts. Hey, the guy with the rifle on his back, do you want to join our team? At the edge of the crowd, a small team of level 0 awakened ones, struggling to recruit enough personnel, quickly spotted Yi Chen, who was alone. Although Yi Chen's level was not visible, the leading muscular man immediately noticed the military symbol representing level beyond Yi Chen's combat uniform. Jumping down from an old pickup truck, the muscular man, looking like the leader, cheerfully smiled and approached Yi Chen. Kid, do you want to join us to hunt mutated creatures? A beginner level 1 mutated creature. If we succeed, I'll give you 3 credit points.
I see you're a newbie, right? Stick with us and I guarantee your safety. Yi Chen looked up at the muscular man upon hearing his voice, shook his head, and signaled that he did not want to participate. For him, having an SSS-level skill, forming a team would only divert his spiritual energy experience. Noticing Yi Chen's firm rejection, the muscular man's expression darkened, and he could not help but snort. Hey, kid. I'm being kind looking out for you alone, don't be unappreciative. There have been countless guys like you who have just become awakeners and don't know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. Get out of the way. With a cold tone, Yi Chen did not wait for the burly man to finish speaking and coldly looked over. Not to mention that he didn't need to team up, even if he did, it was impossible to find a team like this. The reward the burly man offered clearly indicated that he regarded him as a rookie. Teams that specialize in taking advantage of new awakeners generally assign newcomers to the most dangerous tasks. The burly man, hearing this, became furious. He had been deceiving people outside the city for several days, and now that he finally saw a newcomer, how could he let go? Just when he was about to threaten him, he suddenly locked eyes with Yi Chen. In the next second, as he looked into those cold eyes that should not appear on a teenager, he was momentarily stunned. So cold, as if having experienced countless life and death situations. He had only seen such gazes in high-tier awakeners. By the time he recovered, he found that Yi Chen had long since walked far away. As if to save his pride, he looked at Yi Chen's back and couldn't help but spit. Damn it, what a bizarre kid. In the wilderness, a figure was running at high speed. Behind him, groups of highly decayed zombies were relentlessly pursuing. Stepping on the overgrown highway, Yi Chen's gaze locked onto a deep area of a massive forest. Next to a large tree, a rusty road sign protruded from the treetops, worn down by years of rain, barely revealing the words National Route 305. This used to be a heavily trafficked national highway, but over time, it had long since turned into a forest that seemed endless. Corpse Forest. Muttering the name of this area, Yi Chen quickly compared it to the route in his memory. As one of the most dangerous scenes outside the Tianfeng safety zone, the Rotten Corpse Forest is not only characterized by a doomsday game atmosphere, but there are also a large number of zombies that repeatedly respawn within the woods, along with 2 first-level mutated creatures. One of these mutated creatures, resembling a tree demon, even reaches the peak of first level. Ordinary awakened teams do not dare to go deeper without forming a party. To level up from 0 to 1, an awakened must kill 3 first-level mutated creatures. I have already killed a peak first level in the artificial copy. Although the experience is halved, it is equivalent to a normal first level. If I just kill 2 more, I can level up. After taking down the tree demon, the experience will even be more. Quickly calculating the required spiritual energy experience, Yi Chen headed straight into the depths of the woods. With the sword's breath torrent in hand, the only thing he needed to consider was how to lure the 2 mutated creatures together for a quick kill. Roar! Roar! With each roar, zombies attracted by the human scent constantly emerged from all directions in the dense jungle. Running quickly, even though Yi Chen kept turning flexibly, some zombies were inadvertently knocked into tree trunks, but these monsters would quickly get up and chase again without showing fatigue. The number of zombies attracted was a bit too much. Looking around, Yi Chen deftly pulled out the slung assault rifle from his back and aimed at the zombies in front. It was less than half a kilometer to the tree demon's location in his memory, but as the distance closed, the number of zombies was increasing exponentially. Seeing over 100 zombies blocking his path, he did not hesitate to shoot from his shoulder. Moving and shooting. Bang! Bang! Swiftly weaving through the woods, with excellent body control, he was able to hit nearly every bullet at the zombie's brow. Flames erupted from the muzzle, and the whistling sound of bullets instantly exploded in the dim forest. With precise bursts, the zombies rushing forward were quickly mowed down in batches. Click! Throwing away an empty magazine, Yi Chen picked up his rifle and charged directly toward the gap surrounded by zombies, heading straight for the target. In no time, under the pursuit of a large group of zombies, Yi Chen spotted a giant mutated creature that seemed to have its insides scooped out by tree roots. The creature, with its entire body blackened and long fingers resembling resin, suddenly moved upon seeing the intruder. SIHI. With a hoarse voice. On the charred trunk, a twisted human face roared. Fixing his gaze on the first mutated creature he successfully attracted, Yi Chen showed no signs of panic in his eyes. After retaining aggro with a few quick shots, he decisively charged toward the next target. Middle of the forest. A small awakened team, armed with various weapons and carrying rifles, was cautiously moving forward. Walking at the front of the group, a dark-skinned young man suddenly stopped after chopping down the vines that obstructed the path. Did you guys hear any sounds? His ears twitched slightly. Sounds like gunfire. He turned back in surprise to ask his companions, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Although they were also armed, they dared not open fire casually in the decaying forest with a large number of zombies. Once they attracted the mutated creatures, it would spell disaster for their entire squad, as they were all only at the first tier. I heard it too. Could it be a new team that came in? Opening fire here is just looking for death, isn't it? Behind the young man, a tall man carrying a crossbow had a strange expression and couldn't help but look in the direction of the gunfire. After a while, as the gunfire grew more intense, the few of them couldn't help but mutter. Damn it! Listening to the gunfire, it sounds like it's just one person. Who would be stupid enough to come in here and fire a gun? The lead dark-skinned youth frowned, his expression grave. No matter, we can't worry about that.
That person seems to have attracted a lot of zombies, and the direction is near the tree spirit.
Let's go, we need to retreat first.
We might not find the psychic fruit, and that kid will get us killed first. The few people nodded heavily at the sound, a hint of resentment flashing in their eyes. However, they had barely retreated a short distance when the one with the best hearing, carrying a crossbow, suddenly turned back.
Damn it! I think I heard the sounds of the tree spirit and the entwiner. What the hell?
How could that guy attract two mutated creatures? As soon as the words were spoken, the others were startled.
In just 2 or 3 seconds, they also heard the continuous roars, and perhaps due to the proximity, the leaves underfoot were also slightly trembling.
The group exchanged glances and instantly realized that the horde of corpses and mutant creatures in the distance had probably all been drawn out.
Run! Let's run first! Those monsters are nearby. Feeling frightened, the group heard the increasingly loud roars and directly took off running.
However, just at the moment they turned around, they felt a strong pressure suddenly erupting from not far away.
What is that?
There was no time to think. In everyone's vision, the sky suddenly darkened and thousands of silver-white sword auras appeared out of nowhere, falling from the sky like a storm. In the center of the corpse tide, ignoring the two mutant creatures chasing after him, Yi-Chen suddenly turned around and locked his skills behind him. Sword Flow Storm. As the storm formed, waves of sword flows containing a terrifying aura instantaneously emerged, enveloping the entire area like a sky curtain.
Boom! Mercury spilled to the ground, sword streams fell like wings, rapidly circling around Yi-Chen. In the next second, the sword streams shot out instantly, killing the two mutated creatures.
The sword streams continued, and after shattering the mutated creatures, they swiftly slaughtered the remaining zombies. The sword lotus blossomed. Blood rain fell in torrents as blood mist erupted from all directions under the assault of the sword stream storm. In one strike, nearly 1,000 zombies were turned into chunks of flesh, falling to the ground. Whoosh whoosh. Listening to the sound of their falls like rain, Yi-Chen lightly breathed out, gazing with satisfaction at the effects he had caused. Just like in the instance, a deep pit several dozen meters deep appeared in place, while the two mutated creatures chasing him turned into a pile of mush without even touching him. Meanwhile, crisp system notifications rang out one after another. Ding, killed an enemy of a higher tier, intermediate tier mutated creature Weaver, gaining 120% psionic experience. Ding, successfully killed a peak level first order mutant tree spirit, gained 120% psychic experience.
Ding, obtained material, tree spirit shell, white. Ding, obtained equipment, withered wood armor, white. Ding, obtained material, giant claw, white. Sword type. The trader was taken aback by the sound. He had thought that Yi-Chen would demand some equipment or supplies, but he didn't expect he would actually need skill books. Generally speaking, skill books are expensive, and very few people will offer high-quality skills. High-tier skills are usually consumed internally within the military or major forces. With his professional knowledge, he quickly pondered in his mind. Hello, we do have skill books, but a specified type.
After hesitating for a moment, the trader quickly pressed on the communicator on his body and whispered a few words. Half a minute later, he responded with a hint of embarrassment. Dear guest, we do have the sword type skill books you need, but the levels may be quite low. Currently, there are only 3 D-grade skills available in the Tianfeng safe zone. Would you be interested? As they spoke, the trader quickly lit up a screen in front of Yi-Chen, displaying the inventory of skill books. Special items like skill books are rarely purchased by anyone. They are expensive, and most awakeners exchange them through trading channels. Explaining softly to Yi-Chen, the trader anxiously awaited his reply. For awakeners, skills are crucial for enhancing combat power. D-grade skill books can be said to be the lowest tier. However, due to the special nature of skills, these items are not only costly, but those that are actually put up for sale usually have subpar skill effects. Yi-Chen didn't respond for the moment, he just lowered his head to look at the electronic screen and examined it carefully. The skill level was not important to him, he was only concerned about the type. D-grade skill, Furious/Sword skill. Skill effect, after consuming some stamina and mental power, it launches a charged attack on the front. Deals 1.2 times strength attribute damage. D-grade skill, Drawn/Sword skill. Skill effect, after consuming some stamina, increase the speed of attacks and on the first attack deal 1.2 times agility attribute damage. D-rank skill, Slashing combo, sword type skill. Skill effect, consuming a large amount of stamina and mental energy, delivers 3 quick slashes during the attack, each dealing 0.6 times strength attribute damage, with a chance to cause additional bleeding effect. Quickly finishing reading the skill descriptions, Yi-Chen showed a thoughtful expression, considering which one to purchase. As the lowest level skills, all 3 skills are priced at 600 credit points each, which cannot be termed as inexpensive. It is evident that these skills are indeed, as the trader said, quite useless. Only the slashing combo has a special effect, while the other 2 only slightly enhance damage. While Yi-Chen was considering, the trader seemed to have guessed his thoughts and spoke in a low voice. Dear guest, if you are not in a hurry, we can arrange to bring over skill books from other safe zones. If you are willing to pay a handling fee, we can find you C-rank skills at most. If you do not specify sword type, there are also B-rank skills available. With a slight shake of his head, Yi-Chen waved his hand, indicating that he did not need it. He hesitated not because he doubted the skills were bad, but because he was pondering what effects these 3 skills would have after their advancement. In terms of power, he was not worried at all. He was just considering what these skills would become after being upgraded to SSS level. Like the initial stab skill, its original state was a quick thrust directly forward, accompanied by a slight sword intent that could break armor and split. After being upgraded by the Sword God system, it advanced to Sword Intent Torrent, causing massive area impact damage. Clearly, the upgraded skills still had a connection to their original versions. After a few seconds, Yichin pointed to the quick draw skill.
Let's go with this one for now. Purchase it now. He looked up at the trader, his voice calm.
Although it's obvious that among the three skills, Split Slash was the best and not that bad, after careful consideration, Yichin was still looking forward to the evolutionary effects of Draw Slash. After using the Sword Breath Torrent twice in a row, Yichin realized that although this SSS skill was incredibly powerful, there was a brief delay in its release, and the coverage area was too large, making it not very flexible. In subsequent battles, if he encountered high-level mutated beings, it was very likely that he would be attacked first by the mutated being due to the gaps created by the Sword Breath Torrent.
Okay, I'll get the goods for you right away.
The trader was momentarily taken aback but said nothing more, simply signaling to the staff to go to the warehouse and fetch the skill book. The look directed at Yichin carried a hint of faint strangeness. Such a strange awakener. Being capable of selling first-tier peak mutated materials yet setting his sights on the most useless D-grade skill? If it were him, he definitely wouldn't be willing to buy it. Without a moment to lose, a skill book encased in a metal box was delivered to Yichin by several awakened ones. Looking at the skill book he had acquired, a hint of expectation flickered in Yichin's eyes.
After completing the transaction nonchalantly, he left directly.
In a simply decorated, Yichin let out a light sigh, looking quite serious at the skill book in his hand. After spending 3 points to exchange for a room, he couldn't wait to learn the new skill. Without hesitation, he reached out to touch the skill book. With a flash of white light, a system prompt instantly rang out. Ding! Successfully learned D-grade skill book, Sword Draw Slash. Current skill slots, February 4th. The next moment, after the system prompt ended, a hidden yet terrifying aura erupted within Yichin's body. Buzz.
As his consciousness momentarily faded, a brand new SSS grade skill appeared on the skill panel. Heaven's Gap Flowing Light, Sword Draw Slash, SSS grade. Skill effect: after consuming 4,000 points of spiritual energy, unleash a single instant slash. For this attack, you will gain a 600% boost to strength and agility, lasting for 1 second. When the attack is launched, it will carry destructive sword energy, causing a rule-level body-shattering effect on the first target, with a chance to trigger a one-hit kill effect. Indeed.
Looking at the SSS level skill, Celestial Gap Flowing Light, which exuded a faint pressure, a thought crossed Yichin's mind, and he was certain. Just as he had guessed, when evolving skills, the Sword God system would enhance based on the original skill characteristics. Licking his lips, Yichin suppressed the impulse to experiment immediately and walked directly out of the.
He now had an additional SSS level skill.
According to the second ability of the Sword God system, he could release it once without any cost again. If he learned a total of 4 skills, it would mean he could shorten the downtime of his combat power from 48 hours to 12 hours. It is hard to imagine how fast I would level up with an attack power comparable to 3rd tier. Perhaps in a month's time, I could advance to the 3rd tier.
Without hesitation.
After glancing at the remaining more than 100 credit points, Yichin headed straight for the supply trading market, planning to buy some firearms, ammunition, and vehicles before immediately heading to the next location of the mutated creatures to level up. Or should I say, go to the outdoor dungeon? With the Heavenly Rift Flowing Light in hand, it wouldn't be too much to take down a 2nd-tier mutated creature in an instant, right? Outer City Supply Trading Market. Within the trading market covering an area of over 10,000 square meters, the crowd surged. The noise was deafening. Tens of thousands of survivors moved through the area, and various awakened individuals in peculiar outfits were loudly trading military supplies. In the neatly divided areas, several vendors stood on rooftops, calling out loudly.
7.62 heavy machine gun.
The single price is 60 credit points, with an additional 100 rounds of ammunition.
Absolutely top quality goods. Bulk purchases enjoy better prices. Selling grenades. Selling grenades. High explosive grenades. Trigger type individual landmines. Definitely your best choice for hunting mutated creatures in the wild. Just one grenade can easily blast 10 zombies to death. Dongfeng off-road vehicles. Toyota Prado armored vehicles, we have it all. Latest special offer. Only 200 credit points, take home a blast-resistant armored vehicle. Let you move across the horde of corpses. White equipment clearance sale. Crossbows and bows. The lowest price is only 500 credit points. Also selling enchanted arrows. Elite mercenaries. All are retired special forces soldiers. Excellent tactical skills, absolutely loyal. Each person costs 6 credit points per day. Passing through the bustling material trading area, Yichin headed straight for a stall selling composite crossbows. Seeing the various well-crafted bows and crossbows at the stall, he directly chose the repeating crossbow that looked like a wrist arrow. How much is this?
Behind the stall, a somewhat reticent well-dressed man looked up at Yichin and replied in a muffled voice.
20 credit points. Comes with 10 crossbow bolts. All made of special steel.
The man spoke briefly, then lowered his head to continue polishing a composite crossbow in his hands. Seeing the boss's attitude, Yi-chan didn't mind. Looking at this familiar face, a hint of nostalgia flashed through his mind. In fact, after leaving the training camp in his previous life, he had dealt with this boss quite a bit. The burly man wasn't very good at business, but his forging skills were quite impressive. It was said that his innate talent was in equipment processing. After selecting 2 crossbows, Yi-chan didn't hesitate and directly said, "Add 60 short arrows and 200 pellets. How many credit points? You calculate it." Playing with the selected crossbows, Yi-chan skillfully strapped the crossbow to his arm. For him, he didn't need any modern weapons to fight zombies and mutants. Buying crossbows was purely a consideration for urban combat to avoid attracting the attention of zombies. While firearms are useful, they are too loud. 49 points. Not good with words. After a moment, the strong man put down the arrows in his hand and replied in a muffled voice. Just as he saw Yi-chan buy so many items at once, he silently pushed over a small box of finely crafted hidden darts, indicating it was a gift. Smiling slightly, Yi-chan did not bargain and directly transferred 60 credit points. In his previous life, this strong man was also like this. Although he wasn't great at talking, he was extremely sincere. During his most difficult times, it was this strong man who helped him by selling him some equipment at a low price. Ding, you have received 60 points. Hearing the notification of the transaction, the dark-skinned strong man was taken aback and looked at Yi-chan in surprise. "You gave too much, I'll return it to you." However, Yi-chan just smiled and turned to leave. The extra is considered an increased price. Brother Wang Kuan, take care of your health and don't always push yourself so hard. Your daughter's medical expenses will definitely be covered. Ha! Wang Kuan was startled by the voice, and when he came back to his senses, he found that Yi-chan had already left. Wind vehicle. Dear guest, what do you need? The latest diesel motorcycle. Top speed 340. Even a first-tier mutated being can't catch up with you. In a shop resembling a garage, the shop owner's eyes were squinted with a smile as he rubbed his hands and jogged over to Yi-chan. With excellent observation skills, he immediately spotted the crossbow arrows that Yi-chan had just purchased and the military combat uniform he was wearing. He looked so young and was wearing high-tier military combat gear. Could he be the second-generation official who has just become an awakened? A fat sheep. I want the silent electric version of the mountain motorcycle. Not bothering with any small talk, Yi-chan's gaze swept over the various exaggeratedly styled motorcycles and vehicles in the shop, directly looking at several understated mountain motorcycles. The vehicles displayed outside were all eye-catching. Most of them were bought by survivors who had no real strength but liked to show off for appearances. It was just like sports cars before the apocalypse, completely useless. Noticing that Yi-chan directly specified the type, the short and stout boss's eyebrows twitched and he instantaneously realized that the Yi-chan before him was far from being as simple as he appeared. The smile on his face slightly froze and he let out a dry laugh twice. "Sir, you look like someone who knows the goods. As for silent motors, we have 100 points, 120, and 200. Which one do you want? You know, motors are becoming harder to come by. All of my goods are sourced at high prices from military factories. Absolutely useful." Upon hearing this, Yi-chan frowned, looking at the boss with a half-smile. 95, get me the second gear. Don't mess up the price. Do you want me to tell you where you got this motor from? The short and stout man paused upon hearing this, a flash of panic crossing his eyes. Damn, what's the background of this kid? He actually knows what kind of goods he is selling. Although he publicly claims that the motors are high-priced goods sourced from military factories, in reality, a significant portion of them are smuggled out from within the military. Only those who have contacts with him know about this, no one else is aware. Suppressing his surprise, the boss forced a smile and pulled over Yi-chan. "Customer, you are joking. We are all legitimate businesses. How about this? For 100 points, I'll provide you with a brand new one." His face showed a hint of pain. Losing 20 points in one go was enough for 2 or 3 visits to the clubs in the inner city if it were converted to women. With a light laugh, Yi-chan glanced at the boss and was too lazy to bargain further. Deal. Half an hour later, outside the secure zone. With lightning speed, Yi-chan, riding a black motorcycle, dashed towards the highway leading to the city like a bolt of lightning. Looking at the latest map he had bought, his eyes flickered as he quickly recalled memories from his past life. As far as he remembered, in the suburbs of Tianfeng City, there was a piece of blue equipment worth 60,000 points that had never been discovered. Screech! The tires screeched to a halt. Jumping off the motorcycle, Yi-chan looked up at the nearby jungle of steel and then put on the gas mask he had purchased earlier. After a 4-hour journey, he was now located in what used to be the suburbs of Tianfeng City. This city, once a human settlement, has now become unrecognizable. Under the influence of psychic pollution, the lush underbrush and greenery have covered the entire city. Verdant plants cover the towering office buildings and 100-meter-tall trees break through the glass curtain walls. If it weren't for a few iconic skyscrapers that still barely show their tops at a glance, this place resembles a forest. The city is perpetually shrouded in the miasma of decomposing corpses and various toxic gases produced by mutated beings. Carefully hiding the motorcycle behind a patch of underbrush, Yi-chan plans to proceed on foot. Navigating skillfully around the outskirts, it didn't take long for him to locate the complex he remembered. Jin Yuan Community. A metal plaque obscured by vines hangs askew, with a few wrecked cars blocking the entrance, leaving only the frames.
This is it.
His gaze shifted slightly. Yi-chan cautiously observed his surroundings, and after a moment he stepped slowly inside. In the memories of my previous life, this neighborhood, which rarely had any survivors searching, hid a second-stage mutant within.
And that incredibly valuable blue equipment was right on the mutant's body.
At that time, I was also following a search team and stumbled upon it by chance. I remember after discovering the equipment here, several large awakening teams from the Tianfeng safe zone got into a fierce fight just to compete for this piece of equipment.
In front of Building 3, PFF-. The crossbow bolt flew out, accurately penetrating a zombie skull.
Accompanied by a considerable impact, the hit zombie shook its body as if it were jerky and was nailed firmly to the bookshelf. Wearing a gas mask, Yi-chan agilely flipped over and jumped directly into the room from the window. Avoiding the sticky zombie liquids on the ground, which resembled asphalt, he slowly stood up straight and began to examine the small room in front of him. The room is not large. This unit on the second floor of an old residential building has walls covered in cracks. Thick dust has accumulated on the moss-covered floor, with green vines filling the view outside the window. The room is dimly lit, with occasional shafts of light streaming in through the gaps, casting a few pale beams across the space. A faint sound of footsteps arises. Yi-chan casually glances at the three-person photo hanging in the living room before heading straight to the bedroom. This residential building is only 100 meters away from the one where the mutants are hiding, making it perfect to observe from here in advance. Push open the mildew-stained door, and the first thing that catches the eye is two skeletons on the bed. One large and one small. They are a mother and child. If nothing unforeseen happened, they should have been eaten by the deceased husband outside when the apocalypse broke out.
Building 6, 4th floor.
Muttering the location of the mutant, Yi-chan steps onto the creaking floorboards and walks directly towards the tightly covered window. With a strong push and clearing the vines, he saw a residential building in the distance after a few seconds. Like this building, the 6-story small building, wrapped in dense vines, looked like a green cocoon at first glance. Second-tier mutated being, climber.
Speed-type mutant. Taking down the equipment is a must.
Recalling the encounter with the mutated being, Yi-chan's expression turned serious as he quickly thought about how to deal with this monster. He remembered that to kill this second-tier mutant at that time, a total of 6 second-tier awoken had acted, with 10 first-tier
responsible for assistance.
Moreover, that team of awoken had specifically recruited several ordinary soldiers to set up a firepower net. However, even with such ample preparation, the entire team still lost 2 second-tier members, and all the soldiers responsible for providing fire to attract attention were wiped out.
The climber's astonishing speed left a deep impression on Yi-chan at that time.
However, for him, killing it is not difficult. With the sword technique in his hand, defeating it in an instant is no problem. The key is that he must kill the opponent before the mutant attacks. With only first-stage abilities, if he is slow to act in his current physical condition, he might be torn apart by the climber in an instant.
I must lure it out. As soon as the monster appears in sight, I'll activate the sword technique immediately.
After carefully observing the hiding place of the climber, Yi-chan took a deep breath and directly pried open the rusty security window outside. Although he allocated all his attributes to increase agility, it was still more than enough to pry open the iron mesh with bare hands. Aiming at the window of Building 6, after observing for a moment, Yi-chan replaced the crossbow bolt with a signal arrow. He pulled the trigger. Puff! Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of the crossbow being fired, the signal arrow used to lure the mutant let out a sharp whistling sound, instantly piercing the glass and shooting inside. In an instant, in Yi-chan's eyes, a dark shadow flashed by the window in the distance.
As expected, it's here.
Without hesitation, after spotting the faint silhouette of the climber, Yi-chan directly shot another arrow towards the open ground in the distance. Puff! Whoosh! The sound was piercing, and several zombies wandering nearby suddenly turned around, as if drawn in, and came running. At the same time, accompanied by the abrupt sound of shattering glass, a shadow as fast as lightning suddenly pounced down from the residential building. Boom! Dust and debris were thrown up, and the ground collapsed. One could see the climber, attracted by the 2 consecutive warning arrows, appearing like a ghost at the location of the arrows. Standing on the broken bricks, its body hunched, with arms long and narrow like scissors, it crushed the warning arrows. In the next moment, as if determining the source of the target, its blood-red eyes coldly scanned the surroundings. With a strength level of second tier, within just 0.5 seconds, the climber twitched its nose and instantly locked onto Yi-chan's position. On its triangular head, a desire for slaughter suddenly filled its scarlet eyes.
The eyes met.
Looking at the climber that had been lured out, Yi-chan did not hesitate and directly leaped out. Boom! Target acquired. Realizing that this insignificant human dared to provoke it, the climber suddenly hunched its body after Yi-chan jumped out, its slender figure accelerating instantly, claws extending forward as if to slice Yi-chan in two before he could land. The sound of wind howled. Watching the mutant rushing toward him at high speed, Yi-chan remained unfazed. He grasped the alloy longsword behind him, and a silver light suddenly erupted in his eyes.
Now is the time. Skill activated. Heavenly Rift flowing light.
In an instant, a terrifying wave of intense pressure surged explosively from his hand.
Zing! Frequency vibration as if time has stopped.
After activating the sword technique, Yi-Chen felt as if the world had slowed down in an instant, with his strength and speed escalating madly. The climber charging towards him appeared like a slow-motion scene, their ferocious faces clearly visible. At the same time, the heavy sky above, which had been thickened, seemed to be torn apart by light as a silver sword light fell from the sky, descending majestically. The sky connects with the flowing light. The sword was drawn with extreme speed. As the sword light reached the ground, a cold, fierce sword light erupted violently, directly slashing towards the approaching mutant. Without any obstruction, as if cutting through the air. Access accompanied by a slight tearing sound, the rapidly charging climber suddenly froze in place. 0.1 second later. Pock! A line of blood slowly extended from the climber's forehead as if cut by a laser, and the split body silently fell to the ground. A second-tier mutated being capable of easily slaughtering a squad of 100 was instantly killed by this sword strike. Facing the blade, beneath the gas mask, Yi-Chen exhaled lightly, feeling a sudden sense of relief in his heart. This sword strike is indeed fast enough. Gazing at the bisected climber, a smile appeared on Yi-Chen's face. SSS level skills are truly monstrous. Moreover, compared to the sword breath storm, the aura generated by the heavenly rift's flowing light is finally not as exaggerated. However, just as he was about to bend down and search for some equipment, a sound of tight cracking suddenly came from afar. What sound is that? Yi-Chen was slightly taken aback. Looking up, he saw that not far from where his sword technique struck, a residential building wrapped in vines collapsed with a series of cracking noises. Through the ruins, on the small building behind the sixth lock, a sword mark that penetrated the entire building appeared. Yi-Chen. Ding, level up kill of the second-tier mutated being climber. Earned additional psionic experience. Ding, obtained mutated material, white, crawling foot. Ding, obtained mutated material, blue, swift core. Ding, obtained equipment, rending wind claw, blue, fine. Returning to the room, Yi-Chen looked at a pair of beast claw-like equipment in satisfaction. After the advanced kill, his experience bar representing advancement surged sharply. Not counting the advancement task, to promote from first to second tier, one needs to kill 9 first-tier mutated beings or 2 second-tier ones. For him, this goal is already half completed. Nevertheless, while advancement seems simple, it is actually as difficult as climbing to the sky for other awakeners. Ordinary awakeners typically need to form teams to kill mutated beings, and forming a team means reduced experience. As for trying to kill a mutated being alone, it is nearly impossible. Moreover, this is still facing mutated beings of the same tier. Check equipment. After suppressing the joy in his heart, Yi-Chen directly examined the equipment effects. A piece of blue equipment, even in his past life after being fully cultivated by the capital, was considered a rare find. Blue-grade equipment had already become the main weapon for third-tier awakeners. Tier Wind Claw, blue. Equipment attributes, agility +4, strength +2, attack speed increased by 30%. Equipment special effect, causes double damage on attack, single damage reduced by 40%, total damage dealt is 120%. Equipment skill, Pounce. Pounce, after the skill is activated, gain a short-range dash effect, and after the dash ends, inflict 180% tearing damage on the target. Equipment rating, equip it to tear your enemies to shreds. The dark blue claws felt icy, as if forged from some special metal. After reviewing the equipment attributes, Yi-Chen nodded slightly. As expected, it's quite a good piece of equipment from my past memories. Just based on the equipment's effects, each attack can rival a low-level skill. The active skill attached to it combines both mobility and damage output. Except for the slightly lower attribute bonuses, overall it's considered a pretty good item. No wonder this piece of equipment could fetch a high price of 60,000 credit points in my past life. After playing with the beast claw in his hand for a moment, Yi-Chen hesitated but still chose to put it into his backpack. Though the rending wind claw is powerful, its attack style is clearly not suitable for him. Whether it's his habit of using a sword in his past life or the sword god system, both determine that he cannot give up fighting with a sword. He still plans to sell this piece of equipment. After being excluded from the Fireseed project, Yi-Chen clearly realized that before reaching the third tier, he would have to rely on himself for all resource consumption. With his currently assessed B-level potential, the military would only grant him 120 credits per month. This amount may seem sufficient for a luxurious life for an ordinary person, but for him, who urgently needed to quickly enhance his strength, it was like a drop in the bucket. Whether it's purchasing suitable equipment for himself or learning skills, he needs a large amount of credits to support him. However, fortunately, the resource consumption before reaching the third tier is not considered large. The real massive consumption occurs after reaching the third tier. Based on his extraordinary talent, Yi-Chen believes that earning credits is not a difficult task for him. With an SSS level skill in hand, the only limitation is time. Below the third tier, as long as he gets a chance to strike, he can theoretically take out anything in seconds. It can be said that he currently possesses third tier attack power, just like a low HP bug. Once he reaches the third tier, he believes that the capital will also recognize his true potential. After all, only strength can prove everything. At that time, with the support of the entire nation, he believes he can personally make up for the regrets of his past life. Suppressing his emotions. After putting the equipment on the trading channel, Yi-Chen planned to return to the safe zone.
Both of his SSS level skills were on cooldown, and staying any longer didn't make much sense. With an estimated 60,000 credit points to be credited, he couldn't help but consider what skills and equipment he should buy next. Outside Tianfeng City, at the watchtower. In a building resembling a satellite broadcasting station, the staff responsible for monitoring the movements of the mutated beings in Tianfeng City looked perplexed at the recorder in front of them. As sentinels, their daily task was to monitor whether any mutated beings were leaving Tianfeng City or to check the energy conditions in the surrounding area to prevent monster attacks on the safe zone. As an old established safe zone, Tianfeng had been peaceful for a long time. But just a minute ago, the monitor was shocked to notice that the instrument responsible for detecting spiritual energy fluctuations had sounded the highest alarm. Is there a third-tier awakened being active in the suburbs? Staring intensely at the rapidly rising green line on the recording device, the operator's face was filled with shock. In the 4 to 5 years of working here, he had never seen such an exaggerated energy fluctuation. Even when Xiaohai faced off against the third-level mutated entity outside the safety zone 2 years ago, the energy fluctuations at that time were far less than what had just occurred. What's happening? Why did the alarm suddenly go off? Outside the monitoring room, several senior inspectors in blue uniforms rushed in anxiously, their expressions extremely tense as they shouted questions. Having enjoyed peace for a long time, the alarm triggered by the operator truly frightened them. Sir! Just now, there was a third-level energy fluctuation appearing in the outskirts of Tianfeng. Swallowing hard, the monitor pointed at the screen and hurriedly moved aside. The arrival of the crowd was met with a moment of silence. The group that had come rushed to look, and in the next second, every face displayed a trace of bewilderment and shock. On the instrument, the indicator bar representing energy intensity had practically broken through the charts. Holy shit, it really is a third-level attack. Which dignitary just passed by Tianfeng? There are no third-tier mutants in the city. Such strong fluctuations, the one who made the move must be among the strongest of the third tier. The crowd began to debate in confusion. For them, third-tier awakeners are simply rare. After the apocalypse, every third-tier member is a key figure, holding high positions. They rarely make a move. Therefore, they cannot understand how there could be other third-tier beings near Tianfeng. Could it be Commander Xiaohai? According to this record, it was just a minute ago. No way? Didn't Commander Xiaohai just head to Safety Zone 317 for support yesterday? And I see the psychic energy intensity seems even stronger than Commander Xiaohai. Amid the anxious discussions, everyone quickly started to think. The third tier is too important. Any information related to the third tier is worth their attention. In the Huaxia combat zone, not all Tier 3 Awakeners belong to the official forces. In fact, there are many Tier 3 powerhouses among various major factions. Unlike those governed by the authorities, these super strong individuals often act on their whims. For a safe zone, the appearance of an unknown Tier 3 in the vicinity is comparable to a walking nuclear bomb, extremely dangerous. After a moment, the station chief of the monitoring station wore a grave expression. Let's contact the military region first and inform them that an unknown Tier 3 has appeared around us. Let's see which esteemed individual has made a move. Tianfeng Military District Command Center, External Intelligence Department. In front of the sand table map, several senior officers looked at the terrain map with serious expressions, their eyes filled with worry. Everyone, we just received an alarm message from the monitoring station near Tianfeng City. An unknown Tier 3 has made a move in the suburban area. Based on the energy fluctuations at the time, the opponent's strength is suspected to be in the intermediate Tier 3. Pointing at the sand table, the Awakener speaking had a flickering gaze, clearly very nervous. Another Tier 3 has made a move. As soon as the words fell, the dark-skinned young man beside him looked at the sand table in surprise, his expression suddenly turning grim. Just yesterday, we received several reports from Awakeners saying that traces of a third-tier battle were found in the decaying corpses forest. Why is there another one today? Haven't we figured out who it is yet? Dry swallowing and looking at the two locations on the sand table that were 400 kilometers apart, a sense of worry inevitably crept into everyone's hearts. The combat power of third-tier beings is too strong. Having strong practitioners at the third tier appear around Tianfeng for 2 consecutive days, how could they not be worried? No findings. I inquired about several surrounding war zones, and none of their third-tier practitioners have come out. Even if there are those on a mission, none have passed through Tianfeng. Based on our investigation, we can already confirm that the other party does not belong to any military department. Frowning tightly, a few of them took a deep breath after hearing this. Not belonging to the military? Could it be that someone important on the rankings is hiding their whereabouts? Not sure. There are only so many Tier 3s, we don't even know if these two locations are handled by one person or two. According to from the rotten corpse forest, the residual attack directly destroyed an area within 100 meters and caused a massive pit with a diameter of over 40 meters. This level of destructive power is comparable to a large-yield tactical missile. It is definitely not something done casually. Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this, and their earlier feelings of worry deepened after looking at the next to the sand table. Not a random attack. Could it be fighting against a mutant? No, there aren't any powerful mutants in either the rotting corpses forest or the suburbs that I remember. Why did this mysterious strong individual decide to take action?
After a series of speculations, the few of them felt completely confused. Who could it be? Which big shot is so free that they actually came to a small place like Tianfeng? A few minutes later, under the fruitless discussion by the crowd, the highest-ranked awakened one spoke in a deep voice. Forget it, no matter who it is, our top priority now is to quickly send out reconnaissance teams to search for the opponent's movements. I suggest we directly deploy the awakened army and be on high alert. The aerial forces will conduct a net-style search around the Tianfeng area, trying to find any trace of the opponent. If they are just passing by, that would be fine, we can entertain them. What we fear is that kind of ill-intentioned existence that likes to attack the safe zones and specifically plunders resources. With the orders given, groups of soldiers rushed towards the outer city in a tense atmosphere. Amidst the alert, aircraft took off and headed straight for the city outskirts. Unbeknownst to Yi Chen, the vast Tianfeng safe zone entered a state of combat with everyone mobilized, filled with fear and trepidation. Brother! Ninger! Inside a simple container, Yi Xiaoan excitedly looked up as if being coy and directly leaped into Yi Chen's arms. Her mother, sitting on a low chair nearby, hurriedly set down her needle and thread and stood up. I'm back, he whispered, lovingly ruffling his younger sister's hair, and gave his mother a bright smile. Looking at his mother's gentle yet worried eyes, he shook his head slightly, signaling that everything was fine. However, catching a glimpse of the parts on the table, Yi Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. He had clearly told his sister that they wouldn't have to work hard anymore, but unexpectedly, Yi Xiaoan was still secretly doing it. As if sensing Yi Chen's thoughts, Mother Yi spoke softly. Ninger, Mom knows you don't want us to suffer. But Xiaoan just wants to save some money and do more work. Both Xiaoan and I can still work and do some handicrafts, it's nothing to worry about. Tucking a strand of her graying hair behind her ear, Mother Yi showed a look of concern on her face. You just became an awakened, and there are many places that require money. Mom can't help you much, and I don't have any ability. Honor and I just hope to ease some of your pressure and not trouble you. While speaking, Mother Yi seemed to think of how dangerous it would be for Yi Chen to venture outside, and her eyes couldn't help but turn a bit red. I don't expect you to achieve great things, as long as you're safe and sound, both Honor and I will be content. The money you give, I want to save for you. Hearing his mother's careful whispers, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness in his heart. In his previous life, his younger sister and mother were just like this, always quietly supporting him from behind. Even if he didn't eat, they would save money for him. Until the end, the family lived in constant fear and never had a single good day. Not daring to think of the tragic scene of his younger sister being torn apart by zombies, Yi Chen took a deep breath and looked firmly at his mother. Mom, believe in me. I am strong now. I will protect you and ensure you live the best life. Night Mother was slightly taken aback. Although she did not understand why Yi Chen suddenly said this, she still nodded repeatedly with a loving smile while listening to his words. Okay. Mom believes you. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Mom will cook for you. At the small dining table, Yi Chen looked at Night Xiaoan, who was cheering for the meat, and couldn't help but smile. However, looking at the surrounding iron sheets, his heart sank slightly. In his plan, he initially intended to show his talent and then go directly to the capital without needing to change residences. But, given the current situation, he must improve their living environment. The gathering place was full of the lowest-level survivors. Moreover, the black hands that wanted to harm him might still be lurking. Gangs ran rampant, and without military protection, this place was still too dangerous for his little sister and mother. Tomorrow, after selling the equipment, he would go to the inner city to buy a house with the highest safety level. Although he has to make the most of every resource now, for Yi Chen, family is more important than anything. Moreover, reflecting on the housing prices in the inner city, Yi Chen casually considered where to buy. At least 60,000 credit points earned just for a house, it's quite easy for him. Beep, Survivor No. B762951 has sent you a private message request, do you accept? At the entrance to the inner city, Yi Chen was holding Yi Xiaoan with his left hand as they prepared to enter the city. When he saw the message prompt, he was momentarily taken aback but happily chose to accept. A number starting with B? That should be a second-tier awakener. In the system's chat function, A level corresponds to third tier, B level corresponds to second tier, and so on. If nothing unexpected happens, the other party should have seen the wind-rending claw that he had listed on the trading channel. It was only a few minutes after he put it up, and immediately someone contacted him. It seems this piece of equipment is indeed popular. To note, the minimum price he marked is 60,000 points, which would usually deter weaker awakeners from even asking. Hello, I would like to purchase the wind-rending claw. How much are you selling it for? The tone was polite, and on the other end of the communication, a middle-aged man dressed in full armor waited nervously for Yi Chen's reply. As soon as this blue equipment went online in the trading channel, it immediately caught his attention. A blue weapon? It even comes with skills? Such premium equipment rarely appears in the channel. However, the price of 60,000 points was still too high for him. 60,000 points, firm price. If you want to bargain, then there's no need to discuss further. Without any unnecessary words, Yi Chen replied briefly and then took Night Xiaoan, planning to first take a look at the place in the inner city where they sold houses. 60,000 points. On the other end, the second-tier awakener who inquired about the price smiled bitterly as he looked at Yi Chen's unyielding reply, and for a moment he couldn't help but hesitate. The price of 60,000 points, when converted into goods, is enough to equip an elite team of 500 people.
If used for enjoyment, getting a truckload of campus beauties would also be no problem.
He originally thought the price was inflated and could be negotiated, but unexpectedly, Yi-Chen was so firm on it. However, it makes sense that this piece of equipment is not hard to sell. In hesitation, he looked at the two white curved daggers at his waist but still couldn't bear to let go of this top-grade equipment.
My friend, the price of 60,000 points is indeed a bit high. How about this? Can I substitute part of the credit points with other resources? Equipment, skills, food. As long as you say it, I can exchange it in any way.
His words were earnest. As the leader of a gathering place with a population of 100,000, although he had many subordinates, he was still considered a powerful figure.
But no matter
how he tried to gather, he could at most come up with just under 40,000 points. Moreover, this 40,000 points also had to cover the daily expenses and weapon supplies of the gathering place. Looking at the message from the other party, Yi-Chen raised his eyebrows and casually replied,
substituting with other materials is also fine, but the credit points cannot be less than 30,000 points.
Also, for weapons and skills, I only want sword types and I don't want anything else.
White ones are also acceptable. If you have psychic fruit, I can give a discount.
Having said that, Yi-Chen then clicked on the continuously flashing private chat panel.
Just like this second-tier awakener, in less than half a minute, more than 30 other awakeners asked him for a price.
Inside the gathering place, the first second-tier awakener to inquire looked at the request that was sent and suddenly showed a look of delight.
Can he agree to a substitution? That would be too good to be true.
However, looking at Yi-Chen's request, he found it a bit difficult to handle for a moment.
Specified types of supplies?
Then he would have to spend some time looking for them.
Almost all awakeners will arm themselves with equipment skills as soon as they obtain them. Who would have any stock left? He would have to find some awakeners among his subordinates to chip in.
With this thought, the middle-aged man hurriedly replied,
no problem.
Please give me a little time, and please be sure to hold this piece of equipment for me. After receiving a brief from Yi-Chen, he breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes flickering. To have the strength to sell blue equipment but be willing to accept white-level supplies in exchange. Could it be that a third-tier powerhouse is exchanging supplies for his descendants? An envious look flashed in his eyes. Shaking his head, he quickly tagged Yi-Chen's anonymous ID with a third-tier label in his mind and didn't think any further.
All awakened ones, gather. All sword-wielding awakened ones, report to me. Tianfeng Real Estate.
In the only sales office of the Tianfeng safe zone, in the bright and clean hall, several awakened ones dressed in various combat uniforms were chatting casually. Next to the model of the residential complex, a middle-aged awakened one in his 30s, wearing a brand new uniform and with his hair meticulously styled, was sitting on the sofa chatting with a sales lady.
Miss Wang, I'm very interested in the apartment you recommended.
This amount of money is nothing to me, but simply listening to you talk is not very meaningful.
How about, you come with me to take a look tonight? We can have dinner together too?
With a smile on his face, this second-tier awakener casually swept his gaze over the girl's beautiful legs as he spoke, his eyes seemingly able to penetrate the hem of her short skirt and explore her charms. Looking at that pure and delicate little face, he felt a slight increase in the heat within him. Although it would be effortless for him to have a woman with his strength, he still found much interest in every carefully selected girl who had just turned 18. As he spoke, he elegantly took a sip of tea, his gaze confident. He believed that with his status, it would be easy for him to win over a girl of lower origins. Sitting opposite him, Wang Zhen cautiously maintained her smile, a hint of difficulty flashing in her eyes. Mr. Zhang, I can accompany you to view the place during working hours, but we have regulations here that prohibit accepting invitations from clients.
Wang Zhen couldn't help but let out a sigh.
Although the man repeatedly claimed that he was of high status and very wealthy, ever since a week ago, he had been using property viewings as an excuse to invite her out every day. This trick of deceiving little girls must have been practiced to perfection. As residences built in safe zones that could enhance abilities based on psychic nodes, each one was priced exorbitantly, making it unaffordable for all awakeners. However, even though she knew the other party wouldn't buy, she didn't dare offend him in the slightest. Listening to Wang Zhen's refusal, the middle-aged man flashed a look of displeasure and his gaze suddenly turned cold. Miss Wang, I said I had my eye on this apartment, so I will naturally buy it.
What? Do you think I lack the means? With a cold snort, the middle-aged man shifted his posture, revealing the second-tier insignia on his chest.
As far as I know, you earn at least 100 points in commission for selling one.
TSK, 100 points. How many survivors outside struggle to save up that much?
As long as you satisfy me, it's not impossible for me to buy a set from you. With threats and inducements, the middle-aged man leaned in front of the girl and chuckled softly. You know, with my status, if I just file a complaint against you, you should be very clear about the consequences. Startled by his words, the girl's face turned pale as she instinctively wanted to avoid the man. The man was right, as long as she was complained about, there was a high probability she would be unconditionally dismissed. For Tianfeng Real Estate, which specifically served awakened ones, a civilian girl was as inconsequential as an ant. Pressing her lips tightly together, the girl trembled slightly, remaining stiff and motionless. Working here, she earned 10 credit points a month along with provided meals, a generous salary sufficient to support a family of 3.
Thinking.
Of her father, who had a broken leg, and her mother, who was still working in the factory, she absolutely did not want to lose this job. Looking at the girl who was as stiff as a little bird, a glimmer of satisfaction flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Yes, just like that. This feeling of bullying is simply intoxicating. However, just as he wanted to get a little closer, a sudden noise of the door being pushed open came from outside. Before the attendant standing at the door could politely open it, Yi Chen directly dragged the panic-stricken Yi Xiaoan in. "I need someone to help, buying a house, I'm in a hurry." The voice was very soft, yet it instantly left everyone in the hall stunned. All eyes turned collectively toward Yi Chen and the girl. In the eyes of the crowd, Yi Chen, wearing combat gear, appeared to be just a young boy, and his combat uniform represented the lowest rank, someone who had just become an awakened. The girl beside him, on the other hand, was dressed in rags, easily identifiable as a poor person from the outskirts settlement. With such a combination, once everyone snapped back to reality, their expressions became oddly peculiar. In their view, Yi Chen was likely a lucky child from a poor family who had just become an awakened. To speak so confidently, coming in and saying he was in a hurry to buy a house? Truly ignorant. On the reception sofa, the middle-aged awakened one who turned to look at Yi Chen couldn't help but sneer, thinking that Yi Chen was just a fool, who had never seen the world. He mistakenly believing that just because he had recently become an awakened one, he could afford a house here. Meanwhile, several receptionists felt a bit strange but maintained their smiles due to their professional standards. "Hello, what type are you looking for? Have you seen any before?" With a respectful tone, a beautiful girl slightly leaned forward, running over to greet him as she spoke. Regardless of whether Yi Chen could afford it or not, they didn't dare to show any hint of contempt. After all, Yi Chen was an awakened one. "If there's something I like, just take me to choose." Nodding slightly, Yi Chen calmly held his sister's hand and walked directly to the sales office model. Next to him, Yi Xiaoan looked at Yi Chen, who really wanted to take her to buy a house, and her little face was filled with panic. Even though she didn't know how expensive things were here, ever since entering the inner city and seeing the luxurious decoration, she instinctively wanted to run away. Gripping his sister's hand tightly, Yi Chen smiled gently, indicating to his little sister not to worry. Under the gaze of the entire crowd, everyone's judgment of Yi Xiaoan's performance became even more certain. With a light laugh, many people cast teasing glances at Yi Chen, as if anticipating the flustered expression he would have after seeing the prices. Let alone a little guy who has just become an awakened one. Even seasoned second-tier ones can't afford it. Approaching the property, just as Yi Chen was about to casually choose a building, a surprised voice suddenly rang out. "Yi Chen? Ha?" Under instinct, Yi Chen turned his head at the sound, and when he saw who called out to him, a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. It was Wang Zhen? Noticing that Yi Chen had acknowledged him, Wang Zhen instinctively stood up and jogged over to him, his expression excited. "Yi Chen, you've become an awakened one?" On her delicate little face, her mouth slightly parted, clearly very surprised. Nodding slightly, looking at Wang Zhen, who was wearing a suit but still appeared pure and adorable, Yi Chen's gaze instantly softened. Wang Zhen was a classmate from his cultural classes before joining the training camp. After the apocalypse, all surviving minors could study for free within the safe zone to master the most basic cultural knowledge. Due to practical circumstances, the 9 years of compulsory education before the apocalypse were directly compressed into 3 years, and most of the knowledge was related to survival. However, ever since he joined the Awakener training camp, the two rarely had the opportunity to stay in touch. He remembered that in his previous life, Wang Zhen, this kind-hearted girl, had helped him many times during his toughest moments, and she would always encourage him whenever they met. However, with the outbreak of disaster a year later, Wang Zhen, an ordinary person, vanished in the first wave of calamity. Calming her excited emotions, the girl looked at the battle suit on Yi Chen and couldn't help but show a hint of envy and genuine joy in her eyes. "Yi Chen, I knew you would definitely become an awakened one. You worked so hard back then, and I always believed in you." Yi Chen smiled slightly, feeling good as he was about to speak, when a middle-aged awakened one behind him suddenly snorted coldly. "Miss Wang Zhen, is this how your reception staff behaves? What's wrong? Did you run into someone you know and stop doing your job?" While speaking, the middle-aged man noticed the girl's attitude towards Yi Chen and couldn't help but mockingly say, "Kid, don't think that just because you've become an awakened one you're something great. A0 rank. Ha, let me tell you, even a brick here you can't afford." Listening to the middle-aged man's mockery and threats, Wang Zhen's face turned pale, and after a moment, she could only bitterly apologize to Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, I'll look for you after I get off work, I have to go first." Without waiting for the girl to finish speaking, Yi Chen calmly turned back to look at the middle-aged man. Without saying much, Yi Chen let out a light laugh and directly grabbed the girl. "No need to leave. I happen to want to buy it, so I'll buy it from you." Hearing this, the girl suddenly trembled and looked at Yi Chen in surprise. Although she immediately understood that Yi Chen wanted to buy something, she thought he was just there to have a look. As a classmate, she didn't look down on Yi Chen's background, but she knew how difficult it was. "Yi Chen, the houses here are really expensive. Don't act impulsively." She instinctively spoke timidly. Before she could finish her sentence, she was surprised to find that Yi Chen's eyes were filled with absolute confidence. On the other side, the middle-aged awakened man, feeling extremely displeased, couldn't help but laugh in anger at Yi Chen's blatant disregard. "Kid, showing off isn't done like this. What, are you trying to make an excuse to see your crush but can't bring yourself to do it?"
He glanced at the girl. Miss Wang, I want to see if your classmate can actually afford it. With a look of watching a show, the middle-aged man crossed his legs and gestured with his hands. On the other side, the crowd in the hall also seemed to find it amusing and watched with great interest. Ignoring the numerous gazes, Yi Chen calmly walked towards the building. Which building still has units available? Seeing Yi Chen's attitude, the girl was momentarily stunned before she had to muster her courage to step forward. Her expression was complicated. She didn't know whether to worry about whether Yi Chen would be severely impacted later or face the mockery of the crowd. Being someone who had always admired Yi Chen, she truly did not wish to see that scene. With a soft sigh, she introduced quietly. Currently, in the Tianfeng area, there is only one apartment building left built on a spiritual energy node. This node can daily release spiritual energy to enhance your power. The prices for the apartments are 6,000 credit points, 10,000 credit points, and 14,000 credit points, with the 3 levels corresponding to different strengths of spiritual energy, assisting in upgrades. The safety level is very high, and entry and exit are protected by second-tier awakened individuals. If you want to purchase, the 10,000 tier offers the best value for money, adequate. The voice grew softer. Wang Jin carefully observed Yi Chen's expression, afraid that the price he quoted would provoke him. With prices easily going over 10,000 credit points for a single unit, such high costs would make most survivors feel intimidated. Nearby, Yi Xuan listened in shock to the quoted prices, her big eyes growing more terrified with each figure she heard. 10,000 credit points. With that price, she couldn't fathom how many meat pies she could buy. Even if she worked herself to death, she couldn't earn just a fraction. Terrified, Yi Xuan nervously clutched Yi Chen's hand, her expression nearly in tears. However, just as everyone was eagerly anticipating to enjoy Yi Chen's flustered expression, Leaf Chen, standing in front of the building, casually pointed at one and spoke nonchalantly. Then it must be the one worth 10,000 credit points. Who should I transfer them to? The voice was very soft, but it sounded extremely jarring to the crowd. Sitting on the sofa, the second-tier awakened person who had planned to watch the show stared blankly at Leaf Chen, who was taking out his ID card, his eyes filled with disbelief. The girl standing beside him was even more dumbfounded, her mouth gaping. The words she had intended to say to help Leaf Chen were now stuck in her throat, unable to be uttered. For a moment, the entire hall fell into an eerie silence. Just transfer it to Tianfeng Real Estate. A few seconds later, the receptionist manager, who reacted the fastest, hurriedly snapped back to reality, almost sprinting to Leaf Chen's side, bowing respectfully. Esteemed guest, are you certain this is the one you want? Gulping, the manager still found it hard to believe. She took the ID card Leaf Chen handed over with both hands and quietly asked. A set of intermediate housing for 10,000 points. Don't be fooled just because it isn't the highest grade. They barely sell a few units in a year. After the apocalypse, combat power is the ultimate assurance. Most awakened ones, no matter how wealthy, hesitate to waste resources on purchasing external items. Equipment, skills, items, and even potions for healing injuries. Which one doesn't require money? If it weren't for the slight upgrade acceleration effect of psychic housing, it probably wouldn't sell at all. In most cases, only the upper management of safe zones and top-tier second-level beings would consider buying one for themselves. Confirmed. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen smiled calmly, indicating for the other party to swipe the card directly. But in the end, he seemed to remember something, adding, "Oh, it might take a minute to wait." As he spoke, Yi Chen recalled that the leader who was supposed to purchase his equipment seemed to still be gathering money. He only had a little over 10 credits left on his card. Glimpsing the private chat information, he simply urged them directly. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd, who had been somewhat surprised, changed their expressions upon hearing Yi Chen's last sentence, and many people heaved a sigh of relief. Wait a minute? Why wait if there are credit points in the card? Clearly, there aren't any, and he's looking for a way out. Snorting with laughter, those who initially thought Yi Chen could actually afford it couldn't help but look at him with disdain. The middle-aged awakened person sitting on the sofa regained his composure from his panic. Kid, if you don't have money, don't pretend. Still waiting a minute? Do you think credit points will fall from the sky? TSK, this is really the first time I've seen such a thick-skinned awakened one. So young yet doesn't understand that strength is fundamental and plays tricks like this. It's truly hilarious. Not wanting to continue pretending, this second-tier awakened one turned to look at the girl. Miss Wang, your classmate isn't a fake awakened one, is she? These days, even the broke ones dare to act rich. As the words fell, Wang Jin instinctively looked at Yi Chen, wanting to defend him somehow. But the current situation really seemed to be as the middle-aged man said. Yi Chen was just putting on a brave face. She looked at Yi Chen's face with a complicated expression, whispering bitterly. Yi Chen, why don't you leave quickly? I believe you'll definitely be able to afford it in the future, but right now, it might really be too expensive. On the side, Yi Xuan looked at Yi Chen timidly, as if unable to bear the mockery of the crowd. Brother, I don't want a house, let's just live in our little home, okay? Xuan doesn't like it here, Xuan wants to go back. Yi Chen looked around expressionlessly. Although he didn't care about the crowd's attitude, he also didn't want to leave a shadow in his little sister's heart. With a heavy gaze, he looked at the manager in front of him and said in a deep voice, 1 minute means 1 minute. You can take the card first. Hearing Yi Chen's decisive tone, the manager, who originally wanted to say something, was stunned for a moment, and after a brief silence, he slightly leaned forward. For some reason, she found herself somewhat believing in Yi Chen, even if it was so absurd. Sanjiang Safe Zone. Have we gathered it together? Have we gathered it together? Bro, I really have my eye on a piece of equipment. I, Lao Zhang, have never asked you for anything. That piece of equipment is something I must have. Hurry and trade over your sword-type equipment. Commander Wang, lend me 10,000 credit points for a while. Once I get the equipment, I'm confident I can take down that mutated being, and I will definitely pay you back. Huang Kuan, you owe me credit points. Pay them back right now. In the gathering place, Zhang Fanqiu frantically sent private messages to the awakeners he knew, just to gather the credit points Yi Chen needed. With a mournful face, looking at the 49,375 credit points he barely gathered, he had no choice but to harden his scalp and privately message Yi Chen. Your Excellency, the time you requested is too urgent. I can only gather less than 50,000 points, and the equipment and skills you want are probably gathered to just under 4,000 points. As for the remaining credit points, can you give me another 2 hours? I guarantee I'll transfer them to you immediately. After sending the message, this powerful individual, a peak second-tier awakener, was anxiously awaiting a reply from Yi Chen as if in prayer. God have mercy, he really had to pawn his underwear just to scrape together over 50,000 credit points. All he hoped for was that this mysterious person would not sell the equipment to someone else. 2 seconds later, as he nervously waited, Yi Chen's brief private message came back. Okay. Overjoyed, a look of ecstasy appeared on Zhang Fanqiu's face. Without hesitation, he traded the prepared materials and credit points in one go, completing the transaction directly. A good person. Truly a good person. The short time felt somewhat long at that moment. 1 minute later, just as the manager responsible for receiving the payment hesitated to speak up, Yi Chen, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Swipe the card. Ha! In the lobby, the onlookers who were originally watching the show suddenly turned their heads, surprised as they looked at Yi Chen again. And the middle-aged awakener on the sofa had an expression that clearly showed his impatience. Kid, do you think playing around is fun? Do you know that in our eyes, you are just a pathetic clown? Saying this, he didn't bother to regard anything and directly beckoned to Wang Jin. Miss Wang, what are you still doing there? He can't afford it, but I can. Besides, I am not like some people who try to save face and end up in embarrassment. As his words fell, many awakened ones in the hall nodded in agreement as they were indeed somewhat tired of Yi Chen's performance. However, the manager, who still adhered to basic etiquette, hesitated after glancing at Yi Chen, but chose to attempt to swipe the card. In the next second, a crisp beeping sound instantly rang out. Payment successful, 10,000 credit points. As if seeing a ghost, the manager stared in shock at the card in her hand and then looked at the balance on the card with wide eyes. For a moment, her hand even trembled slightly. Remaining balance on the card, 39,365. The astronomical number of credit points seemed to magnify infinitely in her eyes. She had only seen such a figure with the Tianfeng commander. At the same time, all the awakened individuals and receptionists in the hall were looking at Yi Chen in astonishment. For a moment, that thin figure seemed somewhat mysterious in their eyes. Amazingly, it really exists. What exactly is the background of this young man? Could he be the descendant of some big shot from the safe zone? But what about that little girl? On the sofa, the middle-aged second-tier man was gaping. At this moment, he felt as if a loud slap had fiercely hit his face. With dry swallowing, he suddenly had an impulse to turn and flee. 10,000 points. His entire fortune is less than 3,000 points. Standing beside Yi Chen, the girl was also blankly staring at the side of Yi Chen's face. A dizzy spell made her unsteady on her feet. 10,000 credit points, just like that, spent. Or was it her performance? A few seconds later, in the stunned silence of the crowd, the manager who had just swiped the card hurried over in panic, respectfully returning the card to Yi Chen. Dear guest, we will assist you with the procedures immediately. If you have any further requests, Tianfeng Real Estate will be dedicated to serving you. After saying that, she quickly took out her business card, her eyes carrying a hint of flattery. This is my contact information, you can reach out to me directly. If you have time, you can join our afternoon cocktail party. All attendees are Tianfeng property owners. No need, I'm in a hurry. Casually taking the card, Yi Chen directly walked toward the door with Yi Xuan. At the entrance, Yi Chen turned around and smiled gently at Wang Jin. Let's have a meal together when we get the chance, it's been a while. After saying that, he turned around and left. Inside the hall, all the receptionists cast a somewhat envious glance at the girl who was still stunned in place. On the clean and tidy inner city street, Yi Chen frowned slightly as he looked at his card balance. After deducting the 10% transaction fee from the system, he still had a little over 30,000 credit points left. If it weren't for the convenience of trading, he wouldn't dare to use the system for transactions even if you killed him. After cursing the dog system inwardly, Yi Chen turned to check the system bag for temporarily stored items in the trading function. Inside the constantly flashing system bag, a long sword, a pair of boots, and a skill book for swordsmanship were slowly rotating. After buying a few sets of clothes and food with Yi Xuan, Yi Chen returned to the gathering place's cabin. Seeing his mother busy cooking, Yi Chen's gaze softened, and after greeting her, he planned to check his equipment first. As for the house, he planned to move in tomorrow, which would be a surprise for his mother. Check equipment.
quietly reciting it to himself. After taking out a long sword from the system's temporary storage space, Yi-Chen began to inspect it carefully. The blade was silver black, and on the medium-width blade, 2 blood grooves were carved, adding a hint of murderous intent. Silver scale sword, white rank.
Equipment attributes: strength +1, agility +1.
Equipment special effect: attack speed plus 10%, with a chance to cause additional bleeding effect when dealing damage.
Tingling boots, white rank. Equipment attributes: agility +1.
Equipment effects: reduces sound by 50% while moving and increases climbing ability to a certain extent. After reviewing the equipment attributes, Yi-Chen quickly gave an evaluation.
It's quite average equipment. However, he didn't mind.
Most white-quality equipment is like this, providing a few basic attributes along with some low-level effects.
Unlike blue items or the rare orange items, which provide high attributes along with additional skills.
Equipment levels are divided into 5 types: white common, blue fine, orange epic, gold legendary, and the highest level red taboo. For most awakeners, managing to gather a full set of white equipment is already quite rare. After putting on the long sword and boots, Yi-Chen looked eagerly at the final skill book.
Flash Step / C grade sword technique. Flash Step / consumes 20% stamina, 1000 points of spiritual energy. After activation, gain a slight displacement, and upon completion of the displacement, perform an attack with 135% strength attribute. Skill requirements: agility 25, constitution 20. Ha!
After a brief moment of astonishment, Yi-Chen looked at the final skill requirement with a strange expression on his face. The C-grade skill, Instant Step / seemed quite decent. It combined offense and defense, with a displacement effect alongside enhanced attacks. It could be imagined that once the skill evolves to SSS grade, it might greatly increase mobility. But the problem is, glimpsing at his attribute panel, Yi-Chen felt somewhat speechless. The 7 points gained from advancement and the 4 points from the mission reward were all allocated to willpower.
His original thought was that with an SSS grade skill in hand, he didn't need to rush to increase his combat attributes. If he could defeat enemies in an instant, why bother taking things slow?
On the contrary, with high willpower enhancing his spiritual energy, he could completely break free from the system's constraints and actively unleash SSS grade sword techniques. However, Yi-Chen never expected that his opponent, in order to make up for the difference in credit points, specially brought him an exceptional sword technique. For a moment, he was actually stuck. Looking at the instant step / in his hand, Yi-Chen slightly shook his head and decided to put it away for now. His current agility and strength are only a pitiful 10 points. Even with the boost from equipment, there's still a gap of over 10 points. In his previous life, the capital battle zone provided him with a lot of resources to enhance attributes, but he overlooked that most skills have attribute requirements. After briefly pondering while stroking his chin, Yi-Chen decided to gather a batch of spiritual energy fruits and equipment. Once he boosts the other attributes and advances to the 2nd tier, he should be able to learn this skill. He had considered buying some of the worst sword techniques to evolve directly. But considering that sword techniques with special effects would definitely be better after upgrading, he wasn't in a hurry for that. His skill slots are already occupied by 2 skills without special effects, so pursuing convenience here would really not be worth the cost. After listing the purchase requirements on the trading channel, Yi-Chen simply began to recall memories from his previous life. Dungeons, mutant creatures in the wild, secret realms. Where should he go to level up? The high-level mutated beings around Tianfeng had long been cleaned up by the military. Only some leveling spots that refresh automatically remain, sharpening low-level awakened ones. If one wants to hunt high-level mutated beings again, they need to search in the wild. It requires a lot of time, and if they encounter multiple mutated beings, they can easily be killed during the skill cooldown. After quickly recalling some memories, Yi-Chen soon locked onto his target, the Corpse Academy. If he remembered correctly, there is a dungeon in the wild of the Tianfeng safe zone. This dungeon contains high-level mutated beings of up to level 2. As an end-of-the-world dungeon, killing mutated beings to level up, the rewards for clearing the dungeon also vary based on evaluation. Most importantly, that dungeon is the most likely place around Tianfeng to yield psychic fruit. With this thought in mind, Yi-Chen directly took a piece of scrap paper and quickly recorded the key information about that dungeon from his memory. If he was going to do it, he would do it the best. He remembered that historically, no one had ever achieved the highest rating in that dungeon. With an SSS level skill in hand, he is absolutely confident that he can clear that place. On the following morning, a thin mist hung in the air. Riding his motorcycle, Yi-Chen headed straight out of the city. Ignoring a few awakening squads looking to recruit him, he drove directly towards the dungeon. He had entrusted Wang Jin to handle the relocation, believing that it would certainly surprise his mother. With the speed of the wind, the high-revving electric motor emitted a deep hum as he accelerated. On the side of the road, numerous abandoned car wrecks piled up, flashing by in a blur at high speed. Flexibly dodging a few highly decayed zombies, Yi-Chen crouched low and drove straight into the wilderness. Ding! The purchase information for the spiritual fruit you posted has been completed, and the payment has been automatically deducted. Ding! 6,300 credit points deducted. Obtain spiritual fruit, white, basic strength, *1. Ding! The purchase information for the spiritual fruit you posted has been completed, and the payment has been automatically deducted. Ding, 18,000 credit points deducted. Obtain spiritual fruit, white, basic agility, *3. Ding, the equipment purchase information you posted has been completed, and the payment has been automatically deducted. Bursting system notifications sounded. Yi-Chen looked at his continuously completed orders, a hint of joy flashing across his face. His posted prices were not low, so he quickly received a large amount of equipment and fruits. As for the credit points that were almost depleted after continuous consumption, there was not a trace of concern in his eyes. As long as it can enhance combat power, everything is worth it. A total of over 30,000 credit points were spent, and under such a huge expenditure, he almost assembled a full set of white gear. Gazing at the materials that had been traded over, Yi-Chen simply lowered his speed while driving with one hand and equipped them without hesitation. A tactical vest made from mutated monster skin, 2 shoulder pads, gauntlets, a pair of tactical pants, and a ring. Except for the helmet and jewelry-type equipment he couldn't buy, Yi-Chen was fully armed at this moment. In total, I gained 4 points in strength, 7 points in constitution, and 3 points in agility, along with a bunch of miscellaneous physical defense. Even without using any skills, I should be able to tussle with a first-tier mutant. Revitalized, Yi-Chen quickly assessed his current combat power and unhesitatingly swallowed the most expensive psychic fruit. A single piece of fruit cost 6,000 credits, which could easily buy an apartment. As a wave of relaxation washed over him, a brand new power rapidly sprouted within his body. Ding, consumed psychic fruit, strength +1. Ding, consumed psychic fruit, agility +1. After several system prompts sounded again, Yi-Chen clenched his right hand in satisfaction, feeling his entire body filled with explosive power. 6 pieces of fruit increased his strength and agility by 3 points each. Not bad, taking into account his gear, he now has 17 points of strength. However, to truly become a top-tier existence among awakeners, he still needs a large amount of resources in the future. Thinking about his dwindling credits, Yi-Chen couldn't help but feel a bit of pressure. Before reaching 3rd tier, he still needs to gather some valuable resources to sell. 2 hours and 4 minutes later. Screech. The motorcycle, speeding rapidly, suddenly slowed down and came to a stop after executing a beautiful drift. With one foot propped at an angle on the ground, Yi-Chen's gaze was directly cast toward the distant valley. His brow slightly furrowed, a series of piercing screams were emanating from the entrance. There was a gigantic spider-like mutant, the size of a truck, rampaging within a convoy, mercilessly slaughtering fleeing survivors. Aha! Puff! The claws pierced through the body. At the narrow entrance of the mountain ridge, a truck lay overturned on the ground. A massive mutant, resembling a giant spider, blocked the way. Its agile front limbs moved like fingers, easily shredding a man caught in its claws. After stringing him up, it greedily used its mouthparts to suck up the fresh brain matter. Slurp, slurp. The man being drained trembled, his eyes bulged out from the sockets, and after a moment, his head shrank like an emptied milk bag. The terrified screams and furious shouts alternated. Run away! Quickly escape! Open fire! You all get to the back! In the chaotic convoy, several burly men clad in bullet chains stood atop the off-road vehicle, roaring as they fired the heavy machine gun. Below their feet were the survivors fleeing in a panic. With a single command, the fire dragon breathed out, yellow and orange shell casings soaring high. The bullets, lined up in a row, sprayed toward the spider's shell like splashed water. Ding ding ding. Flames burst forth. Bullets capable of tearing human flesh now sound like toys, clinking against the spider's hard exterior. Accompanied by a dull collision sound, the struck spider mutant suddenly turned around, as if enraged, raising its sharp claws to cover its compound eyes, and its form charged forward like a train. Pooh! The claws pierced through. The sharp claws directly pierced into the chest of the nearest man, going through his ribcage. The brawny man, who was just firing moments ago, now resembled a punctured water bag, gushing mouthfuls of blood. He struggled to turn and look at the panicked team, his eyes filled with despair. Shaking all over, a few people in the back of the vehicle saw such a tragic scene, and the fire-breathing dragons in their hands suddenly halted. It's useless, completely useless. They were just an ordinary merchant convoy, and to save costs, they naturally did not have any awakened individuals. They thought the road, which had been traveled by many merchant convoys, would be safer, but unexpectedly encountered mutants in the wild. In despair, the man looked bitterly at the machine gun in his hand. With just this old-fashioned machine gun, it was impossible to break through the monster's defenses. With a look of despair, among the fleeing survivors in the crowd, a pregnant woman with a big belly panicked and hid in the vehicle, trying to drive away. However, just as she was about to start the car, a sharp claw suddenly pierced through the roof, penetrating her. On the off-road vehicle, the leader watched as his companions in the team continued to die tragically. He let out a bitter laugh and took out a grenade. They couldn't run away. With their speed, they would never outrun this monster. But even if he was to die, he did not want to die from having his brain extracted alive. Just as the man pulled the pin on the grenade, a cold voice rang out behind him. Continue attacking. Draw its attention. The man turned around in shock upon hearing the voice, only to see a boy in the distance who had abandoned his motorcycle, calmly looking at him. Upon seeing the combat uniform on Yi-Chen, the burly man suddenly realized that the boy in front of him was likely an awakener. Overjoyed. But when he noticed the lowest level badge, the joy on his face suddenly froze. 0th level? Looking at Yi-Chen's still youthful face, the ecstasy in his heart turned bitter. He shouted urgently. Little brother, I appreciate your good intentions, but you should hurry and escape.
While the monster isn't.
Before he could finish his sentence, a punctured off-road vehicle was hurled in front of the burly man with great force. After hastily dodging, the captain of the merchant team was filled with grief and anger, gripping a grenade tightly as he charged toward the monster. He had seen the dead woman inside the vehicle, his own wife. He shook his head. Yi-Chen sighed slightly as he watched the man's back, headed for certain death. Although he wasn't a saint who saved everyone he saw, he would naturally lend a hand when he had the ability, especially since the detour was too far and the area was surrounded by mountains and forests. With no hesitation, Yi-Chen leaped onto the roof of the vehicle, and with a sudden burst of strength in his leg muscles, he shot out like a speeding arrow. His gaze locked on, he instantly crossed a distance of just a few dozen meters. The middle-aged man clutching the grenade listened to the sound of wind behind him, and before he could react, he saw Yi-Chen's figure racing past him at high speed, charging toward the monster. The horrified shout had yet to be uttered. In an instant, a crisp sound of a sword echoing suddenly rang out. With the giant claw approaching, Yi-Chen moved like a ghost, swiftly sidestepping, then quickly stepped onto the joint, leaping directly onto the compound eye like a remnant shadow. He turned back to draw his sword and struck down.
In one seamless motion.
Accompanied by the blinding sword light, a painful roar instantly erupted. Sha! Putrid green blood splattered everywhere, and in pain, the giant spider trembled wildly, its sharp joints frantically stabbing at the surroundings, trying to shake Yi-Chen off its head. His gaze sharpened. Standing on the giant spider's head with both hands gripping the sword, Yi-Chen took a deep breath and concentrated all his strength, suddenly plunging down again. Put! Under the immense force surpassing human limits, the cold sword body pierced into the giant spider's brain like a steel needle, sealing its fate. With a twist of his wrist, accompanied by a swirl, the giant spider that was still howling became stiff as if it had lost power, instantly freezing in place.
1 second later. Bang! Dust and smoke rose.
The massive spider corpse fell to the ground, motionless. The battle was over, and the arena fell silent. In front of the spider's corpse, a middle-aged man holding a grenade stared blankly at Yi-Chen, who had jumped down from the top of the spider's body, his eyes filled with shock. The people who had previously scattered and fled also looked at him in disbelief, their tightly gripped weapons falling to the ground in a daze. A first-tier mutated beast was killed so easily. His heart raced wildly. The stark contrast between the giant spider's massive corpse and Yi-Chen's frail figure created a strong contrast in their eyes. It was as if in a dream. The burly leader nervously looked at Yi-Chen as he approached. Why you? He stuttered. Just a few seconds ago, he thought that Yi-Chen couldn't possibly defeat this mutant and even advised the opponent not to seek death. But he never expected that in the blink of an eye, Yi-Chen had killed the monster directly. Before he could speak, Yi-Chen let out a light laugh. Please help me drag the body, and also a vehicle. It's blocking the road. In the valley, where the path was completely blocked, Yi-Chen spoke calmly and indifferently.
A first-level mutant, under the significant enhancement of his strength, could easily be dealt with even without using SSS-level skills.
In his past life, not only did he possess unmatched talent worldwide, but the combat skills he honed through life and death during the last 7 months of the fall of Huaxia were also beyond ordinary imagination.
They nodded hurriedly.
The surrounding survivors quickly got up from the ground, looking at Yi-Chen's back with fear in their eyes. After regaining their senses, heartfelt thanks began to resonate.
6 minutes later.
Mounting his motorcycle, Yi-Chen gave a slight nod of acknowledgement before leaving directly under the respectful gazes of the crowd. Smoke and dust were raised. The survivors standing in place focused their complex gazes on the figure fading into the distance. They had requested to accompany Yi-Chen and also wanted to offer some supplies as thanks to him. However, all of it was directly refused by Yi-Chen. Among the group, a girl with a ponytail looked on with admiration in her eyes. He's really so strong. I thought I was dead for sure just now, but that lord jumped up directly and killed the giant spider in one blow. With yearning in her heart, a hint of regret flashed across her face. She had wanted to ask for Yi-Chen's contact information but only exchanged a faint smile. In the apocalypse, everyone admired the strong, let alone Yi-Chen who had saved her life.
Alright, little girl, how could someone of his caliber take a liking to us? But, I really do thank that lord. It's the first time I've seen such a young second order. A nearby uncle sighed deeply and shook his head. In his eyes, although Yi-Chen still had a 0th rank badge, he just thought the other party was being low-key. With such strength, he was definitely a second rank at the very least. Yeah, it's really ridiculously strong. I feel like he's not just an ordinary second rank. I've seen a second rank awaken in action before. And that adult was not as clean and efficient when fighting a mutant. They struggled for quite a while before taking it down. Everyone looked amazed. Yi-Chen's instantaneous kill of the monster truly astounded them. Alright, let's get ready to leave. If we have the chance to run into him again in the future, we can thank him in person. Sighing, the sturdy man in charge of the caravan forced a bitter smile, looking at his wife who had tragically died in the carriage. He couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. Although in the apocalypse death was all too normal, his heart was still filled with sorrow. If only he were also an awakened.
Ding killed a first-rank mutant essence-sucking spider, gained spiritual energy experience. Ding obtained first-level mutated creature material, spider compound eye, white. Ding, obtained first-level mutated creature material, brain silk. Riding the motorcycle, Yi-chan casually stuffed the dropped materials into his tactical backpack. Looking at the fully packed backpack, he couldn't help but sigh. Without spatial equipment, it was really inconvenient. The system's built-in space only had a pitiful 4 slots. In his previous life, under the full support of the capital, he had a spatial ring. The blue-rated spatial ring could easily hold a vehicle. It was indeed essential for committing crimes and arson. However, now he could only think about it. A piece of spatial equipment, even the cheapest, required at least 300,000 credit points and still had no market. For an awakened, nothing was more important than reducing weight in battle. After suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Yi-chan decided not to think too much and simply put the materials on the trading channel. Giving a glance at the route on the map, he accelerated once more. He was only 10 kilometers away from the corpse's academy. The vehicle emitted a buzzing sound. Under the overcast sky, the black motorcycle sped like lightning. The shadow weaving through the wilderness seemed like a lonely traveler. Dungeon entrance. Stopping in front of a dilapidated gas station, Yi-chan silently gazed at the academy in the distance. This academy, located on the suburban plain, appeared somewhat eerie even during the day. On the pale white stone gate, a rusted sign hung askew. At a glance, the academy, with its towering buildings, resembled a massive graveyard. Yujin Academy. A foggy white barrier enveloped the entrance, rippling towards another world. After carefully observing the surroundings, Yi-chan walked forward steadily. As a wilderness dungeon, the Corpse Academy is not only challenging but also restricts entry based on strength. Therefore, there aren't many awakeners who dare to challenge it on ordinary days. The sound of footsteps softly echoed. Standing before the entrance to the dungeon, Yi-chan calmly placed his hand gently on the gray-white waves. It appears to be a school, but in reality, it is completely inaccessible, much like a projection. Except for being transported to the internal scene via the dungeon entrance, no external force can cause any damage here. Likewise, once inside the dungeon, unless the basic tasks are completed, no one can escape. Moreover, as a relatively unique dungeon, the Corpse Academy not only has entrances surrounding the Wind of Heaven, but there are also illusions across the country. Ding, do you want to enter the sea-level dungeon, Corpse Academy? Current dungeon level restriction, 2nd stage. Confirm. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi-chan softly spoke and directly infused his spiritual energy. In the next second, the system prompt sounded instantly. Confirmation of entry. Detected as single entry, randomly matching within the combat zone. 3, 7, 13. Match successful. Current number of players in the dungeon, 14 people. Buzz. With a flash of white light, Yi-chan felt a momentary dizziness. The scene in front suddenly went black and it vanished from its original place as if it had been teleported. A slight daze, headache. After regaining consciousness, Yi-chan instantly opened his eyes. He found himself in a dimly lit classroom. Inside the classroom, like him, 13 differently dressed awakeners looked at each other warily with the curtains drawn. Outside the classroom, a circular arc-shaped white shield enveloped them. That was a safety shield. At the same time, the system's prompt tone sounded. Beep, the Undead Academy instance will open in 1 minute. Instance introduction. The current scene is a normal scene, with no supernatural or special events. The enemies in the instance are mutants, zombies, and a small number of humans. Instance time is set for 7 days after the apocalypse outbreak, with a large number of humans having mutated into zombies occupying the former academy. After completing the basic tasks, you may exit the instance on your own. Current basic task: survive in the academy for 12 hours. During this period, you cannot leave the academy. Task reward: random white equipment *1 psychic experience 4. Optional task: 1 kill the remains head female zombie, difficulty level D. 2 kill the butcher mutant, difficulty level C. 3 kill all zombies in the academy, difficulty level C. The light curtain dissipates and the countdown begins. As the countdown just sounded, a stage 2 awakened standing on the podium quickly scanned the room. Everyone, I am Gao Yun. I see that you are all stage 2. It shouldn't be your first time participating in an outdoor dungeon. I have experienced the Corpse Academy once. Has anyone participated multiple times? If not, I suggest that I be the team leader. Instantly speaking up, this awakened in full-scale armor seized the moment, his eyes full of confidence. A few stage 2 glanced at each other and, after a moment, silently shook their heads in agreement. It's our first time. If you have experience, then you lead the team. But I've heard that the difficulty of the Corpse Academy is very high. Gao Yun smiled upon hearing this. That's right, the difficulty of the Corpse Academy is considered medium-high even among Tier 2 instances. If we don't cooperate well, a total party wipe isn't impossible. But with me leading everyone, I believe we can safely get through. As he spoke, Gao Yun subtly observed the equipment on everyone, judging its types. However, when his gaze swept over Yi-chan in the corner, his brow furrowed. Tier 0? How can there be a Tier 0 awakener? Startled, in the midst of a group of Tier 2 metals, Yi-chan, with his Tier 0, appeared to him like a firefly, strikingly conspicuous. In an instant, everyone similarly turned to look. After seeing the medal on Yi-chan, their expressions became strange. It really is Tier 0? How can a little guy of Tier 0 come here to seek death? Hey!
A burly man among the awakeners spoke in an unfriendly tone, pointing at Yi Chen. Kid, did you enter the wrong instance? In the awakener, you know, didn't anyone tell you this is a tier 2 instance? Facing the gazes of many, Yi Chen calmly looked back and corrected. I am at tier 1. As soon as he finished speaking, the 13 awakeners were all speechless, with many looking at him as if he were an idiot. Seeing his rhythm disrupted by Yi Chen's emergence, Gao Yun on the podium suddenly turned cold. Alright, don't mind him. Tier 1 little guy, if you don't want to die, you should immediately follow us. Glancing at the countdown, Gao Yun also did not intend to waste time on Yi Chen and quickly spoke up. Everyone, the basic reward for this instance is a piece of white gear, but I believe you all want to complete high difficulty tasks. But I must warn everyone, do not take on tasks without permission. The mechanism of this instance is that once you accept a task, the monsters will definitely hunt you down. In this instance, we are not the hunters, we are the prey. The crowd grew solemn and listened intently. Seeing Gao Yun's serious expression after having gone through it once, they realized that this instance was likely going to be quite difficult. Nodding slightly. Alright. Personally, I suggest everyone take on the first decapitated female corpse together. We shouldn't touch any other tasks. The decapitated female corpse is at intermediate level 2. With our combined strength of 13 people, we should be able to handle it with minimal losses. As long as we don't touch the later C-level tasks, our safety is still guaranteed. The later Bloody Butcher belongs to high level 2 and has extremely strong defenses. In the last instance, there was a fool who arrogantly took on a C-level task, which almost led to our total wipe. Sternly warning, Gao Yun seemed to recall the previous experience, his face looking very grim. With a double assault from 2 level 2s, he nearly didn't make it out there. But it was also related to having level 1s in the last instance. Dragged down by them, their casualties were devastating. Looking at the 12 level 2s before him, he felt a sense of relief in his heart. No problem, Captain Gao Yun. We'll follow your command. With experience, we will definitely listen to you. No one would seek death like this. Listening to Gao Yun's explanation, the 12 awakeners nodded in agreement, with a few female awakeners moving closer with an unusual expression. Captain Gao, if there's any danger later, we hope you can lend a hand. Showcasing their figures cleverly, several attractive second-tier individuals unashamedly revealed a hint of whiteness in front of their chests. Listening to the crowd's flattering words without expecting any payment, Gao Yun subtly nodded. You think a few good words will make him risk his life? What a joke. But as long as they are willing to follow him, that's fine. He has great expectations for this instance dungeon. However, when he subconsciously glanced at Yi Chen in the corner, he felt somewhat unlucky. This low-tier awakener was of no use and would only hold them back. 1 minute passed quickly. With the instant disappearance of the white protective shield, the sounds of zombies howling echoed from a distance like a death knell. Everyone, let's go. Stay behind me. Without hesitation, the moment the instance opened, Gao Yun planned to lead everyone to escape first. Just as the words left his mouth, a crisp sound of shattering glass suddenly rang out. Bang! Everyone saw Yi Chen, who had been overlooked in the corner, directly crash through the glass, and in the blink of an eye, he jumped down from the teaching building, disappearing from everyone's sight. Not following them? This kid is looking for death. Just after stepping out the door, Gao Yun was shocked to turn back and look at the broken window, his expression changing. Don't mind him, if he wants to die, let him. A large number of zombies will soon appear outside, and once the battle starts, it will attract mutated entities to attack. Follow me, and you can survive. Below the teaching building. After jumping out of the window, Yi Chen ran unhesitatingly toward the largest teaching building. The 13-story building, under the gloomy sky, resembled a giant tombstone. In the previous life, after the disaster broke out, the authorities ordered all factions to release all instants in order to quickly enhance the strength of survivors, no longer keeping any secrets. Therefore, Yi Chen was aware of the strategies for this instance. With swift footsteps, he recalled the key information. Within a few seconds, Yi Chen crossed 2 buildings and rushed to the base of the teaching building. Near the teaching building, a few scattered zombies instantly took notice of him. A student zombie dressed in a school uniform, looking only about 16 or 17 years old, let out a roar and then crazily charged at him. Ignore the obstacles. While running quickly, Yi Chen skillfully fired the crossbow, continuously shooting at the heads of the zombies. Diving into the teaching building, he headed straight for the stairs. First floor, 2nd floor. Holding a long sword, with precise strikes, the zombies on the stairs were cleaved in half like sheets of paper under his immense strength. Tilting his head to avoid the splattered filthy blood, the split bodies rolled down the stairs like meat patties. With a cold expression, like the most efficient killing machine, Yi Chen charged up to the 7th floor in a matter of seconds, covered in blood. As the teaching building with the fewest zombies in the instance, the rooftop on the top floor was the best place for him to make his move. Perhaps the zombies weren't in class when the virus outbreak occurred, or maybe the zombies inside the building had gone to chase other students afterward. After continuously killing 27 zombies, the chaotic footsteps on the stairs had significantly decreased. Only faintly could he hear zombies roaring in another classroom. 9th floor. Glancing quickly at the floor, Yi Chen kicked the zombie blocking his path in the chest, and with a casual thrust, he pinned the zombie resembling a teacher to the corridor. In the brief pause, a sudden sound of desks and chairs being pushed over came from the classroom beside him.
Just as Yi Chen was about to go upstairs again, a panicked female voice suddenly called to him.
Help me, please take me away.
In the classroom near the stairs, a girl in a school skirt stood in front of Yi Chen with a face full of panic. Her pale face and continuously trembling legs revealed the girl's fear. On her pure and lovely face were some dirty smudges, but they still could not hide her beautiful features.
In school, she would likely be the goddess in the hearts of many.
Looking at Yi Chen, who was dressed in a strange outfit, the girl's eyes were filled with hope. She had noticed him when he broke the window. After seeing Yi Chen take down the zombies effortlessly, her shock was beyond words. Forgetting who Yi Chen was, she only knew that following this boy was her best chance of survival.
Raising an eyebrow, he stopped in his tracks. Asking me to take her alone? A copy NPC?
However, in merely an instant, Yi Chen quickly determined the girl's identity.
Apparently, she should be an NPC with a side quest.
Seeing Yi Chen stop, a glimmer of joy flashed in the girl's eyes, and she quickly followed behind him.
Hey, classmate. You're so strong, you can definitely save me, right? It's so terrifying, I really don't know what's happening outside. Several of my good friends are trapped over there. Can you save us all together later? With a pitiful look, the girl instinctively wanted to get closer to Yi Chen, as if that alone could give her some sense of security. At the same time, the system's prompt for the side quest also instantly sounded. Seeing the girl's pitiable expression, Yi Chen didn't hesitate to agree. No problem. Put.
As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chen directly shot a crossbow bolt to the head, pinning the girl to the wall. In that moment, the girl's expression of shock before death and the half-finished system prompt both froze, as if the system was caught off guard as well.
Ding, mission failed.
The protected target has died. Hearing the timely alert from the system, Yi Chen shook his head indifferently and turned to rush to the rooftop.
This NPC indeed has a task, and in his past life's memories, many people had taken it. But for Yi Chen, delaying his plans for a low-level task was truly unnecessary. The main point is that this girl has a particularly loud voice. If he were facing a real human, perhaps he would have a shred of compassion, but when it comes to NPC copies, Yi Chen simply cannot feel anything. Moving at a rapid pace, it wasn't long before Yi Chen reached the rooftop. Bang!
After kicking open the iron door, he immediately locked it and headed straight to a corner of the rooftop. As the tallest building in the entire academy, he could see the whole situation from here. Most importantly, this was the core, the final battleground. Taking a light breath, he stood on one foot on the rooftop and looked down directly. He saw that in the classroom where the copy had just begun, 13 awakened ones had just cautiously rushed out from inside. Under the leadership of Gao Yun, they headed straight for the corner restroom of the playground.
Watching the youth's movements, Yi Chen thoughtfully quickly concluded what the other side intended to do.
The classroom is located at the southernmost part of the academy, while the playground restroom is situated at the southeast corner. The restroom is the birthplace of the headless female corpse. Unsurprisingly, the other party plans to rush in and kill the opponent before the mutated creatures go into a frenzy.
Try not to kill the zombies. In the last 3 hours, even if we haven't undertaken the task, all monsters will still emerge. Those monsters will track their location based on the corpses along the way. Running at the front like a nimble cheetah, Gao Yun spoke while vigilantly scanning the surrounding zombies, leading everyone to rush along the corner of the wall. There's a little trick with the Skeleton Academy dungeon. The mutated creatures will experience a surge in power after the task is taken, but we can definitely injure them heavily before taking on the task. This way, the difficulty can be greatly reduced. Behind him, several second-tier awakens expressed their joy upon hearing this, unable to hold back their admiration for the information shared by Gao Yun. So, are we going to find the mission target first? Start the mission halfway through? That's right. Gao Yun nodded heavily.
Although doing it this way will lower the score at the end, the rewards are still there. After we kill the remaining head female corpse, we'll head directly to the tallest teaching building to hide.
As long as we keep hiding, we can safely get through the zombie tide. The worst case is that we just have to hold the rooftop for a bit at the end. Listening to Gao Yun's plan, a female awakener in the team chuckled and caught up with him in quick steps. So simple? Then I really have to thank Captain Gao.
Not caring about the flattery and praise from the crowd, Gao Yun slightly quickened his pace, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his lowered eyes.
Thank me? No, it should be me thanking you.
Slowing his steps, everyone moved silently. Hiding next to the restroom, Gao Yun held a finger to his lips, signaling everyone to be quiet. Through the corner of the restroom, there is a playground filled with a large number of wandering zombies. Puddles of dark red blood on the ground indicate what had happened here. After carefully observing the instinctively screaming zombies, Gao Yun took a deep breath and waved his hand to signal everyone to follow. The agile team swiftly entered the restroom. In an instant, everyone felt a chill all over their bodies. What a low temperature, so dark.
The restroom was eerily silent, the dimly lit narrow corridor resembling the passage of a tomb. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Water droplets fell. Looking at the tightly closed restroom stalls, the few people following Gao Yun couldn't help but be vigilant. On the pale white wooden door, there were numerous dark red handprints. The faint smell of blood mixed with the stench in the restroom invaded their nostrils. Extremely cautious. Everyone took out their weapons, their eyes fixed intently on the door at the very end. There, a pool of bright red blood is silently flowing through the gap under the door. The monster is right inside.
Gradually approaching, Gaoyun continually channels his own psychic energy, a faint blue light enveloping his hands. As they get closer, everyone seems to hear a series of muffled knocks.
Bang, bang. The sound is reminiscent of a head hitting the wall. Tap dash.
A slightly larger droplet of water bursts in the quiet restroom, startling everyone momentarily.
Fortunately, all 13 individuals are at the second tier, not novices.
After exchanging glances, they all hold their breath and continue to approach cautiously. Passing the cold mirror of the sink, a female awakener in the group instinctively glanced at her reflection. In her daze, she only felt that her face looked hauntingly pale.
Bang!
In that instant, before she could turn her head, she saw the white-painted wooden door at the end of the bathroom, which suddenly shook as if something was about to burst out.
Take action.
Seeing that their approach had already startled the female corpse, the leader, Gaoyun, shouted angrily and punched directly at the wooden door.
Bang!
Wood chips flew, and the bathroom stall that obstructed their view instantly exploded. They saw a female corpse with only half a head suddenly turn around, her dark, pupilless eyes fixating on the crowd. On her pallid face, a gaping, blood-filled mouth suddenly opened wide.
Aha!
The scream was sharp and piercing. In the midst of the shock, various energy skills also struck the female corpse at the same time.
Flame jets. Weak point impact. Ice tentacles.
Under numerous spiritual energy attacks, the decapitated female corpse swayed, covered in various skill effects. However, no matter how impressive the skills appeared when they struck her, they were always intercepted by a white barrier.
Go! Draw it to the woods behind. We can't hurt this monster until it breaks its defense. Pay attention to the attack rhythm. Once the shield breaks, concentrate fire.
The words were spoken rapidly. With a low shout, Gaoyun directly swung his fist towards the wall behind, piercing through the concrete. Following the command, the group quickly dragged the female corpse backwards, their skills flashing and intertwining continuously in their hands. Watching the female corpse swaying towards them while withstanding their attacks, everyone felt a deep astonishment. As expected from a high-difficulty dungeon, even a random second-tier monster possesses such abilities. It can withstand this much even before strengthening. If it were to be strengthened, it would probably become quite troublesome. At the moment they were pulled into the woods, Gaoyun took a deep breath, directly threw a plate in the distance, and urgently said, "I have thrown the soundproof shield. The zombies on the playground can't hear us for now. My ability is defensive. After I bind the monster, you all focus on attacking." As soon as he finished speaking, Gaoyun decisively charged at the female corpse, and a blue light shone from his hands as a light shield instantly formed. Bang! The female corpse slammed into the light shield, its half-brained head shaking with the brain matter inside. Accompanied by the explosive force of a cannonball, Gaoyun, who was at the front, suddenly took a step back. But the next second, he charged forward again. The others behind saw that Gaoyun had taken on the most dangerous task, and many of them looked at him with admiration, unhesitatingly unleashing their skills. With the continuous attacks, the white membrane on the female corpse trembled wildly. A trace of joy flashed in everyone's eyes. "Keep going. We're about to break it." Seeing that the task could be completed so easily, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, before they could be too happy, the female corpse attacking the light shield suddenly froze. In an instant, like a ghost, she swiftly passed by Gaoyun and appeared in front of an awakener who was continuously spitting flames. Puff! Her slender, pale arms effortlessly pierced through the man's chest as if they were inserted into jelly, then yanked hard, pulling out his spine amidst the agony of his bulging eyeballs. Thud! Instant kill! The surrounding attackers were suddenly startled, and a few recent melee awakeners retreated in horror by 2 steps.
Zhang Tao. At the end of the team, a female voice continuously firing ice arrows had red-rimmed eyes as she shouted loudly, "Fast! Too fast!" The 13 people present could never have imagined that the dismembered female corpse possessed such ghostly abilities. Standing in the forefront, a cold glint flashed in Gaoyun's eyes, then he shouted somewhat apologetically, "Continue attacking. I'm sorry, I couldn't control her just now." While speaking, Gaoyun hurriedly pushed forward again, as if he wanted to firmly block the monster in front of the crowd. Battle leaves no room for delay. Suppressing the horror in his heart, everyone quickly continued to attack. From afar on the rooftop, Yi Chen looked down from a high point, quietly observing the combatants. The battle had already reached a fever pitch. Barring any accidents, these 13 second-tier fighters would soon be able to kill the decapitated female corpse. However, upon closer observation, Yi Chen keenly noticed that Gaoyun, positioned at the front, was holding back his strength. Interesting. With a light chuckle, Yi Chen casually glanced at the system task panel. He saw that the task for the C-rank blood butcher had already been silently accepted by someone. The task was not accepted by him. In the forest, just as everyone was gathering their strength to deliver a fatal blow to the monster, Gaoyun, who had been holding his ground at the front, softly warned, "Everyone, get ready to take the mission. Be careful of the monster's final outburst." As soon as he finished speaking, the 13 people did not hesitate at all and immediately followed him to take the mission. In an instant, the severed head female corpse, which had originally lost its left arm, suddenly swelled, and its chilling aura enveloped the entire area. At the same time, behind the crowd, a giant butcher dragging a long knife was charging silently within the soundproof barrier.
After taking another hit from the severed head female corpse, Gao Yun tried hard to calm his surging blood energy, secretly calculating the time. He glanced back out of the corner of his eye and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Although he advised everyone not to take on additional missions, he privately accepted the butcher's mission. He thought very clearly that his defense was more than enough but his offense was lacking. If they only took down a single severed head female corpse in this dungeon, that would be a huge loss. Especially with his strength, it was difficult to land the final blow among a group of second-tier players who still had their trump cards. But pulling everyone into battle mode was a different story. In his calculations, as long as he lured the butcher before killing the female corpse, the others would be forced to fight the butcher in a surprise attack. And having been entangled with the female corpse, he had every reason not to participate. By then, he let out a cold sneer. Just as he had planned, while the other 12 were excitedly preparing to claim the kill on the female corpse, a slight tremor suddenly occurred. The woman at the back of the group, preparing to charge her ice spear, instinctively turned around. In an instant, a look of terror suddenly appeared on her face. Bloodthirsty butcher. There was no time to think. The charging butcher dashed past the soundproof barrier, accompanied by a roar, and brought down the cleaver in his hand with brutal force. Bang! Instant kill. In the sudden attack, the woman who belonged to the spellcasting category was turned into minced meat in the blink of an eye. A scream erupted. The fighters, who were in the heat of battle, never expected that a monster had appeared behind them. At the same time, Gao Yun took the lead, feigning a look of horror. Who accepted the mission? Didn't I say not to accept it? Bang! Attacked by the female corpse, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with grief and anger. In a panic and unable to think too much, everyone lost their footing in their confusion. What should we do? How could there be two mutated creatures? Who on earth wants to kill us? With anger and panic, seeing the favorable situation about to be ruined, the other second-tier fighters couldn't help but curse. Blocking in front of the female corpse, Gao Yun took a deep breath. Damn it! It's probably the guy who disappeared earlier seeking death by accepting the mission. Everyone, given the situation, we have no choice but to fight with all we've got. You all block the butcher, I'll handle the female corpse by myself. Otherwise, we all die. Based on his previous performance, Gao Yun's words instantly convinced everyone. Watching the enormous butcher charge into the battlefield, everyone, in a panic, had no choice but to attack desperately, following Gao Yun's arrangements. Observing the second-tier fighters engaging with the strongest butcher, Gao Yun chuckled to himself, discreetly leading the female corpse to the edge of the battlefield. Yes, just like that. In his calculations, these second-tier fighters should be able to heavily injure the butcher after revealing their trump cards. Meanwhile, he who had been holding the female corpse could deal with her at any moment. At that time, the final blows from both sides might very well belong to him. As for how many people would be injured or killed, or whether anyone would later shift the blame onto Yi Chen, that had nothing to do with him. Thinking of the rewards for completing 2 tasks in a row, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. In his smugness, he even felt somewhat grateful for Yi Chen's appearance. If that idiot hadn't escaped on his own, he would have had to come up with a reason to prevent others from suspecting him. With the strengthened butcher joining, the battle instantly turned brutal. On the rooftop, Yi Chen watched the chaos with great interest. Especially looking at Gao Yun, who had been holding back, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Shifting the blame onto himself? Trying to steal the final reward? The plan was decent, but unfortunately he miscalculated his target. Shaking his head, Yi Chen decisively pointed at the task panel. Ding, accepted sea-level task, kill the withered bone mutant. Ding, accepted sea-level task, kill all the zombies in the courtyard. Ding, accepted B-level task, kill the corpse lord. 3 consecutive prompts sounded, and Yi Chen looked at his task panel, which was already filled to capacity, and his gaze gradually turned cold. His original plan was to fill the tasks in the last 3 hours, triggering a collective movement of the mutants. But Gao Yun's scheme forced him to act ahead of time. But it doesn't matter now. He was determined to achieve a maximum rating for clearing the dungeon. With the continuous acceptance of tasks, an invisible aura of death suddenly spread throughout the academy. In the darkness, it felt as if some terrifying existence was slowly awakening. No one knows. The dungeon had only been opened for a few minutes, and the difficulty had already soared to its limits. Ah, my hand! A shriek. In a deadly struggle with the butcher mutant, a sturdy man wielding dual giant axes let out a scream as a large spurt of blood gushed from his shoulder. Without time to dodge, the bloody butcher's giant blade directly severed his right hand. Don't hold back any longer. If we can't kill this monster, we're all going to die. A startled roar. A middle-aged man in full armor mustered his courage, and the enormous warhammer in his hand burst forth with a dazzling light, directly clashing with the butcher's knife. Dividing heavy hammer. Bang! Spitting out fresh blood after a head-on clash, the man looked at the butcher whose stomach was only slightly dented, and a hint of bitterness flashed across his eyes. The strengthened butcher is too strong. In the team of only 9 people, many awakened individuals rushed to fight in anger. That damned kid. If I find him, I will definitely kill him. Extremely furious. In their eyes, if it weren't for Yi Chen acting alone and taking on the butcher's quest, how could they have fallen to such a state? On the edge of the battlefield, Gao Yun looked with satisfaction at those who had revealed all their trump cards, and the attacks in his hand also intensified. Almost there. After consuming a bit more, he would kill the female corpse to prepare to seize the butcher's reward. Noticing these second-stage trump card skills that erupted, he couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Fortunately, he had calculated it well, otherwise, with his attacking power, he would probably only be able to earn some experience. How could he so easily slack off? A few seconds later, just when Gao Yun was hesitating whether to directly take down the female corpse, a sudden inexplicable chill surged in his heart. Ha! Instinctively looking back, in an instant, his pupils reflected a dense mass of zombies, along with two gigantic shadows. His face turned pale. What the heck? After seeing the approaching monsters clearly, an overwhelming sense of panic filled his heart. Someone has accepted all the quests. At the same time, those fighting at the limit also looked over in response to the sound, and in the next second, the same despair and shock appeared on their faces. Withered bones. Lord of the corpses. Like falling into an ice cave. In that instant, they only heard Gao Yun's desperate roar. Run! Go to the largest teaching building. Without hesitation, Gao Yun directly abandoned the heavily injured female corpse and ran away. In the open area, if he encountered the subsequent mutated beings, he would only have one path: death. Running desperately, using up every ounce of strength, he wished he wasn't an agile type, sprinting towards the teaching building. The main structures in the instance cannot be destroyed. There's only a glimmer of hope for survival by relying on the terrain there. On the rooftop, Yi-Chen calmly looked at the crowd rushing in, his mind turning to the skill panel. A single strike should be able to kill them all. On the panel, the sword breathstorm was glowing, having finished its cooldown. That kid seems to be up there. Let's not worry about it, let's go up first. Inside the stairwell, 10 second-tier awaken rushed upward desperately. Behind them, the echoes of zombies' howls rang like death knells. Moving at lightning speed, within seconds, the group burst onto the rooftop. Boom! Kicking open the rooftop door, the few of them gasped for breath, trying hard to calm their racing hearts. Turning his head, he saw Yi-Chen standing on the other side. Rage surged within him. Looking at Yi-Chen, who appeared unfazed, an awakened individual wielding dual blades immediately broke into a tirade, raising his sword as if to strike down. It's you, kid, causing all this trouble. Damn it! We almost got killed because of you. Contrary to the expectation that Yi-Chen would be struck, he casually dodged to the side with ease. Slightly taken aback, the awakened one swinging the blade thought to himself that this strike was merely venting frustration and not delivered with full force. But he was. At least at the second tier, and with the first tier's reflexes, it was impossible to dodge. Watching the speed Yi-Chen had just unleashed, he suddenly froze for a moment. That's enough. Without overthinking, the last one to arrive, a heavy hammer-wielding awakened, turned back to block the iron door and shouted loudly. Still fighting amongst ourselves. If monsters surge in, we're all dead. As he spoke, he shot a dark glare at Yi-Chen. Although he was also angry, he knew better that there was no time to waste. But it's all this kid's fault. He's a worthless piece of trash who wants to die and wants to drag us down with him. With bloodshot eyes, the female awakened, whose companion had died, stared fiercely at Yi-Chen, having somewhat lost her sanity after the continuous stimulation. Survive? How can we survive? As long as the subsequent mutated creatures come up, they would have no chance to resist at all. Ignoring the woman who was glaring at him, Yi-Chen spoke calmly. Your companion died at the hands of the butcher. That mission wasn't assigned to me. With a light chuckle, unlike the panic of others, Yi-Chen looked with interest at Gao Yun, who was standing at the edge of the rooftop. The crowd was momentarily stunned upon hearing him, instinctively shifting their gaze towards him. Although a few were angry, they weren't idiots. Many astute minds had actually sensed something was amiss during the recent battle. Seeing everyone look towards him, Gao Yun's expression darkened, and he also didn't bother to hide anymore. This is not the time to deal with this. That guy took on all the subsequent tasks. We must hold this position if we want to have any hope of surviving. As he spoke, he leaned forward to look at the playground and saw the fastest decaying female corpse limping and rapidly chasing after them. If it weren't for the fact that the mutated skeletons and the corpse lord were relatively slow, they wouldn't have time to argue now. Defend. How do we defend? For second-tier mutated bodies that have been enhanced, we simply cannot hold them off. Not to mention the corpse lord. That monster is at the peak of the second tier. In extreme fear, several awakeners felt as if their psychological defenses had been shattered. Although Gao Yun and the burly man with the heavy hammer kept insisting there was hope, they could see none. Stop arguing. Taking a deep breath, the burly man with the heavy hammer smashed down and killed the fastest attacking zombies, speaking rapidly. We'll split into 2 teams. Ranged attackers block the mutated bodies, and everyone else block the zombies. This building cannot be destroyed by anything less than tier 3. The 3 largest mutated bodies can only climb up from outside the building. As soon as the words fell, everyone was suddenly shaken. Many people rushed to the rooftop to peek. Sure enough, besides the decapitated female corpse quickly burrowing into the teaching building, the other 3 mutated bodies stopped downstairs, preparing to climb up from the floor. That's right. Gao Yun, who had already thought of this idea, chimed in, directly pulling out the pistol from his waist and continuously firing at the large group of zombies charging at them. As long as we work together and keep knocking the mutated bodies down, theoretically, there's still a chance to hold out until the end. After hearing this, several people with pale faces agreed to the plan, decisively splitting into 2 teams, ready to follow Gao Yun's instructions.
However, during the grouping, several second-tier awakeners angrily pointed at Yi Chen. "Brat! If we can get out, I will definitely smash your head. If you want to die, go die yourself." Standing at the rooftop door, Gao Yun listened to everyone redirecting their resentment towards Yi Chen and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Strictly speaking, the plan he laid out would also lead to heavy casualties among everyone, while Yi Chen made the situation worse. A few seconds quickly passed. As the building trembled, all the zombies in the academy surged towards the teaching building like a tide, with rotting corpses rushing continuously towards the rooftop. From a high vantage point, the teaching area looked like honey, surrounded by dense black dots. First attack the butcher. That monster climbs the fastest. Surrounded from front and back, the three awakened ones on the rooftop desperately fought against the oncoming zombies. Facing the attacks from the decapitated female corpse, they managed to barely hold on despite the difficulties. The biggest problem was the three mutants climbing up from outside the building. Attack! Knock them down! Under the leadership of the heavy hitter, waves of psychic skills were unleashed as if they cost nothing, causing the thick fat on the butcher's body to burst out. However, the reality is harsh. Imagine that they could hinder the mutated creatures climbing with their attacks, but in reality, after a round of attacks, they despairingly realized that their assaults merely delayed the weakest butcher's ascent. Not to mention holding on for 12 hours, they couldn't even last 12 minutes. It's over. It's over. This time it's really over. The speed of the collapse from start to finish struck everyone like a thunderclap, delivering a heavy blow. Watching the ever-ascending corpse lord in skeletal monstrosity, several second-tier ranged attackers felt their bodies quaking. We can't hold them off. We can't hold them off at all. Heart-wrenching, in their panic, they had completely lost their courage. Everyone's efforts were in vain. Once these three mutated creatures came up, they would all die. In the midst of their breakdown, no one cared for Yi Chen in the corner. However, just as everyone was in despair, Yi Chen, who had been observing the situation from the side, spoke calmly. "If I were you, I would jump down immediately." What? All they saw was Yi Chen, who had been ignored, standing on the edge of the rooftop, pretending to jump off. In the next second, before anyone could think, as Yi Chen leapt high into the air like a shooting star off the rooftop, a terrifying pressure instantly descended from the skies. The dim sky suddenly turned darker. In an instant, streams of sword aura containing a destructive breath swiftly formed, ultimately converging into a torrent resembling sword wings surrounding Yi Chen. What is this aura? On the rooftop, everyone watched in shock as Yi Chen was surrounded by the sword energy. Under the immense sense of oppression, they felt every pore in their bodies crying out, as if urging them to flee at once. In a state of horror and disbelief, with no time to react further, a few people instinctively jumped out. If they don't leave here, they will definitely die. In midair, Yi Chen calmly accumulated the sword energy and after a moment locked the target as the entire teaching building. After confirming that all the mutated beings were covered, in an instant, a piercing sword light suddenly slashed out. Sword flow storm. Bang! The sword flow shot out, with thousands of sword chi carrying the power to destroy everything, instantly blasting forth. At the same time, beams of dazzling sword flow surged like rushing lasers, directly devouring the entire building completely. In the gaze of terrified eyes, the two top mutated beings that were considered unsolvable by everyone instantly melted into nothing. Bang! The surging sword flow swiftly eliminated all the mutated beings and, as if facing no obstacles, continued to strike the ground. Heat waves spread, creating a wasteland. It's gone. Everything is gone. A few seconds later, the crowd, stunned in fear, looked at the scene before them as if in a dream. The original teaching building had completely vanished, leaving only a giant pit over 30 meters deep, emitting green smoke. Glug! Swallowing saliva dryly, the few survivors stood frozen like statues. Instant kill, a blatant instant kill. Such horrifying attacks can only be unleashed by a third-tier power. And not just any ordinary third tier. Panic, fear, and awe. Underneath these complex emotions, the burly man who had previously scolded Yi Chen looked at him with a mournful face, trembling as he turned his gaze toward Yi Chen not far away. This esteemed sir, I truly had eyes but failed to recognize the mountain, and I have offended you. Stammering. In his nervousness, he didn't even know what to say. Although he couldn't comprehend how Yi Chen had transformed from a first-tier to a terrifying third-tier existence. But everyone clearly realized one thing. That is, if Yi Chen had any dissatisfaction with them, he could kill them all in an instant. In this enclosed instance, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. The gap between the third and second tiers is too great. It is as vast as the difference between them and ordinary people. The later the stage, the disparity between tiers is like a qualitative change. Calmly looking at the frightened crowd, Yi Chen spoke lightly. Go and clean up the remaining zombies. All tasks have been completed, and the only task left from what he accepted is to clear all the zombies. If all goes well, he should receive the highest evaluation for the instance. He didn't pay too much attention to everyone's previous reactions. After all, he did accept the task, and it is normal for these people to hate him in their despair. As if granted a pardon. Upon hearing Yi Chen speak, a few people hurriedly dispersed. Only a few younger female awakeners in the crowd seemed to realize something, their gazes flickering. So young, and yet at the third tier. The boy in front of them is definitely a descendant of the military or a high-ranking power.
However, just as they were about to strike up a conversation, they were astonished to see Yi-chan finish speaking and turn to leave toward the woods. After exchanging glances, the few of them couldn't help but smile wryly. It seems that the other party didn't care about them at all. He's really strong. I can't believe he looks so young, yet his strength is so abnormal. Who knows? Just from that attack earlier, I felt that if I got grazed by it, I would be instantly killed. Fortunately, I jumped out of the way. No need to guess. Have you forgotten about Gao Yun? He seemed to have been vaporized before he even had time to run away. After Yi-chan left, the few of them began discussing cautiously, still in shock. However, when Gao Yun was mentioned, everyone's expressions became a bit peculiar. Amidst their amazement, everyone could not comprehend one point. That is, how could Yi-chan ignore the instance restrictions and enter a second-tier instance with his third-tier strength? In the woods, Yi-chan quickly dug a deep pit in the ground. Not for any other reason, but to search for a special item. In the information released in the previous life, there was a special item hidden in the most inconspicuous forest of the Corpse Academy. It is said that the first person to discover it stumbled upon it by accident during a battle. Where exactly should it be? Struggling to recall. Reflecting on the specific details within the instance, Yi-chan continuously searched for its traces as if digging a hole. The special item is half a skull, specifically the piece that was on top of the decapitated female corpse's head. If one were to accept the instance quest according to the storyline, they would come into contact with the story of the decapitated female corpse in her lifetime. Skull. Digging quickly. A few minutes later, as the long sword in his hand suddenly halted, a flash of surprise crossed Yi-chan's face. In the next moment, he saw a bone-white skull exposed in the dirt that had been pierced by the sword tip. Without hesitation, Yi-chan carefully unearthed the skull. Ding! Obtained special item, Grudge Skull. As the system prompt suddenly sounded, Yi-chan's brows twitched and his heart couldn't help but feel a bit excited. The information revealed in his previous life indeed did not deceive him. View attributes. With a hint of anticipation, Yi-chan decisively checked the attributes of the skull. Cursed Skull, blue, special item. Item effect, after use, gain the effect of manifesting mental power. You can spread mental power according to the strength of your will attribute. Item description, open the skull, perhaps you can see more. Playing with the skull in his hand, a flash of joy instantly appeared in Yi-chan's eyes. This blue item seemed ordinary, but in reality, its effect was extremely heaven-defying. Before reaching the third tier, Will-type awakeners possessed immense mental power but had few avenues to utilize it. A significant reason for this was the lack of solidification of mental power, making it difficult to project outward. Compared to other attribute awakeners who could gain immediate enhancements after strengthening, Will-type bodies were fragile, and their only advantage was the ability to use skills multiple times. But obtaining the materialization of mental power changes everything. As an ability that emerges only after reaching the third tier, materialized mental power is equivalent to telekinesis, enabling manipulation of objects in the void. Not only that, the emitted mental power acts like eyes, allowing one to observe the environment without obstruction. Just based on this point, the survival ability of Will-type awakeners can be greatly enhanced. Suppressing his joy, Yi-chan decisively pressed the skull against his forehead and used it directly. In an instant, accompanied by a pain that felt like cutting through brain matter, Yi-chan felt his formerly loose mental power instantly consolidate. With a wave of his hand, the rubble on the ground was surprisingly lifted by the void, as if being moved by invisible hands. Very good. After quickly testing it a few times, Yi-chan looked satisfactorily at the rubble floating around him, suspended by mental power. Go! With a low shout. Under the enhancement of mental power, the surrounding rubble shot out like bullets. Puff puff puff. Accompanied by a dull penetrating sound, he saw that the tree trunks around him were instantly filled with holes the size of a finger. Relying on his high will attribute, the control attack unleashed at this moment was powerful enough to rival that of weaker second-tier awakened ones. Closing his eyes, Yi-chan continued to experiment with mental detection. Buzz. With a faint buzzing sound, a circle of light blue mental power suddenly burst forth from his body, enveloping everything around him like a sphere. The detection range is approximately 29 meters. As the mental power dissipated, Yi-chan exhaled slowly and opened his eyes. In just 3 days after his rebirth, he had already mastered some abilities that he would only have at the third tier in his previous life. Even without using an SSS level skill, he was confident in fighting against second-tier awakened ones and challenging higher levels. A few minutes later, a system prompt sounded. Ding! All zombies in the Corpse Academy have been cleared. Ding! The Undead Academy dungeon, all options for exit have been opened in advance. After exiting, rewards will be calculated based on dungeon performance. Listening to the continuous system prompt sounds, Yi-chan looked around to confirm that he hadn't missed anything before decisively choosing to exit. Dungeon exit. Calculating dungeon information. Dungeon completer Yi-chan. Current dungeon completion rate. Base completion rate 20%, additional completion rates Headless Female Zombie 7%, Bloody Butcher 13%, Skeleton Mutant 20%, Undead Lord 30%, Zombie 10%. Cumulative total completion rate 100%. Received evaluation SSS level. SSS level evaluation rewards: randomly obtain 1 blue equipment, randomly gain any attribute points *3, obtain C class title Undead. Ding! Extra psionic experience gained for defeating the second-tier mutant headless female zombie beyond rank. Ding! Extra experience gained for defeating the second-tier mutant bloody butcher beyond rank. Ding! Extra psionic experience gained for defeating the peak second-tier undead lord beyond rank and obtain 1B level skill book. Beep, your level has been upgraded to peak first order. Please accept the promotion task as soon as possible to complete the upgrade.
Before completing the task, all extra experience will be converted into attributes proportionally. Current extra attribute bonus 2-inch.
Listening to the dense system rewards, Yi-Chen only felt a pain in his ears. After clearing the dungeon, not only was his psychic experience bar instantly filled, but he also obtained 2 pieces of blue level equipment items. As for the white equipment, he received as many as 6 pieces directly as a reward. With the 4 mutant tasks, basic tasks, and zombie clearing, the rewards after clearing were indeed generous. The only regret was that his level was stuck due to the promotion task. But it didn't matter. After reaching the second order, this little experience is of no use, and 2 attribute points are more valuable. With anticipation, Yi-Chen simply stayed in the dungeon space to finish drawing the rewards before leaving. Draw equipment rewards. As soon as the words fell, a lottery disc resembling a round plate instantly appeared. Looking at the densely packed blue equipment on the prize wheel, Yi-Chen felt dazzled. Clicking to draw, in an instant, the roulette began to spin rapidly. Ding! Receive Thunder Spike Boots. Thunder Spike Boots, leg, blue. Equipment attributes, agility +2, running speed +20%, jump power +20%. Equipment special effect adds an additional paralysis effect when kicking with no cost. Equipment skill, lightning strike. After the skill is activated, it increases agility by 10 points within 2 seconds and includes a sprint attack. Raising an eyebrow, Yi-Chen looked somewhat surprised at the dark purple boots in his hand. Flickering silver light flowed within, looking extremely understated. Initially, he felt a bit disappointed when he saw the armor-type equipment, as he had always wanted a blue weapon. But to his surprise, after reviewing the attributes of the Thunder Spike Boots, they turned out to be an exceptional piece of equipment. Extra damage attached to attacks is not to be mentioned, although there are limitations, it is equivalent to a skill. The active skill further adds an additional 10 points to agility. With such exaggerated attribute boosts, his speed would be significantly increased. I don't even know whether I should be categorized as willpower type or agility type. Let's change into it first. After decisively putting on the, Yi-Chen felt a lightness throughout his body. Even if he ends up swapping it out later, he can sell this piece of equipment for a sky-high price. I believe many agility type awakeners would go crazy over this equipment. Especially those who excel in close combat, they would probably fight tooth and nail to get it. After glancing at the remaining white equipment, Yi-Chen directly listed all the unequipped gear on the trading channel. His gaze turned to the last reward, which was for killing the corpse sovereign. B-grade skill book. When he touched the black skill book, a brief piece of information appeared in his mind. B-grade skill, corpse explosion, necromancy, poison. Exploding corpse. After consuming 600 points of spiritual energy, it causes a nearby corpse to explode. It creates an area of explosion while inflicting a poison effect and deals additional damage based on the level of the corpse. Skill description, no bones left. A very nice skill. After glancing at the skill description, Yi-Chen immediately realized that this belongs to the top-tier skills of casting type awakens. If nothing unexpected happens, this skill should come from the ability of the Corpse Lord. It's a pity that the strongest boss in this dungeon didn't even get a chance to fight back before being instant killed by him. Area attack with poison and damage can be increased based on the corpse's level. No matter how you look at it, it's quite powerful. However, with the Sword God system in hand, Yi-Chen didn't consider any skills outside of sword types at all. Gently stroking his chin after quickly assessing the skill, Yi-Chen estimated its value to be around 60,000 to 100,000 points, mainly because he hadn't traded much in his previous life and wasn't familiar with casting type awakens. After directly putting the skill book and the replaced equipment up for trade, Yi-Chen chose to exit the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, the sky was overcast. Looking at his fully maxed experience points, a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of Yi-Chen's mouth. No one would probably expect that his speed of power improvement would be so exaggerated. At this rate, maybe in a month's time, he could catch up to the effort he had made in half a year in his past life. He believed that once he reached the 3rd tier, he wouldn't need to say much, and the Huaxia Warzone would realize his true value. Returning to the gas station and riding his motorcycle, Yi-Chen planned to head straight back to the safe zone. Once he finished buying his equipment, his strength would increase significantly once again. However, once he returned, he would first need to accept a promotion task. Just as this thought arose, a sudden system notification instantly interrupted his train of thought. Beep, Sword God System Task 2. Perfect Ascender. Task requirement, complete 4 types of attribute promotion tasks and raise the 4 major attributes to 25 points. Task deadline, 30 days. Task reward, randomly drawn epic level equipment *1. Task failure, deprivation of 10 points from the 4 major attributes. Looking at the sudden appearance of the system task, Yi-Chen felt a moment of distraction before being somewhat surprised. Perfect advanced player? Complete 4 advancement tasks? The difficulty of the tasks isn't actually that high. Considering his current strength, it would simply take some time.
However, he originally intended to only complete the will-based advancement. Why does the system require me to raise all 4 main attributes to 25 points? With a puzzled expression, Yi-Chen felt there was something strange as he pondered this. It's important to know that although he has no attribute penalties and is not subject to talent restrictions, with his will-based talent, the focus must be on the will attribute. All-rounder means being unable to excel in any one area. From his memories of his previous life, no matter how greedy an awakener was, they would only simultaneously enhance 2 attributes, and almost no one chose 3. With only so many attribute points after leveling up, adding 1 means there's little strength left to add to a second. The result of enhancing all attributes is being mediocre in everything, falling into the realm of the ordinary. Nevertheless, after looking at the system rewards, Yi-Chen hesitated for a moment but still decided to go along with it. With the accumulation of energy fruit attributes, the requirement of 25 points isn't excessive for him. The main issue is that he simply cannot accept the penalty for failure. Roasted mousetails. Roasted mousetails. Fresh mousetails. Premium beef canned food just past the 20-year shelf life. Top 10 mercenaries of Tianfeng, guarding your home and clearing out zombies. Only 1 credit point per day. Passing through the bustling outer city market, the clamorous shouts pierced my ears. Riding slowly on the motorcycle, Yi-Chen nostalgically looked at the crowded night market. Many low-level awakened ones sat bare-chested in the pickups, bragging loudly about their glorious achievements while holding mousetails, making the kids below drool. There were also mercenaries silently sitting in the SUVs, cleaning their rifles. Some survivors continued to rummage through the garbage piles in the dark for useful supplies, while a boy with a tattoo on his face rode a colorful electric scooter, running all over the place. A worker who has worked hard for a month stands in front of a stall with a child, indulgently buying a bowl of syrup for the child, while a female worker in the textile factory uniform hesitates in front of the long skirt stall. Over 60 years after the apocalypse, people have grown accustomed to their current lives. Whether good or bad, they have managed to survive. He took out a few biscuits and scattered them to the begging elderly, receiving multiple thanks from them in response as Yi-Chen looked at the city. There is at most 1 year's time left. Whether beautiful or wicked, everything will be destroyed. Hello, what task would you like to take on? In the task hall of the safe zone, a somewhat sleepy girl looks at Yi-Chen in front of her. Very few awakened ones come in the evening, especially this late. Advanced task. Speaking softly, Yi-Chen glanced at the information on the safe zone task panel and quickly searched for his target. The tasks issued by the safety zone are considered substitutes for system tasks. During each promotion, awakeners can choose to accept the system's promotion tasks or opt for tasks from the safety zone. Although the promotion rewards are issued by the system, accepting tasks from the safety zone allows for additional credit points. What level do you need? Is it from level 0 to level 1? The girl in charge of reception looked at Yi-Chen's appearance with some surprise, and under his handsome exterior, she couldn't help but feel a bit of affection for him. He's already a level 1 awakener at such a young age? That's impressive. Level 2. Yi-Chen casually replied, his fingers quickly pointing to the 4 highest level tasks. Just these 4, help me accept all of them. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl was taken aback. Level 2. Clearly, she had seen that the medal on Yi-Chen was still for level 0. This awakener, you cannot accept tasks that are above your level and accepting 4 at once. The penalties for task failure are quite severe. In her surprise, the girl hurriedly explained, trying to persuade Yi-Chen not to do this. Yi-Chen helplessly looked at the receptionist and placed his hand firmly on the device used to test strength. I'm sure. In an instant, a dazzling light briefly illuminated the room. Ding, strength rating, peak level 1. With the device's notification, the receptionist gasped and quickly covered her mouth, flustered. Peak level 1 at such a young age. Just when the receptionist was shocked and wanted to say something, the next second, Yi-Chen, having accepted the tasks, turned and left. After a moment, she stared blankly as Yi-Chen really accepted 4 advanced tasks, her eyes filled with disbelief. Shaman, what are you standing there for? In the hall, a girl preparing to shift rushed over, looking somewhat surprised at her colleague. Coming back to her senses, the receptionist couldn't help but exclaim. Just now a level 1 awakener accepted 4 advanced tasks of different attributes all at once, and they were all of the highest level. The incoming girl stared wide-eyed, instinctively looking at the task panel. It is rare for someone to take on the highest level advancement tasks, and yet someone has. What the hell, who is so crazy? Doesn't he know how difficult advancement tasks are? Usually, those awakeners are afraid they won't complete even one. Is his brain broken? Staring blankly at Yi-Chen's departing figure, the receptionist instinctively replied. I don't know, but that person didn't seem like the impulsive type. Stepping out of the task hall, Yi-Chen multitasked by checking the tasks he had just received. Power System Advancement Task, kill a peak first order mutated being corpse dog. Difficulty level, S-Class. Additional rewards, 1 point in strength attribute, 1,300 credit points. Agility System Advancement Task, obtain the wings of a second order mutated being Wind Hawk. Difficulty level, S-Class. Additional rewards, 1 point in agility, 2,000 credit points. Physique System Advancement Task, team up to kill a second order mutated being Bone Bear. Will System Advancement Task, survive 24 hours in a primary supernatural event, or complete the corresponding task. Difficulty level S. Additional reward 1 point of will, 2000 credit points.
Quickly scanning through the 4 advanced tasks, Yi-Chen only felt a bit of a challenge. In order to maximize the strengthening of his own strength, he took on tasks of the highest difficulty. If this got out, it would probably scare a group of awakeners silly.
Apart from the power system, all the remaining enemies are second-order mutants.
A normal awakener can barely advance by taking a task of the same level, let alone take such risks. It's important to know that the cost of failure is a deduction of 50% of the main attributes. However, for him, the trouble is not in the difficulty of the tasks, but in the fact that each task is in a different location. The power and physique systems are not troublesome, both mutants are located in the former Tianfeng Zoo. The Agile System's wind sculpture might require seeking information from an awakener. Of course, it would be best if it could be purchased. Bowing his head in thought, Yi-Chen recalled the information about the wind eagle. In his vague memory, the wings of this mutated creature seemed to be some kind of enchanted material that many lucky individuals had picked up in the wild. It stands to reason that it should be purchasable as well. If it can be solved with money, Yi-Chen would naturally not want to waste time. As for the last type, the will system. With a slight furrow of his brow, looking at the supernatural events of the will system, Yi-Chen felt a sinking sensation in his heart.
Supernatural events are the most peculiar in the Doomsday game.
These events are usually not closely related to strength. Whether they can be completed depends entirely on the judgment and courage of
the awakened, and even a bit of luck.
If fighting against mutated creatures is simply about being strong enough, facing supernatural events can lead even the strongest awakened to stumble and fall. Shaking his head, after contemplating a course of action in his mind, Yi-Chen decided to set off tomorrow.
Captain Huang, I think I just saw Yi-Chen outside the task hall. In the awakened squad, several soldiers preparing to accept a mission looked at the figure in the distance with some astonishment and couldn't help but pull Huang Xiao.
Hearing the voice, Huang Xiao instinctively looked in the direction the team member was pointing. A few seconds later, a look of surprise flashed across his face.
That familiar figure really did look like Yi-Chen.
Watching Yi-Chen, who seemed to have come out of the mission hall, he couldn't help but feel a bit confused.
What is this kid doing at the mission hall so late?
Ever since the military department told him he didn't have to protect Yi-Chen anymore, he naturally returned to the squad and stopped paying attention. Although he had a good impression of Yi-Chen, it wasn't enough for him to seek him out privately. After all, Yi-Chen was destined to only become a second tier. Especially since will-type awakeners had poor combat abilities.
Even if Yi-Chen had extraordinary talent, his upgrade speed wouldn't be that fast.
It would be unknown when Yi-Chen would even reach his level. Who knows, he wouldn't be here to accept an advanced mission, would he? With a playful tease, one of the team members immediately retorted.
How is that possible? He just became an awakened and belongs to the will system.
Even if we team up to hunt mutated creatures, it takes more than a few months to reach the first tier. A tier 0 awakened would likely run out of psychic energy after using a skill.
That's enough.
Shaking his head, Huang Xiao glanced thoughtfully at Yi-Chen's back and directly interrupted the team's discussion.
Maybe he is just passing by. Let's go in and take the mission.
After you guys advance to the second tier, our team still needs to prepare for the search mission.
Search mission?
Hearing Huang Xiao's words, the team members couldn't help but ask.
Captain, is this related to the rumors about the third tier that has been circulating lately?
I've heard that there are traces of 2 third-tier battles around our safe zone.
That's right.
Nodding, a serious look flashed in Huang Xiao's eyes. The higher-ups are taking this matter very seriously. Even Commander Xiao is preparing to come back. 2 unidentified Tier 3 individuals appeared near our safe zone. If we don't handle this properly, it could lead to big trouble. As soon as those words were out, the team members couldn't help but exclaim.
Tier 3 is indeed impressive. Just showing up can scare us quite a bit. I wonder which big shot it is, having so much leisure time. Wang Zhen?
At the heavily guarded entrance of the psionic residence, Yi-Chen looked somewhat surprised at Wang Zhen, who was directing a group of workers moving furniture. Reflexively turning her head, the girl's face suddenly lit up with joy when she saw it was Yi-Chen. Before she could run up to him, Yi-Chen smiled and pointed with some confusion at a truckload of furniture.
What's this for?
When he asked, a hint of panic flashed in Wang Zhen's eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he quietly explained. Yi-Chen, I noticed that there isn't much furniture among the things that Auntie brought. I took a part of my bonus and bought her a few things.
After you bought the apartment last time, they sent me a lot of bonuses.
Seeing the girl's awkward explanation, Yi-Chen couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart.
Then thank you. Do you want to come up and have a meal together? I just got back.
As he spoke, Yi-Chen shook the fresh ingredients he had just bought in his hand. Looking at Wang Zhen, who had a flustered expression, he couldn't help but think of his past life. In his past life, the girl was the same. During his most difficult times, she often took out her meager income to support him. Although it wasn't much, it was enough for Yi-Chen to remember it for a lifetime at that time.
No, don't thank me.
The girl waved her hands repeatedly, a hint of shyness flashing across her face.
I should be the one thanking you. That bonus really was a lot. There's no need to go up for a meal. I still have a part-time job tonight. I need to go to the restaurant to work. After saying that, Wang Zhen seemed to realize something, as if she felt a bit reluctant to stay here. Yi-Chen, I'll be leaving now.
She hurriedly fled. Before going out, Wang Jin seemed to muster her courage and turned around.
Yi-chan, in a few days we have our original classmates reunion, can you accompany me?
Her voice trembled a little. If it were before when facing Yi-chan, she would have been quite generous. But now, facing Yi-chan who has become an awakener and whose actions equate to astronomical figures, she couldn't help but feel a bit inferior. She was just an ordinary person, and she always felt like there was a huge gap between them. Unless something unexpected happened, in the future Yi-chan would only be someone she could look up to. Yi-chan looked at the somewhat nervous Wang Jin and was slightly taken aback, but after a moment he smiled and said, "If I have time, I might be able to." For Wang Jin, who had once helped him, Yi-chan didn't mind agreeing to her request. After receiving Yi-chan's response, Wang Jin's face suddenly lit up with joy, as if there was a light in her eyes.
"Mom, little sister. I'm back."
As he swiped the card to enter his newly purchased apartment, a gentle smile appeared on Yi-chan's face. Looking at his mother cooking in the kitchen, Yi-chan felt all the fatigue of the day melt away.
"Brother, you're back."
Bouncing and skipping, and Xiaxia dashed out from the living room like a little deer, directly leaping into his arms. Seeing the snacks Yi-chan had bought in his hands, her small face suddenly broke into a delighted smile. As if remembering something, and Xiaxia grabbed Yi-chan's hand and started to show him the room's decorations.
"Brother, this is your bedroom. This is mine. Look, there's hot water for showering here. And electric lights."
Patting the refrigerator in the living room, and Xiaxia opened it as if showcasing a treasure.
"Brother, now that we have a fridge, we won't have to worry about the vegetables going bad in summer." Gently ruffling his little sister's hair, Yi-chan also cast a sentimental glance at his new home.
In his previous life, even though he was fully trained by the capital, he never truly lived a good day. At that time, resources were scarce, and
everyone was under immense pressure. Every day was just fighting after fighting. Enjoying the current peace, Yi-chan secretly made up his mind. This warmth and tranquility, he would definitely protect it until the end.
In the kitchen, his mother took the items from Yi-chan's hands with a hint of reproach, feeling distressed as she said,
"Don't spend money carelessly.
Save some money, you still need to get married in the future."
As she spoke, Mother Yi seemed to think of something. "Yi-chan, is that Wang Jin your classmate?
I think that little girl is quite good. She has been so busy running around all day, it must be hard for her."
"Yeah, brother. Does Sister Wang Jin like you? She's very pretty. Is she your girlfriend?"
Looking at his little sister who had a gossipy look on her face, Yi-chan helplessly picked up Xiaxia.
"Don't talk nonsense. She's just a classmate of your brother. You're so young, what do you know about girlfriends?"
The next day, outside Tianfeng City, watching the awakened troops streaming out in formation, a hint of confusion flashed in Yi-chan's eyes. For some reason, since 2 days ago, the safe zone seemed to have strengthened its defenses, searching for something in the surrounding areas. Spirit energy fighter jets, which rarely took off in the past, have been continuously launching in the past 2 days.
Has a powerful mutant appeared nearby?
With a slight frown, Yi-chan recalled his memories but found no information about any mutant attacks.
The earliest signs of disaster wouldn't show until 7 months later.
Suppressing his doubts, Yi-chan didn't think too much about it anymore. With the sound of the vehicle rumbling, they shot off into the wilderness like an arrow released from a bow.
The destination, Tianfeng Zoo,
also known as the Paradise of Corpses, according to many survivors. At the entrance of the dilapidated zoo, only 2 standing iron pillars remain, representing the former archway. As the wind blew, a swirl of dust was kicked up in front of the sandy entrance. Under the blazing sun, a few crows swiftly pecked at a corpse that was rotting beyond recognition. Not far away, inside a building with only half a wall remaining, 6 awakened individuals in various types of gear gathered together.
"Commander, should we inform the Tianfeng safe zone? You came here in person. In case there's any misunderstanding."
"I've noticed that the Tianfeng safe zone has been searching for something these past few days, sending out troops everywhere."
"They wouldn't have found out we're here, would they?"
A stern-looking middle-aged man was next to a second-tier awakened individual who was carrying a long bow and asked respectfully, "It shouldn't be the case, it's probably just routine training. It would just complicate matters if we did."
The middle-aged man waved his hand and calmly looked deep into the zoo. "Are you sure the intel is correct? Is there really a second-tier mutant that is likely to evolve here? We traveled nearly 1,000 kilometers from the Zhenjiang safe zone. I don't want this trip to be in vain."
As soon as he finished speaking, a bald second-tier awakened one replied in a low voice,
"Lord Honggang, the information is accurate. That peak second-tier tiger beast mutant was also discovered by our small team by accident.
The day we were searching here at low altitude in an armed helicopter, we almost got shot down by that mutant.
Fortunately, we performed an emergency ascent, that's how we managed to escape." Honggang, the third-tier awakened, nodded slightly, his gaze sharpening.
"That's good. My son Hongxing just got selected for the ignition program and is in need of a piece of equipment."
A mutant about to ascend to the third tier is very likely to drop blue equipment.
When talking about his son, the normally serious Honggang revealed a rare smile. "Although the capital has set him on an A-level training sequence, I still hope he can push himself further."
The others looked on with envy in their eyes.
The leader of his own safe zone, Honggang, is a third-tier awakener. His son was adopted by the Capital Military District for key training after being tested for A-level talent not long ago. They heard that he started with third-tier training and has half a group army assisting with upgrades. Such treatment makes them incredibly envious. Leader, this journey will definitely be smooth for us. I believe young Master Hongxing will surely advance to the next sequence. With his talent, reaching the top is not impossible. Listening to the flattery from his subordinates, the middle-aged man chuckled lightly and shook his head.
Top sequence? Impossible. The top sequence has already been locked in for General Zhang's second son, an SS-level awakener.
With dual abilities in strength and agility, his combat talent is exceptional. The capital has already decided to spare no expense in helping him level up and reach 4th tier.
As long as my son can reach the third sequence, I will be satisfied. SS level.
The crowd behind him paused in surprise upon hearing this. Leader Hong, has another SS level emerged in our Huaxia battle zone? Does that mean he is at the same level as the 4 great commanders? The shock in their hearts was immense. For them, with their B-level talent, the existence of an SS level was like a legend. As the words fell, Hong Gang seemed to think of something.
1 SS level? No, 2. But the other SS level has already been abandoned by the higher-ups. Abandoned.
This news was even more explosive than the previous one, and his subordinates widened their eyes in disbelief, fearing they had misheard.
Commander, how could anyone abandon an SS level? Is the capital going crazy? Glancing casually at his subordinates, Hong Gang didn't mind sharing this news. I thought the same at first. Later, I heard that the other SS level specializes in willpower. The capital believes he has no potential to advance to the 3rd rank, and his combat attributes can't compare to General Zhang's son, so they simply abandoned him. Everyone was astonished, with many showing expressions of regret. Still, some were puzzled. Then, my lord, even if the probability of another SS level becoming 3rd tier is extremely low, that doesn't mean there's no possibility at all. At the very least, an SS level 2nd tier is likely not much worse than a 3rd tier. After all, such talent shouldn't just be given up on. If we had such a genius in our safe zone, shouldn't we nurture them to the fullest? Listening to his subordinates' confusion, Hong Gang cast a meaningful glance over. You are mistaken.
It's precisely because there is even a slight possibility that another SS level could break the record and become 3rd tier that there are those in the capital who suppressed this and decided to give up on him directly.
The surface reason is that he lacks potential. The hidden reason,
With a cold sneer, Hong Gang decided not to say more at this point.
After the apocalypse, the Huaxia battle zone has been peaceful for too long. If an SS-level genius can become 3rd tier, it often signifies the birth of a new commander. Becoming the commander of the Huaxia battle zone means nearly supreme power. General Zhang's son can ascend, and no one has any objections. In the context of covert competition among major military districts, no one wants an outsider to disrupt the balance, especially since that person does not belong to any faction. Under various factors, the entire upper management surprisingly maintained a tacit attitude of directly giving up on each other. After all, being SS level does not necessarily mean one is 4th tier. The 4 commanders are all SS level, after all. Suppressing his thoughts, Hong Gang waved his hand calmly, prepared to draw that mutated entity out. There should be quite a few low-tier mutated entities lingering here. It will definitely be a hassle when we make our move later. After speaking, Hong Gang focused to adjust his state, preparing for battle. Although he represented the peak combat power of humanity at the 3rd tier, he still felt considerable pressure when facing a peak 2nd tier mutated entity. Especially that beast, it might just be one step away from advancing to the 3rd tier. Yes, my lord. He cupped his fists in response. As soon as Hong Gang gave the order, the other 2nd tier awakeners drew their weapons one after another, preparing to engage in battle. On the rooftop of an abandoned residential building, Yi Chen frowned as he looked towards the nearby zoo. Just a minute ago, he had noticed that there seemed to be a group of awakeners inside the building next to him. With his excellent strength and spiritual perception, he could faintly sense that the opponent's abilities were not to be underestimated. One of them seemed to be at the 3rd rank. Is someone trying to steal monsters from me? Concealing his figure, Yi Chen stealthily approached. A few seconds later, there was a series of piercing whistles, and several awakeners rushed out of the building, heading directly towards the zoo. At the same time, a resounding roar echoed from within the zoo. Roar! Woo! In an instant, 2 of the most enraged mutated creatures charged out of the abandoned amusement park to confront the awakeners. Lastly, a massive crimson corpse tiger, as large as a mining truck, slowly emerged. In its hanging white eyes, the figures of the crowd were reflected. Hiding at the back, Yi Chen instantly noticed the unabashed aura of Hong Gang and the corpse tiger among the crowd. There is actually a peak 2nd tier mutant here and a 3rd tier. Licking his lips, Yi Chen realized in an instant that this 3rd tier was coming for the corpse tiger. Licking his lips again, a bold idea began to take root in his mind. The mission definitely needs to be completed. But, perhaps he could snag a monster? Looking at the skill panel where the void flowing light was already cooled down, Yi Chen couldn't help but recall the terrifying power from that day. Even from 100 meters away, it could unleash incredibly strong damage. If controlled well, he might just manage to snag a monster from the 3rd tier. Split up and fight. As a shadow swiftly leaped over the rockery, the leading second-tier awakeners suddenly scattered their formation.
Accompanied by a pungent stench, a two-headed mutant the size of a car charged straight towards the crowd. Hidden at the back, Yi Chen's eyes flashed, instantly recognizing that this was his mission target, the peak first-order mutated corpse dog. Organized and methodical, 2 of the 5 awakeners rushed forward, one holding a shield and the other surrounded by a ghostly blue cold light, engaging in combat. With their rich combat experience, just the 2 of them held down the raging corpse dog. Be careful, there's another blood bear behind. High voice reminder. In another direction, the remaining 3 second-order awakeners stood ready, their eyes fixed on the shaking sound coming from the right side of the park. Facing a mutated creature of the same tier, they didn't need to kill it, they just needed to hold it back to avoid affecting the battle between the leader and the tiger beast. In just a few seconds, as Hong Gang and the tiger beast faced off, a black giant bear wildly pounding its chest crashed out. Boom! Like a heavy truck, the mutated rotting giant bear, standing a towering 4 meters high, smashed through the outer wall of the park and charged wildly. Watch out for a hit and run. Don't try to take it head-on. Compared to the corpse dog team that was constantly being dragged away to fight, the 3 faced the blood bear with extreme tension. Looking at the blood bear with a nearly decayed hole in its heart, they dared not relax in the slightest. The battle was about to break out. One of the 3, an awakened physical type, roared and charged forward with a large shield. With a loud bang, it was seen that under the immense force of the giant bear's paws, the burly man, who had shrunk behind the shield, was actually slammed into the ground. Under the immense power, his legs sunk more than 10 centimeters into the sand, his entire body trembling as if bearing 10,000 pounds of weight. After a brief stalemate, the burly man let out a low shout and a burst of silver light erupted from his body. Steel body. With the activation of the skill, in an instant, the burly man defending against the blood bear was covered in a layer of silver, continuing to withstand the blows as if he were made of metal. The battle between awakeners and mutated creatures was extremely intense, and in just a few seconds, it had entered a heated stage with both sides possessing immense fighting power. Watching the 2 teams meticulously create a front line, Yi Chen subtly adjusted his position. The attack range of the Heavenly Rift luminary extends to nearly 100 meters, so he could easily snatch the monster and run. The only thing to be aware of is that both monsters need to be aligned in a straight line. Of course, it would be best to line up that second-tier tiger beast as well. A tiger beast on the verge of advancement can definitely drop a piece of blue equipment. If Yi Chen said he wasn't tempted, that would be a lie. As he patiently waited, after the close combat awakener focusing on the blood bear was knocked back with a palm, it seemed to trigger a combat opportunity, and the distant Hong Gang suddenly sprang into action. Boom! The figure moved with extreme stillness. Like a residual image, at the super high speed nearing the speed of sound of the 3rd tier, Hong Gang directly drew out the huge battle knife behind him and slashed fiercely. Wind slash. Boom! As the collision erupted, the equally fast-reacting giant tiger beast suddenly swung its claws. Under the immense power that could crush an armored vehicle, it seemed like an invisible shockwave erupted between the 2, sweeping out in a circular shockwave from the center. Boom boom boom. Boom! Battle begins. Under the enhancement of super high attributes, both sides engaged in high-speed combat as if it were a tenfold accelerated video. With each attack, small explosions occurred during the collisions. Under the powerful strength of the 3rd tier, Hong Gang now resembled a human grenade launcher, with every gesture exhibiting great power. Pretty strong, should be dual system in strength and agility. Hiding in the back to watch the show, Yi Chen secretly gave his evaluation. The awakener fighting the mutated tiger beast had a decent strength for a junior 3rd tier. The sword technique is clean and agile, clearly following a path of flexible evasion and gradual consumption. However, judging from the attack method, it should be an awakened one from a private force rather than the military. A 3rd-order combatant from the military generally excels at risking their lives to kill, and their strikes are lethal. After all, large-scale battles cannot afford to be a slow consumption. After searching for a while in memory, Yi Chen could not find any information on this 3rd-order individual. It is likely that they died in the Great Catastrophe a year later. The severity of the situation after the outbreak of the catastrophe was such that, apart from the peak 3rd order, most 3rd orders were only slightly stronger than cannon fodder. Bang! The battle reached its final stage. With a muffled groan of pain, it was observed that Hong Gang, who was engaged in a high-speed struggle with the tiger beast, was struck in the chest by the mutated tiger's tail, sending him crashing backwards like a cannonball into a pile of ruins. With the collision that brought down half a building, the middle-aged man with an unpleasant expression quickly got up and wiped the blood that had spilled from the corner of his mouth. Very difficult to deal with. Compared to an ordinary peak 2nd tier, the strength of this mutated tiger exceeded his expectations. Don't be fooled by the blood all over the opponent. Even the large tiger head had been slashed open with a deep wound that exposed bone. But for a mutated body, this level of injury was far from fatal. Taking a deep breath, Hong Gang looked at the Beast King charging at him like a small mountain, steeling himself, and decisively raised the blade, preparing to unleash his strongest strike. He had to endure the damage, otherwise, if this dragged on, his team would soon be unable to hold up. The situation with the corpse dogs was bearable. The biggest problem was with the blood bear. In his peripheral vision, he saw the blood-colored giant bear constantly causing the shield guards to spew blood. Once this mutated being joins the battle between him and the tiger beast, even he would find it incredibly tricky. Not to mention, every subordinate is very important. He does not wish to lose anyone here.
Under the blazing sun, the raised blade reflects dazzling light.
Hong Gang, whose body is charged and ready to unleash his strongest strike, is like holding a flame, constantly building up his power.
It's almost time to strike.
Yi Chen's gaze sharpened. Ignoring his concealed form, he nimbly weaved through the high buildings, constantly adjusting his position based on the three parties.
Once Hong Gang unleashes his strongest strike, he'll go in for the kill. Otherwise, once this Tier 3 being is free to act, it's possible that even his mission target could be easily dealt with by the other party. Blazing slash. With a furious roar from Hong Gang, a surge of scorching flames suddenly erupted from the blade.
Accompanied by an immense oppressive force, it swiftly slashed down toward the roaring tiger beast.
Puff! The wind blade spat out.
At the life and death stage, the giant mutated tiger lunging forward also opened its mouth and spat out a burst of cyan wind blades, instantly colliding with that streak of fire.
Bang! A brief stalemate, the cyan energy mass instantly exploded.
As the blazing slash broke through the wind blades, it ultimately proved that the third tier was still stronger.
Roar!
Accompanied by a painful roar, the tiger beast, charging like Mount Tai pressing down, was actually sent flying backward by this charged attack. The smell of burnt flesh wafted through the air, as if igniting the flesh and blood. A large burst of flames erupted, starting to burn from the internal organs.
Huff huff. Breathing heavily,
Hong Gang, putting down the blade, looked at his spoils with a smile on his face. With the overwhelmingly powerful strike that consumed most of his spiritual energy, he successfully severely injured this tiger beast. He believed that under the additional effect of the burning blood flames, this second-tier mutated body would not last long before turning to a pile of ashes. With his guard down, he slowly dragged his blade closer to the tiger beast, preventing a last-ditch counterattack from the opponent. In the other two battlefields where fierce fighting was taking place, the subordinates also noticed that their leader had already resolved his fight.
With cheers ringing out, they simply pulled their targets towards their commander. The situation looked very promising. Just as Hong Gang was preparing to drag his blade forward and deliver a killing blow to the tiger beast, in an instant he suddenly felt the hair on his back stand on end. A wave of extreme cold, a nearly instinctual sense of fear, compelled him to turn around sharply. What is that? What has appeared behind me?
Under the blazing sun, in the astonished gazes of all, a flash of silvery swordlight, as if slicing through the world, suddenly illuminated the scene.
The flow of light in the sky.
As the silver light descended from the heavens, that exquisite silver-green hue seemed to connect the sky and the earth like a chain. With an unparalleled and terrifying might, a narrow yet destructive sword shadow suddenly crossed 100 meters, slicing through the scene like a laser.
What a terrifying attack! There was no time to react.
In the instant the sword light brushed past him, the third-tier awakener Hong Gang felt every cell in his body screaming. Instinctively, his pupils instantly concentrated into dangerous needle-like points. If this sword hit him, he would surely die.
Third tier intermediate. Third tier advanced. Which super strong being is attacking behind me? There was no time to think further. As he watched the sword light brush past him in near panic, he only heard three faint sounds of obliteration. The terrifying pressure that could tear anything apart also vanished. Thud thud. The bodies of three mutated creatures split open simultaneously and slowly fell to the ground. The wind blew, stirring up a cloud of dust. Like a dream, everyone in the venue stood there in a daze. Everything happened too quickly. So quickly that they were still a bit disoriented. The burly man lying on the ground, grappling with the blood bear, looked pale and slumped to the ground. Unlike the aura felt from the leader, he nearly watched that streak of sword light slice past his nose at an extremely tricky angle. It was terrifying. Facing the light of the sky at such a close distance, he felt as if he had walked through the gates of hell. After a moment, an agile awakened being suddenly shouted in alarm, looking at his leader. "My lord! The monster! Our monster!"
Suddenly snapped back to reality, Hong Gang was drenched in cold sweat, finally returning to his senses from the shock earlier. He quickly glanced at the tiger beast in front of him and then hurriedly looked at the other two mutated creatures. A second later, a roar filled with anger erupted. What the hell? Looking at the three-headed mutant on the ground, which had split into 6 pieces, he realized, even with his slow reaction, that the recent attack was aimed at stealing the monster. After all the hard work and traveling thousands of miles, the results of his and his team's efforts were unexpectedly taken away by someone else. But in his extreme anger, he seemed to think of something. His eyes scanned the surroundings warily, and a second later, without waiting for his subordinates to speak, he waved his hand directly.
"Go! Get out of here first!"
On full alert, extremely cautious. The anger was real, he truly wanted to rip the opponent apart. However, recalling the recent attack, his rage seemed to be doused with cold water. Although he didn't find that person, judging by the recent attack, the attacker's strength was at least equivalent to a mid-level tier 3. If such an existence wanted to kill him, he might not have made it out alive just now.
"Captain, who exactly is that tier 3? Why would they do this?" Unable to understand.
The few awakened individuals nervously gulped, feeling that today's encounter was truly unfathomable. A super strong being stronger than their own leader had been trailing them and even struck secretly. The strangest thing was that the opponent seemed to have aimed correctly, not even letting go of the first level kill reward.
Forget about it for now. Let's just leave. Maybe it's just a strong person passing by who acted casually, likewise unable to understand.
Hong Gang watched his surroundings while fleeing. Facing such a bizarre scene, he could only self-advocate.
Losing a monster is definitely better than losing a life. Who knows if that super strong being hiding in the dark would strike at him. Out of the corner of his eye, his pupils suddenly dilated. He saw that right where they had left, a figure that appeared to be only 17 or 18 suddenly flashed by, extremely conspicuous in the deserted ruins. After a moment of puzzlement, Hong Gang didn't take it to heart.
Although the timing of the boy's appearance was quite odd, it couldn't possibly be a third level, no matter how he thought about it. Suppressing his thoughts, Hong Gang finally confirmed it was safe to stop after fleeing for an unknown duration. Looking at the dark expression of the commander, a subordinate beside him couldn't help but ask quietly,
"Commander? Are we just going to let it go like this? Do you think it's possible that someone from the Tianfeng safe zone took action?
The other party is from the military. They don't want to conflict with us, but they want to take advantage of this opportunity." His eyes flickered. Hong Gang recalled the large number of troops and aircraft he had seen along the way, and after his expression changed, he spoke angrily.
"It's possible.
It's so close to Tianfeng. If there are third-tier individuals, they must be with them." Thinking about how he worked hard to create benefits for others, he really did not want to swallow this anger. After a pause, his expression turned cold.
"If it's people from Tianfeng, then naturally we have to demand an explanation."
Without hesitation, he directly contacted several familiar third-tier individuals to have his colleagues support him. Next to the corpse of the mutated tiger, Yichen quickly dug out the mutated eye and then left directly. Although the materials were not obtained from the system, a second-tier peak mutant organism can still sell for a bit of money. Although materials of this level
do not have system attributes, they are used in many potions.
If he encounters the right buyer, he can still sell it for 700 or 800 credit points. After carefully storing 2 eyeballs the size of luminous pearls, Yichen decisively left.
In a very good mood.
Looking at the completion information on his task panel, he couldn't help but smile.
He was lucky. He didn't expect to be able to snatch a second-tier creature.
Next, as long as he buys the wings and completes the will task, he will officially become a second-tier awakener. Moreover, he will have strong combat power right from the start of the second tier. The only pity is that the experience from the 3 mutant creatures was divided away, especially that of the mutant tiger. Although he dealt the final blow and the items dropped were his, the experience still decreased quite a bit. In a level cap situation, the 3 mutant creatures converted into 2 points of free attributes. Mounting his motorcycle, Yichen planned to head to the coordinates of the will task. While on the way, he was quite pleased with the rewards he had just obtained. Ding successfully killed a second-tier mutated blood bear beyond the level and received extra psychic experience. The excess has been converted into attribute points. Ding killed a first-tier mutated corpse dog and received psychic experience. The excess has been converted into attribute points. Ding successfully killed a wind tiger beyond the level. Ding obtained mutated materials, dog teeth, enchant, white, obtained equipment, giant bear helmet, white, obtained item, blood of frenzy, white,
obtained equipment, vengeful tiger gloves, blue.
After quickly scanning the white equipment and materials, Yichen casually tossed these trash items into the trading channel. A giant bear helmet plus 1 point in physique was of no use to him. On the contrary, its design obstructed his vision. As for the other materials, he was too lazy to use them for crafting equipment. For him, whose goal was to quickly advance to the third tier, all low-level equipment was temporary. However, looking at the black metallic gloves in his hand, Yichen was quite satisfied.
Wrath tiger gloves, weapon, offhand. Equipment attributes, strength plus 3, agility plus 2, attack speed increased by 30%. Equipment special effect, attacks carry a heavy strike effect, causing a knockback effect with each attack. Additionally, it deals extra crushing damage based on the difference in strength between both parties. Equipment skill, Tiger Roar. Tiger Roar releases the vengeful will sealed within the gloves, causing a mental shock damage to the target. This damage will cause a brief stunning effect and may induce a fear effect. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Equipment evaluation, gloves imbued with resentment. Opponents will endure the fear of the tiger beast. Another minor masterpiece. After reviewing the attributes, Yichen immediately replaced the original white gloves with the Wrath Tiger gloves. Clenching his right fist, a surge of impulsive power quickly filled the knuckles. Extra damage and control skills, especially for a secondary weapon. Just in terms of value, this equipment is even better than the last blue item worth 60,000 points. A secondary weapon means that a main weapon can still be equipped. Just based on this effect, it's extremely rare among equipment. Although Yichen prefers cold weapons and doesn't like close combat in such short distances, just the attribute bonuses and special effects can elevate his combat power to another level. With a slight sigh about the wealth-bringing boy, Yichen stopped thinking about it further. Today's is indeed fortunate. Luckily, the opponent was scared away by him. Otherwise, if he really faced the third-tier opponent with skill cooldowns, he would probably have been taken down in an instant. If the opponent knew that the tiger beast dropped such good equipment, they would probably feel heartbroken to the point of bleeding, right? Tianfeng safe zone. Captain,
We have detected 2 more waves of third-tier psychic fluctuations, and they are right in the suburbs of Tianfeng. In the monitoring station, a staff member reported the situation to superiors in shock. The green line on the screen representing energy intensity, one long and one short, clearly indicates that 2 third-tier beings are simultaneously making a move.
Here they come again.
Startled, the squad leader, who had not had much rest these past few days, rushed over in a panic. Looking at the fluctuations representing the third tier, he suddenly felt a tingling on his scalp.
Third tier? Or 2 of them? What the hell is going on here? Did we stir up a third-tier nest in Tianfeng? Why are there constantly third tiers fighting nearby? With a grim expression, he hurriedly passed the news up to the next level in his anxiety. The matter involves third tiers and is serious. Over the past 2 days, the safety zone has dispatched many people to search outside, but they have found nothing. Just as they had not found those 2 mysterious third tiers, 2 more had suddenly appeared. Under immense pressure, the squad leader could easily imagine the ugly expression on his superior's face. Sure enough,
15 minutes later, under the guard of a large number of awakened, a corps commander stormed into the monitoring room with a dark face.
Are you sure that 2 third tiers are involved? Can you determine their approximate location?
Staring intently at the monitoring screen, the commander's face instantly turned grim.
In the past, he couldn't even see a single tier 3, but in the past few days, they had suddenly appeared one after another.
Under the immense pressure, he even felt a bit of panic.
Standing aside, the monitor operator gave a wry smile. Commander, we can only confirm it's in the suburbs. It might be near the East City.
However, compared to last time when we couldn't determine whether those 2 were
done by the same person, this time 2 bursts of spiritual energy can confirm that there are 2 tier 3s.
And it's very likely that they are engaged in a confrontation. Upon hearing this, his heart sank.
A confrontation? Still near Tianfeng? Knowing the destructive power of tier 3s, he couldn't help but feel heavy-hearted. Who on earth is it? Who is that tier 3 making frequent moves? Could there be treasures near Tianfeng? A few minutes later, the middle-aged man referred to as the commander showed a thoughtful expression. He looked at the locations where tier 3s had appeared in the past few days and suddenly seemed to think of something. They are all near Tianfeng, and the times are all from morning to noon. He pointed to the map, and after a moment, an unbelievable thought emerged. Why does this route of action look like it's coming from the safe zone? Could it be that there is a third tier hidden in our safe zone?
Startled by the voice, the adjutant hesitated before speaking. It shouldn't be, Commander. In our safe zone, only Commander Shao is a third tier. Where else would there be another third tier?
If there really is a third tier visiting us, why would they need to hide? If they just said hello, wouldn't we respectfully accommodate them? What reason does such a high-level person have to hide themselves? What was said makes sense. The middle-aged senior showed a look of doubt. The battle locations are all places where mutant creatures appear, but their levels are not high. If a third tier were really hidden in our safe zone, would they really have nothing better to do than grind low-level mutants every day?
But looking at the map in his hand, he hesitated again. Forget it, let's continue to intensify the investigation. Since the other party has acted not just once or twice, it means they're not just passing through. Just in case, if they really are hiding in our safe zone, it could become a threat. Start with the things dropped by these mutated beings and see if there have been any transactions involving these items in the safe zone in the past few days. The officer's eyes brightened immediately upon hearing this. Chief, I think it's feasible. If the other party is really hunting these mutated beings out of boredom, they must be carrying the materials they gather. We might not find anything through the trading channels, but as long as they act in the safe zone, we'll definitely be able to trace them.
But what if we find them? Commander Shao hasn't returned yet.
As these words fell, the middle-aged man sighed.
What can we do? We've already notified Commander Shao to return as soon as possible.
1 or even multiple tier 3 beings are right within our Tianfeng.
If something happens, it would be a disaster. If we can find them, we should politely ask what their intentions are. If we can't find them, no. We must find them. The people behind him, who had been searching for days, gave a bitter smile. They knew how much the higher-ups valued this issue. But how on earth should they search for them? It's also a guess that the other party is inside the safe zone. If they are in the wild, how do they even begin to search for them? Sigh, I wonder which big shot it is.
If only we had a few more third-tier members in Tianfeng, we wouldn't have to worry so much. With a sense of frustration, everyone could only numbly prepare to increase their search efforts. There was no other choice. 1 third-tier member was like a mobile tactical weapon. If they went crazy, destroying half the safe zone would not be a problem. However, just when the Legion commander was pondering and trying to guess whether the other party was in the safe zone while looking at the map, a private message suddenly lit up. Subconsciously looking at the sender, the Legion commander was shocked to discover that the sender was actually Hong Gang, the deputy commander of the Zhenjiang safe zone.
Zhang Chu, isn't your Tianfeng safe zone being too domineering?
Looking at the questioning message, Zhang Chu had a face full of question marks. The Zhenjiang safe zone is near Tianfeng and can be considered a relatively powerful private force in the area.
The population of the safe zone exceeds 6 million with 6 third-tier members, and their main leader, Liao Ming, is even a mid-level third-tier. Compared to Tianfeng, the Zhenjiang safe zone can be called a local overlord. Questioning Tianfeng's dominance? What a joke!
Suppressing the doubts in his heart, he could only brace himself and ask,
Commander Hong Gang, you need to be clear. What do you mean by saying that our Tianfeng is domineering? Is it true that someone under your command had a conflict with our troops? Quickly recalling the movements of the search teams dispatched in the past 2 days, Zhang Chu couldn't think of which subordinate would dare to clash with a third-order being. The message was sent, and the next second, Hong Gang let out a cold laugh and replied directly. General Zhang Chu, why pretend you don't know?
Not long ago, I hunted a second-order mutant near your safe zone, and as a result, a third order appeared from behind and snatched our loot. In such a large area, with third orders hiding and making moves, the direction of the attacks was also calculated. Who else could it be other than those following us? I know your Tianfeng has been launching actions recently, with fighter jets flying non-stop.
So you already knew that a new peak second order had appeared in the suburbs, just waiting for us to attack before grabbing the monster? What?
The mutants on your turf are yours.
You're so domineering, taking advantage of the military's name, aren't you?
After Hong Gang finished sending the messages in one breath, he still felt a surge of anger deep inside.
This is too much.
It's one thing to steal my mutated tiger, but they didn't even spare my damn first-level zombie dog. Now that I think back, although the person who made the move was indeed very strong, definitely a third level, they might not have been as strong as I felt at that moment. After all, hiding behind and accumulating power before launching a super strong strike is quite normal. This style of a decisive all-out attack really resembles the military's approach. On the other end of the message, Zhang Chu was completely puzzled.
What the hell? Tianfeng has a third level intervening and even stole our loot? Are you kidding me?
In the entire Tianfeng, there's only Xiao Hai who is third level, and the commander is still on the front line supporting.
Commander Hong Gang, are you misunderstanding something?
Aside from Lord Xiao Hai, we in Tianfeng have no third level at all.
As soon as the message was sent, Zhang Chu was taken aback. Wait a minute. Third level.
In an instant, he suddenly recalled the energy fluctuations from earlier. Combined with the suspected confrontation during the judgment, wasn't this exactly what Hong Gang was referring to?
Before he could say anything more, Hong Gang directly sent a message. Commander Zhang Chu, it's no fun pretending to be clueless any longer. Isn't it clear to you whether it was one of your people? If that's the case, then our Zhenjiang safe zone will naturally pay a visit and demand an explanation. I also want to meet that third-tier expert and see who they really are.
Once the private chat ended, Zhang Chu stared blankly at the message, his face involuntarily showing a wry smile.
What the hell is this all about? You come looking for me.
We're still searching everywhere for that third-tier expert. However, seeing this as new intelligence, Zhang Chu's expression darkened. The fact that an unknown third-tier expert is hiding and making a move carries significant implications. Search. Conduct a citywide search, and don't worry about causing panic. Check the city guards and see if anyone has noticed any mysterious individuals coming in and out of Tianfeng recently. With a single command, everyone responded with cupped hands to the renewed search order.
Manhwa High School.
Parking the car on the outskirts of a desolate town, Yi Chen carefully observed the internal situation.
This is the location of the paranormal missions instance. Unlike ordinary tasks of hunting mutated creatures, paranormal instances are quite tricky and are something most awakened ones do not wish to deal with.
Unlike real combat, when facing paranormal beings, if one cannot find a way to break the deadlock, even a third tier will only return in defeat. The desolation of the small town indicates that since the outbreak of the apocalypse and the subsequent paranormal events, this place has long been designated as a forbidden area by Tianfeng. The once large small town has weathered over 60 years and now looks like a ghostly trap. Under the ominous sky, a howling wind winds its way through the town, transforming into a sharp wail.
And at the center of the town, Manhwa High School appears extremely eerie.
Ding, your transaction request has been accepted. Just as Yi Chen was about to enter the instance to complete the advancement task, a sudden system prompt sounded.
Do you want to purchase the wind-carving wings? The sender is a C-level, a first-tier awakened person. That's right, do you have them?
Seeing the trader who had contacted him first, Yi Chen casually asked. To save time, he planned to purchase the mission item directly in the trading channel.
I have it. What price are you offering? This thing was hard to come by.
The other end of the line sounded cautious, clearly valuing the wind wings in their hands. With a frown, Yi Chen instantly realized from the other party's words that this first-tier awakened person seemed to have little trading experience. Normally, those with rich trading experience would quote a price directly to avoid wasting time, especially since the wind wings, while rare, are essentially just low-level materials and not worth much. Judging by the other party's attitude, they were obviously a low-level awakened person who considered the wind wings to be a treasure.
800 credit points. Not wanting to waste words, Yi Chen directly quoted the highest price.
The normal value of a wind wing is only 400 points. As long as the other party is reasonably sane, they are likely to know that he has already offered a high price. On the trading end, the young man holding a silver feather suddenly widened his eyes, as if he couldn't believe the numbers Yi Chen sent.
800 points.
Oh my god, this 800 points is money he couldn't earn in a year from desperately hunting mutants.
With his first-tier strength participating in the corpse hunting group, the leader would only give him a maximum of 90 points a month. After deducting his expenses and strengthening his abilities, he couldn't even save 200 points in a year.
However, looking at the enticing number, a trace of greed flashed in his eyes.
Could the feather he picked up from the wilderness be of extremely high value? Otherwise, why would the other party be so generous?
Without hesitation, he greedily sent a message.
900, no. 1,000 points.
This feather is something I obtained with great effort. Standing in place, Yi Chen's gaze suddenly turned cold.
Desperate? What could a first-stage player use to compete with the wind sculpture? Clearly, it was picked up in the wild. Faced with such a brazen lie, Yi Chen let out a cold laugh. 850 points. If you don't want to sell, then forget it.
The young man holding the feather was momentarily taken aback, clearly unwilling to accept.
1,000. Not a penny less.
However, just as he anxiously waited for Yi Chen to compromise, he was shocked to find that the other party had directly disconnected the private chat. Like a bucket of cold water poured over him, he, who had been fantasizing about making a fortune, suddenly felt a wave of panic. 3 minutes later, Yi Chen casually glanced at the wind sculpture feather he bought for 400 points before stuffing it into his bag. After directly ignoring that greedy guy, someone quickly approached him again. Acquired at a price of 400 points, not a single extra cent spent. After all, although this feather is rare, it doesn't really have much value. There will always be lucky ones who pick it up in the wild. Selling it also relies on luck. Seeing the young man in private chat who was desperately pleading for him to buy the feather, Yi Chen shook his head and couldn't be bothered to reply. It was only after asking about prices elsewhere that the man realized how generous Yi Chen had been at first.
Greediness can lead to overreach. He no longer paid attention to this unexpected interruption.
After covering his motorcycle well, Yi Chen walked directly towards the small town. All 3 advanced tasks were completed, leaving just the last one. As long as he completed this task, he would be just 1 tier away from the 3rd tier of peak human combat power. If outsiders knew about such an exaggerated upgrade speed, they would probably question their own lives. As soon as he stepped into the ghostly town, Yi Chen heard the system notification sound. Ding, entering the Manhwa High School Supernatural instance.
Difficulty level C. Do you want to enter? Looking at the blood-red font that was different from ordinary instances, Yi Chen decisively clicked confirm. The world spun, cold and disorienting. With a splitting headache from the teleportation, when Yi Chen opened his eyes, he instantly saw 6 other awakened individuals like himself appear before him. Ugh, it hurts. A group of people lay in a shabby inn, and a young girl on the floor was holding her head, taking a long time to get up. As everyone woke up, struggling to adapt to their surroundings, a middle-aged man who looked the oldest, with a pale face, coughed lightly a couple of times. Everyone, you must be willpower type awakened ones, right?
I am Li Jiping, Pika 1st tier.
I should be the oldest among you.
After introducing himself, Li Jiping subtly glanced at Yi Chen, who seemed completely unfazed. The higher the willpower attribute, the less the side effects of teleportation. After he collected his thoughts, his first glance was directed at Yi Chen. This kid, his attributes are very high.
That's right, are you one of us too? How did you know we were mental type? Why are there so many people in this instance? I thought I was the only one entering a supernatural instance?
Amid a few moments of astonishment, the remaining awakened individuals all held their heads and stood up to survey their surroundings.
The small hotel, with its curtains tightly drawn, was dimly lit, while outside it seemed rather lively, sounding like it was in the town.
Seeing that everyone had regained consciousness, Li Jiping smiled amicably. I can guess that all of you are mental types simply because only people like us would participate in a supernatural dungeon. The combat ability of mental types is weak, and we can't fight ordinary mutants. In order to level up, we can only join dungeons like this, right? After explaining with a hint of self-deprecation, the others were momentarily stunned and showed on their faces.
That's right.
Those with high combat attributes had long gone to hunt mutants. Only those like them, with high willpower attributes, would come to supernatural dungeons.
After all, this is more about testing willpower and luck.
Even if they begged to team up with other awakeners outside, the experience shared would be pitifully small.
Hey, that's true.
I wanted to hunt mutated beings with other awakened ones before, but I accidentally got too close to a monster and lost half my life.
By the time I finish using my skill, the effect isn't even as good as someone else's blade.
It seemed that the middle-aged man had stirred up emotions, and everyone present started to complain and grumble. Awakeners with high willpower have more psychic energy, but their combat power is almost like that of a waste compared to other types. But the problem is, having more psychic energy doesn't help, a skill that requires 600 points. While someone from another type can use one, even if they have 1000 points, they can only use one in a short period. Moreover, will-based abilities are generally not valued, and high-level skills are simply not available to them. Under this vicious cycle, it leads to a lack of teams willing to take will-type awakeners into battle. All right. The middle-aged uncle clapped his hands and directly interrupted everyone's complaints. Everyone, although we haven't performed well in other battles, I believe that in this instance that tests our will and intelligence, we will definitely clear it successfully. Let me introduce myself. I have completed 2 paranormal dungeons, so I have some experience. How about I lead the team? The crowd was in an uproar, with many people looking at him in surprise. Unlike Yi Chen, who entered the dungeon to complete an advancement task, they were forced to come in out of desperation. The difficulty and horror of paranormal dungeons are notoriously known in the outside world. Seeing that the man before them had the capability to pass through multiple times, everyone was naturally pleased.
No problem, Uncle Lee, then you can lead the team. But why hasn't our mission appeared yet? Many people instinctively voiced their questions as it was their first experience in a paranormal dungeon.
Li Jiping smiled at the sound. Paranormal dungeons are different from other dungeons. We need to set up a protective shield before we can receive the mission. After saying that, he skillfully pushed open the hotel door, signaling everyone to follow him. Looking at the protective shield outside the door, Yi Chen, who was at the back, furrowed his brows but shook his head and followed anyway after a moment. In his previous life, he had also never participated in a supernatural dungeon. After all, with the capital's full support, he only needed to frantically level up.
With mutant creatures to kill endlessly, where was the time to engage in such dungeons?
As everyone walked out of the protective shield, the originally noisy town suddenly fell silent, and even the sky outside seemed to darken instantly. Ding! Entering Manhwa town, task triggered.
Current task: find the ghost hidden here and seal it. Task hint 1: you can investigate at the school.
Task hint 2: do not trust the words of the ghost. With the cold system prompt ending, everyone felt an inexplicable chill rising.
Ghost?
It seems they were indeed going to face such terrifying entities. As one of the 3 special events following the outbreak of the Apocalypse game, the appearance of ghosts is rumored to be the transformation of the deceased before the end under spiritual pollution.
Don't trust the words of the ghost? A ghost hidden here? Seal it?
Speaking to herself in a low voice, the girl dressed in convenient sportswear, with only a dagger at her waist as system equipment, cautiously looked around.
The former is easy to understand. Normal people wouldn't believe in ghost stories. The question is, where is the ghost? In the school?
In the eyes of the crowd, the place they emerged from was indeed the street. With various people quickly shuttling by, it was impossible to tell if there was anything wrong. No need to look anymore, everyone. Seeing that the crowd tensed up, Li Jiping gently waved his hand. The paranormal instance isn't dangerous at the start, but we must find key clues early on.
Did you see the school mentioned in the mission prompt?
Based on my experience, we need to rush there quickly to look for clues. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a sense of resolution. They knew the middle-aged man was right. Having said that, Li Jiping turned around and led the group into a small alley quickly.
10 minutes later.
Breathing slightly heavier, the crowd turned this way and that, while Li Jiping silently gazed at the middle school located at the edge of the town. Turning his head, he revealed a forced smile.
Everyone, from here on out, be extra cautious.
Whoosh! The sound of the wind suddenly grew loud. In the eyes of the crowd, the school that should have been bustling during the class break was now so quiet that no one could be seen.
Manhwa High School.
In front of the desolate school gate, amidst the crowd's tense approach, a single light suddenly appeared before them.
That was the security room.
They saw a thin old man sitting at the door of the security room, looking at the crowd with murky eyes.
Do you want to come in?
His voice was hoarse, as if he wasn't surprised that someone had arrived. Among the awakened, the only female awakened recalled the mission information and directly asked,
"Sir, what's going on with this school? Why can't we see any students?"
The old man glanced up and down at the girl and responded mechanically, "Oh, this place has been abandoned for a year.
It's haunted, so no one has come to school here. Do you want to come in?"
Upon hearing the old man's response, which seemed somewhat abnormal, the crowd suddenly turned alert. However, Li Jiping, who stood at the front, calmly waved his hand and whispered an explanation.
That's how supernatural instances are. The NPCs inside are quite mechanical.
Their way of speaking is different from reality. They will only provide some clues. It's impossible to expect them to tell you too much. Everything must rely on yourself.
Hearing Li Jiping's words of experience, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After repeatedly asking, all they got was the response, "Do you want to come in?"
A few of them confirmed that the old man indeed had no clues to offer.
All right, let's go straight in.
Seeing that no information could be gleaned, Li Jiping didn't want to waste time and spoke directly.
The 7 of them nodded and entered one after another.
Just as Li Jiping stepped in, the old man suddenly looked up and stared at him blankly. In the same way as the old man, Li Jiping also met his gaze. After a brief moment of eye contact, Yi Chen, who was at the back, frowned in confusion. He noticed this detail. Entering the campus, everyone was a bit nervous and stood still, not knowing where to start. A seemingly shrewd blonde awakened one also seemed to notice, just like Yi Chen, that the old man had looked at Li Jiping.
"Uncle Li, why did that old man look at you? What were you looking at him for?" A curious question was asked.
Li Jiping seemed to have expected this question and smiled. "Oh, actually I forgot to introduce myself to everyone. My ability allows me to harm supernatural entities." He pointed at his own eyes. "I can see through the disguises of ghosts and can also cause minor harm to them. That's why I participated in the supernatural instance for the second time. The NPCs in these supernatural instances are usually very sensitive to my abilities. Last time, an NPC even asked me if I was a Taoist." He helplessly shrugged his shoulders. I looked at the old man to determine whether he had any issues. Supernatural instances can be quite bizarre. Sometimes the key clues lie with the most inconspicuous people. But don't worry everyone, that old man is indeed fine. Listening to Li Jiping's explanation, everyone let out a surprising sigh of relief. "Li Ge, your ability is truly special. Is this some rare skill or talent?"
It's simply a divine technique for a psychic awakener.
No wonder you've reached the peak of the first tier.
The paranormal dungeon poses no difficulty for you.
Looking back at the envious gazes of the crowd, Li Jiping smiled mysteriously.
It's a secret. It's a talent ability. My combat strength isn't strong, and it's only useful against special existences like this.
As Li Jiping revealed his special ability, the others felt as if they had taken a calming pill. Walking at the back, Yichen regarded the back of Li Jiping with contemplation.
A very rare talent that can harm paranormal beings?
Such awakeners he had indeed heard of in his past life. Leading the group across the spacious playground, Li Jiping stood in front of the teaching building with his back to everyone, speaking earnestly.
Everyone, I suggest we pair up and search separately. The archives, teacher's office, classrooms, these places may have clues. We need to find out what occurred in the school previously. Remember, we must act together and never go off alone.
If you find any clues or abnormalities, make sure to share them promptly in the chat channel.
Do not withhold information. The supernatural dungeon is no joke. Seeing Li Jiping's serious expression, several people nodded heavily. Uncle Li, we will share any findings we have. It's just.
The girl who took over the conversation first looked pitifully at the middle-aged man, then turned to glance at the team. There were a total of 7 people, so no matter how they paired up, someone would inevitably be left alone. Everyone knew that although Li Jiping said there was no danger at the start, going solo was definitely not good. Just as everyone hesitated on how to form pairs, Yichen calmly spoke up.
I'll go alone.
I'll search the archive room. The crowd was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, but when they noticed that Yichen seemed to have quite a bit of gear, they all started murmuring to themselves.
Did they think that having more gear meant being very powerful? So they weren't afraid? But it didn't matter. In this environment, they would rather Yichen act like this.
Li Jiping glanced at Yichen in surprise but did not speak to advise him. He slightly tilted his head to look at the girl who seemed eager to team up with him.
Then let's do it this way. Let's act quickly. As the only girl, everyone just let her follow me.
As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jiping nodded at the girl with a sense of righteousness.
You all don't need to worry. If you have anything, just call me quickly. I will be ready to act at any time.
Hearing Li Jiping's promise, everyone felt relieved, thinking they were indeed lucky to encounter someone like Li Jiping who was willing to take care of others. They looked at the girl with a hint of envy in their eyes. With Li Jiping around, the safety level must be the highest. In the archive room, Yichen stepped into the dusty room and began to carefully search the area. His spiritual power spread out, always monitoring the movements around him like a sphere.
The things have all been moved away. There are hardly any records left.
Pushing open the iron filing cabinet, Yichen quickly began to search. A few minutes later, he thoughtfully looked at a newspaper in 2 file boxes he found in the corner.
The newspaper was slightly yellowed and seemed to be from a year ago.
Only half of the newspaper had a full article reporting a piece of news. Scandal at Manhwa High School, teacher sexually assaults students.
Upon closer inspection, the follow-up report stated that the assaulted female student Wang Fong, pseudonym, was receiving psychological counseling. The case is under investigation.
Looking at this news, Yichen's gaze tightened. A girl was sexually assaulted?
The school is haunted? This plot seems a bit familiar.
Looking at the file box, he saw that it contained some teacher's personal information. Carefully checking, Yichen attempted to find more information. Just as he was sifting through useful information, out of the corner of his eye, a white shadow suddenly flashed by outside the window. He suddenly looked up. Sensing that something had indeed brushed past the range of his mental awareness, Yichen suddenly became alert.
Has it come? That thing just now, was it a ghost?
Looking at the broken and damaged window, the outside was shrouded in darkness, as if it were just an illusion.
Just as Yichen was tensed all over, a message suddenly came through the announcement channel.
I am Huang Xia, I found a fire report with Uncle Li. In the office, Huang Xia excitedly looked at the report in her hand, her gaze instinctively seeking confirmation from Li Jiping.
Uncle Li, is this fire report the reason for the school's abandonment? Nodding calmly, Li Jiping's expression relaxed slightly. Let's share the report with everyone and continue searching to see if we can find other useful information. For safety's sake, let's keep everyone away from the fire site for now. Huang Xia nodded, directly sending out the information that Li Jiping found.
Huang Xia, everyone take note, the fire report that Uncle Li and I found says that a year ago, a fire occurred at the school, resulting in the tragic deaths of several teachers. Then, strange happenings occurred one after another at the school, causing widespread panic. I suspect this fire might have been caused by a ghost.
Has anyone found other information?
The message was sent out, and Yichen looked at the message and also sent out the information he found. Yichen, a year ago, there was a sexual assault case at the school. The suspect is suspected to be a school teacher. The victim's alias, Wang Fong. Liang Tengfei, I have something here too. This is a compensation contract. It demands that the school and the teacher pay for emotional damages, and the signature is Wang Kuan.
Wait, is this Wang Kuan a relative of Wang Fong?
However, it seems the contract hasn't been fully signed, only the victim's family member has signed.
No one else's.
Everyone looked at the news they found with some excitement, the clues connected, and it seemed they could piece together the whole story. Fong Yuan, everyone, I also found several torn photos, which are class photos. I suspect one of the girls in them is Wang Fong.
Liang Tengfei photos. Then hurry and bring them over. Let's search for a while longer and then regroup. In the silent teaching building, one could see nothing in front of them.
The faint light coming through the window cast shadows on the ground, resembling a pale white shadow. Carefully clutching a few photos, Fang Yuan dared not even breathe, heading directly to the agreed classroom to meet with the others. As he walked through the corridor, he felt as if someone was watching him, unsure if it was just his own fear.
Damn it, don't focus on me, don't focus on me.
Whispering a prayer, his body was covered in goosebumps as he hurriedly made his way through the winding corridor. With the sound of footsteps echoing dully in the corridor, he seemed to catch a glimpse of something flashing in the corner of his eye. Instinctively, he looked up. In an instant, an extreme chill shot up from his heart. He saw a figure dressed in white, with long hair, silently staring at him from the corridor to his right. Shit! Startled, he quickly turned his head and ran away in a panic. In a flurry, overwhelmed with anxiety, he suddenly slipped and fell onto the floor. Just as he was about to push himself up, he noticed that there seemed to be a blurry white shadow reflected on the floor in front of him. The pupils suddenly dilated. All of a sudden, the blurry white shadow seemed to bend down over his head, quickly transforming into a pale human face in the reflection on the white tiles. It looked as if 3 holes had been cut out of white paper, where the eyes and mouth should be. There was nothing but darkness. A heart-wrenching scream. Gripping the photo tightly, Fang Yuan didn't dare to lift his head and started to run, dashing down the stairs in the opposite direction. What sound? The people scattered throughout the teaching building were startled by the sound and nervously looked upward. Ghost! I saw a ghost. It must be that girl, Wang Feng, the one with long hair. Shaking, he sought help on the public channel. At that moment, Fang Yuan, running wildly, only regretted that he wasn't fast enough for an agility type. As the message was sent, Huang Xia replied instantly. Which floor are you on? Uncle Li asked me to find out your location. He's coming to rescue you right now. 5 minutes later. Pale-faced, Fang Yuan looked at Li Zhiping with gratitude, repeatedly thanking him in shock. Uncle Li, I really thank you. Without you, I definitely wouldn't have made it out. Just moments ago, after Li Zhiping arrived, he shot a burst of red light from his eyes towards the white shadow. With a piercing scream, the white shadow disappeared without a trace. It's all right. With a smile, Li Zhiping calmly reassured him. In the initial stage, the threat of the ghost isn't that great. I can hold her back for a while, but I can't say what will happen later. As if thinking of something, he looked towards Huang Xia with a serious expression. Miss Huang Xia, I believe I've gathered enough information. Let's quickly get everyone together to discuss what to do. Nodding, Huang Xia immediately sent a message in the public channel. Everyone, hurry to the classroom to regroup. Let's see what everyone has found. If we delay any longer, we might get attacked. A few minutes later, everyone nervously presented the clues they had found. Fire report, compensation contract, suspected photo of Wang Feng, information about the deceased teacher, rumors of haunting, student diary, and a record of townspeople spontaneously raising funds to hire a Taoist priest. 7 people sat facing each other, looking at all the information they had found, exchanging glances. After reviewing the information, Huang Xia was the first to break the silence. Everyone, after looking at these clues, I think this should be the situation here. A year ago, there was a sexual assault scandal at the school where a girl named Wang Feng was insulted by a teacher. Later, the parents came to demand compensation, but it was unsuccessful. After this incident was suppressed, the girl named Wang Feng might have become depressed and committed suicide. The resentment she had after her death began to haunt this place. As time went on, the haunting intensified. After Wang Feng killed several teachers, the school was forced to shut down. As soon as she finished speaking, Fang Yuan, who had been frightened by the female ghost, quickly agreed. That's right. I feel the same way. I saw that girl. She was just standing in the corridor. If it weren't for Brother Li Zhiping saving me, I suspect I would have died. Everyone nodded in agreement, finding the clues clear after being pieced together. It should be like this. But the current question is, what does the seal required in the task mean? Is Wang Feng sealed somewhere? Where is it? Amidst the crowd's confusion, Li Zhiping cleared his throat and pointed to the records of the Taoist priest they had invited. Everyone. I guess after the continuous hauntings, the villagers invited a Taoist priest to seal Wang Feng's ghost in the school. But because too much time has passed, the seal either fell off or something happened. Let's find the sealing location as soon as possible. I think the most likely place is the dormitory building that burned down. After all, that's the only place we haven't searched. With a decisive statement. Seeing that the key to the task had been revealed, everyone nodded in agreement. Not participating in the discussion, Yi Chen frowned slightly, looking at the information on the table. He couldn't understand why he felt it seemed too simple. The girl was violated, and after death, she became a vengeful ghost to punish those who harmed her, and after being sealed, she started to wreak havoc again. How is this plot so simple, just like a domestic film? The moment the thought arose, a deafening sound suddenly came from outside the classroom. The tightly closed classroom door seemed to be violently struck by a heavy object, shaking violently. Not good. She's coming. Li Zhiping's expression changed, and a flash of red light suddenly appeared in his eyes. With a blood-curdling scream, the chilling aura from outside the door finally disappeared. The startled crowd breathed heavily, looking at the middle-aged man with admiration. However, Li Jiping, who had repelled the female ghost, showed no signs of relaxation. He only spoke urgently.
Everyone.
This task may seem simple, but the first half is definitely the easy part. I suspect the real difficulty lies at the ceiling location.
Let's go. We can't waste any time. We need to hurry to the burnt dormitory.
The charred dormitory building stood in the dim light, resembling the furnace door of a crematorium, quietly waiting.
A group of people hurried towards the burned-down dormitory building. The 4-story small building was not very large.
In their frantic search, several of them rushed to open one dorm room after another but found nothing. It was not until they rushed into the top floor that their steps paused as they saw what appeared to be yellow paper on the ground in front of the last dorm room.
It seems to be there. Let's go take a look.
With no time to think and suppressing the strange feeling in their hearts, a group of 7 hurried down the narrow corridor straight to the last dorm room. Looking at the charred iron door and the yellow paper on the ground, a few of them felt a sudden panic but quickly determined that something was definitely wrong here.
Kick the door open.
Glancing at the locked iron door, Li Jiping seemed to hear some noise behind him and urged anxiously.
Without hesitation, a first-level awakened one suddenly kicked open the iron door, and with a piercing sound of the kick in the dead of night, the iron door was kicked open with a bang.
The smell of burnt odor and dampness immediately rushed out. Upon closer inspection, Fong Yuan, who kicked open the iron door, felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, and the several awakened ones behind him also shuddered. Inside the room, there was only a single bed that had burned down to its iron frame, and the surrounding walls were covered in dark handprints.
Near the closest window, a faint human shape was scorched onto the wall.
At a glance, everyone instantly thought that the figure had been burned alive, leaving behind an imprint of the body oil.
Breathing anxiously, they did not dare to look any longer and all rushed into the doorway.
However, at the moment they stepped in, the leader, Liang Tingfei, instinctively looked down at his feet. He felt as if he had stepped on something. Bending down to lift his leg, a flash of astonishment suddenly crossed his eyes. Everyone, it seems like there's a talisman under my feet. Holding the talisman, a cold system prompt instantly sounded. Ding, acquired sealing talisman. A one-time item thrown directly after activation can seal ghostly entities. With joy on his face, seeing everyone looking at the talisman in his hand, he hurriedly reported the system prompt. There's really something to seal here, but what should we do next? Out of instinct, everyone looked at Li Jiping in unison, as if seeking help. As someone who had experienced 2 supernatural dungeons, Uncle Li had now become their lifeline.
Wait for the female ghost to come. Once she does, we'll find a way to stick it on her.
As long as we seal her, our task will be considered complete. A glimmer of joy flashed in Li Jiping's eyes as he confirmed and then warily glanced behind him. After hearing this, everyone felt sure, but the girl in the team, Huang Xia, subconsciously surveyed the room and couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled.
Why is the talisman on the ground? And in the teacher's room? Shouldn't it normally be in the female ghost's coffin or grave?
As Huang Xia spoke, everyone realized that it was indeed a bit strange. Outside the door, Li Jiping glanced at Huang Xia helplessly. Just because it works like that in movies doesn't mean it's the same in a copy. Think about it carefully. Who would the female ghost that Wang Fong turned into hate the most? It must be the teacher who defiled her. This dormitory might be the place where the teacher raped her. It's completely normal for her to stay in the place with the most resentment after her death. As for the talisman falling on the ground, doesn't that just indicate that it falling off allowed her to escape? Having said that, Li Jiping looked at Huang Xia as if she were a novice, lightly sighing. The others felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. They were too tense and hadn't considered this point. Just as several people were about to ask how to confront the enemy, Li Jiping's expression suddenly focused, and he hurriedly turned back. You guys, hurry and go inside. I sense that thing is coming. I will engage her and lure her inside. Normally, she definitely wouldn't dare to come in. Once she comes in, you guys throw the talisman on her. Pay attention. You must not make a mistake. Otherwise, we will all die. Taking a deep breath, Li Jiping rushed downstairs. In an instant, a piercing scream echoed from the playground, rapidly spreading in all directions. An endless chill enveloped the entire area, inducing a primal fear. Even staying in the room, the group could feel the heavy resentment. Slightly stunned, the few people in the room couldn't help but gasp in surprise and exchanged relieved glances. My god, luckily Li Gu is leading us this time. Otherwise, who could hold off the female ghost? Let's not talk about that now. Quickly close the door and hide, waiting for Uncle Li to lure the female ghost in. Thank goodness, once this mission is over, I must add Uncle Li's contact information to thank him. In the room, a few people were cautiously hiding behind the door, waiting for Li Jiping to lure the female ghost in so they could throw out the talismans. In the corner of the room, Yi Chen glanced around and suddenly chuckled. Are you sure you want to stay here and wait to die? As soon as the words fell, everyone turned in shock to look at Yi Chen. They looked at this boy who had been silent all along. What do you mean? Without thinking, a few of them stared at Yi Chen's calm gaze, feeling confused. Yi Chen shook his head and spoke indifferently. I'm very curious. Did you never think from beginning to end where the ghost is? Or rather, ghost stories? In the dimly lit room, as a few people listened to Yi Chen's bland tone, they inexplicably felt a sense of horror. What do you really mean? Looking back at everyone, Yi Chen wiped the smile off his face. The mission hint mentioned that one clue is at school and the other is not to believe any ghost stories.
So the question arises, we have found the clues, but where are the ghost stories? Did the ghost speak to us? Leaving no room for answers, Yi-Chen shook his head and spoke again. From beginning to end, only a few of us have been talking. The only person who had contact with characters in the game was the old gatekeeper. But the problem is, the old gatekeeper only let us in, and Li Jiping confirmed he is not a ghost. As soon as he finished speaking, Liang Tengfei, who reacted the fastest, suddenly whitened his eyes. Are you saying one of us is a ghost that got in? A ghost disguised as a person, giving out false information? Yi-Chen raised an eyebrow and nodded slightly. Exactly. Combining the requirement to find the hidden ghost here in the game, there must be a problem among us. Moreover, the one with the biggest problem is Li Jiping. He claims he can see through disguises. If anyone else among us is a ghost, then why hasn't he discovered it? The answer is simple. He himself is one, and he has provided the most information. Without waiting for Yi-Chen to finish, Huang Xia rebutted angrily. What kind of joke are you making? If Uncle Li is a ghost, then what's going on outside? He's a legitimate awakened one. Yeah, I saw the female ghost with my own eyes. Don't tell me Uncle Li is a ghost. He's fighting against ghosts. Like Huang Xia, Fang Yuanqi, who was saved by Li Jiping, smiled sarcastically, even looking at Yi-Chen with suspicion in his eyes. In his view, Yi-Chen's words were simply nonsense. Looking at the others who were unwilling to accept his thoughts, Yi-Chen was not angry, only calmly explained. First, we don't know what abilities ghosts have. How can you be sure that what you saw is a real ghost? Second, doesn't the birth of a ghost at least require a human to die? Have you found the news about Wang Fang's suicide? Throughout the clues, there's only that her family was unsuccessful in demanding compensation. Who told you that Wang Fang must be dead? Pointing to the burned dormitory building, Yi-Chen wiped the dust off the wall. On the contrary, the teacher is clearly dead, and he is an adult. Third, Li Jiping is too familiar with the copy. Do you all remember how we came here? It was also our first time entering the copy. What gave him the right to find this abandoned school directly without even asking? Fourth, the old man at the door was only subconsciously looking at him. Don't you think it's strange that the old man is puzzled about why a dead person is appearing in front of him? In addition, there are many other doubts. After the quick explanation, everyone was taken aback. But with such a huge reversal, everyone found it hard to accept this fact for a moment. But that's just speculation. If Uncle Li really is a ghost, then what is he doing? He could have just taken us here to find the talisman. Listening to Huang Xiao's doubts, Yi-Chen looked at the girl with pity. Didn't you see that he even let us kick the door? As a ghost, he naturally wouldn't dare to touch the talisman. To resolve this danger, we can only rely on us to activate the talisman, right? Do you remember when the haunting incident started? It was after the teacher was burned to death. If nothing goes wrong, Li Jiping should have been burned to death here by his family in retaliation. Out of resentment, he began a frenzied revenge. To deal with him, the townspeople simply invited a Taoist priest to seal him in the place where he was burned to death. As soon as the words fell, a sudden urgent roar came from outside the door. Everyone prepare. The female ghost is coming. Bang! With a painful groan, Li Jiping outside the door seemed to be slammed against the wall. At the same time, an extremely chilling aura rushed towards everyone. Behind the door, Fang Yuan, holding the talisman, looked up in terror, somewhat at a loss. He instinctively looked at Yi-Chen, then at the door. Which one to believe? Which one to believe? Before he could think, Yi-Chen directly walked in front of him, spreading his right hand. Give me the talisman. If we don't hit him after activating it, we will all die. The female ghost outside must be fake. Struggling, hesitating. Holding the talisman, Fang Yuan listened to Li Jiping's painful groans outside the door, and for a moment, he didn't know whether to believe Yi-Chen or not. Every second felt like a year. Just thinking about the doubts Yi-Chen had raised earlier, he couldn't help but fear that what Yi-Chen said was true. With a pained expression and under immense pressure, he was drenched in sweat and ultimately handed the talisman over to Yi-Chen. There was no way. What Yi-Chen said sounded too much like the truth. If what he said about the ghost was valid, then the only one who could deceive them all was the self-proclaimed experienced Li Jiping. Bang! With another loud crash against the wall, Li Jihua outside the door shouted angrily. I can't hold on anymore. When I rush in later, you must hit the female ghost behind you. Inside the door, the others listened to Li Jiping's words at this moment and instinctively began to doubt their truthfulness. If it weren't for Yi-Chen pointing out the flaws, they wouldn't have suspected Li Jiping at all. Standing in front of Fang Yuan, Yi-Chen directly snatched the talisman away. Under the tense gaze of everyone, he suddenly smiled oddly. I already said. There are ghosts among us. So why should you trust me? After finishing his words, Yi-Chen pretended to tear off the talisman. In an instant, an extreme sense of fear spread in the dim room. Eyes filled with utmost terror. No one expected that the real ghost was Yi-Chen. Unable to suppress the fear in his heart, Fang Yuan looked at the talisman he had personally sent out, feeling as if he had suffered a huge shock. He was deceived by a ghost. Yi-Chen was the ghost. He screamed and pushed off the ground with his feet, as if trying to distance himself from the evil ghost Yi-Chen. Meanwhile, Huang Xia, who had been brainwashed by Yi-Chen's words, looked even more dazed, filled with despair. The next second, in the midst of trembling, nearly broken gazes, Yi-Chen suddenly withdrew the strange smile from his face and regained his composure. Just kidding, scaring you. Shrugging, I just want to tell you that any one of us could be a ghost, so don't rely too much on your judgment. Not paying attention to the crowd that had been scared silly by him, leaves the turn around, tilting his head slightly, calmly looking at the iron door. Listening to the increasingly sharp screech approaching, he chuckled softly. Li Ziping, or should I say Tao Guosheng, are you sure you still want to play along? In an instant, the hurried footsteps and screeching outside the door suddenly came to a halt. The sudden stop was as if they had never expected to be exposed. The next second, Li Ziping, who came back to his senses, spoke in shock, his breath weak. What are you talking about? The female ghost is coming soon. Bang! With one kick, he kicked open the iron door, too lazy to continue playing along with Li Ziping. As the iron door swung open, Li Ziping, who was still in the distance, stood outside the door with a floating female ghost drooping her head behind him. Looks quite like the real thing. Yi Chen looked at Li Ziping, who had completed the performance with great interest, shaking the talisman in his hand. Disperse the illusion behind you. Teacher Tao Guosheng? With a sudden change in expression, Tao Guosheng abruptly raised his head. In their mutual gaze, he felt Yi Chen's 100% certainty and simply decided to drop the disguise. As the female ghost dissipated, he revealed a previously gentle pair of eyes that instantly filled with venomous intent. How did you discover me? Don't tell me it's based on those reasons you just gave. Only the idiot behind you would believe that. Seemingly a bit unconvinced, a person and a ghost gazed at each other across the door. The so-called person who talks about ghosts is among you. This claim is completely unfounded. What if the female ghost only speaks when she gets sealed later? She deceives you to let her go, which is still unreliable ghost talk. And I didn't lie. I was just guiding you. All the information is what you inferred. As for the old man and me making eye contact, including my familiarity with the terrain, these do not count as reasons for me being a ghost. Why can't the former be my ability? The latter can be completely explained by the side story information I've checked. After all, I'm specialized in supernatural side stories. Seeing that his ghost teacher still had the leisure to question him, Yi Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. If I use a talisman, the other party will fail, and the mission will end. Why go through all this trouble? Unless... In that instant, Yi Chen suddenly figured out a point he had been puzzled about all along. That is why the ghost teacher was so familiar with them, the awakeners. Do you care about this? Have you lived in the side story for a long time? Have you seen other awakeners? You can retain memories after the side story ends without being reset. You want to find the problem so it's easier to deceive and kill the next batch of people. As soon as the words fell, Tao Guosheng suddenly froze. He had never expected Yi Chen to react so quickly. He didn't say anything, but Yi Chen guessed so accurately that he was almost exposed. Without any concealment. That's right. I have lived in this instance for a long time. I am indeed a ghost. Tell me how you discovered me. I don't believe you could bet on me being a ghost just based on your previous guess. Looking at the male ghost who wanted to know the answer, Yi Chen's expression darkened. Such a special existence made him feel a hint of unease. Generally, instances reset after they end. Like a computer rebooting, everything returns to its original state. It's hard to imagine what problem occurred in this instance that led to Tao Guosheng's existence. Why should I tell you? You are a ghost and I am human. What makes you think I would help you find your own loopholes? Unsurprisingly, Tao Guosheng scoffed. Just because I can help you complete a hidden task. You throw the talisman over here now, and let's not even discuss whether you can hit me. Even if you do hit me, you will only receive a normal evaluation. But as long as you agree to tell me, I can actively dissipate after your task ends, helping you complete the hidden task. With confident eyes, as a rare entity capable of giving birth to intelligence, Tao Guosheng is sure that no awakened one can resist this temptation. Hiding in the room, the people behind were shocked, watching Yi Chen negotiate with the ghost, feeling like their worldview had been completely overturned. The two exchanged glances. After a flicker of uncertainty in Yi Chen's eyes, he hesitated. Is the hidden task to make the male ghost automatically dissipate? I have to say, this hidden task is indeed quite perverse. If nothing goes wrong, it should have never been completed by anyone. After weighing the gains and losses, Yi Chen spoke in a deep voice. Indeed, based solely on the previous information, I didn't have full confidence to determine that you are fake. After all, it's impossible for anyone to think that a ghost would be among us at the start of the mission and playing the role of an awakened one skilled in supernatural copies. The real reason I doubted you was the sharing of information. You made it very clear from the beginning that whatever situations and information you encounter would be shared directly on the public channel. But from start to finish, you never used the public channel, always having Huang Xia relay the information. So after I noticed this, I concluded that you couldn't use the system functions at all. With a grim face, after a moment, Tao Guosheng shook his head. Not enough, still not enough. I don't send messages. I could easily explain that I'm busy searching for clues. Huang Xia and I are on the same team. What's wrong with her sending messages for me? Glaring at Yi Chen, he didn't believe that Yi Chen was thinking this simply. Seeing the relentless male ghost, Yi Chen sighed lightly. All right. The only way to truly confirm your identity is through the system message. I sent you a private message saying I'm a ghost. But the system prompt indicated there was no such person as you, and the message failed to send. After finishing, Yi Chen shrugged. He had also been stunned for a long time when he realized this.
Stunned, Tao Guosheng stood there. He never expected that his meticulous disguise would be defeated by such a laughable method. You should know that he had already deceived and killed over 20 awakeners, but none of them had seen through him. Raising the talisman, Yi Chen then gestured for Tao Guosheng to keep his promise. The expressions of the people behind him were also strange, feeling that today's encounter was like a dream. However, Tao Guosheng, standing outside the door, suddenly let out a sneer. What? Do you really think I would commit suicide? Didn't the system tell you? Don't trust what ghosts say. As soon as the words fell, a sinister laugh followed. The Li Jiping who no longer pretended instantly retreated, and his originally friendly face began to drip with blood like melting grease. The disappearing female ghost reappeared, shrieking as she charged toward Yi Chen. It's not fake. Feeling the chilling cold piercing through to the core, Yi Chen instantly realized that the supernatural entity that had appeared this time was not an illusion, but a genuine vengeful spirit. Once touched, life force would rapidly drain away. Meanwhile, the people in the room hurriedly came to their senses, wanting to dodge. But the room was so small that they didn't dare rush out. Many people felt the icy breath of death approaching and could only scream in fear. Quick, throw the talismans. Hurry up. Ignoring the urging from behind, Yi Chen quickly dodged to the side. The supernatural entity created by Li Jiping was no longer an illusion, which meant his true form's strength wouldn't be far off either. Hastily throwing out talismans was no different from seeking death. Watching Yi Chen nimbly dodge, Li Jiping, who floated like a paper figure, had a fierce expression. His speed was actually quite fast. Given his familiarity with awakened ones, he naturally realized that Yi Chen's speed far exceeded normal levels. This is interesting. With a cold sneer, his face, dripping with blood, twisted. What are you still struggling for? He had refrained from attacking and pretended to be human purely out of caution, accustomed to luring out the number of talismans. But in reality, at his speed, most awakened ones wouldn't be able to hit him at all. Ignoring the few awakened ones in the room trying to use their skills, all his attention was focused on Yi Chen at this moment. As a supernatural entity, he could almost ignore physical attacks and most skills. The only threat to him was the talisman in Yi Chen's hand. Struggling? Narrowly evading the ghost's attack, Yi Chen chuckled lightly, continually searching for a suitable opportunity in the corridor. He also realized that Li Jiping absolutely possessed extremely fast movement means, and he only had one chance to strike. Looking at Yi Chen, who was still running and struggling, a hint of mockery appeared on Li Jiping's terrifying, rotten face. Still looking for an opportunity? What good does it do to see through my disguise? Did you really think you could get close to me? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly increased the distance again, not giving Yi Chen any chance to charge at him. Idiot. If you pretended not to notice me, maybe you would have had a chance to succeed, but... Before he could finish his words, Yi Chen suddenly turned around at the end of the corridor, completely ignoring the female ghost rushing toward him. Thunder strike. Braving the piercing cold. The skill activated, and in an instant, a thunderous sound pierced through the air. Bang! As the skill took effect, Yi Chen, who was stepping on the corridor, suddenly exerted force, and a burst of silver light erupted from beneath his feet. The distance of more than 10 meters was crossed in an instant, and with the enhancement of the thunder boots, he charged toward the air like a flash of lightning, directly appearing in front of Li Jiping. Seal! Almost surpassing the opponent's reaction speed, in the astonished gaze of the ghostly face, a red glowing talisman instantly merged into his body. The screams echoed simultaneously. It was as if a hot iron brand were inserted into his insides, and the confident him was now only capable of howling, as wisps of white smoke rose from his body. Pain! So painful! The agony that reached deep into his soul made him instantly lose the strength to resist. Bang! Falling from the fourth floor, Yi Chen watched Li Jiping struggling helplessly to land, feeling a slight sense of relief in his heart. Fortunately, the thunder boots had enhanced his speed, otherwise he really wouldn't have been confident in being able to touch his opponent. Li Jiping's existence was already rare in this apocalypse. The actual difficulty here had long surpassed that of a sea-level dungeon. Pained cries and wails. Under the seal of the system's talisman, Li Jiping had no power to resist at this moment. The originally gloomy and dark school now seemed to lose some of its chill due to the effectiveness of the seal. A few seconds later, a cold system prompt sounded immediately. Beep, the sealing task is completed. Please claim your clearance reward after finishing the dungeon. In the dormitory, several awakeners participating in this task finally dared to peek out, looking down at Yi Chen with lingering fear. It was just too thrilling, the continuous twists had left them still somewhat dazed. Leaning in the corridor, Huang Xia, who had originally opposed Yi Chen, wore a complex expression. She originally thought that the strongest presence in this instance was Li Jiping, and she assumed he was the one to rely on. But who would have thought that Li Jiping was a ghost, while the inconspicuous Yi Chen was the real big shot? Similarly to Huang Xia, Fang Yuan, who had been the most distrustful and even felt that Yi Chen was just showing off, now lowered his head in guilt, not daring to look at the boy downstairs. If it weren't for Yi Chen, they probably wouldn't even know how they would die until the end. The remaining few exchanged glances and then jogged down the stairs, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we would definitely have encountered trouble this time. As they spoke, Liang Tengfei eagerly stepped forward, his eyes filled with flattery. Big shot, can you add my contact information?
I am from the 6th safety zone in Dongshan. My name is Liang Tengfei.
His tone was humble. Even though Yi Chen appeared to be quite a bit younger than him in the face of power, he unhesitatingly positioned himself as the younger brother. The mental type awakened ones have it really hard in the apocalypse. For a small fry like him, encountering a big shot is a rare opportunity, and he naturally wants to cling to their leg. He just witnessed Yi Chen's sudden sprint. That speed and the full set of equipment are definitely not something an ordinary awakened one can achieve. Waving his hand, Yi Chen ignored the crowd whose attitudes had done a complete turnaround and simply bent down to look at Li Zhiping, who seemed dead. What are you playing dead for? He kicked the body, which felt like rotten meat, and chuckled lightly. According to our agreement, you should disappear on your own. Of course, you can try to shirk your responsibility, but do you really think I ever sent you a message? The corpse froze. Li Zhiping, who had planned to play dead, suddenly opened his eyes wide and stared fiercely at Yi Chen. Are you lying to me again? His voice was hoarse, and the sudden return to action startled the crowd. Wasn't he sealed? How can he still move? The residual power made several people retreat in fear. Shaking his head, Yi Chen paid no attention to Li Zhiping regaining his actions, merely comforting the others casually. Don't be afraid, he really is sealed. It's impossible for him to act again. After saying this, Yi Chen tilted his head to make eye contact with those hostile eyes. So what if I tricked you? Only an idiot like you would believe that I sent you a message for verification. I don't even know your number, how could I send it? Ignoring Li Zhiping's twisted and nearly frenzied expression, Yi Chen continued to speak. Self-dissolve, allowing me to complete the hidden task. In the last second before your dissipation, I will tell you the truth. I'll tell you how I figured it out. With a twisted expression, Li Zhiping glared fiercely, and after a moment he spoke coldly. Good. For him, if Yi Chen and the others left, he would be reset. Self-dissolving and dying once is no big deal. But if Yi Chen had discovered the flaws in his disguise, he naturally wanted to know where the problem lay. Without hesitation, as the deal was struck, Li Zhiping's figure began to blur instantly. In the extreme pain of self-dissolution, those pale eyes remained fixed in a deadly gaze. Speak. Say it now. The dissolution speed was incredibly fast. In the last second, Yi Chen looked at Li Zhiping, who was nearly transparent, and smiled mockingly. The real flaw in your disguise is actually a guess of mine. Stunned, the dissolving Li Zhiping looked at Yi Chen in disbelief, ultimately dissipating in a roar of unwilling anger. Listening to that intensely resentful roar, Yi Chen calmly withdrew his smile. He indeed made a guess. If he guessed wrong, it simply meant Li Zhiping died in vain. Behind him, everyone once again looked at Yi Chen in shock. At that moment, they felt that this somewhat handsome youth seemed terrifyingly like a malicious spirit toying with human hearts. One deception after another, he had compelled a special spiritual entity to commit suicide. Not paying too much attention, Yi Chen spoke calmly. Exit the instance, calculate rewards. Buzz. With a flash of white light, it disappeared from the spot. Instance exit. Calculating instance information. Instance completer, Yi Chen. Current instance completion rate. Base completion rate 20%, additional completion Seal Tao Guisheng, Li Zhiping 40%, Disperse Vengeful Spirits, Hidden Task 40%. Overall cumulative completion rate 100%. Received evaluation SSS grade. SSS grade evaluation rewards. Obtain random white equipment *2, obtain random white items *2, obtain exclusive item *1 blue, gain an additional 3 points in will attribute. Earn title Spirit Disperser. Ding, extraction complete, obtained Vengeful Pearl, blue exclusive, obtained Charred Body Cloak, white, obtained Throat Cutting Dagger, white, obtained Corpse Oil, white, obtained Shed Human Skin, white. Ding, level is maxed out, experience gained from dispersing vengeful spirits has been converted to 1 point in will attribute. Outside the dungeon, Yi Chen listened to the dense sound of acquisition notifications, unable to help but smile. Compared to the normal completion reward of just 1 white item and experience, his trip to the dungeon could be considered a significant haul. However, speaking of which, the difficulty of this sea-level supernatural dungeon is indeed not low. If it weren't for his attributes and equipment being far above the normal awakened level, he probably would have met his end today. The Li Zhiping who has developed true self-awareness could almost take down any awakened individual. After suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Yi Chen decided to look at the biggest reward from this dungeon run. A blue-level exclusive item. To be honest, he had rarely seen such things in his past life. This item generally only appears after completing hidden quests, making it extremely rare. Wraith Pearl, exclusive, passive item. Item attributes, when carried, increases spiritual energy recovery speed by 20%, increases resistance to mental attacks by 25%, reduces all control effects from dizziness, fear, distraction, and mental confusion. Item effect, when attacked by a supernatural entity, can negate 1 fatal damage. The item disappears after negation. Item evaluation, the soul orb condensed from grievances may be your second life. Such a strong item. With a raised eyebrow, Yi Chen toyed with the transparent orb in his hand, feeling a faint coolness surge into his forehead, dispelling his fatigue. A rare mental defense item, also providing life-saving effects. With this orb in hand, encountering a supernatural entity in the future truly means an extra life. Good item, putting it away. After carrying the orb with him, Yi Chen glanced at the other equipment. Basically trash. The effect of corpse oil is that it can be ignited underwater and in the absence of air, and after ignition, it increases the mental energy recovery speed. Human skin is a low-level enchanting material that increases fire resistance. After keeping the dagger and corpse oil, Yi-Chen simply tossed the assorted equipment materials back into the trading channel. Insert the dagger into the right leg strap. Under mental control, it can be used as a flying knife for ambush. After confirming that he hadn't missed anything, Yi-Chen planned to go back to turn in the quest. Just thinking about the epic equipment reward from the Sword God system after completing the quest made him feel a bit. After turning in the quest, he could then improve his attributes. The reward would be as good as in hand. Epic level. During his past life when the whole country was supporting him, he only had 3 pieces. At that time, he used them only when he had reached the peak of the 3rd stage. Swift as the wind, he hopped on his motorcycle and sped straight toward the safe zone.
6 hours later, late at night, at the entrance of the safe zone. Looking at the brightly lit area, with a large number of soldiers checking the personnel at the entrance to the city, Yi-Chen couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Above his head, a large number of armed helicopters were circling back and forth with searchlights. Awakening soldiers with loudspeakers repeatedly shouted loudly. All personnel entering the city must check their identity information. Foreign personnel must register. In the solemn atmosphere, the city walls were filled with awakened warriors. Whenever individuals from outside the area were identified, the entire search team would become tense and surround them tightly. What is going on? Has the safe zone been robbed? Or is someone attacking the base? Standing in the crowd, Yi-Chen was somewhat confused. With such a large display of force, it was unclear who they were looking for. Such an elaborate mobilization was rare in the history of the safe zone. Your identity information. At the entrance, a search team of 22nd-tier awakened individuals was vigilantly checking information, but seeing how young Yi-Chen was, they did not seem overly tense. Handing over his information, the soldier checking the documents looked at him with some surprise. Yi-Chen? Why are you out so late? Beep, 0-tier awakened. After finishing the card scan, the soldier looked at Yi-Chen with some curiosity, then waved his hand to let him in. As someone who had previously protected the testing square, he naturally had a very deep impression of Yi-Chen. An SS-level talent, in his eyes, was an impressive big shot, a super genius. However, he heard that later on, the military department downgraded his potential and stopped paying attention to him. Oh, just going out to practice in real combat. After casually replying, Yi-Chen went straight into the city. However, he had not walked far before he overheard the awakened soldiers behind him quietly discussing him. I really don't understand what the military department is thinking. They've stopped managing such a genius. Who knows? I heard it's because his potential evaluation isn't good enough. Otherwise, they wouldn't let him go out on his own. What a pity. If he weren't a mental type, the entire Huaxia battle zone would probably be training him with full force by now. Yeah, high-level talents are being nurtured even in our safe zone, and they go out protected by awakened teams for upgrades. Sigh, a perfectly good SS-level talent going unmonitored. I don't know how long this kid will take to reach first order on his own, especially since mental-type combat power is so weak. Hearing the lively discussions, Yi-Chen didn't feel much. If it weren't for the Sword God system in hand, he might really be troubled about what to do before reaching the 3rd tier. But now, it doesn't matter. The 3rd tier would only take him 2 or 3 months to achieve, and by then, all the distrust would be proven wrong. Submit the task. In the sparsely populated task hall, Yi-Chen calmly spoke while looking at the receptionist. Whether it was a coincidence or not, today's receptionist was the same as last time. Ah! Behind the reception desk, the girl who had previously seen Yi-Chen stared at his face in a daze. Submit the task. Did you complete it? Which task did you complete? Unbelievable. How long has it been since Yi-Chen accepted the task? It's uncertain if that time was even enough to make a trip to the task location. Hurriedly checking the task information submitted by Yi-Chen, the receptionist couldn't help but speculate whether he had completed the simplest agility task. Considering he was such a young first tier, he could still afford to buy wings with money. A moment later, her eyes widened like an oval, as if she had seen a ghost. On the task panel, all 4 main tasks were displayed as completed. Wow! Wow! Rubbing her eyes, the girl took a sharp breath, as if she couldn't believe her own eyes. If the displayed information absolutely cannot be wrong, she almost suspected that there was a bug. 1 day or 2 days. For advanced tasks, and they were all completed at the highest difficulty. God, in her career, she had never seen such an unbelievable scene. For an ordinary first-level promotion task, doesn't it typically take half a month or even half a year just to find a team? Timing, deploying tactics, finding manpower, and repeatedly testing and killing, every step was nerve-wracking, fearing a mistake. Yet, when it came to Yi-Chen, looking at Yi-Chen's easy and somewhat attractive face, she felt as if these tasks were as simple as drinking water for the young man. Can you be a little faster? With a helpless glance at the shocked receptionist, Yi-Chen let out a light sigh. As soon as he finished speaking, the receptionist hurriedly grabbed his card in a fluster, finally coming back to her senses. Ding, the strength-related advancement task has been completed, gaining additional strength rewards. Ding, the agility-related advancement task has been completed, gaining additional. Ding, the physique-related advancement. Ding, total additional credit points gained, 7,300 points.
After a series of 4 notifications, feeling the sudden loosening of the bottleneck in his body and the increased attributes, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction and simply turned to leave. Upon returning home and sneaking in without waking his little sister or mother, Yi Chen directly dived into his room. Check attributes. Buzz. A light screen flashed up. As he looked at his attribute values, Yi Chen's eyes flickered, directly considering how to raise them to 25 points. Whether it's epic equipment or skills, both require meeting the attribute standards. The system requires the attributes to be 25 points bare, not including equipment bonuses. His current basic attributes, apart from willpower being far above standard, still fall short in the other attributes. Last time, 6 energy fruits added 3 strength and 3 agility to me. The experience overflow attribute reward did provide a total of 4 points for all attributes. The advancement task rewarded me with 1 point. Calculating this way, I still need to make up for 7 points in agility and strength and 10 points in constitution. He frowned slightly. 14 plus 10, he still needs to purchase 24 energy fruits, and this does not include the fact that after upgrading to 20 points, the effect of low-tier fruits will be greatly reduced. Strictly calculating, 35 fruits should be about enough to meet his needs. 1 fruit costs 6,000 credit points, which means he must prepare at least 210,000 credit points. He felt numb. Yi Chen glanced at the credit points obtained from the equipment and materials he had been selling, feeling a bit of pressure. He currently has around 20,000, and if he sells all the gains from these days, he might increase it to about 40,000 points. Not selling blue gear and only white gear makes the credit points come in really slowly. Of course, the most important point is that he needs too many psychic fruits, with 25 points of all attributes required at the 2nd tier. This number is something that superpowers can't afford to provide at all. An ordinary awakened person can't even afford one, yet he treats them as food. I need to find a way to sell some valuable equipment. In my previous life, the entire capital provided resources for me, so I didn't have to worry about this little bit. Now, I can only rely on myself. After a flicker of thought, he pulled out a piece of white paper from the desk and directly organized the equipment he knew he could get his hands on. Level up and make money. Both tasks can be done concurrently. There shouldn't be any valuable equipment around Tianfeng, as it has long been cleared out by the military. But there is a 2nd-tier dungeon that can be farmed. There happens to be a blue accessory type equipment in the Zhenjiang safe zone recently. If I remember correctly, it should be on a mutated creature in the wild. Further away in the Dongshan battle zone, I remember that a high-level power-type skill book once appeared. The pen brushed swiftly. Half an hour later, Yi Chen looked at the information he had organized and let out a slight breath. Fortunately, with the arrival of the catastrophe, a large amount of equipment resources will appear in the past year, many of which he had heard about during his escape. Over 200,000 credit points may be an astronomical figure for others, but it isn't hard for him to gather. After dealing with the area around Tianfeng, I will head to Zhenjiang. Making up his mind, Yi Chen subconsciously glanced back at the room where his family was, warmth showing in his eyes. This trip will probably take over a month. Although he enjoys this rare warmth, Yi Chen knows very well that he doesn't have much time left. Brother, are you leaving again? At the door, his little sister clingingly holds Yi Chen, looking up at him with a pitiful expression. After affectionately patting his little sister's head, Yi Chen slightly nodded at his mother, who wore a worried face. Looking at her son's determined gaze, Yimu sighed and could only repeatedly remind Yi Chen to be careful. Although she did not know what had happened to her son, as a mother, she seemed to sense that Yi Chen bore immense pressure and had something very important to do. After a brief farewell, Yi Chen headed straight outside the city. However, upon seeing the awakened soldiers patrolling the streets, he hesitated for a moment before opening the private message from Commander Xiaohai. Even though the disaster would not officially break out for another year, there were actually many signs before that. Taking the Tianfeng security zone as an example, in about 10 days or so, there would be a large wave of corpses leaving the city to attack Tianfeng. I remember that at that time, Tianfeng suffered considerable losses in haste, and many survivors from various gathering places met a tragic end. He had thought about contacting the top brass of China from his past life to inform them of some impending disasters he knew about. But after repeated consideration, Yi Chen realized that he didn't even have the qualification to convey the information, not to mention whether they would trust him. Everything needs to be backed by strength, especially since he is just a nobody with no connections in the eyes of outsiders. He felt this too deeply in his previous life. But thinking about what happened in Tianfeng, Yi Chen still decided to give Xiaohai a heads up. If it works well, perhaps Xiaohai could vouch for him and report more information. After all, a tier 3 person's words could be much more effective than his. With this thought in mind, Yi Chen simply sent out a message. Commander Xiaohai, while I was outside the city, I discovered that there was a zombie riot in the original Tianfeng city. There is a high possibility of a large-scale zombie attack on Tianfeng in the short term. The riot is quite unusual. I hope you can dispatch troops to investigate. After sending the message, Yi Chen let out a light sigh. He needed to quickly promote to Tier 3, only then could he demonstrate his true value and prevent the collapse of the building. Inside the psychic fighter jet, after receiving news that the Zhenjiang safety zone would send someone over to confront the situation, Xiaohai weighed heavily on what exactly was going on. The appearance of a third tier being near Tianfeng a few days ago had already put immense pressure on him, and he did not expect this incident to occur.
Damn it! Accusing me, Tianfeng, of stealing your mutated creature?
I might not even be able to take down that mutated tiger from a long distance. Feeling irritated, he suddenly saw a private message sent by Yi Chen. He was not surprised that Yi Chen had his ID in the group. After all, he once wanted to befriend Yi Chen. The message was very short, and after reading it, a look of astonishment involuntarily appeared on Xiao Hai's face.
A large horde of zombies attacking Tianfeng? A monster uprising? A few seconds later, he let out a light laugh without caring, only thinking that Yi Chen was too weak and found something amiss in any situation. Or perhaps, he just wanted to make his presence felt in front of him. What? Feeling troubled because you consider yourself SS class yet haven't received the treatment you deserve? You can only blame it on the fact that you, Yi Chen, are a mental type. As for Yi Chen's message, he couldn't be bothered to reply. What a joke! Ever since the last great war erupted between humans and monsters 40 years ago, the post-apocalyptic world has been peaceful for a long time. Right now, his thoughts were entirely on that mysterious Tier 3 and the arrival of the Zhenjiang safe zone. Outside Tianfeng City, National Highway 705.
Racing along the sparsely grass-covered road where the asphalt could barely be seen, Yi Chen leaned forward, letting the strong wind hit his face. Under the assault of nature, the traffic spiderweb that once covered the country has long been completely eroded by the natural world.
If it weren't for
the fact that there were still many survivors transporting supplies on this road, it would have probably been assimilated by the wilderness long ago. The surroundings were desolate, and from a distance, one could only see the former boundary line of the city. Here, it was almost beyond the warning range of Tianfeng.
Halfway through the journey, Yi Chen planned to change the battery.
This first target was a large instance located at the junction of Tianfeng and Zhenjiang, convenient for his subsequent actions. Although battery technology had matured before the apocalypse, the range was only about 600 kilometers.
For this operation, he specially carried 2 bulky battery packs on his back.
I should switch to a system vehicle. Skillfully changing the battery and discarding the old one, Yi Chen let out a light sigh. After finishing the next instance, he should consider buying a vehicle. Otherwise, the time spent on the road would exceed the time he spends upgrading. System vehicles only need to be infused with psychic energy, which suits him perfectly since he currently has no place to use his psychic energy. Of course, it would be even better if he could obtain space-related skills. A single teleport can cross thousands of miles, essential for killing and arson. But it's just a thought. The rarity of space-related skills is even higher than that of spatial items, and such skills fall under strategic skills. He got back in the vehicle, and the engine hummed. Not long after setting off, Yi Chen frowned slightly. In the distance, on both sides of the nearly disappearing road, several long-weathered car wrecks were piled together, and not far away in a half-human-high patch of grass, an abandoned and broken-down truck was parked there. On the road, several tattered survivors were standing by the overturned truck, desperately waving their hands, seemingly seeking help.
Slowly driving past.
Among the survivors requesting help on the road, a middle-aged man holding a child seemed to have noticed Yi Chen. He raised his right hand high, looking very excited.
Help! Please, help us!
Seeing Yi Chen dressed in standard awakened attire, a flicker of joy passed through several people's eyes. In no time, the survivors gathered around the overturned truck. There were both men and women, all emaciated and looking like ordinary people.
What's going on?
Coming to a gradual stop, Yi Chen casually asked the group blocking the road.
The middle-aged man holding the girl hurriedly spoke up. This awakened one. Our truck has overturned. This vehicle is just too heavy, we can't flip it back.
The truck is full of the supplies we were transporting.
These are our lifeline. You see, it's about to rain heavily. Please lend a hand and help us.
As he spoke, the man pointed to the old, weak, sick, and disabled behind him, his expression so anxious it seemed he was about to cry. As he finished speaking, Yi Chen looked at the circle of survivors surrounding him, his gaze flickering. Ha, what a poor performance. Not to mention whether 7 or 8 people can flip over a vehicle after unloading the cargo. Even if they sought help, they should contact the nearest safe zone. Knowing it's about to rain yet relying on encountering an awakened one on the road, this excuse is merely a blatant attempt to deceive us into stopping. Without showing any change in expression, Yi Chen glanced around before nodding indifferently. Noticing Yi Chen's agreement, a flash of joy suddenly appeared in the eyes of the few people. A level 0 awakened one, presumably equipped as he is. Such a lack of vigilance, he must be a rookie who just became an awakened one and went out.
Fat sheep. Not far away, the grass was gently swaying.
In the midst of everyone's anxious expressions, they urged Yi Chen to hurry and help. Getting off the vehicle, Yi Chen only slightly sensed with his mental power and noticed that someone was approaching from the side. With a cold sneer in his heart, he didn't mind. If the other party wanted to kill him and take his stuff, he also wanted to do some black-on-black dealings. This kind of team that specializes in robbing survivors in the wild should have a bit of money. In his mental perception, the few people who crawled over from the grass were all ordinary people, with only one man who looked like the leader at first tier hiding in the front. Out of the corner of his eye, Yi Chen was somewhat surprised to notice that among the survivors, there was a man as thin as a rat who was looking at him with a terrified expression. Hiding at the back of the crowd, the short man had 2 patches of beard on his face that trembled in fear, as if he had seen something incredibly terrifying.
Judging from his posture, he seemed ready to flee at any moment.
By the overturned truck, just as Yi Chen was about to pretend to inspect it, he heard several harsh shouts.
Hands on your head. Catch him.
He saw several sturdy men who had approached the roadside rush over in an instant, each holding various weapons, fiercely aiming at Yi Chen. The middle-aged man who was closest to the girl skillfully drew a short knife and pressed it directly against Yi Chen's back.
Kid, be honest. Running into us, you're out of luck.
Seeing Yi Chen immediately under control, the leading first-tier awakened one grinned menacingly and walked toward Yi Chen with a machete.
Newbie, didn't anyone tell you not to stop in the wilderness?
I've never seen someone so foolish as to venture deep into the wild alone. As he spoke, the man greedily glanced at the boots under Yi Chen's feet. Although it was hard to tell the level, it certainly looked like a piece of equipment.
Oh, really?
Calmly turning around, unlike the panic imagined by others, Yi Chen looked at the leading strong man with great interest. The smile suddenly froze. The leading awakener looked at Yi Chen's completely calm expression and his heart sank suddenly. They had ambushed and killed many people, but it was the first time he had seen someone so composed.
Normally, even a low-level awakener would be in a state of panic at this point. Unless the boy in front of him is a fool, otherwise he must have some confidence. In an instant, the strong man did not hesitate to use his skill and swung down with a knife. Shoot. Kill him first. He couldn't be bothered to be verbose. He understood that villains often perish due to excessive talking. However, no matter how fast he reacted, he could never be faster than Yi Chen. He saw that Yi Chen, standing still, suddenly turned cold, and his figure spun extremely quietly. Muscles tensed, accompanied by a strange piercing sound, a punch smashed through the nearest middle-aged man. The fist penetrated through the chest, erupting a spray of blood mixed with internal organs. At the same time, a slight buzzing sound suddenly rang out. Control the objects. Under the high-level mental control, the few people who fired their guns were horrified to find that the firearms in their hands seemed to have been grabbed by a huge hand aimed directly at them. No time to react. Bang bang, bang. Flames erupted and gunshots resounded.
The turned gun barrels instantly shattered the nearest few people facing the large-caliber bullets at close range. They were reduced to pieces like smashed pork, half of their bodies shattered. Smoke filled the air. In an instant, the air seemed filled with the bloody, sweet smell. Whoosh! The sound of wind howled, and the blade of a knife struck. Lu Chen coldly glanced at the battle knife headed for him, and with a swift sidestep, he accurately avoided the blade that was swinging down with full force. No matter how close the blade brushed past his face, under the battle skills honed through life and death, the barely advanced muscular man appeared full of flaws in his eyes.
In the next second, Poochie! The dagger was drawn, counter-stab. With a powerful thrust, Yi Chen, holding the dagger in reverse, decisively pierced it through the giant man's temple. One hit, one kill. With no chance to launch a second attack, the awakened one, whose skull was pierced, cast a reluctant glance at Yi Chen before collapsing to the ground with a thud, unable to say a word. The battle ended. Slowly withdrawing the dagger, Yi Chen casually shook off the blood on his hand and turned his gaze towards the last two charging in. Seeing the man with the knife standing by the roadside, who was just an ordinary person, it appeared as if he was dumbfounded, his legs trembling and stiffening in place. Fast, too fast. Even though the symbol on Yi Chen's body was only level 0, his speed exceeded their imagination. In the blink of an eye, the boss was dead, and the entire team was wiped out. Without understanding what kind of ability that shooting technique was, the two, in fear, fell to their knees with a thud. Sir, please. I beg you to spare me. We were also forced. Whoosh! Without giving the two any chance to speak, Yi Chen's gaze fixed on them, and the dagger controlled by his spiritual power shot out instantly. With a flash of arc-shaped silver light, the last two knife-wielding strong men were shot dead. Bodies lay scattered on the ground, and after finishing the battle, Yi Chen turned back to look at the weak and sickly individuals who acted as bait. Tell me, where are the things you took? No, don't kill us It was uncertain if they finally reacted, but the few old and weak individuals who were blocking the way screamed, and a foul stench of urine spread out. Although they were highway robbers who had seen the cruel methods of their leader and had witnessed many deaths, they had never seen anyone as cold-blooded as Yi Chen. No nonsense, just kill without mercy, giving not a single chance. Such ruthless methods create a stark contrast with Yi Chen's handsome appearance. If you keep shouting, you'll die. And where do you think you're running to? Looking at the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled people who keep bowing and pleading for mercy, Yi Chen had no intention of showing any compassion. This group was so skilled, they must have killed countless innocent survivors. Except for the children, every single one of the others deserved to die. As for the last comment, it was directed at the rat-bearded man. Yi Chen was quite interested in this thin monkey who seemed to recognize something was off at first glance. He didn't believe anyone could spot something wrong about him at first sight. With his high willpower attribute, unless one had the ability to perceive him repeatedly at level 3, it would be impossible to detect any abnormalities. The terrified expression on the rat-bearded man's face definitely indicated that he had seen something. The bearded man, frozen behind the car and preparing to sneak away, looked at Yi Chen with a face full of despair, trembling and shivering. Damn, why didn't I run faster? I clearly saw it. What did you see? Are you an awakened? Passing over the kneeling crowd, Yi Chen walked directly to the bearded man, effortlessly lifting this guy who was only 1 meter 50 tall. Feeling the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy from the other party, Yi-Chen couldn't help but be a bit surprised. It's so faint, if it weren't for his strong mental power, he probably wouldn't have noticed. With such weak spiritual energy fluctuations, it feels like it doesn't even compare to level 0. Held up in the air, the bearded man's heart sank, looking at him in terror as if he had discovered some secret.
No, I'm not. You must be mistaken.
Behind him, a few survivors familiar with the bearded man also looked over in surprise at the sound.
An awakened?
No, this man, who looks like a rat, is as ordinary as can be, just like them, caught by the leader.
Open personal information.
Yi-Chen spoke softly, and the dagger controlled by his mental power instantly pressed against the man's eyeball. He wasn't a fan of wasting time. Faced with the sneaky and obviously abnormal mouseman, he had plenty of ways to make the other party speak. The mouseman swallowed hard, desperately tilting his head in an attempt to escape the sharp dagger. The mouseman cursed inwardly, feeling that he was likely facing inevitable doom.
Can we go somewhere else? I can't say anything here. I know where they hid the stolen goods.
Yi-Chen's gaze shifted slightly. Listening to the mouseman's strange words, he simply grabbed the guy and walked towards the indicated location. In front of a dirt mound disguised with green canvas, Yi-Chen calmly stared at the other party.
3 seconds. The countdown began.
Looking at Yi-Chen's emotionless eyes, the mouseman forced a bitter smile and had no choice but to silently display his panel. He could tell that the young man in front of him was definitely a ruthless demon who wouldn't hesitate to kill.
Reluctantly showing.
Seconds later, after quickly scanning through the information of the mouseman, Yi-Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened. He had considered many possibilities.
For example, the mouseman was a level 0 awakener, had some kind of detection ability, or had seen him before. But Yi-Chen never expected that this guy was neither an awakener nor a human but an NPC. An NPC that had escaped from the dungeon. Name: Li Dafu, Zombie Siege Dungeon. Level: 0. Talent: Money Sense, Mercenary, Greed.
Money Sense, non-rank. Those who possess this skill can detect the target's wallet without the target's knowledge.
Mercenary, D rank. You can increase the selling price or acquisition price by 10% during transactions.
The counterpart will not be able to discover it before the transaction is completed.
Greed, B rank. During transactions, you can skim off 5% of the amount for yourself. This effect is immune to any trading rules.
Unbelievable.
Yi-Chen asked himself. He had seen many incredible and even strange things in his previous life, but he never expected to encounter a wild NPC in reality.
How did you escape? You have intelligence.
Noticing Yi-Chen's surprise, Li Dafu shrank his neck and replied in a low voice. This esteemed adult.
I don't know either.
I only remember that after one instance ended, I wanted to take something from a person, and then I just wandered out without knowing how.
Then I kept walking until I ran into that group of people.
Facing this world, Li Dafu was also very confused. He had originally played the role of a small vendor in the instance, providing bullets and
potions for the awakeners participating in the instance.
He had never thought about the outside world, or rather, he didn't realize it at all. The city surrounded by zombies in that instance was his entire world. As suppressing his astonishment, Yi-Chen repeatedly scrutinized the bearded little dwarf in front of him, feeling that this matter was quite bizarre. At the end of the instance, all instances are reset. This is almost an ironclad rule. But he never expected that in just 2 days, he would encounter a Li Jiping with independent consciousness and a Li Dafu who had run out. With a frown, after a long time, Yi-Chen arrived at a very reluctant conclusion. He had heard of the zombie siege instance. It was a low-level instance very suitable for low-tier awakeners to adapt to fighting zombies. That instance was dubbed the beginner training ground, which had probably been reset hundreds of thousands or even millions of times over the decades. Considering Li Jiping's incident, perhaps Li Dafu had made an error during one of the resets, accidentally stumbling out and gaining his own intelligence. With the conclusion drawn, for some reason, Yi-Chen still felt that something was off.
Master, can you let me go? With his neck retracted, Li Dafu looked at Yi-Chen with some trepidation.
Having stayed in the low-level instance for so long, Yi-Chen was the strongest awakener he had ever seen.
He wouldn't want to linger here any longer.
Leave?
Coming back to his senses, Yi-Chen furrowed his brows as he looked at Li Dafu in his hands, and suddenly a thought struck him. 3 trading skills that an awakener should never be able to master. In a sense, this mouseman was simply a bug-like existence.
If he could have this guy help him with trading. Without hesitation, Yi-Chen thought for a moment before quickly searching for a contract scroll in the trading channel. A contract scroll, as the name suggests. Generally, it is used by awakeners to control humans or specially mutated beasts.
However, they are quite expensive, and few people can afford them. A scroll costs 2,000, and it can only be used on targets of a lower level than oneself.
It can be considered a luxury item. But 10% fee for two-way transactions plus a deduction of 5% of the transaction amount. This ratman could definitely help me save a lot of money.
I could even make a fortune just by relying on this guy to resell supplies. Half a minute later, Yi-Chen directly named a price and obtained the lowest level contract scroll from an awakener. Looking at the parchment scroll in his hand, Yi-Chen couldn't help but feel a bit pained. Purchased for 2,400 points, this price could buy an apartment or hire dozens of elite soldiers to fight for him.
Sign the contract.
Speaking in a gentler tone, Yi Chen waved the contract scroll in his hand, signaling Li Dafu to directly agree to sign it.
However, facing such a special entity, he wasn't very sure he could successfully sign it.
Looking at the contract in Yi Chen's hand, Li Dafu didn't know what it was but instinctively realized that signing this thing would probably mean he couldn't escape. However, seeing Yi Chen's smiling yet threatening gaze, he could only sigh in resignation. Beep, Li Dafu agrees to sign the contract, opening the team panel.
D-level team panel. Captain, Yi Chen, Junior Tier 2.
Member, Servant Li Dafu, no level, loyalty 60/100. Under the Master Servant contract, gain team voice functionality. Within a 30-kilometer range, you can contact teammates, servants, through team voice. Within this range, you can forcibly erase the other party. Note, your current servant's loyalty is too low. If it falls below 60, there's a chance they will escape.
Can it really be signed? Looking at the successfully signed contract, Yi Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief.
However, seeing that Li Dafu only had a loyalty of 60 points, he couldn't help but feel speechless.
It seems that Li Dafu was simply yielding under his intimidation.
He probably still has thoughts of escaping in his mind. Not caring, Yi Chen directly released the mouse man and said gently,
"From today on, you will follow me. We can consider ourselves teammates."
Hearing Yi Chen's gentle tone, Li Dafu had a mournful face and cursed inwardly.
What teammates?
It's clearly a master servant contract. He could see clearly the enormous words forced deletion. If he really dared to run, Yi Chen would definitely kill him outright. Heaven have mercy, ever since coming out of the instance, he has only encountered either bandits or bullies. Noticing Li Dafu's low morale, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and simply pulled back the green oilcloth.
He casually glanced over.
A piece of white armor-like equipment, a pile of worthless low-level materials, and a bloody identity card.
It looked to be worth about 1 or 2,000 points.
Although it was not of high value to Yi Chen, it was considered a huge fortune for that gang of robbers.
A regular first-tier awakener might not even accumulate this much in a lifetime.
Looking at the stack of identity cards, Yi Chen realized that this gang had probably killed quite a few survivors.
I'll give you all of this.
Also, you can use my credit points to purchase supplies. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen directly transferred over 20,000 credit points to Li Dafu in one go, indicating for him to buy supplies. The remaining 15% of the transaction amount would still be several thousand points. Not to mention that when selling things, this guy's skills could also make a profit off the other party. The main point was that Yi Chen noticed all of Li Dafu's talent skills were related to money. By giving him money, he believed it would somewhat increase his loyalty.
As expected,
Li Dafu, who appeared to be lecherous, was stunned upon hearing this and then looked at Yi Chen in shock. When he first saw Yi Chen, he wanted to run because he saw Yi Chen's huge wealth. Although he didn't understand how the strength of awakeners was classified, he was sure that the more money one had, the stronger they became. Understanding the importance of credit points, seeing that Yi Chen really transferred all his credit points to him, he was not only shocked but also somewhat moved.
You trust me so much. All of this is for me to use."
With a scream, Li Dafu jumped 3 feet high, looking at the huge wealth on himself. His eyes couldn't help but shine with golden light. In the dungeon, he was known as a greedy ghost, obsessed with money. Facing such a large sum of wealth, he felt as if he might faint. Yi Chen chuckled upon seeing this. It was indeed effective.
"Of course it's for you, but I will decide what to buy.
Additionally, I allow you to keep 5% of the money after a successful transaction. Just consider it your salary." Considering Li Dafu's characteristics, Yi Chen naturally knew how to boost this guy's enthusiasm.
Anyway, having signed the master servant contract, Yi Chen was not worried about betrayal. With excitement, Li Dafu nodded and, like a money-obsessed person, pounced on the pile of supplies, happily rolling around. "Master, you are the most generous master in the world. Don't worry, I will definitely help you guard your wealth."
Ding, Servant Li Dafu's loyalty has increased, current loyalty level 61.
Yi Chen. At the boundary of Tianfeng and Zhenjiang.
Bringing Li Dafu along, Yi Chen exhaled softly and silently looked at the dungeon entrance not far away. This was once a thermal power plant, which became a medium-sized dungeon after the apocalypse. If memory serves, clearing this dungeon would yield at least 2 pieces of blue gear.
High risk, high reward. As a medium-sized dungeon that requires at least second-tier entry, it is primarily challenged by elite awakened beings.
Ding, entered dungeon area, Death Factory, difficulty level B.
Would you like to enter? Yes. Ding, entering B-level dungeon, Death Factory. Current lowest entry level, second tier. Matching number 7, 15, 21.
After bringing Li Dafu into the summoning space, accompanied by a familiar feeling of dizziness and a brief moment of distraction, Yi Chen found himself in a gigantic factory.
Within the 3-story metal ceiling, pipes were crisscrossing.
The rumbling sound of machines accompanied by steaming hot vapor made the entire factory extremely muggy.
A quick glance around.
Among the 20 people, 19 were at the second stage like himself, but one woman's cold expression left Yi Chen somewhat puzzled. Unlike the others who were adapting to the dizziness, a woman who woke up almost simultaneously with Yi Chen was scanning the entire area coldly,
able to suppress his perception. With an almost imperceptible focus, Yi Chen instantly realized that the woman protected by the team was a third-stage awakened.
The woman had a delicate appearance, around 27 or 28 years old. Dressed in a full set of dark red leather armor, her figure was curvaceous, and she resembled a rose in the snow. After glancing at the uniforms of the 6 awakened guards around her, Yi-Chen suddenly felt a surge of vigilance in his heart.
This group should come from the same force. At the same time, the third stage woman scanning the area also noticed Yi-Chen.
The reason is simple: Yi-Chen, who woke up at the same time as her, is indeed conspicuous in the crowd. Looking indifferently at Yi-Chen, the woman's eyes flashed with a hint of unusual color upon noticing his youthful appearance. After a quick glance, she said nothing further. In her perception, Yi-Chen's aura was merely at the initial stage of the second tier, and he even bore the mark of Tier 0.
Before anyone could speak, a system notification instantly arrived. Ding, the current instance is a war instance. There is no designated task.
Within the Death Factory, you will rely on the factory to fend off attacks from zombies and mutants.
For each round of survival, you will receive corresponding rewards.
After each round ends, there will be a 60-second time window for voting to exit the instance. If over 70% agree, a collective exit will occur. Alternatively, you will automatically exit after passing 7 rounds.
The first round of the defense battle will commence in 120 seconds. Please be prepared.
The information concluded, and the protective shield enveloping the entire factory also began to dim gradually. As the task was about to begin, many of the awakened individuals present were skillfully sizing up their temporary companions. Few second-tier high-level players hesitated after glancing at the woman in red armor before preparing to introduce themselves. Everyone, I am Zhang Lin, a second-tier high-level player. I believe everyone has some understanding before entering the dungeon, so I won't waste much time. The battlefield dungeon requires unity to survive multiple rounds. I was originally thinking of volunteering to temporarily take the lead, but it seems there is a third-tier awakened individual here. While speaking, the man humbly looked toward the third-tier woman in red armor, indicating that he could accept her leading the team.
Strength represents everything, and he didn't intend to snatch this position.
His gaze toward the woman was filled with eagerness. Although she appeared quite arrogant, her fiery figure and exquisite features combined with her overwhelming strength made her seem to him like a perfect enchantress. Of course, he only dared to think about it. Like him, everyone present felt fortunate to have encountered a third-tier team leader while clearing a dungeon. This time, the dungeon was almost guaranteed to be a success. However, just as the man was about to flatter her and say more, the cold-faced woman in red armor suddenly vanished from spot.
Bang!
With a sudden flash, almost leaving an afterimage, the third-tier awakener struck directly at the man's abdomen without him having any reaction. His eyes bulged, and the immense force instantly caused the man to curl up like a shrimp.
The
scream escaped, but was abruptly caught in his throat the next second.
Bang!
With one foot down, the dark red combat boot ruthlessly stomped down on the man's head, the hard concrete floor shattering with a sound.
Move again and I'll kill you.
With an indifferent tone, this third-tier awakened disregarded the horrified expressions of those present, merely applying slight pressure as if about to crush the head of the awakened beneath his foot. Being stepped on, the second-tier awakened, who had just felt relieved, was now filled with immense terror.
What did he say wrong? Why was he being attacked? Unable to comprehend why this third tier would strike, the awakened in the room all stepped back in shock. In the next moment, the woman expressionlessly waved her hand, signaling her subordinates to act. Subdue everyone. Whoever dares to resist will be killed.
In an instant, the 6 second-tier awakened who received the order surrounded everyone as if they had practiced it countless times. Looking at a sea of terrified eyes, the woman then chuckled lightly and spoke coldly. We are the Blood Wolf Squad, and I am leading this mission.
However, your lives now belong to me. After the 6th round of attacks, everyone must surrender their rewards. Obey, and maybe I can let you live to the end, otherwise. Bang!
With a sudden burst of force, accompanied by a sound like a balloon bursting, the awakened one under the woman's feet didn't have time to let out a scream and was instantly crushed. Blood and murky brain matter immediately splattered everywhere.
Killing to establish authority.
Seeking to intimidate the others, after ruthlessly killing an innocent awakened one, every second-tier awakened person in the venue couldn't help but gasp in shock.
Blood Wolf Squad. You are the breeding team.
A second-tier intermediate awakened one in the crowd spoke out in terror, horrified. Like him, many awakened people who had come to their senses turned pale, feeling that they had run into a stroke of bad luck. The breeding team, as the name suggests, are demons that raise other awakened ones like pigs. This group usually has a high-level awakener leading, teaming up to enter various dungeons. Based on their power disparity, after controlling other awakeners, they force the remaining people to participate in high-difficulty tasks as cannon fodder.
And at the last
moment, they will initiate a harvest, coercing the surviving awakeners to surrender their task rewards or directly kill them to loot their equipment and credit points. Under such tactics, the gains of the breeding teams are exceptionally exaggerated. Often, they can reap several times the resources from a single dungeon. Thus, through this cycle, these notorious breeding teams can acquire vast amounts of resources to enhance their own strength. With fearful gazes, realizing that the 7 people before them are the breeding team, everyone couldn't help but force a bitter smile. It's over, they are utterly finished. According to the Blood Wolf leader's intention, they must participate in the 6th round. Given their strength, they might start to see massive casualties from the 4th round onward.
This is clearly not giving them any chance of survival.
I thought I was lucky to encounter a third-tier leader, but I never expected to have fallen into a trap. Standing in the corner, Yi Chen's heart suddenly sank. He didn't expect that the battlefield instance he casually participated in would turn out to be the most troublesome breeding team. If the Awaken and the mutants are food for each other, then the breeding team purely feeds on humans. Looking at the dead Awakened one lying on the ground, he could only think quickly about how to break the situation in his mind. The opponent's methods were very skilled. They killed one person right away, clearly timing it to catch the exit limit. Even if everyone tries to exit now, it won't meet the exit conditions. A bit troublesome. Report your abilities, and I will assign combat positions. Cooperate well, and you might survive. With an order devoid of any emotion, the Blood Wolf leader looked at the crowd as if they were mere livestock. It is impossible to let them go, but throwing out that statement could somewhat dismantle the remaining people's thoughts of resistance. No one dared to protest. The crowd exchanged glances and all let out a bitter smile. Although they had the numerical advantage, a single third-tier person was enough to take out any one of them in an instant. Perhaps the two-peak second-tier members in the team could barely hold their own, but even they wouldn't dare to take the risk of death to engage. Sighing, the crowd had no choice but to accept reality and began reporting their abilities starting from the left. Jiang Tao, second-tier intermediate, strength type, good at close combat. Huang Xiaobo, second-tier beginner, agility type, good at long-range attacks. Pang Fei, peak second-tier, physique type, good at close combat. They took turns reporting, and soon it was the turn of the one on the far right, Yi Chen. In the brief pause, the woman slightly turned her head to look at Yi Chen. Among the entire team, besides the two peak second-tier members who caught her attention, the only other one was Yi Chen. Meeting that scrutinizing gaze, Yi Chen calmly spoke without showing any emotion. Yi Lin, second-tier beginner, will type, good at long range. He casually gave a false name. Yi Chen was very clear that in order to break the deadlock this time, he had to conserve his strength. Reporting a long-range ability would at least allow him to save his stamina. After all, his talent was indeed in the mental system, and it wasn't too difficult to pretend to have a long-range capability by controlling objects with his mental energy. Oh, so you are a waste in the willpower system. The leader of the Blood Wolf scoffed after a brief moment and then stopped paying attention to him. With a high primary attribute in the willpower system, it wasn't surprising that he could awaken early. However, in terms of combat, he would be a genuine waste. Meanwhile, other awakeners cast a surprised glance at Yi Chen, a flicker of pity flashing in their eyes. A second-tier willpower system is as rare as a giant panda. With a reserve of spiritual energy higher than other awakeners, he could barely act as fire support from the back, but usually, only a few were cultivated by the military. However, in such an environment, with no one to protect him, Yi Chen was likely to be among the first to die. The first round of attacks has begun. Estimated number of enemies, zombies *1000, tier 1 mutants *10. On the simple factory walls, 18 awakened ones who were driven away for defense helplessly performed their respective duties. As the system prompt ended, a large horde of corpses suddenly surged out from the outskirts of the factory. Roar! Roar! Several huge lickers rapidly crawled on all fours, followed by a butcher monster wielding a giant hammer. The ground trembled slightly. Everyone instinctively turned to glance at the Blood Wolf team, which was not participating in the battle, and a flash of sadness and anger crossed their eyes. The other side's stance indicates they intend to conserve their strength until the end. Everyone, go all out. If I find out anyone is deliberately conserving their spiritual energy, I will personally crush their bones. Standing behind the crowd, a member of the Blood Wolf dressed in combat gear threatened them sternly. Although they were all human survivors, in his eyes, these people were merely expendable cannon fodder. Especially the two peak second-tier members in the team, their full spiritual energy must be exhausted as planned to prevent any accidents. Sighing, a second-tier peak awakener in the team was aware of the other party's thoughts. He glanced at the demoralized crowd and said in a deep voice, I'm a physique type, get a few melee fighters to cooperate with me. The mutated beings must be dealt with first, otherwise, if they get close and disrupt our formation, we'll die very quickly. In the crowd, 9 melee-type awakeners exchanged wry smiles and could only step forward together. Although the hope of surviving this time was very slim, they were afraid that they wouldn't last even to the 4th round if they didn't cooperate. Living another round is still a round. The battle began. Led by the shield-bearing second-tier peak, the 10-person team charged like a spearhead into the horde of corpses, directly attacking the mutated beings. At the same time, the ranged awakeners guarding the city walls also drew their weapons, ready to support the front line. In just a few seconds, the spearhead, the shield-bearer, roared and charged toward the nearest devourer. Kill! Bang! With the last licker's brain crushed, the first round of attacks officially came to an end. A few melee awakens glanced at the rotten flesh on themselves, slightly panting. For their strength, dealing with the first round was not difficult, but it wouldn't be so easy next. Unperturbed, during the attack interval, the peak tier 2 who led the charge walked to another tier 2 side and shook his head slightly. Conserve your skills. The mutated organisms behind will rely on you, he reminded quietly. As the rounds increased, the subsequent mutated organisms would quickly scale up to tier 2, or even peak tier 2. Facing both the horde of corpses and the mutated organisms simultaneously, it would be very difficult for him as a melee combatant to cope.
Once surrounded without quick takedowns, these melee fighters would be the first to die.
Similarly, once the mutated organisms closed in, the ranged awakens would also find it hard to resist. The only hope lay in relying on the remaining ranged awakens to concentrate their firepower and unleash their combat strength as quickly as possible.
I understand. Wiping his dark blue bow and arrow, the second-tier youth who had been reminded nodded steadily. However, when his gaze swept towards the second tier who were also ranged fighters, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. 6 agile types, also using bows, were able to maintain a reasonably objective output. The 2 half-hearted power types, afraid of death, relied on their skills to act as casters. The remaining few power types using polearms hardly counted as ranged support. The entire team's fire support was exceptionally concerning, especially when his gaze flicked to the far right to Yi Chen. In the earlier battle, Yi Chen even took out a hand crossbow to shoot a zombie.
This was almost a combat style only the lowest level awakened ones would use, making him frown deeply. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Chen was a will type, he might have doubted whether the other was slacking off. It could be said that the useless one in the entire team was Yi Chen.
Nothing.
Shaking the bloodstains from his hands, the physique-type big man also glanced at Yi Chen and replied softly,
"That kid must have some powerful skill he's been holding back.
Otherwise, there's no way he could have advanced to the second tier. However, his level is too low, he probably can only use it a couple of times at most."
The 2 peak second-tier fighters exchanged an understanding nod, suppressing their pessimism, and then separated again. The second round of battle is about to begin soon. Focus fire. Take down that second-tier monster. That wailing banshee is charging over.
On the battlefield, a small-sized banshee with protruding ribs is moving at high speed, directly bypassing several melee fighters and heading straight for the rear line. With a hoarse voice, the power-type strongman beside Yi Chen, holding a spear, stared intently at the rapidly charging banshee and threw his spear like a cannonball.
"Don't let it get close. That thing can spray acidic liquid." Ah! A piercing shriek.
The wailing female demon with an outward curving sternum continuously emitted piercing sound waves, and clusters of green slime were being expelled from its chest cavity. Like sulfuric acid, the slime that fell on the wallhead immediately emitted a plume of white smoke upon contact, completely corroding the hard bricks.
"No, it's too fast. Let those with bows take action. I can't hit it." Covered in sweat,
the muscular man, who was constantly throwing spears, watched his attacks miss time and again, feeling anxious in his heart. He wasn't exactly a professional thrower, he was purely trying to stay alive and conserve some strength in the back. It was fine against slower enemies, with his immense strength he could cause decent damage.
But against a fast-moving mutant, his attacks simply couldn't keep up. "Handle it yourself. We have mutants here too."
With bows like a string of beads, a few second-tier fighters at the other end shouted, their pressure much greater than that of the muscular man. At the same time, 4 second-tier and 6 first-tier creatures appeared, forcing them to concentrate firepower of 2 or 3 people to take down one first.
Damn it! Damn it!
After the last spear missed, the man's face turned pale. Although he was not weak, practicing both close and ranged combat, fighting up close with the wailing siren was bound to cause injuries.
Once injured, it would mean death.
In a hurry, he looked at Yi Chen, who was still shooting at the zombies, and couldn't help but curse loudly.
"Can you be of some use? A second tier with a broken crossbow. Are you trying to get me killed?
Use your skills. Quickly unleash your skills." Veins bulged as the man hastily held his spear, angrily berating Yi Chen, who, in his eyes, was nothing but useless. The next moment, there was no time to say anything more. He saw the wailing siren rush to the wall and quickly climb up like a spider.
Ah!
The sharp scream pierced the eardrums. The sturdy man, who was hastily preparing to fight, was only able to thrust out a single strike, before being instantly swallowed by the female demon, whose massive mouth opened at his chest, spewing forth acidic liquid with a puff.
Put!
White smoke billowed. The sturdy man, unable to dodge in time, let out a cry of agony as half of his face was corroded into pits by the acidic liquid, and his left eyeball directly turned into murky pus amidst a stabbing pain.
"It's coming!"
The awakeners firing crazily from a distance noticed the screams here and were struck with terror. They had not expected that the spear-wielding awakener would be so easily overcome.
If things continued to go wrong, they would also be implicated.
In pain, the sturdy man gritted his teeth and attempted to pull out the spear. However, under the female demon's tremendous bite, he found himself unable to extract the spear from his hand.
It's the end.
In a daze, the strong man felt a sense of hopelessness inside. His strength was only at the second-tier beginner level. Facing mutated beings of the same tier alone, there was almost no hope of survival. Just as the others beside him desperately wanted to rush over to support, a silver light pierced through the witch's head like lightning in an instant.
PSSH. Thick black foul blood spilled out in a long line as the dagger was pulled out.
In the next second, the mournful, mortally wounded witch slowly released her bloodied mouth, collapsing like a broken doll. Surviving a catastrophe, after withdrawing his weapon, the strong man's right eye instinctively glanced towards the direction where the silver light had appeared. He saw the dagger, which he had regarded as a burden, hovering next to Yi Chen, about the size of a palm.
It was, "This kid saved me."
In disbelief, watching the dagger shoot out again like a darting fish, the strong man finally realized that it was indeed Yi Chen who controlled the weapon to save him.
Thank you. It's actually him.
Stuttering, the burly man gulped and thanked in shock.
What kind of ability is this? How can he control objects in midair?
The speed of that silver light shooting out truly took him by surprise. At the same time, several others who had originally planned to force their way over looked at Yi Chen in amazement.
One hit to kill a second-tier enemy? This level of power seems way too exaggerated for a second-tier beginner, right?
Watching Yi Chen constantly manipulate the dagger to fly and kill, the group was filled with astonishment. They never expected that the seemingly weakest in combat, the will-type Yi Chen, would have such strong true combat power.
No need to thank me, just keep your mouth clean.
Yi Chen whispered in response, ignoring the burly man's embarrassed yet odd expression. He originally planned to hide his skills until later, but with the breeding team raising the difficulty of the dungeon and not intervening, the situation before him was harder than he had anticipated.
If he didn't take action soon, the front lines would definitely encounter problems. The current situation is like a paper bowl. Once it has a hole, it will only get bigger. If there are heavy casualties in the first few rounds, he won't be able to wait for the best opportunity to strike and instantly take down that third-tier monster. No matter how large the coverage of the swordstorm is, one must still find the right moment. His gaze was vigilant, and one of his trump cards had already been revealed. Yi Chen could only gamble that his abilities would not provoke the killing intent of the Blood Wolf team. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to forcefully take out that woman. The cooldown time of the Forbidden Sword technique is too long. If he strikes first against the Blood Wolf, completing the subsequent dungeon would be impossible. Given this situation, Yi Chen really didn't want to waste precious time. Quite interesting.
Not far away, the Blood Wolf leader, who was intimidating everyone, looked at Yi Chen's back with great interest, a playful smile appearing on her beautiful face. She had thought that Yi Chen would die just now, but she didn't expect him to burst forth with such strength.
However, is it the ability to manipulate the void? It seems like a relatively rare skill. Its power and speed are quite decent.
Compared to ordinary will-type skills that become useless after casting, Yi Chen's continuous output method is clearly much stronger.
No wonder a will-type dared to participate in a dungeon alone. However, the woman didn't seem to care much after a light laugh.
A second-tier skill, no matter how special, is just that. With such a huge disparity in physical qualities, she could easily take Yi Chen down with a single strike.
Keep an eye on that kid. Report any unusual movements to me at any time.
After casually ordering her subordinates, the woman redirected her attention to the two peak second-tier individuals. For the farming team, they just need to have the other awakeners fight to the death for them, and the pressure in the dungeon will naturally be greatly reduced.
Conserving power, clearing this dungeon is not a difficult task.
The only risk lies in the retaliation of these people right before they die. Compared to Yi Chen's performance, she is more concerned about the two peak second-tier individuals. After all, this is the only person in the entire venue who poses a faint threat to her. Ding, the third round of attack begins. Please get ready.
Continuous heavy blows.
Raising both hands, the shield is placed behind her. As the only close combat awakener at the second-tier peak in the team, the middle-aged man had a resolute expression and his whole body seemed to be bathed in indestructible steel as he continuously smashed two nearby direwolf monsters. Faced with the tidal wave of monsters, he had to turn around and strike again, his powerful left fist descending heavily. After breaking the mutated waist of another creature that was close, he couldn't help but begin to pant heavily. Long periods of continuous combat were becoming hard to bear, even for his strength.
Captain Song Gang, to the right. Be careful. Boom boom boom. Boom!
The earth trembled lightly as a giant spider in the horde screeched and trampled a few zombies, crashing into the crowd like a heavy truck. Following behind Song Gang, who was at the peak of the second tier, several close combat awakens shouted loudly, desperately trying to stop the rapidly charging giant spider.
Song Gang was their spearhead.
If this middle-aged man was injured and fell, the entire team would be doomed. On the far right of the team, a brawny man wielding dual short axes roared, and just as he was about to charge forward to confront the enemy, a piercing sound of flesh being penetrated echoed, and a massive spider leg suddenly appeared from behind him, driving through the top of his head. Trembling all over, his wide-open eyes abruptly lost all their light. Like a string of meat skewers, the giant claw, gleaming with a metallic sheen, shook a couple of times before flinging his corpse aside.
Huan Yen, is there a monster from another direction?
It was then that they noticed a massive pit had been dug out on the ground behind them at some point.
The ambushing giant spider had emerged from the pit.
Faced with the sudden and tragic death of a companion, the team cried out in shock. Many people suddenly had red eyes. Although the time spent together was short, through several rounds of desperate cooperation, they had long regarded each other as comrades. But there was no time to grieve in the current situation. As everyone watched the two giant spiders charging alternately, their hearts couldn't help but feel a chill. This is the 5th round. Among the 9 melee fighters, only 4 of them were left. If there were any more casualties, they feared they would be completely wiped out in the 6th round. Hearing the cries behind him, a strong man named Song Gang took a deep breath and had to retreat first to charge towards the giant spider, which was about to strike again at its leg. As a series of piercing clinks rang out, several ranged awakeners on the city wall were desperately pulling the bowstrings, and arrows infused with psychic energy shot over like beads on a string, causing the giant spider to sway.
But it was far from enough.
Looking at another giant spider that had already charged into the crowd, the middle-aged man's expression was bitter, only resenting that he lacked the ability to split himself. Although he was at the peak of the second tier, he was a physical type. In past battles, he was responsible for drawing monster fire, and his direct combat ability was indeed limited.
Can't hold on any longer?
He could survive this round, but the few melee type behind him, I'm afraid more would die. On the city wall, several long-range awakened ones holding their skills had pale faces. After 5 consecutive rounds of battle, no matter how much they saved their skills, it wouldn't be enough.
The spiritual energy in
their bodies was only enough to release one skill, but in the original plan, the last skill was supposed to last until the 6th round.
Even
with an angry glance at the breeding team behind them that was always watching them, the few of them felt only frustration and helplessness.
These bastards really left them no way out.
The difficulty of the instance is calculated based on the levels of all participants.
If these 7 people made a move, would they be fighting so hard? The 6th round?
No. These beasts are actually planning to start harvesting in the 5th round, leaving them no room for resistance at all.
Behind the defensive line, Blood Wolf's vice captain scoffed at the hesitant crowd. Want to save your skills? Do you really think we will let you retain your strength?
As he spoke, he glanced at another peak second-tier user who was continuously drawing his bow. In his assessment, among the remaining awakeners, only this young man could potentially inflict damage on them. Although there was a third-tier user stationed, they were accustomed to clearing dungeons without injuries and naturally were unwilling to take risks of casualties while the opponent was fighting to the death.
Keep an eye on him.
He should have 2 more chances to attack, force him to use them all.
Expressionless,
the woman in red armor at the back ordered coldly. She didn't care whether the remaining people could last until the 6th round. Anyway, as the highest combat power, they had retained their peak strength until now.
After finishing the 6th round, we can just retreat.
Anyway, once people die at the end, she can withdraw from the instance with just one word. She has no intention of pushing through to the 7th round at all. Having tasted the sweetness of harvesting awakened ones without risk, she naturally does not care about the passing rewards.
A
piercing scream as a giant centipede unexpectedly burst forth from the ground. Amidst the flying rocks, its fearsome mandibles directly swallowed a second tier who was throwing a spear from the city wall. Accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, it took just a few bites to swallow this awakened one whole.
Feeling the presence of this mid-level second-tier insect, chaos erupted on the city wall.
They had already lost quite a few people over the past rounds. As ranged attackers, they would die faster than those melee fighters once they were closed in on. On the other side of the wall, the originally hesitant peak second tier could only reluctantly gather all their spiritual energy.
It's not good. There are 2 at the front line and 1 at the back.
If he continues to conserve his skills as planned, by the end, it will probably be just him and that middle-aged man left. However, after activating his skill, he struggled briefly but still prioritized targeting the distant spider.
Ice arrow.
Accompanied by a surge of coldness, an ice attribute arrow swiftly sliced through the air, leaving behind a trail like ice shards, and instantly exploded on the giant spider.
Kacha, kacha.
The extreme cold rapidly spread over the entire giant spider, and in no time, it turned the creature into a massive block of ice. After helping the middle-aged man eliminate a mutated entity, freeing up his combat power, cheers erupted from the entire frontline team. However, at that moment, a scream came from the back wall. One could see a gigantic long worm, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, crushing against the wall, its plump body pulverizing an awakened individual beneath it like a steamroller.
The tiny compound eyes hidden above the giant mouth were now filled with bloodthirsty greed. Focus fire! Focus fire! Take him down!
Turning around to draw an arrow, he couldn't even catch his breath after dealing with the second-tier peak giant spider.
He shouted loudly, trying to organize everyone to counterattack.
The arrows in his hand flew out rapidly like water splashing, making the mutated creature burst with green blood.
However, under the close-range evasion, the entire wall's ranged fighters simply couldn't take action, with many panicking and running for their lives.
A second-tier intermediate creature, without using any trump skills, they couldn't kill it in less than several dozen seconds. Amidst the chaos, the centipede, completely enraged, violently twisted its body. After swallowing the nearest awakener, its small eyes instantly noticed Yi Chen next to it. SHAA. Kid, get out of the way. After struggling for a moment, the second-tier peak archer desperately drew his bow. Although Yi Chen is only at the beginner level of second tier, his strength is among the lowest in the field. However, in the recent rounds of defense, his skill of controlling the void with a dagger proved to be very effective. Compared to other ranged combatants, Yi Chen's performance is undoubtedly excellent. Especially when compared to awakened beings who consume stamina in battle, Yi Chen, with his abundant spiritual energy, clearly has a stronger sustained combat capability. Keeping Yi Chen alive to the 6th round might even yield miraculous results. However, except for the peak second-tier individual trying to save Yi Chen, the others, in their panic, could only focus on desperately fleeing from the monster.
At this life-and-death moment, they couldn't care less about what would happen next. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
With the sound of successive piercing shots, the centipede, hit in its flesh, became even angrier. Its tiny compound eyes kept searching, and in pain, it frantically rolled back and forth on the city wall, trying to crush the agile little bug beneath it.
It couldn't get rid of it. Anxious like fire. The peak second-tier archer was extremely anxious. He couldn't solve this monster in a short time, relying solely on ordinary attacks without using skills. As he watched Yi-Chen awkwardly dodging back and forth under the centipede, a flash of struggle crossed his face. For the last time, should I use the skill? SHAA. The centipede, seeing that it couldn't crush Yi-Chen beneath it, furiously raised its body high, pressing down like a mountain. Boom! With dust flying up, the already battered city wall instantly collapsed. Is he dead? With a tightening of the pupils, the peak second-tier archer bitterly smiled, his bow and arrow in hand now less steady than before. Ultimately, he had been too hesitant. But there was no choice, there was still the 6th round to consider. Moreover, he didn't intend to willingly become a lamb for slaughter. The next second, just when everyone thought Yi-Chen had been crushed to death, a figure shining with electric light swiftly climbed up the centipede's body like a ghost. That kid. Before anyone could express their surprise, Yi-Chen, with speed leaving after images, surged upward like a bone-gnawing creature, reaching the centipede's compound eyes in just a breath. The speed was so fast that even this mutated creature couldn't react in time. The next second, the rapidly flying dagger suddenly accelerated, and after aiming at the compound eye, it spun at high speed like a drill, directly piercing into the eyeball. Puff! Accompanied by the unpleasant sound of the eyeball exploding, the fragile compound eye hidden in the skin folds was instantly punctured. Taking a deep breath, Yi-Chen suddenly used all his mental power to manipulate the dagger, continuously drilling deeper. Break for me! Under the massive body of the mutated centipede, the slender dagger was like a precise surgical knife, directly aiming for its brain center. In pain, it swayed and hissed. Seconds later, the giant centipede, which had been trying to shake off Yi-Chen, suddenly froze. With an imperceptible buzzing sound, its massive body crashed to the ground. Boom! The blood-red dagger slowly flew out from the exploded compound eye, bringing with it thick, viscous brain matter. In that instant, the panicked crowd was suddenly shocked, staring blankly at Yi-Chen, who jumped down from the bug corpse. He actually killed it. With the right hand that was drawing the bow halting, even the youth who had just been sighing was momentarily astonished, with his mouth slightly agape. Second-level beginner killing second-level intermediate? Or was it after a long battle? Yi-Chen's performance truly refreshed his understanding. One must know that even among the strongest melee fighters among awakeners, they can usually only take down opponents of the same rank when surrounded by multiple attackers. Killing an opponent of a higher rank is something that almost only exists among those with extraordinary talent. Yet, Yi-Chen not only killed an opponent of a higher rank but is also an awakening of the will system. The combination of the two brought them immense shock. The previous kill of the Wailing Banshee may have counted as someone drawing fire, resulting in a lucky kill. But this time, it was a genuine solo kill. Behind the defense line, the woman from the Blood Wolf team also glanced at Yi-Chen, who jumped down, somewhat surprised. Interesting. Blue equipment and special skills, seems like he was cultivated by some major force. With her keen observation skills, the woman immediately noticed that the battle boots beneath Yi-Chen were at least of blue quality. She waved her hand to summon her subordinates, a strong interest flashing in her eyes. There's no need to kill him at the end of the 6th round, just crush his hands and feet. This kid should be a fat sheep. Yes. The vice-captain of Blood Wolf, with a scar on his face, understood and responded respectfully, a hint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. They are very experienced in dealing with this kind of fat sheep who participate in the instance alone. The 5th round is over, and the 6th round is about to begin. Please all awakened ones get ready. Covered in blood. After the battle ended, the exhausted close combat team of 4 returned to the defense line. One of the young men, who had his right leg torn off by a mutated creature, had a lifeless gaze. Although he was saved by Song Gang, he would inevitably die in the next round. Full of unwillingness and resentment, he stared fiercely at the woman in the Blood Wolf team, his teeth grinding together. Every second-tier awakened one is a genius who stands out from countless survivors. Without B-rank talent or above, it's impossible to reach this step. He originally had a bright future and hoped to earn more credit points after this instance to provide a better life for his family. But who would have thought to encounter such a group of demons with the hearts of beasts? Clearly they are all humans, while other awakeners are fighting against the apocalypse. Yet this group of human refuse feeds on them. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig out your eyeballs. Behind the defensive line, several members of the Blood Wolf squad smiled cruelly, some of them licking their lips in pleasure. Accustomed to slaughtering their own kind, they even felt a little regretful that there were not many beautiful women among this group of awakeners. Otherwise, forcing them to fight to the death for themselves while enjoying their wonderful wails, that feeling of controlling their lives and deaths, would have been truly exquisite. Ignoring the openly hostile stares from everyone, the vice-captain of the Blood Wolves chuckled lightly and approached the crowd. After the 6th round begins, you can throw this waste out as bait, maybe it will save some lives. There's no need to look at us with such hatred. During the 6th round, we will also intervene. As long as you can survive and hand over the rewards, we will naturally let you go. The man turned to look at Yi-Chen. Yi-Lin, right? Kid, if you want to survive, you'll have to surrender the equipment on your feet before you can leave. After saying that, the man turned and walked away. Watching the figure of the Blood Wolf vice-captain recede into the distance, the awakened ones present quietly murmured. They said they would let us go, is that true?
I don't know, but they specifically mentioned handing over the equipment. It doesn't really seem like they intend to kill us, otherwise there wouldn't be any need for that extra line. Holding on to a glimmer of hope, many awakened ones felt a spark of optimism rise in their eyes from the previous remarks.
Although their demands were excessive, the request for equipment perhaps implied they wouldn't kill them after all?
Among the team, two peak second stage members exchanged glances without being detected, and they couldn't help but sigh inwardly at the hopeful expressions on the faces of those around them.
Letting them go?
That statement was clearly meant to deceive them, aimed at diminishing their will to resist. Compared to these newly awakened second-tier individuals, they are too familiar with the style of the farming team.
These scumbags, it would be good enough if they don't suck them dry.
Ignoring the somewhat relaxed expressions of the others, the two discreetly made a hand gesture to communicate silently. As they expected, the farming team would take action in the 6th round.
As long as these trash join the battle, they still have a chance to fight back. This is the last hope.
At the edge of the team, Yi-Chen silently watched Song Gang making a gesture in response, shaking his head inwardly. If he could guess that these two peak second-tier individuals planned to risk their lives in the 6th round, how could the Blood Wolf squad not realize that?
Hoping to turn the tables in the 6th round? The hope is too slim. The real opportunity comes in the 7th round. After that third-tier mutant appears. The 6th round is about to begin. Attention, after the 6th round ends, the final phase will commence.
Listening to the cold system notification, the last 16 awakened ones split into two teams, nervously looking towards the horizon. The ground was covered with severed limbs. After killing a large number of mutants and zombies, the bodies outside the wall were
almost piled up like a small hill.
Slimy, congealed blood gathered into puddles, and the air was filled with a pungent, bloody stench. Lin Tang,
if you want to live, just behave and make your move. Don't think about resisting. We've promised to let you go after the 6th round, and we will naturally keep our promise.
Standing next to the bow-wielding youth at the peak of the 2nd tier, a mid-level awakener from the Blood Wolf team chuckled softly, his tone becoming slightly more relaxed. In the Death Factory instance, they only made it to the 5th round last time without their captain. This time, with the captain leading, they naturally planned to get through the 6th round. If he could calm this group of useless people and make them obey, he wouldn't be stingy with his words.
I know.
In a low tone, the youth known as Lin Tang took a deep breath, seemingly believing the other person's words. Just like the Blood Wolf member standing behind Song Gang also began to persuade in a softer tone. Accustomed to letting other awakened ones fight to the death, they are skilled at dealing with awakened ones but not with monsters.
Song Gang, our boss said.
After the end, just hand over the reward, and we won't take the shield from you. When the monsters attack later, I advise you to put in some effort.
Otherwise, if anything happens to us, our boss won't be so easy to talk to.
Nodding in silence, Song Gang listened to the threats from the Blood Wolf squad and silently took out his shield. He knew these people were very afraid of death, terrified that he might lead them to their doom if he resisted. As for their persuasion, he regarded it as nonsense.
Would the breeding team be so kind?
Then that woman could not possibly become a tier 3. All that gear is accumulated from the blood of awakened ones. On the city wall, Yi-Chen also quietly observed a mid-tier tier 2 member standing beside him. If nothing unexpected happens, after the 6th round of combat, there will be no more than 4 people left alive aside from the Blood Wolf squad.
Even if Song Gang and the others were to resist, it is estimated that perhaps only he would survive.
He does not plan to cooperate with the 2 peak 2nd tier fighters.
Before completely confusing the situation, everything is meaningless.
Especially since Yi-Chen knows the hidden options of this instance. Seconds later, under the extremely tense gazes of everyone, mutated creatures instantaneously refreshed at the edge of the horizon.
2 peak 2nd tier, 3 high level. Prepare to fight. Forced to step forward, the last few melee awakeners took a deep breath and had no choice but to grip their weapons tightly.
Standing outside the defense line, a woman in blood-red armor said calmly, "I'll take care of one of the peak 2nd tier, and the rest you handle yourselves." As soon as she finished speaking, she dashed out instantly, her whole body striking like a red afterimage towards a giant mutated creature.
Boom!
With a fierce punch, under the enhancement of red light, the Blood Wolf captain struck first and pierced through the abdomen of the mutated creature.
Amidst a painful roar, the giant two-headed mutated creature swung its rusted war blade down with rage.
Fast speed, high strength, acceleration skills, explosive skills. On the city wall, Yi-Chen quickly assessed the strength of the Blood Wolf captain. One must say, this woman, under the luxury of her equipment, possessed combat power stronger than the 3rd tier he encountered before. Just with her rapidly swung fists, she made the peak mutated creature retreat step by step. Her punches were sharp, and whenever mutated creatures attacked from around her, she skillfully dodged them. Occasionally, when hit, a burst of red light emitted from her body, forcefully resisting the blow. Dual hybrid in strength and agility, and at least one B-grade defensive skill. Watching the crowd engulfed in battle, Yi-Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Facing a 3rd tier opponent with such strength, if my sword wave torrent didn't directly hit this woman, I might not have been able to take her down instantly. And this woman, there is a 99% chance that she definitely has more cards hidden up her sleeve. The battle was intense. Compared to the previous rounds of fighting, as soon as this round started, 2 screams suddenly came from the front lines of the melee fighters. I saw a second-tier intermediate awakened being suddenly have his intestines ripped out by an attack from a wolf-like mutant, screaming in despair as he could only watch his own intestines being pulled out completely.
Bang! A diagonal strike.
Song Gang, hunched behind his shield, looked grim. In just a few seconds, apart from the Blood Wolf team, others were left with injuries, and 2 people died tragically. I had planned to counterattack in the final phase, but it seems that we won't even be able to make it to that time. Watching the Red Shadow skillfully fighting against the peak mutant, he felt a surge of determination in his heart. In 30 seconds, at most 30 seconds, I and Lin Tang will have to find a way to strike back. As long as they can focus fire to heavily injure this tier 3, they will have a chance to escape the instance.
Wait for that woman to deal with that mutated creature.
As if they were telepathically connected, Lin Tang on the city wall also frantically held a middle-aged man sniping at another tier 2 peak, no longer caring about the lives of others.
The Blood Wolf leader would definitely not spare the opportunity to kill. Once they deal with the first tier 2 peak, that woman will undoubtedly come to grab this dual knife monster.
Under the 3-way siege, they might not have a chance.
Continuous screams.
As the battle intensified, the Blood Wolf squad, who initially took it lightly, could only unleash their full strength at this point, no longer able to care for others. With the captain around, they were not worried that this group of useless would dare to resist. In just over 10 seconds, the Awakened were entangled with the mutated creatures, with bursts of psychic energy light everywhere.
Bang! The final punch.
Breathing slightly heavily, after smashing the head of the tier 2 mutated creature with a punch, the blood-soaked captain of the Blood Wolf squad calmly jumped down from the corpse. With her extraordinary combat power, she only used 30% of her spiritual energy to take down this monster. Glancing at Lin Tang, who seemed to be trying to gather energy to kill another mutated creature, the woman couldn't help but sneer.
She wasn't even planning to spare the human. How could she let go of the kill evaluation?
Without hesitation, she instantly sprinted in front of the dual-wielding mutant right after finishing her battle, kicking with her toe, covered in red armor, like a blade.
You hold the monster, I'll take it down.
With the command given, the shield-wielding Song Gang pretended to agree, and a green light burst out from his body as he charged toward the mutant. Meanwhile, far away on the city wall, a stern look flashed in Lin Tang's eyes.
Now's the time. Soul Ice.
Psychic energy was wildly mobilized, and with the snowstorm several times stronger than before converging on the bow and arrow, Lin Tang desperately gathered strength, pretending to aim at the mutant. At the same time, Song Gang, who sensed Lin Tang's buildup, also suddenly angled his position, ready to attack the Blood Wolf leader the moment the arrow was shot.
With the 3-way ambush, this woman, no matter how strong, wouldn't be able to withstand it.
At the end of the city wall, Yi Chen, who was controlling the dagger to constantly shuttle, let out a soft sigh. Gazing at Lin Tang, who was drawing the arrow and gathering strength, a look of regret flashed in his eyes. He knew these two were also pushed to a dead end, and this was their only chance to strike. But it was clear that the Blood Wolf leader had definitely made preparations for such an obvious attack.
Psychic Ice Arrow. Shield Strike. Perfect coordination.
The moment he noticed that the Blood Wolf captain was struck by the dual blades, Song Gang, who had originally drawn the hatred, suddenly crashed into the woman, and the shield in his hand exploded with a dazzling blue light.
With his trump card skill activated, he was confident he could control the opponent for a second. Under his control, the triple assault would instantly kill even the strongest Awakened. The sound of arrows breaking through the air. The spirit ice arrow that was originally aimed at the mutants suddenly changed direction, directly targeting the woman's brow. In an instant, the Blood Wolf captain, who was being attacked simultaneously, seemed to be trapped in a dead end.
However, a mocking light laugh was heard, and the Blood Wolf captain, who had hurriedly defended against the dual blades, suddenly turned to look at Song Gang and scoffed.
Idiot, did you think I really wasn't prepared? In the next second, a surge of blood color suddenly erupted between the two and Song Gang's horrified gaze. As if shifting shapes, she directly swapped positions with the Blood Wolf captain. On the city wall, Yi Chen's gaze sharpened. Substitute injury? Teleportation skill?
Fortunately, he was alert enough not to make a move, otherwise, under this maneuver of swapping positions, the torrent of sword energy would likely have missed its target. In the blink of an eye, as Song Gang was swapped out, the arrow charged with Lin Tang's full power exploded between the middle-aged man and the mutant.
Boom!
The sound of an ice explosion erupted, and with the mutant's painful cry, the mid-aged man's right hand was instantly blown apart without any time to defend, and he was sent flying, vomiting blood. If he hadn't belonged to a highly resilient physical type, he likely would have been killed instantly in that explosion. Ignoring the severely injured Song Gang, the woman let out a cold laugh and charged straight toward the mutant's head, her long slender legs
like blades directly sweeping through the mutant's skull.
Amid the splatter of blood, she turned to look at the desperate Lin Tang again.
You've wasted my 2 skills, so you can consider yourselves lucky. Whoosh! Following the same method, under an almost sonic afterimage, she dashed in front of Lin Tang once more. Bang!
With Lin Tang's scream, the woman directly crushed his right hand with her bare hands. A heavy knee strike instantly incapacitated Lin Tang, completely rendering him unable to fight. In just a few breaths, the battle was over. All the awakened ones present looked at the Blood Wolf captain in terror, their hearts filled with despair. They never expected that the desperate counterattack of 2 peak second-tier fighters would be resolved so easily. Before everyone could regain their composure, the Blood Wolf captain, having disabled Lin Tang, scanned the crowd and spoke calmly.
Kill them, eliminate that kid.
In an instant, the Blood Wolf members beside everyone sneered and launched their skills to attack the remaining awakened ones. By Yi Chen's side, the second-tier intermediate who received the order also smiled cruelly and without hesitation struck heavily at Yi Chen's abdomen.
Bang!
In pain, he fell to the ground.
A hint of coldness flashed in Yi Chen's eyes, and he realized that the farming team intended to harvest.
With his high physique allowing him to take the hit, he simply pretended to be gravely injured, spitting out blood and collapsing to the ground. The awakened one who attacked took a glance at Yi Chen, whose aura had suddenly weakened, but paid no mind, nearly placing the edge of his blade against Yi Chen's neck. There were no doubts. It was entirely normal for a will type to sustain grave injuries from a single hit. After a dozen seconds, the sixth round of attacks came to a complete end. Watching the situation being completely controlled, the Blood Wolf captain looked down at Lin Tang with an indifferent expression.
Hand over the credit points yourself. We have no plans to continue in the 7th round. After you hand them over, I will let you go.
While speaking, she directly stepped on Lin Tang's chest and applied slight force.
In pain, Lin Tang let out a miserable laugh. Go F*** yourself, you dog scum. Do you think I would still trust you? Pa! With a mouthful of blood spittle, he stared fiercely into the woman's eyes. I would rather die than let you off. Oh, is that so?
Captain Blood Wolf smiled, a playful look spreading across his good-looking face. To Lin Tang, the smile appeared devilish.
Clean up the battlefield and strip them of their gear. We're preparing to leave.
As she spoke, she gently grasped Lin Tang's left hand and then suddenly applied force.
I have plenty of ways to make you hand it over.
As the bones in his hand were crushed inch by inch, Lin Tang's face twisted in madness as he cursed loudly. Ignoring him, the woman skillfully stomped on his leg bones, continuing to torment him. Next to Yi Chen, the second-tier intermediate awakener revealed an excited smile. Another one with tough bones.
This will be interesting. Turning his head. Kid, hand over your gear willingly. Otherwise, I have plenty of ways to torture you.
Lying on the ground, Yi Chen looked pale as he gazed at the Blood Wolf team that had gathered together, preparing to enter the torture phase, his heart slightly tightening.
It's almost time.
Seeing the constant flashing prompt in the system about whether to enter the next stage, a cold glint suddenly flickered in his eyes.
The opportunity is now. In the next second, Yi Chen directly submitted a request to the system. Increase to the highest difficulty, directly enter the next round. Very few people know that as long as someone applies for the highest difficulty in the 7th round task, even if it's just one person confirming, the copy will continue. With the confirmation success, in an instant, a chilling system prompt echoed throughout the area. Ding, an awakener has confirmed to enter the next stage. The 7th round of the attack is about to begin. Current difficulty, highest. The pupils suddenly contracted, and the Blood Wolf leader, who had been torturing the crowd with great interest, now looked utterly incredulous. They had never planned to enter the 7th round. In the rumors, the monsters in the 7th round are actually 3rd-tier mutated bodies. Why would we enter the next round? Isn't it supposed to require a 70% success rate? A shocked and fierce shout. Such a situation had never occurred before, and the entire Blood Wolf team felt a chill in their hearts amidst the chaos. They were used to deceiving awakeners into handing over their equipment, pretending not to kill. In most cases, no one would fight them to the end. After all, who doesn't want to live until death? Especially since they had long calculated the dungeon conditions. As long as they didn't continue, theoretically, it shouldn't be possible to proceed. Before anyone could react, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the factory. Boom! In an instant, with a loud roar from underground, a giant mutated creature resembling a sandworm directly burst out of the ground, lunging towards the Blood Wolf captain, who had the highest psychic energy. The woman's hair stood on end, and her face was filled with fear as she hurriedly dodged. She looked incredulously at the suddenly emerging sandworm, her eyes filled with despair. This worm, actually a level 3 intermediate. Why did it activate the highest difficulty? Who did this? On the ground, Song Gang, one of the only two still alive, was spewing blood, and a glimmer of light seemed to return to his originally dead eyes. Watching the Blood Wolf leader panic and desperately trying to evade, he actually felt a sense of pleasure. Good timing. Trash. Let's die together. With all his strength, blood foam splattered from his mouth. Although he was undoubtedly doomed the moment the 3rd-level mutated entity appeared, being able to see these beasts accompany him in death made him incredibly grateful to whoever activated the 7th round. Without time to scold the past, the Blood Wolf leader, locked on by the sandworm's aura, was trembling with rage. She never imagined that a simple hunting operation would end up in disaster. No matter how luxurious her equipment or how strong her strength, facing the level gap, she had no chance of defeating the monster. After the 3rd level, the power gap at each level is immense, as if it were a chasm. It's you! With a venomous gaze, after narrowly avoiding the giant maw of the sandworm, the Blood Wolf captain, in a fit of rage, decided to kill Song Gang first. Infuriated to the point of losing her reason, her pretty face twisted in anger. Not even the thought of turning him to dust could relieve her hatred. However, as her body lunged forward just half a step, she immediately sensed danger from the sandworm locking onto her, and in a panic, had to dodge the monster's attack again. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Unlike its massive body, the third-tier sandworm that burrowed up from the ground was as fast as lightning, each pounce breaking the sound barrier, crashing down like a heavy hammer into the ground. With a face full of delight, the middle-aged man who was dragged down to lie on the ground laughed loudly, completely unconcerned about the injuries he sustained from being pulled.
Did the Blood Wolf Captain think he was behind it all? It didn't matter, he only wanted to watch this group of trash get devoured alive by the sandworm. Hey, can you still move? Just as Song Gang was staring intently at the panicked crowd, a clear youthful voice suddenly rang in his ears. Who is talking? Why does it sound somewhat familiar? In the next moment, he turned his head with great effort, only to see that the severely injured Yi-Chen was calmly holding a human head, as if nothing had happened. If you can move, hurry and run far away. Without any further ado, after kindly advising, Yi-Chen casually tossed the head he was holding aside. The moment the sandworm appeared, he took advantage of the Blood Wolf members being distracted and directly severed the opponent's head. Watching the Blood Wolf leader in a sorry state as he dodged, a faint smile crept onto his lips. Sure enough, as he had judged, high-level mutated beings would prioritize hunting down the awakened ones with the strongest psychic abilities. Without the slightest hesitation, after speaking, Yi-Chen charged to the side, preparing to unleash his skill. With full speed, his figure moved like a nimble ghost, charging up to the top of the factory in just a few steps. Hitting the ground from above creates the best coverage effect. Watching the Blood Wolf team hesitate and not dare to advance around the sandworm, Yi-Chen quickly locked on, calculating the best moment to strike. A few breaths later, he captured the Blood Wolf captain making a mistake. Getting hit by the sandworm, he took a deep breath and boldly initiated his sword technique centered around the opponent. Only one chance. However, that's enough. Sword Flow Storm. In an instant, spiritual energy was mobilized and an unmatched terrifying aura appeared from the sky.
As the raging spiritual energy continued to
compress and converge, countless invisible sword auras instantly took shape.
Dense and numerous, with thousands of sword rains pouring down like missiles. On the ground, the Blood Wolf captain, who was struggling to dodge, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Before she could regain her composure, she sensed a terrifying aura rapidly spreading overhead. With no time to think, she hurriedly looked up, and in that instant, the chilling sword rain reflected in her pupils. Her pupils suddenly contracted, and the piercing sword aura stung her eyes painfully. What is that? She had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. In her perception, each strand of sword aura contained immense destructive power. Looking in the direction of the falling sword rain, it was shockingly aimed right at her. Who is it? Under the extreme threat of death, she felt that the danger from this sword flow was greater than that of the sandworm. Her complexion was filled with fear and shock. Like her, the low-intelligence third-tier sandworms also stopped their pursuit at this moment. Driven by instinct, they felt a twinge of fear. SAAA. Throwing its head back and howling, this torrent of sword aura has already threatened its life and its chaotic consciousness. The psychic energy pushed to the limit, realizing that not dodging would mean certain death. The Blood Wolf captain's face was filled with madness as she desperately tried to create some distance. However, after wasting 2 displacement skills, she now despairingly discovered that she couldn't escape the coverage area at all. Too large, the range is too large. Who is it? Who on earth? This level of attack is absolutely above level 3. In the entire instance, besides her being level 3, where is there a second person? With an unwilling expression, just as she managed to rush out a dozen meters, that terrifying torrent of sword aura had suddenly descended on her head like a bombing raid. Shadows were cast. In an instant, the dazzling psychic light, like the brightest fireworks, swiftly consumed the highest sandworm. Like ice and snow melting, in the brief screams and cries, the enormous body of the sandworm was instantly engulfed by the sword flow. A thick mist of blood exploded as if being squeezed, and a fine rain of blood began to fall. The residual force was unrelenting. After the subsequent barrage of sword flow devoured the sandworm without obstruction, it continued to strike the ground. Boom, 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 boom. As if 1,000 cannons had fired simultaneously, at the moment the sword flow touched the ground, formidable shockwaves instantly spread out, and from a high altitude, it looked as if cluster bombs were dropped, with the earth instantly blown into holes of varying depths. The heavens collapsed and the earth split, while screams were drowned in the roaring sword energy. 10 seconds later, Yi-Chen exhaled lightly and calmly looked at the square reduced to ruins, where a gigantic pit, 30 meters deep, was slowly emitting scorching smoke. All the Blood Wolf members had been reduced to ashes under his overwhelming strike, dead beyond recovery. Even the gigantic sandworms had turned into dust, leaving only a few charred and stinking lumps of flesh lying in the deep pit. The effect is still so abnormal. Looking at the terrifying scene he had created with his own hands, Yi-Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. At the same time, the system's prompt sound indicating the completion of the 7th round instantly rang out. Not far from the deep pit, Song Gang, who had crawled away at Yi-Chen's reminder, was dazed and shocked as he stared at the scene before him. Looking at the sword mark less than a meter away from his feet, he felt a surge of fear in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that he had exhausted all his strength to crawl away at the very first moment Yi-Chen unleashed his skill under such a terrifying attack, he would probably have turned into nothing but white smoke, leaving no corpse behind. You are a tier 3. Stammering. Song Gang looked in terror at Yi-Chen's jumping figure, and for a moment he felt as if his worldview had been completely overturned. The attack just now was something. He had witnessed Yi-Chen summon with his own hands. Such terrifying power likely exceeded even the third stage, intermediate or even advanced stages were possible. A single blow to instantly kill a third stage sandworm and a third stage awakened being. Such a terrifying technique was something he couldn't even dare to imagine.
A super strong person disguised as a second stage infiltrating among them?
Not paying attention to the stun song gang, Yi-Chen, who was planning to clean up the battlefield and collect equipment, suddenly frowned, and the dagger at his waist shot out in an instant. In his perception, there were actually still people alive in the deep pit,
though very faint.
Controlling several iron bars in midair, Yi-Chen cautiously leaned over to look into the deep pit. In the next second, a look of astonishment flashed across his eyes. At the deepest part of the pit, the blood wolf captain, trapped under a mass of rotting flesh, was actually spewing blood continuously, looking at him with malicious resentment.
Could it be that they haven't died yet?
Perceiving the woman's faint and nearly dying aura, Yi-Chen did not hesitate to manipulate the dagger and steel bars, directly stabbing towards her head.
Let's not worry about that.
First, make sure to finish her off. The wind howled. Controlled by mental power, the dagger and iron bars instantly formed a triangular formation and fiercely pierced towards the woman's forehead. However, with several crisp clashing sounds, a thin blood-colored shield suddenly appeared on the woman's body.
Defensive skill. Is it an item or something?
A flicker of unusual color flashed in his eyes. Yi-Chen gazed at the thin yet resilient shield, and for a moment he couldn't help but feel a slight chill in his heart. It seems that as the captain of the breeding team, the woman truly has quite a few trump cards.
So it was you.
Blood poured from his mouth, and the blood wolf captain's resentful eyes were filled with hatred.
Ha ha. You can't kill me just with this.
If it weren't for this A-grade one-time consumable item saving her, her fate would have been the same as the other members, leaving no corpse behind. However, even so, under the terrifying power that could instantly kill a mid-level third tier, all her bones were shattered, and she fell into a near-death state. Without a word, Yi-Chen directly ignored the woman's resentful gaze and continued to manipulate the dagger to attack.
1 minute later,
Yi-Chen, who had jumped into the deep pit, silently squatted above the woman's head, the dagger in his hand stabbing rapidly.
Thud thud, thud, thud.
Since he realized that the blood wolf captain really had no power to resist, he simply gave up on controlling with mental force. After all, after continuous battles, his mental strength was almost depleted. But no matter how hard he tried, that layer of crimson light membrane could not be broken through. With wide open eyes, the blood soaking the ground beneath him almost drenched the entire pit. The life-resistant leader of the blood wolf team felt deeply humiliated at this moment. His handsome face was filled with anger.
If you want to kill, then kill. Ha ha.
Her chest heaved rapidly, completely powerless to resist. She only wished for Yi-Chen to give her a quick end. In her eyes, Yi-Chen's slow stabbing was a blatant humiliation, a mockery from the victor. Clearly possessing the power to unleash a third-tier attack, clearly able to eliminate her in an instant with third-tier strength.
But now,
yet he chose to torture her in this way.
Kill me. If you're going to kill me, then just do it.
The anguished roar came out as she struggled, her expression frenzied, feeling like she was about to go insane.
As a top-tier human combatant, a
third-tier awakener, she had never suffered such humiliation in the outside world. Being so proud, she felt like death would be better than this. Squatting above the woman's head, Yi-Chen's gaze darkened, and a hint of awkwardness flashed through his heart.
Damn it.
He never expected that his second-tier strength would be unable to break through the other party's membrane.
What kind of bizarre prop is this, so resistant?
Sighing, Yi-Chen stopped his actions, ignoring the old woman's angry curses.
Although the opponent was beautiful, he had no intention of showing any mercy against the enemy. What to do? Should I just wait for this layer of barrier to dissipate? Watching the countdown for the automatic end of the instance approach, Yi-Chen couldn't help but feel anxious.
Compared to the rewards for clearing this instance, the equipment on the Blood Wolf Captain was the biggest gain.
The breeding team was famously wealthy, especially since this woman is a tier 3.
Without even thinking, she must have at least 3 or 4 pieces of blue gear on her. After a moment of silence, Yi-Chen's gaze shifted slightly. Suddenly, he sneered coldly.
You want a quick death? You bunch of scum have killed so many awakeners. Do you think you can die so easily?
When you were tormenting those awakeners, you should have thought of what you would face today. With righteous indignation, a look of hatred appeared on Yi-Chen's face as he pretended to pinch the woman's face, smiling cruelly.
Can't take it anymore? You'll find out soon what humiliation really means.
Through the light membrane, Yi-Chen instantly noticed the sudden change in the Blood Wolf Captain's expression. Clearly, his words had struck a nerve. Quickly recalling the villain's behavior, Yi-Chen hesitated, considering whether to try some other tricks. Just as Yi-Chen was preparing to search for some props in his combat suit, a trace of fear suddenly appeared on the beautiful face of the Blood Wolf Captain. To her, Yi-Chen's hand movements resembled some kind of foreplay.
What do you want? For me to die quickly?
In a fit of rage and shock, the woman actually coughed up pieces of her internal organs, gasping for breath as she questioned him. She wasn't afraid of dying, but being inherently proud and a third-tier fighter, she would never allow herself to die like this.
Ha? Submitting? As if recalling something, Yi-Chen let out a cold laugh. What are you doing?
It's simple, just take off your equipment and trade it to me.
I'll give you a quick end.
Don't waste words, you can only trust me. Stunned by the voice, the Blood Wolf Captain locked eyes intensely. After a few seconds, as if caught in immense struggle and fear, watching Yi Chen about to make a move again, her mental defenses collapsed as if shattered, and she completely surrendered.
If you deceive me, you won't have a good death.
Beep, IDA 178391 has initiated a trade with you, Blood Soul Armor, Blue.
Beep, IDA 178391 has initiated a trade with you, Frost Flame Gauntlets, Blue. Beep, IDA 178391 has initiated a trade with you, Scorching Leggings, White. Beep.
Half a minute later, Yi Chen suppressed the joy in his eyes and felt an overwhelming thrill inside. Looking at the Blood Wolf captain who had stripped off her gear and was almost bare, he couldn't help but feel deeply moved.
This woman is truly wealthy.
9 pieces of equipment, among which 3 are blue items, and the rest are also high-quality white items. If nothing goes wrong, these items alone could sell for over 200,000 more than enough to gather the spirit fruit he needs. This doesn't even count the credits that the other party hasn't handed over yet, as well as the equipment dropped by other Blood Wolf members. When calculated carefully, his gains from this trip are simply explosive.
Indeed, nothing is faster than robbing. No wonder some awakeners become farming teams.
After happily tossing the equipment to the summoning space of Li Dafu, Yi Chen unexpectedly discovered that the open summoning space could also be barely used as a very small storage space.
Anyway, it's enough for Li Dafu to hold.
Suppressing the joy in his heart, Yi Chen continued to bend down to look at the Blood Wolf captain. It must be said that under the powerful physique of an awakener, the other party indeed has a good figure.
Snow-white skin, long thighs.
Even the 2 white rabbits wrapped in the chest wrap are now shaking chaotically as they breathe rapidly. Perfect body, and still at the 3rd rank. In any safe zone, just relying on the proud and beautiful aura of the Blood Wolf captain would likely captivate a large number of awakened. However, compared to her physique, Yi Chen was more concerned about the credit points on her body.
Kill me.
Seeing that Yi Chen did not keep his promise, there was surprisingly a hint of pleading in the Blood Wolf captain's hateful gaze. She hated that the shield on her body had protected her, she hated that she hadn't killed this bastard at the first opportunity. With a half-smile, Yi Chen was indifferent to her gaze. He slowly leaned closer to the woman's face, whispering softly, almost tenderly, "How could I bear to let you die? Hand over the credit points and items, and after that, I promise I will grant you a quick death." Hearing the devilish whisper, the Blood Wolf captain spat out a mouthful of blood, cursing fiercely. "You little scum, beast, I won't, believe." Without finishing his words, Yi Chen let out a soft sigh and simply pushed open the opponent's legs. Looking calmly at the suddenly stiff beautiful face.
"Not going to give it? What do you think I will do?"
With a light laugh, he had already seen through what the other party was truly afraid of. Though it was quite unethical, for the sake of saving humanity, Yi Chen felt he should sacrifice a bit of himself.
"Sorry."
Grasping the legs, Yi Chen slowly placed the long, beautiful legs in an extremely humiliating position, fixing them in front of him. Through the slightly damaged lingerie, everything was laid bare to his eyes. In an instant, the once invincible 3rd-tier powerhouse, the Blood Wolf captain, who viewed all awakened ones as mere dogs and pigs, had completely collapsed.
1 minute later, Yi Chen listened somewhat disappointedly to the trading information. No matter how much he pressed, the opponent could only come up with a little over 10,000 credit points. This amount was truly meager for a 3rd-tier character.
According to the Blood Wolf team's captain, while they are a breeding team, they wouldn't have any credit points on them.
As a breeding team, the high rewards come with immense risks. Once news leaks out, all awakeners will pursue them.
Therefore, all resources and items are sold off before entering the instance to maximize their strength. The A-class blood-colored barrier item on her was bought with all her worth as a life-saving tool. Smirking, Yi Chen tilted his head to look at the Blood Wolf captain, whom he had positioned in an M shape. At that moment, the proud woman had clearly collapsed under the repeated pressure. It was as if a delicate porcelain figure had been shattered and crushed. No longer having her original spiteful gaze, the powerless Blood Wolf captain was now just silent, even making Yi Chen feel a bit uneasy staring at her. For her, she had lost her dignity and everything. The original anger had turned into an endless, never-fading, extreme killing intent. Facing the Blood Wolf captain in such a posture, Yi Chen didn't feel any inner unease. When you're out in the world, debts must eventually be repaid.
He hadn't really done anything.
In fact, in some sense, what he did was truly saving humanity. Only by quickly accumulating resources could he level up to Tier 3 soon. Only upon reaching Tier 3 would the higher-ups break their biases and believe in his potential. For each day he advanced, he could prepare earlier and save many lives. The lessons and bloody price from his past life had long taught him to resort to any means necessary. In the apocalypse, survival was already an extremely challenging task, especially making sure everyone survives.
"Are there any more items?" Seizing the final moments of the dungeon's end, Yi Chen asked again.
He would feel sorry for himself if he didn't squeeze the opportunity dry. Lying on the ground, the Blood Wolf captain, now regaining consciousness, seemed to have entered a bizarre state of extreme rationality. The previous death-seeking mindset appeared to have undergone a significant transformation. All of a sudden, she smiled.
"You can't kill me, can you? You are simply at the 2nd tier."
Her condition was much better than before. Although she still had no combat power, she was no longer coughing up blood. She fixed her gaze on the medals on Yi Chen's body, suddenly bursting into laughter, as if tears were about to flow from her laughter.
I was so foolish. I actually thought you were at the 3rd tier. That skill, you can only use it once. You are at the 2nd tier. You can't break my defense.
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's expression suddenly darkened. He was not surprised that the woman discovered his true combat power was only at the 2nd tier. After all, his attributes were indeed quite low. The celestial light was on cooldown, and he truly couldn't break that shield. In fact, if the opponent recovered a bit more strength and kept her equipment, he wouldn't even be able to break through her basic defense. The gap between the 2nd tier and the 3rd tier is just that significant.
So what? Although I can't kill you, you also can't resist. Hand over the remaining items. I don't believe you really have none. Otherwise.
After speaking, Yi Chen approached that stunning face and directly admitted it. However, in the next second, the Blood Wolf Captain suddenly stilled his laughter in a way Yi Chen did not expect, and instead revealed a slight smile.
Oh, what else can you do? With the shield up, you can't do anything. Come on, don't you want to have your way with me? Come on, do it.
With a frenzied expression, the Blood Wolf Captain changed from his previous fearful demeanor, as if he had nothing left to lose, and locked eyes firmly.
Trash. Come on. What position do you like? Keep going. Do you really think you can threaten me? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Sneering, the woman then looked at Yi Chen with a nearly perverse, madly seductive glance. Keep going. Should I open the shield a bit so you can come right in? I'll let you play. You can play however you want. The problem is, do you dare? Ha 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 ha.
Looking at the maniacally laughing woman, tears almost in her eyes, Yi Chen's heart suddenly sank. He knew that any threat he made next would be futile. He had provoked her so much that the Blood Wolf team leader had completely let go of everything. However, glancing at the final countdown, Yi Chen simply manipulated the dagger again, continuously piercing forward.
Although the attack was meaningless, what if he could take her down?
There was no doubt, Yi Chen was certain that once she was out alive, she would probably hunt him down to the ends of the earth.
Countdown 9, 8, 6, 3.
As the countdown sounded, the previously composed Blood Wolf team leader seemed as if nothing had happened, just staring deeply at Yi Chen, as if trying to engrave his appearance into her mind.
With a wave of white light and a transmission away, a profoundly calm and emotionless female voice reached Yi Chen's ears. Is it Yi Chen? Remember, my name is Lin Lun. Sister will definitely find you.
Under the chilling and bone-piercing words filled with extreme killing intent, Yi Chen's expression was quite strange. There was no way, he simply couldn't break through that layer of protective shield. It seems that the other party has truly gone completely mad.
But find myself?
Yi Chen shrugged disinterestedly. He wasn't worried about the other party at all.
By the time Lin Lan finds me, I would probably already be at tier 3.
At that point, who kills whom is still uncertain. Not thinking too much about it, standing in the pristine and flawless instance space, Yi Chen issued the command with great anticipation.
Settlement, instance rewards. Exit instance. Calculating instance information. Instance completer, Yi Chen. Current instance completion degree.
Base completion degree 70.3%, extra completion degree 20%, defeated the highest difficulty boss, Sandworm Boil.
Comprehensive accumulation, completion degree 90.3%. Received evaluation, S grade.
Ding, gaining spiritual energy experience, calculation in progress, jumping levels to kill grants a 100% boost.
Ding, obtained equipment, Wailing Mask, white, Sin of the Centipede, white, Boil's Desire, blue.
Ding, obtained items, Corrosive Acid, white, Budget Shell, white, Sandworm Compound Eye, white.
Ding, obtained materials, Rotting Hide, white, Sandworm Heart, blue. Ding, obtained 2nd tier dungeon clearance reward, 1 point of free attribute.
Ding, obtained hidden title, Blue Factory Guardian, you gain +1 to all attributes when in battlefield dungeons.
Reward spam.
After holding a bunch of equipment materials, Yi Chen sighed and quickly started checking. He kept what was useful and sold off what wasn't. If there was anything lacking in this dungeon run, it would probably be that in the earlier rounds he was just going with the flow, missing out on many of the mutant kills, not to mention the ultimate kill rights. Plus, in the end, he could only forcibly take down everyone, leaving no time to scavenge the equipment of the dead. Besides the Blood Wolf team members he personally killed, the equipment of the others exploded in the temporary storage of the Blood Wolf team members. Either they died to sandworms and the corpses were directly swallowed by the system. If he hadn't killed the hidden boss, his rating would probably only be a pathetic B grade. After complaining about the system's disgusting nature, Yi Chen didn't feel too upset. The equipment on ordinary 2nd tier characters is just that, and there's hardly any money in his account. At least he got the big items. Roughly calculating, the Blood Wolf team provided him with 22 pieces of white gear.
Adding in Lin Lan and the final settlement from the instance.
This time he harvested a total of 24 pieces of white gear for 3 + 1 pieces of blue gear plus 1 piece of blue material and a pile of white trash, and also 13,700 credit points.
So calculating this,
24 pieces of white gear, all of which the Blood Wolf team wore, are slightly better than average.
At least 1,500 points each, totaling 36,000 credit points.
Selling all the blue gear, at least 240,000 points, plus Lin Lan's more than 10,000, totaling 290,000 points.
Once I calculated it, I was shocked. Wow, I actually have so much money?
Yi Chen's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He didn't expect that he could fulfill all of his original plans in just one dungeon run. With his remaining more than 40,000 points and unsold materials counted in, his net worth had at least surpassed 350,000 points. If this number were converted into money before the apocalypse, it would be several billion.
Enough to comfortably support a team of awakened ones.
Certainly, nothing is faster than making money in this world, especially when robbing someone like Lin Lan, who's at the 3rd tier. If other 3rd tier individuals found out he was this rich, they would probably become greedy. Everyone would want to take a piece of him. After a moment of astonishment, Yi Chen stopped thinking too much. He was indeed very wealthy right now, but only for the moment. After the capital determined that he had the potential to break through to the 4th tier, the credit points that were poured into him were calculated in tens of millions or even billions. Once he reached the 2nd tier, wanting to max out his attributes required various cherished items, not to mention after reaching the 3rd tier. All those resources are worth a fortune, and most are extremely difficult to obtain even with money. Leaving the instance, Yi Chen stood directly in front of the entrance, constantly flipping through the few blue quality equipment and items in his hand. He was now conflicted, torn between selling all the equipment or keeping some for himself.
The blue equipment he snatched from Lin Lan is all of good quality.
Blood Soul Armor, which grants bonuses to both constitution and strength, comes with a weakened version of the Blood Shield skill that can directly consume mental power to negate attacks.
For him at this stage, it is undoubtedly a life-saving divine item.
At least when facing opponents of the same tier, he can achieve a level of defense equivalent to that of a constitution build.
In
the case of slightly weaker 2nd tier opponents, even if he just stands still, they would have to exert themselves to kill him. Blood-breaking leg armor increases agility and also comes with the leg blade skill. When paired with the Thunderstriker boots, his explosive power in close combat can increase significantly.
Apart from the Frostflame gauntlets, he can use both of these items. Also, Boyle's Desire.
Looking at the blue equipment dropped by a mid-tier tier 3 mutated being, Yi Chen was somewhat reluctant to sell it.
Boyle's Desire Blue Necklace. Equipment attributes: Strength +3, Agility +3, Constitution +3, Will +3. Equipment effect: after killing an awakened, there is a chance to directly devour the corpse and obtain their highest attribute, gaining a proportionate amount, up to 3 points in a single instance. Equipment skill: Spatial Excavation degraded. Spatial Excavation degraded. After activating the skill, you can create tunnels underground, consuming mental energy based on the local situation every second. While underground, you will gain an extra concealment effect, reducing the chance of being detected.
Equipment evaluation: Boyle, an engineer from the world with royal blood, though the bloodline is thin, at least knows how to drill underground.
World? Royal blood?
Looking at the somewhat unfamiliar equipment description, Yi Chen felt puzzled but also knew this was a good item.
Moreover, the value of the corpse-devouring effect alone is almost comparable to that of epic-level equipment. Selling it would be a pity. He wants to keep 3 out of 4 blue items and 6 out of 24 white items.
After a quick consideration, Yi Chen decided to choose the optimal solution.
Sell what can be sold first, raising all attributes to 20 points.
After all, the credit points consumed before 20 points are not much, and he still has some left after buying the psychic fruits. Keeping the equipment will maximize his combat power and allow for better upgrades. He has absolute confidence in the speed at which he can acquire resources.
Grinding a few more dungeons and getting some equipment is nothing difficult for him.
Rather than wasting early resources to forcibly raise it to 25 points, it's better to exchange for maximized combat power.
After
all, facing increasing difficulties, he can't rely on one trump card to take on everything, waiting until the last moment to act. As for the skill instant step slash, he is also considering replacing it.
With enough credit points, wouldn't it be better to get a version with better effects?
The saved credit points can be used to buy skills, buy vehicles, and buy enhancement items, which would significantly boost his regular combat power. And the most critical point is that Yi Chen is also worried that after completing the Sword God mission, although he can obtain epic gear,
however, it is too conspicuous. So conspicuous that everyone would develop greedy thoughts.
In the weakest early stage, he simply cannot defend this equipment.
Once exposed, at his 2nd tier level, which awakener wouldn't want to kill him for the gear? With this thought in mind, Yi Chen simply made up his mind and directly summoned Li Dafu. Whoosh!
With a flash of white light, a bewildered Li Dafu appeared at the spot.
Master, why did you call me out?
Seeing Li Dafu, who was completely outfitted with the gear he had thrown in and looking quite shabby, Yi Chen pulled the corner of his mouth and directly transferred all his credit points over, casually tossing the blue gauntlets and a pile of materials onto him.
Sell it all.
Buy me 2 strength fruits, 2 agility fruits, and 5 constitution fruits. And also the items for constitution recovery, speed boost, and critical hit boost, get them all for me.
In addition, help me get an B-grade sword technique and a psionic vehicle.
After stating his requests in one breath, Yi Chen planned to directly make up for his needs. In total, it would consume around 160,000. Including Li Dafu's talents, he would still have over 10,000 left after the purchases. Stunned in place, hearing the pile of demands from Yi Chen, as well as the credit points Yi Chen had just transferred to him, his eyes widened nobly.
My goodness! Just how rich is the one who kidnapped me?
He had mingled with the group of survivor road robbers for a while and knew how precious credit points were. In the past, people would be as excited as if it were the new year when they received a few hundred points, even shedding tears of joy. You must know, with just 10 points, you could sleep with a beautiful girl, and with 20 points, you could live like an emperor for a day. With Yi Chen, the spending starts at 100,000 points.
Thinking about his 5% commission, he couldn't help but tremble in anticipation of how much he could earn. The intense feeling of happiness almost knocked him out. Suddenly, he felt like he was being forced into a life of servitude, and being with Yi Chen wasn't too bad. Before, he had to go hungry 3 times a day and sometimes even suffered from a few small beatings. In an instant, Li Dafu seemed to see a beautiful life waiting for him. After tossing aside the items he wanted to sell, Yi Chen couldn't help but find Li Dafu's excitement amusing. The next second, the familiar system prompt sounded again.
Ding, your servant Li Dafu was moved by your trust, loyalty increased by 1 point, current loyalty 62.
Late at night, with sparse starlight.
After lighting a bonfire at an abandoned gas station, Yi Chen roasted fresh deer meat in one hand while eating energy fruits traded by Li Dafu in the other.
Gulp! Swallowed in one bite.
As the cool energy traveled down his throat and into his stomach, a series of system prompts echoed one after another.
Ding, consumed power fruit, power +1. Ding, consumed physique fruit, physique +1.
After a series of 9 burps, Yi Chen felt satisfied and even thought he might have overeaten. If outsiders saw him devouring spiritual fruit like this, they would probably go crazy with envy. He swallowed the equivalent of 3 sets of houses without blinking an eye. Current attributes: barehanded strength 21, constitution 20, agility 20, will 29. The 1 point of free attribute reward from the dungeon cannot be added to will and can only be added to strength. The will attribute is already close to the limit value of the second level, and no matter how many fruits he eats, it probably won't help. He has no idea how to raise it to 30 points. Other attributes are equivalent to the main attributes of an A-level awakened one and of the specialized kind. He mumbled to himself.
Looking at his current attributes, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional.
In his previous life, he missed the opportunity to enhance his attributes at the second level. At that time, although the military valued him, he hastily promoted to the third level after raising all attributes to just over 20 points. It was actually quite a pity, as his potential in his past life had not been fully tapped.
It is important to know that there will be an opportunity for attribute enhancement when advancing to the third tier. The system will increase the base attributes additionally, with a minimum enhancement level reaching up to 100%. With 20 points before the promotion, it would directly skyrocket to 40 points after the promotion, which is a key reason why third tier can dominate those below the third tier. In his previous life, he was rushed in his promotion, leading to a relatively low attribute increase during his transformation to the third tier. However, in this life, he would obviously be able to make up for his regrets. I still need to make money. In this life, I must level up all attributes to 29 before advancing, otherwise, I would really be letting myself down. After murmuring a few words, Yi Chen turned to look at the enhancement items he bought from Li Dafu. Critical Strike Enhancement Scroll, low tier increases critical hit chance after use. Power Crushing Scroll, low tier increases the likelihood of triggering crushing effects after use. Swiftness Scroll, low tier increases movement speed and attack speed after use. There were a total of 4 scrolls, costing him around 50,000 points. It can be said that the value of each one would intimidate most awakeners. As a type of enhancement scroll that can boost strength aside from psychic fruit, this item can be considered a luxury. General awakeners typically choose to purchase them only after reaching the third rank, when there is no further strength to gain. After all, for most awakeners, the value of enhancement scrolls pales in comparison to equipment and fruits. Only someone like Yi Chen, who pursues extreme combat power, would be willing to buy them. Bang bang bang.
After striking 4 times, feeling the 4 layers of enhancement added to his body, Yi Chen felt his combat power had increased significantly. By defeating an opponent higher in rank and jumping directly to mid-second rank, his current combat power could easily dominate others at the same level. With a full set of top-tier white gear and 3 pieces of blue gear, all attributes comparable to the strongest at his level, plus a bunch of BF. Even without using forbidden sword skills, he was confident he could take down a high-level second rank. The combat power gained by spending money transformed him, a mind system user, into a monster among awakeners.
Master, I received 2 skill books. Would you like to take a look? Across the campfire, Li Dafu, who was frantically bargaining, suddenly shouted, signaling Yi Chen to come and take a look. Both books are B rank, but the starting price is very high.
Raising his head, Yi Chen carefully scrutinized the trading panel shared by Li Dafu and saw messages from a third-ranked and a second-ranked awakener. B-rank sword technique, Shadow Strike, skill requirement, strength 20, agility 20, willpower 20. Skill effect, after consuming 40% stamina and 2000 points of spiritual energy, increases movement speed by 60% for a distance of 10 meters, dealing 100% critical damage when appearing behind the enemy.
Fixed price, 97,000 points.
B-rank sword technique, Earth Shatter, skill requirement, strength 20, physique 15. Skill effect, after consuming 30% stamina and 800 points of spiritual energy, delivers a charged strike to the ground, causing continuous shock damage and a brief stunning effect.
Fixed price, 60,000 points. Glancing quickly at the skill books, Yi-Chen couldn't help but feel a hint of interest. Both skill books are priced very high. A B-level skill is equivalent to a piece of blue equipment. Generally, only second and third tier major forces are willing to purchase it, as it is a main combat skill. Both skills are much stronger than the previous C-level instant step slash. However, even though Earth Smash is cheaper, Yi-Chen does not intend to consider it. After all, he will enhance whatever he buys to SSS level, and he doesn't care about damage at all. He already has area skills. On the other hand, Shadow Strike looks quite good. Ultra-fast movement plus critical strikes may give him a huge surprise when enhanced to SSS level. It's just that the price is too high. Right now he only has a little over 10,000, selling blue materials could add another 30,000 points. If he clears out all the miscellaneous items, he might gather less than 50,000 points. There's nothing he can do, he hasn't sold any of the 3 most valuable pieces of blue equipment. Li Dafu, negotiate the price and see if he's willing to lower it a bit. After contemplating for a moment, Yi-Chen decided to buy this skill book after all. He noticed one thing, the requirements for this skill are very stringent, even somewhat strange. Where would an ordinary awakener get such high willpower to learn? This skill book must have been in the other party's hands for quite a while. To put it harshly, this requirement is something that generally second-tier individuals cannot meet at all. Willpower-based spirit fruits are almost impossible to buy, and even if they are available, no one is willing to spend money on that attribute. Upon receiving Yi-Chen's order, Li Dafu quickly began to argue with the other party, fully demonstrating his characteristics as a shrewd businessman. 3 minutes later, Li Dafu, who was red-faced from the argument, helplessly looked up at Yi-Chen. Master, he insists on a minimum of 73,218, not a dime less. After saying that, he displayed the message sent by the other party. This is the minimum price. If it's any lower, I'd rather keep it. I believe you can see for yourself that the effect of this skill is almost comparable to A rank. If the restrictions weren't so harsh, and if I didn't use a sword, I would learn it myself. In Safe Zone 135, a third-tier awakener's face turned crimson as he nearly gritted his teeth while sending the message. Facing Li Dafu's haggling, he really felt like he was being chopped down. With his mouth open, it was all about how worthless this junk is, and with it closed, it was only him who could appreciate it. Out of nowhere, he got squeezed down by more than 20,000. The other party even wanted to fight him over the cents. Anyone who didn't know would think they were bargaining for vegetables. Yi-Chen looked at the message sent by the other party and couldn't help but let out a sigh. It's normal that he couldn't drive the price down, the skill really is quite good. Very few people in the second tier meet the requirements, but there are plenty able to learn in the third tier. With a glance at Li Dafu's screen-filling haggling, he felt a bit nauseated. Stubbornly pestering, picking at every little fault. It was just like an old lady bargaining. After pondering for a moment, Yi-Chen directly asked Li Dafu to send a message. Give me 30,000 points first. I'll use a piece of equipment as collateral. If the remaining credits aren't made up in a week, the equipment will go straight to you. Having said that, Yi-Chen directly attached the information of the blue leg armor. In safety zone number 135, the third-tier awakener selling skills was just about to refuse, but after glancing at the leg armor, his heart suddenly raced. Blue. What a powerful piece of equipment. It comes with acceleration and also has blade strike. This equipment paired with my agility talent, wouldn't that be like adding wings to a tiger? Collateralized with myself. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't consider these things, as awakeners generally value the fastest conversion of combat power. But facing this piece of equipment, he was truly tempted. A week isn't long. If the other party can't come up with it, I would have made a huge profit. Even if they manage to pay, I won't be at a loss. After all, this sword technique does indeed have some issues. The ones wanting to buy it can't learn it, and those who can learn it may not necessarily want to buy it. With this thought, he simply agreed to the collateral. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, the transaction between the two parties was complete. But at the moment the transaction was completed, the third-tier awakener suddenly trembled, unable to hold back his curses. Ding, transaction completed, system deducts 10% handling fee. Ding, the transaction is complete, and you have been charged a 15% fee by an unknown force. Rubbing his eyes, he found that the 27,000 credit points that should have arrived had only become 24,000. What the hell? Why did they take my money? What kind of thing is darker than the system? In front of the campfire, Li Dafu was grinning widely as he looked at the 4,500 credit points he had withheld, his mouth almost reaching the sky. Glimpsing the 5% that Yi-Chen allowed to remain, he began to jump around excitedly. My goodness! Including the savings from the previous transaction, he hadn't earned this much in his whole life as a schemer in the dungeon. Not paying attention to the excited Li Dafu, Yi-Chen simply looked forward to the skill book in his hand. He met all the conditions himself and could learn it right now. Without hesitation, he used it directly. Ding, learning B-level skill Shadow Strike, sword technique. In an instant, a dazzling light burst forth in his mind. A second later, the notification sound from the Sword God system rang out again. Ding, skill upgrade successful. Sword technique, Shadow Strike has been upgraded to SSS level skill, Dimensional Slash. Dimensional Slash. Hearing the name of the skill that has space attributes, Yi Chen was slightly taken aback and instantly looked at the skill description. Dimensional/SSS level. Skill effect: after consuming 6,000 points of spiritual energy, tear open a spatial rift around you. After entering the spatial rift, you will gain 1 second of invincibility. During the invincibility effect, you will gain a 300% increase in agility. And 1 second later, you will tear through space again, causing a massive damage that ignores defenses. After a brief silence, a flash of brilliance suddenly appeared in Yi Chen's eyes. Damn, how monstrous. After unable to hold back his curse, even as the owner of the system, he felt that the sword god system was unreasonably monstrous. Invincibility, displacement, massive damage. How can anyone fight against me? Compared to the 60% increase in movement speed of Shadow Strike, the 300% increase in agility from Dimensional Slash is simply disgustingly superior. Half an hour later, well fed and watered. Playing with a capsule in his hand, Yi Chen struck it hard against the ground and a brand new black motorcycle appeared before him. This psychic vehicle cost him 2,000 credit points. Although it's not of a high level and is just white, it's much stronger than his previous one. With a top speed of 490 and a range of 2,000 kilometers. The key point is that it can keep running as long as it is infused with psychic energy. When not in use, it can be directly put in the pocket, which is very convenient. After confirming the route, Yi Chen headed straight for the next target point. He remembered that near Zhenjiang there was a second-tier high-level mutant. That thing could drop blue accessories, which are quite valuable. However, perhaps he could first go to the Zhenjiang safe zone to receive the corresponding task. For killing mutants of this level, each safe zone would have corresponding rewards. Tianfeng Safe Zone. With a team of search soldiers, Huang Xiao helplessly began to inspect the various shops in the safe zone. There was an order from above to find clues about that mysterious third-tier mutant. They had already conducted a net-style investigation for a whole day and night. The result is obvious, not even a single fur was found. But it makes sense, if a third-tier individual wants to hide, they would be impossible to find. However, there's no choice. The upper management is almost driven mad by this third-tier person, unable to sleep at night, fearing they might suddenly cause trouble. Captain Huang, the order says to look for transaction records. Isn't this nonsense? With so many people trading every day, how can we find anything? Not to mention the materials dropped by the mutated creatures in the rotten corpse forest. Will that third-tier person even take action? Even if they did, someone of their caliber wouldn't act offline. Yeah, the stuff dropped in the rotten corpse forest might be valuable to us, but in the eyes of a third-tier person, it's just garbage. Even if it were to be sold, they would probably just toss it into the trading channel, who would make a trip just to save a bit on transaction fees. Listening to his subordinate's complaints, Huang Xiao sighed. Alright, enough with the chatter. If you can find clues, then find them. The higher-ups are also left with no choice. The military order has been issued. Besides knowing that the third rank has killed the mutated creatures in the rotted corpse forest, we only have those 2 places in Tianfeng left. The problem is, they don't even know what the other party killed in Tianfeng, or whether they even killed mutated creatures. The only clues we can confirm are from the rotted corpse forest. After calming the team members, Huang Xiao glanced at the last chamber of commerce that had not been investigated. Starry Commerce. As soon as they entered the chamber of commerce, the staff responsible for reception came forward. However, upon seeing the military insignia on Huang Xiao, they suddenly tensed up. Hello, sir. What do you need? Or, nervous and anxious, as a chamber of commerce buying mutated materials, they usually had quite a bit of gray income. Glimpsing casually at the displays in the store, Huang Xiao did not hesitate. Bring out all the transaction records of your chamber of commerce for this week, especially those related to materials from the rotted corpse forest. Not a single one can be missed. Stunned by the words, the attendant looked at Huang Xiao with confusion, but after the latter presented the search warrant, he could only brace himself and agree. A few minutes later, while flipping through the transaction records, Huang Xiao asked carefully without looking up, "Have you recently received any high-level awakened? Or anyone who seems suspicious? High-level? Suspicious?" The members of the trading association had strange expressions after hearing this and gave a wry smile. "Sir, you're joking. We're just a small shop here. There's no way any high-level awakened would come to trade. Usually, it's good enough to get some tier 1 materials. Forget high level, you're the highest level I've seen in these days." Listening to the staff's reply, Huang Xiao sighed inwardly, knowing he was asking in vain. If that third tier really wanted to disguise themselves, who could discover them besides the commander? Remove the metal where the gear underneath suppressed the aura, and even the King of Heaven couldn't find them. Whoosh, whoosh. As he kept flipping through, Huang Xiao directly turned to the special product of the rotten corpse forest. A few seconds later, his gaze suddenly sharpened. 2 transaction records? Someone really sold related materials. He took a closer look. One record was from a secondary level intermediate foreign awakener trading with an identity card from another safe zone. The other one was Yi Chen. A flash of surprise crossed his face as Huang Xiao stared in amazement at Yi Chen's transaction record, noticing that the timestamps of the 2 transactions were exactly one before and one after. Yi Chen was first and the second level awakener was after. He abruptly looked up at the receptionist. "When this Yi Chen and Yang Yu made the transaction, were there any other people with them?"
Although both transaction records were on the same day, Huang Xiao wasn't surprised. After all, the mutated creatures in the decayed corpse forest refreshed once a day, and many people had materials. Some would gather materials together before coming to sell. But the problem is, how could Yi-Chen possibly have any? That kid had only just become an awakener. Could it be that someone brought Yi-Chen over to trade, and then left the credit points to him? Faced with Huang Zhao's urgent question, the receptionist hurriedly recalled, somewhat flustered. A few seconds later, he replied repeatedly, "No, none at all. That second-tier guest named Yi-Chen, both of them came on their own. And that Yi-Chen seems to be trading for the first time. I even gave him a VIP card. Officer, is there something wrong with the items in his hand?" Heart pounding with fear. A trace of regret flashed in the receptionist's eyes. He felt something was off when he accepted Yi-Chen's materials. How could such a small, seemingly only a zero-tier awakener, afford to bring out these materials? At that moment he thought Yi-Chen was just helping the troops. Seeing the officer's expression so serious, it's likely they were stolen. Ignoring the receptionist's question, Huang Xiao took a deep breath and felt his mind in a complete mess. The only information left by that mysterious third tier was the rotten corpse forest. And Yi-Chen and another second tier just happened to have sold materials that very day. Considering this, these two have major suspicions. Especially Yi-Chen. Could it be? I don't even dare to imagine. Go! Take the records back. Report to the higher-ups immediately. Huang Xiao directly rushed to the military headquarters while holding the transaction records. This is the result you gave me. Useless. Truly a bunch of useless people. In the core conference room of Tianfeng, a group of high-level awakened ones hung their heads in silence, no one daring to bear Xiaohai's wrath. 4 hours ago, Xiaohai urgently took a fighter jet back to Tianfeng, even abandoning his combat mission. It was all to guard against that mysterious third stage. And the arrival of Zhenjiang. The hidden mysterious third stage loomed like a sharp blade hanging over their heads, sending the entire safe zone into panic. No one knew what the intentions of that third stage were, nor did they know whether the other party would suddenly erupt and commit mass slaughter. Especially according to the surveillance information, the other party was even stronger than Xiaohai. Commander Xiao, we have conducted 3 rounds of checks already. Not to mention the suspected third stage, in recent times, there haven't been many second stage peak individuals coming in and out of Tianfeng. If we keep searching like this, our defenses will become strained. With a wry smile, the city defense commander let out a sigh and had no choice but to speak up. He could understand that Commander Xiaohai's anger was rooted in deep concern. But the problem was, continuing the search was pointless. If a third-tier individual wanted to hide, what could this group of second-tier individuals do to find them? This large-scale operation would instead alert the enemy. The defense being strained was also a fact. Although it had been peaceful for many years, with no strong mutated beings or zombie hordes appearing, the number of troops deployed for the search was simply too great. If this continued, an unexpected incident could occur. In silence, Xiaohai suppressed the anger in his heart and chose not to say more. He felt helpless. The combat power of a third-tier individual was terrifying. If they couldn't find the opponent, it felt like having a gun pointed at his forehead, making it hard to eat and sleep. A dignified third-tier individual sneaking into their safe zone and hiding. How could he, Xiaohai, dare to neglect if they revealed their identity? Just as he was about to order another search of other areas, several urgent notices suddenly sounded from outside the conference room. Team Leader Xiao. Special Search Team Group 6. Team Huang Xiao has found information suspected to be from a third order. Suddenly turning around, Xiaohai felt a surge of joy in his heart and shouted angrily, "Quick! Have them come up!" 10 minutes later, Xiaohai continuously flipped through the transaction records in his hand, his gaze filled with doubt. Second order awakened Yang and Yi-Chen. He could understand the former to some extent, but the latter's name felt strange. If it were in the past, a transaction record of materials from a rotten corpse forest would not have attracted their attention at all. But the timing was too sensitive. The third order had just acted in the rotten corpse forest, and these two were trading materials right after. It raised suspicions no matter how you looked at it. Especially with Yi-Chen, this name that shouldn't have appeared in the transaction records. Yi-Chen. How could this kid have materials? Muttering to himself, Xiaohai's expression was filled with suspicion. According to reason, a minor character like Yi-Chen should not be remembered at all, but the problem is that the SS-level talent of the other party left a very deep impression on him. Slowly, Xiaohai spoke as he passed on the information. "Gentlemen, what do you think? Who do you think is more suspicious?" After a moment. "Captain Xiao, based on common sense, I believe it is more likely to be this second-tier person. If that third tier really acted to obtain materials, it wouldn't be strange for him to disguise himself as a second tier. After all, being too weak is also a point of suspicion. Especially since this person's identity information is from another safe zone, not from Tianfeng. This suspicion is even greater. I suggest directly investigating Yang Yu's movements to see if he is still in Tianfeng. As long as he is, there will always be records." After his words fell, Xiaohai glanced calmly at the advisor who had given the opinion. Does anyone have other opinions? He was not very satisfied with the answer. Although normal logic suggests this, he always felt it was not that simple.
Standing to the side, an advisor hesitated to speak. Commander Xiao, I actually think Yi Chen might have a problem. First of all, his strength cannot acquire first-tier materials, it could only be given by someone else. The question is, who would give it to him? Although the materials are not worth much, for a 0-tier it is quite a significant amount, especially at such a sensitive point in time. I am wondering, is it possible that that mysterious 3rd tier took Yi Chen alone to handle the materials? As soon as the words were spoken, Huang Xiao immediately added more information. Officer Liang, I have already asked. The Xingyao Merchant Association confirmed that both individuals were trading separately that day. Of course, it is also possible that someone gave Yi Chen the materials in advance. As he spoke, Huang Xiao respectfully looked towards Xiao Hai and shared his thoughts. Commander Xiao, I suggest we take dual approaches. One is to investigate Yang Yu. The second is to investigate Yi Chen's whereabouts during this time. There are two possible sources for the materials in Yi Chen's hands, either a high-tier awakened being sees potential in him and casually throws him some resources as an investment. After all, his talent is apparent. For many private forces, investing in advance does not result in a loss. Either Yi Chen has caught the attention of that mysterious 3rd-tier awakeners, or is it possible that the other party appeared in Tianfeng just for Yi Chen? The news of an SS-level talent could attract the attention of 3rd-tier awakeners. Xiao Hai raised his head, looking quite satisfied at Huang Xiao. Indeed, he thought the same way. Yi Chen's suspicion is indeed quite significant. If there really is a 3rd tier coming for him, then we don't need to worry too much. I even hope that's the case. Although the military believes he doesn't have the potential for a 3rd tier, other 3rd-tier awakeners might not think so. After all, SS-level talents are indeed rare. It's not impossible to train him with a try-and-see attitude. With a sigh of relief, the more Xiao Hai thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. In fact, he knew some insider information about the higher-ups deliberately downplaying Yi Chen's importance. It was merely to reduce competition, as some wanted his share of resources. In fact, Yi Chen does have some value. With proper training, reaching the pinnacle of the 2nd tier would make him a capable hand. Not to mention, based on his high spiritual power, he can still exhibit decent combat effectiveness during group operations. Suddenly, in deep thought, Xiao Hai seemed to recall something. That kid once told me that there was a surge of corpses around Tianfeng. In hindsight, could it be that the awakener behind him informed him of this news? It seems that I also need to pay attention to this kid. The suspected 3rd tier behind Yi Chen cannot be underestimated, no matter what. There is a certainty in my heart. First, investigate Yang Yu. For now, don't disturb Yi Chen's backing. After all, the other party is hiding their identity, and maybe they don't want to show up. Huang Xiao, get in touch with Yi Chen. Don't say too much, just invite him over for a visit. As soon as he finished speaking, Liao Tian, who had been silent in the high ranks of Tianfeng, suddenly interjected. Commander Xiao, what if Yi Chen has no one behind him? Is it possible that he sourced the materials himself? With a flash of insight, Liao Tian also recalled the day Yi Chen conducted the impact test. That ruthless and decisive method left a deep impression on him. With a strange expression on his face, all the senior executives present couldn't help but laugh out loud, as if they had heard a great joke. Liao Tian, are you thinking too much? Yi Chen has just become an awakened, how could he possibly hunt a mutated creature by himself? Without peak 1st level strength, don't even think about it. Besides, as a mental type awakened, what combat power could he have? Do you really think that SS level talent means invincibility? Yeah, if Yi Chen could kill a 1st level mutated creature right after becoming an awakened, what would that make us? We might as well just worship him. I could only do that when I was a 2nd level. For a moment, everyone burst into laughter, and Liao Tian felt that he had foolishly spoken out of impulse. Shaking his head, Xiao Hai glanced at Liao Tian and also felt that the other party's imagination was too wild. According to what he knows, in the seed project set by the higher-ups this time, General Zhang's son Zhang Lin from the 1st sequence, another SS-level talent, has only just risen to the 1st level under the protection of many 3rd levels. Even so, this abnormal speed of leveling up is regarded as a miracle by the entire higher-ups. A mental type with no resources and no protection, is he really comparing himself? Yi Chen, if you have time, come by the military department. There's a supply you haven't picked up yet. Outside the Zhenjiang safe zone, Yi Chen looked a bit surprised at the message Huang Xiao had sent him. Still have a quota that hasn't been collected? In his impression, the B-level treatment only includes monthly credit points and standard equipment. At most, when going out to hunt mutated beings, the military department would arrange for a high level to lead the team to reduce risks. For him, these are of no use and instead come with restrictions, so he is too lazy to make the trip. Without thinking much, he casually replied to Huang Xiao that he was outside, and then Yi Chen no longer paid attention to the matter. As for Huang Xiao, he still has a good impression of him. Closing the communication, Yi Chen looked at the crowded entrance of the safe zone for a while before determining his direction. Compared to the Tianfeng safe zone, this private safe zone established by several 3rd-tier individuals has undoubtedly developed better. After all, the military managed. Safe zones are strict, and many powerful awakeners do not wish to be constrained, with quite a few choosing to go independent and become kings of their own. Living under someone else's management is far less enjoyable than being a local emperor. Crowded in the crowd.
If one overlooks the slums outside the safe zone, the inside of Zhenjiang seems to resemble a prosperous city from before the apocalypse. With traffic bustling, even the tallest corporate buildings hang advertisements for competitions to select awakeners. Trading caravans and trucks flow endlessly, while several awakeners outside the city enjoy the sun leisurely under sunshades, drinking coffee. Clear class distinctions. After 30 years of recuperation, humanity has long adapted to the post-apocalyptic world. Neither mutants attack human settlements very often, nor do the zombie hordes move from their fixed positions. Many safe zones have even eliminated their defenses, usually sending out some awakened individuals to patrol the surrounding areas. Under prolonged peace, everyone feels that disasters have come to a halt. Various mutated beasts, mutants, zombies, and dungeons are merely prey for humans to strengthen themselves. Many people even believe that this is the new world. A new world that prioritizes strength and is more beautiful. As long as you dare to work hard and have talent, you will definitely stand out. In the crowd, Yi Chen looked at the merchants negotiating the deal with a complicated expression, imagining the future workers. Although post-apocalyptic life is harsh for many, there is still hope. Everyone believes that the future will only get better. Factories are being rebuilt continuously, and the number of awakened individuals is steadily increasing. Skyscrapers are being erected once again, and farmland is being reclaimed. Compared to the time right after the apocalypse erupted, when everyone lived in constant fear, the current survivors no longer care about the monsters outside the safe zones. People are more discussing who hunted the mutated creatures to make a fortune, and which awakener was promoted to Tier 3 to become a high-ranking official. But Yi Chen knows that all of this is an illusion. All the peace and beauty are merely ephemeral flashes, like flowers cooked in fierce fire. Within a year at most, the endless army of mutated creatures will destroy all safe zones, and the hungry hordes will devour everything in sight. The human world is full of confidence, believing that the Tier 3 Legion is enough to withstand the monsters, but it is merely a droplet facing a vast ocean. Without the peak combat power of Tier 4, any Tier 3 Awakener is as fragile as a baby when facing Tier 4 monsters. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen suppressed his heavy thoughts and stopped overthinking. In this life, he will surely reverse everything. After waiting for nearly half an hour to enter the city, Yi Chen glanced helplessly at the medals on his body. The second tier has privileges and can enter the city directly. But he is wearing a rank 0 medal, so he can only wait in line slowly. He had thought about changing his medal, but it was too much trouble. Generally, changing the rank of a medal requires a test, and after the test, it must be reported to the safety zone for ranking, then reviewed and issued a special medal by the Awakener Association or military. The whole process takes at least a month back and forth, and can even take half a year at times. Though for most Awakeners, this time is nothing and well worth it. After all, a medal represents status. The significance of a second tier medal is equivalent to driving a Ferrari down the street before the apocalypse. Wherever you go, you are welcomed and flattered. Many civilians and even Awakener girls will proactively cling to you, hoping to ride on your coattails. Sleeping with a second tier is quite a prestigious affair. Various also treat them as VIPs. But for Yi Chen, with that time, he could probably reach the third tier already. Sir, would you like to buy some milk? Just as Yi Chen was looking for a task acceptance location, a timid female voice sounded behind him. He saw a woman in her 20s carrying a child on her back and holding another child in her arms, cautiously looking at him. Her hair was dry and yellow, and she smiled at Yi Chen with a flattering expression. Sir, it's all fresh milk, very nutritious. 1 credit point for 3 bags, I'm healthy. While speaking, the woman used her free left hand to tuck back the hair on her forehead and with a somewhat tired expression pointed to the gathering place in the distance, indicating that she lived there. Slightly taken aback, Yi Chen looked at the woman's pleading gaze and immediately understood her meaning. Many survivors, in order to make a living, will try every possible way to earn credit points. Breastfeeding women selling milk is something many people do. In the apocalypse, resources are scarce, and many Awakeners will buy some nutritional products or simply keep a group of young girls as cows, both to relieve boredom and to act as milk producers. No need, thank you. He gently declined. Naturally, he would not look down on these people who had crawled out from the bottom, but just as Yi Chen was about to wave his hand, a shout came from the right rear. Get out of the way. Move far away. Damn bunch of lowlifes, can't you see the road? A white SUV squeezed directly onto the sidewalk, nearly hitting the crowd. A first-tier awakened one in the car had a face full of impatience and was planning to accelerate. Noticing that the vehicle nearly hit the child behind the woman, Yi Chen's gaze turned cold, and without hesitation, he kicked and exploded a tire. Bang! In an instant, the blown-out SUV suddenly sank down, startling the awakened one in the car to stand up. Dare to make a move. Just as he was about to curse out loud, the words seemed to be forcibly stuck in his throat during eye contact, and he couldn't say anything at all. What a terrifying gaze. He shivered. In that moment, he strangely felt as if he were being targeted by some kind of monster. If it gets any louder, I will definitely die. Clearly, the opponent was at level 0, but he felt a terrifying aura from Yi Chen. Ignoring the young man who was stunned by him, Yi Chen turned around and directly supported the woman who had been scared to the ground. After glancing at the ID card hanging around the opponent's neck, he sighed and directly transferred to 20 credit points. More than that may not be a good thing for the woman. He turned and left.
After regaining her senses, the woman looked in astonishment at the beeping sound coming from her ID card. Stunned in place, she held her child tightly and glanced at Yi Chen's departing back with a hint of gratitude.
Accept the task.
In the safe zone task hall, Yi Chen waved his ID card at the receptionist, indicating that he wanted to accept a task. Standing behind the counter, a cute-looking girl could not help but steal a few more glances at him after taking the card. Having seen many burly awakeners, a pretty boy like Yi Chen was indeed a feast for the eyes.
Hello, what task would you like to accept? I recommend you accept a level C task. Faced with an attractive opposite sex, the girl couldn't help but talk more.
But just before she finished her words, she saw that Yi Chen interrupted her directly.
B-level, Ruins Battlefield.
Without any unnecessary chatter, after Yi Chen finished speaking, he looked at the girl's astonished expression and directly pressed his palm onto the testing device.
Team task, just put my name down. My strength is registered as intermediate level 2. The testing device could only measure broad tiers and not specific levels, so Yi Chen simply reported himself as intermediate level 2.
After all, his real combat strength was definitely sufficient. The planned location required a team to enter, otherwise, given his personality, he would rather solo it. As the blue light illuminated, the receptionist's eyes widened in astonishment, looking at Yi Chen as if he were a monster. So young, and not only at level 2 but also intermediate level 2.
God, am I dreaming? Even for the Zhenjiang safety zone, an intermediate level 2 is considered a big shot.
She did not doubt the high rank that Yi Chen had registered. Usually, only a crazy awakener would deliberately report a high power level, faking such things as seeking death. Suppressing her surprise, the girl swallowed hard and her eyes instantly brightened. She almost helped Yi Chen complete the registration at the fastest speed of her life, then stared at him with eyes wide open, blinking vigorously.
If girls like her had a level in attracting wealthy husbands, then Yi Chen would be an SSS level top tier catch.
Even if they just got to know each other, it would be bragging material for her and her companions.
Is there something wrong?
Yi Chen looked at the girl whose eyes were about to blink dry and asked in confusion. He felt as if the fire in her eyes was about to burst out. Nervous all over, the girl glanced around as if she were a thief and then nodded heavily, quickly shoving her card into Yi Chen's hand.
I finish work at 8 p.m. Just contact me and I'll be available.
The blatant hint left the girl's cheeks blushing and her heart was pounding wildly. Damn it, she really couldn't hold back. This was probably the boldest thing she had ever done in her life. Looking at the card in his hand, Yi Chen couldn't help but shake his head with a smile, then put it back on his body. Although the girl was very cute, he had no intention of wasting time on romance. Not wanting to hurt the girl's self-esteem, Yi Chen nodded and then turned to leave. He only wanted to level up and become stronger. Everything else was unimportant. If all goes well, he would be able to assemble the team and enter the Ruins Battlefield tomorrow.
Thinking about the blue accessory from the Ruins Battlefield, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement.
In his previous life, that equipment was quite famous.
Moreover, the Ruins Battlefield was also known for its high drop rates. Assembly point outside the Zhenjiang safe zone. Dawn mist.
Standing on a piece of weathered concrete slab, a girl with a short bow on her back kept glancing around.
Bro, why hasn't that second-tier advanced person showed up yet? Didn't we agree on 6 o'clock? I also don't know what that guy looks like. I hope he's not some old man in his 30s or 40s. Standing below the girl, a sturdy young man with a shaved head, wearing light armor, looked fondly at his sister. He should be arriving soon. How is 30 or 40 years old considered old?
Awakening individuals at that age are in their prime. By the time we reach advanced, we'll be nearly 32. When he arrives, be polite. There's no one out here to protect you.
Not at all. Aren't you supposed to protect me? Besides, as long as I mention Grandpa's name, who would dare to target us?
Looking at his sister, who was making faces at him, Chen Yong could only sigh helplessly. Although his sister had a bit of a childish nature and grew up spoiled, they were both second-tier beginners.
Just over 20.
At this age, one can already be considered a genius. 3 generations of awakened individuals in the family, and the old man is a third tier, appointed as the deputy commander of the North China War Zone, having participated in the First Zombie War with remarkable military achievements. Generally speaking, indeed, no one dares to target them. They're here. With a slight movement of his ears, Chen Yong turned to look into the distance, where a figure draped in a hunter's cloak was rapidly approaching them. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Yong couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise in his eyes as he looked at the person who was covered up tightly. Pretty quick speed, definitely above second tier. Coming straight towards them, it must be the second-tier senior who was supposed to team up with him. In just a few seconds, Yi Chen rushed up to the two. He nodded as a form of greeting and did not say anything more. Similar to him, while he was sizing up the two, the brother and sister were also observing him. Extending his hand, Chen Yong squeezed out a smile and took the lead in breaking the silence.
This friend, from now on we will be teammates. I'm Chen Yong, and this is my sister, Chen Yao.
If you're not familiar with the Ruins Battlefield, I can give you a brief introduction.
Of course, you know best. Then let's set off now.
Extending his hand, Yi Chen noticed that the two were well equipped and quickly realized that his handy teammates must come from the military or some major power.
Let's talk while we walk. I know a little, but not much.
With a calm tone, he indeed didn't know much. In his past life, he only knew that this ruin was very famous and had good stuff.
but he did not know the specifics. Your voice sounds really young. Not an old man? Also, aren't you going to introduce yourself? How impolite. With a thud, after jumping down from the concrete slab, the girl looked at Yi Chen with curiosity, as if wanting to see his face clearly. Getting very close, Chen Yao lowered her head and even wanted to reach out and pull up Yi Chen's hood to take a look. She noticed Yi Chen's hands, clean and delicate like a girl's. Little sister, don't be silly. Seeing his sister acting so frivolously, Chen Yang's expression changed urgently and he quickly called her to stop. Although they both came from very powerful backgrounds, his upbringing since childhood prevented him from looking down on anyone. Especially when teaming up outside, who knows if the other party will consider their identities. After all, Yi Chen is a second-tier advanced, while they are only beginners. She curled her lips. Chen Yao stood up indifferently, unable to help but mutter softly. Brother, I'm just curious. Besides, where do awakeners hide anyway? Aren't we supposed to verify each other's strength? I heard his voice sounded so young. What if he's not advanced? Listening to his sister, Chen Yang's gaze flickered. Although she was indeed very impolite, she made a valid point. Yi Chen's outfit is too strange, completely covered up, as if afraid that others will see his appearance. His voice sounds young, which indeed feels a bit off. Seeing that the two were suspicious of him, Yi Chen frowned. You can call me Yi Lin. If you doubt me, there's no need to team up. Facing the somewhat chattering Chen Yao, Yi Chen only felt it was very annoying. Rather than dragging it out with the other party, he'd prefer to change partners. If it weren't for the system's requirement, he would have gone solo long ago. Seeing Yi Chen's dissatisfaction, Chen Yang paused for a moment before forcing a laugh. Brother Yi Lin, you misunderstood. My sister just has this personality, so please be more understanding. Suppressing his doubts, Chen Yong hesitated for a moment and decided not to verify further. Generally, awakened ones wouldn't falsely report their strength. Moreover, he couldn't sense the aura on Yi Chen, which at least suggested that the other party's attributes were definitely not low. Firm in his belief, he simply walked ahead to introduce Yi Chen. Brother Yi. The Ruins battlefield belongs to a special event in the wild, somewhat similar to a dungeon, but it has no missions, and you can exit at any time as long as you are out of combat. It can be said that the Ruins battlefield is one of the safer types among special events. Our main enemies are large hordes of zombies and mutants. This special event repeatedly reenacts a certain period in history. It is said to be related to the battles that occurred right after the apocalypse began. Listening to Chen Yang's explanation, Yi Chen nodded slightly. Special events. Supernatural events. Meme events, which have become the three major events after the apocalypse. Special events are indescribable and are generally products of supernatural powers. Anything can occur. The supernatural event refers to the previous encounter with Li Jiping, where the enemies were supernatural entities. The meme event is a disaster that spreads through thought and typically cannot be physically eradicated, which is similar to supernatural events. Before long, the group arrived at a vast ruin. All around in the ruins, filled with broken walls and debris, many severely corroded tanks and artillery pieces were scattered across the battlefield. The entire ruin occupies a vast area, and from the breaches in the walls, which are as high as 15 meters, it is evident that a fierce battle once took place here. At a glance, the relic battlefield shrouded in a faint light curtain has a distorting space, as if it were in another world. The sounds of nearly inaudible shouts and roars can be faintly heard. Brother Yi, let's prepare to go in. Taking out his weapon, Chen Yong took a deep breath and pressed his hands against the light curtain. Although the relic battlefield is considered a relatively safe special event, it is not low in difficulty. The tension before entering made even the lively Chen Yao unable to hold back, and she closed her mouth, following behind her brother. Pressing his hands against it. B. Do you wish to enter the relic battlefield? Current difficulty, grade B. Listening to the instantly, Yi Chen chose to confirm without hesitation. Buzz. With a flash of white light, the three of them vanished from their spot. B. You have entered the relic battlefield. The event will begin in 1 minute, please get ready. With a slight sense of dizziness, Yi Chen realized he had entered the light screen. Unlike the scene they saw before entering, they were now standing on a restored city wall, and the ground beneath them was no longer filled with craters. Except for the absence of people, everything else seemed to have returned to the past. Compared to the previous ruins, it was clear that the place they were in was a massive defensive structure. Dozens of heavy artillery positions were arranged behind the walls, and the unmanned firing points were filled with heavy machine guns. Tanks that had not been destroyed were distributed like iron blocks inside and outside the city walls, and everywhere was filled with a chilling atmosphere. Brother Lin, the battle will start soon. We need to hold on for as many rounds as possible against the wave of corpses. The first few rounds will be relatively easy, but when the advanced mutants appear later, it will depend on you. But don't worry, if it really gets overwhelming, I have ways to deal with those monsters and strive to let us gain more. After entering the battlefield, Chen Yong hesitated for a moment but did not plan to hide anything, beginning to hint to Yi Chen that he had special methods as a trump card. The mechanics of the Ruins battlefield are somewhat similar to the Death Factory instance. The more rounds, the greater the rewards. His gaze slightly moved, and Yi Chen realized after listening that the special methods mentioned by the other party must be those he had heard of in his previous life. After various confidential information from the previous life was made public, there was a particular item regarding the Ruins battlefield.
It was said that if one could not hold on any longer in the ruins battlefield, they could awaken the fallen soldiers within the battlefield using specific words to assist in combat. Although the awakening lasts for a short time, enduring an entire round is not a problem. Thus, a strategy emerged: first rely on oneself to endure a few rounds, hold on for as long as possible, and if one really could not hold on any longer, awaken the soldiers to maximize the benefit. Seeing that Ji Chen did not seem to react after hearing this, Chen Yao beside him appeared somewhat displeased.
Hey, you with the surname Yi.
This method is quite valuable.
After this ends, you must not tell anyone else. At that time, we'll gain 55 points. But don't worry, you'll understand how important my brother's methods are. Glancing casually at Chen Yao, Yi Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with her.
He could see that this woman was used to being pampered, acting like a young lady. However, from this young lady's perspective, this secret was indeed important, even highly valuable, known only to some major powers. If it weren't for the near collapse of the Huaxia battle zone in his past life, this secret would probably have remained hidden.
Chen Yao. Calling out to his sister gently, Chen Yong glanced at Yi Chen with a. Although he acted as if he was scolding Chen Yao to be more polite, he thought the same way. Brother Yi, my sister isn't very sensible.
But I still hope you can keep this news confidential. After all, it's better for fewer people to know. After saying that, Chen Yong noticed Yi Chen slightly nodding and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at the nearly disappearing shield, he simply tightened his grip on the giant axe in his hand.
Brother Yi, I am of the strength type. I noticed that you seem to have two dual-wield weapons under your cloak. Are they swords?
Later, we'll handle the mutated beings while my sister takes care of the zombies and also supports us. Entering combat mode, although Chen Yao had a proud personality, she stopped throwing a tantrum when facing an enemy. She swiftly notched an arrow on her bow, indicating that she was ready to support the two at any time. Agility type can fight from both near and far. Drawing out two white twin swords from under the cloak, Yi Chen quietly replied, casually impersonating the most common skirmisher.
With a full set of
high-quality equipment, although he couldn't compare to a second-tier high-level agility specialist, pretending to be one or two was still not a problem.
Without a hint of suspicion. After noticing the two white weapons in Yi Chen's hand, Chen Yong silently assessed Yi Chen's combat capabilities.
The duelist is not exactly a profession, but rather represents someone skilled in mobile warfare, capable of using various tactics. Among the non-affiliated awakeners, it is one
of the most common types.
They possess strong survival abilities and have no obvious weaknesses. However, correspondingly, their actual combat power tends to be quite average.
With two white weapons, it seems this second-level advanced individual is also just getting by. Just as Chen Yong was pondering this, the countdown approached its final moments. 9, 7, 2, battle start. Roar! In an instant, as the white protective shield vanished, a black tide appeared at the distant edge of the plain like an illusion. Among the
black tide of corpses, four towering first-level mutated creatures rushed forward like iron towers, charging alongside the wave of undead. At the same time as the monsters generated, Chen Yao, standing atop a high wall, quickly drew her bow with her right hand like a phantom. Swish, 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 swish. Rapid fire. In just a breath, the arrow rain, lined up in a row, shot out like a deluge. The blue light flickered at the waist, and the quiver that seemed to hold only 7 or 8 arrows appeared endless, continuously generating new arrows for rapid shooting. At a glance, it was obviously a piece of blue equipment. The firepower was quite fierce and had some strength. It was not just for show. After glancing at the girl who acted first, Yi Chen thought no more and directly jumped down the city wall with Chen Yong, speeding towards the zombie tide. The zombies were ferocious, with hundreds of them mixed together, emanating a foul odor. Whoosh! 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 The sound of arrows breaking through the air. The moment they came into contact with the zombie tide, almost before the two could act, the barrage of arrows shooting from behind shattered the nearest zombie like a large caliber
sniper rifle.
The subsequent arrows pierced through 4 or 5 zombies in a line, instantly sending them flying backward like a string of beads under massive force. In just the blink of an eye, the zombies in front of Yi Chen were cleared away, directly exposing the mutated body in the center of the corpse group in front of him.
This saved him a lot of effort. After casually commenting, Yi Chen did not waste time.
He held his sword with both hands and accelerated. With a sudden forward leap, he directly stomped on the nearest zombie's head, using the opponent's spine as a stepping board to jump up and dash forward again. His body moved like a swimming fish. His form left behind after images, and in an instant, he rushed in front of the mutated steel tower.
Dual swords slashed.
The sword lights crisscrossed, and at 3 meters in the air, an X-shaped sword shadow directly pierced through the mutated steel tower that was about to swing its fist. The sword body was followed by a line of blood, as if there was nothing there. Under the tremendous force, the monster's tough exterior, which could resist small-caliber bullets, was as fragile as white paper under Yi Chen's sword, easily broken. Without any pause, after easily slaying the first mutated creature, Yi Chen suddenly exerted force, and his whole body shot out like a sharp arrow.
Bang! With a step down.
Using the dead mutated creature as a stepping stone, with a sound of bone crushing that made one's teeth ache, he instantly shattered the opponent's shoulder.
Launching forward using the momentum.
Swirling through the air, he arrived before the second mutated creature in the blink of an eye. The right sword swung down violently. With a fierce shriek accompanying it, the sword shadow sliced out like a laser cutting through. Seeing the steel tower mutated creature just about to reach out, it froze stiffly in place before its hand could extend halfway. At a glance, a perfectly smooth severed line appeared on its forehead, slanting down towards its chest.
Bang bang bang.
In just a breath, there were 3 consecutive sounds of it crashing to the ground. As Yi Chen landed, the 2 metallic-looking steel tower mutants split into 2 halves and slowly crashed to the ground.
The battle is over.
After Yi Chen casually shook off the bloodstains from his sword, a loud crashing sound echoed as well. Glancing to his left, he raised an eyebrow and noticed that Chen Yong had also dealt with the monster.
Chen Yong was seen bending over, effortlessly pulling out his giant axe from the crushed corpse. Noticing Yi Chen looking at him, he broke into a smile, and with a casual flick of his shiny bald head, he seemed to be enjoying the thrill brought by the battle. Strength. Not bad.
With the battle over, both of them evaluated each other in their hearts almost simultaneously.
Battle downtime. During the 3-minute break, the two stood at the monster spawn point, waiting for the next wave of attack.
The previous rounds of attack were simple and posed no pressure, so both of them didn't expend much stamina.
Bang! Flames erupted.
During the break, Chen Yong casually stepped on a zombie's head and habitually lit a cigarette for himself. After taking a satisfying deep puff, he carefully took out another one and handed it to Yi Chen.
Brother Yi, do you smoke? Special supply from the military district.
With a smile, he offered a lighter. After the apocalypse, supplies are scarce, although it's much better than before the apocalypse. Planting tobacco on land is still a luxury.
Generally speaking, only
major powers and the military grow it in small quantities for high-level officials. Even though Chen Yong is the grandson of a general, he doesn't have much quota. Looking up, Yi Chen was slightly surprised and, after hesitating for a moment, took the cigarette marked as a special supply. Although he hadn't smoked much in his previous life, he had come into contact with it during the last few months. He learned this under the encouragement of several old generals. According to those old men, cigarettes are the spiritual nourishment of men. I remember several old men mentioned their regrets before dying, saying that the cigarettes rolled by the military were like newspapers, but it was a shame they could never smoke Lihuan in this lifetime.
Snap.
The lighter ignited, and after exhaling a puff of smoke, the relationship between the two seemed to have grown much closer.
For men, getting to know each other is just a matter of sharing a cigarette.
Noticing the words special supply, Yi Chen also realized that the Chen Yong in front of him must be a descendant of some high-ranking military figure. It was only after Yi Chen lowered his mask that a look of astonishment suddenly flashed in Chen Yong's eyes.
Brother Yi, you look so young.
In his eyes, Yi Chen clearly looked only 18 or 19 years old, appearing even younger than him.
It's important to note that at his age, becoming a second tier was considered talented.
Although his family had great power, all of his strength had been gained through numerous life and death experiences to reach this point. Many times, both he and his sister took pride in their advancement speed. Unlike certain second-generation individuals who just eat and wait to die, they could be said to have never slackened even for a day. But looking at Yi Chen's face, he couldn't help but feel a bit surprised.
Could it be that the young man in front of him is the descendant of some top-tier expert? One who is also out here making a name for himself like him? What kind of talent and bloodline does it take to level up this fast?
Noticing Chen Yong's surprise, Yi Chen frowned slightly and casually explained.
Makes me look young. The next wave is coming.
Before Chen Yong could think any further, a series of swaying phantoms suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield where they stood, instantly transforming into solid forms.
Whoosh! Bang! Bathed in blood.
After wielding a giant axe to slay a wailing female demon that rushed up to him, Chen Yong gasped for breath in a somewhat messy state. Bathed in blood, he was almost buried under piles of dead bodies that had been hacked to pieces around him. After glancing at the blood wolf behind him that had been shot and exploded by a dagger, he couldn't help but feel a wave of dread. Just a second ago, while he was fighting a second-tier monster, he was suddenly attacked from behind by another mutated creature.
With no way to dodge.
Just as he was preparing for serious injury, he was surprised to see a flash of silver cut through the corpses and directly eliminate the enemy behind him. Watching the daggers darting around Yi Chen like silver fish, he was astonished. In his eyes, Yi Chen at that moment resembled an efficient killing machine, wielding dual swords to massacre the surrounding zombies as if mowing grass, with the constantly moving daggers ensuring that any mutated creature that rushed beside him would be killed with a single blow. Compared to his laborious struggle and battle, Yi Chen fought like an art form, precise and efficient.
Such powerful skills? Such strong combat techniques.
Puff! As the silver light flashed once more, piercing through the last female monster, the battle came to a complete end. Taking a light breath, Yi Chen looked at the somewhat surprised Chen Yong, realizing that his telekinetic ability had drawn the other's attention.
Flowing Light Dagger, a continuous skill, is effective against early-stage second-level enemies. It can't achieve instant kills against stronger mutated creatures. Casually coming up with a skill name, Yi Chen didn't intend to explain further. Flowing Light Dagger? Is it some kind of ranged skill? A jolt ran through Chen Yong's heart. Although he didn't quite understand Yi Chen's seemingly void-controlling ability, he didn't think much of it. While the skill sounded unfamiliar, there were plenty of skills in this world, so it was normal for him not to know. However, looking at the mutated creature corpses at Yi Chen's feet, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart.
At first, he thought Yi Chen could only be considered a decent second-level fighter, but after a few rounds of battle, he realized that Yi Chen's strength and agility were not particularly high, barely meeting the qualifications of an advanced second-level fighter. But with the emergence of the dagger-controlling ability, Yi Chen's displayed combat power doubled instantly. This level of strength can be considered quite good among high-tier second-level experts. So young, although Yi Chen claims to only appear young, his age certainly can't be too large. With combat skills so superb, he is suspected to be a lone awakened one. With a glint in his eyes, Chen Yong repeatedly thanked Yi Chen for his earlier assistance and couldn't help but sincerely say, "Brother Yi, I see you haven't joined any forces. If you're alone, how about coming back to the military district with me after this battlefield ends? I'm very sorry for not introducing myself earlier. I am actually Chen Yong, the grandson of Chen Kailai, the deputy commander of the North China War Zone." A rising desire to recruit. Chen Yong looked at Yi Chen with great interest, feeling a strong impulse to bring him under his command. As long as Yi Chen is a lone wolf, he is confident he can offer conditions that the other party cannot refuse. As a descendant of the higher-ups, he naturally understands the importance of talent from a young age. So young, yet so outstanding in strength and skills. If I could recruit him, he would definitely become the core of my team. Don't be fooled by the fact that he is the grandson of the deputy commander. He also needs to build his own army amidst the power struggles of the high-ranking officials. Realizing Chen Yong's intention to recruit, Yi Chen slightly shook his head. "Sorry, I'm used to being alone." Although Chen Yong's identity sounds like that of a top figure to outsiders, and 9 out of 10 second-tier survivors would be tempted. But for Yi Chen, he didn't really care. In the last year of his past life, he had seen all sorts of big figures. By the last month before the collapse, the entire Huaxia war zone had simply handed over the command of the 3 armies to him. Chen Kailai? Never heard of him. A deputy commander of a war zone is probably only at the intermediate 3rd tier, not even qualified to be directly commanded by him. It's worth noting that in the final moments, he had over 100 3rd tier generals under his command, all of them high-level 3rd tier, each of them at the rank of general. Stunned for a moment after seeing Yi Chen decisively refuse him, Chen Yong couldn't help but speak urgently. "Brother Yi, there's no rush to refuse after you've heard me out. Although my grandfather is the deputy commander, my father is also a tier 3 and appointed as the leader of Safety Zone 191. As long as you're willing to join us, I can promise you a starting position at the regiment level with a monthly salary of 3,000 credit points. I'll personally add another 1,000 on the side. After joining, I will apply for a blue weapon for you for free. Your family can also join the military service. Once I take over the safety zone, it's also possible for you to become my deputy." Having said that, Chen Yong looked at Yi Chen with an expectant expression. He asked himself if the conditions he had offered were indeed generous, they could even be considered excessive. 4,000 a month, a free blue weapon upon joining, and safety guaranteed for the whole family with just one person joining. These conditions would definitely make countless awakened ones fight for the opportunity. Not to mention the subsequent benefits, which were bound to be bright prospects. Of course, he also valued Yi Chen's potential, which is why he was willing to offer such conditions. But as before, Yi Chen looked at that sincere face and still slightly shook his head, indicating that he wasn't considering the matter. If Chen Yong could offer 1 million points a month, he might consider sticking around for 2 or 3 months. But even if he sold Chen Yong's entire family, it probably wouldn't be worth that much. With a stiff expression, Chen Yong looked at Yi Chen, who showed no signs of being moved, feeling a wave of incredulity. However, just as he was about to try to persuade him again, Chen Lan's anxious voice suddenly came from behind. "Brother, are you okay?" The girl carrying a longbow rushed over with a worried look in her eyes. Although she saw from a distance that her brother seemed to be uninjured, she also noticed the scene of Chen Yong being ambushed just now. In her concern, she just couldn't help but come over to check on him. Yet amidst her worry, she also had some doubts. On her way over, she had heard about her brother trying to recruit this guy. In her perception, although Yi Chen performed well, being a high-level second stage, there are plenty in the military district, it's not worth her brother paying such a high price. After seeing that Chen Yong was mostly unscathed, she shot an annoyed glance at Yi Chen. "Bro, if he doesn't agree, then forget it. It makes it seem like we're begging him. Hey, you Yi guy, don't think just because you're a high-level second stage that you're impressive. I know a ton of second stage peaks." Hearing his sister speak so arrogantly, Chen Yong's expression darkened. It's normal for his little sister not to realize Yi Chen's value. After all, Chen Lan engages in long-distance combat and has rarely faced mutated beings directly, so she naturally cannot see how impressive Yi Chen's skills and reactions during the battle were. Unlike her, he interacts with mutated beings every day and can naturally see that Yi Chen's combat style is definitely honed through life and death experiences. Being able to help teammates out of trouble during the battle means that Yi Chen still had energy left in the previous fight. Even amidst the chaos, he had the presence of mind to observe the entire situation. Sighing, he felt he couldn't really scold his little sister. Glancing at the countdown for the 4th round, Chen Yong simply suppressed his urge to persuade her, opting to wait until the end of this round to talk to Yi Chen. Letting such a talent go, he felt truly unwilling. "Brother Yi, we need to return to the defensive position now. The mutated beings that will appear shortly will be at least peak second tier, and there will be no time for rest afterwards, the attacks will be continuous."
Speaking rapidly, Chen Yong pointed towards the back. Next, we will directly awaken the soldiers involved in this event. The monsters will prioritize killing them, and we will take the opportunity to act. Listening to Chen Yong's explanation, Yi Chen nodded, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. While he knew he could awaken the soldiers' phantoms, he didn't fully understand how it worked. However, he didn't plan to awaken the soldiers this round. Instead, he intended to wait a bit longer. According to the information passed down from the previous life, the awakened soldiers can fight continuously during the duration, and the effect is excellent. For Yi Chen, he could completely eliminate the second-tier enemies by himself later. It's not too late to awaken them at the last moment. After all, his goal is the subsequent high-difficulty third-tier enemies, as well as that blue equipment that appears after awakening the soldiers. On the city wall, Chen Yong looked at Yi Chen with some surprise. Brother Yi? Do you mean we should hold on a little longer? Exactly. Anyway, as you said, it doesn't matter when to awaken them, the longer we wait, the greater the reward. With a casual explanation, Yi Chen silently looked at the two SSS-level sword techniques in his skill panel. Glimpse of the Void, Dimensional Slash. Both are off cooldown, but he plans to first use Glimpse of the Void and keep Dimensional Slash as a trump card. Although the Chen siblings seem decent and unlikely to make a move against him, Yi Chen still prefers to always have a backup plan and stay cautious at all times. Seeing Yi Chen's insistence, Chen Yong hesitated for a moment before deciding to follow suit. Although the combined strength of the three was not enough to kill the upcoming monster army, holding on for a while was not a problem. When the moment of danger truly arrives, awakening the soldiers would only take an instant. As the 3-minute countdown quickly ticked away, familiar phantoms soon reappeared on the distant horizon. Not only that, but the sky within the ruins battlefield also suddenly darkened. Dark clouds slowly gathered, as if they were back to the day when this defensive line resisted the tide of corpses. Feeling the increasingly heavy atmosphere, Chen Yong instinctively turned to Yi Chen and said, "Brother Yi, I heard my father say that this battlefield ruin is more than 50 years old. This defensive line was the last barrier that blocked the northward tide of corpses. At that time, the Zhenjiang military district mobilized the entire Huanzhong troops to guard here just to allow the survivors of the North China theater to evacuate. At that time, there weren't many awakened. Most of the soldiers on the front line were ordinary people. I heard that battle." His eyes revealed memories. Chen Yong recalled how Chen Kai told him this history. His dim yet sorrowful gaze made him involuntarily lower his voice. It was tragic. Very tragic. As the dark clouds gathered, the atmosphere on the battlefield grew increasingly heavy. Hints of rumbling thunder echoed in the clouds, and the raindrops fell like the drumbeats before a great battle, falling down densely. Facing the vast battlefield, the three couldn't help but feel a sense of insignificance rising in their hearts. Chen Yong couldn't help but grip the giant axe in his hand tightly, his muscles tensed all over. Next to him, Chen Yao tightly pressed her lips together, her left hand constantly rummaging through her quiver, as if only this could ease the oppression in her heart. It's coming. As the first lightning streaked across the dark clouds, illuminating the sky, Yi Chen couldn't help but quietly remain, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon. In an instant, on the horizon piled high with numerous corpses, a black wave surged suddenly, as if ink were eroding rice paper, pushing towards the defense line. A tide of corpses, a true tide of corpses. Not the previous few hundred or thousand, not a sea of zombies that one could see the end of at a glance. The number was incalculable, the black tide of corpses occupying the entire horizon, like an endless ocean, instantly filling the entire field of vision. The earth seemed to tremble. Under the dim sky, those pairs of crimson eyes resembled hungry ghosts from hell, densely packed together without a single gap in sight, as if forming a wall made of bodies. The advancing speed of the corpse tide is far quicker than they had imagined. With the surge of countless zombies, enormous mutated bodies began to appear. 1, 2, 6, 2, too many. The fingertips turned pale from the tight grip. Even before engaging in battle, Chen Yong, standing on the city wall, couldn't help but glance at Yi Chen, his usually calm face showing a hint of panic. 3 second-level intermediate, 2 advanced, and 1 peak second-level. However, the initial wave of mutated troops brought him immense pressure. If the two waited at the refresh point like before, they would likely be overwhelmed by the horde of monsters in an instant, leaving not even bones behind. Brother Yi, do we really need to hold on? I don't think we can hold on. Instantly feeling like retreating. One advanced being is enough to make them struggle, let alone other monsters. For a moment, Chen Yong regretted agreeing to Yi Chen. He had thought about how terrifying a real zombie tide could be. But imagining it and facing it in reality are two completely different feelings. Even though he had been tempered in the army since childhood and participated in many missions to clear out zombie hordes, the number of zombies he faced back then was far from comparable to what he was facing now. Endless. Especially since he knew this was just the beginning, and the army of monsters that would appear later would be even greater. A deep sense of powerlessness filled his heart. Even standing on the restored high wall, he still felt as if the three of them were like a small boat in the ocean, on the verge of capsizing at any moment. Hold on for a moment, I have confidence. Without much explanation, Yi Chen spoke calmly. Compared to the two who were struggling under the visibly immense pressure, he remained much more composed. Not because he possessed SSS-level sword skills, but because he had witnessed such scenes far too many times in his previous life. Brother, don't pay attention to him.
Hearing Yi Chen's reply, the extremely tense Chen Yao anxiously spoke up, her beautiful face filled with panic.
Once the monster reaches the city wall, we'll awaken the soldiers. If it really charges over, he won't be able to block it at all. What was said is not wrong. Awakeners are inherently unable to defeat mutated beings of the same level. In Chen Yao's view, Yi Chen's greatness is merely in holding off a high-level monster. Once the remaining mutated beings charge over, the two of them could be in mortal danger at any moment. They said they would be safe after awakening the soldiers, but they were only hearing rumors. What if they were even just a few seconds late? They would be reduced to bones. Roar!
A flash of lightning illuminated the gigantic mutated being at the forefront.
The thunder roared loudly.
Under the sudden burst of light, the second-tier high-level mutated being at the front let out a furious roar, its pale white skin writhing, and its four thick arms spread out like a cross as it charged forward.
Boom! 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 Galloping faster.
Under the giant feet taking big strides, clusters of zombies were crushed into meat pulp.
As the leading four-armed mutant charged forward, the following five also accelerated. Like an unstoppable small mountain, they collided head-on.
On the city wall, Yi Chen tightly gripped his double swords, allowing the fine rain to pour down on him. His brain calculated rapidly, constantly tracking the charging route of the mutant.
Approaching the city wall. Once they gather near the city wall, I will strike and take them out in one hit.
The mutants, which seemed incredibly dangerous to outsiders, were for him mere walking experience.
However, killing just 6 was not enough. He licked his lips. Yi Chen quickly rehearsed how long he could delay.
Under the same second-tier conditions, killing mutants of the same level came without any experience bonus. He actually hoped to drag it out until the next peak second-tier or even the third-tier appeared. After all, under the shifting light of the heavenly gap, anyone could be killed in an instant.
The only thing he needed to pay attention to was the angle. Whoosh!
The sound of the arrow pierced the air. Unable to withstand the pressure, Chen Yao, standing at the shooting point, hurriedly pulled back her arrow, and the rain of arrows in her hand shot towards the tide of corpses like a torrent. With a green light swirling around her hands, the rain of arrows she held instantly spread out, with each arrow splitting into 6 or 7 short arrows after being shot. With her bow drawn and arrows released at high speed, she appeared as a cannon, killing dozens of zombies with each shot. However, unlike before, when she could easily clear an area, her attacks seemed futile in front of the massive zombie army. Often, before she could clear even a small space, the subsequent zombies would quickly fill in the gaps. Her small face turned pale. Chen Yao even felt that they didn't need to worry about mutated bodies approaching, just these zombies could drown them.
Brother Yi.
Tensed all over, Chen Yao looked at the mutated body charging towards him and felt his palms sweating.
There's no way to fight back.
With so many mutated bodies attacking, for him to engage in close combat is just asking for death. He frequently turned to look at Yi Chen, only to be astonished to find that Yi Chen hadn't even summoned his dagger but was simply standing still as if waiting for something.
Bang bang bang, bang.
The drum-like sound of footsteps drew closer and, seeing that the mutated bodies were about to rush in front of him, Chen Yong finally couldn't help but urge again.
Brother Yi, we shouldn't stall any longer. There are too many of them this round.
As soon as he finished speaking, a one-eyed mutated body in the distance suddenly generated a massive boulder, with arms as thick as stone pillars suddenly smashing the boulder towards the city wall.
Boom! Like a cannonball, the city wall was blasted and shattered by half a meter, and the flying debris shot out in all directions like bullets. Chen Yon, hastily dodging the boulder, turned pale.
Just as he was about to stop delaying, Yi Chen, who had remained motionless, suddenly charged towards the right city wall.
Drag it here! A loud roar.
Saying that Yi Chen was still unwilling to give up, Chen Yong's eyes filled with anxiety and he just waited to catch up with the top of his head. However, looking at the mutated creature that was already close to the city wall, he felt his hands and feet trembling.
No, what's the point of dragging it out any longer? With so many mutated creatures rushing up together, they are just waiting to die. Once the city wall is broken, the zombies pouring in will immediately encircle them. If any accidents happen then.
In just a few seconds, the two siblings felt as if they were dancing on the tip of a knife.
Not long after rushing out with Yi Chen, the girl could no longer hold back and spoke out. Brother, we can't drag it out any longer. Listening to him will get us killed. Boom!
After rolling to dodge the heavy hammer of a mutated creature, Chen Yong could no longer care about anything else.
It's too dangerous. It's really too dangerous. What's the use of running to the other side?
Just as he was about to wake the soldiers, Yi Chen, who had been rushing to the right, suddenly turned around as if adjusting his angle and suddenly soared into the air before the two. From a high altitude, Yi Chen surprisingly formed a straight line with the 6 mutated creatures.
What is he trying to do?
Lost in brief confusion, the brother and sister stared in shock at Yi Chen, who had suddenly stopped, completely unable to understand his intentions. In the next moment, a magnificent silver light provided the answer.
The gap in the sky flows with light.
The dark clouds were pierced, and time seemed to stand still. All of a sudden, the descending silver sword energy seemed to pierce through the heavens and the earth, and in an instant, a terrifying aura descended.
A single sword strike.
The extreme power of an invisible blade suddenly penetrated the mutated creature in a straight line, ultimately dissipating slowly 100 meters away. The 6 mutated creatures, which were originally rushing at high speed, bizarrely came to a stop in place. Moments later, under enormous inertia, a line of blood suddenly appeared. With his whole body stiff, Chen Yong, who had just rolled up, stared in shock at Yi Chen, who fell back to the ground. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to be frozen to the core of his soul. Even though that sword was not aimed at him, just the aura that emanated made him feel as if he had walked through the gates of hell. Similarly, the bow-wielding girl Chen Yao seemed to short-circuit in her brain, staring blankly with her mouth agape. Being deeply favored by Chen Kailai, she naturally sensed that the sword just now could only be executed by someone at the 3rd level. Snap snap. The 6 mutated bodies close to the city wall split open like building blocks and slowly fell into the tide of corpses. The sound of heavy objects falling startled the 2 people who were in shock. Coming back to his senses, he swallowed hard. With a look of disbelief, Chen Yong stared at Yi Chen, his voice trembling. You are at the intermediate 3rd level. His face felt flushed with heat. God bless, just a few minutes ago he was still confidently trying to recruit Yi Chen to be his subordinate. Yet, the slap in the face came so quickly that he was somewhat dazed. A minimum of a 3rd-tier intermediate top powerhouse, an existence on par with his grandfather. He had foolishly suggested that this person follow him? It hurts, it really hurts so much. In that instant, he finally understood why Yi Chen had so decisively rejected him. Turns out he was actually a big fool. Withdraw first. Noticing the shock in the 2, Yi Chen quickly glanced at the next batch of mutated bodies that would soon refresh in the distance, deciding to buy some more time. Although he might not strike again, according to the information revealed in his past life, the awakened soldiers were invincible during their duration. The longer he could delay, the better the evaluation would naturally be. Not far away, after hearing Yi Chen's instructions, the Chen siblings rushed over, no longer mentioning their previous plans. Although it doesn't make sense why a mid-level 3rd tier would hide their strength to come here, neither of them dared to doubt it for a moment. The one who was killed wasn't a 3rd tier, but that sword strike, not even his grandfather might have been able to deliver. The expression mixed embarrassment with excitement. Following behind Yi Chen, even the usually proud Chen Yao seemed like a startled little chick, lowering her head and not daring to speak. In front of other awakeners, she could still throw a little tantrum, and everyone would give her some leeway. But in front of a top-tier existence like Yi Chen, she didn't dare to act up at all. Strength represents everything. The importance of the 3rd tier is too high. Even if Yi Chen were to slap her on the ground, she could only present her left cheek and then her right, enduring any grievances she had to bear. Yes, she is the granddaughter of Chen Kailai, but there are more descendants of Chen Kailai than just her. Unless in extreme situations, no 3rd tier would be willing to offend their peers. Especially since Yi Chen appeared a bit too frighteningly young. With excitement in his heart, Chen Yong quickly searched his mind for top-tier powerhouses with the surname Yi. Logically speaking, warriors of this level are usually very famous, each being a leader in their own right. Yet, no matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't find a suitable match. Forget it, it doesn't matter. With a 3rd-tier hegemony leading in this relic battlefield, it felt like hitting the jackpot. He just needed to hold on tight. As he thoughtfully recalled if there was anything inappropriate he'd done besides seeking connections, Chen Yong's mind was filled with how to get close to Yi Chen after the incident. Damn it, if I can build a good relationship with this big shot, won't the family conflicts be easily resolved? Who could compete with him for the next leader? Running at full speed. The defensive line was long, but under Yi Chen's full sprint, it reached its end in less than half a minute. A pile of corpses had already gathered at the foot of the city, but it posed no immediate threat. Constantly observing the location of the mutated bodies in the distance, Yi Chen rehearsed his retreat route while searching for the spot where the blue equipment was buried. According to his memories from his previous life, that piece of equipment should appear in a trench behind the wall after the soldiers wake up. Unlike conventional modern defensive structures faced with the enemy of zombies, the entire defense line not only has walls at the outermost perimeter but also has dug countless trenches inside to slow down the movement of the zombie tide. It can be said that the whole position is composed of various lines of defense that form a meat grinder, striving to delay the zombie wave until the last second. Lord Yi Lin. 2 peak stage 2nd-tier mutants are approaching. These 2 are very fast. What should we do? More than a minute passed and Chen Yong looked at the charging mutants, unable to help but ask. Unlike the previous tension, this time he was somewhat relaxed. Anyway, with a 3rd tier here, all I need to do is follow behind and shout a few times. It's fine to cling to a strong thigh. However, to his surprise, after a quick glance at the mutated creatures, Yi Chen directly spoke up. Awaken the soldiers. We'll retreat inside. Ha! A slight pause. Weren't we supposed to delay further? Why not delay anymore? From Yi Chen's tone, it seems he doesn't want to take action. Although the 2 peak 2nd-tier mutants are troublesome, wouldn't they not be a problem for a mid-level 3rd tier? A single strike could take them out, right? With doubts in his heart, Chen Yong looked on with suspicion. As they retreated inside following Yi Chen, Chen Yao beside him seemed to think of something and couldn't help but whisper. Bro, could it be that he is not a 3rd tier? Did we misjudge? Or could it be that he just used some disposable item? Otherwise, why doesn't he take action? Chen Yong was momentarily stunned, and given Yi Chen's unusually young appearance, he couldn't help but somewhat accept his sister's speculation. Could it be possible? I have never heard of such a young tier 3 intermediate. Considering various doubts, Chen Yao's guess is not without reason. But even in doubt, he did not dare to ask more. Stop guessing. Even if he is not tier 3, he is still tier 2 advanced. Whatever he says, we will do it. After hastily admonishing Chen Yao, Chen Yong said no more. As he watched the mutated beings fiercely attacking the city wall, he decided to follow Yi Chen's request and prepare to awaken the soldiers. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yong spoke some clumsy words, continuously shouting loudly at the city wall.
Ma Rans! Ma Rans! Ma Rans!
As if responding to some command, in the next moment, a large number of soldiers in military uniforms suddenly appeared within the entire defensive position.
Noisy and solid.
Like being in a 3D projection, Yi Chen's gaze locked in surprise, watching the soldiers run past him. It seemed like out of nowhere, squads of soldiers either carrying machine guns or transporting shells rushed up the high wall, and their deafening roars echoed throughout the entire defense line.
Prepare for battle. Hold the defense line.
1st Artillery Regiment, prepare to fire.
Kill them.
As the battle commenced, just like the information learned from a previous life, the mutated beings that charged near the high wall instantly focused their attention on the soldiers. After awakening the soldier phantoms, Chen Yong let out a long breath, his expression full of ease. He walked to Yi Chen's side, quite emotional. Lord Yilin, from here on out, we can just watch the show.
As long as we shout MARANZ, this group of soldiers will fight for us. They can't see us, just like NPCs in a dungeon, and will keep attacking the corpse tide. However, they won't last long. Probably after wiping out the first batch in front, they will disappear. By then, we'll have to make a quick exit.
His gaze flickered.
Ma Rans?
Yi Chen knew this command, but he didn't know exactly what it meant. However, it seemed useful indeed. With the appearance of the soldiers, the three seemed to have returned to history, watching the battle as observers. The smoke of gunpowder filled the air, and the howling shells continuously whizzed overhead, exploding among the horde of corpses.
You all stay here. Come to his senses, Yi Chen casually dropped a sentence before directly searching for equipment along the inner city defense line.
Based on his will attribute, which was higher than both of theirs, he barely sensed the approximate range.
Push forward. Everyone push forward. A deafening explosion roared as commands were handed down through dispatchers.
Whenever the machine gunners at the shooting ports were literally shaken to death by the shockwaves, the soldiers waiting at the back quickly took their places. The young soldiers,
after taking the scorching machine guns, roared and opened fire.
Under the relentless assault of the zombies, the horde quickly piled up like a human ladder at the foot of the city. Unable to clear the zombie ladder in time, the swarming zombies reached out their decaying hands and dragged down the nearest soldier. Amid the screams, they were devoured. The battle was brutal, and soon the first line of defense was on the verge of collapse.
Watching the zombies surge over the wall, everyone had bloodshot eyes.
Having fought to this point, they had long forgotten what fear was.
With no retreat left, the last line of defense lay beneath their feet.
With no time to reload, many soldiers simply drew their daggers and fought the monsters with their teeth, hands, and anything that could be used.
Awaken squad, push forward. Do not let those monsters breach the walls.
At the back end of the defense line, the squad commanders who were supposed to stay in command were intently watching the several approaching giant mutants. Seeing their soldiers fall one after another, many officers, filled with rage and grief, charged forward themselves, trying to block the widening gap. Once these mutated beings approach the city walls, they can cause tremendous casualties. With a sweep of their giant hands, large groups of soldiers will be turned into a puddle of flesh. Lives seem like mere numbers, quickly consumed on this battlefield.
Boom! Boom boom! Human strength has its limits. Despite continuous attacks, the defense line is still being breached, creating gaps.
Withstanding the rain of bullets and cannon fire, the mutated beings on the wall are devouring the surrounding warriors.
With no awakeners to stop them, humanity appears as fragile as food. Kill! As if rushing to their deaths, the awakeners in the rear roar as they charge at the monsters. In Yi Chen's eyes, these awakeners, most of whom are only first tier and at most low-level second tier, resemble moths flying to a flame, recklessly attacking without fear of death. Bang! 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 Blood mist erupted. However, often before they could even reach the front, the fastest warriors didn't even have time to attack before being directly blasted apart by the mutated beings. There were no heroic acts of single-handed rescues like in the movies. No matter how brave a warrior was, in the face of brutal reality, they could only die silently. Relying on the path paved with the lives of their teammates, the low-tier awakened soldiers, divided into small teams of dozens, seized the opportunity to madly climb onto the mutated beings, attacking desperately like ants, attempting to use sheer numbers to overwhelm these monsters. One batch dies, another batch comes up. During Yi Chen's search for equipment, he unexpectedly discovered that these awakened soldiers could resurrect from the camp each time they died. Like an endless stream of ants,
they rejoined the battle. With the ability to respawn, the awakened soldiers' projections actually managed to withstand the onslaught of the zombie tide with their flesh and blood. The continuously resurrected warriors and the endless zombies turned the battlefield into a grinding mill of flesh and blood, mutually slaughtering each other. After a moment of emotion regarding the unique battlefield of the ruins, Yi Chen quickly sensed a subtle system fluctuation thanks to his high spiritual power.
This must be it. However, his emotions seemed to be affected by this tragic battle, and he couldn't help but look back at the soldiers who were still fighting fiercely. A heaviness filled his heart. Compared to his experiences in his previous life, this defensive battle from decades ago was undoubtedly even more brutal. In the final moments of the Huaxia war zone, there were still batches of third-tier awakened ones, but now it was purely a group of ordinary people sacrificing their lives to fill the gap, trading lives for time. Taking a deep breath, Yi-Chen turned back and stopped thinking too much, just quickly searching in the trench. A few seconds later, his eyes brightened. He finally found the necklace in a dirt pit. However, as he picked up the necklace, he was surprised to discover that below the soil, there was a thin notebook bound like letter paper buried inside. What is this? Instinctively opening it, a few lines of neatly written characters on yellowed letter paper came into view. On June 7, 2033, the battalion commander appointed me as the secretary and I came to Zhenjiang with the troops. I heard that the largest defensive line north of Guangxi is to be built here, and the corps tide from the south has already moved towards this place. July 15. The defensive line is being built quickly, and everyone is confident in holding back the northbound corps tide. Although it is very difficult and tiring, as long as we can hold this place, maybe the safe zone we have worked so hard to establish won't have to be abandoned? We have been escaping for too long. July 17. I heard that the nearest corps tide has already crossed Zhenjiang, but there are troops deployed to intercept it. Unfortunately, I am not an awakened one, otherwise I could also go along. I must say the recruits from Lianshan really know how to endure hardship. These young guys dig trenches with such efficiency. It's just that I don't quite understand what they say, which has led to a lot of funny misunderstandings. July 19. The battalion commander seems to be in a bad mood, not sure who upset him. Today, those new soldiers from Lianshan taught me quite a bit of their dialect. Speaking of which, it seems all the soldiers on this defensive line are from that area. I feel like an outsider. They say this is their home. July 20th, Ayan told me that the girl he likes is in the safety zone behind us. That little guy is only 17 and already thinking about getting a wife. But according to him, people from their place get married very early. July 21st, news from the front line has arrived. The first batch of intercepting troops seems to have failed. A few little guys from the 6th Battalion came to find me, saying they wanted to send a letter home. I think they probably know something. July 23rd, it seems the higher-ups received orders, and an assembly was held this morning. Many tanks from the military district were transported over. I heard many awakeners are also being transferred here. The situation seems dire, and many people have started writing letters. Hopefully, we can win. July 24th, the camp leader privately sought me out and handed me a letter. He told me that if the battle situation turned unfavorable, as a civilian staff member, I could leave with the last unit. July 25th, the first wave of the corps tide attack began. I never imagined everything would happen so quickly. Ian died, and we couldn't even find his body. The first wave of the corps tide was eliminated, but I know this is just the beginning. July 26, in the morning the camp leader asked me to see if the brothers under him had any words they wanted to leave behind. In the afternoon, he died. I didn't even have the chance to ask him if he wanted to say anything before he died. It felt so fake, really so fake. The letters have all been sent back, but I didn't leave with them. Although I have always thought I was very afraid of dying, this time, I don't want to leave. If I leave, I will have no home anymore. July 27, I think I am going to die too. I saw them. We have no way to retreat. Taking advantage of the last moment, I found many people and asked them what they wanted to say. I didn't know how many of them would be able to return alive, and I always felt that I should say something. I just didn't expect that this group of newly recruited soldiers, who usually like to write letters, would only manage to tell me one thing after a long time. It was as if I had returned to the past, looking at the dark red bloodstains on the last page, and Yi-Chen couldn't help but become a bit silent. Swish. Carefully turning it over. Several lines of crooked characters filled the last sheet, which were the last words left by that group of young soldiers. Take me home. Bring me home. Ding. Obtained necklace. Oath. Blue. Ding. Triggered special mission. Last wish. Last wish. Find the cause of the ruins battlefield and resolve the incident. A special reward will be obtained upon mission completion. Almost at the moment Yi-Chen finished reading, 2 consecutive system prompts sounded. The mission information was very simple, and there were even no clues. But for Yi-Chen, it no longer needed much explanation. Slowly standing up, Yi-Chen looked at the necklace in his hand with a complex expression. The necklace appeared very ordinary, with a silver white chain and a round clasp in the middle. When opened, there was only a small photo cut out from a larger picture inside. The photo showed a young mother and daughter, both smiling beautifully. However, under the blur of time, it was somewhat difficult to see clearly. Based on the information on the paper, Yi-Chen could guess that this should be the relic of the secretary. For the first time, he did not choose to check the equipment's attributes, nor did he consider whether this equipment was the same as in his previous life. He only felt a bit choked up in his heart. Take me home, he murmured softly. Yi-Chen instinctively looked at the warriors who continuously passed by him, rushing towards the city wall to their deaths. They couldn't see him, as if history was repeating itself. It felt like 2 worlds were colliding here. In the distance, he could vaguely see the Chen siblings whispering to each other. There were phantoms of soldiers distracting attacks. This battle had almost nothing to do with them. One side is heading to death, while the other side is chatting casually. The 2 who are familiar with the ruins battlefield have long since gotten used to it, as if they were watching a play.
His gaze flickered as Yi Chen silently watched the soldiers clinging to the mutant like ants. Although Yi Chen had seen many equally brutal scenes in his past life, even at the end of human civilization, the images he had witnessed were more tragic than this. However, watching the scene of his ancestors dying the same way decades ago brought him a different kind of emotion. He had only read a few praises in the textbooks, most of which were related to third-tier awakeners. In 60 years, the new generation of survivors had long forgotten history. No one would bother to remember the nameless soldiers who died on an unknown battlefield. Too many, too ordinary. Compared to the most inconspicuous defensive battle, people are more willing to remember those third-tier awakeners who turned the tide and had top-notch combat power. After all, that sounds much more thrilling than a dry list of death tolls. Last wishes. Gripping the necklace in his hand, Yi Chen gently exhaled and carefully tucked the necklace back into his chest. He roughly thought about the cause of this special incident and how to resolve it. However, he still needed to verify. Lord Yilin, are we about to leave? Noticing Yi Chen had suddenly returned, Chen Yong unconsciously blurted out. Although he had some doubts about whether Yi Chen was really a third-tier awakener, that did not hinder his importance and respect for Yi Chen in the slightest. He pointed to the soldiers who were still continuously resurrecting. Your Excellency Yilin, the duration of these soldiers is almost up. Once the third-tier mutated lifeforms appear, this group of soldiers will only hold on a little longer before disappearing. So we need to leave before the soldiers disappear. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if we are targeted by the third-tier mutated lifeforms. He wore a slightly flattering smile. Chen Yong was now fully engaged in thinking about how to approach Yi Chen after going out to test whether he was indeed a third tier. Meanwhile, Chen Yao was obediently lowering her head, secretly observing Yi Chen. They really didn't want to encounter a third tier, even while the soldiers were present. As for whether Yi Chen would continue, they judged that he probably wouldn't. To kill the third-tier mutated lifeform, the optimal solution is to awaken the soldiers at the moment the third-tier mutated lifeform appears. This way, there will be ample time to use the soldiers to deplete the monster's strength. However, to the surprise of both, after Yi Chen returned, he was silent for a moment and then spoke. Do you know the outcome of the relic battlefield? What happened to these soldiers in history? Chen Yong was slightly taken aback, not quite understanding why Yi Chen suddenly asked this. It was an event from a long time ago, back when he wasn't even born yet. After pondering for a moment, he frowned tightly. I think I heard my grandfather mention it. He said this battle was very tragic and that it seemed to end in failure. It seems that a third-tier mutant appeared at that time, causing the defense line to be completely breached. It is said that no one survived. After pausing for a moment, Chen Yong shrugged. Your Excellency Yilin, you can see it too. The soldier phantoms here are at most second tier, so they certainly couldn't withstand it back then. However, they held out for quite a while, enough to allow for the evacuation of the rear safe zone. My grandfather was among those who survived in the safe zone back then. Held out for a long time, evacuated. With a flashing gaze, Yi Chen glanced at the soldier phantoms, which had probably died countless times, and asked again. Then, do you know what the phrase you used to awaken the soldiers means? Maranz, Marans. How many times have you used this method? Repeated a bit awkwardly. Chen Yong opened his mouth after hearing this, and this time he truly didn't know. It was just that for some reason, he suddenly felt a hint of coldness in Yi Chen's eyes. Meaning? Lord Yilin, this phrase is also passed down among us internally. I really don't know exactly what it means. Without thinking too much, Chen Yong chuckled awkwardly and tried hard to recall. It seems to be a local dialect or something, right? I heard that the soldiers back then were recruited temporarily from Guangxi. This phrase should be their language. Anyway, we know that as long as we shout this phrase, the soldier phantoms will appear immediately. After saying that, Chen Yong added one last thing. You'd better not disclose this technique. This method is still very useful. It's almost like picking up a harvest for free. Strictly speaking, this is actually military confidential information. As for how many times it's been used, after hesitating for a moment, he thought about it before speaking up. About a few hundred times, I suppose. This method is generally used by us to farm equipment. Using it once can at least make soldiers exhaust one round of mutated bodies. However, each person can only use it once. When the same person comes to shout again, this method will fail. Chen Yong's eyes flickered, his words implying that telling Yi Chen this method was actually a big favor. Generally speaking, strategies for dungeon runs, various event techniques, and the weaknesses of mutated bodies. This information cannot be shared externally and is typically only circulated within the military and major powers. A technique as useful as this in the ruins battlefield could easily be sold for thousands or even tens of thousands of credits in the outside world. Unmoved, Yi Chen's originally cold gaze suddenly flashed with a hint of chill upon hearing this. A few hundred times. Silently clenched his fists. After a while, as Chen Yong felt a vague sense of unease, he softly asked the final question. Have you helped these soldiers kill the last mutated body? His expression froze. Sensing the sudden shift in atmosphere, Chen Yong subconsciously felt a bit uneasy. He always felt like he might have said something wrong. After hesitating for a moment, he shook his head. No. Usually, only those at the second stage come here, like the military and a few other major powers who know this news. Their third stage seems to have an unspoken agreement not to come here. So, in fact, you should be the first third stage to arrive here. In that instant, a flash of killing intent surged through Yi Chen's heart as he received the answer. He thought he understood the answer to the relic battlefield.
Legacies. Ha! Sir Yi Lin, aren't we leaving yet? He asked loudly.
From a distance behind, the Chen siblings, hiding far away, looked at Yi Chen in confusion. He didn't understand why, after asking the question, Yi Chen had no intention of leaving at all. The soldier's phantom was about to disappear. At most, it would take a few minutes after the third stage mutated creature appeared for the phantom to completely dissipate.
By then, they wouldn't be able to escape even if they wanted to.
Standing under the city, Yi Chen only chuckled lightly at the urging of the two behind him. He silently watched the corpses being smashed down from the city walls by the mutated bodies, listening to the tragic sound of the charge horn, feeling only a wave of sorrow spreading in his heart.
Leave? Leave what?
He already knew how to resolve the mission and understood what was happening with this event.
Ma Rans! Ma Rans! Ma Rans!
Recalling the map he had once seen, Yi Chen's expression turned bitter as he pieced together a bit of history in a very short time.
Guangxi recruits who didn't understand.
If he guessed correctly, in the second year after the apocalypse broke out, the Linjiang battle zone recruited a batch of new soldiers from Guangxi Zhuang Autonomous Region to hold the line. After only a very short training period, this batch of new recruits was brought here to build defensive works. At first, there wasn't much concern, as the military believed that the tide of corpses advancing north could be stopped, so they dispatched troops and awakened ones to deal with the wave of corpses. However, 3 days later, the bad news arrived. The first batch of troops sent to snipe the wave of corpses failed, and after reconnaissance, the military discovered that the number of corpses far exceeded expectations, including third-stage mutated beings that were simply unstoppable. Therefore, after mobilizing some artillery units and a few awakened ones, the military directly initiated the evacuation plan to withdraw the survivors from the rear as quickly as possible. At this time, the soldiers on the front line were completely unaware. They were still thinking about how to hold the defense line.
Nevertheless, in the undeniable atmosphere, many commanders of the defense line had an inkling about the situation. However,
with no way to retreat, their homes were right behind them. Under the hints of the company commander and the preparation for death from the commanding officer, the secretaries of each company received orders. They had these soldiers send back one last letter, as a way to atone for the guilt in their hearts. Soon, the tide of corpses officially arrived. Once again realizing that it was impossible to resist the wave of the undead, the soldiers at all levels, from squad leaders to commanders, decided to sacrifice themselves for their country, doing their best to delay as long as possible.
Meanwhile, the non-combatant clerks who instinctively tried to leave also witnessed their comrades dying one after another.
In deep sorrow, he who was originally afraid of death decided to give up leaving, intending to record everyone's last words in the final moments. But the situation did not end at this moment. Yi Chen took a deep breath, his eyes complicated as he looked at the soldiers marching to their deaths. According to Chen Yong's description, his grandfather was a survivor from the rear. For the following decades, his grandfather lived in the nearby war zone and became a local commander. This means that the tide of corpses back then was actually halted.
The reason is simple.
The emergence of third-tier mutants has led to the collapse of the defense line at a speed far beyond what everyone expected.
From the information on the letter, it can be seen that they simply did not have enough time to retreat.
Therefore, the corpse tide must have vanished.
In fact, it didn't even break through into the safe zone.
Otherwise, given the speed of the corpse tide spread, there wouldn't have been many survivors escaping from the rear. But the corpse tide won't just disappear.
Where are they? The answer is clear and straightforward.
Thousands of soldiers who died in battle, their beliefs and wills transformed into a special event at the last moment, forever trapping the corpse tide and mutants in this space. Like the vengeful spirits in supernatural events, countless souls that wanted to protect their homes underwent a transformation at the same time. They became immortal heroic spirits guarding this place forever, with both fists tightly clenched, watching the projection of the third-tier mutant soon to appear in the distance. Yi Chen's heart was filled with mixed feelings. If the event ended here, he wouldn't have felt a hint of murderous intent when he questioned Chen Yong just now. If this were to end here, it could only be described as a forgotten history, a mournful and uplifting legend. But the truth is far more than this. After this group of heroic souls trapped the corpse tide in space, the military or some major power discovered this place. They might have stumbled upon it by accident or perhaps intentionally uncovered a secret.
As long as they shout MARANZ, Ma Rans, Ma Rans,
those souls that should have found peace will reappear to help them kill the enemies within the space in order to gain resources. Whether driven by profit or other reasons, those who tasted the benefits began to shamelessly exploit this. 10 times, 100 times, even 1,000 times. They used this method to continuously obtain equipment and resources here, watching these warriors die one after another. Even Yi Chen had no doubt that someone must have realized the uniqueness of this place and thought about why these warriors kept reappearing.
The answer is simple. As long as the final third-stage mutant does not die, this space will exist forever.
The warriors who only retain the belief of guarding their homeland will surely have the last belief before they die to kill this third stage. They will not allow these monsters to destroy their home.
However,
After realizing this, all the third stages who knew the answer collectively maintained a tacit understanding. For the sake of the continuation of the space and the endless acquisition of equipment, none of them took action. No one was willing to free the souls here.
If nothing unexpected happens, the phrase MARANZ means going home in the Zhuang language.
After shouting this phrase, the heroic souls here will mistakenly believe that someone has come to take them home. But what awaits them is an eternal death and exploitation from which they can never escape.
This is also why each person can only be awakened once. In the end, in the endless cycle, these soldiers repeatedly reenact history, dying time and time again, ultimately forming the relic battlefield. Even the promises made to them turned into a deception of going home. Feeling a blockage in the heart, an indescribable rage filled his chest. Yi Chen took a deep breath and bent down to scoop up a handful of soil from beneath his feet. Every piece of land here is stained with blood that should not have been shed. He raised his head and looked far at the phantoms of monsters that were constantly staring. Slowly letting go, the cold wind blowing towards him carried the soil in his hands backward, scattering into the air. This time, I will take you home.
Hiding in the back of the camp, Chen Yong anxiously watched the figure standing on the wall. He did not understand why Yi Chen had not left yet. If he really wanted to kill the last mutant, why wake the soldiers so early? At this moment, once the soldiers dissipated, surrounded by the massive tide of corpses, even Yi Chen, at the third tier, might not be able to kill that monster.
Brother, should we leave first? That guy looks really strange. What if he can't kill that third tier? Are we just going to wait here to die with him?
Her small face turned pale. Chen Yao constantly urged her brother. She didn't want to be so unlucky as to die here,
especially since Yi Chen's identity and actions made her perplexed.
The current difficulty was beyond what the two of them could handle, particularly since in previous records, no third tier had faced off against the final mutant head-on.
No one knew how strong the final monster was.
Unaware of the details, she even wondered if the last third tier was too strong, to the point that the uncles in the military were unwilling to take that risk, which is why they had not entered the ruins battlefield.
Should we go?
Her expression was conflicted. Chen Yong looked at the figure who had already started helping the soldiers kill zombies, his heart filled with doubt. Leaving now would generally be the most correct choice. But if they left now, he didn't even have to think. He would definitely not be able to develop a relationship with Yi Chen. After all, they were supposed to team up, and if he ran away at the last moment, it clearly showed that he didn't trust the other party. Why kill zombies? Why help this group of soldiers fight?
Completely puzzled. In his view, Yi Chen's actions were meaningless. If he really wanted to kill that tier 3 zombie, shouldn't he be conserving energy right now?
After all, this group of soldiers can respawn indefinitely, so why help them? Before coming here, the high-ranking officials in the military clearly told him that these soldiers were expendable and didn't need to be cared for. Letting out a sigh, Chen Yong struggled for a moment before making up his mind.
Wait, just wait a little longer. 10 seconds to exit is enough.
If he really can't handle it, we can still run. After all, hiding in the back, a risky but not too risky 10-second exit time.
Little sister, rein it in a bit. What if he really is a mid-level tier 3?
Your brother still needs to get along with him. Even if we don't get along, if you provoke him, no one will know if you die here.
Tisk. With a cold huff,
Chen Yao glanced at her brother indifferently, feeling that he was really being long-winded.
Isn't it the same anyway?
Besides, with Grandpa here, if he dares to lay a hand on us, the entire North China war zone won't let him off.
Hey!
With a light sigh, Chen Yong looked at his younger sister's unconvinced expression and felt a headache coming on. Although Chen Yao's nature wasn't bad, she had indeed been spoiled since childhood, resulting in some character flaws. Having never been exposed to the harsh realities of the apocalypse, she had no idea how cruel this world could be. With her temper and high-handedness, if it weren't for her status protecting her, she would have long been dragged through the mud. Beautiful yet unaware of the respect owed to the unknown, those like her would die too quickly in the apocalypse.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
In the distance, a deafening sound of a heavy object falling suddenly echoed.
It's coming!
With a tight feeling in his chest, Chen Yong immediately looked up, his gaze tense as he watched the emerging mutant. All he could see on the horizon was a gigantic mutant, about 17 or 18 meters tall, shaped like 6 giant hammers pieced together, marching closer. Approaching like a many-legged starfish, the giant legs growing from its flat body create enormous pits with each step. The earth trembles. Just looking at this exaggerated size, Chen Yong felt a tingle at the back of his neck. With such a large body, it appears to have extremely strong defenses as well.
This kind of monster is incredibly hard to kill. Taller than the city walls, attacking the weak point of this mutated creature would likely cost a lot of lives to create any opportunity.
On the other side, Chen Yao, who had just been bickering, instantly closed her mouth when she saw the monster charging over.
What a terrifying monster!
In her eyes, Yi Chen, who was still fighting on the wall, looked like an ant quietly facing the horror.
Tier 3. Beginner.
But it should be a siege-type mutated creature. As he gazed at the Tier 3 mutated creature that nearly filled his field of vision, a serious look flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. His skills were down to just dimension/being usable. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous, given that he had never tested the power of dimension/. Although it was only a low-level Tier 3, this siege-type variant was definitely no less tricky than a middle-level Tier 3. while it generally had no special abilities and low intelligence. The enormous body and terrifying destructive power were enough to leave an ordinary Tier 3 in despair. A full power axe strike was still not enough to break through its outer skin. To kill such a robust variant with strong vitality, one either had to focus fire on its legs to control its movement and wear it down slowly, or risk charging directly at its weak point to attack its brain.
Continuously adjusting his breathing rhythm.
Without having used Dimension Slash before, Yi-Chin could only try to shorten the distance between himself and the monster, aiming for a one-hit kill. Otherwise, if he activated Dimension Slash only to find the distance was insufficient, that would truly be like delivering food.
70 meters. 59 meters. 40 meters. On the city wall, the soldiers who continuously resurrected were still fighting desperately.
In the face of the increasingly close giant mutant, no one showed a look of fear.
With only their faith remaining, fighting to the last was their only thought. A little closer. Getting closer.
2 seconds later, as a huge shadow was cast on the city wall, Yi-Chin tightly gripped his twin swords, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. Under the terrifying weight of the monster, the earth seemed to be wailing.
Eyes locked. As if sensing something.
On the third-level giant foot monster, its enormous red eyes, distributed like hanging windows on top of its head, were firmly locked onto him.
The sharp contrast was formed due to the huge size difference. The wind howled.
At the moment the distance closed, the giant foot monster suddenly raised one of its iron-like legs and slammed down fiercely.
Just now. Dimension Slash. Buzz dash.
With the momentary sound of space tearing apart, a bottomless black line, seemingly devouring everything, appeared in front of Yi-Chin.
Entering the void.
As if merging into a space of nothingness, in an instant, Yi-Chin felt as if everything had slowed down.
Breathing seemed to slow down.
100 times, like in slow motion, he felt as if he had entered thick water, with every movement leaving behind an afterimage.
Is this the dimensional space?
Looking at the enormous steel foot that had already passed through his body, he instantly realized that he had detached from the real world.
Here, he is invincible. Mutually non-interfering, unable to touch.
In his eyes, everything appeared like an old silent film, with the entire world only in black and white. Turning his gaze toward the slowly healing spatial crack behind him, Yi-Chin was surprised to find that time in the outside world had already come to a standstill. The bullet flying through the air sends ripples in its wake, the flames from the explosion freeze in midair, and the splattered blood blooms in the air. The roaring soldier holds the scorching gun barrel, biting at the zombies that lunge at him with their mouths wide open.
No, it's not that time has slowed down. It's me, who has sped up.
Realizing this, Yi-Chin quickly regained his focus and charged towards the monster with his dual swords clenched tightly. The distance between them is incredibly short. In the blink of an eye, he passed through the massive body like an invisible shadow and reached the top of the monster's head. Aiming at the core tissue of the brain, Yi-Chin did not hesitate to unleash a powerful strike with his dual swords.
Break for me. In an instant, Yi-Chin, who suddenly disappeared in Chen Yang's eyes, reappeared above the monster as if he had teleported. The merely white-level dual swords resembled divine weapons, piercing through as soon as they made contact with the monster. Sizzle. The space was torn apart.
A surge of spatial turbulence instantaneously formed in the monster's brain. Like ultimate destruction, the dark, night sky-like spatial power shredded everything, creating a narrow 3-meter-long massive that instantly sliced through the mutated creature's brain tissue. The chaotic and violent spatial power ground the fragile brain tissue into mush.
One strike to kill. Silent and soundless.
The descending massive foot froze in midair, and at the same time, the ring of red eyeballs on the monster's disc-like head suddenly stiffened.
Time resumed its flow. Puff.
In the next moment, the brain, which had been cut open by the spatial power, resembled a laser-sliced watermelon, as with a series of popping explosions, torrents of fresh blood gushed out of the split wound like a volcanic eruption.
Streams of crimson blood shot upwards, spraying into the air like a fountain.
Blood surged into the air and, under the influence of gravity, fell again in an instant, fluttering down like a rain of blood.
Fishy, sweet, and scalding.
Bathing in the rain of blood, Yi-Chin calmly sheathed his sword.
With a backward kick, his entire body fell back to the wall like a butterfly. The last straw that broke the camel's back.
At the moment he landed back on the wall, the mutated creature beneath Yi-Chen's foot seemed to lose balance under that stomp, its massive body swaying slowly like a building before ultimately crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound.
Boom! Dust billowed up.
The huge sound of the heavy object hitting the ground startled the brother and sister duo hiding in the back. Looking at Yi-Chen, who had calmly returned to the wall, the two stared blankly with their mouths agape, their eyes filled with confusion and disbelief.
Did he just kill them like this?
Everything happened too quickly, too fast for them to even grasp what was going on.
1 second or 2.
In the blink of an eye, this third-stage mutant just died like that.
They didn't even understand what Leaf-Chin had done.
All they saw was Leaf-Chin disappearing with a swoosh and then reappearing with another swoosh. After a casual strike, that super mutant capable of destroying a safe zone was cut in half with a puff and then dead beyond dead.
Am I watching a horror movie? Their worldview seemed to be refreshed, and under immense shock, they no longer doubted that Leaf-Chin was indeed third stage. Damn it, with such terrifying power, even my grandfather would have to call him daddy. They had witnessed battles between third stage and mutants before. Were there ever times that weren't careful and cautious, probing for weaknesses before striking? A single battle could almost be exhausting.
A moment's inattention and death was a real danger. This was the first time they had seen someone obliterate a third-stage mutant so easily.
Lord Leafchen surely can't be a high-level third stage, right? Holding a sense of reverence,
Chen Yong took a deep breath, his gaze toward Yichen filled with disbelief and fear. His experience with the highest level awakeners was merely at the intermediate level of the third tier. At that moment, he sadly realized that he could no longer judge Yichen's strength.
Strong, very strong, monstrously strong.
The little sister beside him seemed to be scared as well, instinctively gripping his arm tightly.
Before the two could suppress their shock and say anything,
in the next second, the entire relic battlefield seemed to be frozen again.
An unfamiliar system prompt suddenly appeared in their ears. Beep, the event has ended. Please evacuate within 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, the relic battlefield will permanently disappear. Ha! What's going on?
Startled, Chen Yong stood up in a panic, looking around, only to see the battlefield around him dissipating piece by piece like melting snow. Walls stained with blood.
Yichen silently looked at the necklace in his hand, slowly tightening his grip.
At the moment of the system prompt, the wish mission was also updated accordingly. Looking around, the warriors and zombies that were originally fighting suddenly stopped at the roar of the third-order mutated creature. It was as if they had known that this world was about to disappear. On the battlefield, inside the city, outside the city, and in the camp, countless heroic spirits simultaneously turned their gaze toward him.
At this moment, history and reality overlapped, as if transcending time.
The soldiers who had died on this land seemed to see him. Everyone halted their charge and laid down their weapons. Not far from Yichen, several soldiers holding steel guns prepared to replace their comrades silently met his gaze. After a moment, Yichen could feel that the clear and weary eyes seemed to be tinged with a special color.
That was release and gratitude.
With the sound of the countdown, whether soldiers or zombies, everything seemed to begin disappearing like fragments from beneath their feet, slowly drifting away with the wind. Amid countless grateful gazes, Yichen silently nodded and softly spoke.
I will take you home.
With a sense of release,
stabilized by his comrades, the soldiers who rose from the ruins seemed to hear his promise at this moment.
A smile appeared on their soot-blackened faces, and in their gaze, the young faces silently opened their mouths.
Zuomai, thank you.
Outside the ruins of the battlefield, Yichen calmly listened to the event settlement after the end, feeling neither sadness nor joy in his heart. The rewards were quite generous, and his level jumped to Tier 2 advanced. Chen Yong and the others beside him were looking at the vanishing ruins in panic, at a loss for what to do. But at this moment, he could only silently gaze at the final last wish.
Ding, the last wish task has been updated. This event has disappeared.
You can choose to continue the task, replacing the soldiers in the special event to return home and check the situation, or terminate the task and collect special rewards in advance. Note, if you continue the task rewards will change.
The oath necklace you obtain will also undergo an unknown transformation. Please choose wisely.
Looking at the constantly flashing system prompts, Yichen paused for a moment before clicking to confirm directly.
He no longer cared about the rewards. He had promised everyone to take one last look at his hometown, Zhenjiang Safe Zone.
After completing the task, Yichen went to the highest-end restaurant in the safe zone for a meal at the strong invitation of the two. He did not refuse. To find out where the hometown of those soldiers in the mission was, he still needed Chen Yong to contact the military. Too much time had passed, and apart from the military possibly knowing the exact location, it was difficult to find a second person who knew. Although completing this task would take some time, Yichen felt it was worth it.
As long as one is alive, one must have a conscience. Moreover, all skills were on cooldown, and with second-tier strength, there really weren't many dungeons worth grinding.
In the luxurious private room, the redwood floor reflected the bright yellow crystal chandelier overhead. With Chen Yong presenting his high-ranking military identity, the top restaurant in this safe zone immediately provided the best table. Lord Yilin, as per our previous agreement, half of the gains this time belong to you. Across the table, Chen Yong sincerely pushed forward an anonymous card, looking rather nervous as he glanced at Yichen. The warm and bright light illuminated the face of the young man opposite, and under the shadow cast by the cloak, his expression was unreadable. Upon careful observation, his choice of words was quite skillful. Before entering the relic battlefield, the earnings from the mutual battle were equally split. After all, the technique to awaken the soldiers was provided by him.
In his view, only he knew.
However, the credit points he was offering now were from his own share. There are about 2,700 points, plus the safety zone tasks, making it around 3,800 points. I took the liberty of rounding up the figure.
In total, it's 4,000 points, and I hope you won't refuse.
With a hint of a smile, Chen Yong finished speaking and observed Yichen's reaction.
To say it didn't hurt would be a lie.
4,000 credit points is not a small amount for him. Moreover, the sudden disappearance of the relic battlefield made things even more challenging for him. Although he didn't know the specific reason, he guessed it had something to do with Yichen taking action to kill the third tier. The ruins battlefield is of great importance. It can be said to be a cash cow for many forces. Now that it has suddenly disappeared, he doesn't know how to explain it to the military department.
His expression remained calm. After taking the card, Yichen spoke. Speak, what is it? He naturally knew what Chen Yong's flattering was for.
It was merely because of the strength he had shown, prompting the other side to want to befriend him. As for the Chen siblings, he couldn't say he had any particular fondness or otherwise. Deep down, he actually felt some anger. The heroic spirits within the ruins battlefield had already devoted their lives, yet the later generations took advantage of these spirits' trust, brutally creating a hell.
Such actions, to put it bluntly, what's the difference from being a beast?
Even if they don't remember them, at the very least, these young soldiers should be allowed to rest in peace.
However, Yi Chen also knew that lashing out at Chen Yong would be pointless.
The other party probably knew nothing about this matter, otherwise, he would have certainly stopped him from taking action. Regarding the fate of these heroic spirits, Yi Chen naturally resolved in his heart.
Once his strength is greater, he will definitely seek justice and an explanation for them, no matter what.
Hearing Yi Chen speak so directly, Chen Yong let out a dry laugh, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. Lord Yilin, my sister, and I have no other intentions.
We just want to get to know you. If you have the time, why not take a trip to the North China War Zone? I will definitely do my utmost to entertain you and welcome you properly. By the way, I would also like to introduce you to my father.
As he spoke, Chen Yong subtly glanced at his sister, signaling Chen Yao to pour tea for Yi Chen. Logically speaking, given their identities, they shouldn't be this way, but every time he looked at Yi Chen's young face, he couldn't help but feel amazement. No matter how young Yi Chen looked, he had long since recognized Yi Chen's potential in his heart. With such a powerful ally, he would surely have a place in the military in the future.
I believe that once his father learns of his actions, he will wholeheartedly agree. Sitting next to Chen Yong, Chen Yao reluctantly stood up. With her status, when had she ever done something like this? Holding up the teacup, Yi Chen was oblivious to the little thoughts in their hearts. I will make a trip when I have time. But I need you to help me with something. Help me find out the original hometowns of those soldiers on the relic battlefield. First, there was joy, then there was a moment of astonishment. Seeing that Yi Chen did not refuse, Chen Yong's heart nearly burst with joy. But listening to Yi Chen's request, he suddenly felt a bit strange. After a moment's hesitation, he didn't think too much about it. No problem, Lord Yilin.
I will contact the military department shortly. No, I will contact them right now to find out where these soldiers were recruited from. However, the records may have been lost. You know, during the early years after the apocalypse broke out, everyone was fighting on their own. He spoke with great enthusiasm. He had expected Yi Chen to have other requests, but he didn't expect that it would be to look into this. But it didn't matter, as long as he could get involved, he could even help Yi Chen get a batch of arms without a problem. After a while, Chen Yong's expression turned cold as he finished communicating with the military district, then he squeezed out a smile and looked at Yi Chen.
The information has been retrieved. If the records are correct, most of these soldiers were recruited from Wenshan and Bibu Gulf. In the early days of the apocalypse, many large cities suffered heavy losses. Meanwhile, the relatively remote autonomous regions actually had a lot of survivors, especially young and middle-aged people. So at that time, a troop was formed there. While speaking, Chen Yong thoughtfully found a blank piece of paper and sketched a simple map. Zhenjiang is not far from there, about 600 kilometers.
However, there is only one gathering place there, and it is now controlled by a private force. If you want to go, I can arrange a helicopter for you.
If we hurry, we can get there in a few hours.
Upon hearing this, Yi Chen took the map directly. I have to say that Chen Yong is very good at navigating relationships. The offspring cultivated by such a large power are quite perceptive. With the direct mobilization of his father's influence in the military, Chen Yong was able to retrieve the information in just a few minutes. If it were up to him, Yi Chen knew he wouldn't be able to investigate anything without at least 10 days to half a month.
The power of the organization is indeed efficient.
Not intending to waste any time, Yi Chen decided to stand up and prepare to depart.
Bring the helicopter now, I'm in a hurry.
Chen Yong was taken aback by this, standing up in shock. He never expected that Yi Chen would skip the meal.
Lord Yilin, why are you in such a rush? Why don't you have a meal with us first before setting off? It's been a long day. I've already arranged for you to rest.
Chen Yong was anxious. He still intended to probe into Yi Chen's background. To build a good relationship, he even contacted the deputy commander here to arrange activities before entering the dining room.
Although time was tight, the resources brought in were the best available within the safe zone.
As long as Yi Chen made a request, he guaranteed he could satisfy this mysterious powerhouse.
No need.
Without any unnecessary words, Yi Chen refused and lightly nodded, acknowledging the sentiment. Seeing Yi Chen's resolute attitude, Chen Yong forced a bitter smile and had to call for the helicopter preparation. After a moment, he looked at Yi Chen's departing figure helplessly and let out a long sigh. At the entrance, the restaurant owner who had just come in to greet them was taken aback as he looked at the sighing Chen Yong.
In his impression, when had a person of Chen Yong's status ever shown such a demeanor? In the North China War Zone, was there really something that could make Chen Yong sigh like this? Young Master Chen, what happened to you? Who was that distinguished guest just now?
When the restaurant owner inquired, Chen Yong's expression changed and he coldly looked up. Today's matters are confidential. The identity of that individual is not something you can know. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. The restaurant owner, who was also a figure in Zhenjiang, paused for a moment and then hurriedly complied. He could tell just how much this general's son valued the other party. Recalling Yi Chen, who had just walked out, a wave of curiosity surged in his heart.
Which big shot is this again? Bro, are you just letting him leave like that? What about the ruins battlefield?
How do we explain this when we go back?
You know how much the military values the ruins battlefield.
This time, the quota to awaken was also requested by Grandpa.
Not only are you planning to give this harvest to him, but you also intend to help him cover it up.
In the private room,
Chen Yong looked somewhat helplessly at his younger sister, who questioned him, feeling a bit of a headache. His younger sister is good at everything except her shallow thoughts. Or rather, she lacks brains. Although Chen Yao wasn't wrong that this situation was indeed very serious. But, with a serious expression, Chen Yang sighed and looked earnestly at his sister.
Chen Yao, you still underestimate the value of the other party too much. I can say this, not only will I help this existence cover up the matter of the ruins battlefield, but I will also take on the responsibility for its disappearance. Don't talk about giving this harvest to him. Even if I were to give him another 10,000 or 20,000 points, what would it matter? Noticing Chen Yao's lack of understanding, Chen Yong simply began to explain. Secondly, this mysterious strong one may not say much, but I can tell that he is definitely someone who values emotions. What is the requirement he brought up? It's to go to those soldiers' hometowns. If I'm not mistaken, he intends to take care of them.
Perhaps this Lord Yilin is actually very old and is a super strong existence who survived the first Doomsday War.
Otherwise, it's really hard to explain his strength and actions.
As he spoke, Chen Yong's eyes flickered. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. In his speculation, Yi Chen might know the soldiers who died back then.
This time entering the battlefield might just be to pay tribute.
Taking a deep breath, Chen Yong appeared confident.
Little sister, think about it.
I took this matter on behalf of this third tier one and helped him a bit.
Do you think he wouldn't remember this favor?
As long as we can build a good relationship, when it comes to competing for the position of commander, it will be like we have a powerful ally.
It's not an exaggeration to say that if we could gain his support, we could elevate Grandpa's standing as well. At least to the intermediate third tier. Excited, Chen Yong became increasingly enthusiastic as he spoke. Didn't you notice?
This Lord Yilin still needs my help to retrieve information.
What does this indicate? It indicates he has no power. As long as we can win him over to join us, let alone a few thousand points. I'd even be willing to spend 100,000 points.
Striving to calm his excitement, Chen Yong looked at his dazed little sister and shook his head in secret. Chen Yao was too young. She completely didn't understand the level of intensity in the current upper echelon competition. On the surface, the military is united, but in reality, they have long been fighting their own battles. Aside from the core circle in the capital, other battle zones are forming their own forces. From small private gathering spots to large safety zones at the peak of the third tier, everyone is itching to move. Anyone can see that the apocalypse has been peaceful for a long time. Barring any accidents, in another decade or so, humanity's situation will only improve.
At that time, it will be a competition for supremacy, with everyone vying for territory.
During the toughest times of the apocalypse, it was fine, everyone could work together, but infighting leads to death.
But what about now? They are all third tier. Who will submit to whom?
Anyway, those monsters are nothing more than resources for upgrading. No one cares about the threat of mutated bodies anymore. Late at night, aboard the Black Panther helicopter. With a tremor from the fuselage, this costly psionic helicopter slowly ascended, heading straight for the target location. Inside the cabin, Yi Chen ignored the curious gazes around him and quickly checked his recent gains. In the ruins battlefield, he had killed a total of 2 low-level second-tier monsters, 1 intermediate, 1 peak, and 1 third-tier. It looked like a considerable number, but the drop rates were disappointing. Of the 5 mutated bodies, only 2 white-grade items and 1 blue-grade item dropped. There was also a skill book dropped by the third-tier mutated body.
The 2 white-grade items were of little value, approximately around 1,400 points. The blue-grade item dropped from the second-tier peak was a pair of leg armor with average attributes estimated to be worth around 30,000 points.
Compared to weapon-type gear, the value of armor is the lowest. The only thing that piqued Yi Chen's interest was the skill book dropped by the third-tier giant foot monster. D-level skill, Destructive Stomp. Destructive Stomp consumes 20% stamina and 1,300 points of spiritual energy to deliver a single area stomp. The core causes an additional 195% damage
from the strength attribute and inflicts a brief stun.
The outer damage decreases accordingly and provides a defensive bonus when the skill is activated. The skill requirement is a common single strength and the demand is not high. The entire skill integrates offense and defense with group attack and stun, making it a decent quality skill. If all goes well, this skill should sell for a high price. After all, in the apocalypse, strength-based awakeners are the most common, and they are also the strongest in terms of combat power. Overall, this haul is not bad even without the necklace, probably worth around 90,000 to 110,000. After handing over the skill book and equipment to Li Dafu, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional.
Killing 3-tiered monsters is indeed a faster way to make money.
In just 2 days since he came out, he had long exceeded the credit points he originally planned. After finishing this task and doing another dungeon, he could start working on Tier 2 peak matters.
Gathering equipment to maximize attributes.
Then comes the most important third-tier promotion trial.
Fast, too fast.
In just over a week since his rebirth, his leveling speed was like riding a rocket. If the external survivors knew about his promotion speed, it would probably scare a lot of people to death.
To be honest, even Yi Chen himself felt it was a bit fake. If his godly talent in his previous life was like cheating, then in this life, having dual systems in hand was simply like using a hack. The only thing that made him feel uneasy was probably his fainting incident. He always felt that things weren't that simple, but he couldn't find any evidence of what the problem was. If someone really wanted to harm him in secret, why only feint him and not kill him? Assuming there is a hidden mastermind, if they could make informed people commit suicide right under the nose of Tianfeng, they could surely deal with him as well. If he had the protection of Huangshao and others in the early stages, in the later stages he wouldn't have that. Yi Chen frowned, thinking for a long time but still couldn't reach any conclusion. Forget it, I'll go back and investigate this matter after I reach the peak of the second stage. With the power of the peak of the second stage, I'll have a certain say, and I can barely explain my SSS level swordsmanship. At worst, I can retest my talent and tell the higher-ups that I actually have divine level talent, not the previous SS. No one has ever seen divine level talent, so whatever he says, no one can verify. The harsh sound of propellers woke the gathering place in the night. In the gathering place nestled in the forest, the few guards hurriedly grabbed their flashlights, rolled over, and rushed outside, heading towards the direction of the sound. Unlike the prosperity and noise of large safe zones, this gathering place is more like a village, long asleep in the deep night. Standing in the only relatively flat open space within the gathering place, several low-level awakened ones in militia nervously held their flashlights, constantly looking up at the sky. Apart from trading caravans that come by every few months, very few outsiders come here.
Which one is coming to us? Why is it still a plane?
With a thick dialect, the leader of the gathering place, who had been hastily awakened, stared blankly at the increasingly close helicopter, feeling a sense of dread deep down. They hardly had any electric lights here. Upon seeing the armed helicopter with its machine gun, they couldn't help but feel tense.
Looks like it's the military?
I saw that word. Ha! A few people were taken aback by the voice, and the awakened survivors around them also looked up in surprise. Following the beam of the flashlight, everyone could see the white letters painted on the body of the helicopter.
Is it really the military?
Slightly relieved, the middle-aged leader squinted his eyes, pondering in his heart.
What does the military want here?
They have nothing. There aren't even any corpse hordes or monsters around, and the survivors rely on the cultivated land and fruit trees to survive.
After a while,
a strong wind blew in as the helicopter slowly stabilized. It could be seen that, under the protection of several fully armed soldiers, wrapped in a hunter's short cloak stepped down. Seeing such a large formation, the middle-aged leader's heart skipped a beat, and he realized that the person in the middle, Yi Chen, might be an extraordinary figure.
He just didn't know what they were doing here so late.
They had no resources, and they were so poor that they could barely fill their stomachs. Nervously swallowing, the middle-aged man slightly bent over and forced a smile on his face.
Gentlemen, it's so late. Is there something you need from us? Cradling their rifles, the soldiers flanking Yi Chen spoke in a deep voice. We are the second group army of the Zhenjiang safety zone.
We came over this time to inquire about some matters, and we hope you can cooperate with us.
After hesitating for a moment, the speaking officer glanced hesitantly at Yi Chen. Cooperate with our lord's questioning.
In fact, like these survivors, they also received urgent orders from a certain high-ranking official and rushed here overnight with Yi Chen.
To be honest, they are very curious about Yi Chen's identity. Which big shot's descendant is this, who can mobilize the military with just one word?
Yet, his identity is not disclosed. Taking a step forward, Yi Chen glanced at the middle-aged man in front of him and softly spoke.
Hello.
I heard that about 60 years ago, a group of soldiers came out from here. At that time, they were involved in the defense battle of the Zhenjiang defense line.
Do you know where these people lived before? The time is too long ago.
Even though Chen Yong did his best to retrieve the materials from that year, both the names and the household registrations were lost after the apocalypse.
The only useful information was knowing the general conscription area.
After all, despite the brutality of that battle, there were simply too many casualties at that time. The middle-aged man was taken aback upon hearing this. He never expected that this would be the question asked. After hesitating for a moment, he thought for a long while before nervously speaking up.
60 years ago. Are you referring to that group of mountain people? The Zhuang ethnic group?
He scratched his head. Sir, I have a vague memory of that matter, but I only heard it mentioned by the older people in the settlement.
Why don't I gather those people?
I just don't know how many are still alive. He chuckled awkwardly. The middle-aged man rubbed his hands, not daring to neglect the young man in front of him. He was only in his 40s, he wasn't even born 60 years ago. After hearing this, Yi Chen felt a little relieved. He had thought on the way here that after so much time has passed, if all the survivors left here had died, he really wouldn't know where to look. But it seems that some have survived to this day. After a while, amidst a few urgent exchanges, several younger survivors helped some elderly people over. Seeing this, Yi Chen directly welcomed them and carefully examined these elderly people. Unlike other survivors, these elderly people seem to have retained the customs of their time, wearing blue-black coarse cloth clothes and pants, and white headscarves on their heads. Looking at the elderly people's murky gazes and wrinkled hands, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of relief in his heart. The living conditions after the apocalypse have been too harsh. Although they have improved quite a bit in the last 20 years, he has rarely seen elderly people of this age.
Grandma, do you remember the soldiers who left here 60 years ago?
Those who participated in the Battle of Zhenjiang. Feeling anxious, Yi Chen nervously asked the oldest-looking grandma, patiently waiting for a reply. Beside him, a middle-aged man, who also appeared to be from a minority group, chuckled and said, "Sir, my grandma has poor hearing. She can't understand what you're saying." After speaking, the middle-aged man raised his voice, leaning close to grandma's ear, and began to speak. Moments later, the old woman's hand suddenly trembled, and a glimmer of brilliance seemed to flash through her murky gaze. She suddenly grabbed Yi Chen's hand tightly, as if sensing something.
Meng Do Pai Lan. The middle-aged man responsible for translation was taken aback, looking blankly at Yi Chen. My grandmother said, "You, are they nearby, together?" "They're back."
Under the night sky, Yi Chen's heart trembled. In an instant, he seemed to sense it too, feeling as if countless heroic spirits were silently standing behind him. The voice was bitter.
"Yes, I brought them, they're back."
On the ridge of the field, the moonlight was hazy. The moonlight filtering through the clouds cast down on the endless fields.
Peaceful, silent.
Looking at the scattered thatched houses and the seedlings in the fields, he seemed to have returned to the past. The crowd behind him looked somewhat bewildered at the young man on the ridge, unsure of what Yi Chen intended to do. Only a few middle-aged people who had been there for some time were somewhat lost as they supported their elders, gazing at his back. It seemed they knew something. After a moment, Yi Chen turned around and looked at the military soldiers guarding both sides of him. "I have a card here with approximately 4,000 points.
Could you two help me exchange it for supplies and hand it over to the people here? If possible, I would like to build a monument to place here."
As soon as he finished speaking, the two awakened soldiers looked at Yi Chen in a bit of shock.
4,000 points. For the gathering place here?
Looking down at the card Yi Chen had handed over, both they and the survivors behind them couldn't help but feel a bit astonished. The middle-aged man in charge of the
entire gathering place was even more shocked.
"My God, this big shot came over and said a few words, and he wants to give them 4,000 points worth of supplies. What they call a gathering place is actually just a worthless broken village. It's just that he is a bit stronger, about level 1, barely making a living here." In his excitement, he almost rushed directly in front of Yi Chen, respectfully nodding and bowing.
"My lord, rest assured, we will definitely put up the monument. At that time, we will make sure the entire gathering place is well protected. Do you have anything specific you want inscribed on it?"
Regarding Yi Chen's request, the middle-aged man would be willing to do anything for him, even if it meant setting up the monument in his own home. Looking at the leader of the gathering place, who was overjoyed, Yi Chen's expression darkened.
"I hope you can deliver on your promise. If I find out that you have hoarded resources, you should know the consequences.
Additionally, resources should be prioritized for those few households." Pointing towards the oldest grandmothers in the crowd, Yi Chen let out a sigh. He had already heard the people here talk. After the young and strong were relocated, if this entire village had not been far from densely populated areas, it would have been eaten alive by the tide of corpses long ago. Yet even so, without awakened ones and without male protection, the surviving people of the entire village and county still chose to flee to the safe zone. It was only later, when it gradually became safer, that some people returned.
Home is hard to part from.
Here, it is likely that only those few grandmothers remain as the survivors from back then. For the soldiers who died on the battlefield of the relics, the only way Yi Chen could express his respect was to ensure that the people here lived a bit better.
"No problem. You can rest assured."
In the crowd, those supporting the grandmothers couldn't help but show a hint of gratitude in their eyes upon hearing Yi Chen's care
for them.
However, looking at their grandmother who was constantly wiping her tears, they seemed to have vaguely guessed something.
Ding, last wish, mission completed.
Reward obtained, 100 points of reputation. The equipment oath has changed, please check it yourself.
Reputation?
The cabin shook, and sitting in the returning helicopter, Yi Chen looked a bit surprised at the extra 100 reputation points he had gained. He had earned this thing in his previous life as well, but only by killing specific mutants or completing quests. Generally speaking, the difficulty of obtaining it was very high. Reputation is used to exchange for special resources such as high-grade spirit fruit, S-class skill books, or epic-grade equipment and above. However, the higher the level of the items and equipment, the more reputation is required. It can be said to be extremely valuable but also very difficult to obtain. Many Tier 3 individuals might not even have it. Not only that, reputation has a hidden feature, which is that when interacting with instance NPCs, it will additionally enhance the
NPC's attitude towards oneself.
In plain terms, the higher the reputation in the eyes of NPCs, the more impressive one appears.
He didn't expect that the wish quest would actually provide reputation.
With 100 points, he could exchange for a mid-level spirit fruit. This thing has quite strong purchasing power. However, for now, he didn't plan to exchange the reputation. Yi Chen was more focused on the suddenly changed oath necklace.
Oath completion blue necklace. Equipment attributes, all attributes +1, additional effect, grants 10% all attributes elemental resistance. Equipment effect, health recovery speed +33%, additional effect, spirit energy recovery speed +33%. Equipment skill, unyielding belief. Unyielding belief, rapidly recover an amount equivalent to 15 points of constitution's health within 10 seconds. Additional effect, rapidly recover an amount equivalent to 15 points of willpower spirit energy within 10 seconds. Equipment rating, A blessed necklace, stronger than before.
Quietly clutching the necklace in his hand, a flicker of surprise flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. If the original version of the necklace was already extremely valuable, then the transformed necklace can be considered top-tier equipment. In his previous life, the original version of the necklace was valued at around 90,000 points. As the rarest type of accessory equipment to drop, it comes with recovery capabilities, making it a lifesaver for melee awakeners.
Now, the oath necklace, Yi Chen estimated, could at least sell for around 150,000 points. However,
if he sold it, he would feel somewhat reluctant.
The recovery ability of the unyielding belief is almost like a life for his current physique.
Although he has gone smoothly through these recent battles without receiving any injuries, Yi Chen knows very well that it all relies on the SSS level skill for constant slaying.
It is impossible not to get injured, there will always be accidents.
After hesitating for a moment, he decided to use it himself first. It wouldn't hurt to sell it after reaching the 3rd tier.
After lightly exhaling, once he equipped the necklace, Yi Chen felt a warm current flowing into his limbs. The gap in credit points.
He might be able to change his target and directly go for a higher level dungeon. Having had the experience of disguising as a 3rd tier, Yi Chen quickly thought for a moment and felt that he could completely try out the pinnacle of the 2nd tier or even mix it up in 3rd tier dungeons. Farming low-level dungeons or killing low-tier mutated creatures for white gear is simply not enough for him. It's more worthwhile to get a few more blue gear pieces. With a thought. After a moment, Yi Chen found a suitable dungeon in his memory. But if I go to a higher level dungeon, I will have to wait for my skills to cool down. In another day, the Swordflow Storm will be ready, but that's still far from enough for Yi Chen. Once all the skills are cooled down, holding 3 SSS level skills, he believes that as long as nothing unexpected happens, it will be enough for him to disguise himself as a 3rd tier player. Even if he encounters an unexpected situation or a malicious 3rd tier, he is confident he can take the opponent down. For some reason, a face suddenly flashed through Yi Chen's mind. He suddenly felt a bit nostalgic for that person.
With another breeding team, he wouldn't fear any gap. Tianfeng Safe Zone. Captain Xiao, this is the information we've collected.
After presenting the report, Huang Xiao respectfully stepped aside, waiting for Xiao Hai to finish reading. In the conference room, the crowd murmured quietly, and many showed shocked expressions.
The reason is simple. Just a few hours ago, the team responsible for searching for Yi Chen and another 2nd tier clue found a record that was hard for them to imagine. According to intelligence analysis, the 2nd tier awakener Yang Yu, who previously sold materials from the rotting corpse forest, has been ruled out as a 3rd tier suspect. Investigations show that the materials in the other party's possession were stockpiled 3 months ago, and during the subsequent time, they remained in the Tianfeng safe zone without any abnormalities detected. The following is the flow investigation report. Russell. The report was flipped. Xiao Hai took a deep breath and opened the following report.
In fact, just looking at the front, a turbulent wave had already risen in his heart. 2 suspected 3rd tier targets, Chen Yu has been ruled out, which leaves the other one likely to be Yi Chen. Sure enough, the moment he turned the page, Xiao Hai, who rarely showed his emotions, was suddenly jolted.
According to the investigation,
target Yi Chen has recently been frequently entering and exiting the Tianfeng safe zone and has made multiple large-sum transaction records in the recent period.
Comparing entry information, awakened Yi Chen's entry records completely matched the time point for 3rd tier fluctuations. Completely matches.
And the materials were sold from Yi Chen's hands. He even spent a large amount to buy a set of spiritual energy housing. His heart was in turmoil. After Xiao Hai finished reading the military's investigation report, he felt a bit numb on the scalp. All clues point to one thing, which is that Yi Chen really has a significant connection with the mysterious 3rd tier.
If it was just speculation before, now it is a matter of fact with no room for doubt. It's hard to imagine. He never thought that a kid he had overlooked could be the behind-the-scenes mastermind causing the entire safe zone to feel like a besieged city during this time. What the hell is going on behind this? Commander, unless something unexpected happens, Yi Chen is the instigator. Tomorrow, the 3rd tier from the Zhenjiang safe zone is coming here to seek an explanation. What do you think we should do?
In the conference room, several high-ranking members of the safe zone looked at Xiao Hai with complicated expressions. The strangeness of the situation had exceeded their understanding. One is Yi Chen, who has just become an awakened, the other is a suspected 3rd tier superpower. These 2 entities should have no connection whatsoever. Hearing this, Xiao Hai hesitated and directly looked at Huang Xiao. Has that kid Yi Chen replied to your message? This is a serious matter, and until the truth is clear, Xiao Hai felt a sense of vigilance in his heart. Raising his head, Huang Xiao. Commander Xiao, the last message I sent to Yi Chen, he just said he was out and would return after a while. I wonder if he is deliberately avoiding us or what. Even if I say the military has additional supplies for him, he still looks indifferent. Indifference is quite normal. Xiao Hai's eyes flickered, and he spoke directly. He should have been out for about 3 days now. If we follow our previous speculation that Yi Chen has a 3rd-level supporter behind him, or a certain force has taken an interest in him, then it makes sense that he looks down on our little offerings. The current question is, why would the other party deliberately conceal their identity? Why contact Yi Chen in private? What exactly attracted the other party to Yi Chen? Is it really an SS-level talent? His eyes revealed confusion. If they previously thought that the third-tier attackers in the corpse-rotting forest and the zoo might not be the same group, then Yi Chen's movements completely negate that speculation. The multiple third-tier battles must have been carried out by the people behind Yi Chen. Moreover, considering Yi Chen's transaction records and sudden outings, they could easily guess that the other party was definitely getting equipment for Yi Chen and helping him level up. They care so much? They have made so many moves? Even going so far as to snatch things from the subordinates of Zhenjiang? The materials from the corpse-rotting forest aren't valuable, and if the other party is optimistic about it, giving them away casually wouldn't matter. However, judging by the subsequent situation, what the other party gave Yi Chen was probably not a small amount. They could directly buy a complete spiritual energy residence, and this number has several second-tier high-ranking members present feeling pained. This means that the other party has invested heavily in Yi Chen. A willpower type, even at SS level, should not be like this. It's incomprehensible, truly incomprehensible. After a moment, Xiaohai was rapidly thinking through various speculations in his mind, and finally he spoke in a low voice. Let's pretend we don't know. I don't think this matter is that simple. The third faction behind Yi Chen could easily tell us that they want to cultivate Yi Chen. But the other party is very secretive, and we haven't found any traces up to now. That means the other party definitely doesn't want to reveal their identity. A third faction that can take down a tiger beast in an instant, and one that can help Yi Chen multiple times, is most likely a powerful organization, and not an individual. With a vigilant gaze, in Xiaohai's imagination, he even felt that there must be a huge and mysterious organization hidden behind Yi Chen. Since that's the case, we don't need to expose the other party. If we provoke their displeasure, he voiced his concerns. For Xiaohai, even though he is a third faction in the military and holds significant power, he is well aware that there are many powerful private organizations in the Huaxia battle zone. Many factions can even rival the 4 major battle zones. If he carelessly offends the other party, that would be dangerous. After all, from the current situation, it seems that the other party is only serving Yi Chen. They might even be using Yi Chen to remind themselves? Before figuring things out, he'd rather pretend not to know. Commander Xiao, what about the situation in Zhenjiang? The other side sent 3 third-tier individuals over. Are we really going to help Yi Chen take on this matter? With worried expressions, several high-level officials couldn't help but speak up. The matter of dealing with the mutated bodies is no small issue. If the other party wants them to compensate for the losses, they can't really do that. Let's delay for now. Ignoring his subordinates' reactions, Xiaohai pondered for a moment before continuing. Huang Xiao, go to the military department and secretly arrange a batch of awakened ones to protect Yi Chen's family. Raise the level of importance to the highest. Of course, I estimate the other party has someone doing this as well. But in any case, consider it a backup, it might be useful later. Also, continue investigating Yi Chen's information. I'm curious to know what makes this guy so valuable to them. Think 3 steps ahead with every step taken. As a commander, Xiaohai decided to lay out plans in advance upon realizing that Yi Chen might possess value that even he, or the higher-ups in the military, hadn't considered. No matter what happens in the end, as long as I don't offend that mysterious third tier, it's fine. Well, it seems I've always had a good attitude towards that kid. Just in case, in the unlikely event. Yes. Receiving the order, Huang Xiao respectfully nodded, a hint of strangeness rising in his heart. What is this about? A week ago, I lowered Yi Chen's importance to B level, and now it's causing such a fuss, even more exaggerated than before. But speaking of it, when I first interacted with Yi Chen, I felt he was no ordinary person. I didn't expect it to escalate into such a big deal. Zhenjiang Safe Zone. Your Excellency Yilin, are you saying you want me to help you acquire 2 weapons? In the lounge, Chen Yong, who had gotten out of bed in a hurry, looked at Yi Chen across from him in shock, uncertain. Good heavens, he had just fallen asleep, and then a message from Yi Chen startled him awake. That's right. Across the table, Yi Chen nodded calmly and then earnestly added. To be precise, it's a loan. I don't have any money to give you right now. Chen Yong. Borrow? Staring blankly at Yi Chen for a moment, Chen Yong thought he hadn't fully woken up. A top-tier mid-level class 3 powerhouse was asking him to borrow money to buy equipment, and he couldn't tell whether Yi Chen was insulting him or mocking him. His expression was serious. Yi Chen calmly looked over. 2 sword-type weapons, preferably at the blue level with skills. The skill requirements should have a short cooldown, or consuming spiritual energy is also fine. At most, 1 month. By then, both the equipment and the credit points can be returned. Deciding to go for a high-level instance dungeon, Yi Chen thought clearly that if he wanted to pretend to be class 3 to avoid trouble, at least his regular combat ability had to be higher. He couldn't shell out that much to buy equipment himself right now, so it was a waste of time. It was better to just ask Chen Yong for it. After all, this guy wanted to build a relationship with him, it wouldn't hurt to take advantage of it. After a few seconds, Chen Yong looked at Yi Chen's serious eyes and finally reacted that the other party was not joking. Don't you have any equipment? He asked incredulously, his eyes filled with disbelief. In his opinion, Yi Chen previously used white equipment in battle purely to keep a low profile. It's very simple, Yi Chen is a 3rd tier, yet he has a 0 tier label. It's quite normal to do something so curious and not want to draw attention. The world is so vast, there are all kinds of 3rd tier. Whether to lend or not is just a matter of one sentence.
With a slight frown, Yi Chen couldn't be bothered to come up with some reasons. The less he said, the better, as long as Chen Yong's imagination was strong enough.
As expected, after a moment, Chen Yong's gaze shifted. He learned from the soldiers about Yi Chen's actions at the gathering place, erecting monuments, giving money, and paying respects to the soldiers' hometowns from 60 years ago. Although he didn't understand the significance, he could tell that this mysterious third tier absolutely valued feelings.
Would such a strong person lie about his equipment?
Taking a deep breath, Chen Yong steeled his heart and replied urgently,
"Lend, Lord Yi Lin. I will borrow. It's just that the equipment you want."
With a bitter smile. The two blue weapons are not cheap, although he had previously told Chen Yao that he would pull in Yi Chen at any cost.
But two blue ones, that's at least 100,000 points. Not to mention that Yi Chen also requested ones with skills.
After hesitating for a moment, Chen Yong seemed to make a certain decision. "Lord Yi Lin, please wait a moment, I will contact my father's subordinate first." In a hurry, he used the system function to send a private message, not caring what time it was, and started asking people everywhere.
"Old Chen, does the logistics department have any sword-type weapons? Commander Fong, didn't you say last time that you collected a few weapons as rewards from competitions? Uncle Zhang, can our military district get 2 blue weapons?"
Seeing Chen Yong so invested, Yi Chen nodded slightly and patiently waited. Good weapon equipment rarely circulates outside, which is why the equipment he sold before was so easy to sell. Similarly, to find weapons that could increase his combat power in a short time, he could only look for the military or major forces. If he were to collect them himself, he would either have to charge a high price or spend a lot of time looking for them himself.
Half an hour later, Chen Yong relaxed, breathing a sigh of relief. "Found it.
Sir Yi Lin, I can find a high-quality white one and a blue one here. The white gear is a sharp stabbing sword, equipped with the skill Quick Lunge, which has no cooldown time, only consuming stamina and spiritual energy.
The blue one is a flame blade, with skills that belong to enchantment.
It increases damage after consuming spiritual energy.
Both pieces of equipment should meet your requirements."
With an eyebrow raised, a trace of barely noticeable joy flashed in Yi Chen's eyes upon hearing this.
"It sounds pretty good.
No wonder he is the son of a general, his influence is indeed significant. Finding specific weapons that meet his requirements within half an hour is quite efficient." After glancing at the information Chen Yong presented, Yi Chen nodded slightly. The two pieces, with power +1 and +3 respectively, have the flame blade suitable for main combat and the stabbing sword suitable for the offhand. Combined with his stabbing thunder boots, it should not be a problem to disguise himself as a trash level 3 in a short period of time. As long as he looks like a third tier within the instance, he can casually grind through regular battles. If anyone doubts him at the last moment, he will just use 3 SSS skills directly. No one would fail to see him as a top tier third tier.
"How much is the price?"
"I'll pay you back with 10% interest in a month."
"Should we sign a contract?"
As soon as he finished speaking.
Seeing that Yi Chen was indeed satisfied, Chen Yong couldn't help but smile.
As long as he's satisfied, it's worth it that he had his assistant urgently help him check the army's inventory, even if he had to call himself uncle and dad.
Making a good connection with Yi Chen is all worthwhile.
With a wave of his hand, Chen Yong rubbed his bald head, looking sincere.
"You can take it and use it first.
There's no need for a contract.
I trust your character. As for the interest, you're too polite. If it works out well for you, just buy it at the original price. No, at a lower price." He didn't mention the money at all.
However, after saying all this, Chen Yong felt a vague pain in his heart. Both pieces of equipment are considered to be quite good, the white one at least 40,000 to 50,000, and the blue one starting at 70,000.
This price is still set by the military.
If he takes them privately, he will need to curry favor with some departments to keep their mouths shut. A combination of relationships and money is needed to handle this matter. Don't be fooled by his strong background, there are still 4 others at the same level as his grandfather in the North China Theater. After all, he is only a deputy, and it's more about honor.
Of course, this is also why he values Yi Chen so much.
He still can't forget Yi Chen's incredible sword skills.
"Okay, I remember you. Sucker."
Leaving it unbothered, Yi Chen spoke steadily, looking at Chen Yong with the kind of appreciation one expects from someone in a position of power. His voice caused a tremor. Chen Yong looked at Yi Chen's inscrutable expression, and the way he looked at him resembled how his grandfather treated his subordinates. For some reason, he felt that Yi Chen suddenly carried a certain aura, as if rather than asking to borrow money, he was giving him an opportunity. With a thud, his mind raced with countless thoughts.
Could it be a test? Could it be that Lord Yi Lin is not using it himself but giving it to someone else? Borrowing and returning it in a month.
Lost in thought, he heard Yi Chen stand up.
"All right, that'll do.
I'll leave first, it's best to complete the transaction before tomorrow." After saying that, Yi Chen turned and walked away calmly, as if he had only come to discuss trivial matters and hadn't taken it to heart at all.
Suddenly coming back to his senses,
Chen Yong looked at the carefree Yi Chen and was even more certain of his guess. He quickly squeezed out a smile and stood up to send him off.
"Take care. I'll see you off. Don't worry. I will definitely deliver it to you by tomorrow."
Half a minute later, Chen Yong, smiling broadly, watched the direction in which Yi Chen had left and felt rather pleased with himself for a moment. His judgment should be correct.
"Brother, what are you doing up in the middle of the night?"
In the next room, Chen Yao pushed open the door and looked at her brother reproachfully. In her eyes, Shen Yong seemed to be frozen in place, reminiscing about something. Ha! Coming back to his senses, Shen Yong seemed to remember something and broke into a grin.
It's nothing, little sister. Your brother just took care of a big deal.
Maybe when father finds out, he'll praise me for being competent. Recalling the appreciative gaze that Yi Chen had directed at him, Shen Yong's smile widened and he felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart.
Although he felt a little heartache earlier, thinking back, he realized he actually didn't lose anything.
After all, Lord Yilin said he would return the weapons in a month. Rounding it off, it was like getting a free favor. A tier 3 favor, indeed.
TSK, I'm such a genius.
With such superb methods and the ability to make powerful connections, I'm sure even grandfather would be amazed. On the street, the weather was slightly cool. Yi Chen habitually pulled down his hat and walked alone on the empty street late at night.
The drizzle is continuous.
Compared to the Tianfeng safe zone, the Zhenjiang safe zone is still brightly lit and there are still shops on the street that do not have their lights on.
Should I just steal the equipment directly?
He muttered softly to himself. Yi Chen hesitated but still shook his head.
Forget it, it's not necessary.
If he were still as miserable as in his previous life, he would definitely have stolen it first. But with a month's time limit, it's estimated that even if he's not at the 3rd tier, he wouldn't be far off. By then, with his potential, the military would have to be insane not to provide him with resources. With his identity, returning a favor is just a matter of saying it. In a sense, Shen Yong indeed made the right investment. Suppressing the thought, Yi Chen looked at the bustling crowd and suddenly didn't know what he was going to do. Whether in his previous life or after being reborn, he had gotten used to constantly getting stronger in fighting. During the cooldown period of his skills, he actually had nothing to do temporarily.
Let's find a place to eat something.
Ding, private message request.
Yi Chen glanced at his system private message with some confusion and clicked it open.
Not many people knew his communication ID. Apart from his family, the only others were Huang Xiao and the instructors from the training camp. Upon opening it, he saw that the sender was Wang Kuan.
Can you lend me some credit points? I will pay you back soon.
Or I can use crossbow bolts as collateral. He paused slightly. Looking at the uncommunicative sender, Yi Chen's expression suddenly became serious. Wang Kuan was the stall owner from whom he had bought the hidden arrows at the Tianfeng market. After he left that day, he had accidentally overpaid and left his ID. Yi Chen had a deep impression of this reticent middle-aged man and even felt grateful. In his previous life, after missing the test, he had been trying to find ways to save money for credit points as well as survive. It was during that time that he met Wang Kuan. In a state of being completely broke, it was this cold-faced yet kind-hearted middle-aged man who gifted him a crossbow, allowing him to survive. Later on, he helped him multiple times, selling items at cost, taking care of him a lot. One could say that without Wang Kuan, Yi Chen would never have lasted long enough to escape to the capital.
Brother Wang, how much do you need? Did something happen to your daughter?
He hurriedly replied. Yi Chen remembered that Wang Kuan's daughter had always had poor health but was still barely holding on. Suddenly receiving a message in the middle of the night startled him.
Tianfeng safety zone.
Inside the dilapidated container, the seemingly dull middle-aged man's face showed a look of shame. Among the heaps of materials stacked everywhere, there was hardly a place to set foot. He sat on a low stool, bitterly looking at a clean little bed where a 7 or 8-year-old girl lay. The girl's little face was flushed, and her breathing was rapid. Clenching his fists tightly, Wang Kuan struggled with his expression as he watched Yi Chen's quick reply, eventually managing to speak with difficulty.
Little brother, just lend me 170 credit points. 160 is also fine.
I will definitely pay you back, otherwise, you can take my belongings as collateral.
Just take whatever you want.
After sending the message with great difficulty, Wang Kuan took a deep breath, feeling that he was truly shameless. He usually makes a living selling crossbow arrows. Although his craftsmanship is good, his lack of business skills only allows him to earn a meager income. Just 3 days ago, he had paid his stall fee, but his daughter had suddenly developed a high fever overnight. With limited funds, he had almost exhausted the people he knew. But being socially awkward, he hardly had any friends, and those he did have were just as poor as he was. After finally scraping together some money, he was swindled by a fake doctor. Out of sheer desperation, he thought of the generous Yi Chen from that day.
Proud all his life, he considered his act of asking strangers for money akin to begging. But,
looking at the suffering of the girl, he only felt his heart bleeding. Doctors in the safe zone are expensive, and medicine is also costly. Poor people rely on sheer willpower to endure illness, and if they can't hold on, they simply die. But his daughter's health has always been poor, and he dare not let her endure it. He doesn't dare to look at the private message inbox. He fears that his request will be refused. 160 points is not a small amount, enough money for a family of 3 to eat for half a year.
Useless. He is just a living waste. Being scammed, unable to make money, and his child can only suffer alongside him. How shameless he is to actually borrow money from a stranger he barely knows. Holding his head, this honest middle-aged man listened to his daughter's painful moans and couldn't help but smash his fist against his own head. A few seconds later, a series of notification pings suddenly came through.
Ding, your ID card has received 2,000 credit points.
Brother Wang, take the money and use it first.
If it's not enough, just tell me. If you want to pay it back, do so with conditions. His whole body trembled. Wang Kuan stared blankly at the extra 2,000 credit points on his card. Such a large amount almost left him dumbfounded. He had never seen so much money in his life. As if in a dream, he hurriedly regained his senses while looking at the private message sent by Yi Chen. Thank you. Thank you. Little brother, this is too much. Way too much. Instinctively, he thought about returning the extra credit points without hesitation, only to find that Yi Chen had directly rejected the transaction on the other end. Brother Wang, just consider it as me buying all your crossbows. Your skills are so good, it's I who is taking advantage of you. Looking at Yi Chen's last message, this honest and simple man's eyes instantly turned red. Even he, no matter how dull, could realize that Yi Chen's words were taking care of his self-esteem. With feelings of gratitude, sadness, and complexity, Wang Kuan slowly walked to the bedside and picked up his little daughter. He took a deep breath, as if making some kind of resolve, and sent a message to Yi Chen. Brother Yi Chen. I'm a bit slow and can't articulate well, but from today on, my life, Wang Kuan, belongs to you. On the street, Yi Chen looked at the message from Wang Kuan and chuckled in disbelief. He was very familiar with this honest middle-aged man. At first, he wanted to transfer 10,000 points, but considering it would scare Wang Kuan, he decided to transfer less. For those who helped him in his past life, Yi Chen always believed in repaying a drop of kindness with a fountain of gratitude. Whoever treats him well, Yi Chen will definitely return the favor 100-fold or 1,000-fold. With a smile on his face, he felt he had somewhat compensated for the regrets of his past life, and his mood was quite good. But in the next second, his smile abruptly froze on his face. In the distance, several vague yet heartfelt killing intentions were locking onto him. His entire body tensed up, frozen in place. Hair standing on end, under the pressure of a powerful sixth sense, Yi Chen felt as if a man-eating beast was lurking behind him, ready to pounce at any moment. Third stage. At least the energy fluctuation of the third stage. Who is it? Who is trying to kill me? Struggling to suppress his reaction, Yi Chen forced himself to remain calm and walked forward without looking back. With his willpower far exceeding the second stage, he could vaguely sense that the killing intent was nearby. Although the other party was well hidden, thanks to the life and death trials of his past life, he was extremely sensitive to such death threats. This is within the safety zone of Zhenjiang. Logically, no one should recognize him apart from Chen Yong. No wealth displayed, no equipment shown. Who would target a mere zero stage like him? Is it the Zhenjiang third stage that I robbed of monsters? Or did Chen Yong have a change of heart? It's impossible. With his brain rapidly working, Yi Chen quickly ruled out those two options. Chen Yong had no reason to send someone to kill him, and the energy behind him was definitely a master among the third tiers. The people in Zhenjiang couldn't possibly know who he was. He had made his move without a second's delay that day, and a strength type couldn't possibly discover him. Is it the Blood Wolf? Is that woman Lin Lan seeking revenge on him? Under this intense sense of crisis, Yi Chen felt a heaviness in his heart. He was now at full skill cooldown, and if the opponent wanted to kill him, he had no room to resist. No. Accurately speaking, even if his skills were ready, besides the dimensional slash, he could only avoid one third-tier attack. As long as a third tier wanted to assassinate him, he was doomed without a doubt. Don't be fooled by the fact that he could take down third tiers so easily. He had always attacked when the opponent was completely unsuspecting. Simply put, in front of a third tier, he was nothing but a super fragile character with high attack and low health. Survivors on the street passed by joking and laughing, while modified cars splashed water along the way. Just when Yi Chen hesitated whether to activate the thunder attack boots for a chance, the killing intent behind him that felt like a piercing needle suddenly vanished. Came quickly, left quickly. Just like it never existed. Walking calmly into the largest tavern along the street, he lifted the heavy windbreak curtain, and a burst of lively music filled his ears. Under the cloak, Yi Chen did not look as relaxed as he appeared. His right hand was tightly gripping the hilt of his sword. He could not determine the source of the killing intent and could only try to enter a crowded place. This tavern had only one entrance, and if someone continued to follow him, he would see them at a glance. Who exactly is it? After being reborn, it was the first time Yi Chen felt such intense unease. No matter how much he recalled the doubts he had during these days, he still could not pinpoint who wanted to take action against him. Was it because they didn't act just now, because they were in the inner city? If that's the case, then the suspicion of the third tier from Zhenjiang can be ruled out. Being in the enemy's territory, there was no reason not to take action. So was it that ghost woman Lin Lan, or... No, Lin Lan couldn't possibly be in Tianfeng. Her Blood Wolf squad entered randomly. Suddenly, Yi Chen remembered his fainting incident. He originally wanted to investigate in Tianfeng to find out who harmed him, but was interrupted by an inexplicable force. Could it be the other party? His expression froze. He had always suspected that the situation was not so simple, and there might be a higher-level mastermind behind it. A small student poisoned him out of jealousy and then committed suicide. This incident itself is abnormal. But before this incident, Yi Chen had always believed that even if the other party was hiding behind the scenes, their power was probably only at the second tier. After all, there is only one third-tier individual in Tianfeng. If a third tier wanted him dead, as an ordinary person, he would have been dead already. Before awakening, even a first tier could kill him without anyone caring. There was no need to make it so troublesome.
The killing intent comes from the third tier.
If the killing intent just now is related to the mastermind behind the scenes, what exactly do they want to do?
If they came to Junjiang, doesn't that mean he has been tracked by the other party all along? Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen quietly ordered a cocktail at the bar, striving to calm his emotions.
There were too few clues.
A girl nearby, who also seemed to be out for fun in the middle of the night, appeared to have noticed him. She took a few glances at Yi Chen's face. The girl's heart skipped a beat, and the effect of alcohol prompted her to move a bit closer. Seconds later, the girl with red hair glanced at the Awakener insignia on Yi Chen but didn't mind it. A young and handsome cutie, looking a bit nervous while drinking, seemed like it was her first time out for fun.
Hey, handsome.
The girl chuckled lightly and directly leaned next to Yi Chen, completely unconcerned that her chest was practically pressed against his hand.
Are you alone? Want to have a drink together?
Under the loud music, the girl, who looked to be only 19 or 20, leaned directly into Yi Chen's ear. With his body on high alert, Yi Chen instantly felt a soft and warm touch beside his hand.
The girl had a hot figure, and his fingers almost sank into the rabbit's ear.
Gladly glancing at the girl who was teasing him, Yi Chen's eyes flickered, but he showed no reaction at all. The girl was somewhat attractive, but her clearly pure and delicate features were covered in heavy makeup, and the jingling earrings swayed in front of him. Although her outfit was revealing, it was evident that the girl came from a good family. At least Yi Chen noticed that the ring on her hand was actually a piece of equipment.
Not an awakened one, but has equipment.
During their gaze, the girl looked at him with a wildness in her eyes, as if he were the prey instead. To this, Yi Chen was not surprised. After the apocalypse, girls tended to be quite bold, often taking the initiative toward their desired targets. Gently moving his hand away, Yi Chen ignored the girl who was staring at him. If it weren't for the worry that leaving directly would expose his vigilance, he would have already walked away given his personality. Raising her curved eyebrow, the red-haired girl blinked as she noticed Yi Chen's subtle movement. She couldn't care less about the rough men in
the tavern.
It was rare to encounter a target that matched her aesthetic and was so cute, instantly intensifying her mischievous thoughts.
Bartender, 2 cups, not going home tonight, put it on my tab.
After saying this, the girl leaned one hand on the bar, curiously looking at Yi Chen's profile.
Do you have the guts to play a couple of rounds with me, little brother?
As her words fell, the surrounding crowd immediately cast envious glances at Yi Chen.
Among them, almost everyone had their eyes on this girl.
However, those who managed to get into the inner city were no fools. They noticed the awakened one who kept following the girl. It must be the offspring of some big shot who has come out to play. Turning to look at the girl, Yi Chen also noticed 2 second-tier awakeners sitting expressionlessly not far away, pretending to drink. Clearly, these 2 awakeners are the girl's bodyguards. An ordinary person can have second-tier protectors and even luxuriously carry equipment.
The forces behind the girl must be at least peak second tier.
No, it takes a third tier to achieve this. As if thinking of something, Yi Chen's heart moved, and after a moment he took the shaker from the girl's hand. Brotherly, what should we do if the young lady leaves with someone?
What if Commander Liang finds out about this? On the inner city street at 4 o'clock in the morning, the 2 second-tier awakeners stood dumbfounded, watching the 2 in front of them.
They saw a red-haired girl affectionately hooking her arm around the neck of a boy, seeming like lovers as she hung on him. Her unsteady steps indicated that she was clearly drunk.
Do you dare to stop her?
If you do, the young lady will throw you to feed the zombies.
What should we do? Hurry up and follow.
Under extreme tension and entanglement, the 2 awakened ones exchanged a wry smile and could only hurriedly follow behind, watching helplessly as Yi Chen led their young lady into a luxurious hotel. Soft, so soft. Glancing at the girl hanging on him, Yi Chen discreetly reached towards her waist. No matter how he tried to avoid contact, as they were practically stuck together, he could still feel the jade-like softness of her body. A faint fragrance entered his nostrils, and her long hair resting on his chest was causing a bit of an itch. Under the ambiguous and envious gaze of the front desk manager, Yi Chen directly handed over the girl's ID card and booked a single room. Although he had the intention of using the girl as a cover, he thought the cost of the room should definitely be paid by her. Peace lasted for a long time after the apocalypse, and many industries recovered. But in the high-end hotels of the safe zone, where every inch of land is precious, one night's stay costs as much as an ordinary person's 6 months of hard work.
Hold me.
Her gaze was dreamy. The girl tilted her head, her delicate lips brushing against Yi Chen's ear, breathing softly. Her legs felt weak. Under the influence of alcohol, she only felt the world spinning. Unlike Yi Chen, who had an awakened physique, the girl, though she seemed to have strengthened her body through some energy fruit, was evidently unable to control herself after a night of drinking. He easily picked her up. Inadvertently, Yi Chen's fingertips slipped beneath the hem of her tight shorts, instantly feeling a smooth elasticity. Her rear was quite perky. He underestimated in his heart. The enticing scene before him didn't lead him to think too much. On the contrary, he remained vigilant about the movements outside. It is unclear whether the group that was tracking him disappeared before he entered the tavern, or if they only vanished after seeing him come out with a woman without any reaction. Regardless, under constant vigilance, Yi Chen finally let out a slight sigh of relief. The security at the hotel is very good, and he also noticed that the girl's bodyguard was always following closely behind. Not knowing the other party's true intentions, the only thing he could do was pretend not to notice and try to create as much buffer for himself as possible.
Ding! The elevator opened. Fatigued from the day's events, Yi Chen went straight to his room after going upstairs. After hanging a thin thread on the door, a hint of weariness flashed in his eyes. Fighting during the day, completing tasks in the afternoon, coming back to deceive a couple of weapons, and then experiencing a crisis afterward. His mind felt like a tightly strung violin string, only relaxing at this moment. Casually tossing the girl onto the bed, he decided to wash up first. The tool is used up, he will just slip away by himself early tomorrow morning. Whoosh! Warm water gushed and splashed, and as the mist rose, Yi Chen quickly ran through the events of his rebirth in his mind. Everything went smoothly, and he would soon become a Tier 3. The only problem that arose was the Tier 3 who had been following him. There was a killing intent, they didn't act, but appeared in Zhenjiang. Yi Chen quickly reasoned in his heart. If the follower is related to the coma incident, it indicates that the other party wasn't trying to kill him before, but rather didn't want him to participate in the test. The current murderous intent likely means they've realized that he is becoming stronger too quickly. But the problem is, since he just rebirthed, there shouldn't be anyone else aware of his talent. Could it be that his talent has been secretly tested by someone, and there are people who don't want him to grow so quickly? In his previous life, he wasn't taken seriously at the beginning in the capital. Perhaps this was also the other party's strategy? That's too much of a conspiracy theory. Yi Chen frowned, he felt this was too absurd. Moreover, if there really exists a force that knows about his potential and seeks to hinder him, there would be no reason not to kill him. There are too many opportunities to take action. With too few clues, Yi Chen even wondered if he was being too sensitive and misjudging the direction. If it's the second possibility, he might have miscalculated when the other party started tracking him. Perhaps they only encountered him in Zhenjiang. If we assume that there is communication of information between the farming teams, then even if Lin Lan is not in Zhenjiang, he could outsource an attack to other farming teams. It's possible that his portrait is circulating among the farming teams. With Lin Lan's hatred toward him, he could achieve this. His gaze flickered. Combining all the clues, Yi Chen believed the second theory was relatively logical. It's quite normal for the farming team to target him, and it's also reasonable not to want to expose their identity when taking action. If that's the case, then he doesn't need to worry while in the safe zone. If he goes out, thinking about the high-level dungeon he intended to enter, Yi Chen felt a sense of urgency. He must buy disguise items as soon as possible. After sneaking out of the city tomorrow, he needs to shake off the other party's tracking. Even with a light chuckle, a hint of killing intent flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. He was worried that the opponent would kill him during the cooldown of his skills and launch a surprise attack. But if the positions were reversed, it might be possible to ambush the opponent. A third-tier breeding team might just surprise him again. With a thought, disregarding the acquisition of psychic fruit and enhancement bonuses, Yi Chen directly instructed Li Dafu to purchase high-tier stealth equipment. Woo! Just as he walked out of the bathroom, Yi Chen heard a few low moans and gasps. He saw the young lady who had been tossed onto the bed, at that moment actually dragging off her short sleeves by herself, tossing and turning in the blanket. She seemed too hot, and in her dazed state, she instinctively wanted to take off her tight-fitting denim shorts, but found it surprisingly difficult to get them off. A faint blue light kept flashing on her body, flowing like water, covering her entire body, looking like some kind of system item for clearing negative effects. Approaching the window, Yi Chen lit a cigarette and leaned against the wall, pondering silently. I must say, those fair and alluring legs that kept swaying before him were indeed quite eye-catching. Compared to the women in the gathering place who worked all day and had dark skin, the girl was as pure as jade, delicate enough that you could almost squeeze water from her. During the drinking contest at the bar, Yi Chen learned the girl's name. Yan Yuqing. A beautiful and rare name. So rare that Yi Chen instantly realized who this young lady's father was. Yan Liijun, the commander of Safety Zone 317 and the president of the new Radiance Chamber of Commerce, a Tier 3 intermediate awakened. To sum it up, he had power, wealth, and strength. The shop that previously sold materials was one of the acquisition points of the Xingyao Chamber of Commerce spread throughout the entire North China war zone. And Yan Yuqing, as the youngest daughter of Yan Liijun, had two older brothers. Not only that, Yi Chen also recognized this little girl's father. But that was during his past life when he was a refugee and saw him while mingling with a convoy. He remembered that at that time, in order to earn a meal, he mingled with the guard team, responsible for clearing out zombies. In his recollection, he didn't see the girl during the escape. She was likely killed in the first wave of mutant attacks. Strictly speaking, your dad is still my boss. Yi Chen let out a light laugh, feeling that this world was really interesting. Generally, descendants of some strong individuals or major forces who lack the talent to become awakened ones are usually neglected and are kept with money. However, encountering a descendant like Yan Yuqing, who is a third tier, in a bar is a rare event. It seems she must have quarreled with her family and sneaked out to have some fun. Extinguishing his cigarette, Yi Chen watched the girl who was drowsily struggling to untie her shorts, and his heart stirred slightly. He slowly walked to the bedside and sat down, casually playing with the girl's hair. What should I do? Should I sacrifice myself for humanity? This little girl's dad is so wealthy, he probably brought a lot of credit points with him. Just as Yi Chen was hesitating, a slender little hand grabbed him directly. His entire body stiffened. Yi Chen silently moved Yan Yuqing's small hand away from his lower abdomen and tossed it aside.
Although he didn't mind sacrificing himself for humanity, they had to negotiate a price first. Otherwise, what if the other party took advantage of him for nothing? As a being with divine-level talent, the hope of the Huaxia combat area, being able to sleep with someone like him might one day be recorded in history.
Why did you run away?
It's unclear if it was the effects of the props, but Yen Yuqing drowsily opened her eyes and, in a daze, saw Yi Chen's face, which looked conflicted and moody. After sobering up a bit, she looked at Yi Chen's profile dreamily and suddenly laughed foolishly.
You still look so good. You're so cute.
In her eyes, under the dim cold tones, the 18-year-old Yi Chen resembled a delicate porcelain doll, with a handsome face and slightly long eyelashes that seemed to hold a trace of sadness, as if he did not dare to resist her and bore a faint hint of forbearance. Adding to that is the unique aura of a will-type awakened being, creating a kind of deadly allure. With a little tug, Yen Yuqing directly leaned on Yi Chen, her mouth slightly open. In her thirst, she found those thin lips so tempting. Noticing the girl's aggressive gaze, Yi Chen felt a slight stir in his heart and instantly realized what this little girl liked. A spoiled young lady who was also driven mad by discipline for her, preferred to take initiative and enjoyed being in a dominant position. As the saying goes, you lack what you compensate for. In her environment, there were no shortages of strong individuals, but rather it was Leaf Chen's initial display of restraint and subtle rebellion that sparked in her a sense of conquest. With this thought, a hint of stubbornness and endurance surfaced in Leaf Chen's eyes, and he weakly pushed his right hand toward the girl.
Miss Yen, you've had too much to drink. Let's rest.
His heart felt as if it had been struck in an instant. Yen Yuqing, leaning on Leaf Chen, was taken aback. She felt that the stubborn yet proud boy in front of her was incredibly tempting, every movement and expression hitting all the right spots for her. The little remaining rationality shattered.
She couldn't take it anymore.
Unable to suppress herself, the girl directly bit into those thin lips without reservation, as if seeking to drink from them, clinging tightly to Leaf Chen's neck.
Greedily entwined.
Breathing heavily, the room was instantly filled with a sultry atmosphere. Feeling the clearly aroused girl, Yi Chen sighed inwardly. If it weren't for the credit points, who would want to deceive a little girl?
Miss Yen.
Don't do this. I have to go out of town for a mission tomorrow. My family is waiting for me to earn money for food. Softly resisting, Yi Chen pushed the girl away, wiping the glistening threads from the corner of his mouth, his eyes revealing a hint of faint sorrow. The kiss was too intense. After being pushed away, Yen Yuqing was momentarily stunned, then looked at Yi Chen with her cheeks flushed. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, clearly somewhat dissatisfied.
In a moment of impulse,
she seemed to recall the behavior of her brother and his companions, so she simply pulled out an identity card from her hot pants and tossed it onto the bed.
Her eyes fixed firmly on Yi Chen, one hand couldn't help but reach towards Yi Chen's lower abdomen. It's all for you. You don't have to go tomorrow. I can support you.
After saying that, she continued to pounce on Yi Chen and began to kiss him passionately, albeit awkwardly. The people on top are brainless. This statement applies to women as well. Especially since it was her first time being so intimate with someone of the opposite sex, she felt as if she were a cat who had just tasted meat, finding it utterly delightful. All she wanted was to meld the person beneath her into her body, from head to toe. Glancing at the identity card tossed to the side, Yi Chen silently estimated how many points it might have. Watching the girl twisting and turning on top of him, obviously feeling somewhat stifled, she simply reached her right hand directly into the edge of her hot pants.
Just a simple head pat.
At the same time, the unaccustomed stimulation made Yen Yuqing shiver all over, and the delicate body pressing down on Yi Chen instantly softened.
Like a lamb being electrocuted, she trembled uncontrollably.
Woo! Like a fawn's low whimper, waves of electric stimulation spread from the toes all the way along the lower back to the top of the head. Her previously dazed eyes now seemed as if they were about to cry, tightly clutching the hem of Yi Chen's shirt.
No. Woo. No, don't.
As the offense and defense shifted, Yi Chen looked at the whimpering Yen Yuqing and let out an amused low laugh. Having killed so many zombies, he was already
very familiar with the distribution of the human body's structure. He knew exactly where the weaknesses lay and where he could most quickly destroy rationality. Gently asking the girl who was lying on his legs, Yi Chen innocently inquired, "Sister, do you really not want it? Sister looks like she's in a lot of discomfort, can't you take it?" Slap. Provoked by the words, Yen Yuqing raised her head, panting heavily, and defiantly looked at Yi Chen. Her right hand tightly grasped Yi Chen's right hand, and her watery eyes seemed to be filled with the words devour. She didn't know how it happened, but being suppressed by someone? How could that be? She was the one in control.
After a few seconds, relying on her meager knowledge, she directly straddled him. With a facade of calmness and skill, she lunged at him again.
The next day, close to noon,
dressing in his gear, Yi Chen expressionlessly took an identity card from the bedside and stuffed it into his pocket. Looking at the girl, Yen Yuqing, who had collapsed like a pile of mud, he shook his head in disbelief. What a garbage situation.
But after a few shakes, she couldn't take it anymore.
He could handle it with just one hand, yet he had prepared himself mentally for so long. Giving a glance at the various props under the bed, Yi Chen hesitated but ultimately chose not to take them. Although they looked valuable, he was prepared to fish
for big gains over time.
While they might not necessarily be useful just based on his performance today, Yi Chen was confident he could overpower the opponent. After all, she is the young lady of the Starry Glory Chamber of Commerce. Getting 100,000 points shouldn't be a problem.
Some hard-to-get materials and equipment might still rely on her.
With the disguise props that Li Dafu bought at a high price, a few seconds later, Yi Chen transformed from a young boy into an ordinary young man. His entire outfit looked unremarkable under the cover of the props, appearing at most like a plain version. Thinking about the price he paid, a hint of pain flashed through Yi Chen's heart. A prop that provides no bonuses but merely covers things up is still sold for such a high price. Damn it, if it really is a breeding team tracking him down, he would definitely make them cough up every bit to compensate for his losses. Whoosh! Opening the window, Yi Chen briefly observed before jumping out like a fish, landing in an empty parking lot. Chen Yang's equipment had already been traded over, he still had a day, and all his skills would cool down. Compared to the previous dungeon, Yi Chen planned to prepare in advance for this high-level dungeon he was entering, just in case. A few hours later, amidst a series of knocks, Yan Yuqing suddenly woke up.
"Miss, are you okay, miss?"
Hearing the shouting from outside the door, she furrowed her brows, feeling a bit irritated. It was only when she looked to her side that she realized Yi Chen had already left. She was slightly stunned, and thinking about the craziness of last night, a flush of redness quickly spread from her neck to her face. Looking at her own bare body, she finally came to her senses.
"So crazy. How could I be so wild?"
She muttered softly, and after scolding her subordinates to get lost, Yan Yuqing silently hugged her knees while sitting on the bed, feeling inexplicably a tinge of sadness in her heart.
Is he really gone like this? Didn't even wait for me to wake up, just a goodbye before leaving.
Having always been pampered and never lacking in anything, she suddenly felt a sense of emptiness in her heart. Outside the Zhenjiang safety zone, Yi Chen moved alone through the wilderness, coming to the outskirts. Whoosh! The sword blade ignited with fire. Hidden in an abandoned residential building, the long sword in his right hand erupted with a burst of flame, piercing through a half of the wall in front of him. A wave of heat hit him, and even the air slightly distorted. The penetrated metal quickly turned red, eventually starting to melt. Looking at the glowing red sword blade, which occasionally sparked, Yi Chen estimated that the temperature on the blade was at least 2,000 degrees. Under the scorching enchantment, he believed that any life form that suffered an attack would instantly have their muscle tissue burned, causing tremendous internal damage.
270 energy points consumed per second. Not bad.
Feeling the speed of energy consumption within him, Yi Chen was quite satisfied with this flame sword.
Ordinary awakened beings
could only activate it during critical battles, but with his energy reserves, it was enough to support several small-scale battles. As for the other stab short sword, he has also tested it, which is equivalent to half a stab thunderboot.
The stab thunderboot skills include Thunder Walk, the shield that comes with Blood Soul armor, the leg knives from Blood-breaking leg armor, the skills from 2 weapons, plus the unyielding from the oath necklace.
All in all, his equipment provides a total of 6 combat skills. It can be said that he has gained quite formidable combat power through spending money. Pretending to be third tier may seem a bit lacking, but that dungeon isn't always about fighting together.
Moreover, there's no rule that says third tier must go all out, right?
Estimating his current combat power, Yi Chen muttered a few words to himself and stopped thinking too much. He just hurried towards the dungeon while his skills were on cooldown. He stealthily slipped out of the safe zone, traveling through various small paths in the wilderness, and so far, he hadn't seen the group that was tracking him. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! The motorcycle sped through the edge of an abandoned suburb, attracting a group of zombies who suddenly came rushing out from a nearby residential area. The roars were weak. These nearly decayed zombies, like wobbling machines, futilely reached out their dried-up, jerky-like hands in an attempt to pull Yi Chen off the bike. The dagger gleamed, piercing through the heads of several zombies like silver fish before returning to Yi Chen's side, buzzing continuously.
These dead ones have been around for a while.
Taking a look at the zombie corpse with its brain pierced on the ground, Yi Chen felt certain in his heart that he had not chosen the wrong route. There are no supermarkets or factories from the apocalypse here, and few survivors come to scavenge. Therefore, the zombies hiding here haven't updated for a long time. Having rotted for so long, their bodies resembled desiccated chicken feet, with that slimy outer layer nearly falling off their skeletons. A few female zombies have started to rot from the fleshiest part of their chests, and at a glance, one can see the shriveled heart through their chest bones.
The view is bleak, resembling a decayed tomb.
After raising a cloud of dust, Yi Chen left this small community far behind and headed straight for the mine. That's right, his target this time is the mid to high level dungeon, the Gate of Hell. 6 hours later, the sky began to darken. Hiding behind a bungalow outside the mining area, Yi Chen carefully observed the mountain surrounded by barbed wire. Before the apocalypse, this was one of the few gold mining sites in Zhenjiang, so the surrounding facilities were well established, resembling a small town. But now, as the lowest valued gold mine in the apocalypse, hardly any awakened ones come here to search for supplies.
Nothing to eat, nothing to use.
People would rather carry a sack of manure than a sack of gold. Manure can at least be burned, while gold, despite having some industrial value, is less useful than scrap metal for most survivors. Gate to Hell, like the Bone Academy, belongs to a regional dungeon, and there are dungeon entrances in various major battle zones across the country. I don't know if it's a design by the Apocalypse system, but areas with a large number of similar buildings tend to generate a type of dungeon.
For example, hospitals turn into silent hospitals, schools become bone academies, and amusement parks transform into horror amusement parks.
Depending on the nature, the content of the dungeons varies. Taking the gate to hell as an example, the items that drop in this dungeon mainly consist of psychic crystals and enchanting materials, which is why Yi Chen chose it after much consideration. Enchanting materials are far more valuable than mutant materials, and psychic crystals can be used to enhance power beyond the 3rd tier, making them extremely valuable. If you get lucky, you might drop a large chunk of it, which is worth more than a piece of blue equipment.
No one is here. At least no one has entered this instance in Junjian during this time.
Looking at the few blurred tire tracks in the distance, Yi Chen carefully observed and came to a judgment.
It's quite normal. Although Junjiang has a few more Tier 3 awakeners, its overall strength is higher than that of Tianfeng.
However, with many instances and wild mutated creatures nearby, it's not a must-to.
Come here.
In fact, the Gate of Hell is not considered an easy instance. Apart from some awakeners wanting to obtain enchantments or spiritual crystals, most awakeners usually steer clear of this instance. However, for Yi Chen, knowing the general content inside, he naturally has his own plans. He felt a sense of relief in his heart.
Although other awakeners from different battle zones will be randomly matched after entering the instance, it's best not to run into anyone from Junjiang.
After all, if he steals Junjiang's monsters and happens to encounter an adversary who recognizes his sword skills, that would be bad luck.
The Gate of Hell within the mine is of the underground type.
With each layer descended, one will encounter attacks from zombies or mutated beings, and ultimately face peak Tier 3 mutated beings on the last layer. And every 7 layers, there will be a layer with special mutated beings appearing as elite monsters. Secretly calculating this operation, Yi Chen pondered for a moment and decided to end it on the 14th layer. With his current strength, fishing in troubled waters on the first 7 layers, he had to reserve his skills for use on the 14th layer, otherwise, there was no way to seize the killing rights from a Tier 3. Going further down, although he could still save his sword skills for 1 or 2 more uses, the risk was too great. Firm in his heart, taking advantage of the cooldown time of his skills, Yi Chen simply hid in an abandoned bungalow, constantly adjusting his condition. The wind howled. Hiding in a corner of the room covered in cobwebs, Yi Chen soon became as still as a breathless stone, quietly waiting.
4 o'clock in the morning.
In the empty and silent mine, a figure swiftly approached. Standing close to the watery-like instance barrier, Yi Chen took a deep breath and pressed directly against the shield.
Beat, do you want to enter the Hell Gate instance? Current minimum entry level, Tier 2 beginner. Instance difficulty, extremely high. Confirm. Beat, you have entered the Hell Gate. Current number of entrants, 7, 13, 29, 40. The instance will start in 1 minute, please prepare yourself. With a slight dizziness, Yi Chen realized that he had entered a mine. In the dimly lit mine, the only light came from the bluish crystals on the rock walls, as if immersed in the deep sea, oppressive and closed. Men and women, each carrying various weapons, opened their eyes one after another, sizing each other up. 40 people. Quickly scanning the area, Yi Chen's heart stirred, and he soon noticed a group of soldiers wearing standard uniforms. Upon closer inspection, he saw that all 12 of them had the East China Warzone insignia on their right arms, belonging to the 7th Group Army. There are many participants. Compared to the previous instance, the number of people participating in this Hell's Gate has doubled directly. But that's to be expected. The higher the difficulty of the instance and mission, the more entrants there are. Some ultra-high difficulty events even require an entire army group to participate. Like him, the others present are observing the other awakened individuals while also judging their strength based on their awakening times. Awakening faster generally indicates higher strength. In the eyes of many awakened individuals, Yi Chen's awakening time can be considered among the fastest. Without being able to sense the aura, they immediately labeled him as having decent strength. Although the ability to resist teleportation and willpower attributes are closely related, people still habitually believe that only high-level materials can spare the energy to improve willpower attributes. After all, under normal circumstances, no one thinks that willpower types would enter high-difficulty instances. Ding ding. A few sounds of knocking echoed as 3 awakened individuals, who seemed to be entering the cave for the first time, curiously tapped on the rock wall behind them, trying to pry the spirit crystals off the wall. There are so many spirit crystals here.
With burning eyes, they saw that just a corner of this spirit crystal was worth 7 to 8,000 credit points, looking as though it could be easily knocked off. They felt a surge of joy, completely not expecting such a big gain right after entering.
No need to knock.
Among the military awakeners standing together, a military officer in his early 30s coldly stopped him, saying, "All the ores inside the Gate of Hell can only be dropped by monsters.
Even if you pry it off, you can't take it away." Ha!
Hearing this, the few who were prying the spirit crystal let out 2 dry laughs, their eyes filled with regret. It was their first time entering the Gate of Hell instance, and seeing the spirit crystals and ores everywhere truly excited them. After hearing the officer's words, the others stubbornly pried a couple of times, confirming it was indeed useless before they, too, gave up.
What a pity. Skipping this little interlude, a colonel officer directly walked out from among the largest group of military awakeners and looked around.
No more nonsense, this time the Hellgate dungeon will be led by our military, so you can consider yourselves lucky. My name is Wang Yangping, a colonel of the 7th Army Group, Tier 3.
The difficulty of this dungeon is not low. Starting from the 20 tunnels you see, you will encounter enemies once you enter.
The optimal strategy for each tunnel is to enter in groups of 3 to maximize gains. Entering the same tunnel multiple times will significantly reduce rewards.
By the time you reach the 7th layer, the tunnels will converge and we will jointly face higher difficulty enemies.
So, later you can pair up in twos and work together with one of our military awakeners.
Everyone was delighted to hear this. It really is the best scenario for the military to enter the dungeon with them.
Compared to private forces, military awakeners tend to be more considerate in their actions.
They will try to save them whenever possible.
This is especially true as many noticed that among the 12 military personnel, 4 Tier 3 individuals did not hide their strength, which shocked everyone.
Is there still a thigh to cling to?
Some weaker solo awakeners looked over with some interest, contemplating which military big shot to team up with. Noticing the change in everyone's expressions, Wang Yangping chuckled lightly.
But let's make this clear first.
If you follow our 3rd tier member, then we will take 70% of the loot this time. Of course, our 3rd tier will also do their best to keep you alive.
If you choose to team up with a peak 2nd tier, then it will be 50%.
After saying this, Wang Yangping silently watched the crowd while 3 3rd tier members stepped forward, indifferently waiting for everyone to choose them. For this dungeon excursion, a mission had already been issued from above.
To maximize the acquisition of spirit crystals, they didn't mind splitting up to lead.
The crowd fell silent for a moment, and then they couldn't help but start whispering to each other.
Do we have to share rewards if we team up? And share so much?
Although teaming up with the military's 3rd tier is definitely the safest option, the thought of having to take away at least 70% made everyone feel a bit reluctant inside.
No matter how safety is guaranteed, it's still just that.
At most, it's a bit better than teaming up with fellow stragglers like themselves.
Who enters a dungeon without the mindset of exchanging their life for resources?
The military demands too much. Among the crowd, several non-military 3rd tier individuals also realized this, each planning to step out of the crowd and introduce themselves. Huang Kai, beginner 3rd tier.
Safety zone 175. Follow my awakened ones and I only want 50% of the profits. But I only take those above intermediate 2nd tier.
Yun Ming, beginner 3rd tier, while Demon Hunter Core, no need for much introduction.
50% profits, any level is fine.
Copying the example, 2 3rd tier individuals stepped forward among the 28 from the military. Clearly inspired by the military, they also planned to increase their own gains. The 3rd tier named Huang Kai wore a large set of battle armor, wielding a warhammer and shield, appearing to be more defensive in nature. His short and stocky build looked very reliable. To everyone, he was the melee character charging into battle. However, upon hearing his requirements, the remaining awakened ones realized that Huang Kai should be more defensive and less offensive, so they needed to have a certain level of strength to follow his lead. As for the other member of the demon hunting team, Yun Ming, many who had heard of the demon hunting brigade's name were taken aback.
The Wilderness Demon Hunting Brigade has quite a reputation in the chat channels.
The leader is a high-level Tier 3, and the entire brigade only recruits Tier 2 awakened ones and only the elite. Like everyone else, several Tier 3 members of the military also turned their attention toward him, for they had also heard of the demon hunting brigade's name. This Tier 3 awakened one, Yun Ming, was clearly stronger than Huang Kai. From Yun Ming's brief self-introduction, it was evident that this man, who bore a giant axe, was very confident in his abilities. All of a sudden, with 6 Tier 3 options available, everyone couldn't help but hesitate. Standing at the other end, the 4 3rd tier military personnel looked at the entangled crowd without concern. Although there was competition
for recruits, their confidence from the military assured them that this batch of awakeners would eventually choose them after some hesitation.
Moreover, there are only so many 3rd tier positions. Even if all 6 of them were taken, they could only bring 12 people. If they fall behind, the remaining individuals would either have to form teams on their own or stick with the 2nd tier peak.
1 minute quickly passed.
Just as everyone was deciding who to choose, a calm voice suddenly rang out from behind them. They saw Yi Chen, who was standing alone and disguised as a youth, step up in front of the crowd and briefly speak. Yi Lin, 3rd tier junior, 40%, no restrictions.
Ha! Only 40%. As the crowd heard the lowest requirement in the room, they couldn't help but turn their gazes toward Yi Chen. Under the cover of the disguise props, they couldn't ascertain whether Yi Chen was truly a 3rd tier awakener. At the same time, whether it was the military's 3rd tier officials or the 2 solo 3rd tier individuals, the 6 3rd tier awakeners were all intently watching Yi Chen, seemingly not expecting that there would still be a 3rd tier in this instance. No released aura and no 3rd tier medal on him?
To prove their strength, most 3rd tiers would release their momentum or display their medals. Someone like Yi Chen, in their eyes, would be considered hiding his true strength.
Is this kid really a 3rd tier? Muttering in their hearts.
In an instant, several 3rd tiers decided to sense Yi Chen's strength, but under the cover of a disguise item worth 30,000 points and a high amount of mental power, no matter how they sensed it, they couldn't figure out Yi Chen's true capabilities.
In their confusion, the 6 also noticed several pieces of blue equipment on Yi Chen that were no longer concealed.
He awakened quite quickly. They noticed that it looked like he had at least 4 pieces of blue gear. Generally, a 2nd tier individual wouldn't be able to gather these. Under the double verification, although they still had some doubts, they could reluctantly acknowledge the fact that Yi Chen belonged to the 3rd tier.
Captain Wang, can you tell his strength?
In the military team, a second-tier awakener whispered Huang Kai was the strongest among the team this time and his perception ability was also the strongest. I can't tell, but it should be fine. Unless he's an idiot, impersonating a third tier makes no sense. When confronting a monster later, the monster won't care whether you're real or fake.
Shaking his head, Wang Yangping concluded without saying more.
In his view, Yichen coming out now was merely a desire to gain a share of the rewards. The other awakeners saw that the third-tier experts had no doubts, although they felt it was a bit strange, they tacitly accepted that the newly emerged Yichen was indeed a third tier. After all, if the third tier said so, what could they figure out? Yichen concealed his strength like this, which should be that kind of wandering third tier, used to being cautious. Standing still, Yichen noticed that no one questioned him and couldn't help but let out a slight sigh of relief. He had thought about bringing people in to collect protection fees before entering. But at first, he just wanted to pretend to be at the peak of the second tier. If that didn't work, he would pass himself off as a third tier. After all, being at the peak of the second tier is also considered a strong presence among awakeners, so gaining trust is relatively simple. However, he didn't expect that this dungeon would suddenly spawn 6 third-tier ones and a bunch of peak second-tier ones. If he didn't directly impersonate a third tier, no one would probably be willing to be exploited by him. Who to choose? The military seems to have higher safety. I heard that the Gate of Hell has quite a high difficulty. The death rate is very high. If it's from the military, it's better to have a little less. But following a third tier into the later layers is definitely better than going by ourselves. I actually think following Huang Kai is not bad. He looks like he's a defensive type.
Hiding behind him shouldn't be too bad. Not necessarily. The other Yun Ming is from the Demon Hunter Corps.
I've heard about their achievements, and I feel he's even stronger than those from the military.
The loot they can get is probably less.
The crowd was engaged in lively discussions and soon chose their desired targets to follow.
However, during the discussion, almost no one mentioned Yichen.
After all, in everyone's eyes, Yichen appeared to be skilled in agile combat, not very strong, with mediocre protective abilities, and he was not well known, often hiding and showing only part of himself. Compared to the other third tiers, he was indeed quite lacking. If it weren't for the fact that the required harvest was the lowest, probably no one would consider him. Half a minute later, apart from the 7 third tiers, the 33 awaken rushed to the sides of the legs they wished to follow. Those who hesitated for too long and chose slowly could only select the peak second tier of the military. The crowd quickly found their respective teams, leaving only a portion of hesitant awakens standing in place.
Is there anyone who still wants to team up? If not, let's start acting separately.
In the military group, Wang Yangping looked at the last few awakened who had not teamed up, indicating that there were still advanced second tiers in the military who could take people with them. Of course, he also noticed that Yichen had no one behind him.
As the least favored choice in everyone's mind, many awakeners would rather choose a peak second tier than select him.
For a moment, both Huang Kai and Yun Ming, who already had full teams, were curiously watching the solitary Yichen. Faced with life and death battles, the survivors who have made it this far are very realistic.
If you don't demonstrate your strength, who would dare entrust their lives to you? However, the fact that someone like Yichen couldn't recruit anyone at all made them feel somewhat pathetic.
A third tier like this should not try to lead a team. Standing still, Yichen's heart had little fluctuation. If no one chooses him, so be it. He, on his own, is quite comfortable and at least doesn't have to worry about taking action. After all, the main gain comes from the kill rights on the 14th floor. The benefits of leading others are secondary. Just as everyone was getting a bit impatient and preparing to enter the lower level directly, 2 somewhat nervous requests rang out.
Lord Yilin, can we follow you?
Yichen turned his head in surprise and saw a slightly anxious girl of the second-tier beginner level and a young man of the second-tier intermediate level looking at him. With a raised eyebrow, Yichen, unconcerned about their strength, simply smiled and said,
"Of course you can."
The two hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, but ultimately chose to stand behind Yichen. In front of the batching system, many 3-person teams that had formed took a curious glance at Yichen's group. They also noticed that these 2 who chose Yichen were typical weaklings who were unwilling to give up their rewards.
Such pairings often end up dying very quickly. Ignoring the spectators' various reactions, Yichen directly led the 2 into tunnel number 18. Unaffected by external distractions, he looked back at the slightly nervous duo behind him, his tone softening as he curiously asked, "Why did you choose me? Also, you each should state your strengths." As soon as he finished speaking, the girl who appeared somewhat small and was a second-tier beginner hesitated for a moment and then forced a smile as she replied, "Lord Yilin, I went to the military side. But they didn't want me, only a second-level senior was willing to take me. I think you might be better off. After all, you are third level. I am a spellcasting type and I can use my skills at most 3 times. However, 2 of my skills were learned at the first level. Their power might be relatively low." Yichen. Seeing the girl who seemed a bit afraid that he would be angry after hearing the truth, Yichen forced a nonchalant smile and nodded. A spellcasting type, looks like she is half a will type. Having muddled through with first-level skills until now, she probably is poor and has no influence. The combat power is worrying, no wonder the military side directly rejected her. If it weren't for the fact that he recruited so few, looking at the girl's hesitation, he might be more willing to follow the second-level senior.
After complaining a bit in his heart, Yi-Chen heard another middle-aged man hesitantly speak up.
Lord Yi-Lin, I am a will type.
But I will fight with ranged weapons. My combat power is probably barely equivalent to the second tier.
Right?
As he spoke, the middle-aged man, afraid that Yi-Chen would drive him away, quickly untied the weapon bag from his back. Before long, a blue-quality psionic weapon appeared in his hand, which turned out to be an assault rifle.
I bought this weapon at a high price.
It's no problem for me to suppress enemies around the first tier.
I can kill zombies very quickly too.
Yi-Chen looked at the nervous middle-aged man in a daze, feeling speechless inside. Although he himself was indeed of the will system, he really knew how garbage the combat power of the will system was.
A second tier fighting with a blue rifle. What kind of bad luck did I have to gather two such bizarre generals?
Tap 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 tap.
The sound of footsteps echoed.
Walking in the deep mine, Yi-Chen continuously released his mental power to probe the situation ahead. The deep pit that seems to stretch endlessly resembles the entrance to hell, bringing a significant sense of oppression.
Feeling the overall silence and worry in the team, Yi-Chen took a deep breath and forced a smile. It's alright, I'm here. Our team isn't actually that weak.
Though he said that, Yi-Chen also understood. The combined strength of the two might only be equivalent to a low-level second tier, or even a bit weaker. Strictly speaking, if not counting the SSS level skill in his hand, the overall strength of the team was definitely at the bottom for this dungeon. If it weren't for the lower difficulty in the previous levels, he would have considered leaving the two behind.
How the hell are we supposed to fight this?
It's likely that he would have to rely solely on himself for the entire battle, with the girl at most using a skill when the mutated beings appear before losing her fighting ability.
Is this middle-aged man shooting zombies with a small water gun while also buffing himself?
Lord Yi-Lin,
we believe in you.
Lord,
I believe in you too.
In unison, the two listened to Yi-Chen's reassurance and quickly expressed their confidence in him. The heavens showed mercy, they were also forced
into this situation.
Hearing that the rewards from the Hellgate dungeon were high, they entered this dungeon almost with a gambling mindset. But because they had neither power nor strength, they missed the opportunity to follow the other Tier 3 players after much hesitation. Now they could only rely on Yi-Chen's Tier 3 being genuine.
Listening to the two profess their loyalty instead, Yi-Chen's mouth twitched and he let out a dry laugh.
It's just that the two didn't know his Tier 3 was also fake, otherwise they would likely be collapsing right now.
Somewhat curious. To ease the tense atmosphere, Yi-Chen curiously asked, how did you both advance to Tier 2?
Li Ko? You seem quite young.
Especially you, the one with the gun.
With his experience from his past life, Yi-Chen naturally understood how difficult it was to survive in the early stages if talent and will were involved. If he didn't have the Sword God system in hand and the full support of the military, he would probably still be stuck at 0th rank.
Second tier strength is considered quite good among ordinary awakened ones.
Seeing Yi-Chen ask about her, the girl named Li Ko gave a, Lord Yi-Lin, I'm actually 27 years old. Both my parents are awakened ones, but it still took me 9 years to barely advance to the second tier. Years ago when my parents were still alive, they could take me to hunt the mutated creatures. But then they encountered an accident, and after they died, I was stuck at the beginner level. With a dim expression, the girl remembered her parents who had died trying to save her, feeling a bit distressed. Both of her parents were close combat fighters, and when they faced an attack from a high-level second-tier mutated creature, it was because she ran too slowly that the two could only sacrifice themselves to save her.
Yi-Chen was momentarily taken aback after hearing this and didn't know how to comfort her.
Although these years after the apocalypse have generally been peaceful for a long time, for the survivors it is still a struggle on the brink of death.
Ordinary people work hard to survive, and with the slightest accident, they lose the ability to resist.
Starving to death or being eaten by zombies is quite common. Awakening individuals fight to grow stronger and protect the safe zones, and every year, a large number of awakeners perish in battle, with even third-tier fighters falling. The middle-aged man beside him sighed, his expression bitter as he replied,
Lord Yellen, I signed an agreement with a private force.
They help me increase my strength and provide resources, but the price is a lifetime of service to them. That force provided me with a few skill books for crafting equipment, allowing me to create gear.
So, I don't actually count as a combat type. They only let me reach the second tier to create higher level equipment.
As if recalling unpleasant memories, the middle-aged man's voice became somewhat subdued.
The compensation they offer is very low, so low that I can hardly survive. I also have a family, and I don't want my children to walk the same path as I did. So, I wanted to come here and fight for a chance. Yi-Chen remained silent after hearing that.
He knew the circumstances of the middle-aged man. Low-tier mutant materials can be used to craft non-system equipment, although their effectiveness is slightly worse. They are highly sought after by low-tier awakeners.
Those who have signed a contract of servitude like the middle-aged man are typically exploited as much as possible.
It can be said that the middle-aged man is merely a worker disguised as an awakener with no hope of rising. It's no wonder the two were so reluctant to part with the gains from this dungeon. In the silence, Yi-Chen spoke softly, as if making a promise to the two.
Since I've accepted your rewards, I will do my best to help you survive.
As soon as the words fell, without waiting for the two to express their gratitude, Yi-Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened and he whispered,
They're coming! Roar! Roar!
In an instant, a series of piercing shrieks echoed through the deep, dark tunnel. In just a few seconds, a pair of bloody eyes, like a pack of wolves in the wild, densely filled the entire field of vision.
473 zombies. 2 of them are first tier.
After quickly detecting the number of enemies, Yi Chen did not hesitate to activate the dagger at his waist.
Buzz. With a series of high-frequency vibrations, the dagger controlled by mental power shot out like a silver flash.
With twin swords in hand, Yi Chen, the only one in the team with close combat capability, suddenly charged into battle. The shadows of the swords intertwined. Accompanied by the sounds of flesh being cut, Yi Chen rushed into the horde of corpses like a phantom, moving at high speed. The twin swords crossed and slashed through the flesh recklessly, leaving behind streaks of ghastly blood. Just as he came to his senses, when the two behind him were ready to step in and help, they found that Yi Chen had already directly killed his way into the core of the zombie horde. Watching Yi Chen's precise and efficient combat skills, the two couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. They had seen many advanced second-tier awakeners in action, and even third-tier ones. Although Yi Chen did not display overwhelming strength like other third-tier fighters in battle, the cold sword lights were nothing short of artistic in their eyes. In just a few seconds, Yi Chen cut through the horde of corpses without using any skills, directly confronting a two-headed wolf.
What efficient combat! Why do I feel like Lord Yi Lin didn't use any psychic energy at all?
The middle-aged man, whose only advantage was strong mental force, repeatedly aimed and then finally stared blankly as he put down the rifle in his hands. Although he knew that with a third-tier fighter not requiring his help, facing such enemies was not too simple. But seeing someone like Yi Chen purely relying on physical strength and extraordinary combat skills to kill was truly mesmerizing for him.
Is this the combat technique of the third tier?
Like him, Li Ke, who originally had some concerns about whether Yi Chen was as strong as other third tiers, stared in amazement at Yi Chen, who split a blood wolf with a single sword. His heart felt slightly more at ease.
Clang!
After pinning the last mutated creature to the wall with his sword, Yi Chen shook off the blood from the blade and directly entered the next level.
Keep up!
Ding killed a first-tier mutated creature, Minor Worm, obtained 170 units of Spirit Crystal. Ding killed a first-tier mutated creature, Calcified Corpse, obtained enchanting material, Hardened Skin. Ding killed a zero-tier mutated creature, Crystal Ant, obtained 16 units of Spirit Crystal.
Ding killed the 4th level tunnel.
As the last monster was shot in the head by a whistling energy bullet, Yi Chen and the two others who had been charging down breathed slightly heavier and chose to rest for a while. Although the difficulty in the previous few levels was not high, the continuously emerging monsters were numerous. The three of them had almost stepped on corpses all the way down. But the joy in the eyes of the two couldn't be concealed despite their exhaustion.
The rewards from the Hellgate dungeon are indeed high.
Although they were only killing first-order and zero-order mutants and didn't drop much equipment, almost every monster would yield some enchantment materials or spirit crystals. Glancing at the spirit crystals temporarily stored in the settlement space, Yi Chen nodded to himself, quickly estimating the gains. A single spirit crystal is only the size of a fingernail but can be sold for at least 10 credit points. Just the spirit crystals he has obtained now are worth over 1,000 points. For each layer they descend, the system also rewards an additional 10 units, which is 100 credit points.
Although it seems small compared to the current difficulty, it's practically like a giveaway.
Even just clearing the 7th layer simply, the two following him could still gain around 7 or 800 points. If it weren't for the exit opportunity only available every 7 layers, this place would be a paradise for farming resources.
We came at the right time, we came at the right time. Excited mood.
Following behind Yi Chen, Li Ke and the middle-aged man Zhang Bin exchanged excited glances, feeling that this trip was definitely worth it. Even if 40% of the rewards had to go to Yi Chen, with 400 to 500 points from 7 layers plus the extra gains of enchanted materials, at this rate, they
could take back around 2,000 points by the 14th layer.
For these awakening individuals who were used to hardship, it was equivalent to a huge fortune. Usually, when they formed teams outside to hunt mutated beings, they only gained about 300 to 400 points per mission. Nobody wanted to take them, and even if someone agreed, they still had to face huge risks.
Seeing that just by tagging along behind Yi Chen they could gain so much, how could they not be happy?
Noticing the two excited people behind him, Yi Chen smiled calmly without caring. With his strength, dealing with the previous layers was naturally no problem. However, compared to this 1,000 or 2,000 points, he valued the gains after the 10th layer even more.
We are about to reach the 7th layer. A first-tier peak should appear.
Be cautious, listen to my prompts. The two of them nodded heavily at the sound. Although they were at the 2nd tier, a first-tier peak mutated being was enough to pose a massive threat to them. Even in these few levels, if it weren't for Yi Chen standing in the front, they wouldn't have made such smooth progress.
This is the sorrow of early-stage mental awakeners.
Although this Lord Yi Lin doesn't feel as strong as the other third tiers, his reaction feels so quick. He seems to know where the monsters are as soon as they appear. He must be conserving his strength. I've noticed he hasn't used a single skill so far, relying purely on physical combat. Carefully trailing behind Yi Chen, the two murmured their discussions, also somewhat curious about Yi Chen's abilities. Other third tiers kill quickly, but they probably can't remind them like Yi Chen does, as if he has a full map hack.
Hurry up! We're waiting for you!
In the empty cave of the 7th level, whether military 3rd tiers or the other 2 3rd tiers, the remaining 36 people were all staring at Yi-Chen, who had just brought the team through. Besides one awakened being dying, there were no other losses for everyone in the first 7 layers. Accompanied by 2 advanced 2nd tier individuals, the 3rd tier Yun Ming nearby looked at Yi-Chen with some dissatisfaction. Among all the teams, his speed was the fastest. The group had waited for nearly 5 or 6 minutes just to allow Yi-Chen to come out. So slow, I don't know if you're even a 3rd tier.
Even the peak 2nd tier came down early. Can't you even handle a 1st tier monster?
With a light snort, Huang Kai, who was already skeptical of Yi-Chen's abilities and had the worst temper, coldly mocked him.
In his view, even he, a
dedicated defensive 3rd tier, had come down, yet Yi-Chen, who appeared to be dual element in agility and strength, was actually slower than him.
If you don't have that strength, don't rush to lead the team. Alright, stop arguing. Just wait until everyone is here.
Among the awakened beings of the military, the leading Colonel Wang Yongping frowned and directly interrupted the dispute. Continuing to argue is pointless, wasting a bit of time is just that.
Inside the instance, internal conflict is most undesirable. However, when he looked at Yi-Chen, there was inevitably a hint of disdain in his gaze. In his opinion,
Yi-Chen, as a 3rd tier, should be considered bottom tier among the 3rd tiers. The previous 6 levels were so simple that a normal 3rd tier, casually using skills, could easily crush them with just their basic attributes. Each 3rd tier will activate a 2nd tier peak mutated creature later, while the rest deal with other monsters. Of course, if any of you 2nd tier peak teams also want to kill one, you can activate it yourselves. If there's any pressure, our military can send some personnel to support you, but we'll take a portion of the rewards. Wang Yang spoke calmly. The military still had quite a few 2nd tier peaks available. This statement was mainly directed at the several 2nd tier teams outside the military as well as Yi-Chen. To pass the 7th level for the first time, at least one 2nd tier peak must be killed. For the 14th level, it would be a novice 3rd tier. Theoretically, the more you kill, the higher the clearance rating. But no matter how many they have, they can't handle it. 6 3rd tier correspond to 6 2nd tier peaks. For the strength present, it's not a small pressure. The strength of mutated creatures is usually stronger than that of awakened ones, but for the military, this time they are all elites, so it's manageable.
Around 7 or 8, that's about their limit. I have no problem.
Yun Ming from the demon hunting team replied calmly. With his strength, he naturally doesn't need military support.
I don't have a problem either, but what about that kid?
Perhaps because he found Yi-Chen unpleasant, Huang Kai, who was a tank type, suddenly turned to look at Yi-Chen from the beginning.
Hey, the one called Yi Lin. Your team only has 2 beginners. If you can't handle it, speak up now. Don't wait until we can't take it and get caught in a pincer attack.
It's true that he looks down on him, but it's also true that he is worried.
In his view, Yi-Chen not only ranked at the bottom among the 3rd tier, but also seemed to belong to the typical guerrilla style. Although these awakened beings have a high survival rate in the wild, they are the most annoying on the battlefield. With hit-and-run tactics, it's possible that the monster Yi-Chen was facing would charge straight at him, ending up surrounded and in a difficult position. The awakened beings present all looked over with interest at the sound.
Conflicts between 3rd tier individuals are still quite rare. After being targeted multiple times, even the 2 people following Yi-Chen felt aggrieved. However, their low strength left them worried but unwilling to retort. Yi-Chen looked up at Huang Kai, who was provoking him, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He noticed the safe zone that this short fellow belonged to was not too far from Zhenjiang.
Explosive fire. Piercing shot.
The battle started quickly. With the burst of various colored spiritual light in the huge lava mine, the battle officially begins. Including Yi-Chen, 7 3rd-level awakened ones lined up with their respective teams in a long formation, facing their activated 2nd-level peak mutated creatures. The remaining 18 people gathered together to clear out the other monsters that were emerging. Compared to combat in the real world under the system restrictions of the instance, these monsters acted like rigid machines, which were obviously easier to deal with. On the outermost front line, Yi-Chen directly confronted his activated mutated creature.
Like the other 6 2nd-level monsters, the creature before him was a 3-meter-tall, multi-headed bloody corpse, its skin appearing as if it had been flayed. Among the various types of mutated creatures, the multi-headed bloody corpse is considered to be of medium level. Both its speed and strength are quite balanced, and aside from its slightly higher defense, it can be considered relatively easy to kill. However, for Yi-Chen, who masquerades as a 3rd-level being, it poses quite a bit of pressure. With the support of his equipment, his current strength barely grazed the edge of the 2nd-tier peak. Normally, with such strength, it would be nearly impossible to take down a multi-headed blood corpse. However, relying on his battle skills from his previous life and his ability to manipulate objects with his mind, Yi-Chen estimated that he should be able to barely grind this monster down. As he approached, he narrowly avoided a lunge from the blood corpse and chose to create distance, dragging the fight to a more open area. The 2 members of his team who were at the 2nd tier were too weak. If the multi-headed blood corpse broke through his defense, those 2 wouldn't even have the ability to escape. Clang!
At the moment of dodging, Yi-Chen crossed his dual swords to slash at the legs of the blood corpse, but all he heard were 2 dull metallic clashes under the force of his full strike. Feeling the tremendous force rebounding at his wrist, Yi-Chen's heart sank slightly, and he opted to distance himself again. Looking at the two gashes on the blood corpse's leg that resembled the open mouths of infants, he instantly realized that his strength attribute was still too low. One sword strike could barely breach the defense. Without being hindered by frustration or emotion, Yi Chen adjusted his attack direction once again, and spiritual energy surged forth instantly.
Enchantment. Fiery Flame. Whoosh! With the weapon skill activated, a rapidly swelling flame enveloped the long sword, instantly bringing a wave of heat.
At a temperature of 1,000 degrees, the air distorted, and the bloodstains on the blade evaporated in an instant.
Roar! Roar!
With two angry roars, after the multi-headed blood corpse let out a frantic scream, the monster charged towards him at high speed, its mouth gaping open to the limit, attempting to swallow Yi Chen's upper body in one bite. On high alert, as the moment approached, Yi Chen directly summoned a dagger, which shot out like a burst of silver light, aiming precisely at the blood corpse's ankle. The small dagger, carrying tremendous kinetic energy from high mental power, instantly caused the oncoming blood corpse to stumble, slightly altering its attack direction. Sidestepping, Yi Chen's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly unleashed power with his right hand, slashing downwards at the joints of the mutated body. Shoo! Unlike before, which only caused superficial wounds, under the influence of high temperatures, a foul burning smell immediately erupted from the torn wound with a sizzling sound. The sword struck out a massive gash, and the high-temperature enchanted flames cooked the internal muscle tissue entirely. Roar! Roar! Under the pain, the blood corpse's two giant heads roared angrily at the sky, then violently lunged to bite at Yi Chen, who had dodged
to its side.
However, due to the damage to its joints, its agility diminished, and this time the lunge was again evaded by Yi Chen. Not bad, this has reduced the monster's speed, making the upcoming battle much easier. With a breath, Yi Chen somewhat embarrassingly got up and again darted behind the blood corpse. Like a dull knife cutting through flesh, he utilized the enchanted flames to continuously drain the blood corpse's vitality. Combined with the agile and strange dagger, it felt like a game, provoking the multi-headed blood corpse to roar in anger repeatedly. Focusing on the crucial joints, in just over 10 seconds, he had reduced the speed of this monster to its lowest point. Yi Chen was very clear that his current disguise as a third-rank power relied entirely on equipment skills. This meant that he would only have one opportunity to unleash his full strength. Rushing in directly definitely has no chance of winning. The only way to kill the monster is to drag it into a heavily injured state and then unleash all skills in one go to take it down in an instant. Hiding at the back, the two members of Yi Chen's team watched anxiously as Yi Chen constantly maneuvered around the monster. In their eyes, this tactic was indeed too bold. A slight mistake could lead to disaster. As they watched Yi Chen's figure stick to the blood corpse like a shadow, the two could not help but whisper while trying to provide some support attacks. Master Yi Lin is indeed strong in battle, but why do I feel his damage is so low? Lifting his weapon and firing a few shots at a suitable moment, the middle-aged man helplessly discovered that his attacks did not cause much damage to the blood corpse at all. At most, it only provoked the blood corpse to become even more ferocious.
I don't know, should we still conserve skills at this point?
Not quite understanding the combat style of the third rank, Li Ke could not help but glance towards the other third-ranked members with concern. Obviously, apart from their side, which still seems to be unaware of when it will end, the battles of the other 6 from the third tier have already come to a close. Even Huang Kai, who is skilled in defense, is now bursting forth with a ball of yellow energy, charging forward with a shield strike that directly shatters a monster's head. The strongest fighters, Wang Yangping and Yun Ming, have also activated their third-tier skills, killing their respective targets instantly.
Half a minute later, the once thundering giant cavern suddenly fell silent.
At this moment, almost everyone had finished their battles, leaving only Yi Chen still engaged in combat with the monster. Huang Kai, who had just stood up after smashing a blood corpse with his hammer, instinctively turned to look at the sole source of the sound. Noticing that the sound was coming from Yi Chen, he paused slightly, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes.
Damn it, is this kid here to be a comedian? I've killed the monster as a third-tier defense type, and this kid is still just dragging his feet over there? Cursing and swearing.
Pairs of eyes turned towards the seemingly perilous Yi Chen, and in an instant, many felt a strange sense of unease. Although the blood corpse Yi Chen was fighting looked incredibly disheveled, its body resembling roasted meat with burn wounds everywhere, anyone with discerning eyes could tell that there was still some time before the battle ended. Especially Yi Chen, who chose to engage in close combat, his situation looked extremely dangerous, as if he would have his head bitten off by the monster at any moment. It's really embarrassing for a third tier to be beaten like this.
Even several peak second-tier awakeners couldn't help but feel a bit skeptical.
Looking at the damage Yi Chen was inflicting, it seemed less impressive than when they used their skills.
Is this guy really a third tier?
In the military team, Wang Yangping frowned slightly, clearly not expecting Yi Chen to be so useless. Everyone had finished, and only Yi Chen was still struggling. Although there were 2 bystanders in Yi Chen's team, as a third tier, he should at least be able to face them head-on with full power, right? This power and speed, no matter how you look at it, seemed very comparable to the second-tier members in his own team. Captain Wang, the more I look at this kid, the more I feel he's an imposter. Behind Wang Yangping, a third-tier awakener who also wielded a sword, looked at Yi Chen, who kept dodging, speechless.
Growing impatient, he even considered making a move.
His gaze flickering, listening to his companion's doubts, even Wang Yangping wasn't sure if his previous judgment was correct. His combat skills are quite good, and he's considered excellent among third tiers. His timing grasp is also very accurate. This combat style is typical for facing high-tier enemies. His reflexes are also very quick. Usually, second tiers can't achieve this level. After a faint assessment, Wang Yangping observed carefully and fairly stated what he saw. But what about his skills? With a thoughtful expression. Although he also doubted Yi Chen's strength, he really couldn't understand what kind of person would take the risk of pretending to be a third tier. It was manageable dealing with second tier enemies. But once they reached the 14th floor, it would be a real battle against third tier foes. Even if Yi Chen could pretend for a while, wouldn't he expose himself on the 14th floor and risk his life? After a moment of hesitation, Colonel Wang Yangping also didn't want to overturn his conclusion. With such low strength and speed, could it be that he has B-grade talent, forcibly boosting his attributes to dual system? Not using skills might be because his will attribute is too low, trying to hold off on key skills until the end? Quite interesting. If they really took Yi Chen as a third tier, he would probably be the most miserable and trashy one among them. One wonders how someone with such talent managed to reach the third tier. Self-visualizing, the others listened to his explanation and found it somewhat reasonable. Unlike the military, which was willing to wait, the shield-bearing strongman who had always suspected Yi Chen simply cursed at this moment. If you're not third tier, then stop pretending. I've seen something off about you for a long time. If you can't fight, just step aside for us. Damn it, being this useless and still holding on, I see you're just asking for death. While speaking, Huang Kai was itching to move, preparing to lead his team to charge forward. In this apocalypse, strength reigned supreme. On one hand, they looked down on Yi Chen, but on the other, he also noticed that after a prolonged battle with Yi Chen, this blood corpse had lost more than half of its life. If he rushed over to land the killing blow, it wouldn't take much effort, not to mention the killing rights would still belong to him. How could he not be tempted by that? No one spoke to stop him. Although everyone somewhat realized Huang Kai's intentions, it didn't concern them. Instead, many people watched the scene in front of them with interest, speculating how Yi Chen would handle it. If this young man wasn't third tier, then it would be quite the show. Humph. After the sword stabbed into the chest cavity of the blood corpse, a flash of killing intent suddenly arose in Yi Chen's heart. He certainly noticed that this short and stocky third tier was constantly questioning him while also trying to take advantage of the situation. He had indeed delayed for too long. If he continued to stall, when the other party came to stir things up, he might have to reveal his sword techniques. With a thought, seeing that he could hardly protect his own dual heads from the blood corpse, Yi Chen simply didn't want to waste any more effort. His whole body tensed. After mentally rehearsing the next attack of the blood corpse, Yi Chen's gaze sharpened, and he charged straight forward without dodging or evading. Bang! With a blood-red shield appearing in an instant, and after enduring a blow from the blood corpse, the skill erupted in a dazzling light. Stab! Leg blade! Thunder step! Bursting forth with all equipped skills in one breath, in an instant, under the instant acceleration of Thunderstep, Yi Chen's speed surged like a phantom, accompanied by a deafening thunder as he charged to the top of the blood corpse in the blink of an eye. The red light flickered, and with the enhancement of the Bloodbreaker leg armor, a swift kick directly shattered the outermost skull of the blood corpse, then violently collided with another head. Bang! Bang! As the skull exploded, leveraging the force of the recoil, Yi Chen, like a phantom, leapt again behind the blood corpse. The sword shadows flashed, and the lightning-fast thrust combined with the fiery strike suddenly sliced towards the last skull. At the same time, a short dagger that had already adjusted its angle shot out at an extremely tricky angle under mental control, attacking from the front and back, directly penetrating the monster's brain. Hiss! Boom! Like a crushed tomato, under full eruption, the blood corpse, which had already lost more than half of its life, instantly perished. As the shattered skull mixed with foul blood exploded, Yi Chen also ended the battle, slowly descending to the ground from midair. Thud! The corpse fell down. Not far away, Huang Kai, who had just wanted to rush over to take advantage, looked in shock at the bloodied corpse that had been killed, his expression suddenly turning grim. Now he dares to use skills? Isn't this slapping his own face? Recalling the series of attacks Yi Chen had just launched, the short and stout Huang Kai's face twitched twice, but he didn't say anything more. The contempt he originally felt slightly diminished. The combo just now does seem a bit like a third-level skill. Although its power was a bit low, it still managed to kill this monster. Hoof! Seeing Yi Chen drenched in blood, Huang Kai, knowing he couldn't take advantage of the situation, snorted coldly and said ominously, "Kid, I see you just unleashed quite a few skills. Now that you've used so many, let's see what you do on the 14th floor." After saying that, he turned to the two people behind Yi Chen. "Hey, you two newcomers. You have seen the strength of the person you were following. Even if they are at the third tier, they are at the bottom of that tier. If you don't want to die, it's not too late to follow me now. I'll take 70% of what you earn, think about it." Huang Kai, feeling a sense of lost face, naturally wanted to regain some. Although he had more people with him, the gains would be slightly less. But he was still eyeing the two's harvest from the 7th floor. If they come over, it wouldn't be a loss. Standing behind Yi Chen, Li Ku and the middle-aged man exchanged a glance, their expressions hesitant. They indeed realized that Yi Chen's strength was at the bottom, but 70%. If they were to turn back inside with Huang Kai now, it would be like slapping Yi Chen in the face. Hesitating, the two struggled for a moment but ultimately refused to go over. No one noticed that at this moment, Yi Chen looked at Huang Kai's departing back with even colder eyes. Wondering about his own third-tier strength was normal. Yi-Chen didn't care about that, after all, he was just pretending. But this repeated provocation, did he really want to ruin his current dungeon run? Yi-Chen let out a chuckle in his heart, already regarding the opponent as dead. Just as he was worried about not having enough credit points, the other party delivered themselves at his doorstep. He wouldn't mind accepting them with a smile. In the military team, Wang Yangping saw that Yi-Chen had finally dealt with the blood corpse, and he didn't say much, only calmly waved his hand.
Alright, it's over, let's move on to the next level. We'll regroup after layer 14.
After saying that, he subtly glanced at Yi-Chen, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Covered by the props, he couldn't quite discern whether what Yi-Chen used just now was equipment or his own skills. Although he barely qualified as a third tier, it still made him feel like something was off. After reaching the third tier, spiritual energy undergoes a qualitative change and skill power significantly increases. Under his observation, he always felt that Yi-Chen's skill in killing the blood corpse just now resembled equipment more.
Is it possible? Does a kid who isn't even third tier possess a bunch of top tier equipment, relying on equipment to artificially boost combat power?
Shaking his head, Wang Yangping suppressed this absurd guess in his mind, thinking that Yi-Chen's spiritual energy reserves were too low to afford to use too much.
However, this skill is quite eclectic. Pit 11.
The crystals embedded in the stone wall emitted a faint blue glow, barely illuminating the vision in the darkness. Occasionally, a few protruding red enchanted crystals seemed to watch silently like spider eyes.
Woo! Woo! The wind whined.
Unlike the previous layers, a chilly ghostly wind began to pour into the pit from the 7th layer, as if it had no place to escape from unseen corners.
The
cold wind that passed through the rock wall sounded like a woman's mournful weeping, drilling from the eardrum into the spine, making one's scalp tingle. The gaze was somewhat serious. Holding a sword that resembled a doorboard, Wang Yangping, the leader of the military team, warily looked ahead, his ears constantly twitching, trying to pick up sounds from the surroundings. The heavy giant sword was covered in thick blood, indicating that they had just encountered an attack not long ago. Following behind Wang Yangping, 2 second-tier advanced awakeners also nervously glanced around. The dimly lit tunnel branched out in all directions. Unlike the previous tunnel they had followed to the end, they felt a bit lost, like ants in a honeycomb.
From the 8th level onward, the level of danger here increased at an observable rate.
Looking at the darkness ahead that lacked the illumination of spirit crystals, both of them couldn't help but tighten their grip on their weapons. The unknown is always frightening, as if a rotten monster face would pop out at any moment, screeching and pouncing on them.
It's good that we're following Colonel Wang.
I feel like the difficulty is getting higher after the 10th level.
Yeah, that monster just now wasn't strong, but it was too fast. If Colonel Wang hadn't reacted quickly enough, I would probably have been done for.
Whispering, a hint of relief flashed in their eyes. Both of them looked to the left and right at the deep wrong paths to prevent any monsters from ambushing them.
Starting from the 8th level, the monsters here no longer surged from the front, but could emerge from anywhere like ghosts.
Just half a minute ago, a blood woman with only half a body was hanging on the rock wall, her pitch-black long hair blending into the darkness, evading their gaze. As a result, at the moment they got close, the blood woman hidden in the rock wall instantly turned her head and opened her mouth to bite, just like a flying head, shocking the two of them who were caught off guard. Luckily, Wang Yangping was outstanding among the third tier, and with a flick of his hand, he smashed the blood woman's head. Not knowing how long they had walked, seeing the pit ahead where the spiritual energy had obviously begun to increase, a hint of joy flashed in the eyes of the 2 second tier, and their steps involuntarily quickened a bit. It seemed that the next level was just ahead. The tunnel was indeed stifling. Compared to the elusive monsters of the previous levels, they would rather face the outgoing enemies.
Just 2 more levels and it will be over. This dungeon run is going quite smoothly.
The rewards are so.
Don't speak.
Leading the way, Wang Yangping suddenly shouted, as the excited whispers of the two disturbed his ability to hear surrounding noises. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, a dull thud was heard, and a chilling aura suddenly emerged from behind.
Damn it!
Suddenly turning around, wielding 2 giant swords, Wang Yangping slashed directly towards the source of the atmospheric presence behind him. However, it was too late. In his eyes, he saw a faceless mutated creature clinging to the rocky wall above, its head twisting 360 degrees, while its long, bright red snake head had already pierced through his teammate's head like a straw. Slurp! As the slender tongue quickly retracted, a splash of red and white brain matter was pulled out. In an instant, the awakened one whose brain marrow had been sucked dry fell to the ground with a thud, trembling like an empty milk bag.
Gather around me. Hurry up!
Running wildly through the interconnected tunnels, the stocky Huang Kai wore a grim expression, repeatedly urging the 2 members he led to keep up the pace. Although there weren't many enemies on the 8th floor, each surprise attack left him flustered and overwhelmed.
As someone who only excelled in direct confrontations with monsters, he really couldn't cope with the subsequent enemies. Just now, if he hadn't used his shield to block a monster's strike for the 2 people behind him, those 2 second-tier members would have likely had their hearts ripped out in an instant. Claw demon. Damn it, how could there be such a monster here?
Continuously looking around, the stocky Huang Kai, as solid as an iron ball, finally cursed under his breath, as if only this could relieve the pressure in his heart. I shouldn't have brought you guys. What a troublesome monster. I almost had my eyeballs clawed out just now.
This time, I want to take 70%. If you don't agree, get the hell out.
Gathering around Huang Kai, the two second-tier awakened ones were too frightened to speak. If the first 7 levels weren't too difficult, they could just kill their way through. However, starting from these few levels, each level was fraught with danger, especially when they were following Huang Kai, who often only realized he was being attacked after the fact. One of the two, a second-tier awakened one, was pale and clutching his empty arm, feeling bitter in his heart. His arm had been torn off by a claw demon on the 10th level. Without an arm, no matter how rich the loot on this trip, he would be a useless person when he got out. Not to mention that this third tier he was following was simply taking advantage of their danger. Wanting half of the loot wasn't enough, now he wanted even more. As if pleading, the second tier, whose arm had been torn off, cried out painfully. "Brother Huang, I'll be useless after this trip, I beg you, have mercy and don't take so much away. We agreed on this from the start. You see, in consideration of..." "Shut up." Turning abruptly, Huang Kai's face twisted in fury, directly pointing his war hammer at the middle-aged man behind him. After being ambushed repeatedly and feeling overwhelmed, he was too tired to care about the situation of these two. If he was not careful while bringing along these two useless people, he might end up getting hurt himself. "If you keep talking, I'll leave you here. Choose between your life or your money. Think it through before making a decision." Saying this, Huang Kai turned back without even bothering to look at the middle-aged man with the severed arm. Pale-faced, the man with the severed arm trembled in response to the scolding, filled with regret and resentment. If only he had known, he should have chosen the military's third tier, and if that wasn't possible, that Lord Yilin looked much better than this short and chubby guy. Overwhelmed with grief and anger, the man's mind was filled with thoughts of his future after going out, and for a moment, his following steps faltered. In the next second, just as he realized he had fallen a few steps behind Huang Kai, who did not care about them, he hurried to catch up. But at that moment, a strange pulling force suddenly came from under his feet. Swish! The sudden dragging sound startled the two people ahead, and the cursing Huang Kai turned his head in amazement, only to see that apart from the slowly sinking rubble on the ground behind, there was no sign of the man with the severed arm. Before he could react, several dry arms suddenly protruded from the wall beside him, and in the blink of an eye, they pulled another second-tier awakener inside. Help me, At pain, screams. The second-tier awakener, pulled into the wall, had no time to resist. He only felt that arm shot into his chest from his abdomen, quickly digging out his internal organs. Blood continuously oozed from his nasal cavity, and by the end of his cries, it resembled drowning, choking in his mouth. Damn! Startled, the stocky Huang Kai stood dazed in the darkness, realizing that he could not save the two people he brought along. He immediately turned and ran. Help me! 11th floor. Rushing forward with Li Ku and the middle-aged man, Yi Chen surged ahead like a shadow in the darkness, constantly changing directions to weave through. The two behind him struggled to keep up, all the while terrified as they listened to the wails coming from all directions. At some point, several teams in different corridors began to emit piercing cries, clearly indicating that many had died under the monster's attacks. Even from afar, they could sense the despair conveyed in those cries. "Don't stop! Faster!" With his mental power fully unleashed, as if he had activated a full map hack, Yi Chen continuously consumed his mental energy, thoroughly scouting the tunnel around him for over 20 meters in real time. Unlike other teams that dared not choose alternate routes, thanks to his precise mental detection, Yi Chen felt as if he was going home, clearly mapping out the surrounding paths. Following behind, the middle-aged man could not hide his shock and couldn't help but whisper, "Why do I feel like we haven't encountered any enemies along the way? Lord Yilin, how did you manage to avoid all of them?" "I don't know. I feel like we're even more relaxed than on the 7th level before. Surely there can't be no monsters in these lower levels?" Unable to comprehend. Except for the time on the 9th level when they directly confronted a rapidly moving bone corrosion rat, which Yi Chen killed outright, they hadn't encountered a single monster since then. They wound through the maze, and under Yi Chen's lead, aside from being a little tired from running, they had actually faced no trouble at all during this entire time. If it weren't for the sounds coming from other teams, they would almost doubt that there was any danger in the lower levels. A strong sense of relief flashed in their eyes. Although they hadn't witnessed the terror of the monsters in these levels, just from the sounds, they could imagine the of the other teams. "Be careful, there's a corpse ghoul at 97 degrees directly ahead, it's lying at the top of the cave. To the left, in the second culvert 16 meters away from us, there's a blood woman hiding inside. To the right, there are bone-shattering worms lurking underground, they should move towards the center soon." They suddenly stopped. Yi Chen's eyes flickered as he quickly reported the monster's location like a human radar, then turned to the two who were dumbfounded. "I will charge in first to take out the corpse ghoul, you two rush in directly after 3 seconds, I'll draw the bone-shattering worms away. We'll meet in 30 seconds at the third fork to the right directly ahead. Remember, no matter what you hear, don't look back. You must move quickly." Listening to the instructions felt like a foolproof teaching method. The two nodded repeatedly, their eyes filled with astonishment. Wow! They initially thought Yi Chen could only vaguely sense the monster's aura, leading them on a winding path. But now that Yi Chen said this, it was as if he could see through the monster's every move, knowing where it was hiding and at what angle. Not caring about the shock in the hearts of the two, Yi Chen gave a slight nod and charged forward. Both of these two were his piggy banks, so he naturally needed to do his best to keep them alive. Compared to the first 7 levels, the subsequent layers posed little threat to him. In the face of mental detection, even the best hidden monsters were as conspicuous as fireflies in the dark. He could clearly see even which way the monsters' backsides were facing.
Want to ambush him? Almost impossible.
There was a touch of emotion in his heart. If he hadn't gone to the Corpse Academy early to take that pearl, this layer would likely have been a huge trouble.
Half an hour later.
Re-entering the vast, empty cave, a few somewhat disheveled Tier 3 military personnel hurriedly rushed out with their team members. Sparse and scattered, unlike the calmness at level 7, almost everyone who arrived at level 14 looked thoroughly disheveled and injured. The first to burst out, Wang Yangping's face was grim. Only upon seeing the temporarily safe level 14 did he finally let out a sigh of relief. He slowly dispersed the acceleration skill on him and couldn't help but glance at the Tier 3 military personnel rushing out behind him.
Where are the people you led?
With a heavy tone, Wang Yangping looked at another Tier 3 military personnel, instinctively asking about the absence of teammates. The questioned Tier 3 displayed a wry smile, shaking the severed body part in his hand.
They're all dead.
I didn't expect the surprise attacks from those monsters to be so difficult to defend against. I did my best to protect them, but they still died.
Yeah, if I hadn't used my skills a few times to save people, I probably wouldn't have been able to get anyone out.
I brought one down. Thankfully the person I brought is of the agility type. With more than half of the awakened ones missing, the faces of the several leading third-tier awakeners were filled with sorrow. They also didn't expect the difficulty to increase this much. Originally hoping to bring more people for greater rewards, they nearly couldn't make it out themselves. And at this moment, the awakened ones who were brought out behind them were still in shock, as if they had walked through the gates of hell.
Their initial excitement over the lucrative dungeon benefits was completely gone now.
In this damned dungeon, it's impossible for third-tier ones to survive.
What good is high reward? If people die, everything is lost.
Those second-tier ones who were brought out, the best among them were all injured, and tragically, none survived. Only the third-tier managed to escape.
Although these third-tier beings kept saying they would ensure their safety, if they couldn't help it, they couldn't help it.
Many times faced with the sudden appearance of monsters, even the third tier felt extremely dangerous.
This is a bit difficult now. Sighed. Wang Yangping looked at the many people who didn't survive, feeling a heavy heart.
The military requires us to bring back enough spirit crystals.
Now that only these people have survived, I'm afraid we won't be able to make it.
They need to evacuate after the 14th floor.
The difficulty of the lower floors is too high. Not to mention facing intermediate-level mutant beings on the 21st floor. Just the monsters in between are enough to deal with.
This also means that the harvest of spirit crystals is already fixed. Hearing the captain's worries, a peak second-tier survivor who was the only one to make it out spoke up.
Captain Wang, why don't we collect spirit crystals from other third-tier players? If they can bring a few people down, we might be able to gather enough. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Yangping nodded, although he didn't hold out much hope.
The third tier of the demon hunting team should be able to bring people down. I estimate that the one with the shield should be able to make it down alright.
As for that young man,
calculating how many more people could come down, Wang Yangping shook his head slightly, not looking at the others.
Especially, he thought of Yi Chen. That strange guy, wouldn't he be unable to come down by himself?
In the cave terrain, it was the most unfriendly for awakeners like Yi Chen who specialized in agile combat.
Bang!
While patiently waiting, the somewhat disheveled Huang Kai burst out like a meatball, his face full of flab, with a corroded wound hissing and emitting white smoke. Rolling to his feet, he gasped for breath, his face looking exceptionally bad as he used a small knife to cut the rotten flesh off his face.
Damn this ghostly dungeon. It's all these ghostly things. Furious beyond measure.
None of the two people he brought survived, and he himself was besieged by a large number of corrosive insects on the 13th level. If it weren't for his high defense, he would have been melted into water. Aware of the huge losses, he couldn't help but look at the situation of others. Upon seeing only a few scattered individuals, his eyes finally balanced out somewhat. It seemed that they had all suffered heavy losses, with few able to survive. As if recalling something, he searched with his gaze and discovered that the kid he disliked hadn't come down.
As if regaining some face, he couldn't help but sneer. Damn it, is that useless piece of trash still not down? I estimate that the kid can't even get out on his own.
The last 17 awakened ones silently listened to Huang Kai's taunts, and no one spoke up. The atmosphere was heavy, and everyone was in a bad mood. As for whether Yi Chen could come out, it had nothing to do with them at all. Unlike Huang Kai, who hoped Yi Chen was as miserable as he was, a few third-tier military personnel wished that Yi Chen could bring people out. Although the hope was rather slim.
That guy named Ji Lin should be held back.
The two second-tier he brought were too weak.
The monsters in the last area would attack together, so I estimate that he might not be able to get out in a short time. Captain Wang, should we go over and give him a hand?
Looking at exit number 18 chosen by Yi Chen, a third tier couldn't help but ask Wang Yangping.
They might be able to support Yi Chen by entering from the exit. If the people he brought are still alive, that's considered more gains.
The expression was hesitant.
Wang Yangping showed a wry smile as he hesitated. It's not impossible to do that.
I'm just afraid that by the time we get there, that kid is still stuck on the upper floors.
If the people he brought aren't alive, then it would be a wasted trip. Going again would definitely consume quite a bit of energy.
The final battle is just around the corner. If they expend too much strength, the third-tier enemies will be hard to deal with later. However, just a few seconds later, as Huang Kai was preparing to approach the military side, a series of footsteps suddenly sounded from the back of the cave.
The next second,
two people, uninjured and not a single trace of blood on them, followed behind Yichen, curiously surveying the 14th floor space.
Calmly walking out from exit 18, Yichen slightly nodded to Wang Yangping, indicating that he was ready.
As the three of them emerged unscathed from the pit, everyone looked over in surprise, feeling as if they were witnessing an illusion.
None of them died, not even injured?
Seeing the three of them, it was as if they were just returning from a spring outing.
Why you weren't attacked? How did you get down here?
Among the military's 3 tier, a shocked tier 3 member asked, feeling as if they were seeing ghosts. At the same time, the other tier 2s also looked over in shock, their eyes constantly darting to the two people behind Yichen. Yichen's team's strength was something he was very clear about. One that had to grind to kill even a peak tier 2, one who pretended to be tier 2 with weaponry, and one whose magic skills were all garbage. With such a bizarre combination, let alone coming down unscathed, in his view, even Yichen would be injured just to manage the descent.
But now,
behind Yichen, Li Ke looked at the military's 3rd rank, who wore a face of disbelief, and felt a wave of relief in her heart. She was the one who had been rejected by the other party. This 3rd rank didn't even consider her after realizing her strength was too weak and directly told her to find someone else. There was a hint of lingering fear and relief in her heart. Seeing that the other party hadn't brought anyone with him, she couldn't help but express her gratitude to Yichen with a glance. That was close. If she had followed the other party, she might not have even known how she died. Lord Yilin took us straight past all the enemies.
We didn't encounter a single one. What, didn't your 3rd rank take you to avoid them?
Standing next to Yichen, the middle-aged man holding a rifle couldn't help but shout loudly, feeling immensely pleased.
They used to look down on them, but now they've become dumbfounded? He remembered very clearly that many of the awakened ones who followed other 3rd tiers looked at them with pity or even ridicule when entering the next layer. It was as if he and Li were fools, choosing the most useless 3rd tier instead of anyone else. But now,
the middle-aged man looked at the astonished and even bitter expressions and almost laughed out loud.
Isn't your 3rd tier supposed to be great? What about those who thought they had made the wrong choice before? Oh, it turns out they are already dead. Who really has insight? Who is the idiot after all?
Among the military team, Wang Yangping, surprised, couldn't help but stare at Yichen intensely.
Have you been to this instance many times before? It was hard to understand.
From his perspective, the only reason Yichen could bring people down unscathed must be that he had been here many times before and might have even memorized the layout of Tunnel 18.
But he couldn't help feeling somewhat perplexed.
After the military discovered the gate to hell, it wasn't that no one thought about recording the terrain to farm resources, but each time they entered, the terrain would completely change.
Could it be that this kid has discovered some unknown technique?
Without explaining anything, Yichen shook his head and was too lazy to say more. Mental detection was one of his trump cards, so any speculation had nothing to do with him. The means of mental detection is a key skill that can only be mastered after a mental awakener reaches the 3rd tier, greatly enhancing the survival ability of those with a mental alignment.
Moreover, in this reincarnation, there isn't even a 3rd tier mental alignment in the whole world, so naturally, no one could imagine such an ability.
Wang Yangping felt a sudden jolt in his heart when he saw Yichen deny it as if he were hiding something. If Yichen possessed a fixed route map for entry, then the value of that would be immense. Suppressing the urge to talk to Yichen, he recalled the mission from the military and decided to speak up again. Everyone, actually, we have a military task in this entry into the gate to hell instance. After the dungeon is about to end, we hope that everyone can trade all the spirit crystals in hand to us.
Of course, we won't shortchange everyone on the price.
With so many deaths, Wang Yangping could only set his sights on the remaining few 3rd tier players, especially on Yichen, who had survived with 2 others. After finishing the dungeon, it's likely that Yichen would have the most spirit crystals in the whole place. Yilin, if you are willing to give all your spirit crystals to our military, we can give you a little more support during the upcoming battle. Contrary to his previous indifference, Wang Yangping directly smiled at Yichen, showing goodwill as he made his request.
Yichen nodded slightly in response, accepting it.
Selling to whoever is the same, since the military is willing to pay a high price, it doesn't matter if he sells to them.
He was just a little curious inside, wondering why the military suddenly needed so many low-tier spirit crystals.
Not far away, Huang Kai, who was already jealous of Yichen for bringing people through alive, couldn't help but feel a bit cold at the military's attitude toward Yichen at this moment. As a defense type, he actually needs the military's protection the most.
Standing on the front line, the danger is the greatest. Damn it, that lucky little brat.
When the 3rd level comes out later, I'll see how you die. He will bear the responsibility of holding off the monsters, and as long as he pretends to show a flaw, this little brat who likes close combat will probably be taken down by the 3rd level in an instant.
Stand ready.
In the 14th layer of the cave, Yichen kept adjusting his state, focusing his mind on the 3 SSS level sword techniques that had finished cooling down.
The final battle will have 2 level 3 low-level monsters.
Although there is pressure given the current team's strength, it is still within an acceptable range. For him, the problem lies in seizing the killing rights as well as casting his gaze toward Huang Kai. Yichen let out a light laugh in his heart, his expression indifferent. The sword techniques are too powerful, and with area attacks, he might unintentionally lose control of the direction due to his weaker strength.
Isn't it quite reasonable to accidentally take out a teammate? Before the big battle, personnel were being distributed.
Unlike previous random arrangements, this time the military was clearly taking it very seriously. After Wang Yongping quickly arranged a strategy, he took out an item resembling a boundary tool and threw it out.
Soundproof barrier plus basic illusion.
The two level 3 must be killed separately, otherwise, once they converge, no one will be able to withstand it. Our military will have 4 level 3 and 6 level 2 to deal with the level 3 mutant on the right, while you 7 level 2 and 3 level 3 will handle the left side. As he spoke, he pointed to one of his level 2 elites in the team to assist Yi Chen and the others. It seemed somewhat equitable, but the expressions of both Huang Kai and Yun Ming suddenly turned grim.
The level 2 awakeners brought by the military were the most likely to survive and of the highest quality.
Although the military provided them with a level 2 elite support, both sides had 10 people.
But they were down one level 3. The remaining level 2 included 2 useless ones brought over by Yi Chen. Their combat power was practically non-existent.
With such an arrangement, even Yun Ming from the demon hunting team felt immense pressure. Especially since, in his eyes, Yi Chen was just a third-tier filler. In other words, the pressure of the upcoming battle would fall entirely on him and Huang Kai.
Colonel Wang,
aren't you afraid of us losing control over here with this distribution?
If I can't take it, we're all doomed.
With a violent temper, Huang Kai raised the shield in his hand, darkly questioning as if threatening. He didn't care whether he would offend Wang Yongping.
Damn it, with such an arrangement, any slight accident would make him the first one to be crushed by a third tier. Even if they barely held on, the final kill would definitely fall into the hands of the military.
It was clear that Wang Yangping set this up intentionally for them to struggle, only to come in later and reap the benefits.
Oh,
pretending to have some difficulty, Wang Yangping chuckled lightly in his heart, completely indifferent to the dissatisfaction of the two.
Since you feel so much pressure, why not let Yi Lin swap with one of the third tier on our side?
Reluctantly offering a solution, Wang Yongping pretended to speak while pointing at a third-tier awakener under his command who excelled in explosive attacks. While speaking, he smiled and glanced at Yi Chen. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, he was waiting for Huang Kai and the others to feel the pressure and speak up. Arranging for one of his own to go over could mean seizing opportunities. If they couldn't seize them, they could just drag it out until their own battle was over. By the way, he could also
do Yi Chen a favor.
In his view, given Yi Chen's lack of strength, mingling in the military's ranks was the safest option. This gesture would surely make the other party feel grateful.
Poof.
After hearing this, Huang Kai let out a cold snort and cast a pained glance at Yi Chen. No one who managed to reach the third tier was a fool. Although he appeared rough, he only targeted the weak and those who posed
no threat to him.
It was obvious to him that the military had taken an interest in Yi Chen's spiritual crystal and the route. But that's fine, once this useless kid goes over there, his pressure wouldn't be as great anymore. To everyone's surprise, just when Wang Yangping was confidently waiting for Yi Chen to change sides, he heard Yi Chen directly refuse.
No need. We have no problem here. Ha!
Not only was Wang Yongping taken aback, even the taciturn Yun Ming looked astonished.
No problem, my ass. If I can't hold up in the battle later, you're just waiting to die. With accumulated dissatisfaction, Huang Kai stared fiercely at Yi Chen. He was so angry that he laughed, feeling that Yi Chen was simply ignorant of the situation and had reached the pinnacle of arrogance. No problem?
You, running around like a rat, of course, have no problem. It's us main combatants that are under the biggest pressure. He had already made up his mind to go easy during the battle later. Damn it, if I'm not having an easy time, then you all shouldn't either.
Yi Lin, you.
After Wang Yongping regained his composure, he tried to persuade again, but found that Yi Chen merely shook his head calmly, as if he truly had confidence.
With a strange expression, he could only give up after realizing he couldn't persuade him.
After a moment, he shook his head and turned to whisper. During the battle later, if that kid really can't hold on, help him a bit. The third-order military personnel who heard the order responded, feeling somewhat speechless.
Major Wang, it shouldn't be too much trouble. Although that kid isn't much use in battle, at least he's a third order, so he should be able to run away without any issue. In the massive cave, both sides were nervously preparing to awaken the third-order mutated beings. With the barrier props in place, they could no longer see each other. This method of separating mutated beings might not work in the real world, but in a dungeon facing mutated beings controlled by the system, it could prove to be quite effective. Unlike the few who were tense and anxious, Yi Chen was rather relaxed, calculating how to make his move later. It's a bit tricky. The distance is about 200 to 300 meters apart. Even if we intentionally close the distance, it would still be more than 100 meters. Whether it is the sky gap flowing light or the sword flow storm, the coverage is only about 100 meters. For Yi Chen, it is clearly impossible to eliminate 2 mutated bodies at the same time. The power of the sky gap flowing light does not diminish, but the maximum power of the sword flow storm is at its center. Should I lure the monsters to the military side and use both skills at once? While pondering, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a bit hesitant. If he brings them together, being in the middle position with his base attributes, he might not survive the attacks from the 2 third-tier monsters. In fact, just taking one hit would likely take him out. To be safe, using the skills twice is the most secure option. As for the dimensional/skill, he shook his head. Yi Chen had long considered that as the only skill with an invincible evasion effect, this thing was his lifesaver. If someone went crazy and tried to attack him, this trump card would be the key to turning the tide. After rehearsing several combat scenarios, Yi Chen stopped overthinking. When he looked up, he saw Huang Kai holding his shield and staring at him, only to see this short winter melon give a cold laugh, staring at himself with chilling eyes, as if saying that the upcoming battle will make Yi Chen suffer. With a light laugh in his heart, Yi Chen paid no attention to the other party's provocation. In his eyes, the opponent was already dead. Prepare for battle. Roar! Roar! As the battle began, with two multi-legged grave-digging worms of the same form slowly generating, everyone directly activated the spiritual energy within them, and in an instant, the entire hollow space seemed to be illuminated by various colors of spiritual energy. The weak points of these grave-digging worms are their legs and mouthparts, so all of you aim your attacks at their joints. Standing behind Huang Kai, Yun Ming gripped his blood-edged curved knife tightly and commanded the second tier behind him. The pressure is immense. He has no expectation that this group of worthless second-tier fighters behind him will be of any real use. Under the pressure of rank superiority, it's already good enough if they can cause some obstruction to the third-tier mutant. For this, he even tossed all the melee fighters to the back, relying on those who could attack from a distance. In close combat, apart from the peak second tier who can barely dodge attacks from the third tier, anyone weaker would just be sending themselves to their deaths. As for Yi Chen, who is fighting together with him, he completely ignores him. In his view, the upcoming battle will only involve absorbing the attacks from the mutant aimed at Huang Kai while he himself takes on the role of the main attacker. Two third-tier fighters against one third-tier mutant. His breathing is slightly hurried. He is already prepared for a loss of control, intending to prioritize his own safety if any danger arises. Standing at the very front, Huang Kai silently raises his shield while leaning his entire body behind it. Although there is no communication, his thoughts are almost identical to Yun Ming's. In any case, the likelihood of claiming the kill is minimal. He just needs to ensure his own survival. Roar! The deafening roar sounded again, and the massive solidified centipede charged forward like a train. Bang! As solid as a rock. At the front, Huang Kai braced himself against the shield, his whole body instantly enveloped in a yellowish light. At a glance, he looked like granite embedded in the ground. The tremendous impact shook his internal organs, and his feet, embedded in the earth, were pushed back by the monster 3 or 4 meters, as if plowing the ground. Make a move! A sharp shout. After signaling the second tier to attack, Yun Ming charged toward the centipede from the side, a dark energy flaring from the curved knife in his hand. Dark flame! Boom! Accompanied by a blade flame several meters long, he swept fiercely beneath the mutation's body, and with a series of slashing sounds, several of the centipede's slender feet were instantly severed. Sai-ia! The bug writhed in pain, its mouth, grotesque like a meat trumpet filled with spikes, took a bite at him. Hastily dodging, Yun Ming awkwardly rolled on the ground at high speed to get to a safe spot, then struck down again with his blade. With the enhancement of his third-tier strength, each attack could inflict considerable damage to the bug. Meanwhile, the second-tier awakeners behind him were also casting their skills one after another, driving the pursuing centipede back in place. Ice Spike. Corrosive Acid Ball. A barrage of skills was unleashed, looking quite imposing. However, after striking the mutated body, the effects were only a brief hindrance and not very effective. In the extremely tense battle, even the middle-aged man with the energy rifle was desperately firing his shots. Ding 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 ding. The effectiveness was even worse than that of other skills. The energy bullets fired, relying solely on the equipment's effects, sounded like a water gun hitting the giant bug's surface with a tinny sound. No way. The effect is too poor. Once again unleashing skills aimed at the multi-legged insect's tail, Yun Ming's face was grim as he continuously assessed the battle situation. The damage caused by the second-tier awakeners responsible for long-range support was truly limited. They were far from the goal of at least taking out one-third of the insect's limbs as originally envisioned. Especially that second tier who was shooting like a water gun, the sound of the bullets was utterly annoying. Damn it, they're all a bunch of useless people. Bang! With a powerful recoil from the giant insect, Yun Ming, hiding at the back, only felt a tremendous force collide against his chest. In close combat, there was no time to evade at all. With a sharp pain in his chest, 3 ribs instantly broke, and he was sent flying, spitting blood. Huang Kai! Hold on! He hurriedly got up from the ground, having taken significant damage within just a few seconds. For a moment, he didn't dare to move forward to attack again. I'm holding on. That idiot keeps causing disruptions. Hiss. Underneath the defense, before Huang Kai could finish speaking, he was covered by the acid spit of the millipede. Hearing the hissing sound of corrosion on his shield, his heart skipped a beat. If that acid were to spray on him, no matter how strong his defense was, it would melt his bones. With a glimpse of Yi Chen moving around the millipede like a fly, he was almost driven mad with anger. With Yi Chen constantly interrupting the millipede's attack focus, he was caught in a dilemma of whether to defend or not. Often, just as he was about to fully defend, the monster would be pulled away by that kid in an instant. By the time he adjusted his position and was not ready, that disgusting fly would suddenly get close to him, causing the monster to shift its target onto him. Damn it! He had to kill that kid for sure.
Originally intent on killing Yi Chen, feeling utterly disgusted right now, Huang Kai was too furious to care about the outcome of the battle. Anyway, even if the monster went out of control, he wouldn't die, but that damned fly would definitely die. Quickly darting around the side of the centipede, Yun Ming also noticed Yi Chen's strange behavior when he heard Huang Kai shouting, a poke to the left, a rub to the right. In his eyes, Yi Chen at this moment seemed like an unyielding fly, constantly provoking the centipede with a wooden stick. That dagger, which appeared to fly swiftly, often just scraped against the bug's shell and sparked without any further significance. Even more absurdly, besides controlling the dagger from a distance, this kid actually pulled out a crossbow midway and started shooting by Yubiubiu. Where did that crossbow come from? Why is a Tier 3 fighter using ordinary people's weapons to fight? Is this really the battle of a Tier 3 fighter? Even a Tier 1 would be better than this. Use your damned skills up close. Furious to the point of rage, he directly let out a curse. In a fit of anger, Yun Ming cursed incessantly in his heart. To be this useless, he felt like a knife was cutting his butt. He had truly seen something new. He simply couldn't understand Yi Chen's actions. In his view, this guy was even moving closer to the barrier while trying to avoid it. If this continues, what's the point in killing anything? Ignoring the desperate Yun Ming, Yi Chen was constantly calculating the distance in his mind, and out of the corner of his eye, he was watching Huang Kai moving closer to him. Trying to get close to me and then suddenly disengaging from the battle to let the monster kill me? Watching Huang Kai move towards him, Yi Chen couldn't help but sneer in his heart and didn't care anymore. The distance was controlled pretty well. The giant footworm was only about 10 meters away from the barrier now. Pull it over and break through the barrier. Let's see if we can cover both mutated creatures at once. Charge! Just as Yi Chen was about to provoke the giant footworm again, Huang Kai, who originally planned to strike from the dark, suddenly charged without warning and collided directly beside Yi Chen. Bang! After crashing into the mutated creature in front of Yi Chen, Huang Kai pretended to roar in anger, directly activating the provocation skill that every defensive type learns. Attack now! The monster is attracted to me. I can't hold on for long. With the appearance of the red light representing anger, this third-stage mutant instantly entered a state of rage, suddenly expanding his circle. At the same time, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he pretended to be knocked back by the sandworm while defending. Bang! As Huang Kai was knocked away. In a fit of rage, the centipede instantly locked onto the nearest target, Yi Chen, its already fast speed suddenly increasing, directly opening its maw to swallow him. Pretending to be exhausted and rolling on the ground, Huang Kai let out a startled cry, his eyes full of delight. Whether it was an illusion or not, he saw the shock in Yi Chen's eyes when he was knocked away. Not good. Quick, dodge. My skill has been interrupted. In his eyes, Yi Chen was completely unable to react, standing stiffly in place like a fool. The giant mouth pouncing forward was about to swallow this kid in the next second. Lord Yi Lin, get out of the way. Behind them, the middle-aged man and Li Ku, who had been paying attention to the side, exclaimed in horror. They couldn't tell that Huang Kai had intentionally been knocked aside and thought it was just a mistake. If Yi Chen couldn't dodge, he would definitely die at the mouth of this monster. Time seemed to stand still. Yi Chen looked calmly at the giant mouth looming over his head, letting out a quiet sigh. What a pity, he was still a bit short of being able to cover the other side's third tier. But it didn't matter now. In the eyes of the crowd, it seemed as if Yi Chen, who had been startled, suddenly burst forth with a burst of silver light from his feet, instantly breaking out at an extremely tricky angle from beneath the monster's mouth. With an increase of 10 points in agility, Yi Chen, who had been in front of the giant insect, suddenly flashed to behind Huang Kai. Get back! A loud shout. And this time, it was Yi Chen who shouted to get back. Turning back in confusion, Huang Kai stared blankly at Yi Chen, who was less than a meter behind him, completely unaware of why this useless person wanted him to get back. 0.1 a second later, as a terrifying aura spread out from Yi Chen, he instantly understood why. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Sword Flow Storm. As if to block the rampaging giant insect once again, nearly 1,000 sword flows filled with a destructive aura suddenly gathered around Yi Chen, instantly blasting out like slashing sword wings. At that moment, Huang Kai and the monster were clearly in a straight line. Boom! The endless torrent of sword energy surged out like a storm, instantly dissolving everything ahead. In the silver sword flow storm, Huang Kai's pitted face barely had time to show a look of horror before his brain was pierced in an instant, red and white brain matter spreading like fuel in the subsequent sword flow torrent. Body dissolving, bones shattering. At such a close distance, even with his tier 3 physique, he felt as fragile as a piece of white paper, and without even a scream, he was decomposed into the most basic molecular structure. The aftermath did not cease. The sword energy flowed in a straight line like a giant laser beam, directly piercing through the tier 3 mutant that came attacking again. The sword flow was sharp, cutting through this giant multi-legged insect from head to tail like melted cream. Boom! 2 seconds later, the torrent ended. The entire area was dead silent. As the fragmented body of the tier 3 mutant fell sporadically from the air, everyone finally realized that this extremely difficult to kill tier 3 mutant had turned to ashes. Of course, there was also Huang Kai drifting in the wind. Stiff in place. Holding a curved knife, Yun Ming, who had just been preparing to attack the monster while Huang Kai attracted attention, now looked pale, with a heart that seemed to nearly leap out of his chest. His fingers trembled. Others found it hard to imagine that the stream of sword energy released by Yi-Chen had almost grazed past his body.
If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, this beam of sword energy, akin to a laser cannon, would have likely obliterated him completely. It's too terrifying. It's too terrifying.
With a gurgling sound, he struggled to turn his neck towards Yi-Chen, who had a pained expression, feeling as if he was looking at a monster. That attack just now, was it launched by this kid? This is still that useless Tier 3 from before. Like him, the Tier 2s behind him also gaped, staring foolishly at the remains on the ground.
So fast, they didn't even know what happened as the battle ended.
In their shock, none even realized that a Tier 3 had fallen at Yi-Chen's hands. Ignoring the crowd's shock, Yi-Chen looked distressed and filled with self-reproach as he spoke to the small pile of ashes on the ground.
I told you to get away. Why didn't you dodge? Heartache to the point of illness.
I saw them crouch down quickly to collect the equipment that Huang Kai dropped after his death.
Brother, you risked your life to save me. I will definitely take your relics back and give you a proper burial.
Holding a handful of mud that might be lime or ashes while speaking, Yi-Chen stuffed it into his pocket and sadly explained to the dazed Yun Ming. Brother Huang Kai just now stood in front of me to block a monster's attack to save me. In my desperation to save him, I had no choice but to use a skill.
But I didn't expect to misfire a little and accidentally affected him. Sigh.
Listening to Yi-Chen's absurd explanation, Yun Ming felt like he was about to be dumbfounded.
Huang Kai saved you? You accidentally misfired.
Then firing a skill right at his back, was that misfiring? Looking at Yi-Chen's expression of heartache and guilt, he felt it was simply like a cat weeping for a mouse. Only he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to see a hint of threat in Yi-Chen's eyes. Thinking of the terrifying attack just now, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. Lord Yilin, you don't need to be too sad. With a mournful face, he didn't dare to question. In his eyes, Yi-Chen was simply a super strong person hiding his strength. That attack just now was clearly meant to kill Huang Kai. If he exposed the other party, then the next one to die would probably be himself. Damn it, why is there such a perverse monster mixed in with our team? After hearing this, Yi-Chen nodded with satisfaction, and a hint of appreciation inevitably crept into his gaze towards Yun Ming. Very good, very agreeable. He didn't care at all about what these people were thinking, as long as it sounded good. Whether these people believed it or not was none of his business. Glancing at the equipment Huang Kai had dropped, Yi-Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. The weapon and shield are blue, and he is fully dressed in white gear. Selling this would fetch at least 170,000 to 180,000. What a good person. I will take good care of this equipment. Dropping the gear at the feet of the middle-aged man behind him, Yi-Chen didn't hesitate and prepared to charge towards the other side.
Keep an eye on Brother Huang's relics for me.
After saying that, he directly stepped over the soundproof barrier, ready to seize the killing rights on the other end.
Ah no, it was to help the military resolve the crisis. Holding the psionic rifle, the middle-aged man was startled and watched as Yi-Chen tossed the equipment, feeling as though he was in a dream. Who exactly is this young man I'm following? What a freak! In the orderly battle, a few military personnel at Tier 3, between their combat, showed a deep confusion in their eyes. Did you feel that psionic fluctuation just now? Why do I feel that there is at least a Tier 3 intermediate psionic intensity? No idea. I also sensed it. Could it be that someone over there unleashed a hidden skill? It doesn't make sense. That area is all first level third order. I can't understand it. The moment the aura was sensed, the 4 third order fighters were almost stunned, nearly losing their focus. Is it the person from the demon hunters who made the move? I think his strength is quite good. Wielding a giant sword, Wang Yangping narrowly avoided an attack from a mutated being and uneasily halted the discussion. We need to focus on killing it. This monster can't hold on much longer. If there really is a third order intermediate mixed in, then we can think about how to respond. Although he was also puzzled, killing the mutated being was the most important thing. At this moment, he couldn't afford to think too much. Be careful. As soon as the words fell, Wang Yangping's eyes widened in shock. In his perception, someone had actually passed through the soundproof barrier he had set up. Who is it? He asked loudly. In the next second, Yi-Chen, with an anxious expression, suddenly passed through the barrier, looking at them with considerable concern. Colonel Wang, I'm here to save you. Hold on. Wang Yangping. No. Hold your position over there. In a rush, Wang Yangping did not have time to think too much. Looking at the sincere expression on Yi-Chen's face, he only felt a sense of strangeness. This guy suddenly ran over. Could it be that the mutated creature over there has already gone out of control? With no time to combine the two pieces of information, under the obstruction of the barrier, he did not even consider that the mutated creature over there had already been slain. Just as a focused battle was intensifying, Yi-Chen suddenly appeared, which distracted him, and he was directly crushed under the many-legged bug. Pooh! With a huge force pressing down, even a Tier 3 physique could not withstand the damage. A sweet taste spread in his chest, and Wang Yangping spat out a large mouthful of blood, instinctively raising the giant war sword in his hand as a shield, trying to prevent the monster from devouring him. Captain! A frightened shout, several third-tier fighters, disregarding the suddenly appearing Yi-Chen, urgently rushed to assist, trying to save Wang Yangping. But in such a tricky situation, the three of them could not find a suitable angle to attack. Hiss dash. Highly corrosive mucus dripped from the barbed mouthparts. Like concentrated sulfuric acid, it instantly released a plume of white smoke.
Wang Yangping, pressed to the ground, turned pale, and a stench like decaying flesh fermented rushed into his nostrils.
Damn it!
The most taboo thing in a battle is distraction. With Yichen causing this mess, he was on the verge of losing half his life. Looking at the maw that resembled a meat grinder, he had no doubt that with one bite, his skull would be crushed to pieces.
Why disrupt their rhythm?
Filled with anger, the remaining third-tier fighters were already prepared to fight with all their might. The trouble caused by Yichen would be settled later.
The next second. Get back!
The light of the celestial gap. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of pressure converged in massive power. A sword energy swiftly swept past, cutting across the giant mutated creature's body at an extremely tricky angle. Like a thread of death, it precisely penetrated everything along its path.
Sizzle! Boom!
The invisible sword energy pierced through the mutated creature and buried itself into the nearby rock wall, exploding like a missile and grinding large boulders into dust.
The explosion was deafening, and as the smoke and dust settled, a massive crescent-shaped sword mark was revealed, reaching depths unknown.
Maintaining a forward-charging posture, a military three-tiered officer who initially intended to rush in for support had difficulty swallowing as a strand of broken hair slowly fell to the ground above his head.
My head feels so cold.
In the moment the sword energy passed by, he felt every pore in his body scream. It was the most faithful reaction of the body under the threat of death.
A lingering fear, a sense of dread.
Just 0.1 centimeters more, and my head would have been severed.
That sword just now almost took him out in an instant. Clap thud.
The giant insect that was pressing down on Wang Yangping, which had been continuously roaring, suddenly froze as if time had stopped. A few seconds later, with the severing of flesh and blood tissues, the slick sound of separation mixed with the gurgling blood burst forth, and with a thud, it split apart like sliced pork belly. The two halves of the fallen insect's body had smooth cut lines, as if it were meant to be this way. As he pressed down, Wang Yangping felt like his heart had stopped beating, and his mind went blank. Having fully experienced that sword light, the shock in his heart was the most profound. One sword, it was only one sword. No obstacles, it was almost a one-hit kill.
Such strength.
Instinctively, everyone turned their gazes towards the direction from which the terrifying sword light had come. Only then did the sincere Yichen smile at them and nod his head.
No need to thank me.
With the smile fading, it was as if the earlier attack was merely a casual strike, nothing worth paying attention to. The entire venue fell silent, enveloped in a strange stillness. At this moment, everyone had only one thought in their hearts.
Third tier, intermediate. Even stronger.
This third tier, which they had always regarded as a clown, was actually a super strong being.
The clown turned out to be me. The battle has ended.
When the crowd from Yichen's team gathered on the right side, the shock in the hearts of the military personnel was even greater. Although no one spoke and no one mentioned who had unleashed the earlier might, everyone knew it was only Yichen. In the awkward and strange atmosphere, Wang Yangping looked at both sides with mixed feelings and for a moment didn't know what to say. In a sense, Yichen had snatched their kill right. But under the intimidation of his power, no one dared to speak up about it. Along with the shock, there was also a hint of unease. A top-level being of at least Tier 3 mixed among them, this invisible pressure made it very difficult for him to remain calm. Don't be deceived by the fact that Tier 3 beginner and intermediate differ by only one level. The gap in strength is like heaven and earth. The difference is even greater than that between Tier 3 and Tier 1. It's simple, a Tier 3 beginner requires multiple people to fight against a same tier mutated being, but for Tier 3 intermediate, a single person can handle it. The difference in strength is almost calculated by multiples.
Awestruck gazes and genuine respect.
Many military awakeners did not dare to look at Yichen, who was casually standing aside organizing his gains. Those who previously spoke harshly were even more afraid of retribution later. They noticed that Huang Kai, who had previously been at odds with Yichen, had vanished without a trace. Combining with the pile of equipment in the hands of the middle-aged man Yichen brought, they could easily guess that the melee Tier 3 being was likely taken out by Yichen.
This method is indeed ruthless and decisive.
A Tier 3 kill at will. Strength is paramount, and due to Yichen's intimidation, no one dared to bring up the matter.
Especially after asking about the earlier situation, Yichen's reason for taking action seemed to be justifiable.
The expressions were complicated.
A mid-level third-tier powerhouse could easily lead in any major safe zone, and would be sufficient to become a deputy in the military as well.
In other words, he is the superior of Wang Yangping's immediate superior.
Where on earth did this person come from?
While feeling startled, people regarded Yichen's previous two performances as casual actions with a low profile, and no one dared to doubt the strength of a third tier anymore. 2 strikes, 2 third-tier mutated creatures dispatched in seconds, and 1 awakened. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Yangping took a deep breath, walking solemnly in front of Yichen, his expression full of guilt.
Lord Yilin, I am very sorry about what happened earlier.
The words wouldn't come out, he just felt a rush of shame on his face. He hadn't thought much of the other party, and unexpectedly, it was he who was slapped in the face.
It's fine.
Yichen nonchalantly nodded, having a bit of goodwill towards the military. After all, it was these soldiers who had fought alongside him
until the very end in his previous life.
Of course, that excludes the higher-ups who were aware of the truth about the relic battlefield. Filled with curiosity, Yichen casually asked Wang Yangping,
Why are you in such a hurry to collect spirit crystals? Aren't there plenty in the trading channel? Why go through the trouble of running dungeons to collect them personally? He noticed that Wang Yangping and his companions seemed to be on a mission, having previously placed great importance on the route in his hands. At the sound, he was taken aback. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Yangping, seeing Yi Chen's curious gaze, ultimately decided to present his request. This mission wasn't exactly a secret. It's like this, Lord Yi Lin. We need this batch of spirit crystals to assist lower-tier awakened ones in the seed program to level up. You should know that spirit crystals can be used for absorption, which, to some extent, is similar to the effect of killing mutated beings. In order to quickly enhance their strength, the military has already collected all the spirit crystals available on the market, but the quantity is still far from enough. So, with a dry laugh, Wang Yangping fell silent as he contemplated how to persuade Yi Chen to produce the spirit crystals. They were one of the many squads sent out to collect spirit crystals, and the mission cards were quite strict. The authority to kill on this trip was entirely in Yi Chen's hands if he wanted. To complete the mission, he could only hope that Yi Chen would allow him to have some. As for his previous suspicion that Yi Chen knew the tunnel routes, he also realized he had misjudged. Having that strength is quite normal. Use spirit crystals to enhance strength. Yi Chen's brow twitched and he suddenly felt something strange in his heart. Spirit crystals can indeed enhance strength, but the consumption and effect are not proportional. In essence, the unclaimed spiritual energy within spirit crystals and the spiritual energy experience gained from killing mutated creatures are essentially the same thing, but the former has a very low content. Low enough that a low-tier initial level awakener seeking to advance to the intermediate level would need to consume at least 8,000 to 10,000 units of spirit crystals. In other words, that's nearly 100,000 credit points. And the subsequent consumption is even more enormous. Someone calculated that to push a second-tier individual to the pinnacle of the second tier, the consumption of spirit crystals would be worth at least nearly 1 million. This is no longer wasteful, it is simply using vast resources to build up strength. Moreover, the strength gained this way is not stable. Generally speaking, spirit crystals are something that only third-tier awakeners use for absorption, with a higher absorption rate, or as a means to supplement spiritual energy like a battery. To use this strategic material to enhance strength, the military truly has a grand plan. Is this a worry that those high-talent seeds will incur losses during their upgrades? Seed plan. Yi Chen felt a bit bitter, even somewhat pained. He overlooked one thing. That is, although he knew that the series of fire seeds in the seed plan would enjoy a large supply of military resources, he did not know the specific amounts. He was purely drawing from his own experience. The mistake lies precisely here. In his previous life, when the military discovered and strongly cultivated him, resources were already in short supply, nearly depleted. How could it be compared to now? At that time, the survival range of humanity was limited to a few large military districts in the capital war zone, and resources, equipment, and items had long been nearly depleted. When he was being nurtured, the whole country couldn't gather much spirit crystal, and there were hardly any spirit fruit left to enhance his strength. His entire strength was purely forged by killing on the front line, fighting for his life. Only a portion of resources after reaching the third stage allowed him to barely reach the peak of the third stage. Compared to the current situation where humanity is thriving and even able to gather resources everywhere, it was an utterly different world. Even Yi Chen could think that if the capital side was willing to pour in so many resources for such a basic thing as enhancing strength, then the rest would be even more unimaginable. Roughly calculating, the first sequence of fire seeds was not enjoying at least tens of millions worth of resources? Under such consumption, it's no wonder that the material reserves in his previous life were so meager. Most of them had been consumed in the first round of the plan. He revealed a self-mocking expression. Yi Chen thought he was quite fast at making money, and there wasn't much of a problem regarding the army providing his resources for the third rank. But now that he thought about it, it was indeed quite ignorant. In order to avoid injuries and fatalities, these seeds enjoyed resources equivalent to what he would harvest through hard work and sacrifice. Also, considering that a country has hundreds of secure zones sustaining it, how could he even compare himself to them? For a moment, Yi Chen even felt a strong impulse, an impulse to rush to the capital's battle zone and test his talent in front of everyone right then and there. With these resources poured into him, he had absolute confidence that he would be stronger than in his past life. The chances of advancing to the fourth rank were even greater. However, after thinking about his willpower-based talent for a while, Yi Chen finally suppressed the impulse within him. Let it go. What if he was SSS grade? No one would care for him until he reached the third rank. It wasn't until his past life was almost on the brink of extinction that someone was willing to take a gamble and provide him resources. Without any influence or background, no one was willing to vouch for him. After suppressing the thought, Yi Chen no longer pondered on it. Instead, he asked Wang Yangping expressionlessly, "Do you want spiritual crystals? How much are you offering?" "I have about 4,700 units on hand. A rank 3 kill grant is worth 1,000, and there's about 2,000 from the 14th level down. With the 2 additional people I brought, this is roughly the number. Converted into market credit points, it's worth close to 50,000. Wang Yangping was delighted upon hearing this. He had been contemplating how to start the conversation and didn't expect Yi Chen to bring it up himself. 53,000 points. How about 53,000 points? We are also willing to pay a premium for the enchanter materials you've acquired this time. This price isn't low at all, it's almost a 10% premium or more. It mainly considers Yi Chen's mysterious and unpredictable strength, and Wang Yangping instinctively wanted to build rapport, which is why he offered the highest price within his authority. Yi Chen nodded slightly, a trace of emotion flickering in his eyes. As expected, they are willing to spend. Calculating this way, my earnings from this dungeon run should exceed 200,000, or even more than 300,000. Though those 2 rank 3 kills didn't drop any equipment, they did yield a fair amount of high-level enchanting materials. But should I keep some of the materials? Huang Kai kindly got so much equipment for himself, it should be enough for him to raise all attributes to 25 and still have some left over. Stimulated by the seed project, he couldn't feel reconciled if he didn't perfect his foundation. After directly trading the spirit crystals, Yi Chen casually tossed 2 unremarkable blue enchantments over as well. In less than half a minute, Wang Yangping gratefully exclaimed with a beaming face, "I really appreciate you, Sir Yi Lin. A total of 123,000 credit points, I'll round it up to 124,000 for you." After transferring the credit points, he cautiously observed Yi Chen's reaction, and upon seeing Yi Chen's expression remain unchanged, he couldn't help but feel amazed. A big figure is indeed a big figure, they wouldn't even blink at more than 100,000 points. Sir Yi Lin, I wonder if you are interested in running a few more instances? The military side has a huge demand for spirit crystals. If you are willing to help us, you will certainly gain the friendship of General Tang. To be honest, the spirit crystals collected by our military district this time are all for General Tang's second son. His youngest son has already been selected for the 3rd sequence of the seed program, and if nothing goes wrong, he will surely become a tier 3 high-level practitioner, and even tier 4 is quite promising. With honor and disgrace coexisting, Wang Yangping's gaze was filled with envy, and his words subtly suggested that Yi Chen should establish a good relationship in advance. As the pride of their military district, General Tang's second son caused a sensation throughout the military district when he was tested to have S-level talent. Countless people regarded him as the successor of the next generation, and many believed that he would very likely become tier 4. Oh? With a slight exclamation, Yi Chen felt strange, not expecting to actually be working for a 3rd sequence. Filled with curiosity, he simply asked, "General Tang's second son? May I ask how many people are in the 3rd sequence? How many spirit crystals have you collected for him this time?" Seeing Yi Chen's interest, Wang Yangping quickly responded. The 3rd sequence seems to have around 20 people, and since the minimum requirement is S-tier, every one of them is a genius among geniuses. As for how much spirit crystal was collected, his expression hesitated. After a simple estimation, he uncertainly spoke. Approximately, around 2 million? I heard that General Tang prepared double the spirit crystals to prevent Tangfeng from absorbing too quickly, which would leave flaws in his internal spiritual energy. But I've heard that the consumption for the earlier major forces is even more exaggerated. It's rumored that the general behind the 1st sequence prepared nearly 6 million. Yi Chen. These damned rich dogs. In the silence, Yi Chen couldn't help but want to curse. So, he previously estimated it was still too little? Speechless in his heart. In his memory, there aren't many useful awakened geniuses from these seed programs. In the final battle, those who fought with him to the end were all veteran 3rd tiers who had battled for their lives. Resources like this, when given to 3rd tiers without protection, would basically result in death once they hit the battlefield. Speaking of which, in his previous life, he didn't have much resources at the beginning, which probably had something to do with this. The entire Huaxia side was really too disappointed with the so-called geniuses. Having spent so many resources, the result was a bunch of good-looking but useless 3rd tiers. So much so that when he tested as the only SSS level globally, the Huaxia side was only briefly happy, but when it came to cultivation, they were still influenced by previous examples and were unwilling to invest so many resources again. Now that he thinks about it, he actually somewhat understands those high-ranking officials from his previous life. Some resources are limited, and many are used up when consumed. These precious resources could have allowed the old 3rd tiers to advance, but they were all wasted on so-called geniuses. If it were him, he probably wouldn't believe in the subsequent geniuses either. Thinking of the embers that easily consumed dozens of people and used up millions of credit points worth of resources, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a faint resentment in his heart. Could it be that the root cause of being deceived lies here? Exhaling long and slowly. No, he still needs to rush up to the 3rd tier faster. He clearly remembers some resources, once used, they are gone, and there is only one in the entire Huaxia war zone. If those seeds get ahead of him, he could die of anger. With such a level of resources being poured in, Yi Chen seriously suspects that the seed candidates selected for the program will definitely not upgrade slower than him. It's even possible they might be faster. After all, the slow growth of strength before Tier 3 is for ordinary awakeners. For large powers, or even for thousands of Tier 3 military personnel, what does Tier 2 even mean? It's just about throwing in some resources. Facing Wang Yangping's, Yi Chen directly refused his proposal. Although the returns from the gates of hell are high due to the mechanism of the instance, entering multiple times at the same time will be restricted by the system, leading to decreasing returns and increasing difficulty. Moreover, all of his combat power comes from SSS level skills. With a 48-hour cooldown plus instance time, it takes at least 3 days to go in and out. For him now, the optimal solution is to immediately raise all attributes to 25 after going out, obtain the equipment awarded by the Sword God system, and then go to the next high-level dungeon. Once the attributes are pushed to the maximum limit, he can initiate the 3rd tier trial himself. Wang Yangping looked regretful as he watched Yi Chen's back leaving directly, letting out a wry smile. What a strange 3rd tier. So strong, yet I've never heard of this name. I wonder where it came from. Lord Yi Lin. Thank you. Watching Yi Chen approach, the middle-aged man nervously handed over the equipment he entrusted to Yi Chen, along with his surplus enchanting materials for trade. Beside him, Li Ku mimicked him, full of gratitude. Throughout the experience, they hardly engaged in any combat, completing the dungeon as if they were just mall shopping, compared to others who brought people along. For the 3rd tier, they were incredibly lucky. Not only that, but they also gained nearly 1,000 credit points. How could they not be grateful to Yi Chen? Not sure if it's because Yi Chen has already equated himself with mid-tier 3rd level among them, but for a moment, the awakened ones around were too nervous to speak. In their eyes, 3rd level is already a big shot, not to mention someone of Yi Chen's caliber? No need, just keep it for yourself. Casually refusing the enchanted materials offered by the middle-aged man, Yi Chen declined outright. Worth over 200 points, there was no need to take it. It wouldn't help him, but for an awakened one like Li Ku, it was often something they had to fight hard to earn. His lips trembled, seeing Yi Chen not accept it. The middle-aged man's eyes reddened, feeling a bit sour in his heart. Having seen the warmth and coldness of the world, he was witnessing a style like Yi Chen's for the first time. Really, thank you so much. If there's anything you need my help with in the future, I will do my utmost. As he spoke, Li Ku hurriedly shared his contact number as well. Although people like them might never get a chance to interact with Yi Chen in their lifetime, they would have no need for them in their work. The two sides felt like people from two different worlds. But filled with gratitude, they indeed felt a sense of wanting to repay. It's nothing. Looking at the nervous two, Yi Chen smiled and didn't mind, as he was just helping out casually. As if he thought of something, he pondered for a moment and looked at the middle-aged man. You can craft equipment, right? If there's a chance, I will seek you out. I remember you said you are in safety zone 97, correct? If possible, try to move away from there. After saying that, Yi Chen nodded and directly exited the dungeon. Safety Zone 97 belongs to the coastal war zone, and I remember that it would probably face a sea beast attack by the end of this year. Although it cannot be compared to the disaster 3 years later, it is also a prelude to chaos, and the entire safety zone suffers greatly. If I can help a little, I'll do it. If the middle-aged man believes my words, he might just escape with his life. The middle-aged man was startled by the voice, then he blankly watched Yi Chen disappear from the spot. Leave. Settling the dungeon. In the milky white settlement space, Yi Chen started settling the dungeon without holding too much expectation. The entire Hellgate has 77 levels, and his estimated completion rate this time is very low. But there's nothing that can be done about it. 7 levels down is the intermediate level mutant of the 3rd stage. All his skills are dangerous, and a moment's carelessness could lead to being killed instantly. He is just too fragile. Exit dungeon. Calculating dungeon information. Dungeon completer Yi Chen. Current dungeon completion rate. Base completion rate 14%, extra completion rate might worm 3% * 2. Total accumulated completion rate 20%. Evaluation received C grade. C grade evaluation reward white enchantment material swiftness * 1. Looking at the nearly non-existent settlement reward, Yi Chen didn't care. C grade. This is probably the lowest rating he has achieved. But it doesn't matter. Standing in the morning mine, Yi Chen took a deep breath of the cool air and turned to look at the pile of equipment in his hands. Li Dafu. Whoosh. In the servant space, Li Dafu, with a bug shell on his head, suddenly startled and instantly appeared in the outside world. Master, did you call me? With a swoosh, Li Dafu, who fell to the ground, looked at Yi Chen with wide eyes filled with dollar signs. Almost the moment he appeared, he caught the scent of money, no, the scent of equipment coming from Yi Chen. He gulped and, seeing the large amount of equipment in Yi Chen's hands, immediately jumped up like a monkey. My god! Master, did you rob someone again? So much high-level equipment. Seeing Li Dafu's ecstatic expression, Yi Chen chuckled lightly and changed into a white piece of equipment and a blue piece. He threw all the remaining equipment to Li Dafu. Go, sell these for me. Sell them for credit points, take as many spirit fruit as you can. Except for willpower attributes, he now had all attributes at 20 when naked. To raise them to 25 would probably require 5 by 3 by 3, which is 45 spirit fruits. With strength at 21 points, he could eat 3 fewer. Calculating it out, with Li Dafu's talent helping him buy, it would probably require around 230,000 points. Among the equipment given to him by the good person Huang Kai, only the shield had decent attributes, roughly around 70,000 points. The remaining 2 blue items, one he kept for himself, which was a heart-protecting mirror capable of withstanding a 3-tier beginner attack once and 3 times for attacks below the 3rd tier. He still needed such life-saving equipment. As for the remaining one-handed hammer, it was quite ordinary. However, this was also quite normal. Just by looking at Huang Kai's strength, one could tell it wasn't much better than the bottom tier of the 3rd tier, and he didn't have any significant backing.
Otherwise, a meat shield of the 3rd tier wouldn't have run out to farm dungeons by himself. Excluding the heart-protecting mirror, Huang Kai's equipment was probably worth about 140,000, and counting the over 50,000 transferred from Wang Yangping, not to mention the unspent enchanting materials. After buying the energy fruits, he would still have about 10,000 left. Yi Chen fell silent for a moment, realizing that he was still very poor. There's no helping it, all the good usable gear was left to him, and the equipment on him is worth over 400,000. This doesn't even include the sword skills and all sorts of miscellaneous items he bought. Want to boost strength in a short time? Burn money. What a waste. Thinking about how he killed Huang Kai in an instant, Yi Chen felt a bit regretful. If he could do it like the farming teams, Huang Kai could have at least given him another 100,000. But that's just wishful thinking. If he really did that in front of everyone, he would instantly be dealt with by the military as part of the farming team. 4. The tumors among humans, every force would chase him down to the die. At that point, there would be a large number of 3rd-tier players trailing behind him. From that woman Lin Lun, it can be seen that these farming teams basically dare not leave any excess credit points. Once they have any gains, they must convert it into combat power, and normally they need to keep themselves hidden. If they make a single mistake, death is usually not far away. In the abandoned mining town, Yi Chen found the most inconspicuous house to hide in. Looking at the abundant spiritual energy fruits in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Once he finishes eating, his task would be considered complete. His strength is among the top tier in the 2nd level. If it weren't for being pursued earlier, his mood would only be better now. He couldn't determine the other party's background, but since coming out, Yi Chen had not discovered their traces again. Shaking his head, he could only reach this point. If the other party really came after him, he at least had dimensional slash to save his life. The heart-guarding mirror could also barely be counted as a trump card. Not thinking any further, Yi Chen directly stuffed a spiritual energy fruit into his mouth and began to eat quickly. Ding, consumed spiritual energy fruit, strength, gained strength +1. Ding, consumed spiritual energy fruit, agility, gained agility +1. With his attributes soaring, watching the familiar numbers rise rapidly and feeling the power surging within him, Yi Chen felt completely satisfied. The feeling of becoming stronger was intoxicating, from his toes all the way to his hair tips. After a difficult burp, he took a deep breath and looked at the last physical essence fruit in front of him. Damn, I'm really full. With a bite, as the last surge of life force flowed into his body, the long-awaited system notification sounded. Ding, used spirit energy fruit, physique, gained physique +1. Ding, all attributes need 25, task completed. Ding, please choose your task reward. In an instant, Yi Chen felt a blur before his eyes, and a huge spinning wheel resembling a lottery wheel appeared in his vision. On the wheel were densely packed sections, each shimmering with dazzling golden light that was almost blinding. Even having possessed epic-level equipment in his previous life, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. If blue gear is the main combat equipment of Tier 3, then epic-level gear is the dream weapon sought after by Tier 3 awakeners. Start drawing. Without hesitation, Yi Chen clicked on the extraction option, his eyes fixed intently on the rapidly spinning wheel, particularly on several swords. Let's get a weapon. With an epic-level weapon, his combat power could soar to another level. A few seconds later, as the wheel gradually came to a stop, it finally landed tortuously in a small area. This is. As the pointer pointed, it was unexpectedly a ring. Ding, obtained epic-level equipment, Ring of Spirit Peace. In an instant, dazzling brilliance erupted, and the eye-catching golden-orange light filled the entire room. Staring blankly at the ring in his palm, Yi Chen blinked his eyes, filled with disappointment. No weapon extracted. A faint sense of loss. Nevertheless, looking at the intricately patterned, silver-black ring in his hand, he could accept it. Ring-type equipment is considered rare, so it's not a loss. Ring of Spirit Peace? Why does this sound related to will and soul? General equipment names usually align with the characteristics of the equipment, but the term Lingen really makes it hard for him to imagine what it could be. Opening the equipment information, Yi Chen nervously looked over. Lingen ring, epic level, accessory. Equipment attributes, none. Equipment characteristics, space storage. Space storage, obtain 100 by 100 by 100 cubic space for storage. Lifeforms cannot be stored. Equipment skill, will conversion. Will conversion, you can convert will attributes into other attributes. Duration 3 seconds. Second level conversion limit 5 points. Third level 10 points. Fourth level 20 points. Fifth level 100 points. Equipment evaluation, exclusive equipment of the Lingen world. Wearing this ring grants the descendant privilege upon entering the Lingen world. Note, this privilege is SS level, please use it cautiously. Dazed and frozen in place, Yi Chen looked at the description of the ring which had no attribute bonuses, feeling his heart drop, and after seeing the storage description and conversion skill, he felt like his head buzzed as if he had hit the jackpot. 1 million cubic meters of storage space. With his mind wandering, he couldn't believe such an exaggerated spatial ring existed. It completely stunned him. To think that in his previous life, the ring he obtained only had a 1 cubic meter capacity, and that was a treasure from the capital war zone. Although the trading channel could transport resources, in a sense it could also be considered as storage space. It is unusable in battles. A portable warehouse has a value that is simply at a strategic level. Just imagine carrying dozens of nuclear bombs. The exaggerated deterrent effect would be incredibly impressive. This ring alone, if sold just for this aspect, no one would be willing to sell it. This thing is essentially priceless. As for the skill of willpower conversion, it left him even more astonished. Even without consuming spirit fruit, his willpower was as high as 29 points, which was already at the extreme limit of the second tier. If he could convert 5 points to other attributes, wouldn't that mean his power, at 29, could directly break through to 34? It would cross the gap between the second and third tiers in one go? Once he reaches the third tier, almost in an instant, Yi Chen realized the true value of this ring. Anyone in the will system who obtains this ring can quickly transform into other awakened systems.
This is simply a divine artifact of the will system.
In his ecstasy, Yi Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart and repeatedly looked at the explanation within the ring, only to be filled with confusion.
He can understand the other parts, but what is the Lingen world? What is SS level descender authority?
He has a vague feeling that the true value of this ring lies in this mysterious explanation. Especially the appearance of the fifth level on the ring is particularly shocking. Is there a fifth level above the fourth? What is that? The sunlight outside the window poured into the room filled with cobwebs, and in the warm sunlight, Yi Chen felt an indescribable sensation.
It seems like he has touched an unknown secret. Fifth level. The sunlight is warm.
Through the old and decaying iron window, the sunlight over the mine poured into the room, warming his body. Getting up, Yi Chen casually stretched his limbs. Feeling the surge of power within him, a smile appeared on his face. His current attributes could almost rival those when he ascended to the third tier in his previous life. If he did not pursue the limits, he could now begin the third tier ascension trial.
29 points.
The primary energy fruit can no longer increase attributes above 25 points.
The price of the intermediate ones is very high and hard to come by.
To be honest, he truly had the thought of recklessly ascending to the third tier right now. After all, with his talent, ascending to the third tier was quite impressive. After reaching the third tier, he would no longer need to gather resources himself. The capital would certainly meet all his demands.
Even the entire world would be in an uproar.
The only thing he needed to consider was to ascend to the fourth tier as quickly as possible in the remaining time, relying on his memories from his previous life to help Huaxia minimize losses before the catastrophe struck. Like most third-tier individuals who ascended, they were usually just over 20 points, or even less, before starting the trial. Only major powers or elites would choose to accumulate higher attributes, as the resources consumed are simply too much.
Extremely brief hesitation.
Yi Chen still suppressed this impulse.
Very soon.
If I promote now, my attributes will be at least 10 points lower, which is a discrepancy of 40 points in total. Not only that, but the higher the trial score, the better the rewards given by the system.
Many rewards cannot be purchased even with money.
If I get another chance and do not achieve the best,
I really won't be satisfied.
With a firm thought, Yi Chen contemplated for a moment and then decided to send a message to Chen Yong. Intermediate energy fruits are hard to buy.
But with Chen Yong's identity, it's not difficult to acquire them.
He just needs to help me find a seller. I will handle the money part myself. Just as he was about to send a message to Chen Yong using an anonymous ID, Yi Chen unexpectedly noticed that his private messages suddenly lit up.
Lord Yi Lin, I am Chen Yong. Do you still remember me?
In the Zhengjiang safe zone, Chen Yong nervously looked at a second-tier awakener beside him, his expression serious.
While waiting for Yi Chen to respond to the message,
he couldn't help but ask the young man beside him.
Are you sure that the supernatural incident there is transforming into the early stage of a copy? If we go there now, is the danger very small? Supernatural incidents are one of the 3 major special events following the apocalypse.
No one knows the principle behind the emergence of ghosts. People can only speculate that supernatural events might be the manifestation of human mental energy after death.
Although they are extremely rare, each outbreak brings a disaster. Unlike mutations that can be eliminated by physical means, the monsters within supernatural events are often so terrifying that even third-tier awakeners can die instantly.
Certainly. The young man nodded heavily, his eyes full of excitement.
Brother Chen, I just discovered it there and hurried to find you.
If I were more confident myself, I would have called the people from the Chamber of Commerce to go over. That's a small gathering place. The entire gathering area is within the range of the supernatural incident.
The people inside aren't aware, but I can feel it. They are slowly turning into ghosts.
In the Zhengjiang safe zone, the Chamber of Commerce private room.
Are you saying you discovered a prototype of at least an A-level dungeon? Or an anomalous event?
Sitting in the main seat, Yi Chen thoughtfully looked at the quite charismatic young man Wang Zheng in front of him.
According to Chen Yong, this person
is the son of the vice president of the Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce and has good relationships with both the military and various private forces. The prototype of a dungeon refers to many dungeons that, at the beginning, do not count as dungeons but are rather events.
It is only after a
period of stabilization or after too many people have died that the system categorizes it as a dungeon.
This early stage is the dungeon prototype. Yes, Lord Yi Lin. I believe you also know that the more anomalous entities there are, the higher the difficulty of the dungeon. The entire population of a gathering area is turning into ghosts. I believe you should be able to realize the value in that. Note, it is turning. Right now, there is at most one anomalous entity in that gathering area.
Looking at Yi Chen with considerable enthusiasm, Wang Zhang, as a survivor from a merchant background, discreetly brewed a cup of tea for Yi Chen and observed carefully. He has a fairly good relationship with Chen Yong, and the forces behind both sides often interact. This time, he wanted to take a chance and make some profit from the supernatural events, so Chen Yong decisively recommended Yi Chen to him.
According to Chen Yong, not only is Yi Chen's strength at
least at the intermediate level of Tier 3, but he also has no backing from any forces. Especially his mental strength, which can be considered outstanding even among Tier 3, and he is trustworthy. With such favorable conditions, he naturally hoped to get to know him and conveniently resolve the prototype of this instance.
So, what do you all want to do? Yi Chen pretended to retort.
To be honest, he really didn't know much about this prototype of the instance.
In his previous life, as an ordinary person, how could he know such secrets in the early stages? By the later
stages, he fought on the front lines every day, and most confidential information was selectively crammed. Who knows what benefits this prototype of the instance he is talking about entails?
Actively involving himself in at least an A-level supernatural event seemed almost like courting death in Yi Chen's opinion. After hearing the question, Wang Zhang didn't mind and just assumed that Yi Chen needed them to fully execute the plan.
It's like this, Lord Yi Lin.
During the instance prototype period, there is no protective barrier from the system, no missions, only a simple boundary line delineating the
prototype area and reality.
This means that as long as we run outside a certain range, we can avoid being hunted by the supernatural beings.
Unlike in the instances where you have to complete missions to exit. Just think about it, if we can resolve an A-level supernatural incident, how many benefits can we reap?
If there are issues with the instance prototype we can completely run away and regroup if we get the resolution wrong.
We can go back in once it's safe. What does this equate to?
It equates to having unlimited opportunities to try, with no danger at all. After hearing this, a hint of unusual color flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Listening to Wang Zhang, he understood what the other party intended to do.
The greatest danger of supernatural instances, no, all instances, is that you cannot exit midway.
By going to the prototype of this instance, they can enjoy the safety line drawn by the system. If they escape, they will be fine, and they can repeatedly attempt to resolve the incident.
Simply put, it's about exploiting loopholes. Only.
Yi Chen frowned slightly.
Based on what you said, it does seem worth a visit.
But we can't say it's without danger. Paranormal events can kill without any warning, and you might die as soon as you enter.
There'll be no time to escape. Moreover, what if we can't find a solution? That would mean we won't gain anything at all.
And even what we ultimately gain is uncertain. Without system rewards, it's possible that what we obtain is just useless materials. Yi Chen isn't worried about the first issue. He has the grievance pearl. It reduces the negative effects of paranormal entities on him and offers one chance to avoid death.
The problem is the second one. For Yi Chen, time is precious.
This prototype of a dungeon sounds good, but with uncertain rewards, it could delay his promotion to the 3rd tier. No surprise, once Wang Zhang saw Yi Chen was indeed interested, he spoke directly.
Lord Yi Lin, in this world, where can you find something that comes without risks?
I heard Chen Yong say that your will attribute is definitely not low. Facing paranormal entities, you're certainly safer than us, right?
If anyone's going to die, it'll be us first.
As long as you're willing to go this time, whether successful or not, I'm willing to give you 100,000 points up front.
Yi Chen's gaze sharpened as he looked at Wang Zhang in surprise. 100,000 points is not a small number. This price is enough to motivate many junior 3-tier players to act.
Such a big offer.
100,000 points?
I'm quite curious why you want to obtain this instance prototype so badly.
And is your guild unable to find a suitable 3-tier player?
Although Yi Chen could guess that the other party reaching out to him must have been led by Chen Yong, aiming to build a closer relationship with him.
But it definitely shouldn't be to the extent of almost giving him 100,000 points for free.
Wang Zhang hesitated for a moment, looked at Chen Yong, and noticed Chen Yong slightly nodding before he simply spoke up. Lord Yi Lin, since we've come this far, I won't hide it from you any longer. Our desire to secure this instance prototype is purely based on the potential profits in the later stages. As long as we resolve the issues during the prototype phase, when the instance is formed and we enter next time, we will essentially have a clear strategy to complete it. Although the system will change part of the content and even raise the difficulty, with experience on our side, the completion difficulty will be greatly reduced. With a fervent gaze, Wang Zhang took a deep breath and continued to add. Moreover, to my knowledge, many 3rd-tier individuals need to use soul crystals to enhance their will attribute. Such items only drop from A-level events. This dungeon will definitely be a type of dungeon with multiple supernatural entities. In simple terms, it's a gold mine. As long as you go with us once, if we fail, we'll still give you 100,000. If we succeed, as long as you agree to keep this confidential, our Tiancheng Business Association will give you 300,000 afterwards.
Furthermore, you can take away 70% of the profits this time.
After saying this, Wang Zhang looked at Yi Chen with great confidence. The conditions he offered were absolutely generous.
If he didn't trust Chen Yong's judgment and think that Yi Chen was suitable for this event in every aspect, he wouldn't be so willing to part with it.
Of course, a key point was that he intended to keep this information in his own hands. He didn't dare to approach the third-tier individuals of the association, nor did he dare to seek out third-tier individuals from the outside. As long as he resolves this once, this dungeon will be like a gold mine in his hands, which is his capital to compete for the position of the association's president. In silence, beneath Yi Chen's seemingly calm expression, he felt a slight surprise in his heart. No wonder they are so generous. It turns out the value of the prototype of the dungeon is so great. He wasn't surprised at all that the other party wanted to keep it a secret. In his past life, the major forces in military could control vast resources thanks to this method. As long as one knows what will happen within the dungeon, the difficulty will be greatly reduced. From his previous dungeon experiences, one can see that this kind of information can sometimes be a lifesaver. If humanity hadn't been on the brink of extinction in his past life, the major forces in military wouldn't have leaked a single word. As for the soul crystal, Yi Chen knew about this, but he didn't expect that this thing was produced from an A-grade supernatural incident. Although after the apocalypse most people look down on the will attribute, once they reach the third tier, resource-rich third-tier awakened individuals will still
try to enhance their will. After all, the greater the power of a skill, the higher the consumption, which third-tier individual wouldn't wish to become stronger? However, the price is too high. Many people stop pursuing it after trying to improve just a little. Things useful for the third tier are unbelievably valuable. If I remember correctly, the value of one unit of this item is around 40,000 points, while increasing an attribute by a little at least requires 400,000. If this goes smoothly, taking into account the 300,000 promised by Wang Zhang, the conservative estimate for the earnings would be around 5 to 600,000, or even higher. If there are a few more soul crystals, 1 million is not out of the question. Suppressing the surprise in his heart, to be honest, Yi Chen was indeed tempted. Whether it's the high returns or the soul crystals, both are crucial for him. If all goes well, after completing this task he could directly gather enough credit points, instantly reaching the limit. At that time, he could directly start the third-tier trial. After a moment of silence, Yi Chen looked at Wang Zhang with a calm expression and said word by word, "I want 20% of the subsequent earnings after the initial form of the dungeon is established." Wang Zhang was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect that Yi Chen would ask for more. He instinctively looked towards Chen Yong, as if seeking his opinion. The 300,000 offered to Yi Chen seemed substantial, but compared to the subsequent earnings, it was nearly enough for a few more attempts. The real profit came from the follow-up earnings of this dungeon. Moreover, the subsequent earnings not only belonged to him, but also to Chen Yong, who was on the same side. He had remained silent all along. After hearing Yi Chen's intentions, Chen Yong felt some internal struggle. Should I give it? This is no small number. It is no exaggeration to say that the earnings from a controlled dungeon are enough to support the development of a faction. After a moment, he seemed to make a certain resolution and looked straight into Yi Chen's eyes. Okay. Lord Yilin, I believe in your character. 300,000 plus 20% of the follow-up earnings, I can agree to that. Not only that, but I'll also give you those 2 swords as well. But you must also promise me one thing, this information absolutely cannot leak out. If I need you to take action in the future, you must help me once. Sitting by the side, Wang Zhang was suddenly taken aback. He knew that Chen Yong had lent Yi Chen 2 pieces of equipment, which added up to over 100,000 points. Giving so much to a third-tier person of unknown origin? This is too crazy. Ignoring Wang Zhang's astonishment, Chen Yong took a deep breath and waited for Yi Chen's response. That's right, this is a gamble. He is betting that Yi Chen is not the kind of untrustworthy scoundrel. He is betting that Yi Chen will be able to help him in the future, so that they can become a community of shared interests. As long as he can tie Yi Chen to his chariot, all the effort will be worth it. For some reason, although he had only recently interacted with Yi Chen, he always felt that the young man before him seemed to possess immense potential. A voice in his heart kept telling him that what he was doing was definitely right. A few seconds later, amidst the tense atmosphere, Yi Chen revealed a smile and slowly extended his right hand. Happy cooperation. Wang Zhang, are you sure it's here? As the vehicle came to a stop, Chen Yong subconsciously surveyed the gathering place in front of him on the 3 fully loaded off-road vehicles. A common gathering place in a village, with various self-built concrete buildings interspersed, in front of which lies a contiguous vegetable field where several emaciated women are squatting and digging up vegetables. Nearby, children are playing and frolicking, waving wooden sticks as they play a zombie fighting game. As night falls, they have traveled nearly 300 kilometers from the Zhenjiang safe zone through the wilderness to get here. Under the dim sky, the gathering place appears grayish-white, exuding a sense of decay. A few rusted iron boxes add a touch of blue, while 4 tricycles parked inward are haphazardly positioned on the only main road of the gathering place. The terrain is low, and in the distance there seems to be a river, with many men carrying burdens walking in small groups. Yes, this is it. Sitting in the passenger seat, Wang Zhang also looked at the seemingly ordinary gathering place and spoke in a low voice. Don't be fooled by how everything seems fine here, but 4 days ago, our guild had an awakened one pass through and discover some anomalies. Be careful after we get down. The problematic location is in the house behind the gathering place. After saying this, Wang Zhang turned to Yi Chen and said, Lord Yilin, we need to disguise our identities and claim to be representatives of the military checking the water source. The resources traded here are the water sources, so this excuse might be somewhat useful.
It's crucial to disguise our identities and we should try not to. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Zhang seemed unable to find the right words.
Try not to alarm them.
Nodding slightly, Yichen glanced back at the gathering place and understood Wang Zhang's meaning. This area has already been classified as a dungeon zone by the system, although it's only in its infancy, according to the information Wang Zhang gathered earlier. Every person here has the potential to become an anomaly and they are unaware of it. Any external stimuli or anomalies could lead to unpredictable changes. After getting out of the car, Wang Zhang signaled Yilin to wait first and prepared to give a brief introduction about the situation. There are 9 people setting out this time, besides Yi Chen. The others are all trusted subordinates brought by him and Chen Yong. Looking at a middle-aged awakened one who was unremarkable in appearance and even somewhat bald, Wang Zhang directly introduced him to Yi Chen. Your Excellency Yi Chen, this one is Fang He, an awakened of the will system and agility system. The rest are all my subordinates, you can rest assured.
These people are all half awakened in the will system, able to perceive a little something.
After hearing this, Yi Chen looked at Fang He, who casually extended his hand towards him, noticing that the latter's will attribute was indeed quite high.
Like him, this unremarkable middle-aged man was also sizing him up.
Fang He, 2nd tier. Unlike the courtesy and reverence of others, the 2nd tier Fang He seemed to be quite indifferent to him, even displaying a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Listen to my commands once we enter. You must heed the system prompts I receive. Don't think that being tier 3 means you can be safe in such an event, otherwise, don't blame me if you die. Seeing how the person he brought spoke like this, Wang Zhang couldn't help but hastily smooth things over. Lord Yilin, Brother Fang is an awakener skilled in supernatural instances that I invited, and he has safely navigated 3 or 4 of them. He is quite straightforward, so please don't take offense. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows upon hearing this, but didn't pay much attention. Having passed 3 supernatural instances,
he indeed has some skills.
Generally, awakeners avoid supernatural instances, except for those of the will type who are forced to enter.
Others won't touch them at all.
In the face of supernatural events, even the strongest awakeners are not much different from ordinary people, at most they can last a little longer.
System prompts? Isn't this area the prototype of an instance? Aren't there no system tasks? With a hint of curiosity, Yi Chen asked softly. In the next second, the aloof middle-aged man let out a cold snort. That is my ability.
When I observe the surroundings, I receive a portion of system prompts, which is equivalent to half a task information.
Yi Chen nodded slightly after hearing this, a bit surprised.
This talent is quite special. It seems that it means knowing about characters but not having to accept. No wonder Wang Zhang and Chen Yong are confident about taking on this dungeon prototype. It looks like they have done a lot of preparation. If nothing unexpected happens, this Fang He was also hired at a high price just like himself. It seems that the few of them must have brought items aimed at dealing with supernatural dungeons. Without further ado, after briefly introducing some precautions, the 9 of them directly crossed the faintly visible boundary of the prototype and headed straight for the problematic household. As soon as he crossed the boundary and reached the entrance of the gathering place, Yi Chen immediately felt a chilling sensation. There were faint water stains on the ground and the surroundings seemed wrapped in moisture. The air was filled with a rust-like dampness. Passing by a few 3-wheeled vehicles used for hauling goods, he nodded inwardly, realizing that there was indeed something abnormal here. According to Wang Zhang, this gathering place was originally a rural guesthouse in a township, and it wasn't until long after the apocalypse that survivors came here to establish a gathering point. There aren't many resources here, it's remote from the city, and there aren't any dungeons or zombie-tied respawn points nearby, so it is relatively safe. With the same scarcity of resources, the survivors here, aside from growing their own food, rely solely on the river behind the gathering place for resources. They usually fill up containers with water to sell in the safe area. Although the earnings are minimal, the advantage is that there are hardly any costs. However, the tracks of vehicles on the ground and the mud caked on the tires clearly indicate that these delivery vehicles have not moved from their spots for a long time. This means that none of the survivors in the entire gathering place have ventured outside. Splash splash. As soon as they entered the gathering place, the group heard a continuous sound of watering. They saw a few emaciated survivors inside a half-open door by the roadside, blankly pouring water into their water jars. Bucket after bucket, the overflowing river water continuously flowed out from the jars, soaking their ankles. It seemed as if the man carrying the bucket couldn't see that it was already full. He numbly lifted another bucket of water and continued to pour it in. The icy cold water poured into the already filled tank, instantly splashing up a large spray of water. Then with a whoosh, it filled the entire yard, finally trickling out towards the moist earth outside the gate. In the dim light, the water that covered the ground looked like blood, gurgling as it was absorbed into the soil. Not far away, there was an old man sitting in a puddle, his murky gaze fixed on them, motionless like a corpse. Watching the scene before them, the few people felt a slight heaviness in their hearts. Did you see that? They seem trapped here, unaware that they should take the water out to sell. It's like a cycle, constantly drawing water from the river and bringing it back. Lowering his voice, Fang Yi pointed at the puddles scattered across the ground ahead, his eyes filled with alertness. Walking a bit further and turning a few corners, there's a house that feels the coldest to me. The problem should be there. Yi Chen looked over, and his released mental power also sensed something unusual. Cold, very cold. It was like a deep well in winter.
Several military gentlemen.
Who are you? Before they took another step, several middle-aged individuals, slightly cleaner in appearance, suddenly ran out from a nearby yard, looking somewhat nervously at the visiting Yi Chen and his team. The one leading the way seemed to be the chief of the settlement, with a power level probably at the first rank. Fully prepared, Chen Yang stepped out of the line a few paces and calmly replied, "We are from the military of the Zhenjiang safe zone. We received reports that the water source here has been contaminated. We came to check the situation." After saying this, Chen Yang shook the sign in his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, the leading middle-aged man's expression changed to an ugly one.
"I knew it.
I knew that the ghost woman jumping into the river would bring us disaster." Suddenly slapping his thigh, a flicker of resentment flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, as if he realized he had said something he shouldn't, and quickly spoke.
"Gentlemen, you should go back. There's nothing to see here. The river is very clean. We guarantee the water is fine."
Quite nervous, as the only resource for their settlement was water, upon seeing someone come to investigate, the few people behind the middle-aged man also clenched their fists tightly.
Jumping into the river? When did this happen? So the river water was indeed polluted, right? What was the reason for jumping in?
I can't explain it clearly. We might have to take you with us. Taking on the role of the inspection team, Yi Chen asked sternly. In his perception, the mental state of these few people was obviously much better than that of the other survivors. They were at least not as numb. It should be due to the physique of awakeners, giving them slightly better resistance against supernatural events than ordinary survivors. Startled, seeing Yi Chen's aggressive demeanor, the leading middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before forcing a smile.
7 days ago. Officer, her death has nothing to do with us. She stole things from the settlement. She jumped into the river and died. After she died, her body was washed away immediately. It rained heavily those days, and the water was very fast. In the blink of an eye, she was gone. After hearing this, Yi Chen's gaze narrowed. He could feel that although the few people were uneasy, they should not be hiding much, or rather, they were hiding very little. Why would she jump into the river for stealing? Did you force her? Standing beside Yi Chen, Chen Yang was the first to question them. Although he had little experience with supernatural instances, hearing the people from the settlement speak this way, he instinctively thought that maybe the woman who jumped into the river was forced, and out of resentment, she became involved in a supernatural incident. If that were the case, then it would suddenly make sense. After being questioned like this by Chen Yang, the leading middle-aged man's face changed in panic, and he quickly put on a mournful expression. "No, officer. She jumped in on her own. We didn't force her. Everyone is here and can testify. Yeah, it really has nothing to do with us. Who knows why she jumped?" "Right, officer, you can't wrongfully accuse us."
Chen Yang's expression darkened upon hearing this, and as he listened to the crowd repetitively clamoring, he instinctively reached for the middle-aged leader. He didn't believe what this group was saying. In the next second, Yi Chen and Fang He both grabbed him, shaking their heads slightly. Fang He, seeing Yi Chen acting the same way as him, cast a somewhat surprised glance at Yi Chen.
Whispering, "Don't make a move. We aren't sure who has a problem in the gathering place. If the one with a problem is inside, making a move would be tantamount to seeking death. Don't be fooled by how normal these people seem. If they were truly normal, how could they not notice the anomalies in the gathering place?" After Fang He finished speaking, Yi Chen slightly nodded and discreetly pointed to the hands of the group in front of them. Chen Yang instinctively looked and saw that whether it was the middle-aged leader or the survivors behind him who appeared normal, their fingers were all wrinkled and slightly pale. They're also soaking in water, and they don't even realize they've been soaking in water for a long time. After Yi Chen explained softly, he glanced at the two-story building beside him. From the corner in front of the building, water was continuously flowing out. Chen Yang was suddenly startled after noticing these details, then realized that his actions were indeed reckless and dared not to speak anymore. Stepping forward, Yi Chen calmly looked at the leading middle-aged man and signaled him not to be nervous. "Which household that died? Take us there. If we find out it has nothing to do with you, we naturally won't bother you." At the same time, his mental power constantly spread out, carefully observing the anomalies around. Jumping into the river, a woman, water filling up. With the clues combined, he had a vague guess. 7 turns and 8 twists later. After leading Yi Chen and the others across the muddy ground, the middle-aged man reluctantly pointed to a dilapidated bungalow. "It's this one. Their family only has an old lady and a little girl left. Sir, if you don't believe me, you can ask them. The woman who jumped into the river has nothing to do with us." After saying this, the leader of the gathering seemed unwilling to stay here and instinctively wanted to leave. Noticing this abnormality, Yi Chen flicked his gaze but didn't stop him. He nodded lightly and prepared to go in and take a look. In his perception, there was only one person inside. On the other side, the experienced Fang He pulled the middle-aged man as he passed by. "Prepare 2 courtyards for us, close to here. We'll be staying here tonight." After saying this, Fang He handed over several compressed biscuits and a few credit notes. The middle-aged man looked at the food and money in his hand, and the troubled expression on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a smile. No problem, I'll prepare this right away." After agreeing, the middle-aged man hurriedly left. Once the outsider left, Yi Chen and the others turned back simultaneously, only to hear Fang He explaining somewhat impatiently. "We definitely have to stay here, and we need to be separated. We're unlikely to find much within today. These people's minds are no longer normal. Pointing to his own head, Fong He drew a circle. They find it hard to talk about ghosts, we have to find out through various details ourselves, even needing to see it. The most clues are on the ghost itself, only by knowing how it died can we find a way to break the curse. After giving a vague explanation, Fong He was reluctant to say more. He placed great importance on the experiences related to supernatural events, treating them as hidden skills that he kept to himself. As a second-tier individual, the reason Wang Zheng favored him was entirely due to the experiences he gathered from several brushes with death. After saying that, as if he thought of something, he suddenly sneered at Yi Chen in a strange manner. At night, that thing usually targets either the strongest or the weakest. To resolve this incident, some people are definitely going to die, be mentally prepared. Staring at Yi Chen, there seemed to be a flash of delight in his narrow eyes. He was neither the weakest nor the strongest in the team, combined with his talent, no one was safer than him. Lord Yilin, please don't take it personally. Walking behind Yi Chen, Wang Zhang gave a wry smile, signaling Yi Chen not to take it to heart. That's just how he is. It's not meant to target you. During the early stages of the dungeon, the difficulty won't be that great. With your strength, if you encounter something, you can just run out and come back. A little headache. At first, he only approached Fong Yi. Yi Chen was recommended by Qing Yong. Therefore, Yi Chen's share of the earnings was actually a portion taken from Fong Yi. However, he didn't expect Fong Yi to be so petty, being so rude right from the start. A second tier dares to challenge a third tier, which only indicates that Fong Yi is more confident in handling this type of incident, thinking that Yi Chen has taken something from him. Yi Chen looked at Wang Zhang, who seemed afraid of his dissatisfaction, and smiled indifferently. It's fine, I took your money, I'll do what I should do. It's normal for there to be risks. If he has confidence, then just do as he says. Yi Chen was very clear in his mind that Wang Zheng approached him purely because of his intermediate third-tier strength, which under such circumstances, effectively, made him a target that attracted ghostly attacks. Moreover, he had the strongest ability to resist supernatural events, which might also provide some support. In order to obtain the original form of the dungeon, he didn't care about this small expense, not to mention he could also befriend himself. However, Wang Zheng still hoped for Fong Yi in his heart. This is also quite good. To be honest, Yi Chen didn't care who would solve this mission. It would be best if he could just tag along. After all, in the face of a supernatural event, he only had the assurance of saving his own life. After wrapping up this interlude, the group walked directly into the old house that resembled a rural courtyard. The moment they stepped in, several people trembled. A chilling cold that seemed to penetrate their bones made everyone's back tingle. It's so cold. So many water stains. In the dim courtyard, the ground was covered with overflowing water. With every breath, the strong smell of water plants invaded their nostrils. There are 6 large vats in the yard, arranged together like an altar. In the center of the yard, an old woman with vacant eyes sat stiffly in place, her bare feet submerged in the water. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of her chest, she would look just like a corpse dragged out of a coffin. Noticing someone entering, she lifted her neck inch by inch, her murky eyes looking at the crowd, and she croaked. "Who are you?" Her hoarse, weak voice, as if having phlegm stuck in her throat, combined with the dim yard, resembled a gravekeeper from an old horror movie. Seeing this, Fong Yi's gaze flickered, and he squeezed a smile onto his face, walking over to the old woman in just a few steps. "Elderly lady, we are here to investigate the recent deaths. Did someone in your family have an accident?" Squatting beside the old woman, Fong Yi maintained a smiling face, patiently waiting for her to respond. The next moment, the elderly man who had been staring blankly at everyone suddenly turned his head like a puppet, fixing his gaze on Fong Yi with an intense stare. The speed was so quick it seemed as if he had no spine. Startled, if it hadn't been for the fact that everyone present was an awakened individual mentally prepared for this encounter, a few of them nearly instinctively drew their weapons in their nervousness. Meanwhile, Fong Yi, squatting next to the elder, also tensed up. In their eye contact, it felt as if he was being targeted by some kind of chilling entity. He dared not move. A few seconds later, the old man's eyes softened somewhat, becoming murky again as he hoarsely spoke. "My daughter is missing. They all say she's dead. I can't see her anymore." Once catching his breath, Fong Yi quickly asked, "Elder, how do you think your daughter died? Was it due to a conflict with the people in the community? Were they the ones who pressured her? If that's the case, we will help you seek justice." As he spoke, Fong Yi patted the military insignia on his uniform, feeling quite tense. After a long silence, the old man seemed not to understand and continued to repeat softly, "She's dead. You must help me find her. She's dead. You must help me find her." The crowd listened to his low murmurs, which sounded like a broken record, and their hearts sank. Given the situation, it seemed unlikely they would get any answers, especially with the old man's earlier demeanor, which sent a chill down their spines. At this moment, Fong Yi's expression also darkened. He was not able to obtain any clues from the old man. "Old man, what about your granddaughter?" Taking a few steps closer, Yi Chen recalled the introduction from the middle-aged man and gently asked the old man. This time, the old man seemed to stop repeating, suddenly lifting his head to look at her, revealing a trace of an aged smile on his previously furrowed face. "My granddaughter. She went to fetch water by the river. She'll be back tonight." Outside the yard, Fong Yi shook his head gloomily, indicating that he hadn't received any system prompts yet. "My ability only provides information when I'm close to key figures. Inside the yard, I got only one hint. The river is dangerous. Everyone pondered after hearing this, while Chan Yong couldn't help but ask, that old man, could he be a ghost? I saw her just now. Feeling a lingering fear. His question was also on the minds of others. However, Fang He only shook his head after hearing this. No, that old man should have come into contact with too many supernatural events, so he has begun to mutate. But she is not one of them yet. Yi Chen frowned slightly after hearing this. So, the key person should be the little girl? We have to wait until the little girl returns? This old man won't be able to answer much, but the little girl should know some. Then should we go find her now? In the group, an awakened person instinctively spoke up. He just wanted to quickly finish this task. Staying here gave him a feeling of suffocation. No. Fang He directly refused. The river is dangerous. This hint indicates that there must be something over there in the river. Look at those people continuously fetching water, they seem to be under control. In supernatural events, there is a life-saving principle: minimize your proximity to the place of a ghost's death. Unless it's the final moment to find clues, don't even look. Now all the information at least indicates one thing: the deceased woman must have drowned. Let's wait for the little girl to come back tonight. Seeing Fang He so serious, no one in the crowd rebutted for a moment. Only standing outside the crowd, Yi Chen thoughtfully looked at the dilapidated yard not far away. Drowning, no body, mother, daughter, scooping water. Based on the current information, he could quickly piece together a general story. The woman in the gathering place either stole something or was simply slandered, and in her resentment, she committed suicide by throwing herself into the river. Due to some unknown reason, it transformed into a supernatural event. From the repeated words of the old man, find her, it can be deduced that the body has not been found. So, is the continuous scooping of water from the river influenced by a ghost making people here fish themselves out of the river? Waiting for the corpse, or rather, when the river water is full, will it completely transform into a supernatural instance? It seems that wanting to resolve the prototype of this instance doesn't seem too difficult. By the slowly flowing river, a weak and frail figure squats by the riverbank, constantly rubbing something in hand. Under the pitch-black sky, a dark, spherical object lies beside her. Crack, crack. On the surface of the turbulent river, the vengeful face of a girl is reflected. She is seen holding scissors, continuously cutting a strip of flesh. She's back. That girl is back. Hidden in the 2 yards next to the little girl's house, Wang Zhang excitedly lowered his voice as he looked at the figure walking in the darkness. Through the second-floor window, he saw the little girl straining to carry a bucket of water, swaying as she walked along the path. The moonlight dimly illuminated, spilling as she walked. A full bucket of river water left shallow marks under the girl's feet, soaking her shoes, and the small footprints twisted and spread along the path. They had been waiting here for more than 4 hours since the girl came out of her house, and in the long wait, almost everyone felt somewhat uncomfortable. The moisture in the air seemed to become more intense during the night. Staying here made a person feel as if they were soaked in water. Now that the main target was finally appearing, everyone felt a sense of relief in their hearts. In the yard closest to the girl's house, Yi Chen instinctively exchanged a glance with Fang He before deciding to go out. Creak. As the old yard door was pushed open, the little girl, who had just reached the front door, suddenly looked up, instinctively directing her gaze towards Yi Chen, who was walking at the front. With a cautious look, the girl seemed to recognize at once that they were not survivors from the settlement. Little sister, you don't need to be afraid. We are from the military inspection team of the Zhenjiang Safety Zone, not bad people. Casually fabricating an identity, Fang He forced a grim smile and directly crouched down to look at the girl. We received a report that someone said something has happened here. Are you willing to cooperate with our investigation? Gently guiding. Fang He chose not to directly mention the girl's mother's death, but instead let the girl bring it up herself. He could see that the little girl in front of him, although young, had a very strong sense of vigilance and seemed to belong to the kind who found it hard to trust others. As expected, the girl nervously glanced at the two who had suddenly appeared, instinctively hiding the tightly gripped bucket behind her. After scrutinizing them for a moment, she confirmed and asked, "You are really here to investigate?" Seeing this, Fang He smiled even more broadly and directly took out the prepared identification. Absolutely no doubt about it. Don't worry, everything you say will be kept confidential. And if someone has done something wrong, we will definitely arrest them. I heard that there are bad people who have contaminated the water source here, right? Is it? Before she finished speaking, the girl, who had put down her guard, suddenly glared at Fang He like a cat whose tail had been stepped on and shouted sharply, "It's not polluted. My mom isn't a bad person. They killed her. She didn't pollute the water." In her urgency, the little girl incoherently retorted, her dark eyes fixed on Fang He as if extremely resistant to such words. Ignoring the girl's attitude, Fang He felt a sudden joy in his heart. There's a chance. There really is. Just as they guessed, the death of the girl's mother is related to the people in the gathering place. Killed. Who killed her? Do you remember? Under the continuous questioning, the people hidden in the yard also instinctively perked up their ears to listen. I know. Of course I know. Mom told me everything. I wrote down all their names. The girl suddenly shouted with a distorted expression. That hint of hatred beneath her youthful face made Fang He shocked as well. However, just as Yi Chen was contemplating what to ask, the girl suddenly ran back home and slammed the door shut with a bang. I will avenge my mother.
With that, inside the closed door, the girl seemed to shout out in frustration, and after a few quick footsteps, she directly hid inside the house. Standing in place, Yi-chan and the middle-aged man were both momentarily stunned, a serious look flashing in their exchanged glances. That girl said her mother told her.
The problem lies in the names the girl knows.
Fang He immediately spoke up, unable to suppress the excitement in his eyes. The girl's mother is dead, the only one who could tell her is a ghost, right? Yi-chen nodded slightly beside him, naturally understanding what Fang He meant. However, looking at the red bucket left by the girl, his brow frowned slightly as he bent down to take it.
That child just now
had a faint smell of blood on her. In the pitch-black night, Yi-chen reached into the bucket and fished around. Soon, a slimy slice of meat stuck to the wall of the bucket appeared in his hand. This is
a tongue?
Looking at the tongue in his hand, Fang He instinctively blurted out.
Revenge killing. That girl has already made her move. Midnight 22:17.
In the courtyard, the crowd gathered together looked nervously at the water bucket being brought in.
An anxious Wang Zhang couldn't help but whisper. Aren't we going to ask something at the little girl's house?
We want to get the list, we definitely can't ask it out of the other survivors. Even if we try to investigate, it will probably take several days.
The longer we wait, the more afraid I am that problems will escalate.
Squatting beside the bucket, Fang He shook his head. That little girl is indeed a key figure. After contacting her, my ability triggered a system prompt.
One of them is to not anger her.
It's clear that if we barged in and continued asking, we would probably trigger something. As he spoke, he instinctively glanced at the tightly closed courtyard gate. Even though there was a small path in between, he could sense that ever since the little girl came back, the courtyard, which had only felt a bit chilly before, now radiated an eerie atmosphere.
Anger?
Upon hearing this, Chen Yong and the others' expressions tightened, instantly recalling something.
Yi-chen, on the other hand, slightly raised his eyelids in contemplation and glanced at Fang He. There is a clue inside.
Fang He must have known some things, but he chose not to reveal them. Based on his personal demeanor, Yi-chen could also guess that he wanted to leave some information to take credit.
So should we really ask one by one?
We didn't get any useful information when we went to the leader of the gathering place just now. Besides knowing that the girl's name is Li Ro and that her mother's name is Zhang Xueme, there was nothing else we were aware of.
We can't resort to coercion.
They must have colluded with each other long ago to force the girl's mother to death,
Chen Yang said, wiping the sweat off his forehead, looking bad. It was not sweat,
but the thick humidity clinging to him.
With such obvious abnormalities, he only thought about getting the list as soon as possible.
Fang He listened to Wang Zhang, sensing the hints urging him to act, and raised his head in irritation. Pressing them for answers now might work, just a bit risky. Before, we didn't know who the ghost was, but the situation is now very clear that girl's mother is the biggest suspect, and I suspect Zhang Xueme has already become a ghost. Wait until it gets darker. Once that girl and her grandmother are asleep, we can sneak in to look for clues. While speaking, Fang He chuckled softly and looked at Yi-chen.
In that case, let's split up.
I suspect there are dead bodies by the river. Finding them could be a breakthrough. Those survivors are currently unaware of the dead due to the supernatural events, but once they see the bodies, they will definitely spill something. You go to the river, I'll sneak into the courtyard at night to look for the list. The girl said she wrote it down. I estimate it's somewhere in the house. After hearing this, Yi-chen's gaze sharpened as he looked at the calm Fang He.
Fang He is going to the little girl's house, and he himself is going to the riverbank?
It sounds more dangerous for Fang He, but Yi-chen does not believe this guy would be selfless enough to take risks himself. Clearly, Fang He must know something else. Either there's something else hidden in the little girl's house that this guy intends to keep for himself, or the danger is not that high.
And at the riverbank, the plan is set.
Yi-chen will go to the riverbank with several awakened ones early tomorrow morning to search for the body, while the others will interrogate
the accomplices who killed Zhang Xueme after finding the body during the day.
Meanwhile, Fang He will go late at night to steal the list.
Both sides will act simultaneously to maximize efficiency.
After allocating the personnel, Wang Zhang, who was most concerned about this incident, sighed lightly and wiped the water stains off his face.
It looks like this incident isn't too difficult.
I roughly sorted out the situation and felt it was just the most common plot. The girl Li Ro's mother, Zhang Xueme, was killed by the survivors in the gathering place, and her resentment turned into a vengeful spirit preparing
for revenge.
Since it's early on, the vengeful spirit's ability to kill is still weak, and her daughter acts as a helper, choosing to avenge her mother. I estimate that the method of forcing her to death is related to rumors, otherwise, the girl wouldn't have to cut off the dead person's tongue. To resolve this side quest, we should just help the girl find her mother's body, and then help her take revenge.
The incident would be considered complete. As he spoke, a smile appeared on Wang Zhang's face, but due to everything going too smoothly, he couldn't help but look at Fang He. It's just, is it going to be too simple?
I always feel that the difficulty of this resolution doesn't match the difficulty hinted at by the side quest's prototype. Seeing Wang Zhang a bit uneasy, Fang He casually replied.
Simple? Where is it simple? Finding the body and getting the list, either of them could potentially lead to deaths. Don't forget, this is the replica prototype. Many things haven't evolved to the end yet, the key clues are all revealed. It's like a building under construction. Before it's completed, the steel and concrete are clearly visible, but once it's built, you'll have to put in a lot of effort to see the key areas.
Think about it, if this place were to truly become a replica, what kind of situation would we face when we enter? First, when we come in, the system will only tell us there's an anomaly at the gathering point, without any knowledge that the little girl's mother was forced to death. But by that time, Zhang Xueme would have already started killing indiscriminately. At the beginning, we would definitely be unable to identify who the first victim was, we would only be able to look around the gathering point for clues to investigate. But the people here wouldn't realize that it was Li Xueme doing the killing, and the clues they provide would mostly confuse our judgment. By then, among the survivors, there would be a few ghosts, and while you're searching for clues, you wouldn't even know how you died. To make matters worse, the key few who knew about the girl's mother would also be dead, making it impossible for you to find out who the real source is right from the start. If you are lucky and discover that the source is the little girl's family, you will have to turn back and find the list to kill the villagers. But I estimate that by then, everything will be in chaos. You help the little girl kill the villagers, and the vengeful spirits of the villagers' families will also kill you. You might even have to help the vengeful spirits transformed from survivors to resolve their grievances first. Just like decoding, you can only solve one before moving on to the next. Back and forth, how much time do you think it will take? The longer you stay, the more people will die. Everyone was shocked after hearing this. If they carefully deduced, it would indeed turn into the scene in the Fanghaku after the instance took shape. Just thinking about it sends shivers down the spine. Playing with the tongue plate in his hand, Yichin calmly spoke, adding his own thoughts. After the instance takes shape, the events here may have another direction. As Zhang Xueme's revenge begins, more and more survivors will die, and the remaining people will eventually realize that it is the girl's mother who is causing the trouble. Infuriated, the crowd vented their hatred on the girl and threw her into the river to drown. As a result, all the clues would be completely severed. In a situation where every villager is a murderer, awakened ones entering the instance would have no way to find the source, because the villagers would definitely cover up the fact that they killed someone. Therefore, for those entering the instance, the only way to break the deadlock is to find the girl's corpse in the river and work backward through the whole process. As long as there are a few misleading pieces of information from the villagers, if the awakened ones delay even a little bit and do not quickly find the girl's body, then they will basically face total annihilation. It's even possible that after the girl is thrown into the river, she also transforms into a second ghost, making the hidden danger in the task to uncover the truth before the girl becomes a vengeful spirit. However, if they are late in finding her and the little girl turns into a ghost, then even if they restore the events, it will be unsolvable. A chilling fear enveloped them. Chen Yang's breath hitched, and the others beside him also conjured up the image of the corpse at the bottom of the river after Yi Chen finished narrating. Compared to the situation that Feng Yi deduced, the difficulty that Yi Chen spoke of was simply abnormal. That's right, maybe the plot really will be like that after the instance takes shape. Feng Yi glanced at Yi Chen in surprise. Those who could deduce such instance plots generally had experienced them firsthand. His previous contempt for Yi Chen was unconsciously reduced by 2 points. He no longer thought of Yi Chen as just a warrior. There was little possibility of advancing to Tier 3. He harbored intense animosity and jealousy toward the high-ranking Tier 3 awakeners. On one hand, he felt limited by his own talents. He was clearly so intelligent and hard-working, so why couldn't he become Tier 3? On the other hand, he despised many Tier 3 awakeners for just having good luck and natural talent. In his eyes, all his abilities were acquired in the most dangerous supernatural events, which was far more perilous than battling mutants by tenfold or hundredfold. The difficulty of certain paranormal events is so bizarre that it cannot be solved by those idiots who can only fight. Standing aside, Shenyang's unease was completely swept away. After listening to Yi Chen and Feng Yi's premonition, he also realized that this paranormal event is actually very difficult. They just entered the embryonic form of the instance, where all events are still in the early stage and the clues have not been obscured. Patting Chen Yong's shoulder, Wang Zhang laughed happily. Brother Chen, I told you before I came here that the embryonic form of the instance isn't that hard. Otherwise, why would we go to such great lengths? Since we discovered this place so early, with Feng Yi and Yi Lin both taking action, it would be a miracle if it wasn't easily resolved. We are exploiting loopholes, you see? Otherwise, how could those powerful factions master so many instance techniques? Isn't it all about entering during the embryonic form? While speaking, Wang Zhang couldn't help but look at Yi Chen. I think Your Excellency Yi Lin's deduction just now was very good. Once the dungeon takes shape, it really could be as you said. With this line of thought in mind, in the future, sending someone in to clear the stage can avoid stepping into many pitfalls. Squatting beside the water bucket, Feng Yi listened somewhat displeased as Wang Zhang praised Yi Chen. He stood up with a grim expression, dropped a sentence, and intended to return to his own courtyard to prepare for sneaking into the girl's house that night. Enough, tonight is the most crucial. You never know who might die. Let's celebrate after it's over. Lying on the cold wooden bed, Yi Chen gazed at the densely woven spider webs above him, constantly pondering the known clues. Although he had also deduced the real difficulty of this incident after it took shape, it was quite normal for the difficulties they encountered before shaping to be low. But he always felt that something was off. Forced to death, find, revenge. The clues and information all seem to connect. It appears that solving this incident only requires finding Zhang Xueme's corpse and helping the girl take revenge.
The latter revenge is very simple. Had it not been for the consideration of unforeseen events, they might have even killed all the villagers directly without following the list.
So the question is, find the body?
His gaze flickered. Yi Chen recalled that Fong He had left the task of searching for the body to him, instinctively realizing that this might be the most difficult part.
There was a heavy rain the day of the death, washing away. The body was washed far away, making it hard to find in a short time, right? If it drags on too long, it will be dangerous? Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen continuously reviewed all the information, trying to figure out if he had overlooked anything.
The information Fong He had should not be crucial. It feels more like some kind of benefit or something that makes him feel safe.
Otherwise, hiding key clues would be equivalent to courting death.
Not to mention, if something happens to Chen Yong and Wang Zhang, he wouldn't even get his follow-up reward.
At midnight, all was silent.
In the small gathering place, people had long fallen into a deep sleep. In the extreme quiet, Chen Fong felt as if he were lying in a coffin. According to Fong He's instructions, among their group, only Chen Yong and Wang Zhang stayed together overnight, while the others each slept in separate rooms.
The reason is simple: to act as bait.
In Fong He's view, although being attacked by a malevolent spirit can easily lead to death and carries great risk, it is also the easiest way to grasp key clues. As long as the malevolent spirit shows up, they can know the approximate cause of death and even identify who specifically died. Although the situation here is already quite clear, just in case their assumptions turn out to be wrong, they could only take the risk as Fong He requested. Relying on the physique of an awakened, Chen Fong, lying on the bed, was somewhat nervously pressed against the bedboard, as if only the hard bedboard behind him could bring him some sense of security. He was very clear that they, the ones brought here, were meant to be sent to their deaths. Once a malevolent spirit began killing, as the weakest among them, they could help Chen Yong and Wang Zhang withstand the first wave of attacks. However, as powerless and unimportant awakened ones, they can only earn credit points through this method of taking money for services.
Don't look for me. Please don't look for me.
Muttering softly, Chen Fong widened his eyes, too scared to sleep, straining his ears to listen to the sounds around him. However, apart from his heartbeat, there were no other sounds. The room he was in was very shabby. Apart from a bedboard, there was only a wooden cabinet at the foot of the bed. The damp and musty smell invaded his nostrils in waves, as if hiding in the dark bottom of a well. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Just as he was lost in thought, the sudden sound of dripping water came from outside the door. Under extreme tension, Chen Fong's pupils suddenly contracted, and he felt his skin all over stand on end.
What is that? The dripping sound resembled water droplets leaking from a broken bowl.
He suddenly sat up, his eyes instantly fixed on the wooden door right beside him. Through the crack in the door, a line of water stains gradually flowed in. His heart raced and his body was tense. Looking at the water stains in front of him, he couldn't determine for a moment whether it was water flowing in from
outside or something else.
The next second, just as he was about to bend down to see clearly, a clear set of footprints suddenly emerged inside the room. Wet footprints, as if a corpse soaked for a long time had stepped on paper.
It came in. Something has come in.
With a shock, Chen Fong felt his brain go numb, and an extreme fear instantly filled his mind. Regaining his senses instinctively, he hurriedly grabbed the battle knife beside him, clutching it tightly in his hand as if it would give him courage, regardless of its effectiveness.
1 second, 2 seconds. Deep breaths. The footprints quickened, moving right up to his bedside.
His eyes widened in terror. Chen Fong trembled as he looked straight ahead at the tightly shut wooden door.
He could see nothing. Where is she? Is she in front of me?
That ghost is in front of me. Under the intense fear, his throat felt as if it were blocked by water plants, making it difficult to breathe. His hairs stood on end. Just as he was about to rush out, the water marks on the ground suddenly disappeared quickly, as if dried by the wind, retreating back outside the door.
Is this gone?
Upon seeing this, Chen Fong let out a huge sigh of relief. His tightly tensed muscles relaxed as if he had survived a disaster, his chest rapidly rising and falling. In just a few seconds of experience, that sense of fear nearly overwhelmed his nerves. However, above him, where he could not see, rows of rapidly appearing footprints covered the entire ceiling.
As if walking on the ceiling.
Looking at the completely vanished footprints at the doorway, Chen Fong strained to suppress his racing heart, preparing to lie back down on the bed. In the moment he turned his head, a deathly pale ghost face suddenly appeared before him. A woman, her entire body white as if soaked, hung upside down from the ceiling like elongated white paper, her feet connected to it, right in front of him.
The woman's mouth suddenly opened, stretching to the size of the bed's surface before instantly swallowing him whole. Don't anger.
Li Shuimei's body is not in the yard, there's a bead inside, and there's a props fluctuation. Silently maneuvering over the wall, Fong He carefully jumped down, constantly surveying the numerous water tanks scattered around. He indeed has not concealed any important information, only hidden the matter regarding the props. The moment he came into contact with the girl, his own ability reminded him that she had interacted with some system props, and the props were in the yard they hadn't had time to search yet. After receiving a clear hint, he simply took the opportunity to grab them while looking for the list. He was very clear in his thoughts. Wang Zhang had promised Yi Chen a 70% profit from the offer.
Once the incident was completed, everything here would definitely belong to Yi Chen, and he would only receive a basic credit point benefit. Having finally encountered the prototype of the dungeon, how could he be willing to leave with just that?
With rich experience and a deep understanding of paranormal event patterns, he was not worried about any dangers at all. If all goes well, that bead should be the clearance reward after the dungeon takes shape. Based on his speculation, the vengeful spirit that Li Shuemei transformed into was in the river, which is why he asked Yi Chen to find the corpse. Since there was neither a corpse in this courtyard nor was it the place where the little girl lived, the vengeful spirit that Li Shuemei turned into would not easily approach here. Otherwise, the little girl's constitution would not be able to bear it. In this way, this place was actually the safest spot. It wouldn't even be attacked by wandering vengeful spirits. The list, the bead. Tiptoeing around and being cautious, Fang He navigated past several water tanks, relying on his instincts, and soon arrived at a place that resembled a kitchen to search. A surge of joy filled his heart. Although he didn't find any props, he instantly realized that the crooked handwriting could only have come from a little girl. He quickly noted down the names and sent them to Wang Zhang, then shifted his gaze and soon saw traces of disturbed soil on the ground. A damp and cold aura subtly spread. Stuff underground? After hesitating for a moment, he simply found a shovel and began to dig vigorously. Before long, an object resembling a bead surfaced from the ground. In the moist soil, the black bead seemed embedded within. Overjoyed, Fang Yi hesitated not for a moment and attempted to scoop the bead out of the ground. However, as soon as his fingers made contact, an expression of disbelief instantly appeared on his face. This is... No! Fang He is dead. Chen Fang is dead too. At 2:16 a.m., Wang Zheng anxiously gathered everyone together, even neglecting Fang He's previous arrangements. Right now, he felt like a headless fly, completely at a loss. Wang Zheng didn't care about Chen Fang's death. After all, he was just a piece of cannon fodder brought in. Dead or alive didn't matter. But he never expected that the two men couldn't even send out a single message before they died. The original plan was to sacrifice a few pieces of cannon fodder in exchange for information about the evil spirit, but Fang He, whom he valued the most, unexpectedly died without reason. How could he die? He has survived so many supernatural events, there's no reason for him to die. Even if something went wrong with Fang He's abilities, there should have been some kind of noise. Seeing Wang Zhang starting to become flustered, Yi Chen's expression turned slightly serious, and he quickly asked, "No message was sent out? Can we determine the approximate time of death?" Hearing Yi Chen's voice, Wang Zhang's anxiety calmed down slightly, and he rushed to reply. Fang He sent out the list but didn't say anything else. Time of death. I can only confirm that two people probably died around the same time. I had told them to send a message every hour, and I noticed Chen Fang hadn't sent any messages, which is why I had someone go check. On the ground. There's just a foot left that had been eaten. After hearing this, Yi Chen slightly nodded and could understand the pale faces of the crowd. Logically speaking, someone with Fang He's experience as an awakened one wouldn't take action without a safe guarantee, and definitely wouldn't seek death. Fang He's sudden death indicates that the little girl's home might not be as safe as he had previously speculated. In fact, there might be a vengeful spirit hidden inside. Thinking of this, Yi Chen decisively spoke up. First, Fang He must have grasped some information that he didn't share with us, leading him to misjudge the dangers of the courtyard. Second, his death may have angered the girl, leading to him being attacked by a ghost. It doesn't necessarily mean he died as soon as he entered, otherwise, we would have had trouble during the day. Third, he was able to send back the list, and there were no anomalies in the transmission, which indicates that at that time he believed he was safe. His gaze flickered. At first, everything was fine, and he had the chance to send back the list, which means Fang He did other things after finding it. If I'm not mistaken, Fang He should have looked for something else after finding the list, which led to his misfortune. As Yi Chen said this, he nodded slightly, signaling Wang Zhang not to lose his composure. Tomorrow morning, you all go and capture people according to the list. The list should be accurate, and after capturing someone, you directly bring them to find the little girl to see if we can gain more information. I will go into the courtyard again when the little girl goes out. I suspect that Fang He must have seen some important clue which led to his death. Things are more uncertain than originally anticipated, and Yi Chen could only find a way to discover what Fang He had found at that time. You go again. Chen Yong was taken aback by the voice. Are we going again? I'm worried. Yi Chen shook his head and interrupted directly. It should be a little less dangerous after the little girl goes out, and plus it's during the day. If it really comes to it, I have confidence in escaping. If we don't find out what Fang He saw, we might miss important clues. As soon as the words were spoken, Chen Yong and Wang Zhang exchanged glances, hesitating but not stopping any further. Yi Chen seemed relaxed, but danger was certainly present. But having invested so much already, the temptation of the rudimentary form of the quest was too great. If they were to back out now, they wouldn't be willing to. Without Fang He, the two could only rely completely on Yi Chen at this time. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. From now on, let's not act separately. Since Chen Fang's death didn't allow for any message to be sent, it means the ghost is far more terrifying than we imagined. It's unlikely that we can get information by exchanging more people. Tomorrow, after you catch someone and find the little girl, tell me everything you learn and I will act accordingly. After giving simple instructions, Yi Chen instinctively looked down from the second floor at the pitch-black yard, and he had a vague guess. The next morning, as dawn broke, the group, having not slept all night, watched as the girl left the house early, seemingly to fetch water from the river again. Let's go. We're going to catch someone now.
Lord Yilin, please be very careful. Not daring to waste any more time, Chen Yong took the list and led his team to various locations of the gathering place, preparing to catch people. A few minutes later, Yi Chen stood alone not far from the girl's home, extending his mental power inch by inch. Regarding Fang He's death, was he seen or did he see something? In Yi Chen's perception, the yard still only had the old man lying in bed. Apart from an inexplicable chill, there was still nothing else to feel.
There was no danger when finding the list.
Fang He still had time to continue searching for something, but then he died quickly afterward. This indicates that the list and the place of death are together, at least not very far apart.
The girl showed no signs of abnormality when she left, which means she may not have seen Fang Yi last night. Otherwise, if the ghost
was with her, given the girl's cautious nature, it would be unlikely for her to leave so early. There would definitely be some signs. Either the girl really didn't know someone had intruded into her home, and Fang He was directly killed by the ghost. Or the ghost was left at home, and the girl concealed information from us, going out without any worries.
Regardless of which one.
Rapidly considering various possibilities, Yi Chen had a rough plan in mind, just waiting for Chen Yong to bring the person in front of the girl to see her reaction.
Tie them up. Take them away.
Reinforcing the silent barrier, several people led by Chen Yong quickly controlled the still sleeping leader of the gathering place, that first level awakened one. Watching himself suddenly being tied up, the middle-aged man was in a panic, repeatedly shouting aloud,
"Gentlemen, what is this for? Why are you capturing me?" With a cold snort, Chen Yong kicked the middle-aged man's abdomen and replied sternly, "What's going on? You killed Zhang Xueme and now you're asking us what's going on? Speak, what did you do at that time?" Stunned by the question, the captured middle-aged man quickly shouted his innocence after just a second. "No, officer." Clutching his belly, the middle-aged man was still somewhat unable to bear Chen Yong's gentle strike, his face paling. "We really didn't kill her. She had an accident by the river herself." Seeing that the middle-aged man refused to confess, Wang Zhang lost interest in further discussion and directly ordered his subordinates to continue with the capture. Catch everyone on the list, tie them up, and bring them to the girl so they can confront each other. Action was highly efficient. After 20 minutes, the 6 captured survivors from the gathering area were taken directly to the riverbank. At the same time, Chen Yong hurriedly sent a message to Yi Chen.
"Brother Yilin, there are 7 people on the list, but we have only found 6. The remaining person can't be found anywhere, and these people haven't noticed he is missing.
Now let's go meet the little girl."
Standing outside the courtyard and examining carefully, after seeing the message, Yi Chen nodded, not surprised. "It's fine, the missing person should have been killed by a ghost earlier. That tongue fragment must belong to the deceased. It seems that the girl is indeed preparing for revenge, which aligns with what she said before." Upon arriving at the riverbank and seeing Yi Chen's calm reply, Wang Zhang felt a sigh of relief in his heart. They could also think of this point, it was mainly because they were too nervous. Half a minute later, as the crowd brought the captured survivor to the riverbank, the girl squatting by the riverside instantly noticed the group behind her. With a vigilant gaze, the girl stood with her hands behind her back, staring at them intently. Seeing the girl tense up, Chen Yong took a deep breath and walked directly forward. "Little sister, we found that these people have significant suspicion during our investigation, but they say they have nothing to do with your mother's death.
Can you come forward to testify? Can you check if these are the people? If so, you can handle it however you like." They did not reveal the list of names.
Chen Yong pretended to be from the security department of the military district, completely ignoring whether what he was doing was reasonable.
They were only thinking about resolving the incident.
Quickly, even if the girl said she wanted to kill these people, they would not hesitate to take action.
After all, in supernatural events, there's no need to discuss reasoning or procedures.
As soon as the crowd that was brought in heard Chen Yong's words, they immediately realized that their lives were in grave danger.
Letting a little girl convict them. With the level of resentment the girl had towards them, they might not even survive. That's not true. We really didn't hurt her mother. It was Zhang Xueme who wanted to die. It really has nothing to do with us. Uncle was wrong. Uncle shouldn't have scolded your mother. Can I apologize to you?
Hoarse voices, the 6 people who were tied up shouted loudly.
However, after hearing everyone shouting, the girl's eyes instantly turned red. It was them.
They are the ones who forced my mother to death. They called her a whore, and slandered her for stealing.
My mother couldn't take it and went to her death. Kill them. I want to kill them. Her demeanor was like a madwoman.
The girl no longer concealed what she had hidden in her hand. Out of resentment, she directly raised the scissors in her hand, staring fiercely at the middle-aged man.
I want them dead. I want to cut out their tongues. A chill ran down her spine. The few people brought by Chen Yong exchanged glances. Looking at the twisted face of the little girl, their hearts couldn't help but jolt. The contrast between her innocent face and her current words was simply jarring. To seek revenge, does she really want to cut out their tongues? Although logically speaking, these survivors, despite verbally humiliating the girl's mother, certainly did not deserve death. It's no wonder these people cried out in injustice. But it doesn't matter anymore, everyone no longer intends to reason. After all, the girl's mother has become a supernatural event, and they can't possibly persuade a ghost not to take revenge, right? In the apocalypse, killing someone is not a big deal. One can only say these people were unlucky. Why force someone to death when you can force someone that can turn into a supernatural event?
After exchanging a few glances, Wang Zheng signaled his men to take the person over directly, facilitating the girl's action, while the other side quickly reported the situation here to Yi Chen.
Lord Yilin, the list is correct. The girl wants to kill these people now. Should we help her take revenge and consider it resolved afterward? Although it still felt wrong, they couldn't think of what else to do at this point. On the other end of the line, Yi Chen thought quickly and replied, "Let's kill one first and see if there is any abnormal reaction. If there are any changes, then that means we're on the right track."
In theory, if we kill everyone on the list and then find the bodies, this incident should be considered over.
The final difficulty may lie in finding the bodies.
Ending the private chat, Yi Chen looked at the yard in front of him, his mind made up.
Enter from underground.
He had scanned the entire yard with his mental power dozens of times, although a cold energy suppressed him, preventing his mental power from detecting more than a few meters, and he found nothing unusual. Since there was nothing on the surface, the problem might be underground.
Spatial excavation.
He activated the necklace skill that burst forth from the sandworm. In an instant, Yi Chen plunged underground, directly burrowing into the soil.
The soil is so wet.
In an instant, surrounded by a yellowish light, he felt as though he had entered water as he descended underground. The surrounding soil seemed to have absorbed a lot of moisture. Under its softness, it was like sludge. As he slowly approached, with the distance to the inside of the yard getting closer, Yi Chen felt an inexplicable chill intensifying. Just a few meters away, a flash of dead white suddenly appeared in his line of sight.
What is this?
His heart skipped a beat. Yi Chen hurriedly pushed aside with his hands, trying to get a clearer look at the pale, flesh-like object, and an ominous premonition suddenly rose in his heart. A few seconds later, as the mud ahead was slowly pushed away, a large area of deathly white surfaced in his entire field of vision.
This is a corpse. Hastily clearing another direction of mud, the next second, a huge finger was exposed.
In an instant, Yi Chen looked at the fingertip, which was almost the size of half his body, and a wave of extreme coldness surged directly from behind.
White, all white. Buried underground was a giant female corpse.
Before he could realize anything, the corpse buried underground suddenly twitched. The mud churned, and the entire underground seemed to be stirred like river water, creating a massive sucking force.
The dead white woman's corpse immediately twisted its body like a snake.
In an instant, a ghostly face as pale as a house suddenly appeared before Yi Chen, its head rotating 360 degrees. Its pitch-black eyes, like beads, seemed to want to suck in one's soul.
Run! Without hesitation.
Almost the moment the female corpse locked onto him, Yi Chen felt an overwhelming sense of death enveloping him, as if all thought had been frozen. Turning around and charging out of the ground, without any pause, Yi Chen activated his Thunder Step skill, desperately racing toward the boundary line of the gathering area. A sound of cracking earth came from behind him. Out from the split ground, a woman whose body was as large as a tall building silently emerged, relentlessly chasing after him like a piece of paper. Her enormous mouth opened, stretching out like a coffin below, unleashing a strong sucking force. A jolt ran through his heart.
Yi Chen fought to remain calm against the suction, ready to unleash his dimensional slash at any moment to create distance. That was close.
If it weren't for the resistance provided by the grudge pearl, which acted like a warm current releasing the freezing effect, he feared he would have been swallowed the moment he saw the female corpse.
No wonder Fong He died.
The corpse they were looking for was in the little girl's home.
That girl actually brought the corpse and the ghost back.
However, as he desperately fled, a sense of doubt and unease suddenly arose in Yi Chen's heart.
How was the corpse brought back? If the corpse has returned, why does the girl's grandmother keep repeating to find her? Could it be that the corpse came back by itself without the girl and the old lady knowing? Did it come back through the water that the villagers brought?
On the other side, by the riverbank.
The
screams are piercing. Under the control of Chen Yong and others, the girl has a grimacing face as she repeatedly pushes scissors into a middle-aged man's mouth, continuously cutting at his tongue. As blood pours from his mouth, several pieces of severed tongue fall to the ground from the man's agonized mouth. Standing on both sides, even Chen Yong and the others felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. Although these survivors had already fallen into the prototype of the instance, destined to die, the girl's actions still made them feel somewhat perverted.
Uncle, can you help me throw him into the river?
With a smile, the girl, whose face was splattered with blood, showed a cheerful expression, but her innocent face looked somewhat terrifying at that moment.
Sure.
Forcing a smile, Chen Yong gritted his teeth and threw the middle-aged man, who had his tongue cut off, into the water.
Splash!
With a loud sound of a heavy object hitting the water, the survivor who was thrown into the river sank like a stone without even struggling. Then water filled his nostrils, and he directly sank to the bottom. The remaining few people tied up behind, seeing that murder had really begun, could no longer hold their rationality and cried out loud for mercy.
Please, let us go. Xiao Rou. It's Uncle Zhang.
I really didn't say anything. Your mom was really not forced to death by me.
Please spare me. Heart-wrenching.
No one wants to die like this. Under the instinct to survive, a few people nearly broke down and began cursing each other.
It's all your fault. It's all your nonsense. You spread rumors about Sister Zhang. You said those things after being rejected by her. Kill him. Don't kill me.
I only said Aunt Zhang took something, but he swore the most. Watching the crowd accuse and curse each other, a gleam of pleasure flashed in the girl's eyes. It was like revenge. Mom said you all must die, Uncle Zhang. I also want to spare you.
But Mom said you must die too. Like a well-behaved and obedient child, the little girl looked at Chen Yong again. Uncle, let's cut off his tongue next. It's too noisy.
Seeing the girl intent on continuing the killings, Chen Yong could only bitterly before complying.
The only useful information left by Fong he was not to provoke the girl.
They could only gamble now, betting that the girl's revenge, or rather, that the incident would end after the girl's mother finished her revenge. However, looking at the lingering mist around them, everyone felt somewhat uneasy. It seemed that killing someone didn't bring about any significant change.
Did you tell Lord Yilin about the situation here? Does he have any thoughts?
In his worry, Chen Yong whispered to several awakeners behind him. Just a minute ago, they had already informed Yi Chen about the post-murder situation. Now they just hoped Yi Chen could give some advice on whether to continue the killing or what to do. Of course, it would be best if Yi Chen could find some other clues.
No reply yet. I don't know what the situation is.
With a somewhat ugly expression, Wang Zheng kept looking at the messages he had sent. Logically speaking, Yi Chen should have replied to him long ago.
Uncle, faster. Are you with them or what?
Without thinking much, Chen Yong listened to the little girl's urging and the faint threat in her words, and he sighed, only able to bring one more person out. Plop, plop. The speed of killing was increasing. It was uncertain whether the girl sensed that she was about to complete her revenge, but in just 2 or 3 minutes, 4 of the 6 brought in had already been killed. Seeing that only the last 2 remained, uneasy Wang Zheng couldn't help but grab Chen Yong.
No, wait. Yilin hasn't sent a message.
I suspect something has happened to him.
Do you think we should wait?
Before the sentence was finished, the girl beside them instantly turned her gaze to the stopped Wang Zhang. Uncle, after finishing them, my mother's revenge can be avenged.
What? Are you guys trying to deceive me? Don't you want to help me take revenge?
Watching the little girl's gaze gradually turn cold, a few people suddenly froze. They didn't know why. Despite her being just a little girl, they felt an instinctive sense of danger.
Can't care about that anymore. Kill first. Helping her get revenge is definitely the right thing to do.
Recovering his senses, Chen Yong looked at the little girl who had walked up to him, her head held high and staring intently at him, and quickly put on a smile to indicate that he would definitely help her. Splash! With the splash of water once again, the ground was now covered with scattered pieces of tongues, resembling blood-stained fish scales.
This is the last one. Looking at the red spot floating on the river's surface, everyone felt a bit anxious. Little sister Li Ro, there's only one left. Once he dies, your mother's revenge will be avenged, right?
Of course, if you still want to find your mother's body, we can help you with that too. Forcing a smile, Chen Yong nervously glanced at the little girl. They were now in a situation from which they couldn't retreat, and he could only hope the little girl would give him a definitive answer. Turning her head at the sound, the girl sweetly smiled.
Yes, uncle. There's just one left. But you don't need to help me find her.
My mom is here, she said.
You all have to die.
In an instant, Chen Yong's expression suddenly changed, feeling an extremely terrifying presence approaching them from a distance behind. He turned around abruptly, and in the eyes of the crowd, a huge female corpse, pale as death and dripping with water, appeared behind them, looking at them with resentment.
Outside the replica prototype.
Breathing heavily, Yi Chen looked at his already cool dimensional slash with a grim expression, feeling a wave of dread in his heart. Being chased to the last moment, fortunately he had the dimensional slash for self-preservation, allowing him to escape the final distance directly. Standing at the dividing line between reality and the replica prototype, he finally had time to regain his thoughts and reflect on the clues he had just obtained.
No, there must be a problem. If the corpse had been found long ago, what did the girl's grandmother mean? Fang Yi's death can be understood as being killed by Zhang Xueme, but what about Chen Fang? Why was Chen Fang attacked? He is not on the list. Why did both of them die at the same time? Just as Yi Chen was deep in thought, preparing to respond to the message from Wang Zhang, a sudden sound of footsteps came from afar. He saw a woman with a distressed expression holding a package, looking at Yi Chen, who was standing outside the gathering place, with some confusion. Who are you? It was rare for a stranger to appear outside the gathering place, so the woman instinctively asked. Suddenly turning around, Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the woman's somewhat familiar face. He seemed to realize where the problem lay. A terrifying guess immediately surfaced in his mind. What's your name? He asked urgently. In the next moment, the woman looked at Yi Chen cautiously and hesitantly spoke. My name is Zhang Xueme. What's wrong? Zhang Xueme. After a brief moment of distraction, Yi Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm the surprise in his heart. Damn it, he finally knew where the unease that had been lingering in his heart came from. The system had tricked them once again. No, it should be said that everyone had been misled. Where have you been before? Didn't the people at the gathering say you jumped into the river? As she asked quickly, the woman hesitated for a moment, and only after noticing the military insignia disguised on Yi Chen did she speak in confusion. Jump into the river? No. Are you talking about a few days ago? A few days ago, I wanted to go to the riverbank to catch some fish, but then a downpour swept me away. Fortunately, I was only washed to the opposite bank and was rescued by someone. After I got up, the people at the gathering asked me if I wanted to go to the safe zone for a temporary job, so I went. As she spoke, the woman tightened the bag in her hand, which seemed to contain some food she had bought from the safe zone.
Not asking anymore, Yi-chan felt that his previous doubts were suddenly pieced together like a puzzle.
Got it. Downpour. Found her. Relentless killing by evil spirits.
Zhang Xuemei's body was never found from the beginning to the end. Her death was merely mistaken for death by the people inside the gathering. So, the corpse that was brought back is another evil spirit. It is definitely not Zhang Xuemei. It obviously won't kill according to the list, but will kill anyone. That list is completely wrong. Even killing according to the list will only make things worse. This is a trap. After quickly sorting out his thoughts, Yi-chan subconsciously wanted to contact Chen Yong and the others, urging them to stop and escape immediately.
The situation was too urgent. He didn't even check the previous information. But just then, a message from Chen Yong rang out again. Yi Lin. Ghost. The ghost is out. It wants to kill us all. Those on the list are dead. No time to send more.
On the other end of the communication, seeing the giant female ghost appear, the few of them felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave completely.
Unable to understand why this situation had occurred.
They were clearly helping the little girl take revenge, but now, even they were going to die. Looking at the bloodied girl, they seemed to see a terrible evil spirit. On the brink of collapse, the few of them knew they had to escape now. However, as the female ghost opened her wide mouth, a powerful and cold force instantly pulled them backward as if to swallow them whole, leaving everyone in a state of despair. They've already been killed, the people on the list are already dead. After quickly reading the message, Yi-chan's heart sank suddenly. Looking at the gathering place where the fog was beginning to spread, he couldn't help but hesitate. From the current situation, it was obvious that there was no solution.
Even knowing that Zhang Xuemei was alive would be meaningless now. Should he give up? Let Chen Yong and the others escape on their own? No, it can't be that there is no solution. His expression turned ugly. In that instant, Yi-chan clenched his fists tightly, desperately recalling all the clues. He prepared to backtrack through them all. Assuming they didn't help the little girl seek revenge according to the list, the vengeful spirit would start killing on its own. After killing the people on the list, the spirit would continue to kill. In the absence of finding out the cause of the spirit's death, even if Zhang Xuemei returns, or if they first learn that the deceased is not Zhang Xuemei, the outcome will still be the same. But this is unreasonable. This is the prototype of the instance. As long as it's an instance, there will be a way to solve it. The system would never generate an unsolvable event. So, who can resolve the vengeful spirit? What should the method be? Thinking to the limit, Yi-chan subconsciously glanced at the anxious Zhang Xuemei in front of him, imagining what it would be like to bring her to the girl. Would letting the girl see her mother isn't dead be useful? No, it won't be useful. The one killing is an unknown ghost, and it is meaningless for the girl to know that the ghost is not her mother. Unless we find out the origin of the ghost, know her cause of death, or there is. Wait a minute. Yi-chan's mind suddenly stopped and an unfathomable thought burst forth in an instant. Finding the origin is definitely out of time. No one can eliminate the ghost. But ghosts can. The two ghosts can kill each other. In the frenzied reverse deduction, Yi-chan overturned his previous speculation, and in that moment he seemed to understand the truth of the entire matter. What is the significance of Zhang Xuelan not being dead? How did the girl bring the body back? Why do the survivors keep bringing water back? The clues reassembled, just like a fragmented spider web stitching together the final answer. Yi-chen took a deep breath, realizing what they had misunderstood. Li Ro. That girl is also a ghost. She drowned when she fell into the river while looking for her mother. From start to finish, there are two ghosts in the entire event. The first ghost is an indiscriminate killer, and the second ghost is Li Roru. After she drowned in the river, she instinctively wanted to find her own corpse, which is why the humans in the entire event have been continuously trying to get water back, searching for the body. That is why the information obtained by Fong he warned not to anger the little girl. Searching for a body is correct, but it is the girl's body they are looking for. After understanding the entire truth, Yi-chan unhesitatingly grabbed Zhang Xuemei and rushed towards the gathering place. He still had one more residual resentment pearl to block the attack. As long as he finds the girl's body and takes Zhang Xuemei there, the girl will realize that the fierce ghost is not her mother at all. Next. Save me. Save me desperately trying to escape. As the giant female corpse continued to approach and exert its pulling force, the crowd regained their senses and desperately wanted to flee from this place in extreme fear. However, no matter how the spiritual energy surged from his body, the strong suction behind him still could not be escaped. Soon, amidst a scream, the weakest second-tier awakener was directly swallowed by the female corpse like an ant in a gale. With the chilling sound of chewing, the aura emanating from the ghostly woman became even more terrifying. Compared to when Yi-chan escaped earlier, the female ghost had evidently grown much stronger with the death of many humans. It's over. All over. Continuously bursting forth spiritual energy to resist, Wang Zhang used all his limbs in an attempt to crawl out of the suction zone, but he felt like a mouse, unable to escape this range at all. Were it not for the special items on him constantly helping to resist the suction, he would even feel that he would be the next one to die. His face ashen, Chen Yong, who was slightly stronger than the others, also felt a sense of despair in his heart at this moment. Cannot hold on much longer. The female ghost is continuously approaching them, and the suction is constantly increasing.
Meanwhile, the little girl is calmly watching their miserable and helpless appearance. Although she doesn't quite understand why her mother wants to kill this group of outsiders. If moms want to kill someone, then let them kill. The girl turned her head, lovingly gazing at the rotten giant face, not knowing what she was thinking.
Charging towards the riverbank. With Yi-Chen's full sprint, it only took a few seconds to return to the gathering place.
Through the increasingly thick fog, he nearly spotted the enormous female corpse that was submerged in the mist almost at a glance.
Hurry up faster.
While running wildly with Zhang Xueme, the woman, still unaware of anything,
had shock written all over her face upon seeing the giant female corpse.
As an ordinary person, the most terrifying monster she had ever seen was a zombie. She had never witnessed such a horrifying scene before.
Say, Commander. What is that?
Completely unable to comprehend how the gathering place changed to this state in just a few days. With fear and trepidation, Zhang Xueme instinctively worried about her daughter.
Officer, what on earth is going on? How is my daughter? Your daughter mistook that monster for you. A brief reply.
As Yi-Chen responded, a flicker of compassion and reluctance crossed his eyes, but the outcome was already determined. This was the only way to break the deadlock. Soon, after rushing to another bank of the river farther from the female corpse, Yi-Chen also heard a series of heart-wrenching screams.
Without hesitation,
looking at the cold, mist-covered water of the river before him, Yi-Chen leaped directly into the depths, plunging into the water.
All he could do now was gamble that the girl's body was nearby. If it had been swept away, and he couldn't find it in a short time, then he would have no choice but to accept his fate. Regret, unwillingness.
Wang Zhang tightly pressed his body against the ground, feeling the increasingly powerful suction behind him, filled with regret. He had thought that his preparations were sufficient, not only bringing in the experienced Fang Yi, but also inviting the third-tier Yilin for assistance, and given that it was merely a draft difficulty of the instance, everything should go smoothly. But he never expected that the difficulty would actually become this perverse.
Everything was wrong, all of it was wrong. Fang Yi died silently, and Yilin's whereabouts were unknown. He still hadn't figured out which step he had taken wrong. As the only survivors left were him, Chen Yong, and another second tier, despair almost overwhelmed his reason. Gripping the ground tightly, under the threat of death, no one can face it calmly. Aha!
With another scream of someone being drawn in and chewed, Wang Zhang's body trembled, as if he had already foreseen his fate. Not far away, Chen Yong, who was also resisting the suction with him, let out a bitter laugh and directly pulled out a dagger, seemingly intending to end it all himself. He would rather commit suicide than die in such a terrible manner. Splash! Suddenly, a sound of water came from the nearby riverbank. Chen Yong instinctively forced himself to look up, and the next moment, his eyes were filled with astonishment.
He saw Yi-Chen holding a bloated, whitened body, quickly rushing towards the riverbank. Yi-Lin!
He yelled in shock. Although he didn't know why the escaping Yi-Chen suddenly appeared here, nor did he know why he had pulled a corpse from the river. But suddenly, both Chen Yong and Wang Zhang seemed to see hope.
Did Yi-Chen find a way to come back?
Without bothering to say much, Yi-Chen dashed along with the corpse to the girl's side, following the force of the suction. Struggling to steady himself, taking advantage of the fact that the female corpse had not launched an attack on him, Yi-Chen, in the somewhat stunned gaze of the little girl, abruptly pulled the girl towards the east and shouted loudly,
"Li Ro! Look clearly! Who is that?"
As soon as he finished speaking, in the distance shrouded in mist, a middle-aged woman with unsteady steps was holding a bundle in her arms, anxiously looking around as if searching for something. His whole body stiffened. Li Ro's attention was instantly drawn to the woman's figure. Even the corpse that Yi-Chen had brought did not catch her eye. She stared blankly at that familiar face. Even though there was fog and distance, she recognized that the person was her own mother.
Unbelievable.
Li Ro trembled all over, instinctively looking up again at the corpse that was thought to be her mother. Realizing that her mother was not dead, she was filled with terror and began to retreat uncontrollably.
Mom isn't dead.
The next second, the woman searching for Li Ro seemed to have a connection, instinctively turning her gaze this way, and upon seeing that the person beside Yi-Chen was her own daughter, she acted on her maternal instincts, not caring about the corpse in the distance that was approaching.
Daughter, run! Come to mommy quickly!
Not knowing what had happened or what that monster was, filled with urgent worry, the woman ignored the danger and clumsily ran over instinctively.
Mom!
The little girl, coming back to her senses, felt her eyes redden instantly. After hearing the woman's call, she also wanted to run over.
However, the giant female corpse not far away seemed to have noticed this. Swish! The gaping giant mouth suddenly changed direction, adjusting with a strong suction, and in a split second, the ordinary person Zhang Xueme was swallowed into the giant mouth with a surprised cry. Crack crunch dash.
The crushed meat chunks squeezed out blood, splattering from the ghastly mouth. As the sound of chewing started, Li Ro, who had just run a few steps, suddenly froze in place.
No!
Hiding in the distance, Chen Yang gasped, his eyes darting back and forth between the two fierce ghosts in Yi-Chen.
What is happening?
Just a few seconds ago, when Yi-Chen directly dropped a corpse in front of the girl in her breakdown and told her that she was already dead. Witnessing her mother's brutal death and the truth, Li Ro was instantly overwhelmed, transforming into a fierce ghost. Perhaps due to the remaining instincts, the little girl, who also transformed into a giant ghost corpse, began to fight fiercely with the first fierce ghost in extreme rage. Watching the two ghost corpses continually gnawing at each other in the distance, Yi-chan gently shook his head, signaling to explain everything after it was over. As expected, the two ghost corpses would soon vanish in the struggle, and everything would come to an end. Indeed, the first hint received from Fong Yi had already provided the path to survival for the task.
Do not anger the girl. Find the corpse.
Just thinking that Zhang Xuemei's death was caused by him made Yi-chan sigh slightly in his heart. He couldn't protect Zhang Xuemei from dying after the female ghost discovered her. In fact, triggering the girl to fight the first fierce ghost also required Zhang Xuemei to act as a catalyst. This incident was like a closed-loop cause and effect, making one sigh with emotion.
1 minute later.
With a resentful and piercing scream, the girl, whose body was half-eaten, silently lifted a pile of flesh from the belly of the female corpse. Blood tears flowed out, and after a few seconds, a hint of clarity seemed to flash in the eyes of the ghost that the girl had transformed into. Looking at the flesh in her hands, she swayed and stood up, beginning to cry sobbingly.
Mom! Mom! Splash!
A moment later, her body dissolved, turning into a pool of cold river water that flowed slowly. From a high vantage point, that puddle of clear water on the ground looked like the tears of the earth.
It's over.
Taking a deep breath, Yi-chan looked complicatedly at the two flickering crystals in the distance. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be soul crystals. Glancing at the gradually solidifying instance barrier around him, he realized that this instance's prototype was about to take shape. He dashed straight towards the soul barrier, grabbing the crystals, and then turned to Chen Yong and the others who were still in a stupor as if in a dream.
Go! We'll talk outside.
Outside the gathering place, in the off-road vehicle. Out of the 3 vehicles that had come, only one was now full. Playing with the soul crystal in his hand, Yi-chan felt slightly more at ease. It was hard to say exactly how he felt right now. The 2 soul crystals he had in hand were each worth about 4 units, which means they were worth around 320,000 points.
The value cannot be underestimated.
Not only that, but when he obtained the crystals, Yi-chan also discovered a bead, or rather, an eyeball, on the female ghost's corpse that had turned into water.
Ghost Eye, blue item.
Item effect: after wearing the ghost eye, you can obtain information within your visual range and have a chance to receive additional system prompts. Item description: she once had her eyes gouged out. This is the eye that condensed after her death, filled with resentment.
Like a black glass bead.
Holding the ghost eye in his hand, Yi-chan also realized that the first ghost corpse must belong to another supernatural event.
If nothing goes wrong, following the river upstream might trigger some tasks. After the girl drowned and died, she should have transformed into a vengeful spirit under the influence of the other party. After mistakenly bringing the female corpse back, Li Ro planned to take revenge for her mother. But perhaps the little girl never imagined that her ultimate enemy would be the ghost corpse she brought back. It's just like a cycle of cause and effect. Killing the female ghost could also be considered a form of revenge in a certain sense. Lord Yilin, what on earth is going on here?
On the all-terrain vehicle, Wang Zheng's hands were still trembling as he lit a cigarette for himself, looking in astonishment at the copy barrier that was about to take shape in the distance. From start to finish, they have yet to understand what exactly was going on. Especially since Yi-chan somehow completed the entire event without any clear reason. Taking the cigarette handed to him by Wang Zheng, Yi-chan pondered for a moment and then slowly began to speak. In fact, this incident is not complicated, it's just that there are many traps. The story should begin like this. In this gathering place, the girl lived with her mother and grandmother, relying on each other, and life was hard.
As a family without a man, they inevitably faced bullying
from the surrounding survivors. During a dispute, someone accused the woman of stealing food or something, or Zhang Xuemei might have gone to the riverbank to catch fish. That day, it just happened to be pouring rain, and Zhang Xuemei accidentally slipped and fell into the water, ultimately being rescued by someone downstream. As a non-awakened person, she does not have the ability to communicate through the system, so she cannot inform her family that she is still alive. Perhaps she wanted to bring some food back, or maybe someone told her that she could work a few days in the safe zone and be brought back on the way, so Zhang Xuemei followed to the nearby safe zone. But in the little girl's eyes, she did not know that her mother was not dead. The child mistakenly believed that someone else had forced her mother to death. In her hatred, she must have questioned someone and even wanted help to retrieve her mother's corpse.
As expected, the people here rejected her.
With no other choice, the little girl could only go to the riverbank alone, trying to find her only support, Zhang Xuemei. But a tragedy occurred. During the search, the little girl accidentally fell into the water, leading to her death. At this time, the riverbed was washed up with the corpse of another ghostly incident due to the previous downpour. Transformed by this incident, the little girl Li Ro also became a vengeful spirit. But she didn't know she was dead, she just mindlessly took the female corpse home and buried it. After that, she wanted to take revenge for her mother. Under the lingering resentment before her death, all the survivors in the gathering were influenced by her and instinctively began to draw water. This is also why I suspect that the little girl asked people to recover the corpse. Drawing water and recovering a corpse are too similar.
The flickering sparks mixed among the fingertips.
Exhaling a puff of smoke, Yi-chan paused for a moment and sighed softly.
The follow-up is quite simple. After Zhang Xuemei returned, the girl realized that the female ghost was not her mother. Upon seeing her own corpse, and after her mother was eaten by the female ghost, she naturally transformed into a ghost herself, killing the ghostly corpse for revenge. This is the survival path given by the system. Seeking and revenge. It's just that because we entered early, we couldn't find the truth before the real revenge began. His expression froze in confusion. Chen Yong and Wang Zhang exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with panic and horror. They hadn't expected the whole incident to turn out like this. Still trembling with fear, the two took a deep breath and sincerely thanked Yi Chen. Lord Yi Lin, this time it really is. Thank you so much. It's hard to imagine. With all the clues and information being wrong, had it not been for Yi Chen restoring the truth in time, they might have faced total annihilation. It's truly perverse. Even the identity of the ghost was wrong. Who would have thought Zhang Xuemei wasn't dead at all, and the way to break the situation was actually tied to another ghost girl? They expressed their astonishment profoundly. While the two were deeply moved, they couldn't help but shake their heads. Wang Zhang seemed to recall the girl's earlier frenzied behavior, and now looking back, he somewhat understood why she acted that way. It turned out that the girl at that time was already abnormal. But speaking of it, I thought the real story would be touching or something. Now that I think about it, it's actually quite perverse. The survivors here are not good people. The girl also killed the wrong person. The first ghost indiscriminately killed, and Zhang Xuemei died a tragic death. In the end, the last two ghosts disappeared in a fray. The whole incident is simply a chaotic mess. Chen Yon, who quite enjoys old-school horror films, had a complex expression and shared his opinion. Yi Chen smiled indifferently after hearing this and replied casually. There aren't so many touching stories. The ghost story itself is purely terrifying. What, do you still want to see a happy ending? If the ghost the girl transformed into does not dissipate, with the little girl's twisted mentality, whether we can survive is a question. Her existence should be based on a fixation on revenge. No further discussion. A few minutes later, Chen Yong and Wang Zhang calmed down, looking at the already formed copy, and couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in their eyes. With such a perverse copy, just thinking about it makes it clear how much value they could create after obtaining the breakthrough idea. Turning his head, Wang Zhang had a sincere expression, no longer just inviting Yi Chen out of consideration for Zhang Yong, and said earnestly, Lord Yi Lin, I will have the credit points I promised you transferred by the guild shortly. Fang Yi is dead, the 100,000 points we promised him, I plan to give to you as well. Yi Chen nodded slightly in response, looking at Wang Zhang who bore a hint of flattery. He was not surprised. The subsequent instances would definitely vary, and to turn this instance into a money tree, Wang Zhang still needed to rely on him. 320,000 plus 100,000 plus 300,000. Not counting that blue item. Underneath his calm facade, Yi Chen felt a slight excitement in his heart as well. 720,000 in gains. With Wang Zhang's guild backing him, he should be able to gather the spirit fruits needed soon. If all goes well, he should be able to advance to the third rank within this week. Zhenjiang Safe Zone, top of the air defense building. As a multi-layered firepower platform used to resist aerial mutated beasts at the beginning of the apocalypse, it has long been refurbished. Under long-term peace, this place has been transformed into the most iconic commercial building within the safety zone. On the light blue glass curtain wall, one can faintly see the alloy plates that were hung during those years. In the building's reception room, Wang Zhang, sitting by the bulletproof window, looks somewhat surprised. Looking at Yi Chen, who is calmly drinking tea in front of him, he can't help but repeatedly ask, Lord Yi Lin, are you sure you want to sell these things for credit points? 80,000 points, all exchanged for intermediate energy fruits? Unable to understand. Although 80,000 points is not considered a lot for the merchant guild, it is certainly not a small number either. In Wang Zhang's view, Yi Chen's move is simply absurd. What does a mid-level fruit do for the third tier? This thing is completely useless for attributes over 30 points. The intermediate fruits that Yi Chen asked him to help purchase this time are generally only used in the second tier to enhance attributes over 25 points. But for the third tier, what is useful is extremely rare high-level fruit or soul crystals. As for the latter, Yi Chen plans to sell it, and the former is simply not available. I have my own use for it. Without explaining anything, Yi Chen took a sip of tea and spoke nonchalantly. He couldn't possibly tell Wang Zhang that he is at the second tier. The more he explained, the more troublesome it would become. Rather than making up an excuse, it was better to let them fill in the gaps themselves. Sure enough, Chen Yon, sitting nearby, had a flicker in his eyes, clearly recalling his previous speculation. He noticed that Yi Chen didn't have the weapon he borrowed earlier, and without knowing that Yi Chen had spatial equipment, he immediately filled in the blanks that Yi Chen must have given the weapon to someone else. This time he is acquiring intermediate spiritual fruits again. It seems that Lord Yi Lin is training descendants or subordinates? Wang Zhang, what are you managing Lord Yi Lin for? If he has a need, we just help him out. I remember your guild bought a batch of goods at a high price before, right? How about this, you sell it directly to Lord Yi Lin at the original price? With a wink, Chen Yong finished speaking with a hearty laugh and nodded in favor at Yi Chen. He was in a very good mood. After the incident ended yesterday, he told his father about the dungeon's news, and the old man praised him greatly, complimenting him on doing a splendid job. He even repeatedly mentioned that he should get closer to Yi Chen and see if there are more opportunities for cooperation in the future. Seeing that Yi Chen wanted their help, he was naturally very attentive. Noticing the wink Chen Yong gave him, Wang Zhang hesitated for a moment and did not open his mouth to agree. After hesitating for a moment, he forced a smile and said,
Brother Yi, to be honest, if you had asked me for help a month ago, I would have mobilized all my resources to help you accomplish this without a second thought. But I don't know if you are aware, but recently the capital military district and various battle zones have been everywhere collecting medium-level spiritual energy fruits.
I heard it is related to the seed plan.
This batch of materials in the trading association has already been reserved in advance.
His face showed difficulty. To be honest, he also wanted to give Yi Chen some face.
After this paranormal incident, Yi Chen not only saved their lives but they also considered
each other as partners on the same boat.
However, Yi Chen did not want to offend anyone, and neither could they afford to offend the military. Chen Yong, who was also trying to persuade, was taken aback after hearing this. He suddenly remembered this matter. Opposite him, Yi Chen's expression did not change, but his heart sank suddenly.
Another seed project.
In order to cultivate this selected batch of seed sequences, the military indeed mobilized a large amount of resources, but he did not expect that even the supplies from major trading groups had been booked. In fact, after Wang Zheng transferred the credits last night, he had instructed Li Dafu to make every effort to purchase intermediate spiritual fruits. However, the result was unexpected. The entire trading channel barely had any intermediate fruits available, and even at high prices, only a few were obtained. In silence, Yi Chen habitually turned the ring in his hand, feeling somewhat irritated. Leveling up to 29 attribute points is not only about pursuing the extreme value, but more so about preparing for the third-tier advancement trial. He wants to complete all 4 trials: strength, agility, constitution, and willpower. Not only for the perfect rewards after high evaluation completion, but during the trials, the system will also strip the awakener of their equipment attribute bonuses, requiring the tasks to be completed solely based on base attributes. In his previous life, even though he acquired some resources, his base attributes before reaching the 3rd tier were lower than they are now. The willpower trial was barely completed with him risking his life.
This is also a significant reason why willpower type awakener are not well regarded.
Think about it, even with an SSS level talent in his previous life, he almost died in the willpower trial. Others of the willpower type would fare even worse. Compared to strength or agility type awakener, he could have over 20 combat attribute points without consuming any fruits.
Willpower type only relying on willpower attributes is almost useless in combat.
Poor speed, insufficient strength, and extremely low survival ability make it impossible for willpower types to pass through the brutal trials. Especially, the difficulty for the will-based awakeners to advance to the 3rd tier is higher than that of other trials. Under this vicious cycle, will-based awakeners are increasingly undervalued, lacking resources, unable to advance to the 3rd tier, leading to will-based awakeners essentially being regarded as trash among awakeners. If it weren't for the fact that some will-type awakeners can still learn techniques like mental impact, giving them an advantage in combat against humans, the will-type might have already been expelled from the ranks of awakeners. 1 million points, I can acquire it at a premium, or you can give me the seller's information, and I'll negotiate. With a flick of his fingers, Yi Chen calmly spoke as if the million-point transaction was merely a number. I can also temporarily forego the subsequent profits from the instance. If 1 million is still not enough, then let's make it 150, 2 million. As soon as he finished speaking, not only was Wang Zheng a bit shocked, but Chen Yang beside him was also shaken.
2 million. At that price, you could buy a life at the 3rd tier. Brother Yi Lin, do you really have to be in such a hurry? I can assure you that in half a year, no, in 2 to 3 months, I can help you acquire a batch at a low price. The current price is just too high. I couldn't help but want to persuade him.
In his opinion, Yi Chen's demand to gather everything within 3 days is just too tight and a waste. As far as he knows, various military districts are frantically gathering supplies to ensure the seeds they selected perform better. Competing at this time is truly an irrational behavior.
3 days, you just need to tell me if you can do it. No sign of wavering. 2 to 3 months? Don't even mention 2 to 3 months, he couldn't afford to wait even 1 more month.
In his past life, he didn't fully understand how much the military valued the first batch of seeds, but now he knows that Yi Chen can easily imagine the exaggerated speed at which these seeds
will advance to tier 3.
Just from Wang Yangping and his group, it's clear that to level up quickly, these military personnel are simply using massive resources to pile up their strength. After this batch of seeds rapidly reaches the 3rd level, those precious and even rare resources, of which there is only one, will be provided to them at the earliest opportunity.
Once used, they will be gone. Just thinking about this makes Yi Chen feel heartbroken. The longer it takes for him to reach the 3rd level, the greater the loss. Not to mention he still needs time to persuade the higher-ups to make early preparations and fend off the zombie-tide army at the end of the year. 3 days. I'll do my best.
Seeing Yi Chen so persistent, Wang Zheng struggled internally for a moment before agreeing. Although the military had reserved that batch of goods, they still had the goods in their hands. If it really doesn't work, they could just disguise it as having been robbed. After Wang Zheng agreed, Chen Yong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and quickly added, Wang Zheng, don't worry, I will also use my connections.
I will do my best to help you with this matter. After confirming the amount, Yi Chen nodded and prepared to leave.
Staying in Zhenjiang no longer made sense. He only needed to wait for his attributes to reach the limit value and then immediately start the trial.
In the backup plan, Yi Chen even thought that if it was impossible to rob supplies from these seeds in a short time, he would expose his identity as a tier 2.
With his advancement speed so fast, he could remeasure and obtain an SSS level talent and casually fabricate another talent, claiming
his will-type talent enhances skill power. Under such a triple combination, the military would surely pay more attention to him. Before leaving, Yi-Chen seemed to think of something and suddenly spoke up.
In the next few days, you can come to the Tianfeng safe zone. Chen Yong, didn't you say your father wanted to meet with me to discuss some matters?
I will assess the situation over the next few days, and if it seems appropriate, we can consider meeting once.
Just as he was about to get up to see Yi-Chen off,
hearing Yi-Chen say this, a strong look of joy suddenly flashed in Chen Yong's eyes.
Is this an agreement to cooperate?
During this time, he had frequently hinted to Yi-Chen about whether to join their faction or to help promote it.
The deterrent power of a mid-level third stage is much more
useful than several initial third stages. In his eyes, if Yi-Chen were willing to fully support them, his position in the military could potentially rise to a new level. However, Yi-Chen had not paid any attention to this matter before, as if he was not interested in collaborating.
No problem, Lord Yi-Lin. I will relay this to my father right away. Just notify me anytime in the next few days.
Speaking in quick succession, Chen Yong couldn't help but pump his fist excitedly as he watched Yi-Chen's departing figure.
That's great.
Wang Zhang, who was beside him, watched the overjoyed Chen Yong and felt a bit sour for a moment. Although their Chamber of Commerce was powerful, they only had one third stage member.
And that was a trusted aide of the president.
The other third stage members were recruited at high prices. Aside from having some deterrent power, they were basically useless. Although Yi-Chen mentioned them, he only regarded it as a polite gesture. After all, Yi-Chen specifically indicated that he would consider meeting with Chen Yong's father. The implication here is not like their usual transactions, which are purely monetary exchanges.
Yi-Chen's move clearly shows that he intends to discuss a deeper level of cooperation.
Seeing his good friend look a little down, Chen Yong broke into a hearty smile and comfortingly patted him on the shoulder.
Brother Wang, think positively. As long as you help Yi-Lin get this matter done, he may very well lend you a hand.
Knowing that his brother had always aspired to compete for the next president of the Chamber of Commerce, Chen Yong was also pondering in his heart how to connect them.
Eager to return home.
Flying down the road between Tianfeng and Zhenjiang, Yi-Chen felt great and couldn't help but worry a little about his mother and younger sister.
Thinking that it has only been a little over a week since his rebirth, he is about to become a third tier. How could he not feel invigorated?
Everything is still on time, everything can still be salvaged. He had a clear plan for the follow-up. After regaining the identity of the Ember of the first sequence, he planned to contact several high-ranking individuals from Huaxia he was familiar with in his previous life to directly start evacuating the coastal survivors and establishing an ultimate stronghold to resist the disaster. The identity of the first sequence does hold some weight in conversations. If it weren't for the fact that the communications of the several high-ranking officials he knew were encrypted and could not be contacted without permission, he might have even considered talking to them on the very day of his rebirth. Relying on his advantage of foreseeing the future, he could certainly gain their trust. However, considering that no one would believe him in his weak state and that he couldn't reach several key figures, he had to give up on that. As he drew closer to Tianfeng, looking at the fleeting wild landscapes along the way, a hint of doubt flashed through Yi-Chen's mind. The area he was currently in was actually already near the outskirts of several major cities before the apocalypse. Under normal circumstances, the Tianfeng safe zone would often dispatch air troops for patrols to prevent zombie tides or mutated creatures from rioting. But for some reason, he hasn't seen even a few scattered patrols along the way. Didn't he remind Xiao Hai? A large horde of corpses would gather around Tianfeng during this time, and the speed of gathering was extremely fast, so he needed to be cautious and vigilant.
Looking at the current situation, how is there not a single preparation?
In his confusion, Yi-Chen simply quickened his pace.
In his memory, in just a few days, that huge horde of corpses would attack Tianfeng.
With two third-tier mutated beings in the horde, it would lead to heavy losses for the safe zone.
He needed to find a way to draw Tianfeng's attention.
Third tier can be dealt with, but the horde is not something he can block alone.
Is this Tianfeng?
Two helicopters slowly descended, and three third-tier awakeners, surrounded by a group of second-tier ones, walked out of the cabin indifferently. Looking at the Tianfeng safe zone that was obviously far inferior to Zhenjiang, a trace of disdain flashed in many people's eyes. Especially noticing that among the people coming to welcome them, there was only one Tier 3 awakened, Xiao Hai. The Tier 2 soldiers behind him had hardly any peak-level ones.
With this level of strength, they dare to provoke us in Zhenjiang? The wind was fierce.
The leader of the Zhenjiang safe zone, Yu Zhangwei, looked at Xiao Hai in front of him and bluntly got straight to the point.
Commander Xiao Hai, you should know why we are looking for you. What's the matter? Is your Tier 3 not coming out to face us? Or is it just you?
Those who have the guts to rob us don't have the guts to stand up. Facing the presence of three Tier 3 awakened, Xiao Hai's face turned pale and he forced a smile.
Commander, you is joking. Our Tianfeng only has one Tier 3, there's no one else. I don't understand what you're talking about. What, could it be that someone actually dared to attack you? Showing a look of surprise,
Xiao Hai had already decided to play dumb, pretending not to know. In fact, he was indeed very wronged. Not only that, he was also very clear that Tianfeng came directly for the monster snatching incident. Where would they not have considered that?
The mysterious person might not be from Tianfeng?
To put it bluntly, just fighting back like that was simply finding an excuse to challenge him. The two safe zones were too close to each other, and there had been no shortage of conflicts and resource contention on ordinary days. With such a good excuse, Yu Zhengwei naturally would not miss this opportunity. Ha! Upon seeing that Xiao Hai refused to admit it, Yu Zhengwei simply chuckled lightly and directly waved his hand, signaling Hong Gang, who had the monster snatched by Yi Chen, to step forward. With a hint of resentment in his eyes, Hong Gang coldly said, "Leader Xiao Hai, I noticed your frequent patrols around the battlefield while killing the corpse tiger that day. Not only that, a large number of troops were mobilized right next to me. Don't tell me that you Tianfeng have nothing better to do and waste a lot of manpower and resources just to go out for a stroll? Not to mention that the tiger corpse was hidden very deep. I only discovered it by chance while passing overhead. What, are you trying to say that it was a coincidence that a third order passed by, a coincidence that a third order knew there was an aberration there, and a coincidence that they hid behind me and fucking coincidentally stole the kill right? Do you think third orders are as common as cabbages? Just like your army, going out for a stroll." Under the barrage of questions, Xiao Hai opened his mouth but was somewhat at a loss for words. He couldn't explain any of these questions. In fact, if he didn't know it wasn't his own people, he would have thought that the mysterious third order was an awakened one from the Tianfeng safe zone. How to explain? Feeling the increasingly oppressive atmosphere, the soldiers behind Xiao Hai couldn't help but tense up. The two sides had been at odds for a long time, and the other party was being so adamant about this matter. To put it plainly, they came with the intent to fight. Frustration, helplessness. After a quiet sigh in his heart, Xiao Hai only felt a tightness in his chest. In fact, he wasn't sure of the truth. His guess was that it was the third tier behind Yi Chen who was responsible, but that was just speculation. If he said it out loud and Yi Chen really had a mysterious force backing him, it would mean offending them. Moreover, it would be meaningless. After all, Yi Chen really was from their safety zone. With mixed feelings, Xiao Hai didn't expect that the abandoned Yi Chen would make such a big deal. He didn't know what had happened to the kid or why a third tier would nurture him. Is the willpower system really that effective? Forcing out an unsightly smile, Xiao Hai had to bite the bullet and respond. "Everyone, we at Tianfeng truly do not know anything about this matter. Since you have come from afar, why not come inside and discuss? If the problem really lies with us, we will naturally provide an explanation to your family. Our Tianfeng is affiliated with the 19th Group Army of the South China War Zone, and as the military, we will never shield or condone anything." Standing in opposition after hearing Xiao Hai invoke the military's name, Yi Zhengwei couldn't help but let out a cold sneer in his heart. If this were the first few years after the apocalypse broke out, perhaps the military's name would have been enough to crush him, and he wouldn't even have dared to question anything. But now, private forces across the regions have grown strong and divided up vast territories. Now the military merely holds the official title, still ostensibly commanding various war zones. But in reality, the forces below have long since disregarded it. Not only that, but even within the military, there isn't a solid front. With Xiao Hai backed by the 19th Group Army, who doesn't have someone behind them? Commander Xiao, there's no need to invoke the military's authority to pressure us. Let me tell you, if you can't provide a satisfactory explanation, we'll take matters into our own hands and search ourselves. As the words fell, Xiao Hai could only pretend he didn't hear the other party's threats and directly led the way ahead. Without the strength to do otherwise, he could only lower his head. Before entering the conference room, seeing the awakener of the Zhenjiang safety zone sitting confidently in the main seat, the few trusted subordinates following Xiao Hai couldn't help but clench their fists silently. Lowering his voice, one of Xiao Hai's trusted subordinates couldn't help but ask their leader, "Lord Xiao, why don't we just voice our conjectures and let them go confront the person behind Yi Chen? What kind of situation is this? As high-ranking members of the safety zone, how have they ever suffered such indignities?" Sighing and shaking his head slightly. "It's useless. What if we guessed wrong? Zhenjiang is determined to provoke trouble. There's no way for us to escape. To take a step back, even if it really is the person behind Yi Chen who is acting, both sides would be offended by saying it out loud. Let's wait a bit longer, and if it really doesn't work out, then we'll talk." Contrary to his rough exterior, Xiao Hai's thoughts were extremely meticulous, otherwise he wouldn't have reached his current position. Until he obtains accurate intelligence, he intends to offend neither side. "Where is Commander Xiao Hai? I have urgent matters to report." Outside the military district, Huang Xiao, who had been responsible for investigating Yi Chen, looked anxious and clutched a report tightly in his hand. Separated by a few guards, the awakened ones had cold expressions and directly blocked him. "Leader Xiao is currently meeting with Leader Zhenjiang. Sir has issued a ban prohibiting anyone from interrupting." Looking at the soldiers blocking his path, Huang Xiao was taken aback and suddenly realized that someone from Zhenjiang had already arrived. However, looking at the report in his hand, he couldn't help but want to report the situation immediately. God knows how shocked he was when he uncovered this information. After Xiao Hai instructed him to continue investigating Yi Chen, he had nearly gone through all the records in the Tianfeng safe zone. He investigated every place where Yi Chen's identity information could be used. However, just a few hours ago, he suddenly recalled seeing Yi Chen coming out of the task center one day. With suspicion, he simply had the task center retrieve Yi Chen's records directly. He was shocked by what he found. Second tier. Just a few days ago, Yi Chen, a 0th grade awakened one, actually shot up to 2nd grade like a rocket. In terms of rank, he was already on par with him. God knows how shocked he was when he saw the record. He was almost questioning his life. Not only that, but in the retrieved message records, Yi Chen also completed 4 highest difficulty advancement missions in one go. Such an abnormal act has never appeared in the history of Tianfeng. A will-type individual, who they believed would only reach 2nd grade after a lifetime of grinding, actually jumped to 2nd grade within a week. The impact was no less than a nuclear bomb exploding in his mind. Now, if Yi Chen were to run up to him and tell him he was actually a god, he would probably believe it. What a terrifying talent this is, what an abnormal speed. If someone was backing Yi Chen with resources, that would be acceptable. He could barely accept that reality. What he feared most was if Yi Chen had leveled up all on his own. But regardless of which point it is, this piece of news is extremely important. In a fit of desperation, he simply decided to send a message to Xiao Hai, bypassing the levels, and then prepared to charge indirectly. The situation is urgent. Don't stop me. If Lord Xiao Hai wants to punish me afterwards, I, Huang Xiao, am willing to accept the punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Xiao rushed into the military district, leaving several guards in shock. Skillfully handing over his ID card, once inside the city, Yi Chen looked around curiously at the alert soldiers. Helicopters occasionally took off in mid-air, seemingly heading to another military district to the east, and the city was unusually under control. It's bad enough that Xiao Hai didn't send anyone to investigate the corpse tide. Why is it in lockdown now? Confused, Yi Chen shook his head, planning to find Xiao Hai for a talk once he stored the psychic fruit. The corpse tide riot had only happened in the past few days. He really didn't want to make the same mistakes again if it could be avoided. Little did he know, the heightened alert in the safe zone was all thanks to him. Was that just Yi Chen? The city guard responsible for checking information had several soldiers quickly exchanging glances, watching Yi Chen, who was directly entering the inner city, and they instinctively wanted to send a message. It had already been instructed from above that as soon as Yi Chen returned, they should immediately report, but without alerting the enemy. After confirming it was indeed Yi Chen, several soldiers hurriedly passed the message up the chain. Although they didn't know why the higher-ups placed such importance on it, even with a hint of caution, as foot soldiers, they did as ordered. As the message was relayed up, it soon reached Xiao Hai in the meeting room. He felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. While he was engaging in fruitless arguments with the people from the Zhenjiang safe zone, he suppressed the shock in his heart. Xiao Hai anxiously looked at the news that had just come in. Yi Chen is back. Huang Xiao also had important intelligence to report, claiming that Yi Chen's strength had already risen to the 2nd tier. Under the impact of these 2 consecutive messages, he felt ants crawling all over his body and simply could not sit still. It's hard to believe, if it weren't for Huang Xiao claiming to have evidence, he wouldn't dare to accept this fact. What a joke, going from 0 to the 2nd level in about a week. Even cheating wouldn't allow for that, right? Not to mention being escorted by a 3rd level. Under the situation of experience sharing, even a bunch of 3rd levels wouldn't be able to achieve this. Unless a massive amount of spirit crystals were spent, and the mysterious forces behind Yi Chen spared no expense to push him up. But, is that possible? Why would they do this? Listening to the cold mockery from Hong Gang and the others, Xiao Hai felt a wave of irritation rise in his heart. Finally, he couldn't hold back his impulse and decisively stood up, forcing out a strained smile. Everyone, I'll step out for a moment. Be back soon. Xiao Li. Take good care of our 3 distinguished guests and serve them tea again. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Hai seemed unable to stay any longer, rushing straight outside, ready to check the materials in Huang Zhao's hands. The news is too shocking, he must see it with his own eyes. Watching Xiao Hai, who directly escaped, the leader of Zhenjiang let out a dissatisfied cold snort, thinking the other party wanted to delay time. Think he can avoid giving them an explanation, thinking he can drag this out. Do they really think they can be taken lightly? In the small room outside the conference room, Xiao Hai took the information from Huang Xiao with a serious expression and couldn't help but confirm. Are you sure it's Yi Chen? Did you really see him come out that day? Looking at Xiao Hai, who still seemed reluctant to believe, Huang Xiao let out a wry smile, knowing that this news was too unbelievable. Leader Xiao, both the identity number and the name match. I even specifically found the staff member who received Yi Chen that day to confirm the information. Not only that, Yi Chen took on a full series of tasks. One of them is precisely to hunt the mutated bears in the zoo. This indicates that Yi Chen indeed ran into that group from Zhenjiang that day and managed to seize the corpse tiger from them. Time, location, target. Even the records left by the 3rd level intervention completely match. Hearing the voice, Xiao Hai was startled and quickly flipped open the records, feeling that he already believed 8 or 9/10. He took 4 missions? Why did he take 4? Typically, missions for 2nd tier promotions are usually only accepted if they relate to one's own attributes, unless one is a major force genius aiming for that little extra attribute, making it possible to take on more. However, the cost does not justify the return. After all, risking taking on a promotion mission unrelated to oneself only offers a reward of 1 attribute point. Below 20 attribute points, it can actually be resolved with a single spirit fruit. Under normal circumstances, who would want to increase their own risk? Commander Xiao, you can take a look. The 4 missions taken by Yi Chen were completed within just 2 days. Seeing Xiao Hai continuously flipping through the report, Huang Xiao kept adding more information.
Swish. The sound of paper turning. As a veteran of the third tier, Xiao Hai was somewhat shocked by the information in the report but could also see some patterns. The wind feather wings of the agility system, this should be purchasable with money. The promotion mission of the physical system can also be completed in a team. The will-based requirement is to survive in a low-level supernatural event. It seems that the forces behind him have access to information about similar instances? Muttering to himself softly. Apart from feeling a bit incredulous at first, as he continued reading, Xiao Hai filled in the blanks in his mind. If the mysterious force behind Yi Chen is powerful enough, it is indeed possible for them to help him achieve this. However, after thinking it over, Xiao Hai couldn't figure out why they would do this, nor why such a significant force would act so boldly. From the information he speculated, their strength was definitely overwhelming compared to Tianfeng, and it's not the kind of power that an ordinary small to medium force could wield to such an extent. Lost in thought, Xiao Hai spoke in a low voice. Seal the report. Make sure to keep it safe. Before we know what their true intentions are, we must not leak any information, to avoid unnecessary trouble. In Xiao Hai's view, the other party was so mysterious and powerful. It was likely a colossal force, perhaps even a shadowy maneuver from the military. Could it be related to internal struggles within the central authorities? Knowing that this spark plan pertains to the next leader of the four great commanders, he feels that this approach seems to be cultivating Yi Chen into a spark that exists outside the military. Is it possible? A former SS-class talent abandoned by the military who ends up being nurtured externally once successful could certainly slap some factions in the face. It could even be used as an excuse to attack the entire spark plan. Within the military, there are differing opinions, believing that the spark plan has invested too much, not only withholding a portion of resources that belong to ordinary people but also consuming a large amount of the material reserves accumulated over the years. If not for a few factions within the central government pushing hard for its implementation, the whole plan might not even have started. Think about it, once a genius from the outside is nurtured and surpasses those geniuses from the spark plan, it would be a huge slap in the face. It would bring shame to the entire military. Nevertheless, the prerequisite is that Yi Chen has to be able to advance to the third tier, and he must perform excellently at the third tier. But from the perspective of someone who has never advanced to the third rank, he is also unsure if his guess is correct. Rubbing his chin, Xiao Hai couldn't help but sigh after a flurry of possibilities flashed through his mind. It's too complicated. As just a junior at the third rank, it's better for him not to get involved in this matter. Who knows how deep the waters are behind this? Commander Xiao, are we just going to ignore this matter? How do we explain things over in Zhenjiang? And besides, hasn't Yi Chen returned? Standing in different positions leads to different perspectives. Huang Xiao looked unexpectedly at Xiao Hai, who did not intend to investigate further and couldn't help but ask. In his view, Yi Chen either relied on himself, with talent far beyond their imagination, or there is a major power that has taken notice of his potential. Although the former possibility is minimal, even if it's the latter, it still means they underestimated him. If they don't take this opportunity to build a good relationship and mend the previous rift, it will be too late to make amends in the future. He already has a favorable view of Yi Chen, and a different feeling inevitably arose within him. Moreover, he has always had a doubt in his heart. Among the 4 advanced tasks, 3 can be completed with external help, but for the power system task, killing a peak first-order mutant body must be done alone. He wasn't sure if Zhenjiang had seen Yi Chen take action that day, or if he only managed to kill that first-order mutant with the protection of third-order guards. But in any case, this also means Yi Chen has the ability to kill a first-order by himself. But at that time, Yi Chen was only at the second order. He couldn't even begin to imagine how Yi Chen managed to do that? Hearing Huang Zhao's question, Xiao Hai frowned in dissatisfaction and looked over coldly. Do I still need you to teach me how to do it? This matter ends here. As for the situation in Zhenjiang, if it really doesn't work, let them investigate it themselves. Xiao Hai shook his head and turned directly to walk into the meeting room. If he had previously been unaware of this information, he wouldn't have thought too much about it. But the more he knew, the deeper he felt the water was. Originally, he intended to call Yi Chen over to feel out the situation. But now, forget it. With his imagination running wild about the bloody struggles at higher levels, he didn't want to throw himself into the fray. In his view, the possibility of Yi Chen having potential was very low. A greater likelihood was that this mysterious force intended to use him as a pawn against the higher-ups. After all, for decades, so many willpower-type awakeners have been ineffective. How could it be any different for Yi Chen? When the military was screening the sparks, they ignored his SS-level talent, believing that Yi Chen had no potential to advance to the third tier. Then, under the scheming of certain individuals, this mysterious force deliberately wanted to push Yi Chen to the third tier. This way, there would be sufficient grounds to attack the fairness and significance of the spark plan, even have sufficient reason to suspect the previous several sequences. Not to mention anything else, the top-ranked sequences of fire seeds are supported by several established factions. A slight shift in direction will naturally provoke rivals to come forward and make a big deal out of it. With mixed feelings, Xiao Hai shook his head inside, feeling a headache coming on. Once political struggles are mixed into the situation, it's not just a minor trouble. If things go wrong, he wouldn't even know how he died. Brother, you're back. As soon as Yi Chen pushed the door open, he saw his little sister running over with a surprised expression, tightly hugging him with a look of grievance. He affectionately patted his little sister on the head, while their busy mother in the kitchen quickly wiped her hands on her apron, her eyes filled with worry.
Back already? Hurry, wash your hands and get ready for dinner.
With a slight nod, Yi Chen looked at the harmonious and peaceful atmosphere and couldn't help but feel a warmth rise in his heart. Being able to keep his family safe and protect the few most important people in his life was his greatest wish. Sitting at the dining table, Yi Chen watched his younger sister, who visibly looked much better, and a smile appeared on his face.
The once skinny Yi Shaoan looked like a monkey, now she had gained some weight, making her much cuter.
A hint of bitterness tugged at his heart. Yi Chen recalled how in his past life, his family had not been able to have a full meal in their attempt to gather money for his testing fees, and the stark contrast made him feel a bit dazed.
Fortunately, everything would not repeat itself.
Upon seeing the calendar hanging in the living room, his gaze froze, as if he recalled some unpleasant memories.
Almost forgot.
After the first wave of the zombie tide is over and after he advances to the third tier, he should take his younger sister and mother to the capital battle zone. Only there could it be considered safe. As a region located in the inland upper half and not close to the ocean, the capital military district not only boasts a superior geographical location but also experienced little impact before the catastrophe, and its own strength is sufficiently powerful. Not only is the population large, but there are also elite troops from a total of 4 military districts stationed there. This is also the reason why the capital military district was able to hold on until the end in the previous life.
Starting from the end of this year, no.
Starting this year, small-scale, irregular attacks by mutated creatures and zombie waves will begin to break out in various places. However, due to the small scale and the prolonged peace, the global survivors have not realized that these are signs of the impending catastrophe.
By the second year, the invasion of sea beasts occurred.
These massive monsters, which are large in number and exaggerated in size, almost destroyed all coastal safe zones in a very short time. It was only at this time that humanity began to scent the danger lurking ahead. In the third year, massive zombie waves appeared seemingly out of nowhere, and tens of thousands of third-tier mutated creatures emerged. As if they were drilling up from the ground, directly leading vast swarms of monsters to begin slaughtering every human gathering place.
Sea, air, land.
It was as if an endless army of strange beasts and mutated creatures killed billions of humans, plunging war zones around the world into a dire situation, with many countries simply being annihilated. It was also at this time in his previous life that he, while fleeing, followed several refugee groups into the last hope of the Huaxia war zone, the capital war zone. As if memories were awakened, scenes of brutality kept flashing through Yi Chen's mind, causing him to forget about eating for a moment.
Brother? Ninger?
With the worried cries of his younger sister and mother, Yi Chen suddenly came back to his senses.
Ah, I'm fine.
With a forced smile, Yi Chen no longer thought much about it, but the urgency in his heart grew stronger. He would spend these 3 days at home while accompanying his family, and for the matter of the psychic fruit, he could only hope that Wang Zhang would handle it beautifully.
If that didn't work, he also had a backup plan. Master, I've earned over 1,000 points again.
In the bedroom, Yi Chen put down the pen in his hand and couldn't help but smile and compliment Li Dafu, who looked exuberant. Since he had some free time, he let Li Dafu use his skills to engage in the business of buying and selling on the trading channel. After taking 10 points from the awakener using the skill, this guy would sell it again at market price or even a point or two cheaper. Going back and forth, the profit turned out to be quite considerable. Under the sound of Li Dafu's calculations, Yi Chen was even surprised to find that if this guy kept tricking and deceiving like this, he could actually earn a decent amount. Buying and selling with 100,000 credit points, after deducting fees and price reductions, this guy could still make about 7 or 8 points in profit. If he handled 4 or 5 transactions a day, that would be 20,000 to 30,000 points. If he had enough capital, making 200,000 to 300,000 in a day wouldn't be a problem. Realizing this, Yi Chen even felt a bit regretful for spending all his credit points so early. With the 800,000 points given to Wang Zhang, he could make money even while lying down. However, there's no other way. At this stage, it's still most important for him to improve his strength as quickly as possible. Of course, this calculation is also in an ideal state. In reality, it's difficult to make such a large transaction in one go. After all, transactions exceeding 100,000 points are approached cautiously, even by some major powers, and Li Dafu can only operate anonymously, which makes it hard not to raise suspicions. But regardless, having Li Dafu help him make money is a surefire profit. Looking at Li Dafu, who continued working, Yi Chen shook his head and couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for those who were being taken advantage of by him. Probably no one would have expected that an NPC swindler running out of a dungeon could actually con them in reality. As the frequency increased, Yi Chen even started to suspect that from now on, there might be a creepy tale circulating in the memory channel. Do not trust the anonymous trading ID. It is a devil that will swallow your credit points. He stopped thinking too much about it. With the pen brushing rapidly, Yi Chen looked at the base defense map he had drawn, continually comparing it with related memories in his mind. There's no possibility of defending the entire Huaxia war zone. All he can do is let the military build a super fortress capable of housing over 100 million people at the fastest speed and at any cost. In his previous life, due to lack of experience and ignorance of the abilities of mutated beings and alien beasts, the once proud defense system of the capital military district crumbled
under the monsters' attacks.
As a result, they had to sacrifice a large number of soldiers, including hundreds of third-tier fighters, just to earn a brief chance to catch their breath. It was also for this reason that when the final battle approached and fourth-tier mutated beings appeared, they no longer had even the most basic capacity to resist. The more people survive, the greater the hope of holding on. Deep in thought, Ichin kept drawing a defense system on the white card paper that was entirely different from those in the various safe zones.
Air defense is very important.
The bird-like mutant beasts that can drop mutated creatures over the city walls caused significant destruction just by simply letting the monsters fall. The original control system was also destroyed, forcing the deployment of valuable spirit energy fighter planes to replace only low-tier mutant beasts.
Ground-to-air defense must be spread throughout the entire fortress.
Ground armored battalions are not very significant. Fighting outside the city is only suitable for dealing with small hordes of corpses, and more importantly, the underground defense system. Without convenient underground passages for retreat and surprise attacks, going out to kill the awakened mutants leaves no hope of returning alive. Underground pipelines must be built, and they need to be at least 700 kilometers long. Only then can they circumvent to the rear of the first few batches of monster armies. The underground river in the capital must be sealed. After completing the pipeline layout underground, reinforcement measures must also be taken. I remember there were quite a few carrying viruses at that time.
Although the individuals posed no threat once they emerged from the
ground in large numbers, they caused widespread infections.
Many soldiers' families died in the rear, and even the food was contaminated. The research on psychic armor needs to be accelerated.
With this, we can arm low-tier awakeners in bulk, reducing the heavy losses during the city defense battles.
Who was it that developed the psychic armor back then? Zhang Ying? If I remember correctly, that guy should just be a low-level researcher now.
In my previous life, I only heard that he was promoted continuously to chief engineer in the last 6 months. Not too familiar with that. Frowning slightly, Ichin kept thinking about a few key figures from his past life, but unfortunately, he spent most of his time fighting on the
front lines and had little communication with the higher-ups.
Most interactions were task-related, and he rarely exchanged more than a few words.
Never mind, just knowing the name is enough. Once we reach the capital, find that guy directly. I know a bit about the structure of the psionic armor.
Relying on the experiences earned with blood and tears by the warriors from my past life, Ichin continuously marked key information on the blueprints. Improving a portion of the defensive system in advance means there's a bit more hope.
A day and a night without sleep. Sighing softly, Ichin looked at the fortress defense map he had hand-drawn with considerable satisfaction, feeling quite emotional.
If it weren't for his good memory, he really wouldn't have been able to draw it by hand. You have to know that the entire design document is more than 30 pages long, covering almost all the potential issues that the
fortress could face.
Except for some details that haven't been filled in yet, the entire design can already be considered half-finished. If I threw this design document to those old guys right now, they'd probably go crazy. A smile appeared on Yi Chen's face as he couldn't help but think of several military old-timers he was somewhat familiar with from his past life.
Compared to
many who didn't think highly of him in the early stages, these few who had experienced the onset of the apocalypse dared to place their bets on him early on. If it weren't for those few who inexplicably took a liking to him and helped him secure resources in the early stages, whether he could even be promoted to the third tier would have been a question.
After carefully organizing the design drawing, Yi Chen looked at the resources required and couldn't help but click his tongue. In pursuit of perfection, the entire fortress covered a terrifying area of 1,200 square kilometers. With the addition of the underground space of up to 47 floors, the total area was even larger than that of the original capital. Rather than calling it a superfortress, it would be more accurate to describe it as the ultimate fortress disguised as a city. Taking the city walls as an example, there are a total of 6 layers of defense systems, each with a height exceeding an exaggerated 70 meters. Among them, the outermost alloy wall reaches a staggering 120 meters.
The thickness is 25 meters. Overall, it is simply a firepower network covered in metal. Once the entire plan is implemented, it will be a veritable great wall of steel, capable of withstanding any enemies below the fourth order. The consumption of resources is also a problem. Building this fortress is going to require the combined strength of the entire country. In fact, it might not even be possible to gather enough. 3 years, no, 2 years.
We can only go all out.
As he pondered, Yi Chen continuously turned the ring on his fingertip, his gaze flickering. If all else fails, he could only find ways to have other national war zones voluntarily provide resources.
Zhenjiang Safety Zone, Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce Branch.
The moonlight was sparse. In the luxurious private room on the 4th floor of the Chamber of Commerce late at night, bright lights still shone.
Father,
I have already promised Brother Yilin that I would help him obtain the spiritual fruit. You can't make me go back on my word.
With both hands on the table, Wang Zhang looked at the calm middle-aged man in front of him, his emotions extremely agitated. That man was his father, Wang Tian, the vice president of the Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce.
With his fists tightly clenched, Wang Zhang felt anxious in his heart and a trace of pleading appeared on his face, just hoping his father could change his mind. Just 4 hours ago, he had already taken the risk to secure the spiritual fruit reserved by the 6th Army Corps, intending to hand it directly to Yi Chen, but unexpectedly, Wang Tian somehow got wind of this news and sent someone to stop him.
Sit down. Look at how you are acting now. What kind of behavior is this? You dare to interfere with the materials reserved by the military. Do you know what consequences await us if this gets exposed? The 6th Corps is our biggest client. Do you have any idea how much loss the Chamber of Commerce would suffer if they were dissatisfied with us? Don't you know which is more valuable, an unknown third level and the military?
With a sullen face, Wang Tian glared at the stubborn Wang Zhang and put down the teacup as he began to admonish him. He didn't expect Wang Zhang to be so bold, actually harboring such thoughts for an outsider behind his back. Without sitting down, Wang Zhang fixed his gaze on his father, raising his head and shouting, "Father, Brother Yilin is not an unknown third level. He saved my life. He also helped us obtain the prototype of the dungeon. Even just based on the prototype, I don't think his value is any less than that of the military. Moreover, it's not like we're giving it to him, we're just helping out. The military is buying supplies everywhere. Without our company, they wouldn't even bother to check seriously as long as we." Before Wang Zhang could finish, Wang Tian suppressed his dissatisfaction and directly interrupted him. "Alright, whether he saved your life is a different story. Since he took our credit points, he naturally has the obligation to ensure your safety. I admit that securing the copy prototype and his strength are both very useful to us. At other times, I could understand if you gave him a batch for free. But, not now. This fruit is used by the 6th Army Group for their selected sparks, and this spark chosen is none other than the youngest son of the group commander, Zhao Meng. We cannot offend them." Wang Tian sighed, looking at Wang Zhang's still unconvinced expression, feeling that his son was simply too young. "I'm not saying that we won't let him do things for Yilin, just wait a bit. After a few months, we can give him a batch for free then. This way, we won't offend the military and you can also return a favor. I don't believe that if we give him a batch for free, Yilin will still be dissatisfied. He'll probably be laughing his head off." "Father, Yilin said he must have it in 3 days. Frowning, Wang Tian waved his hand again to interrupt Wang Zhang, snorting coldly. "Enough. What do you, a little child, understand? For someone at the 3rd tier, wanting these spiritual energy fruits is nothing more than giving them to lowly people. To put it bluntly, he might even be thinking of having us gather them and then take the opportunity to sell them at a high price to make a profit. Otherwise, can you tell me what he wants these things for? Wang Zhang, you are too young. Let's do it this way, just follow what I said. Don't think that not fulfilling his request will have any consequences. I've dealt with this kind of thing plenty of times. In the future, just casually compensate him with something, and these awakeners will pretend nothing happened and continue to work for you. In this world, no one will refuse money. You still want to build a relationship with them? Don't even think about it. Wang Zhang, we are businessmen. Businessmen must weigh the pros and cons and focus on maximizing benefits." Stunned and speechless, Wang Zhang bitterly looked at his father, feeling a sense of suffocation in his heart. Although what his father said was very reasonable, he still felt that things couldn't be handled this way with Yi Chen. Weighing pros and cons, maximizing benefits. In Wang Tian's view, Yi Chen's value is not comparable to that of the military, or rather, the losses that might provoke Yi Chen's dissatisfaction are far smaller than offending the military. But, is it really like this? What if father is wrong in his judgment? "Chen Yong, can you gather some over there?" In the dimly lit corridor late at night, Wang Zhang was gloomy as he smoked, the flickering sparks dancing in the darkness. Unable to retrieve any fruits from the business association, he could only find a way to ask others. However, the situation was almost the same. Other familiar friends were facing the same circumstances. Under the massive population base, the selected geniuses were not few, especially as every faction and military district realized that the higher the sequence, the greater the power after emergence. In the competition, almost every seed was pursuing the extreme attribute values. As for whether they would be useful or not, that was irrelevant. For the various factions that had accumulated resources over many years, they could afford this consumption. "No. Our military district has also sent 2 sparks. Both are Class A. Originally, the ones in stock were all taken by them, and now they are preparing to collect some more outside." On the private chat, Chen Yong sighed a bit helplessly. He initially thought that helping Yi Chen collect the intermediate spiritual energy fruits would be a simple task, but didn't expect it to be impossible at this time. To be honest, he didn't know how to explain it to Yi Chen. "I understand." With a forced smile, Wang Zhang ended the private chat and let out a long sigh. After much hesitation, he still chose to send Yi Chen a private message. Looking at Yi Chen's anonymous ID, he felt a sense of guilt. "Lord Yilin, I'm very sorry. In the Tianfeng safe zone, Yi Chen, who woke up at 5 in the morning, immediately saw the message sent by Wang Zhang. Upon seeing that the other party had only found 4 after making every effort, his heart sank. However, he actually anticipated this outcome. "Are you saying that a batch has been withheld, but the Chamber of Commerce does not allow it to be released?" After looking at the long message of self-blame and explanation sent by Wang Zhang, Yi Chen quickly regained his calm, his fingertips tapping continuously on the table. Fortunately, when he considered this outcome, he had already thought of a backup plan.
Yes, brother Yilin. If it really doesn't work, I'll hire someone to directly grab this batch of goods. It may take a day or two. What do you think?
On the other end of the private chat, Wang Zhang nearly ground his teeth while sending this message.
However, the next second, a message from Yi Chen lit up again. No need. But I want to meet your father.
Just come directly to the Tianfeng security zone. Also, help me notify Chen Yong so that his father or senior members can come over as well. After sending the message, Yi Chen shook his head slightly, feeling somewhat helpless.
He actually didn't want to do this.
Calling Wang Zhang and Chen Yong's fathers over, those with a say in matters, had only one purpose. That is, in front of these old foxes to let them see his potential and talent with their own eyes.
He wanted to tell these people that his true level was not third rank, but second rank. What a joke of a seed rank, untouchable high-level genius. In front of Yi Chen, they are nothing but trash. There's no way around it. Yi Chen could have guessed with his little toe that Wang Zhang's father withheld this batch of supplies simply because he felt his own importance wasn't significant enough, or he thought it wasn't necessary to offend the military for Yi Chen's sake. Since that's the case, he can only demonstrate his true value. Ha! On the other end of the communication, Wang Zhang stared blankly at Yi Chen's message, unsure of what Yi Chen meant. Asking his father to accompany him somewhere? Is brother Yilin planning to open a discussion about cooperation? Or does he think that his father will take him more seriously after seeing his mid-tier 3 rank strength? Unable to understand.
Wang Zhang gave a bitter smile and couldn't figure out what Yi Chen was really trying to do.
It seems meaningless, right?
His father was not unaware of Yi Chen's potential, he simply wanted to avoid offending both sides out of greed.
In fact, he had already told Wang Tian that Yi Chen's strength was considered strong even among mid-tier 3 ranks. Sighed. Forget it. It's just a short trip, my father should agree.
Not thinking too much, Wang Zhang simply replied seriously to the message, indicating that he would arrive at Tianfeng as soon as possible. On the other side, he didn't waste any time and contacted Chen Yong directly. After explaining the situation, sure enough, Chen Yong was as stunned as he was for a long while.
What does that mean? Let us go there.
Thinking a few phrases in his heart, even though Chen Yong had a strong imagination, he still couldn't figure out why Yi Chen would want to do this. After hesitating for a moment, he still confirmed promptly.
Okay, you tell Lord Yilin that we can arrive early tomorrow morning.
I'll directly have the military district dispatch a few armed helicopters. It'll just take a few hours to get there.
However, after a brief pause, Chen Yong added,
it might not be possible for my father to go. The old man is still holding a meeting at the military district. I heard they discovered traces of the breeding team and he can't get away right now. But I will take one of my uncles with me. He is the deputy commander of the safe zone and can also represent the old man in discussions. After sending the message back, Chen Yong was very curious. However, after thinking about it, he can only assume that Yi Chen intended to discuss some matters in person.
Arriving around 1 in the afternoon.
Looking at the messages sent back to him by the two, Yi Chen nodded slightly, not caring too much.
The timing is about right. Sometime tomorrow or the day after, the zombie tide attacking Tianfeng will start moving towards the safe zone. He plans to kill the third-order mutant in the zombie tide right in front of these people.
After that, he will test the rank in front of everyone, believing that what they see with their own eyes will be shocking enough for these old foxes.
Xiao Hai, you should go check as well. To eliminate this wave of zombies, relying solely on myself would probably be exhausting and wouldn't kill them all.
The cooperation of the troops is essential, otherwise, a large number of people gathered in the outer city are likely to perish. The traces of the zombie tide's movement are already very evident. As long as Tianfeng casually sends a reconnaissance team over, it can prove that what I said is true. Continuously rehearsing various scenarios, Yi Chen pondered potential changes while planning other matters in his mind. For him, his greatest weakness, or rather disadvantage, was his background and lack of power. If the power behind him were military high officials, or even just a random third-tier individual, his situation wouldn't be so troublesome. But coming from a poor background and being a will type, the combination made many people subconsciously look down on him, believing he had no potential. In his previous life, few believed in him early on, except towards the end.
Reality is very cruel. Without power and influence, any potential is just superficial, unless your potential is so unusual that it disregards the rules. Disregards all superficial rules. I can appropriately form my own power. Although they won't need to provide me with anything after reaching the third tier, having subordinates to get things done is still good. At least, there should be someone who can speak for me.
Remembering the experiences of his past life, Yi Chen clearly realized that much of the unfair treatment he encountered came from the lack of someone to speak up for him, or the absence of a community of shared interests fighting for his rights behind him.
People are inherently selfish. Even at the brink of humanity's extinction, there will always be someone who is still thinking about their own interests, unwilling to give up. It's simple, once the genius seeds chosen by other factions become third tier or grow stronger, they will naturally give back to the powers behind them. 1. Person achieves success, and even their pets will rise to prominence, not to mention that being part of the first sequence is like being a reserve commander? What's the point if one's talent is stronger than others? When most people are unaware that they probably can become fourth tier, they would rather support a seed with slightly lesser talent but one that belongs to their own people.
After all, no matter how strong you are, Yi Chen, what does it have to do with him?
Shen Yong is backed by the deputy commander of the North China Military Region and Safety Zone 119, which can be considered neutral within the military,
having reached this position purely by accumulating seniority. However, his father is very ambitious and is not content with being just a minor commander. Wang Zheng belongs to the Tiancheng Commerce Association, which is well established throughout the northern military region, considered a decent force with excellent intelligence and networking. Yet his father, Wang Tian, is a typical old fox with a merchant's demeanor.
As the vice president, he has always been suppressed.
Xiao Hai,
the most ordinary third-tier awakener affiliated with the 19th Group Army of the South China Military Region, is somewhat of a marginal figure. He is careful and prudent, but has always wanted to climb higher. Unfortunately, due to his poor talent and weak strength, and without any backing, he can only remain in the Tianfeng safety zone. Quickly organizing a network of relationships of several people he was familiar with, Yi Chen clearly discovered one point, that is, all three parties had a commonality. Wanting to rise, but there were always people above pressing down. Although they were unwilling, their current positions were already the limit of their abilities. Perhaps I could integrate them to serve me. His gaze flickered, and Yi Chen lightly tapped the table with his fingertips. With each rhythmic knock, his thoughts raced rapidly. One from South China, one from North China, and one from the Business Association. If integrated, it would count as a decent force. As long as they get a hint of my light, the capital side will surely respond. As long as I promise that after I reach the third tier, I will help them at a high level, I believe these three will be willing to join me. I could even recruit a few old generals I was somewhat familiar with in my previous life. It might not be impossible to form a faction. Contemplating the entire plan, Yi Chen exhaled and after a while tiredly rubbed his forehead. To be honest, he actually did not want to waste energy on such matters. But the lessons from his previous life had already told him that without his own power, many things would be difficult to accomplish. The earlier he gained influence, the stronger his authority would be, and the greater his chances of resisting the ultimate catastrophe would be.
Just relying on becoming a Tier 4 would at most preserve a flicker of hope for humanity. The next morning, Tianfeng Military Base, Armed Command Center. On a rectangular metal table, a large quantity of unapproved documents piled up. Getting up early, sitting alone in front of the materials, Xiao Hai irritably flipped through the documents, feeling a blockage in his chest. Since the arrival of the people from Zhenjiang, he had hardly slept well for the past 2 days, fearing that they would directly attack him. The situation was pressing. Among the entire Tianfeng, he was the only Tier 3, while the other side had as many as 3. While maintaining a smiling face to buy time, he wasn't even in the mood to deal with the official affairs in the safety zone during this period. Damn it! This is outrageous. Isn't it just relying on having more Tier 3s and backing from the military district?
Thinking about the humiliating experiences of the past few days, Xia Hai, who usually never shows his emotions, couldn't help but curse out loud.
As a leader, when had he ever suffered such humiliation?
He had already sought help from the 17th Army behind him, but the higher-ups merely dismissed it, telling him to resolve it on his own. Unless the other party went insane and started killing within the safe zone, the military wouldn't intervene in this matter at all.
Helpless and bitter, Xia Yong sighed, shaking his head with a bitter smile.
Although he was part of the military and Tianfeng belonged to the military department as the most ordinary safe zone, not only was he a marginal figure, but the entire safe zone also did not receive much attention from the military.
Commander Xie, the people from Zhenjiang have started to capture people.
Just as Xia Hai hesitated, contemplating whether or not to reveal some information about Yi Chen, his trusted subordinate suddenly rushed in a panic, exclaiming in alarm.
What? Who did they capture? Didn't you stop them?
His face instantly turned pale as he gasped. Xiao Hai stood up angrily from his seat, his eyes seeming to spit fire.
Capturing people in his safe zone. What's the difference between that and someone shitting on his head?
It captured several high-ranking officials from the Sky and Space Force. The people from Zhenjiang said they suspect that the ones who took their stuff at that time were the ones who left by fighter jet.
Bastards! Damn this bunch of mother ***********. This is truly going too far.
Rage surged within him. Xiao Hai felt his head buzzing, nearly losing his rationality from a surge of anger. They even dared to capture people from their own troops.
And used this excuse?
This was clearly not an attempt to find the level 3 who took their corpse tiger, but intentionally looking for trouble. Panting heavily, Xiao Hai clenched his fists tightly, almost unable to suppress the urge to rush out.
Commander Xiao, what should we do?
Swallowing hard, the subordinate also showed anger but was filled with worry inside. Looking at Commander Xiao Hai's expression, he could imagine how furious his commander was at this moment.
What should we do?
Of course. In a fit of rage, Xiao Hai instinctively blurted out that he wanted to settle accounts with these people, but as soon as the words left his mouth, they froze on his lips.
Stop them? Settle scores with them?
With a heavy heart, Xiao Hai felt frustrated to find that he really had no solution. After a long pause, his face twitched and he ultimately sat back down in a very aggrieved manner, slowly closing his eyes. It felt as if he had aged 10 years. Let them search. I don't believe that they dare to take action after capturing someone. With a sense of sorrow, in the face of absolute power disparity, he could only silently swallow this resentment. However, just as he finished speaking, a message he had never thought of suddenly lit up in his private messages.
Xiao Hai looked at the system communication with frustration, and the next second he couldn't help but be stunned. It's Yi Chen. Did this kid suddenly take the initiative to contact me?
Filled with, he hurriedly opened the message to see a few brief sentences from Yi Chen.
Commander Xiao Hai, a large number of zombie tides are gathering near Tianfeng.
I suggest you send troops to patrol the southeast direction immediately. It is expected that the first wave of zombie tide attacks will break out tomorrow or the day after.
A few seconds later, after reading the message, Xiao Hai couldn't help but be taken aback.
Suddenly, he remembered that Yi Chen had sent him the same message before, but he hadn't taken it seriously at the time.
With the time and place stated so definitively, could it really be a problem?
In his flustered state, if it were someone else sending him this message, he would only consider the other person to be talking nonsense. After all, it had been peaceful for so long that he had hardly heard of any zombie tide riots. But the sender was Yi Chen, that incredibly mysterious person who had a superpower hidden behind him. With his brow furrowed, Xiao Hai hesitated for a moment, unsure of what he was thinking, but ultimately chose to believe it. Taking a deep breath, he directly called a few awakened ones from the military and coldly issued orders. Go, immediately deploy the Air Force to search in the southeast direction and see if there are zombies and mutant creatures gathering in the urban clusters there.
Report back to me as soon as there's any issue.
The few awakeners who received the order exchanged glances with some confusion in their eyes.
What's going on with Commander Xiao? Why did he suddenly ask them to do this?
But an order is an order. After suppressing their doubts, they immediately set out with their teams.
3 hours and 27 minutes later.
On the warplane, several awakeners operating the psionic aircraft swallowed dryly, staring in disbelief at the vast mass of zombies
surging below.
It was unimaginable that the zombies, which had never moved in the city center, were now flowing out like a tide. As far as the eye could see, there were easily hundreds of thousands.
Moreover, the number of mutants mixed in was even harder to estimate accurately.
These large mutated beings are like walking engineering towers, continually moving towards the direction of Tianfeng under the tide of corpses.
Commander Xiao, urgent situation. Corpses have been confirmed approaching from the southeast, and there are a large number of mutated beings.
When we were preparing to lower our altitude for investigation, a military helicopter was shot down by a second-tier mutated being with extremely strong jumping ability. In the military district, Xiao Hai was shocked as he looked at the news coming from the front line, a deep sense of dread and chill rushing to his head.
There really are. Can we confirm the level of the mutated beings? Are there any third tiers?
He asked urgently, but the awakened forces in charge of aerial reconnaissance could only smile bitterly.
Commander Xiao, it's unclear. The ones moving now should be the first batch, many more are still within the city cluster.
As you know, we can't investigate that terrain at all. But just the number we see now, our trouble seems to be quite significant. Inside the Tianfeng safe zone, the triads from Zhenjiang who had just broken into the military base to capture people looked somewhat surprised at the suddenly mobilized troops. It was as if they had received some order. Groups of soldiers began to assemble, and several helicopters flew continuously overhead. At a glance, the entire safe zone seemed to have entered a state of war.
What is this for? Are they preparing to mobilize troops against us? Do they really think we would be afraid just because they mobilized troops?
Hong Gang glanced around a few times and could not help but let out a cold sneer. Charging into someone else's safe zone to capture people is indeed audacious, but they haven't harmed anyone, which can barely be justified.
If Xiao
Hai can't swallow this anger and dares to order the troops to besiege them, then they will let Xiao Hai see just how powerful the three triads can be.
It shouldn't be. Xiao Hai's guts aren't that big. My lords, I see that the flying direction seems to be outside the city.
The awakened one who followed closely behind the third tier quietly reminded, as he noticed that these troops seemed more like they
were gathering outside the city.
Many soldiers passing by them didn't even glance, they just rushed headlong toward the city gate. The few of them were taken aback upon hearing this and began to observe carefully, but after a while, they still couldn't figure out what the Tianfeng safe zone was planning to do.
Forget it, what does it matter what they want to do? He doesn't have the guts to do that. No matter what had happened, strength equals confidence.
Commander Zhenjiang scoffed, regarding Xiao Hai as merely bluster, attempting to intimidate by mobilizing troops. If he had come himself, he might have hesitated a bit, but with so many third tiers here, these troops were nothing but weaklings in their presence. Keep finding excuses to search. I don't believe that Xiao Hai can keep being a coward.
Yu Zhangwei waved his hand nonchalantly.
It was a lie that they wanted to find the hidden third tier for an explanation. Their core purpose was still to find a pretext to extort Tianfeng and, by the way, to embarrass him. The two safe zones were too close to each other, and the competition and friction between them had long made them unhappy with Tianfeng. At the same time, just when a few people were planning to take someone back to interrogate them and humiliate the higher-ups of the opposing side, two armed helicopters suddenly appeared in the distant sky from opposite directions, with the emblem of Safety Zone 119 prominently displayed on their fuselages. The arrival was too abrupt. Upon instinctively looking over, the commander of Zhenjiang's expression suddenly changed.
Safety Zone 119? How did people from that place come back here? Isn't this the safe zone governed by General Chen Zhong of the North China War Zone behind him?
In other words, that's half of his superior. What's going on? Why did the Northern Jin, Safety Zone 119, send people over? Yu Zhangwei was startled and couldn't help but ask. After the apocalypse, many industrial systems were damaged. Under the suppression of the apocalypse system, technological products could hardly be used normally. Only by relying on awakened individuals with mechanical talents who could combine psychic means with technology could various psychic vehicles or weapons be created. Therefore, each military vehicle and aircraft is costly, and major forces cannot afford many of them. To have a fusion of psychic technology in the armed helicopters, the identity of the incoming individuals must certainly be a major high-ranking official. Commander Yu, it's not just people from the North Town. That helicopter behind seems to be from the Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce. I saw their logo. As the two armed helicopters landed in the Tianfeng's helipad area, it seemed that Tianfeng also did not expect anyone to arrive at this time. Many gathered soldiers split into smaller groups and approached, led by a senior captain. Yu Zhangwei and the others exchanged puzzled glances and decided to follow along. Two major forces visiting Tianfeng at the same time? What is going on? What is worth seeing in this desolate place? Let's go. Let's check it out. The fierce wind howled, and the rapidly spinning rotor blades kicked up dust all around. Stepping off the helicopter, Chen Yang calmly nodded to the commander of the city defense forces in Tianfeng, curiously surveying the surroundings. After seeing the somewhat rudimentary anti-aircraft artillery around, he couldn't help but feel a bit strange inside. What a shabby safe zone, what poor defensive measures. This time he came with Wang Zhan without even a greeting. After all, the helicopter bore the emblem of Safe Zone 119, and no safe zone dared to shoot them down. With his identity as Chen Kailai's grandson, he could flash his face anywhere. No senior official dared to neglect him. What did Brother Yilin call us here to discuss? After mumbling a few words, Wang Zheng behind him also glanced around with some confusion, while his father, Wang Tian, frowned even more. Given their status, they basically wouldn't come to such a low-level safe zone like Tianfeng. Even the business of the Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce wouldn't extend here. After all, the survivors here generally possess weak capabilities, so there isn't much profit to be made. A glance around revealed that most of the station's soldiers were ordinary people, with only a small number being first tier. To ordinary survivors, the seemingly powerful Tianfeng was almost akin to a scrap-gathering place. A few officers. May I ask why you all have unexpectedly visited us at Tianfeng? Is there something you need? Among the Tianfeng City Defense Forces, a middle-aged man in uniform hurriedly approached, his eyes full of astonishment. Although he didn't recognize Chen Yong, he did recognize the high-ranking identity of the person behind Chen Yong from the Northern Defense Zone. The colonel insignia hanging on him was from the actual position in the North China Military District, not from the internal systems of various safety zones. This level was equivalent to their commander and even held a higher value. The other two who came from the Tiancheng Commerce Association also seemed to have considerable status. It's nothing, we just came to take a look, you don't need to pay attention to us. Casually brushed off a few words. Unlike his attitude towards Yi Chen, Chen Yong's demeanor was somewhat aloof when dealing with the people below him. Status determines position, and with his standing, he didn't need to report anything to Shanghai. Just a casual look around? The guards of the castle were startled at the sound, and a myriad of bad thoughts flashed through their minds. Before he could ask any more questions, he heard a hearty laughter coming from behind. Ha, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see Brother Chen and Lord Zhang Tao here. That person over there, could it be Wang Tian, the vice president of Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce? Pretending to be surprised, Yu Zhangwei quickly stepped forward, greeting them enthusiastically. Although he was also a third tier, Chen Yong's grandfather was a mid-tier third tier. However, the difference in strength and status between each level was enormous, not to mention the other party's position. Naturally, he was very enthusiastic when facing his half-superordinate. Just as he was about to send a message to Yi Chen, Chen Yong looked at the commander of Zhenjiang with some surprise. Why did this old guy come over too? Could it be that Lord Yilin has called you over? How did you all come here? Did Lord Yilin notify you as well? He asked instinctively. Originally not planning to pay him any mind, Chen Yong's gaze suddenly sharpened, becoming somewhat more serious. To him, anything related to Yi Chen was not a small matter. Yilin? Yu Zhangwei was taken aback, completely unaware of what Chen Yong was talking about. His smile froze, and his thoughts raced. What does this mean? Are these big shots all coming for one person? No, I'm here to discuss something regarding the Tianfeng safety zone. As soon as he spoke, Chen Yong saw that Yu Zhangwei wasn't here because of Yi Chen, and his previously piqued interest vanished instantly. He directly waved his hand, indicating that the other person need not continue speaking. If it has nothing to do with Yi Chen, then he couldn't be bothered to care why this old man came over. For a moment, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Yu Zhangwei's face, while the Tianfeng soldiers beside him looked at him with strange expressions. So even the once arrogant awakener of Zhenjiang has moments of being put in his place? However, at this moment, Chen Yong, who was busy contacting Yi Chen, was completely unaware that a few people from Zhenjiang were indeed brought here by Yi Chen. Brother Yilin, we have arrived at Tianfeng. Besides myself, I also brought the deputy commander of the Jinbei safe zone, who is also a tier 3.
This person is my father's trusted aide and can be absolutely trusted. Wang Zhang also brought his father, Wang Tian. We didn't call any other irrelevant people. If you want to discuss anything, feel free to do so.
Inside the city of the Tianfeng safe zone, Yi Chen was walking while looking at the messages sent by Chen Yong, nodding slightly. The efficiency is quite fast. It's clear that Chen Yong is quite attentive. One might think he was called over to conspire to overthrow the safe zone. Chuckling, Yi Chen casually replied, "Wait outside the city tomorrow morning." After sending the message, he didn't say much more. Looking at the soldiers on alert around him, it was evident that his second message had been verified by Shao Hai. Not bad. It seems that Shao Hai, as the leader of the safe zone, can still perform basic duties. However, while preparing to go to the meeting, Yi Chen noticed that someone was following him. With his mental strength, he immediately recognized that these were all personnel from the Tianfeng military.
Following me? Is this because of the message that has attracted attention? Unaware that he had almost driven Shao Hai crazy, Yi Chen assumed the other party was paying attention to him because of the message. But no matter the reason, he didn't care. Strike tomorrow, all skills ready. Still keeping the dimensional slash to prevent accidents, 2 skills should be enough to deal with the 3rd-level zombies in the swarm. However, perhaps after this I could directly ask Chen Yong and the others for a high-level sword technique? Yi Chen thought about the empty slot in his skill bar and couldn't help but consider the military and the Chamber of Commerce. Before participating in the 3rd-tier advancement trial, it was definitely better to raise his combat power as high as possible. I hope to get a skill similar to Dimension Slash. He wasn't worried about combat power. What he valued the most now was still his survival ability. His output was outstanding, but he was still too fragile. As for the skills after reaching the 3rd tier, they naturally had to be taken from the national treasury. I wonder what the authentic S-class skill will become after being enhanced by the sword god's talent. As he walked in thought, Yi Chen soon arrived at the resource trading center of Tianfeng. The familiar scene persisted, with survivors enthusiastically calling out to attract customers for their equipment and weapons, and people were selecting their desired weapons like they were at a vegetable market. Familiar with the route, after passing through the crowded people, Yi Chen quickly found Wang Kuen's stall. Still a bit quiet. The honest and dull middle-aged man was still silently sitting at the stall, making the crossbow in his hands. "Brother Wang, is the child feeling any better?" Leaning down, Yi Chen smiled as he raised his hand and waved in front of the middle-aged man. Startled at the sound, Wang Kuen, who was still crafting crossbow bolts, suddenly jumped in surprise. Upon hearing that familiar voice, he instantly raised his head and hurriedly stood up. Yi Chen, brother." Somewhat flustered and surprised, he quickly rubbed his hands on his clothes after applying some polishing oil, but in a panic, he stumbled over his words and wanted to shake Yi Chen's hand. However, not skilled at socializing, he found himself unable to say anything under the pressure. "It's fine, you continue with your work. I just came over to see how you are doing and to ask about the child. If you don't have enough credits, I still have some here." Hearing Yi Chen say this, Wang Kuen felt a sudden tightness in his nose and hurriedly waved his hand. "Good. The child is fine now. Brother Yi Chen, you gave me too much last time. I still have plenty left. Really, it's not needed." As he spoke, he unhesitatingly pulled out a card from the pocket at his chest. "There are still 1604 credits in it. Take it back quickly. The 400 credits I owe you, I will pay you back as soon as possible. Or brother, if you don't mind, you can take whatever you like right now." Looking at the middle-aged man who was stumbling and rummaging through items at the stall, Yi Chen sighed slightly, grabbing the other man's calloused hand, and said seriously, "Brother Wang, it's good that the child is fine. You keep the credits, consider it as me buying some food for the child." Yi Chen smiled lightly, watching the middle-aged man who had helped him a lot in his past life still being so kind. He couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. In the apocalypse, being kind and honest is actually not a good thing. Like Wang Kuen, who has suffered all his life and relies on his craftsmanship to make a living, never earning much. But in this apocalypse, even survival has become a problem. On the contrary, the fat boss of the car dealership, who is slick and slippery, is living a much more comfortable life than the middle-aged man. After indicating that he really didn't need anything, Yi Chen also didn't plan to stay here any longer. His presence here was actually a huge pressure for Wang Kuen. "Brother Wang, don't go near the outer city these days, or don't go out. If there's nothing important, I'll be leaving first. If you have any trouble, just tell me directly." After saying that, Yi Chen turned and left, directly refusing the things Wang Kuen insisted on giving him. Watching Yi Chen gradually blend into the crowd, the usually resolute and taciturn middle-aged man stood there in a daze. He didn't understand why Yi Chen wanted to help him so much. He only knew that he owed the other a tremendous favor. Good person. He will definitely be rewarded. Muttering to himself, he wiped away the tears that someone of his age shouldn't cry, with the black polished oil smudged on his dark face, resembling polished coal. Outside Tianfeng City, the army gathered. Under the constant shouts of the military, the bewildered and frightened survivors in the settlement built against the city walls kept looking around. "Commander, what's going on? Are there really monsters coming to attack us?" Peace had lasted for a long time. Hundreds of thousands of survivors nervously gathered together, questioning the soldiers sending messages. As the zombie-tied siege that had only appeared a little over 20 years ago, hearing this news again undoubtedly plunged many into panic. "Stop asking so many questions. Everyone immediately retreat to the outskirts of the safe zone. This place needs to be cleared for a defense position. Move slowly and don't blame us if you die.
There was no good attitude. As soldiers, their only task was to organize these survivors to retreat as quickly as possible. Good words had no meaning. With a large number of survivors, you had all kinds of people who would take advantage and act recklessly.
Move. Move to the back. Sir, all our belongings are here. If we retreat, won't that cost us our lives? Yeah. Where can we move in 2 hours? The crowd was agitated and frantic. If this place becomes a battlefield, it means their homes will be gone too. Retreat to the gathering area behind the safe zone? How can so many people fit there? You should know that every gathering area is already packed with people. If they go there, they'd have to sleep in garbage and there might not even be a place to stand. Bang! Bang! Several gunshots rang out in succession. The soldiers responsible for clearing the outer city positions fired into the sky expressionlessly, directly intimidating the crowd. Don't say any nonsense. If I tell you to retreat, you retreat. If you don't retreat now, you will face the consequences. Without any unnecessary chatter, although the positions outside the city are temporarily unused, as long as the field defenses do not intercept the corpse tide, a brutal city defense battle is inevitable. By then, whether these impoverished people's homes can be preserved is uncertain, and whether the sky wind can remain safe is also a question. In the cries of despair, the herded survivors were driven away like a flock of sheep. Holding their children and helping their family members, the pallid survivors moved despairingly towards the rear. Many were heartbroken over the supplies they had painstakingly gathered, and in a frenzy, they rushed back to their tin shacks, trying to take whatever they could. Half a bag of moldy flour, dried rats scavenged from garbage, broken porcelain bowls, dented iron pots, even clothes that were in tatters like rags. As the poorest of the poor outside the city, people cried while desperately clutching a pile of garbage-like supplies in preparation for evacuation. Although these things may seem like garbage to the awakened or the people of the inner city, to them, these are treasures they have saved up. In front of a messy container, a short and stocky middle-aged man looked anxiously at a big pot of murky oil, his expression almost on the verge of tears. My oil! My oil! There was definitely no way to take it with him. His family and himself were already burdened with clothes and food they could carry. No one knew if the corpse tide would reach the city. Once it really came to that, all these things would surely be destroyed. As someone who lived relatively well among the poor, he made a living selling fried rats in the safe zone. This pot of oil could be said to be his capital for survival. Dad, let's hurry up and leave. If we don't go now, it will be too late. They're starting to drive people away. Like a human-shaped lever, the middle-aged man's eldest son urged anxiously, signaling his father to quickly pour out the oil so they could at least take the large iron pot with them. The family of four, having delayed their evacuation, feared that they might not even find a place to stand in the rear. Like ants on a hot pan, the middle-aged man painfully looked at the murky yellow oil in the pot and, clenching his teeth, grabbed an iron ladle and began drinking it in big gulps. Hurry! Tell your mom and your brother to drink too. It's too wasteful to pour it out. If we drink it, we can at least last several days without food. Although this oil seemed similar to something fished out of a sewer in the eyes of the upper class, for them, every drop had to be used carefully. To just pour it out like this, how could they not feel heartbroken? Watching his father's actions, the young man was stunned for a moment, then seemed to think of something, hesitated a bit, and also chose to scoop up a ladle and hurriedly drank it. Yes, these oils are what he and his father usually would not dare to use. How could they just pour it out? However, as soon as it entered his mouth, the greasy butter with a faint sour taste was like diluted glue, and the moment he swallowed it, he almost threw up. A strong sense of nausea and the urge to vomit churned violently in his stomach. Seeing his eldest son looking like he was about to vomit, the middle-aged man could only hold back his disgust and hoarsely urged, "Drink more, we can't afford to waste this." Although they had little knowledge, they also knew that drinking it like this was definitely harmful to their bodies. But they had no other choice. Many survivors were in similar situations. Some, seeing that the tattered clothes they had saved were too cumbersome to carry, simply put them all on. Even if it made them dizzy from the heat, they desperately kept bundling more on. Chaos and quarrels. Many people even took the opportunity to steal amidst the confusion, and those with daring personalities rushed directly into the room, grabbing things and running off. Upon hearing the news of the approaching tide of corpses, the entire gathering place was already in disarray. Zhang Gang, aren't you an awakener? Weren't you in the military? Quickly ask your superior if we can bring a few uncles and aunts with you into the shelter. Wearing a soldier's uniform, a seemingly honest and simple-minded big man looked at his mother with as well as a group of neighborhood relatives surrounding him. He definitely belonged to the military, but as someone who had only recently awakened his talent, he was currently only at 0 rank. With the lowest talent and the worst strength, he was just a small soldier in the army. This time he came out to bring his mother into the outer city for shelter, which was granted by his superior out of pity for him. Mom, I can't bring you, I really can't. The spots for you and your younger brother were obtained because I begged my superior. The strong man had a worried expression. He knew he was his mother's pride and even an object of envy for many people around. If he could, he would also like to help a little. Although peace has lasted for a long time, for the older generation of survivors, they have experienced the tide of corpses.
Especially for those in their 40s, many of their relatives died at the hands of monsters. Retreating to the gathering place at the rear, to put it bluntly, is just a delay of time.
As long as the monster army approaches the city and spreads out,
they will still face death. Trying to escape to the wilderness is practically a death wish.
No safe zone would care about these bottom-tier survivors.
Although the outer city and inner city can barely accommodate them, the management of the safe zone does not want to see a bunch of
undesirables hiding inside after the end of the city defense. To the high and mighty lords, they are more like cockroaches and rats.
No working status is allowed to stay overnight. This is a strict rule in all safe zones. Of course, if the defenses are truly breached, the safe zone will consider letting a batch of people in, but there is no doubt that it will be very dangerous by then.
What should we do then? What if the monsters are too fierce? Even if they kill their way to us, it will be too late for us to hide inside.
Yeah, Zhang Gang, please help us.
Amidst the crowd's anxiety, Zhang Gang's mother seemed to think of something and instinctively asked her son,
Yi Chen, isn't that kid from the Yi family your classmate? Can we ask him for help?
I saw several high-ranking officials following him last time.
His whole family has already entered the city.
Hearing his mother's suggestion, Zhang Gang's expression froze and his face showed a strange look. He certainly has Yi Chen's contact information. During training camp, the two had a decent relationship due to their family backgrounds. But, as a member of the military, he was now aware of what had happened recently. At first, Yi Chen was indeed given a lot of attention, and Commander Xiaohai had even met with him personally.
But after it was
said that he had been deemed to have no potential for some unknown reason, the safe zone abandoned him. Even if he were to ask for help now, it was likely that Yi Chen's status wasn't as useful as his own. After all, it was said that Yi Chen hadn't even joined the Tianfeng army, and he seemed to have disappeared completely.
Many people said he couldn't bear the blow and had gone into hiding.
Sighing, Zhang Gang also held little hope and could only send a message to Yi Chen with a sense of reluctance.
Yi Chen, can you do me a favor?
Outside the city, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow as he looked at the private message that had lit up on his phone.
Zhang Gang?
He recalled the other party's face.
Looking for help? Wanting to bring some people into the city to hide?
Without thinking too much, Yi Chen shook his head and let out a wry laugh. In fact, he was just about to contact Huang Xiao, intending to ask him to help bring a few people inside. Although it was possible that Huang Xiao might not help because of his identity, he was prepared to have Chen Yong speak directly or offer some incentives. Without hesitation, after opening Huang Xiao's message, Yi Chen directly sent the message.
Captain Huang, could you please help me bring a few people inside?
After sending a list, before Yi Chen could indicate that he wouldn't let him help for free, Huang Xiao unexpectedly replied quickly.
No problem. Is there anything else you need? Yi Chen? So accommodating. Muttering a few words in doubt, Yi Chen quickly thought of several possibilities.
Given his current value, there was no reason for Huang Xiao, as an elite of the military, to be so attentive. Just being able to respond to his private message was already a sign of good character. From this perspective, he may have assumed that someone was helping him when they discovered he had purchased a spiritual energy residence during the
surveillance. Not delving too deeply into it, Yi Chen didn't care what Tianfeng might know.
After all, he was already prepared to lay his cards on the table. Suppressing that thought, Yi Chen intended to continue looking for a suitable position, one that could give him the opportunity to directly kill the mutated beings amidst the corpse tide. His attack range was limited to 100 meters, with the optimal range being around 70 meters. However, this distance was still too short given the extent of the corpse tide. Without the substantial power of a third tier, Yi Chen found it impossible to charge into the monster army and slay a third tier mutated being, and waiting for the third tier mutated beings to attack the front line was likely to result in large-scale, unharmed casualties. Therefore, he planned to find a commanding height in front of the military's defense line to eliminate the third-tier mutated beings the moment they approached. However, Yi Chen, who was currently considering the battle plan, was completely unaware of Huang Zhao's blatant show of goodwill, even violating the earlier command not to expose himself, all thanks to the overly perceptive Xiaohai. Like the surprised Zhang Zhang commander who was shocked by the arrival of Chen Yong and others, the already sensitive and suspicious Xiaohai immediately linked the coming parties to the forces behind him upon learning that two major powers were approaching. In his eyes, the combination of the deputy commander of the North China military region and the Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce perfectly matched his fantasies about the forces behind Yi Chen. Additionally, Yi Chen had just reminded himself that the two parties had rushed over immediately. From any angle, this looked like Yi Chen was afraid of losing control of the safe zone and had proactively called for help, all to deal with the corpse tide.
Thinking about it made perfect sense.
After all, Yi Chen was just a small kid, and it was perfectly normal for him to worry about not being able to hold his ground. He had originally been considering seeking help from superiors, but now it was good. The moment Xiaohai relaxed, he realized that someone was there to back him up, meaning this time there wouldn't be any major problems. I must say, with sufficient imagination, Xiaohai almost guessed the truth after many twists and turns.
So this Lord Yilin intends to let us wait for a day before meeting him outside the city tomorrow? Next to Wang Zhang, Wang Tian frowned a bit impatiently.
Admittedly, the intermediate level 3 is very important to him, and he is willing to come for a meeting with Yi Chen. But the premise is that the other party can help him. With his pure business instincts, he clearly understands what is worth investing in.
Such a big shot, yet so mysterious, does not seem to be sincerely cooperating at all. More like, I think this Lord Yilin probably assumes I haven't encountered an intermediate level 3 before. What is this? Trying to use this zombie tide attack to show me his military power. Trying to make me, whine, afraid, and then wagging his tail to be submissive. As soon as the wind came in, it learned about the zombie tide's attack, and with Wang Tian's experience, he immediately thought of this. First establish authority by showing military power, then cooperate. This follows the same pattern as business negotiations. Doing this is understandable, but the problem is that establishing authority must be based on absolute strength. Father, you don't have to think that, Lord Yilin. Wang Tian waved his hand, glanced at his son with some disappointment, and directly interrupted. What are you thinking? Too filthy? Wang Zhang, let me teach you, never let your emotions dictate your actions. Just because the other party helped you once, don't think he is a good person who won't play tricks on you. People are a very despicable kind of animal. If Yilin were at the peak of the third stage playing this game, I, Wang, would actually think he's quite domineering. Collaboration indeed requires showcasing oneself. But he is only at the intermediate third stage. It's rare, although difficult, but can't our Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce recruit someone like that? To put it bluntly, what does he want to do? Isn't it just to put himself in a high position, hoping that after we see how powerful he is, we'll flatter him? After Wang Tian finished speaking, he let out a cold laugh and turned to scrutinize his son. Did you tell him that I took the energy fruit? The sudden question made Wang Zhang's face stiffen, and after a long time, he could only nod awkwardly. He felt that his father's actions were wrong, but after being educated repeatedly by Wang Tian, he couldn't help but feel a bit lost. I had guessed it a long time ago. Without showing too much blame, Wang Tian sighed, no longer concerned about Wang Zhang, and just shook his head. He called me over, probably with the intention of warning this old man. I thought he genuinely wanted to cooperate, to have an in-depth discussion about collaboration face to face. Now it seems that this Yilin you have high hopes for is just a petty man without much vision. Hearing this, Wang Zhang felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, but suddenly recalled something Yi Chen had told him. Father, Lord Yilin said he would give us a surprise. Maybe. A surprise? Wang Tian snorted disdainfully. Alright, let's leave it at that. I will see what surprise he can give us. 120 kilometers outside the Tianfeng safe zone. A large number of soldiers carrying engineering shovels were nervously laying mines under the sound of orders. Simplistic submunitions were being directly placed on the ground, waiting to detonate. As brainless zombies, the enemies often prove to be quite effective against these mines that can jump to head height upon activation. One explosion can generate thousands of fragments with a kill radius of about 10 meters. For zombies, a single blast can clear an area. Even under the suppression of the apocalypse system, the power of technological weapons is greatly reduced. However, the real threat from the zombie tide lies in the mutated entities. Against the pure zombie tide, humans are not actually afraid. Through prolonged struggle against the monstrous army, humanity has summarized a wealth of experience. Place a mine every 15 meters. Arrange them in a sharp triangle. We must ensure to blast open a path in the zombie tide, facilitating our awakeners to breach and kill the enemies. The preparation work is organized in a systematic manner. After the apocalypse, the knowledge learned by everyone is related to survival and zombies, so even though the Tianfeng Legion hasn't engaged in large-scale combat for a long time, they still perform adequately. Bang! 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 Not far away, several expensive psionic engineering vehicles are quickly excavating the ground, intending to dig several large deep pits to prevent the concentrated zombie tide from advancing. In the 6-meter deep pit, engineers continuously pour white phosphorus mixed with burning liquid into the pit. Under the burning of chemical flames, a large number of zombies will continue to burn after falling in until the fats in their bodies seep out, ultimately eliminating large groups of zombies. Set up the machine gun. Quick! Set up on that high ground over there too. 3 people per shift, carry the ammo box up. A large number of soldiers, under the command of various levels of commanders, hurriedly established a web of firepower before the zombie tide arrives. A continuous stream of military transport vehicles flowed like ants, constantly delivering supplies to the front line. Not far away on top of a dilapidated building, Yi Chen silently watched the busy soldiers. This was the battlefield he had chosen. Tianfeng isn't that easy to defend. Our strength is still lacking. Sitting on the edge of the rooftop, Yi Chen swung his legs. Next to him lay a dried-up zombie head, with sparse hair and shriveled features faintly recognizable as a middle-aged man. Beside him, Li Dafu, who had been summoned out to get some air, clutched the steel bar nervously, afraid of falling. The dilapidated building they were in was an unfinished property from before the apocalypse, located right in front of Tianfeng's first line of defense. Under long-term weathering, the entire building had become decrepit and was on the verge of collapse. This was also the reason the military abandoned using it for defense. Silently assessing the first line of defense set up by Tianfeng, Yi Chen was not optimistic. It looks quite reasonable, and the basic qualities of the soldiers are also very high. Traps, obstacles, crossfire, and various specialized weapons have all been used, but the most crucial factor in dealing with mutated beings is still the lack of power. First, there are not many psionic sniper rifles. He saw that at least one elite squad had them, but there were no more than 10 in total. To fight against mutated beings, relying on bullets and artillery is useless. The speed of the mutated beings is too fast. Ground armored units can handle the first stage, but against second stage mutated beings, they are just iron coffins. Due to the system's weakening, the explosive damage of artillery is difficult to inflict significant damage on mutated beings above the second stage. Not to mention the various unpredictable abilities of the monsters, even a single splash of acidic fluid can melt armored units in bulk. Once high-speed mutated beings break through the defense line, the seemingly well-armed positions will be instantly destroyed. Therefore, the psionic sniper rifle, which does not require an awakener, is the key to the key. Unlike awakened individuals who can only fight in short to medium ranges, the psionic sniper rifle, which exists between system equipment and weapons, can fill the gaps to the greatest extent. However, it seems that Tianfeng is too poor to acquire many of these weapons. The number of awakened individuals is far too few. There are about 2,000 awakened individuals in the entire safe zone, with over 1,000 stationed there, and only a little over 600 on the front lines. What can this achieve? Out of the 600 people, there are fewer than 200 at long range. Are the rest planning to throw their lives away? Shaking his head, Yichen looked at the awakened unit that was assigning tasks with a speechless expression, finding it hard to look at. Although it was clear that the commander here was seriously following the textbook approach, pairing each person into groups of 2, 1 for ranged and 1 for melee combat as skirmishers, while also leaving 100 agile types as a rapid support firefighting team. But the problem is, this outdated tactic requires high-tier suppression to work. Moreover, it is still a small-scale operation. The idea is quite good, relying on a triangular formation of mines to tear open the front of the corpse tide firepower coverage to provide a passage for life, followed by melee units rushing in to eliminate the most threatening mutated bodies, while the remaining awakeners are grouped to lure and reduce pressure. Additionally, there is likely air support, deploying second-tier elites to carry out beheadings. However, this strategy will completely fail as soon as a third-tier mutant appears, or even a few second-tier peak mutants. Under the impact of high-tier mutants, there will be no time for you to react. Once the first batch of awakeners rushes in and dies, the subsequent defense line will immediately be breached. In the later stages of my previous life, having commanded hundreds of battles big and small, Yichen could naturally spot these flaws at a glance. No wonder the Heavenly Wind defended so badly in my previous life. If it weren't for the military district's support, the safe zone might have been entirely lost. This Xiaohai seems to have experienced quite a lot. He could think of establishing a defensive line outside the city to prevent the mutant creatures from destroying the walls and causing mass casualties. Didn't he consider that there would be no so-called line thickness once they left the city? With this arrangement, it's better to have ranged fighters stand together, melee fighters stand together, and honestly form a tin can formation. They can eliminate as many mutants as possible with concentrated fire. Set up obstacles in the rear. If the situation turns bad, directly lead the awakeners to retreat, fighting while falling back, gradually wearing down the number of mutants. As he watched the military's arrangements, Yichen couldn't help but critique them. If it were his subordinates making these arrangements, he would really want to twist the other person's head off. However, it's not really Xiaohai's fault. Peace has persisted for a long time across China, and aside from the occasional attacks by sea beasts in coastal areas, many Tier 3 leaders haven't fought major battles in a long time. Maintaining basic skills purely stems from Tianfeng being too poor, and Xiaohai has to go around providing support to earn extra money. Crouched to the side, the timidly Dafu listened somewhat dazedly to Yichen's continuous commentary. Although he couldn't understand, he could tell that Yichen seemed very capable. Master, from what you said, are they doomed? Li Dafu asked curiously. After hearing Yichen's continuous analysis, even he felt that the people below seemed to be waiting for death. After a moment of silence, Yichen suddenly smiled calmly. Not at all. Because they still have me. Urgent report. Urgent report. The vanguard of the corpse tide has already broken through the warning line. It is rapidly moving towards the defense line. In the temporarily established command room, the soldier responsible for scouting the corpse tide rushed into the command center from the just-stopped helicopter, tightly clutching aerial images. Taking the images, Xiaohai looked solemnly at the aerial view of the corpse tide army and decisively issued the bombing order. Deploy the first batch. Notify the entire army to prepare for battle. Although bombing may not pose any threat to the mutants, it is still good to relieve some pressure. With the command issued, several attack helicopters and psychic fighters took off in succession, suddenly cutting through the sky. Boom, 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 boom. The sound resembled a dense thunder. The aircraft, loaded with a large amount of ammunition, alternately dropped various types of shells like falling rain, creating thick clouds of black smoke in the massive tide of corpses. The strong shockwaves, like pebbles hitting the lake surface, shattered the surrounding zombies into pieces. The blown-apart corpses flew into the air like chunks of meat falling from the sky, being thrown high and coming down again. Under this barrage of fire, the zombies, who felt no fear, just ran numbly, with a few bloody intestines occasionally dangling overhead, and these greedy monsters would instinctively grab them and chew. On the plain, the soldiers responsible for dropping bombs looked somewhat pale as they stared at the dense black dots below. With the help of reconnaissance,
Equipment, they could see the rotting and grotesque faces, among which many furious mutated beings were jumping into the air repeatedly, trying to grab them down. Under the terrifying jumping power of some mutants, some soldiers who wanted to sweep with machine guns at low altitude had no choice but to give up. Several times they descended to 100 meters, almost being charged underneath the aircraft by monsters resembling sharp-clawed frogs. That sudden long tongue, expelled like a cannonball, nearly pierced through their aircraft. Some of these zombies, why do they look like they just died? Young and inexperienced, a soldier who had just joined the army swallowed hard, looking at the fast-moving zombies below, feeling puzzled and anxious for a moment. As the apocalyptic times progressed, the earliest batch of zombies typically looked like dried, bony jerky, with some even just having their bones connected by tendons. This batch, however, looked quite fresh.
Haven't you been to school? The surprised driver blurted out, not finding it strange at all.
Those that look fresher should have just been generated by the system. If you've been to the rotting corpses forest, you'd know that even mutated beings spawn there. The soldier who asked the question was taken aback. He had heard about it but had never seen it with his own eyes. In fact, he had only been selected for the army not long ago due to his good physical condition, as he had spent his 3 years of mandatory education working instead. So it really does spawn.
And spawn this many? Does that mean we can never finish off these monsters?
Looking at the terrifying scene before him, he couldn't help but ask nervously. Inside the cockpit, the pilot just felt that the question was too childish. He was about to make a joke, but it just wouldn't come out.
After a moment of silence, he sighed. Yeah, endless to kill.
If it weren't for the fact that they hardly attack us anymore, humanity would probably have been doomed long ago. Perhaps stimulated by the sudden appearance of the corpse tide, the pilot felt a sense of blockage in his heart.
After so long of peace, many people feel like this is no longer the apocalypse. But it seems
the apocalypse has never ended.
Gentlemen, I'm afraid I won't be keeping you company. The front line is tight. I need to support immediately.
In the temporary command center, Xiao Hai was anxious while pretending to know nothing, nodding to Chen Yong and others before hurriedly heading to the front line. Although he suspected that the emerging merchant guild and deputy commander of the North Town were probably behind Yi Chen, he still chose to play dumb. The frontline situation is tense. In just over 20 minutes, the dispatched awakener began to suffer heavy casualties. Watching the elite subordinates die one by one, he felt as if his heart was bleeding. Fortunately, by an act of luck, he did not see any third-stage mutated beings. Only a few second-stage peak mutated beings appeared. Fortunately, they could still hold on. He couldn't openly expose the troubles between the two sides, nor could he request help without owing a favor.
He didn't believe that the suspected third stage being brought by Yi Chen would really not intervene. Captain Xiao, you go. If there are any problems, we will also help out a bit.
Zhang Tao responded casually with a fake smile. After Xiao Hai left, the four of them exchanged glances in the tent, each showing some confusion in their eyes.
Why hasn't Yi Lin made a move yet?
He left us waiting for a day, then called us to the front line, and now that the zombie tide is here, he disappears.
What does this mean?
Zhang Tao coldly snorted in displeasure. Feeling annoyed, he simply lit a cigarette. If it weren't for the vice president of the Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce being here as well, and the two exchanging some cooperation opinions under Chen Yong's introduction, he would have felt like he wasted his trip. Yi Chen didn't seem sincere at all, and he was being too high-handed.
This kind of cooperation was not something they could accept.
Wang Zheng politely lit a cigarette for the third-tier Zhang Tao and then chuckled as he began to analyze.
They are probably waiting for a difficult mutated creature to appear. If they make a move now, it would only be a joke.
No matter how powerful a third-tier intermediate could be against low-tier mutated creatures, it's like using a cannon to kill a mosquito.
This person wants to show off in front of us, but doesn't he need to wait for a high-tier mutated creature to come out? However, I think it's more likely he'll end up performing a third tier against a second tier. Ha ha ha, Chairman Wang really knows how to entertain us.
I agree, saying he wants to give us a surprise, but I think he's just here to make us laugh. Sitting beside them, Wang Zhang and Chen Yang exchanged a helpless glance, feeling somewhat anxious and uneasy.
Without having had any dealings with Yi Chen, both parties' elders held deep prejudices against him.
This was actually quite normal. The entire matter was initiated by their two juniors, and as two self-proclaimed experienced and high-ranking old foxes, it was natural for them to be less concerned and invested in Yi Chen. To earn their recognition, one must display tangible and visible benefits. Uncle Zhang, Lord Yi Lin's strength is really impressive.
I believe in him. Chen Yong gritted his teeth, trying to say some good words for Yi Chen.
After all, in his heart, Yi Chen was someone he valued and wanted to connect with.
Zhang Tao's evaluation was almost tantamount to saying he lacked vision.
Xiao Chen, I believe that the person you found is quite capable, and your uncle also trusts your judgment.
Don't worry, no matter what, we will wait for him to finish. Whenever he wants to talk, I won't disrespect you. But uncle has watched you grow up
since you were little, and I still hope to help you with some guidance. It's not enough to just see a mid-level third tier and think it can help you. Zhang Tao sincerely advised, letting out a sigh. They did need a mid-level third tier, but it was just that. Chen Yong had too little exposure to the higher-ups and mistakenly overestimated the other party's value.
That's right, Commander Chen is also a mid-level third tier, but there is a huge gap even among mid-level third tiers. Not to mention the many hidden powers as well.
Alright, Commander Zhang, let's just patiently watch the show and see what surprise this Yilin plans to give us.
Kill Fire suppression. There's a mutated entity attacking from the left. Everyone, follow me in to kill.
On the battlefield filled with smoke, a massive wave of corpses surged like a black tide, quickly engulfing everything in front. The cries of agony, the wails of sorrow, a large number of soldiers whose bodies were corroded by acidic liquid rolled on the ground in pain.
Screaming.
Tanks that were firing nearby, under the impact of the second stage mutant, were being smashed into the positions like toys. Seeing the nearly collapsing front line, Xiao Hai's gaze sharpened, intending to lead the spearhead troops to charge in and eliminate that second stage peak mutant, which had a head that spewed acidic projectiles like a goblet.
Master Xiao Hai is making a move. Let's go together. Morale slightly lifted, Xiao Hai took a deep breath, his entire body engulfed in a dark gray light membrane. He brandished a giant battle knife, charging
into the sea of corpses like a war god. The blade swung, as if a swirling tornado, shredding the zombies directly in front of him, creating a bloody path.
After fiercely charging in,
with a low growl,
an intense red light burst forth from his body in an instant. Blood blade break.
With unparalleled momentum, after consuming a significant amount of spiritual energy to unleash a massive wave of blood-colored blade energy, the wineglass-headed mutant, which had been spewing acidic cannonballs, suddenly stopped. A fine cracking sound echoed throughout its body, and a few seconds later, it slowly split apart.
Commander Xiao is magnificent.
Hearing the cheers coming from the front line, Xiao Hai let out a heavy sigh of relief and hurriedly withdrew. Luckily, he was still able to deal with the monsters in the zombie tide, preventing this damn thing from killing too many people with its acid. Taking a breath to resolve. Boom! Boom! Before Xiao Hai could gather his thoughts, in an instant, everyone felt the ground tremble violently, with many soldiers on the defense line being knocked down by the sudden shock. As if sensing something, Xiao Hai, who was nearly dragged into the zombie horde, rushed out in haste. As he looked back in panic, his face suddenly changed dramatically. Not far from the corpse-tide underground, a gigantic centipede-like monster was lurking, unbeknownst to anyone. The earlier tremor was caused by the monster's massive body, over 20 meters long, breaking through the ground. As he felt the aura radiating from the monster and the rapidly spreading toxic smell in the air, Xiao Hai's heart sank abruptly.
How could this be? How could there be a third stage? Let alone two of them?
A chill ran down his back, and Xiao Hai felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave.
Jiaa.
After two sharp, piercing howls, the awakened on the battlefield were all startled, and many soldiers who realized the severity of the situation instantly showed expressions of despair. 2 third-stage mutated bodies would require at least 6 first-stage 3-level fighters to combat. It's way more difficult than in a dungeon. The challenge in the corpse tide is only greater.
It's over.
Xiao Hai felt a wave of anguish. Even the hand gripping the battle knife began to tremble slightly.
He had thought he could rely on himself.
If that didn't work, the so-called Tier 3 person called by Yichen could still provide some assistance, but now it seemed that it was useless. His eyes nearly split with anger. Without hesitation, Xiao Hai dashed back to the command room, planning to order an immediate withdrawal, to hold the safe zone and wait for military rescue.
Retreat! Everyone immediately!
However, before his panicked shout could spread throughout the army, a burst, or rather a wave of immense energy, suddenly erupted from an inconspicuous rooftop in the distance. Thousands of sword light shot out, instantly devouring everything in their path. In the blink of an eye, the centipede, which had a hard shell capable of resisting initial Tier 3 attacks, was halfway vaporized and crashed down to the ground with a loud bang. The whole place was stunned. Even the weakest awakeners could feel that the intensity of this attack was likely far beyond that of an ordinary third level.
Who is it?
Stunned in place, Xiao Hai blankly turned his gaze towards the rooftop from which the attack erupted, and in an instant, his eyes widened in horror as if he had seen a ghost.
A familiar figure. Wait, that face looks so familiar. That damn is Yichen. What the hell?
The moment the third-level mutant appeared, the battle had already lost its meaning. Only a third level can block these top-tier monsters, others are merely offering themselves as sacrifices. But when the first third-level mutant died, the shouts and chaos on the entire battlefield seemed to come to a halt. Aside from the machine gunners who instinctively kept their fingers on the triggers, both the commanders and the awakeners were now in shock, staring at the figure on the ruins.
Yichen, is it really Yichen? Relying on his powerful third-level vision, Xiao Hai stared intently at that face.
He gasped heavily, feeling a surge of blood rushing to his head, causing everything to appear distorted. The intense impact almost made him stumble and fall. It was hard to imagine how shocking this scene was for him. He's third tier. How is that possible? How did he achieve this? In a daze, if he hadn't seen this scene with his own eyes, he would never believe such an absurd fact.
A few days? Has it been half a month?
For him, it felt like just yesterday that Yichen had become an awakened one. In the blink of an eye, he had become an equal. No, a stronger third-tier fighter than himself. How could he not feel that the world was so absurd, even horrifying?
So, is that the reason behind the power that supports Yichen? So everyone was wrong? The will-type awakened ones actually have the most perverted talent. No, that's not right. The fluctuations from this sword were clearly very similar to what was detected earlier. Could it be? He dared not think any further. Under the continuous shock, Xiao Hai's mind was like a tangled mess, unable to think.
He sadly discovered that he could no longer explain all of this with his pitiful experience. At this moment, every aspect of Yi Chen's performance was telling him one thing. That is, the military's so-called lack of potential and his abandonment all seemed like the most ridiculous jokes. Now, standing on the rooftop, this boy who could eliminate a third-tier mutated being with a single sword strike might be the most terrifying talent in human history. Haha, a semi-month's time was enough to rival a third-tier intermediate super genius, yet they were treated like B-class garbage, discarded and forgotten. Meanwhile, the talents chosen from the capital were still wasting resources like feeding pigs, only to struggle to reach second tier. A self-deprecating bitter smile appeared on Xiao Hai's face. Even though he was still on the battlefield, he felt as if he had lost his soul and had no fighting spirit left. Xiao Hai, have I lived this long only to end up like a dog? However, the monster would not pay any attention to the shock felt by Xiao Hai and the others. With the death of the first centipede behemoth, the second giant centipede's furious mandibles opened wide, and its tiny compound eyes immediately locked onto the rooftop where Yi Chen was located. The dense dismemberment moved like a scythe, shredding the corpses beneath it into pieces. The monster's instinct for slaughter caused it to instantly shift its target to Yi Chen. But it was only a matter of turning its head. Without wasting any time, Yi Chen paid no attention to the vibrations beneath him, calmly watching the disgusting monster charging towards him like a mountain. The long sword in his right hand slashed out in an instant, and the long-prepared heaven's void-flowing light was suddenly unleashed. Buzz! The world seemed to briefly resonate with a muffled awakening as a silvery light curtain connected in an instant.
With Yi Chen's swing of the sword, a fierce roar of sword intent surged like the scythe of death, explosively slicing through the air.
Like a perfect scalpel, it was as if a deity was tearing open a scroll. The flowing sword energy, carrying immense destructive power, gathered into a narrow straight line, cutting precisely into the body of the centipede-like monster. With the speed of a phantom, the ultra-fast sword intent was difficult to perceive with the naked eye. Apart from the path marked by the corpses of the zombies severed along the way on the ground, there were no other traces.
2 seconds later,
like the first dead mutant, the giant insect that was completely cut in half also froze in place, as if it were a sausage sliced in half. With a sound of flesh being torn apart, the entire giant insect was split into two, and a large amount of yellowish toxic blood and internal organs spilled everywhere. Sheath the sword, jump down, and the battle is over. After confirming that there were no third-tier mutants, Yi Chen walked steadily toward the defensive line. Under the gaze of thousands, he appeared as if he had merely killed 2 flies, not breaking a sweat. 1 sword for 1 kill, clean and swift. And at this moment, the soldiers and awakeners present all looked at him with a mix of fear as he walked over from the side of the tide of corpses. So strong enough to make one shudder. As a safety zone with relatively weaker strength, the strongest individuals they may have ever seen in their lives are probably just basic third-tier beings. In their hearts, the likes of Xiao Hai represent the limits
of their imagination. But now, this notion has been completely shattered. Among the soldiers, many newly enlisted fighters were suddenly dumbfounded as Yi Chen approached, their eyes and mouths uncontrollably widening. They seemed to have recognized Yi Chen. Many among them had even participated in the test with Yi Chen. Is that really Yi Chen? I don't know. Swallowing dryly, many in the army knew of Yi Chen. After all, when he was discovered to have SS-level talent, he had given them immense shock. Yet, they could not understand what was happening at all. Wasn't there a rumor that Yi Chen was deemed to have no potential and that he had given up on himself after suffering a heavy blow? Didn't they say that he wasn't even a first-tier being now? So, what is going on now?
Ignoring the pairs of eyes filled with shock or disbelief, Yi Chen simply contemplated the upcoming conversation. Not bad, there were indeed only 2 third-tier creatures from his memory in this wave of undead. If another one showed up, he would be in a bit of trouble. Once he entered the dimensional slaughter, it wouldn't be that easy for him to come back out. After a moment, the gunfire and the sounds of battle continued, but this time, they managed to hold their ground.
Behind the defensive line, a very strong burst of power.
Standing outside the military tent, Zhang Tao and the others looked gravely at the distant battlefield.
Although it was far away, the two somewhat
exaggerated sword techniques still astonished them. Hearing Chen Yong describe it was one thing, but seeing it with their own eyes was another.
This strength is probably not much different from Commander Chen Kailai.
Among the middle third tier, they are considered to be among the top. No wonder they are so arrogant. After giving their own evaluations, Zhang Tao and Wang Tian's opinions on Yi Chen slightly changed. After all, this level of strength is indeed much stronger than they had imagined. No wonder the 2 youngsters were so invested. However, no matter how strong it is, the upcoming conversation is the key. A display of strength at this level can hardly be considered a surprise, let alone make them willing to pay more.
Without paying a price and not sincerely discussing collaboration, the third-tier intermediate level is not enough to make them fawn over.
After all, Yi Chen is just one person, while they are a force. By nature, it is an uneven match. As they exchanged opinions in low voices, Zhang Tao suddenly raised his eyebrows and turned his gaze to a nearby direction.
They're coming.
They saw 2 people walking from the battlefield. Unexpectedly, it was the returning Xiao Hai and Yi Chen. The 4 of them were slightly taken aback, looking somewhat astonished at Xiao Hai, who walked alongside Yi Chen with a dazed expression.
Why did they call Commander Tianfeng over? Wasn't this a discussion with them?
Inside the tent, Yi-Chen cast a soundproof barrier, casually sat in the main seat, and nodded at the others. As soon as he took his seat, Zhang Tao and Wang Tian began to pretend to be extremely enthusiastic and politely flatter.
Sir Yi Lin, your strength is indeed impressive.
From such a distance, a single sword technique took out a third-stage mutated creature in an instant.
That's quite rare among many intermediates.
Yes,
Thank you for inviting us, Sir Yi Lin.
I also heard you have helped our Chen Yong a lot. We are truly grateful at the Northern Town safe zone. Compared to the two old foxes who could remain calm and wait for Yi Chen to initiate the conversation, Chen Yong and the others genuinely wore smiles, quickly asking Yi Chen,
Brother Yi Lin, we came here and wondered if it's...
They were somewhat curious and nervous. They certainly hoped that Yi Chen would join the power behind them, as it would count as their achievement. But they didn't quite understand why Yi Chen called Xiao Hai over.
Could it be that Xiao Hai also intends to cooperate?
Meanwhile, Xiao Hai, who was sitting aside and felt somewhat like an outsider, flashed a hint of confusion in his eyes and looked at the others in astonishment.
Yi Lin? Did I hear it wrong? Or were these people unclear in their pronunciation? Do they not know that Yi Chen is called Yi Chen? Especially this opening remark, he instantly understood the subtext. He originally thought that the Northtown Safety Zone and the Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce were the forces backing Yi Chen, being the group that nurtured Yi Chen in the beginning, but it seems that is not the case now. Thinking of a terrifying guess he had before, he actually felt a chill run down his spine.
To be honest, he is still in the dark, having been directly called over by Yi Chen. Along the way, he thought of many things, like whether Yi Chen's rapid increase in strength was because his talent allowed him to absorb spiritual crystals at 10 times the rate, or was his killing experience several times more than theirs? But regardless of which, it just doesn't add up. Without any small talk or formalities, Yi Chen directly looked at Zhang Tao. As you can see, my strength is probably at the intermediate level of the third stage. After pausing for a moment, looking at the confused faces of everyone, he looked again at Xiao Hai. Captain Xiao Hai, please help me find a testing device for strength. I want to test myself. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hai was shaken, and the others looked even more puzzled. Lord Yi Lin, we've already witnessed your strength, there's no need for any testing.
Yeah, we've always known you were at the mid-level of the third tier, and we never doubted it.
Zhang Tao chuckled in disbelief, while Wang Tian beside him felt even more baffled.
What is going on? After all this, is he just trying to prove his own strength? Isn't that obvious? What's there to say? Does he really think they are country bumpkins who have never seen the world?
However, Yi Chen just chuckled softly, shook his head, and insisted that Xiao Hai go get it. As if realizing something, Xiao Hai's heart skipped a beat. Without caring about what Yi Chen was asking him, he hurriedly went to the command post to look for any testing instruments. As Xiao Hai left, Yi Chen fell silent, and the others could only wait patiently. It's just that during this waiting time, everyone felt a bit restless. They did not come here to watch Yi Chen show off his strength. Fortunately, they did not wait for long. Less than a minute later, Xiao Hai rushed in holding a common testing device, his eyes filled with a hint of tension and even panic as he nodded towards Yi Chen. In the next second, Yi Chen stood up, placing his hand on the device amidst the frowning gazes of the others.
In an instant, a rich blue light lit up.
Beep, peak of second tier. The moment the voice sounded, Zhang Tao and the others had not realized what was happening, only instinctively offering polite words. Lord Yi Lin doesn't need to prove himself, you are naturally at the third tier.
Ha!
As soon as the words were out, Zhang Tao's expression changed, as if his brain had crashed, staring blankly in his seat.
What second tier?
Peak of second tier. At the same time, President Wang Tian abruptly stood up with a bang from his seat, his eyes widening as if he were seeing an illusion. What did he hear?
Did I mishear it?
Suddenly looking at the testing device, a few seconds later, a terrified and sharp distorted sound nearly pierced through the tent.
You are not at the third level.
Everyone present looked in shock at Yi Chen. Even though they were accustomed to high positions and used to hiding their emotions, at this moment, they still resembled chickens that had their toes stepped on, almost screaming in fright.
Wow! Almost rushing to the testing device, Wang Tian tightly grasped the machine, as if he couldn't believe the results displayed on it.
He desperately rubbed his eyes, and after repeatedly confirming the results really showed peak second level, with a thud, he staggeringly dropped the device from his hand onto the ground. Stiffly raising his head and looking at the calm-faced Yi Chen, at that moment, he seemed shocked as if he had seen a ghost. It really is peak second level. How is this possible? How is this possible? Stunned and shocked, just like Xiao Hai before. If Yi Chen is at the high level or even peak of the third stage, they would not be this shocked. But the second stage, an awakener who is not even at the third stage can unleash an attack comparable to the third stage. The people present instantly realized what this truly means.
Shocking. What kind of perverse talent could achieve this? Gulp. Swallowing saliva.
Compared to his elder being stunned and incoherent, Chen Yong, who was the first to know Yi Chen, looked at him in even more confusion.
You are at the second stage. What exactly? What is happening here?
Yi Chen was not surprised by the group's reaction. He simply spoke calmly and casually released his aura to prove that he truly was at the second stage. I know it might be hard for you to accept right now, but I truly am at the second stage.
In fact, my name is not Yi Lin, but Yi Chen. Looking at Chen Yong.
I'm not as old as you think. In reality, I am only 18 years old. While speaking, Yi Chen smiled and gently patted the slightly trembling Xiao Hai and said softly, Captain Xiao, please inform them of my situation.
You should remember me, right?
Xiao Hai took a deep breath, looking at the two representatives of the forces who were much higher in status than him, yet still stunned by the shocking news. He smiled bitterly. It seemed he understood what Yi Chen wanted him to do, what he wanted him to say. Yi Chen, His Excellency is indeed second tier. In fact, he is an ordinary person from our safe zone. Later, during testing, he exhibited SS-level talent. Because he is of the will system without potential, he was not selected for the Ember project. And we did not pay much attention. As he spoke, Xiao Hai felt a burning pain on his face. He deeply regretted lowering the importance he placed on the other party. He could imagine after today Yi Chen would soar to great heights, even more exaggerated than when he first exhibited SS-level talent. Gazing at the dazed few, Xiao Hai's expression was bitter. Not only that, 2 weeks ago, Yi Chen was still at level 0. I can vouch for this. A gasp echoed through the air. Wang Tian suddenly took 2 steps back. If Wang Zhang hadn't hurried to support him, this shrewd president of the Chamber of Commerce would probably have fainted from shock. 2 weeks. Peak of level 2. Strength comparable to level 3. Ha! Gasping for breath, Zhang Tao, after regaining his composure, also felt an urge to clutch his heart, feeling as if he might not survive. Damn, this is terrifying. Looking at Yi Chen, he felt as if he were gazing at a monster. This performance had exceeded their limits of imagination. Yi Chen. Repeatedly chewing over this, they also recalled that previously laughed-off joke that had spread widely. It's ridiculous that the military considered him to have no potential. It's laughable that those seeds were still called geniuses. By this comparison, they were utterly obliterated, leaving no scraps behind. If this is considered having no potential, then this group of level 3s should all hang themselves to save resources. Recall the surprise in Yi Chen's words, and the few of them could only smile bitterly in their hearts. This is not a surprise at all. This is fucking terrifying. Half a minute later, Yi Chen looked at the crowd with complicated expressions and directly stated his purpose. Everyone, I don't want to say any more useless words. The reason I called you here is not only to confirm my potential but also for cooperation. I believe everyone present should understand that advancing to the 3rd tier is merely a piece of cake for me. If I want, I can become a 3rd tier tomorrow. Therefore, I will definitely be reselected for the Fire Seed project. With great confidence, Yi Chen looked around and continued speaking. First of all, I've secured the first sequence. Previously, the military might have thought that the willpower system had no potential and poor combatability due to outdated concepts. But I will prove to everyone who the real Fire Seed is. I can tell you all without any reservations that those so-called geniuses who are currently selected, I will beat them one by one. Let everyone realize that I am the Fire Seed. Deafening. In the face of Yi Chen's domineering tone, if it were someone else, they might scoff and ridicule, but hearing it from Yi Chen made them feel it was only natural. Cautiously speaking, Wang Tian no longer had his previous arrogance and asked with some humility. So, Yi Chen. Your Excellency, what do you need us to do? And may we ask, if it's not too much trouble, what is the nature of your strength? Although Yi Chen's strength had not changed, he was now very aware that Yi Chen already possessed unimaginable immense value and potential. Being this strong before reaching the 3rd level, how strong would he be after reaching it? With such a rapid upgrade speed, who knows if Yi Chen's talent has developed some kind of monstrous characteristic? In his eyes, Yi Chen would at least be a high level or even peak 3rd level in the future. As he finished speaking, Yi Chen calmly explained. You don't have to call me Your Excellency, just call me Yi Chen. I know you are very curious about my talent. In fact, my talent is to enhance attacks, which can convert willpower into amplification, unleashing powerful attacks. As for why I level up so quickly, it is because there is indeed another force behind me investing in me. But you are not yet qualified to know. Make up an excuse. Under the circumstances where he cannot reveal the Sword God system, Yi Chen could only choose to say this, while adding a bit of mystery to himself in the eyes of these people. Otherwise, he would have no way to explain his leveling speed. Erupting with 3rd tier power at the peak of the 2nd tier might be somewhat understandable. If these people knew he had such damage at the 0 tier, they would probably go crazy, and it would cause a lot of trouble. Willpower enhancement attacks, a mysterious force investing? In an instant, everyone seemed to have thought through a lot, and they couldn't help but feel even more reverent. Especially Xiao Hai, who felt a great sense of relief in his heart. It turns out I was not wrong? Contemplating the willpower-enhanced attack mentioned by Yi Chen, although they had never heard of such a capability, they managed to understand it to some extent. Isn't this just enhancing skill damage with 3rd tier spiritual energy after reaching the 3rd tier? It seems that Yi Chen's talent is indeed terrifying and overbearing, directly possessing 3rd tier characteristics at a low tier. No wonder he is so strong. As for the mysterious forces, Zhang Tao's eyes flickered. He noticed that the equipment on Yi Chen was indeed impressive. To be able to help Yi Chen reach this level in such a short time seems a bit frightening. However, that's normal. If he discovered such a super genius, he would spare no effort to push the other party to 3rd tier as quickly as possible. After everyone digested the information, Yi Chen nodded and continued speaking, not intending to dwell on these matters. As for calling you all here, you probably have already guessed. Here, I want to unite the 3 of you to form an alliance to serve me. I hold the decision-making power, and you all will provide me with full assistance. Once I secure the first sequence, I will naturally give back to you all. A blatant exchange of benefits.
Yi Chen did not hesitate to reveal his intentions. Becoming the first sequence holds political and military power comparable to that of a regional leader, especially when facing the highest echelons of Huaxia. He believed these old foxes understood perfectly what this meant. Give me resources, and I will take care of you in the future. The crowd was startled. They could hear the powerful ambition almost emanating from Yi Chen's tone. To directly lay the unspoken rules on the table is indeed quite domineering. However, it aligns with their intentions. Just think, if Yi Chen truly rises to the peak of the third tier and becomes a regional commander, then that would be enough for them to take off.
Now is indeed a super advantageous investment.
However, what Yi Chen meant was not collaboration, but rather turning them into subordinates.
The cost of this would be an entirely different matter. Reading the thoughts of the few, Yi Chen didn't mind and stood up directly.
Gentlemen, you have 10 minutes to discuss. Saying this, he walked out of the soundproof barrier, leaving some space for everyone to discuss.
Regarding whether this group of old foxes would agree, Yi Chen had absolute confidence, especially in Wang Tian of the Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce. He had gauged the other party perfectly. A businessman who would go all out for tenfold profits. What if he could offer hundreds or thousands of times? He might be willing to sell his son. After Yi Chen left, the tent instantly erupted in a frenzy. Father, why don't we immediately agree to Yi Chen? His potential is so terrifying. Not to mention being the president of a chamber of commerce, it's not impossible for us to become the largest chamber of commerce in China in the future. Almost driving himself crazy, Wang Zhang grabbed his father with excitement in his eyes. He hadn't anticipated that a random awakened one he casually met would have such exaggerated potential.
Not to mention becoming a subordinate, even being a sycophant would do.
Yes, Uncle Zhang. What are you hesitating about?
Let's not talk about anything else. As long as Yi Chen becomes a third-tier senior, that would at least be a lieutenant general.
That's even more impressive than the old man.
Hearing the younger generation's urging, Zhang Tao and Wang Tian exchanged a glance, their expressions complex. They naturally knew there was no need for hesitation. The two hesitated purely because they were considering the power struggles at a higher level. From what they knew, there were both overt and covert conflicts between several factions, each backed by super forces. They had no doubts about Yi Chen's potential, but if he suddenly barged in, who knew if someone would have other intentions?
If someone wanted to target Yi Chen, they would be the ones to face repercussions.
Moreover, Yi Chen claimed to have mysterious forces backing him.
Brother Zhang,
I feel that the mysterious forces behind Yi Chen might be some private individual.
No, it should be a single but powerful superpower house?
Considering that Yi Chen still needed him to provide spiritual energy fruits, it was clear he did not belong to the official forces. I should say, I lean towards the idea that a powerful super survivor hidden outside of the official ranks is likely, and there are indeed quite a few people like this. These individuals have more experience than many military strongmen and can realize that Yi Chen's talent is extraordinary. It's perfectly understandable for someone to suddenly emerge to cultivate him. After exchanging opinions, although both were extremely tempted, they still couldn't make a decision. They unconsciously looked towards the least noticeable Xiaohai, only to find that this commander of Tianfeng suddenly spoke up.
Gentlemen, I know you may look down on me,
but having listened to Yi Chen's intentions, I've decided to take a gamble. Let's join him while he is still weak. Rallying for him, the future returns are hard to estimate. I've been stuck at the initial level of the third tier for a long time, to be honest.
I am unwilling.
Xiaohai smiled bitterly. This was his inner thought. He originally had no power, barely scraping by with merits to reach the third tier.
No one looked up to him, and his recruitment value was minimal. Now that there is finally an opportunity to soar, he really wants to take a gamble. After all, he had witnessed Yi Chen step by step to the present. The shock was overwhelming. Wang Tian and the others fell silent upon hearing this, and after a moment, it seemed they had made up their minds. Back in the tent, Yi Chen calmly looked at everyone standing up. So, have you made your decision? A moment of brief silence. The next second, Wang Tian directly pulled his son to represent everyone, took a deep breath, and then bowed deeply, cupping his hands in response. I am willing to offer my humble assistance. As everyone expressed their stance in unison, the entire tent fell into a brief silence. Looking at the 5 people in front of him, Yi Chen let out a satisfied chuckle and then handed out a list. The items listed are everything I need. I hope you can prepare them by the end of today. Additionally, after you go back, you can make arrangements to help me contact the high-ranking military officials in the capital and tell them I am going to start the third-level trial. His tone was indifferent, almost like a command. As soon as the words fell, the few of them couldn't help but feel a jolt in their hearts. This is planning to waste no time at all, directly going to start competing for the first sequence with a few seeds. For some reason, although Yi Chen is so young and is described by Xiaohai as coming from the poorest settlement, this time meeting him brought them an immense sense of oppression. It almost made them feel they were facing someone from a higher status. This kind of demeanor and calmness, logically speaking, shouldn't be something one is born with. It doesn't seem like a pretense, nor is it a feigned sophistication. It's more like he has really once held a high position. After taking the list, Zhang Tao instinctively looked up at Yi Chen and hesitated before speaking. Lord Yi Chen, I've already talked to Commander Chen about your matters. He hopes to meet you whenever you are free.
It doesn't matter if he comes over or you go there. Of course, you can rest assured that Commander Chen is very supportive of the cooperation, otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to agree. This time, the call to go should be intended to give you a nominal position in the military, which will also make it easier to mention outside.
Unlike the nature of businessman Wang Tian, who seizes opportunities and bets everything without regard for his own identity, Zhang Tao represents
a large military district behind him. Although they are eager to become part of Yi Chen's backing, they still care about face to some extent.
No problem. After casually replying, Yi Chen turned to Xiao Hai. Commander Xiao, could you please resubmit the information? You can report my situation honestly to the capital. He had no intention of hiding anything. He was already at the peak of the second level, about to reach the third level. Participating in the trial required access to facilities in the capital or from several mega powers, so it was impossible to keep this a secret. In fact, if it weren't for the sword god system being unable to be disclosed, Yi Chen wouldn't mind showcasing his talents. He needed a substantial amount of resources to accelerate his growth. Yes, there may be those who develop jealousy and take a shot at him, or even suppress him due to conflicting interests. He had experienced this in his past life. When not facing the threat of annihilation, humanity is the best at infighting, and this remains true even in times of apocalypse. But similarly, there will inevitably be people who do not want him to grow, and more people will bet on him. The higher his potential and value, the safer he is instead. I understand. After comprehending Yi Chen's meaning, Xiao Hai looked at the young man in front of him with a complicated expression. He knew that after reporting the information this time, quite a few people would likely be held accountable. Although the decision was made by everyone and all believed that the will system was useless, with a monster like Yi Chen appearing, well, someone had to take the blame. Yi Chen, just call me Uncle Xiao. Is there anything else? Uncle Xiao will definitely help you with it.
Suppressing his random thoughts, Xiao Hai forced out a friendly and even flattering smile, more attentive than when he first met Yi Chen.
He didn't feel awkward about being
so servile. In the apocalypse, power is the most important. Yi Chen was already stronger than him, so it was quite normal for him to play the role of a little brother. In fact, he was also quite clear that he would be pulled into cooperation with Yi Chen, and that he was truly benefiting from the luck brought by the celestial wind. With no resources available and no people to rely on, the power he held was not even on the same level as Chen Yong and Wang Tian. In this small group, he was just the one who was there to observe. His hopes for anything beyond the third tier rested solely on Yi Chen. Shaking his head, Yi Chen confirmed there was nothing else to arrange before turning to leave. The spiritual fruit and sword techniques he wanted were all left for the forces behind Chen and Wang to prepare, and he believed they would definitely provide him with a satisfactory answer. In the short term, all he needed to do was wait for the capital to receive the news and escort him to attend the trial. In fact, he was also a bit curious about who had judged him as having no potential last time. After all, he had tested as SS level. Even if it was the will system, shouldn't they at least give him a general rating? Directly downgrading him to B-level garbage, was the standard for the first Spark project this strict? Although Yi Chen had left, the few people he left behind exchanged glances and let out a long sigh. I really didn't expect that coming here. I would become someone else's little brother. Zhang Tao laughed at himself, but it was just a joke. In fact, he was quite emotional and excited inside. They had practically picked up a super genius for free. Who knows, in the future, Yi Chen might be their boss. Yeah, I didn't expect that either. I thought Wang, was just coming over to discuss the benefits of the copy, but little did I know. Wang Tian shook his head and forced a laugh, his eyes toward Wang Zheng filled with satisfaction and approval. As expected of his son, just casually getting to know someone was already a super strong backer. His judgment was much better than his own. Let's not talk about that. Once Yi Chen's news is reported, I wonder how much commotion it will cause on the central side. Who knows how many troubles it will stir up. A trace of worry flashed in Zhang Tao's eyes. Now, various factions and forces were competing for rankings, buying up resources and items to enhance their strength everywhere. Yi Chen's appearance would undoubtedly disrupt the existing situation. He actually thought about it. Yi Chen courting them essentially meant he needed them to stand up and speak out. The so-called mysterious person behind him might be powerful, but at the official level, they probably wouldn't have much effect. Brother Zhang, since we've placed our bets, we might as well take a gamble. As long as Yi Chen can outshine all the geniuses and seize the first rank, on the surface, no one would dare to touch him. Is there any business without risks? You and I take a gamble. If we win, then we all benefit. Wang Tian laughed dismissively. In his view, losing a bet merely meant losing some resources. What's the big deal? Moreover, he didn't believe they would lose. How could a second-tier monster with the strength of a third-tier ever be outmatched by those so-called geniuses? Capital Military District, Spark Project Office. Commander Liu. The Tianfeng Safety Zone has reported an urgent message, claiming it's extremely important. It's related to the plan. Sitting behind a pile of materials, Tang Jin furrowed his brow as he looked at the report handed over by his subordinate. Tianfeng? That sounds familiar. Which subordinate safety zone is it from? Got it, just put it on the desk. Did not pay attention to the so-called important intelligence. Since the initiation of the Fire Seed selection program, many military and local safety zones have reported similar claims every day. They dare to exaggerate any A-class discovered into a super genius, with increasingly exaggerated wording, just to grab more attention.
Such news may be a big deal locally, but from the central perspective, it's getting rather common. A few hours later, after handling some official documents, Lu Hongjun, feeling somewhat tired, prepared to leave the office and end his work. However, as he got up, he once again saw the Tianfeng report placed among a pile of documents. By some strange twist of fate, he sighed and casually picked it up. Forget it, let's take a look. Let's see what these small places are up to this time. A few seconds later, after reading through the not-so-long content of the report, Lu Hongjun's entire body suddenly stiffened, and he took a sharp breath. His oval-shaped eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. 2 weeks to the peak of second tier? Second tier strength comparable to third tier. SS-level talent. Holding the thin report in his hand, under the dim light of the office, the man's expression changed repeatedly. What kind of joke is this? Are the people from Tianfeng insane? They dare to say such nonsense? With this kind of potential, how could he not be selected? Taking a deep breath, Lu Hongjun hurriedly flipped to the back and started to review it repeatedly. After a while, he was breathing heavily, gripping the report tightly, seemingly just recovering from shock. Yi Chen. Once deemed to have a willpower affinity, so his selection qualification was revoked. But discovered by the North China War Zone in Tianfeng, this person actually has an extremely special talent. Suspected to possess characteristics of the third tier even at a low rank. Looking at the words on the report were Xiao Hai almost guaranteed with his life, even if he did not believe it, he could not help but feel shaken at this moment. Striving to remember, he recalled exactly who Yi Chen was. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and no longer cared about the truth of the matter. The news was too significant. If it's true, this awakener named Yi Chen will cause an uproar throughout the China War Zone. He cannot afford the responsibility of not reporting it. Having second-tier power with third-tier capabilities is no longer a matter of potential, it's a miracle. It's a divine phenomenon. Without hesitation, Lu Hongjun, disregarding the late hour, directly sent a message to his superior and rushed out of the office with the report. 2 hours later, in the dead of night. In the brightly lit conference room, the high-ranking officials of the Origin Plan Department were seated at their respective places. At the main seat, Major General Yang Guoping, who was in charge of the entire plan, looked grave as he read the report in his hands, with a trace of astonishment in his eyes. However, having been in a high position for a long time, he was able to control his emotions. Everyone, have you read the report? Do you think it's possible? He asked in a deep voice, gesturing with the report in his hand. Even though it contained only a few lines, it still made his scalp tingle. The news is too exaggerated to the point that a normal person couldn't even come up with such a story. In the heavy atmosphere, a civilian officer hesitated to speak. General Yang, theoretically I believe such an awakener cannot exist. After all, the gap between the second and third tiers is too large. How could such a talent possibly emerge? I think, is it possible that Tianfeng exaggerated a bit? Perhaps this awakener named Yi Chen is indeed different from the usual will-based ones, showing exceptional combat power, stronger than an ordinary second tier. Hence Tianfeng simply claimed he is comparable to the third tier? The news of killing a third tier can be half true and half false. After all, assisting in a kill can also count as a kill. As for rising to the peak of the second tier so quickly, based on his own reasoning, the civilian officer tried to find an answer he could accept. The peak of the second tier. If provided with abundant resources and good absorption effects, this is indeed possible. After pausing for a moment, the staff officer raised the copied report in his hand. According to the information provided by Xiao Hai, it was he in the North China War Zone who discovered that Yi Chen's talent was different. It seems that the resources were also provided by them. However, that really is quite a generous investment. The other senior officials in the conference room nodded after hearing this. Such speculation was the most reasonable. However, it must be said that Chen Kai-lai was quite generous. Pouring so many resources into a single willpower-type individual, is he not afraid of wasting it? At the main seat, Yang Guoping paused for a moment and slowly spoke. Let's contact Chen Kai-lai directly. This matter is too significant, we cannot make assumptions lightly. Even if it is somewhat exaggerated, still, Yi Chen's potential needs to be reassessed. As he spoke, Yang Guoping glanced at Tang Jin on the other side, a slight dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. Tang Jin was the officer who was the first to propose cancelling Yi Chen's qualification for selection. He is now worried that after contacting Chen Kai-lai later, the other party will insist that Yi Chen indeed has third-tier combat power and even provide evidence. If that is truly the case, it would mean their neglect of duty. And it would be a serious neglect of duty. The entire department was supposed to select seeds for the Huaxiao War Zone, but such talent was almost buried and discovered by the subordinate military region. Isn't this a blatant slap in the face? Wouldn't the higher-ups suspect their abilities? 10 minutes later, the conference room once again fell into a silence akin to death. Just now, after they contacted Chen Kai-lai, this very senior deputy commander of the war zone became directly agitated and started cursing violently upon hearing their doubts. This old man, who was over 70 years old, swore on his lifetime's honor that Yi Chen's killing of a third-tier mutated creature is absolutely true. Moreover, his strength is not just any third tier, but at least can be classified as a mid-level third tier. With the evidence of the mutated creature's corpse presented in over 100 testimonies, the entire high command was in shock. The situation is real.
And it's even more exaggerated than what they saw in the reports. After reviewing all the evidence, the many Tier 3 personnel in the conference room couldn't help but question their lives, feeling that it was all too insane.
Everyone, I think there's no need for further speculation. Taking a deep breath, Yang Guoping broke the silence, his eyes filled with excitement and complexity.
He never expected that Yi Chen, whom they had previously given up on, would perform so astonishingly. It was truly unimaginable how such a freakish talent could exist in this world.
Report the news. Directly report it to the central government. A genius with Tier 3 combat power at Tier 2, we can no longer waste his time. If problems arise again this time, none of those present will escape accountability.
After saying that, a hint of fear unexpectedly rose in Yang Guoping's heart. If they only received this news to report after Yi Chen became a 3rd tier, then the superiors would surely scold them to death.
In a more serious situation, they might even have to go to a military court.
Even ANS ranks can be selected for the Ember project. Having an SS rank, a super genius with the ability to overcome tiers, wandering outside is a huge mistake.
I agree. General Yang, I suggest directly dispatching a 3rd tier unit to bring Yi Chen to the capital. Ensure his safety.
As for the rank evaluation, it can wait until he arrives and the superiors can evaluate him in person.
I agree. Let's classify him as a special grade right away.
For such a genius, even delaying 1 day in training is an unforgivable loss. With the change of the wind, everyone in the meeting room expressed their agreement, almost all of them curious to meet Yi Chen.
Since it had been confirmed that Yi Chen had immeasurable potential, they could easily imagine that this young man would surely soar to great heights in the future. He might be another supernova.
However, just as everyone was flattering and giving various opinions, the previously silent Tang Jin suddenly clenched his teeth, as if he had made some kind of determination.
General Yang, can you temporarily suppress the news? Don't report it to the central.
Breathing heavily, Tang Jin clenched his fists tightly, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. He knew that saying this now would probably lead to dire consequences.
But he had to say it. Sure enough, everyone was stunned and looked at him with confusion. On the main seat, Yang Guoping's expression changed, and in an instant, his cold gaze shot towards him. Tang Jin, do you want to die?
How dare you say such words?
Like a thorn in the back.
Withstanding Yang Guoping's immense pressure, Tang Jin struggled to maintain his slightly trembling body.
Facing the 3rd stage senior Yang Guoping, the terrifying aura almost crushed him.
He certainly understood what suppressing the news meant. A clear super genius not being reported up means that if something happens, everyone from top to bottom will be held accountable.
If Yi Chen encounters any issues
during this period, no one can bear the wrath of the higher-ups.
What is the Fire Seed plan for? It is to select true elites, as it concerns national strategy.
Locking eyes, Tang Jin's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth to say,
General Yang,
what I mean is not that I won't report.
It's just delayed by half a month. No, even a week late would be fine.
As he spoke,
an unusual expression appeared on Tang Jin's face, as if to remind, and he lowered his voice.
General Zhang Meng's youngest son is currently in the 1st sequence, but he hasn't yet reached the peak of the 2nd tier.
They are all clever people.
Almost as soon as Tang Jin made what seemed like an irrelevant reminder, the officers present all showed strange expressions. On the main seat, Yang Guoping's anger momentarily froze, then he snorted coldly and slightly retracted his momentum. He understood what Tang Jin was trying to say and also realized why Tang Jin had to bear such great pressure to make him report later.
It was simple.
Zhang Meng was highly influential and was considered among the top tier of the higher-ups. He regarded his young son becoming part of the 1st sequence as extremely important.
After all, this matter was related to the distribution of a large amount of resources in the future. It could be said that whoever became part of the 1st sequence would wield great power and influence in the future.
Yi Chen was already at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, and with his combat power, it was almost a certainty that he would advance to the 3rd tier, unlike others in the Will system who might face problems due to their inadequate strength. Once Yi Chen was the first to reach the 3rd tier, and with his double S talent and even better talent characteristics, Zhang Yang's position in the 1st sequence would definitely have to be given up. Some resources were limited, especially the resources after the 3rd tier.
If Yi Chen used them, Zhang Yang could only trail behind and take what was left.
As a member of Zhang Meng's faction, how could Tang Jin not be anxious?
Tang, you really are loyal and bold.
Yang Guoping looked at Tang Jin coldly, giving him a deep glance.
Although he disliked this approach, he couldn't afford to offend Zhang Meng behind Tang Jin.
What Tang Jin said was essentially forcing them to compromise.
If they
suppressed it, they might be held accountable and provoke the higher-ups' displeasure.
But if they didn't suppress it, Zhang Meng would definitely hold a grudge against them.
Tang Jin needed to buy time, trying to elevate Zhang Yang's strength before Yi Chen entered the capital.
1 week is impossible.
3 days, I can help you suppress it for a maximum of 3 days.
If the young master behind you is inferior, we can't be blamed for that. Moreover, I advise you not to target Yi Chen.
The reports and materials have already been filed, and he has the North China War Zone deputy commander backing him up.
If something goes wrong, even your backer won't be able to handle it. After coldly throwing out that sentence, Yang Guoping snorted coldly and intended to leave.
He didn't want to get involved in the factional struggle. He admired Yi Chen, even to the point of being amazed.
He didn't want to offend Zhang Meng.
Weighing both sides, he had no choice but to act this way. Coincidentally, preparing the military equipment and escorting Yi Chen to the capital would also take some time. It was reasonable in both emotions and logic. As for whether Zhang Meng could elevate his son to the peak of the second rank within 3 days, that would depend on their own abilities. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Tang Jin let out a long breath and rushed out of the conference room without even saying goodbye. He never expected that Yi Chen, whom he had deliberately suppressed back then, would emerge again. The potential being displayed now was even more exaggerated than before. A second rank with the combat power of a third rank. Damn, how could there be such a monster in this world? Must notify General Zhang as soon as possible. Yi Chen, that willful type, and also the double S Yi Chen, is about to reach the third rank. In the 3rd Army Corps, Zhang Meng looked at the message sent by Tang Jin with a face full of disbelief, and in shock, he suddenly stood up from his position. Although he is of the will type, his talent possesses Tier 3 characteristics. In personal achievements, he has once single-handedly slain a Tier 3 mutant. The backing force is Chen Kailai, Vice Commander of the North China War Zone, who was about to arrive in the capital to initiate the Tier 3 trial. His expression was grim. As a top-level leader, he naturally understood what this news meant. This kind of potential and performance can be said to be unprecedented in the entire Huaxia War Zone since the apocalypse. Without a second thought, once Yi Chen advances to Tier 3, the first sequence must be his. It can't be snatched away. He didn't care much about the backing force. A mere Vice Commander of North China was essentially a nominal position. Chen Kailai, being a mid-Tier 3, was comparable to a bug when compared to his peak Tier 3 strength. Although he couldn't quite understand where Chen Kailai got so many resources, he could only attribute it to Yi Chen's will-type identity. Perhaps the absorption efficiency is exceptionally high. General Zhang. Zhang Yang must reach peak 2nd tier within 3 days, or else neither of them will qualify to compete for the sequence. On the other end of the communication, Tang Jin urged anxiously. He had tied himself too closely to Zhang Meng. Once the news about Yi Chen was suppressed and reached Yi Chen's ears, he could hardly imagine his future would be anything but miserable. I understand. You will have credit for this, I will remember it. Responding in a low voice, Zhang Meng's expression shifted several times before finally deciding to contact his highly valued youngest son. Yanger, I have some very bad news that I must inform you of. You'd better be mentally prepared. On the training ground, a young man with a strong physique, naked, held a spirit crystal in his left hand and threw punches rapidly with his right hand, sweating profusely. He looked at the message suddenly sent by Zhang Meng with some surprise. Did I not tell you before? Among the selected candidates for this seed plan, there is someone with SS-level talent just like you. He is now at peak 2nd tier and preparing to advance to 3rd tier. The punch momentarily paused, and Zhang Yang looked in shock at the message sent by his father, his face filled with astonishment. It's important to note that he had only reached high level 2nd tier with an unlimited supply of spiritual crystals. This included at least 20 3rd-tier individuals assisting him in leveling up, and he had hardly wasted a single moment. Through keen observation and quick reflexes, he instantly understood Zhang Meng's meaning. Dad, is he going to compete with me for the first sequence? Exactly. In the next few days, I will arrange for higher-level spiritual crystals to be sent to you. I need you to rush to the peak of the 2nd tier as best as you can. The first sequence may not necessarily fall into his hands if you are also at the 3rd tier. Moreover, as Zhang Meng spoke, a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, but he ultimately made up his mind. Go to the high-difficulty dungeons. You only have 3 days. Going to the high-difficulty dungeons is your only chance to catch up. Some dungeons have a time flow rate that is slower than reality, so by the time you come out, you might not be at a disadvantage against him. Yanger, do you have confidence? In the training ground, Zhang Yang looked at Zhang Meng's message, taking a deep breath. With the pride cultivated since childhood, he naturally would not admit defeat. Father, rest assured, the spot in the first sequence must still belong to me. I don't believe I can't surpass him. Tianfeng Safe Zone, Military Base. Inside the heavily guarded base, Yi Chen silently consumed a full table of intermediate spirit energy fruits before him, like a machine. Ding, consuming intermediate power fruit, power +1, burst power additionally increases by 3%. Ding, consuming intermediate physique fruit, physique +1, endurance additionally increases by 6%. As intermittent system notifications sounded, waves of heat flowed around like a rushing tide. Since reaching a cooperation with Zhang Tao and Wang Tiandi, these two major forces have almost done their utmost to gather the required materials as per his demands. They not only directly withheld supplies originally designated for a certain sequence, but the Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce also specifically helped him find many rare and unusual special items that could temporarily increase attributes. A bit hard to digest. After struggling to swallow a mouthful, Yi Chen wore a bitter expression, feeling as if he were a balloon on the verge of bursting. Each intermediate fruit contained considerable energy, and even with his physical quality, it took him half a day to digest just one. It is likely that only those at the top of the superpower training sequences experienced the pain of consuming these fruits. He didn't spend a single cent on any resources, and the 800,000 points he previously transferred to Wang Zhang were also returned. Not only that, Wang Tian showed his utmost sincerity, stating that as long as it was within his authority, he would do whatever it took to meet Yi Chen's needs, even if it meant emptying his own pockets. This is the last one. After spending half a day consuming the final fruit, Yi-Chen felt a brief stagnation of his spiritual energy, which then began to flow rapidly at an unimaginable speed. 1 circle, 2 circles. The spiritual energy within his body seemed to follow the bloodstream, and he could even hear the sound of 2 streams rushing. This was the first time encountering such a situation, and he was slightly taken aback. In his previous life, he had never reached the limit of enhancement. With such a change occurring, even he did not know what was going on. Fortunately, the time for the spiritual energy to accelerate its flow was not long. After about 2 minutes, the surging spiritual energy began to slow down, returning to a flow speed similar to before. However, with his keen perception, Yi-Chen unexpectedly discovered that the current slower flow speed was still much faster than before. With a thought, slowly raising his right hand, Yi-Chen seemed to realize something and began to mobilize the spiritual energy. As expected, he felt that the spiritual energy within him was easier to mobilize. Although there was no increase in attributes, the coordination among the 4 attributes had greatly improved, and there were no longer any occasional dryness or stuttering like before.
Is this the benefit of reaching the limit? More thorough use of attributes and a faster mobilization speed of spiritual energy? Evaluating his current battle power, Yi-Chen showed a slight surprise on his face. After the acceleration of spiritual energy, his strength felt about 20% higher than he had previously estimated. It was as if he had mastered his current body, feeling like a fish in water. No wonder everyone seeks the limit value. It turns out there are such benefits. Yet, as Yi-Chen sighed, his expression dimmed slightly. Not for any other reason, but purely because he remembered in his past life, due to insufficient resources, he had hastily advanced to the 3rd tier. If he had this boost during the final battle, even if he were slightly stronger, he might have succeeded in breaking through. At that time, he was at the peak of the 3rd tier, preparing to charge out of the encirclement of mutated creatures with the last of his life force, leaving behind the final spark for the Huaxia battle zone. Unfortunately, although he was so close to the 4th tier, his battle power in all aspects had not improved perfectly. Though he remained stronger than other peak 3rd tier fighters thanks to his SSS level talent, he could still only die with regret in battle.
Shaking his head, Yi-Chen dispelled the bitterness that had unintentionally risen in his heart and chose not to think more about it. The past is the past. The foundational conditions in this life are much stronger than in the previous one. His eyes were filled with confidence. Even without the sword god system, he had absolute confidence to break the fate of his past life.
Not to mention now? Just as Yi-Chen satisfiedly glanced at his current full attribute of 29 points, a long-awaited system notification suddenly rang out.
Ding, please acquire 4 types of special materials and use them.
Material 1, Heart of the Mountain Destroyer. Material 2, Human-Faced Hawk Bone Liquid. Material 3, Vertebra Pearl of the Corpse Shatterer. Material 4, Core of the Otherworldly Ghost. Mission reward: after acquiring and using all materials, the cooldown time for releasing SSS level skills without consumption is shortened to 12 hours, and an additional 1000 points of spiritual energy will be granted.
With a slight daze, Yi-Chen instinctively looked at the task issued by the Sword God system, his heart suddenly racing. Ever since he inexplicably obtained this system, the Sword God system had rarely issued tasks other than previously providing a very ordinary attribute increase and giving him a space ring.
He didn't expect that a task to acquire materials would pop up now.
Looking at the materials required for the task, after a while he furrowed his brow, having never even heard of them. But they seemed to be materials dropped by mutated creatures. One name he remembered was the Mountain Destroyer. The Mountain Destroyer, he recalled, was a peak 3rd tier mutant displayed in textbooks, which had been slain by several 3rd tier peaks 27 years ago.
Obtained. Contemplating, Yi-Chen thought of something after a few seconds. So, these materials are probably all dropped by high-tier mutants?
If they still exist, then they can only be in the hands of the military or those few superpowers. The task didn't seem to pose much danger. He could just go to the capital and ask the military about it. After confirming his thoughts, Yi-Chen turned to look at the task rewards with some excitement.
Shorten the skill cooldown time?
This would be an enormous help for him.
Reducing it to 12 hours means that his combat power downtime is cut down again.
Although he can activate skills himself after reaching the 3rd tier, who wouldn't want to unleash more sword techniques at once? It's important to note that he calculated that after advancing to the 3rd tier, his energy reserves would only allow him to use
skills 1 or 2 times before draining.
Without the system's assistance, his combat power would drop by at least half or more. Not to mention the task reward of 1000 energy, which is equivalent to 10 points of willpower.
Not only that, Yi-Chen also realized one thing: the abilities provided by the Sword God system are definitely not fully activated yet.
Since it can shorten time, it
can definitely be reduced further.
He has always wondered whether the Sword God system would become less effective when he reaches the high level of the 3rd tier. After all, it seems that even though the SSS level sword techniques are powerful, they only have the attack power of a mid-level 3rd tier. When he reaches the high level or even the peak of the 3rd tier, they can only serve as support methods. But now I think about it, the entire system will probably bring me a considerable surprise in the future.
Yi-Chen, are you still getting used to this? The troops from the capital should be arriving soon.
Outside the door, Xiaohai was standing at the entrance with a big smile, his eyes filled with excitement.
Click.
The door opened. After suppressing his thoughts, Yi Chen opened the door and saw Xiao Hai slightly leaning forward, waiting at his door. "Commander Xiao, it's been fine here, but I still need to trouble you with what I asked earlier," calmly replied. Hearing the news that the capital's troops were arriving soon, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a slight joy in his heart. This speed is quite fast. It seems that the capital has already settled his matters. Thinking about the imminent promotion to the 3rd tier, he felt very good. It's only natural for Xiao Hai to be happy. After all, for him, Yi Chen was his big leg. "Just call me Uncle Xiao. Calling me Commander Xiao is too polite. Also, I'll naturally take good care of the people you arranged, but I don't understand what you mean by shrinking the safety zone's forces and not constructing anything for the time being. What does this mean?" With a cheerful smile, Xiao Hai lowered his posture quite a bit. He knew very well that he held little value to Yi Chen. His only value might be that Yi Chen was sentimental and had friends here. Therefore, after deciding to cooperate, he immediately recalled a large number of elite troops to bring Yi Chen's mother and little sister back to the base, ensuring their safety as much as possible. As for the troublemakers from Zhenjiang, they were sent away by Zhang Tao. In this regard, Xiao Hai couldn't help but sigh that this was true power, being able to resolve Yi Chen's troubles with just a word. Shrinking the safety zone's forces is to prepare well. It might not be very safe here in a while. In response to Xiao Hai's question, Yi Chen only gave a vague explanation. He couldn't tell Xiao Hai that a massive disaster was approaching, and there was no need to do so. If the heavenly wind cannot hold, then there is no point in trying to hold it. Once the monster army arrives, even more 3rd-tier fighters will die. The entire Zhenjiang area is not suitable for defense. In fact, he also plans to hint to Zhang Tao and the others about this in a while. This place is destined to be abandoned. Once he establishes himself in the capital war zone and has enough say, he plans to let some familiar people move into the fortress that he intends to build later. Therefore, he could only tell Xiao Hai that it was unnecessary to build a safe zone anymore, and there was no need to do anything. Just stay here honestly, and when the time comes, escape will be fine. Unsafe? Dangerous? Upon hearing this, Xiao Hai's smile froze, clearly understanding Yi Chen's implication. In his wild thoughts, he couldn't help but recall the zombie tide that Yi Chen had warned him about earlier. Is the zombie tide coming again? Feeling a bit uneasy in his heart, he noticed that Yi Chen didn't say much more and didn't ask further, assuming it was information that the mysterious person behind Yi Chen had revealed. Perhaps a certain superpower was wandering in the wilds of the battle zone, noticing that the tides of corpses and the monsters were not quite quiet. After letting out a sigh, he didn't think much about it, just quietly remembered. For some reason, he always felt like things were becoming increasingly unstable. Uncle Xiao, has my sequence been confirmed on the capital side? Do they have an estimated arrival time? I'll handle some personal matters if there's still time. He casually asked Xiao Hai while walking towards the base. Closely following beside Yi Chen, Xiao Hai ignored his own follower-like behavior, hesitating for a moment before speaking. About the sequence. It seems they didn't mention this news. The notification I received was that 6 Tier 3 personnel and 12 psychic fighter jets dispatched by the military will arrive in Tianfeng tomorrow morning. Besides that, nothing else was mentioned. Oh, by the way, that combat team has reminded us that only you can go over first. Your family may have to wait for the next batch of troops to take them over. The ones dispatched this time are all the fastest 3rd-generation energy fighters, which have limited capacity and are not suitable for ordinary people to ride in. Saying this, Xiao Hai had a hint of envy on his face. With 6 3rd-tier protectors, I heard that there is also a high-level 3rd-tier awakened one coming over this time. With 12 energy fighters for protection, this kind of treatment is simply not something ordinary people can enjoy. It's no exaggeration to say that just the air and space force escorting Yi Chen can push through many safe zones in a short time, with an extremely exaggerated combat power. I have to say, once it draws the attention of the higher-ups, the official protection measures are truly remarkable, as they are afraid of anything happening to Yi Chen. The treatment of a super genius is indeed good. The cost of this operation alone could bankrupt Tianfeng. After hearing this, Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged. He didn't feel much about the military's protection for himself. Instead, upon hearing the news of no sequence recognition, a trace of doubt arose in his heart. Xiao Hai's news must have been reported, and with Chen Kai endorsing him, the higher-ups definitely knew about him, otherwise, they wouldn't have dispatched aircraft to come. But the question is, where is his sequence? He was absolutely confident that his potential rating must be number 1. From his past life memories, few in the first batch of fire seeds stood out. Most had only reached the advanced 3rd level by the final battle. Subtly, Yi Chen's heart sank, sensing a hint of manipulation in the air. They'll come to pick me up tomorrow morning, right? Okay, I understand. Without revealing any abnormalities, Yi Chen took note of this point privately and did not think too much about it. Even if some issues arose, they shouldn't be significant. In the capital, he would speak with strength. It was his, and no one could take it away. Tianfeng Inner City. Yi Chen paused for a moment, looking at the gathering message sent by Wang Jin, and after a few seconds, he still chose to politely decline. It's not that he is unsympathetic, but he really can't spare the time. Facing the reunion with former classmates, he hesitated repeatedly and ultimately decided to give it up. Besides Wang Jin, he wasn't very familiar with the others. In fact, he still needed to meet with Chen Kai Lai in the evening.
This well-known figure, a top-tier character in the North China battle zone, personally came to Tianfeng just to talk before he left to hand over a skill book to him. Regarding the embryonic form of his power, Yi Chen also felt it necessary to have an in-depth discussion. As for Wang Jin, he could only say sorry to this girl who had helped him many times in the past. There would still be opportunities to meet in the future. He had already arranged for Xiao Hai to secretly protect some people, and once the fortress was built, he would take them over together. In a private room of Tianfeng's most upscale restaurant, 2 peak second-tier guards stood at the door, while 4 people sat inside. Chen Kailai, Yi Chen, Chen Yong, and Chen Yao. Sitting opposite Yi Chen, Chen Yao somewhat awkwardly served tea for Yi Chen and her old man, sitting obediently next to her brother. In front of her old man, she, who was originally a bit willful, now seemed as obedient as a rabbit, while Chen Yong didn't dare to make a sound and appeared somewhat nervous. Unmoved. After taking the tea, Yi Chen seriously examined the elder across from him. White hair and a rosy complexion, full of vitality. Although he was nearly 70 years old, Chen Kailai, a strong mid-level third rank, still had plenty of energy and his eyes occasionally flashed with brilliance. Dressed in his standard military uniform, he exuded a considerable presence. Indeed, heroes emerge in youth. Chen Kailai smiled as he looked at Yi Chen. Just as Yi Chen was observing him, he was continuously observing Yi Chen. Although Zhang Tao and Shen Yong both spoke highly of Yi Chen, he still wanted to see him with his own eyes. Potential is one thing, but seeing him in person, he can also discern what Yi Chen's nature and demeanor are like. Still, upon meeting him, a sense of admiration inevitably arose in his heart. What a calm demeanor, neither arrogant nor anxious, he faces him with remarkable composure. Moreover, Chen Kailai always felt that Yi Chen not only harbored a sharpness that seemed almost uncontrollable but also exuded an aura that could only be cultivated by someone long accustomed to a high position. It's hard to imagine where a kid from a poor background gets such presence. No wonder the tone of cooperation is so grand, almost as if it expects them to do his bidding, taking the initiative. After revealing a satisfied smile, Chen Kailai waved for a guard, who stood like a statue behind him, to hand over a skill book. Little brother Yi Chen, the old man is being presumptuous, calling you little brother, is that okay? With a gentle tone, Chen Kailai glanced at his granddaughter beside him, then pushed the skill book in front of Yi Chen. So young, even younger than my granddaughter. A handsome talent, with such high potential. Your future is immeasurable. Right now, it is indeed the era of young people like you. In the future, my useless grandson Shen Yong will probably need you, brother Yi Chen, to teach him a thing or two. That brat has no brains, but his nature isn't bad, and he hasn't caused me much trouble. Not sparing his praise. Chen Kailai smiled as he took a sip of tea, waiting for Yi Chen to speak. Shen Yong beside him gave an awkward smile and couldn't help but touch his own nose. He knew that grandpa was paving the way for him. Previously, when he got to know Yi Chen, the two of them were probably on equal footing. After all, his background wasn't small either. But now, considering Yi Chen's potential, even grandpa had to show some respect. It was good enough for him to be able to hang out with Yi Chen. Standing behind like a statue, several second-tier individuals were taken aback. It was the first time they had seen Chen Kailai being so polite to someone. This statement was almost akin to flattery. One must realize that given Chen Kailai's status, there wasn't a single person in the entire North China war zone who could make him say such things. Astonished, they couldn't help but speculate about the background of Yi Chen. At the table, Yi Chen understood Chen Kailai's underlying message and smiled as he spoke. Commander Chen, you're being too courteous. Chen Yong is a friend of mine, and if the opportunity arises, I will definitely look after him. The North China war zone is a great place, and I believe he will be as outstanding as his father and even like you. No reservations. Yi Chen directly threw out his own price. He knew that Chen Kailai was testing him. He was not surprised by this situation. To tie the other party to his own chariot and get them to work for him, he naturally had to make the necessary promises. As expected, after hearing this, a glimmer of sharp light flashed in Chen Kailai's eyes, and he took a deep look at Yi Chen. He asked Yi Chen to take care of Chen Yong, which was nothing more than asking Yi Chen if he could lend a hand to Chen Yong in the future to secure a position as a commander in the North China war zone. But he didn't expect that Yi Chen not only understood his meaning easily but also made a direct and decisive promise, without any roundabout talk whatsoever. Like his father and himself. Doesn't this mean he promises to help Chen Yong secure at least a commander position, or even a general's post? Such a bold statement, if it were someone else saying it to him, Chen Kailai would deem it mere bragging and completely unreliable. But since Yi Chen said it, there's a very high possibility. Compared to Chen Yong and others who can only realize that Yi Chen's talent is exceptionally abnormal, Chen Kailai understands better what his potential truly signifies. In the future, Yi Chen will at least be a Tier 3 high rank, and securing the first sequence and charging to the peak of Tier 3 won't be a problem. And it should be known that there are only about 20 to 30 people at the pinnacle of Tier 3 in the entire Huaxia war zone, and after excluding private forces, there are only a little over 10 from the official ranks. The status represented by this power means standing among the highest level at the central government, where a single word can determine the lives and deaths of millions. Good. The old man really didn't mistake the person. Chen Kailai let out a loud shout and laughed heartily. He immediately pulled Chen Yong and his granddaughter to him. Come, Chen Yong and Chen Yao, let's toast to brother Yi Chen.
His eyes, sharp as an eagle, looked at the still-dazed Chen Yong, and Chen Kailai couldn't help but sigh in his heart, feeling that his previously satisfactory grandson
was acting so dull. This kid is good in every way, but his reaction is just a bit slow.
He can figure out small matters, but he truly cannot understand significant ones.
After seeing his grandfather's meaningful glance, Chen Yong was suddenly startled and quickly stood up with Chen Yao. In his gaze towards Yi Chen, there was half complexity and half emotion.
He also did not expect that in just a few days, when he first met Yi Chen, he still had the intention of recruiting him, and now even Grandpa had to show goodwill to him. However, he also knew that Yi Chen had the capital for this. Beside him, Chen Yao, who was bewildered and somewhat unaccustomed to standing up, gazed at the boy in front of her in a daze. Since her birth, she had never felt that there was anyone in this world she needed to care about. But now, it seemed she understood something. It turns out that identity and status are all illusory, only strength is real. With a smile on his face, after expressing his feelings, Chen Kailai got straight to the point.
Little brother Yi Chen, I can't help you much this time. I don't know many people up there.
But once you get there, you can look for Zhao Long. He still has a certain status in the high ranks and has a good relationship
with me.
If you have any needs or questions, it might not be convenient to ask outsiders, but finding him could help you some. After hearing this, Yi Chen nodded slightly, knowing that this was Chen Kailai completely handing over his network of connections to pave the way for him. That's right, his potential is very high, but without any influence in the capital and no one to speak for him, he is bound to face some issues.
Knowing a person from his own side will undoubtedly make things much more convenient. Moreover, this can also be an opportunity to continue developing his influence.
Before being promoted to the 4th level, having absolute power and owning one's own influence is still very useful. Seeing Yi Chen agree, Chen Kai's smile broadened. As if he thought of something, he suddenly looked at Chen Yao.
Little brother Yi Chen, I heard that you still don't have a suitable partner, right? What do you think of my granddaughter?
At this moment, Chen Kai looked like an old fox, smiling warmly as he watched Yi Chen. Providing resources, providing connections. Now, he also wants to provide someone. For a potential awakened one like Yi Chen, he naturally hopes that the relationship between the two parties will not just be limited to cooperation. Ha! Yi Chen was slightly taken aback, his expression immediately turning strange. Under the bright yellow light, a sudden blush and panic appeared on Chen Yao's beautiful face. Leaving Chen Kailai politely, Yi Chen planned to end the conversation. Both sides had already achieved their goals, so further discussion was pointless. Compared to Chen Yao, the skill book on the table piqued his interest even more. According to Chen Yong, this skill book was specially brought and was retrieved from the treasured collection of Chen
Kailai in the North China War Zone.
It was said to be one of the prizes from this year's military district competition. Not only did it contain sword techniques, but its level was also as high as a grade. Even for many financially struggling third-tier individuals, the value of this skill book could easily amount to a fortune that one could not buy even if they bankrupted themselves. He was curious about what the effect of upgrading an A-grade skill to SSS grade would be.
Since you have no intention, little brother Yi Chen, then I shouldn't force it.
Still smiling at him, Chen Kailai wasn't angry when rejected. Instead, he respected Yi Chen even more. Logically speaking, given his status, even if he hoped Yi Chen could assist Chen Yong in the future, he wouldn't go so far as to offer his granddaughter. He was purely delighted to see talent, which prompted his matchmaking thoughts. Young man, having his own thoughts is very normal.
Commander Chen is being too modest. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now.
Directly picking up the skill book on the table, Yi Chen chuckled lightly and prepared to leave. He didn't like formalities, and even less did he like to waste time.
Alright, Chen Yong, go see Yi Chen off.
Seeing that Yi Chen was indeed going to leave, Chen Kai smiled and nodded, letting Chen Yong go and send him off. After Yi Chen left, Chen Kai picked up a pot of tea alone, and the smile on his face slowly faded, turning back into the imposing demeanor of a person in power.
Grandpa, why did you say that earlier? It makes it seem like we are forced to please him.
Uncertain if it was because of Yi Chen's departure, Chen Yao, who had been silent, pouted and recalled Yi Chen's polite refusal, and for a moment felt quite uneasy. If Yi Chen agreed, she would feel at a loss, not knowing what to do. If he didn't agree, she would feel a slight sense of disappointment in her heart.
Am I not good looking? Is my family background not good enough?
A girl's thoughts are exceptionally complex. Seeing Chen Yao blame herself, Chen Kailai still showed a hint of affection towards his granddaughter. He sighed and shook his head helplessly.
What, do you think Grandpa is using you as a bargaining chip? Or do you just look down on that kid?
Speaking to himself, Chen Kailai didn't wait for Chen Yao to respond, and a serious look flashed in his eyes.
I, Chen Kailai, don't need to accommodate anyone, nor will I bend over backward.
It's just that this Yi Chen is indeed remarkable, that's why Grandpa is interested. Don't think he has nothing now, but with his potential, once he becomes part of the first sequence, he will definitely be among the top-tier high-level people in the future. Second tier can have the combat power of the third tier.
In front of his own people, Chen Kailai also didn't hide anything.
No one knew that when he learned this news, he felt a surge of astonishment and even fear in his heart. So terrifying. The significance of such talent can only be understood by someone at the third tier. In his terrifying speculation, he even doubted whether Yi Chen would be comparable to those at a higher level with the strength of a junior third rank after advancing to the third rank.
When advancing to the third rank, awakeners gain a bonus to their psychic energy.
The power of their skills would also increase significantly. If Yi Chen's talent and the third rank bonus stacked together, who knows how monstrous it would become. If such a thing really happens, it would mean that Yi Chen's time to possess top-tier combat power would be greatly shortened.
Without reaching
the pinnacle of the third rank, at the intermediate or advanced levels, he would be able to become one of the strongest awakeners in Huaxia.
Not only that,
a strange emotion flashed in Chen Kailai's eyes, and he sighed deeply.
Yaoer, I don't know why. Grandpa always feels that Yi Chen is hiding a lot of things. I always feel that you will be safer following him. Chen Kailai didn't even know why he thought this way.
After taking a sip of his tea, he slowly spoke.
Yi Chen, he is too eager.
He cannot possibly be unaware of what his talent signifies, but from his eyes, from his every move, I feel as if some threat is pushing
him to a hurry.
It's as if there isn't enough time, as if some enormous danger is forcing him to grow stronger at the fastest speed.
As he spoke, Chen Kailai felt a sense of unease and confusion in his heart. The current situation is quite favorable. If he were Yi Chen, he really wouldn't know what he had to worry about. In fact, Yi Chen's
eagerness to advance to the third tier seemed to him something that could completely be put on hold. He could handle things better that way.
Resources can be exchanged.
Given the composure Yi Chen has shown, he doesn't believe Yi Chen does not understand the risks associated with seizing the first sequence.
Right now,
just give way, stay low-key. After all, with such strong talent, he'll surely have a place in the higher ranks in the future, so why rush for the moment? As long as one is willing to give up the first sequence, it would definitely win a lot of goodwill from other factions in exchange. Everyone could treat Yi Chen as a treasure and support him.
But Yi Chen's performance is clearly unwilling to budge even an inch.
No one knew that, actually. Before coming today, he had already received word from high-ranking officials in the capital, urging him to delay Yi Chen's departure to the capital.
And it wasn't just one or two people, but a host. A tree that stands out in the forest will be the first to be blown down by the wind.
If it's too sharp, there's a fear it might break. Unable to understand why Yi Chen was so eager, Chen Kailai let out and shook his head, no longer thinking about it. However, having experienced the early days of the apocalypse, he subtly sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Perhaps something truly significant was about to happen.
In the Tianfeng military district,
Yi Chen returned to the room that Xiao Hai had prepared for him late at night and, after closing the door, looked forward to the skill book in his hand.
Ambush, a grade, sword technique. Skill effect, after activating the skill, gain a single enhanced jumping ability.
After consuming 70% stamina and 2,300 points of spiritual energy, deliver a powerful strike against the target with a crushing force.
During the skill activation, immunity to control effects is granted and a 200% defense boost is acquired.
The strike carries special effects such as finishing, maiming, and crushing.
It also inflicts a brief control effect upon landing. Skill assessment, will of the charge.
After quickly reading through the skill description, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. It was indeed a very powerful skill. Attack, defense, displacement, control, immunity effects, attack effects, almost 6 types of effects concentrated in one skill, nearly perfect. The only drawback is the harsh consumption conditions. In all other aspects, there are hardly any flaws.
Clearly, this skill is suited for use as a final killing attack against enemies.
The only thing that left Yi Chen feeling regretful and hesitant was that this skill leans more towards offense. The strong displacement or defensive capabilities he wanted still couldn't be compensated for.
However, it makes sense.
Sword skills are primarily offensive, pursuing power.
Skills aimed at enhancing survival ability can only be learned through shields or body enhancement types. Forget it, the best defense is offense.
If I kill the opponent, naturally no one can harm me. Yi Chen smiled helplessly and no longer felt greedy. He raised his right hand to the skill book and decisively chose to learn it.
Buzz. With the familiar sound of skill enhancement, a dazzling light suddenly erupted after a few seconds. Ding, skill enhancement successful, current skill, Fallen Heaven. SSS level.
Looking at the newly appeared skill, Yi Chen observed it closely.
Fallen Heaven, SSS level. Skill effect 1, after a brief delay, it creates a repulsion effect on surrounding enemies and propels into the air.
While in the air, you can select any target within a maximum range of 1 kilometer for locking.
Upon completion of the lock, you gain
a flash strike effect, providing a massive falling speed that causes an area impact damage and guarantees a critical hit on the locked target. During the locking period, the target will be in a confinement state, unable to escape the locked area. Skill effect 2, during the activation of the skill, it grants immunity to control abilities and features that prevent being locked on.
As long as the opponents will attribute
is lower than yours, they will be unable to aim at you, and during this period, you gain a psychic shield that can absorb damage equivalent to your psychic reserves.
Skill evaluation, you will bring death. After viewing the brand new SSS level skill, Yi Chen felt a surge of excitement and couldn't help but lick his lips.
As expected, it is enhanced based on the original skill characteristics. This time it is truly taking off.
A 1 kilometer locking range? That combat distance is quite exaggerated. The newly added inability to be locked on effect left Yi Chen extremely shocked. As long as he activated the skill, didn't that mean he was equivalent to being half invincible?
The subsequent psychic shield was also quite powerful. Taking his current 2,900 points of psychic reserve as an example, it's equivalent to resisting 2 or 3 skills of the same tier. This is
almost like having an extra life.
However, it's only effective during the skill's duration, which seems to be aimed at reducing area damage.
Very good, very strong.
Nodding in satisfaction, Yi-Chen looked at his fully filled skill bar and couldn't help but feel a deep sense of emotion. Before Tier 3, his combat power had already been reinforced to the limit, almost to the point of being unable to increase further. Aside from equipment, which still had room for improvement, everything else had been done to the best of his ability.
But it didn't matter anymore.
In the Tier 3 trial, equipment bonuses would be cancelled, and he could only rely on his own combat. Speaking of which, it was the only fair thing in this apocalypse. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Yi-Chen decided to rest directly, adjusting his state in preparation for the arrival of tomorrow's battle opportunity.
The next morning,
thousands of inner-city survivors curiously gathered at a distance, looking at the testing square that had been temporarily cleared for a large open space.
Thousands of solemn-faced soldiers stood guard on both sides, while in the center, a few high-ranking officials from the safety zone and a young boy could be vaguely seen.
The onlookers expressed their surprise, with many quietly whispering and discussing what exactly had happened. From the current situation, it looked as if the high-ranking members of Tianfeng were waiting for something. Occasionally looking up at the distant sky, Xiaohai was extremely nervous and kept glancing upwards.
It should be about that time now.
They have already notified us to clear the airspace. Standing next to Xiaohai, Yi-Chen found it somewhat amusing to see Xiaohai, who was even more nervous than himself. It was understandable, though, there was a high-level third-order individual among the people sent to pick him up. This
person would be considered a top figure in the entire battle zone surrounding Zhenjiang.
Even with Xiaohai's position as the head of the safety zone, he might not have the chance to meet such a person more than a few times in his lifetime. After waiting for about 7 or 8 minutes, a series of sounds resembling shrill whistles suddenly echoed from far away, rapidly approaching. In the distance, at the edge of the sky, 12 silver-black dots rapidly approached at an extremely terrifying speed, and as they neared the sky, there was a deafening sound of sonic booms, like a series of violent thunderclaps.
On the ground, countless survivors looked on in astonishment at the triangular formation of planes flying in, with many even trembling in fear. So many warplanes. Are they coming towards us? What are they planning? Unlike the outdated first-generation psychic warplanes of Tianfeng, this time, the formation of planes crossing 6 war zones from the capital military district appeared to be the most menacing weapons of war, bringing immense pressure to everyone. Fixing his gaze on the gradually slowing down squadron of aircraft, Xiaohai clenched his fists tightly and hurriedly waved his hand to signal his subordinates to turn on the indicators. They're here. They're coming.
As the distance closed, he stared at the sci-fi-like aircraft, equipped with numerous psychic missiles, and for a moment, his heart involuntarily jumped to his throat. It is no exaggeration to say that just a single round of strikes from this batch of aircraft could turn the Tianfeng beneath our feet into ruins. The thought that such high specifications are to receive Yi-Chen made even Xiaohai feel a bit sour.
This kind of treatment, I fear I will never experience in my lifetime. More than a minute passed.
As the jet hover devices on the underside of the aircraft kicked up a gust of wind, 12 massive aircraft, each the size of half a building, slowly filled the entire trial square. Inside and outside the square, whether soldiers or survivors, everyone held their breath nervously, waiting for the people on the aircraft to come down.
Shuka. Air pressure depressurization.
After the arc-shaped shields of the cockpit opened with 3 consecutive sounds, 6 third-tier awakeners jumped down from the aircraft with grim expressions, striding toward Xiaohai. With an imposing aura, the 6 individuals did not hide the intensity of their spiritual energy, and a strong presence along with a faint sense of killing intent left everyone feeling somewhat breathless. How powerful! This group of third-tier awakens is definitely much stronger than any other third-tier I have seen.
Truly the elite of the capital.
Sensing the strength of the newcomers, Xiaohai's heart jolted, and he hurriedly approached them with respect.
Welcome, 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 lords, to Tianfeng. You must have had a tough journey, right? I am.
Before Xiaohai could greet them with a smiling face, the 6 third-tier awakens directly ignored him, instead fixating their gaze on Yi-Chen, who stood behind him,
as if assessing something, with a hint of curiosity.
Meanwhile, Yi-Chen calmly exchanged glances with the leading third-tier elite, slightly nodding. Looking at these few cold-faced and quite resolute elite third tiers, Yi-Chen couldn't help but mutter a few words in his heart. Their strength is quite impressive. It's evident that they are all carefully selected third-tier awakeners. Given this formation, the protective measures are indeed taken seriously. However, a few of them look a bit unfamiliar, as I have no recollection of them at all. I suppose they must have sacrificed themselves early during the catastrophe in my previous life. A few seconds later, the leading third-tier senior awakener suddenly squeezed out a smile and walked toward him confidently.
You must be Yi-Chen, right? We are here to take you to the 27th Army Aerospace Force in the capital battle zone. I'm Lin Rui, just call me Old Lin. Changing from his previous indifferent demeanor, Lin Rui approached Yi-Chen with a kind expression and extended his hands, his attitude quite respectful and earnest. Meanwhile, Xiaohai, who had come up earlier, could only awkwardly withdraw his outstretched hand upon witnessing this scene and stand back in the line with a somewhat aggrieved expression. The remaining senior members of the safety zone looked at this scene, their hearts filled with astonishment. People really put others to shame.
This batch of third-tier leaders didn't even take a glance at their own rank, but when facing Yi Chen, their attitude was exceptionally good.
The gap is just too big. I am Yi Chen, thank you for your trouble.
Yi Chen replied, calmly extending his hand to shake hands with the other party. Having been used to grand scenes in his past life, this little situation did not excite him at all. Not minding Yi Chen's rather indifferent demeanor, Lin Rui silently praised him, instead feeling a sense of admiration rising. Normal ordinary awakened ones would act like a mouse faced with a cat upon seeing him, barely daring to breathe under his pressure. It is truly rare to see someone like Yi Chen, a second tier who remains completely unaffected in front of him, calm and composed. Without any unnecessary words, Lin Rui showed his hand token and directly made an inviting gesture.
Sir Yi Chen, if you are ready, we can return to the capital now. Of course, if you have anything else that needs arranging, we can also wait here.
As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chen subconsciously turned to look at his mother and younger sister, and a hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes. Mecha carriers prioritize human passengers. Ordinary people can't bear this kind of acceleration. If I go over, I can only go first. After watching for a few seconds, Yi Chen exhaled lightly, no longer dwelling on it, and turned his thoughts elsewhere.
Uncle Lin, then I'll trouble you.
Looking at Xiao Hai, Yi Chen slightly nodded and left one last sentence. Commander Xiao, I'll leave the rest in your care. After saying that, Yi Chen boarded the aircraft along with the 6 others, leaving a group of envious and emotional senior officials of the safety zone standing on the spot.
As Yi Chen entered the mecha, people expressed their astonishment.
I really didn't expect that the student who was still testing under us back then has now transformed into a big shot. Who would have thought? I still remember how we rushed into the trial square at that time.
It's a good thing we let Yi Chen test, otherwise it would really have been a loss. Everyone began to chatter excitedly.
A few high-ranking officials who once watched Yi Chen participate in the test on stage looked somewhat dazed as they gazed at his departing figure. This once ordinary boy had now become a figure they could only look up to.
Among them, the instructor who had once guided Yi Chen felt an overwhelming excitement in his heart.
Around the square, the trainees who had initially been in the same group as Yi Chen were all stunned as they watched the scene before them.
Some who knew that Yi
Chen had killed the previous tide of mutated bodies could understand, while those less informed looked at Yi Chen in the cockpit as if they were witnessing a legend.
Many people couldn't help but bitterly smile. The vast difference made it so they couldn't even feel jealousy rising within them.
In their eyes, even Commander Xiao Hai, who was already a big shot, became merely a backdrop, while the third tier was treated with utmost respect. As for them, even the second tier was a luxury. Whoosh! Boom! With the continuous roar of 12 engines starting up, 12 fighter jets shot into the sky like silver-black swords, disappearing from the sight of the onlookers at an astonishing speed.
Perhaps Yi Chen himself was unaware of this. In the crowd at the edge of the square, Wang Zhan and a few former classmates stared blankly at the black dots vanishing into the horizon, their shock beyond words.
They had gathered out of curiosity, initially thinking someone important was coming to inspect Tianfeng, but they never expected it would be to take Yi Chen away. The few who had talked about Yi Chen at the party yesterday stood there gaping. They had heard Wang Zhan mention that Yi Chen was doing well and had already awakened. They originally thought that although Yi Chen was an awakened, he was merely low tier, and those who were doing well even felt they could compare to him. But they never imagined that the lofty Xiao Hai in their eyes could only stand behind Yi Chen like a subordinate.
What exactly is Yi Chen's status now? Wang Zhan, didn't you say he just became an awakened one? My god, no wonder he didn't come yesterday.
With this kind of status, it's truly terrifying. Although they couldn't comprehend what it meant for a high-ranking third tier to personally welcome someone from the earlier scene, they all realized the implications behind it. Her expression was complicated as she bit her lip tightly. Wang Zhan felt a bit bitter and disappointed in her heart, and she didn't speak. She actually wanted to invite Yi Chen to come yesterday. When he didn't come, she felt somewhat let down. But after seeing this today, her feelings shifted from disappointment to a deep sense of powerlessness. The gap was too large, so large that she couldn't imagine how far Yi Chen had come. Perhaps she and he were people from two different worlds? The warplane soared through the sky, darting like a sword amidst the clouds. Watching the clouds rapidly flash by outside the cockpit, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a faint emotion arise in his heart. Sir Yi Chen, we are about to approach the outer edge of the capital battle zone. A soft reminder from the past. Lin Rui took out a card from his pocket and handed it to him with a smile. When you reach the capital, if you have time, you can look for me. Although my position is not high, I am just a squad leader. But if you need my assistance, just let me know. While Lin Rui spoke, he didn't mind that he was younger than him and his current strength was not as great as his. As a member of the elite forces in the capital, he clearly understood that Yi Chen's future was incalculable. In fact, before coming here, many big shots had told him to ensure Yi Chen's safety while also taking care of a small matter. Offering favor without reason must imply some problem. Yi Chen calmly accepted Lin Rui's business card and turned his head to look. He noticed that Lin Rui seemed to have something he wanted to discuss with him. He could understand the desire to befriend him, but if the attitude was set so low, then there was a problem. Squad leader? Lin Rui's identity was that of the aerospace forces, belonging to the top-tier combat hierarchy of the Huaxia military. The position of this squad leader was probably ranked higher than many leaders of safe zones. Captain Lin, go ahead, what's the matter?
Yi Chen asked softly, directly addressing the matter. As expected, Lin Rui was slightly taken aback and then awkwardly smiled. Actually, there isn't much going on. It's just that after you and I arrived in the capital, I prepared a welcome banquet with a few friends who are also part of the military's upper echelons, and I hope you can grace us with your presence. Fearing that Yi Chen might refuse, Lin Rui sincerely added, "Trust me, meeting them will definitely bring you some benefits. It has been quite exhausting on the way. You should rest a bit." The few high-ranking officials are also eager to get to know you. After he finished speaking, Yi Chen did not respond. It seemed like a good opportunity, but his primary goal was to immediately promote to the third tier. Making connections could definitely wait until he secured his rank. Furrowing his brow. For some reason, he always felt that this invitation was not that simple. He had a nagging feeling that someone was trying to delay his time from behind the scenes. They didn't give me a rank, but the capital must have received news about me, delaying my time. With a thought, Yi Chen instantly realized what certain people were actually trying to do. Captain Lin, I appreciate your kindness. Let's discuss the meeting after I reach the third rank. Calmly rejecting, Lin Rui felt his heart sink after hearing this, and the smile on his face also froze. However, he didn't dare to show anything and could only nod helplessly. This is troublesome. Someone above is hinting at him to delay time, but the Yi Chen in front of him seems to have realized something. The fighter jets began to gradually slow down. As 4 patrol fighter jets took off from the ground and started accompanying for inspection, Yi Chen knew that they were about to enter the capital military district. Looking down at the ground from the curved cockpit, he saw a vast city cluster densely spread across the earth like blood vessels. Bright lights, the car lights on the road seemed like flowing neon. Tall buildings stood erect, making it feel as if he had returned to the world before the apocalypse. Prosperous and thriving. As the largest safe zone after the apocalypse, the capital safe zone houses a massive population of over 70 million people. From the neatly divided residential areas, one can vaguely see the towering walls from before the expansion. The outermost layer. 3 military bases surround the entire safe zone in a triangular formation, with searchlights mounted on the outer walls flashing back and forth every few meters. 1 artillery position after another stands with their elevated barrels pointing towards the sky. Among them, the towering super cannons, each about 100 meters tall, are particularly striking. Like steel monsters, the giant barrels, which are 6 or 7 meters in diameter, are intimidating to behold. Yi Chen knew that these were the extremely expensive psychic cannons. With a single psychic strike, their power is comparable to that of a Tier 3 awakened. With over 100 psychic cannons roaring simultaneously, even a peak Tier 3 would be reduced to ashes. On the city wall, groups of soldiers patrolled continuously like black lines. At intervals, there were peak second-tier soldiers stationed. At the core entry points, there were even large numbers of elite squads composed of third-tier soldiers responsible for deterring threats. Various types of warplanes took off in succession, and occasionally one could see armed helicopters towing mutated corpses with steel cables flying into the base. Powerful, magnificent, and secure. This is the feeling that every survivor from the outside world experiences upon arriving at the capital military district. The entire capital military district boasts a super legion of over 3.2 million awakened beings, among which the number of third-tier individuals is an astonishing 900. Some have jokingly said that in the capital, even dropping a brick would hit a third tier. As the most refined and crucial super-large safe zone in the Huaxia battle zone, the survivors here are generally military families or relatives of awakened beings. The once rare awakened beings from the outside world are quite ordinary here. Looking at the familiar group of buildings on the ground, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a bit dazed, filled with emotion. In his previous life, he spent the most unforgettable year of his life here. He remembered every defensive position, every city wall, and he also recalled where he had fought bravely in battle. Please have the returning aircraft follow the guidance and descend to military base number 2. Please have the returning aircraft follow the guidance and descend to number 2. The mechanical prompt sound from the accompanying aircraft interrupted Yi Chen's memories. Following the guidance indicators on the ground, Yi Chen quickly spotted a large group of awakened individuals and soldiers standing on the helipad. In the nearby military base, seemingly waiting for his arrival. A rough scan also revealed several high-ranking officials in high-level uniforms. Is this batch the aircraft returning from Tianfeng? Is that kid on the aircraft? That's right, I heard that 6 third-tier individuals were specifically dispatched to pick him up this time. Such a grand spectacle? Isn't that even bigger than the situation with Zhang Yang? Is it really necessary? Second tier with third-tier combat capability, talent SS level, what do you think? In the open area of the military base, many young people in black and red combat uniforms were whispering to each other, quietly discussing the coming of Yi Chen. Like Yi Chen, these young awakeners were all geniuses selected for the Ember program. Logically speaking, they shouldn't need to come, but after hearing various rumors, these selected individuals were quite interested and came over just to see their future competitors. Their words were filled with dissatisfaction, even contempt. After all, although the news was exaggerated, as proud geniuses, they didn't quite believe that there could be anyone so much stronger than them at the same age. The order of the sequence holds great significance. According to official regulations, the sequence is ranked by potential, but anyone who is dissatisfied can challenge it.
Therefore, upon hearing that Yi Chen would take the title of the first sequence upon arrival, these geniuses naturally harbored unusual thoughts. I heard this kid was originally from a poor background and is from the willpower category. He was only heavily trained after being discovered by the North China military region.
Willpower category? North China military region? So, he doesn't have much of a background then? Isn't the combat strength of the willpower category quite low? His information can't possibly be fake, right? Who knows?
The military takes it seriously, so it might be true.
It's also possible they've exaggerated a bit.
After all, you know those locals, they'll say anything to make the results look good. As the descendants of the top powers, even though they are the worst, they naturally have some disdain for the forces behind Yi Chen. Having inside information, they had thoroughly figured out the reports submitted through various means even before Yi Chen's arrival. The deputy commander of the North China war zone sounds pretty good. But for the descendants of these top powers, there is no difference between the North China war zone and rural areas. A war zone can't even come up with many third-tier individuals. A regional leader is not even as good as a third-tier individual who can provide personal protection.
Boom, crack. Here it comes, here it comes.
Amid the chaotic discussions, the warplane carrying Yi Chen slowly came to a stop on the runway. As the sound of cabin depressurization echoed, Yi Chen jumped directly out of the warplane with Lin Rue. Almost as soon as he landed, several military representatives who had been waiting for a long time exchanged glances and approached with smiles.
Welcome, welcome. You must be the young brother Yi Chen, right?
I am Yang Guoping, the head of the Seed Project. With a hearty laugh, Yang Guoping continuously examined Yi Chen in front of him and directly reached out his hand. As the possibly most talented genius in this project, he naturally wanted to greet him in person.
Yi Chen, I've met General Yang.
Looking at Yang Guoping, who he had no impression of, Yi Chen calmly extended his hand and greeted him with measured respect. In his eyes, apart from the seemingly favorable attitude of Yang Guoping towards him, he could sense a good number of awakened ones behind him who seemed to
harbor some hostility.
Furthermore, one particular soldier in his 30s, standing behind Yang Guoping, looked at him with a hint of anxiety in his eyes.
It seems that many people are not pleased with my arrival.
Very good,
indeed heroes come from youth. Yu Chen, you must be tired after the journey.
Deputy Officer Hong, please take Yu Chen to select his bodyguards and assistants, and then bring him to choose a few sets of uniforms and arrange accommodation.
With a wave of his hand, Yang Guoping silently affirmed that Yu Chen's demeanor was extremely composed, quite different from what he had imagined would be a nervous disposition upon meeting him. Not only that, but the undeniable sharpness radiating from him made Yang Guoping appreciate him even more.
Yu Chen, take some time to familiarize yourself here.
We've specially arranged a banquet for you tonight.
Many high-ranking officials also want to meet this genius of yours.
The attitude is very good.
As Yang Guoping spoke, many sequence awakeners behind felt a twinge of bitterness in their hearts, and many did not hide their jealousy at all. The high-ranking officials that Yang Guoping mentioned are truly the upper echelons, like some of them who were lower-rank seeds. Once they arrived here, let alone being received by the upper levels, they probably didn't even have their names heard by them. Leaf Chen's treatment has always been at this top level, which made them really unhappy.
However, faced with Yang Guoping's warm invitation, Leaf Chen only frowned slightly and asked quietly, "General Chen, may I ask what my sequence is?"
As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Guoping's expression froze, and behind him, Tang Jin's face suddenly stiffened.
In the strange silence, Yang Guoping pondered for a moment and calmly replied,
"Leaf Chen, your sequence is temporarily set as special, and the specific level has not been determined yet. You know, sequence pertains to potential. Although your potential is absolutely fine, it still needs to be reviewed from multiple angles to confirm. This matter is not urgent, the process will be completed in a few days at most." Yang Guoping's expression was sincere. Speaking honestly, he had no intention of deliberately delaying. Although theoretically, the first sequence could directly be given to Yi Chen, after all, no other sequence has a third-tier combat power. But a process is a process, giving it directly would lead to dissatisfaction among many people who would seek excuses to obstruct it. A few high-ranking officials behind Yang Guoping nodded in agreement, but there was a hint of surprise in their eyes when they looked at Yi Chen. To inquire about the sequence right away, they didn't believe that someone from a humble background like Yi Chen would understand what the sequence truly signifies. It seems that Chen Kailai had pointed this out, wanting to settle the matter of the sequence first.
"Yes, brother Yi Chen, you don't need to rush. You will receive all the treatment you deserve, you can rest assured about that."
With an anxious expression, Tang Jin, who was most troubled by Yi Chen's arrival, spoke up urgently, quickly explaining.
"Potential involves many aspects. You see, all of you in the sequence are precious seeds. We can't really let you have a proper match, can we? If something goes wrong, it would be a loss for both the country and you. After multiple evaluations, we..."
Before Tang Jin could finish speaking, Yi Chen lightly nodded and said indifferently,
"I understand. So, it's because you're unsure that I am definitely stronger than the other sequences, and that's why it takes time for evaluation, right? Even though I've killed a Tier 3 mutated being?" Interrupted by Yi Chen, a flash of displeasure suddenly crossed Tang Jin's mind. He forced a smile and could only chuckle awkwardly. "Yes. Potential involves many dimensions, and we also don't know what exactly happened when you killed the Tier 3.
After hearing this, Yi Chen looked at the impatient Tang Jin and chuckled lightly in his heart.
Not being able to determine it, multi-dimensional evaluation?
This kind of talk might fool a fool, but with his understanding of the military from his past life, believing it would be ridiculous.
An awakened one's potential is strength. If he can kill a tier 3, that is the best proof.
Not wanting to engage in any formalities with Tang Jin, Yi Chen spoke directly. Then since that's the case, I will now initiate the tier 3 trial.
I think there's nothing that can prove it better than becoming tier 3, right?
As he spoke, Yi Chen directly looked at the group of high-ranking officials. He didn't believe that once he became tier 3, there would still be reasons for them to delay anything. During the eye contact, Yang Guoping cast a somewhat complex glance at Yi Chen, quietly sighing to himself.
He wasn't willing to give an inch.
Of course, he knew that Yi Chen had proposed the direct trial application before he arrived, but everyone had tacitly chosen to remain silent about it.
However, it didn't matter.
He didn't belong to any faction, so he didn't mind offending certain powers.
If Yi Chen wanted to start immediately, then let it be.
He was also very curious about how this boy, sharp and unstoppable like a sword, would perform in the trial. Just when he was about to respond, Tang Jin's expression changed drastically as he blurted out,
"General Yang,
let's start the trial tomorrow. It would be just right for all the high-ranking officials to observe together. Many of them are quite interested."
It's too late today. I believe that adjusting his state before the trial might be better for brother Yi Chen.
Yang Guoping frowned, looking at the nearly frantic Tang Jin, and also noticed the plea in his eyes. In that instant, his originally agreed words hung on his lips.
Tang Jin's words were indeed not wrong.
Although they couldn't follow Yi Chen into the trial tower, they could observe the situation through the real-time leaderboard.
Many higher-ups are also eager to see how Yi Chen performs. With this thought in mind, Yang Guoping simply used a negotiating tone and softly asked Yi Chen, "Yi Chen, since you've had a long journey today, how about you rest for the night?
We can start the trial tomorrow, and some higher-ups will also be able to make time." In silence, Yi Chen slightly shook his head, realizing that being more persistent might cause problems, so he was too lazy to argue about this extra night. They were not only inviting him to the banquet but also delaying his participation in the trial, planning to follow through with the procedures. With multiple clues combined, Yi Chen also realized that there were probably many seeds, as his sudden arrival had disrupted the plan, and they were now rapidly leveling up. If they delay for another day, these people will have a chance to reach the peak of the second stage, at least giving them a chance to compete with him for the ranking.
Tomorrow is tomorrow, so it's up to General Yang then.
Also, I won't be attending the banquet. I'm a bit tired today, and I'd like to go back early to prepare.
After firmly declining the subsequent invitation, Yi Chen didn't care if he offended some people.
He understood very clearly that at the banquet, there would inevitably be people hinting to delay his time. As long as he started the trial, it would definitely offend those major powers.
Why bother with that? Interesting.
It seems that there are quite a few individuals in this ranking whose influence is extraordinarily large. As Yi Chen left with the staff's guidance, Yang Guoping looked rather coldly at Tang Jin.
A day's delay in reporting, 4 days on the road, and 1 day for preparation. With 6 days left, if the existence behind you is not ready, then you can't blame anyone else.
To be honest, if I were you, I would let Commander Zhang push back the matter of the first sequence to fight for later. Rushing to increase strength without a solid foundation will result in a loss of potential, and that's a lifelong issue.
Cool sweat ran down his back.
Tang Jin bitterly smiled and nodded at Yang Guoping, feeling unable to express his troubles.
Is it really that simple to fight later?
Before the third tier, they don't care about resources, they can supply as much as they want just relying on Zhang Meng. But after the third tier, certain resources, once used, are gone. If Yi Chen takes the first sequence, he will be the first to reach the third tier. In a situation where no one is on the same level as him, how can those precious and rare resources be retained? Even if Commander Zhang's son reaches the third tier later and regains the first sequence, it will be meaningless then.
They have already eaten. Are they supposed to make Yi Chen spit it out? Not caring to say much, Tang Jin hurriedly reconnected with Zhang Meng. He needed to spread this news quickly. It only delayed for a day. Where is Lin Rui? Didn't I ask him to bring Yi Chen here? Furious.
Inside the military district headquarters, Zhang Meng coldly stared at Tang Jin standing in front of him, questioning him in a deep voice. In order to buy time for Zhang Yang, he specially arranged several groups of mediators, ready to either openly or secretly pressure Yi Chen, hoping he wouldn't go to the trial for the time being.
But unexpectedly, not a single one was successful.
Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Tang Jin had a bitter face and could only force himself to explain.
Commander Zhang, Lin Rui said Yi Chen completely ignored him, and he didn't dare to use force. There are so many eyes watching Yi Chen now, we can't just act forcibly.
The moment that Kid arrived, he directly asked about Chen Guoping's sequence, not wasting even a minute, clearly indicating that he intends to become a third tier as quickly as possible and occupy those resources. Let alone we delaying him. Even Yang Guoping seriously wanted him to meet a senior. That kid flatly refused, not giving anyone face. The more Zhang Meng listened, the uglier his expression became. No one knew how much he had sacrificed to get some high-level figures to suppress Yi Chen, but now it seemed that all his efforts were in vain. Zhang Yang was still stuck in the instance and wouldn't be able to come out for a while. Previously, he had been helping his beloved son build a solid foundation by using spirit crystals for upgrades, allowing others of the third tier to lead him.
How could he have imagined that a lightning-fast leveling Yi Chen would suddenly appear and catch him off guard?
In his view, Yi Chen's rapid leveling likely indicated some special talent for absorbing system resources, and the North China battle zone had caught him off guard with a sneak attack. His thoughts were restless. What he feared the most was that Yi Chen would not only take away the first sequence but also become a third tier. In his judgment, the first thing Yi Chen would do after reaching the third tier would likely be to leverage his identity in the first sequence to use those most special resources.
How could he endure that?
Let it be known, many resources he couldn't even obtain. They were all things that a large number of third-tier personnel had exchanged their lives for. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Meng's eyes flashed with a fierce expression as he directly pulled out a special system item. He was prepared to use the special item to contact Zhang Yang within the instance, asking him to do whatever it takes to exit the instance tomorrow. Inside the Corpse Kingdom instance, a young man covered in blood and somewhat disheveled was gasping heavily under the protection of several Tier 3 guardians. The mountains of corpses piled high. Ever since he entered this instance 6 days ago, he had been fighting to the death without daring to rest for a moment.
With his status, how could he endure such suffering? Were it not for the full protection of the Tier 3s who entered with him, he didn't know how many times he would have died by now. My father insisted that I must exit the instance tomorrow. That person has already arrived. With his fists tightly clenched and looking at the mass of monsters marked by the task in the distance, he felt a surge of despair. To reach the peak of Tier 2, the difficulty of the instance he chose had long exceeded his capabilities. How could it be possible to complete the task in such a short time?
Damn it! Why can't I have a few more days?
With a furious kick, he smashed the corpse of a monster in front of him, and a trace of hatred filled Zhang Yang's face. A child of destiny, and his father was a top-tier third level. Bathing in various halos since childhood, whether it was his pride or future, he would not allow himself to lose. The only way now might be to use his life in exchange for time.
Nevertheless, it wasn't his life.
The young man took a deep breath, and a glint of determination flashed in his eyes.
He looked directly at the several third-level warriors who had been loyally protecting him. These were all Zhang Meng's trusted subordinates, regarded as death warriors.
Several uncles, I have a request for you, Zhang Yang. As his voice deepened, a trace of reluctance flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes, and he clasped his hands to speak.
My father insists that I complete the mission by tomorrow. Time is of the essence. I hope each of you can lend me a helping hand.
As the words fell, the several elite third-level warriors seemed to realize something, and they nodded slowly in silence.
Completing the mission by tomorrow.
The only way was to have them go to their deaths, using their lives to pave the way. The original plan was to slowly wear down this batch of monsters. In 3 or 4 days at most, they would be able to complete it perfectly.
But if they rushed this timeline, these few people were probably going to pay with their lives.
The leader, a third-tier warrior, calmly raised his head, a bitter smile spreading across his face.
I will not dishonor your order.
Your father saved us back then, and all my strength comes from Commander Zhang.
This life shall be returned to Commander Zhang.
After saying this, the leader of the third tier looked at the others around him and sighed heavily.
Brothers, let's fight. Let's carve out a bloody path.
With a surge of psychic energy, Zhang Yang, shielded by the group, charged in behind several third-tier warriors. Watching the third-tier warriors trading life for life with the monsters, he silently clenched the weapon in his hand. These were all confidants that Zhang Meng had entrusted to him. The loss of any one of them was a painful price for him. This was supposed to be the best foundation to build his own power in the future, and each one was utterly loyal. But now, in order to save time, he can only watch helplessly as the others go to their deaths.
In an instant, a deep hatred surged from within. Yi Chen, these people died because of you.
Late at night, in the capital military district, at the base of the Spark Plan.
What do you mean? Let a group of awakened ones in their 30s replace the seeds you selected?
In the conference room, Yang Guoping looked at the several high-ranking sect members who came to visit him with a somewhat incredulous expression, his face showing a difficult expression.
Not replace, but temporarily.
With a hint of a smile, the middle-aged man leading the 7 or 8 visitors chuckled lightly, signaling Yang Guoping not to be too agitated. Apart from Zhang Meng being the first to receive the news that Yi Chen was about to initiate the promotion to the 3rd rank, the other powers behind the remaining sequences had naturally learned of this matter as well. However, even Zhang Meng could not immediately reach the peak of the 2nd rank, making it even harder for them to do so. Therefore, after discussing several days ago, the few decided to take a different approach.
That guy named Yi Chen is preparing to start the trial, isn't he?
Just in time. We also have a few good candidates who can participate in the trial. General Yang doesn't need to worry, just consider it a fair opportunity for us. These people all have excellent talent, it's just that they didn't have the seed plan back then. After thinking it over, we believe it's not good to bury talent, so it's better for everyone to participate in the trial together, allowing them to qualify for the seed plan as well. As he spoke, the leading middle-aged man revealed a confident smile. If the seeds were all 2nd tier, they would never think of this move. But suddenly, with Yi Chen emerging as a 3rd tier, they certainly wouldn't want to fall behind.
Since the candidates sent up before couldn't become 3rd tier in time to obtain resources, might as well change to a new batch.
Once the resources are in hand, whether to use them is their business, they can fully occupy a spot for seeds they wish to cultivate.
Consider it for the next generation, not shabby at all.
Understanding the intentions of the few, Yang Guoping laughed in anger and coldly questioned them.
Do you think the higher-ups are fools? What kind of fairness is it to let a group of nearly 30-year-old awakened compete? What kind of spark plan is this? What we want is to cultivate geniuses. The upper management only opened the treasury to allocate resources. What is this? This is stealing. What use is it for you to make this group into seeds? General Yang, you are being too serious. After being lectured by the leader, the middle-aged man looked somewhat displeased. How can this be considered stealing? Just because they missed the plan, do these former geniuses lose their qualification to be selected? Moreover, the rules are very clear. As long as the challenge is successful, the sequence will revert to the successful one. Furthermore, you shouldn't get agitated. We came here with the upper management's approval. After speaking, the middle-aged man gave a meaningful glance at Yang Guoping. They are all on the same side. Even if this batch of awakeners obtains the sequence, they still have ways to manipulate things behind the scenes. Once the real candidates reach the third level, they can challenge to reclaim the sequence. Yi Chen's arrival disrupted their rhythm, so they naturally would not sit idly by. After all, under the original circumstances, everyone would reach the third level around the same time, and resources could be easily obtained. But if someone takes the lead, then they must keep up. With a sullen expression, Yang Guoping looked at the various scheming faction leaders in front of him, feeling a sense of sadness in his heart. For some benefits, they truly come up with all sorts of methods. He could guess what these people were planning. It was nothing more than to seize the spots first and use the season's second tier to suppress Yi Chen's performance, creating opportunities for others in the sequence. After all, Yi Chen is most likely to choose the will trial. In the situation where others are participating in the trials, his performance will certainly not be too outstanding, which will give everyone a reason to find faults. At the very least, it can disrupt the situation. With a long sigh, Yang Guoping knew he couldn't change anything, so he silently shook his head and left abruptly. Before leaving, he couldn't help but leave behind a statement filled with anger. I hope you can think about this country. What is the spark plan really for? After Yang Guoping left, the few people were first taken aback, then they broke into low laughter. For what? Of course, it's for our descendants. The leading middle-aged man scoffed, shaking his head, seemingly disdainful of Yang Guoping's thoughts. He exaggeratedly spread his hands and looked around. Now that we are in a peaceful state, do we still need to make it like wartime? Even if Yi Chen is gifted, what does it have to do with us? Do we have to provide a third tier just like when the apocalypse first broke out, tightening our belts? Moreover, the resources in the national treasury, weren't we the ones who exchanged with our lives? Is it wrong for our own people to use them? Beside them, people in the crowd nodded in agreement. That period of time was one no one wished to return to. Although this group of people hadn't experienced the earliest and most brutal moments of the apocalypse, the subsequent years were also not easy. After putting in so much effort to reach this position, why shouldn't they think about their own descendants? Does it mean they are wasting resources just because they took them? Can't they contribute to the nation? Exactly. After all these years, not a single fourth tier has emerged, and I don't think this time a fourth tier will be cultivated. Where haven't resources been squandered before? So many exceptionally talented geniuses have failed. Which of the four commanders lacks talent? To be honest, I even doubt that the peak of the third order is the limit for humanity. Moreover, is the fourth order really important? What significance does it have to produce a fourth order through the spark plan? Where is the need for a fourth order now? The three questions in quick succession sounded more like he was trying to justify himself, and more like he was speaking the truth. Among the awakeners who came to find Yang Guoping this time, many were actually somewhat dissatisfied with the so-called plan. In their view, to cultivate a useless fourth order for an elusive goal was not as good as saving the resources and training a few more third orders instead. At least, they could share some benefits. What use is there for a fourth order? Now, the various battle zones and countries are no longer afraid of mutated bodies. Those monsters are just like sheep waiting to be slaughtered, patiently waiting for awakeners to reap them. Many factions are even fighting fiercely with each other to allocate territories and upgrade better. The peak of the third order is enough to handle all the monsters. Alright, there's no need to discuss this matter any further. Some of the upper echelon people are too old. Those old guys have lived since the outbreak of the apocalypse, and they're like a lingering side effect inherently. Fearing a repeat of the disaster, always wanting to create a super strong individual. They don't realize that the times have changed. Don't we realize that? Speaking of which, can you find a few second-tier willpower types to participate in the trial? Otherwise, that kid's performance won't be easy to suppress. Listening to the question from the middle-aged leader, the crowd showed a hint of awkwardness and hesitated to respond. Vice Commander Yuan, where are we supposed to find willpower types? Even if we do, they won't pass the trial. The reason that Kid Yi Chen was eliminated in the first place was exactly because he was a willpower type, right? Willpower types are already rare, and second-tier peak ones are even scarcer. The combat strength of this type of awakener cannot possibly pass. However, speaking of this, the higher-ups are giving him so much attention this time, which is probably related to his type. After all, it has been so many years since a willpower type has reached the third tier, and the higher-ups probably want to see what a willpower type looks like at third tier. Yuan, the vice commander, was taken aback after hearing this. He almost forgot about this issue. If there isn't one, then forget it.
But that kid does have a somewhat special talent. While other willpower types are of little use, he happened to be lucky. His talent can actually enhance his combat power. Who knows, he might really become the first willpower type to reach level 3. Shaking his head, he no longer thought about it. After a brief discussion among the group about tomorrow's matters, they planned to wait for a good show to unfold. In a clean and tidy residence of over 200 square meters, Yi-chan calmly adjusted his breathing to enhance his state to the peak. I have to say, the treatment given to him by the official side was indeed quite good. The essence crystals that were transported in at the first opportunity almost filled the entire training room. Although he no longer needed them now, they were still good for recovery. In the capital's secure district, where every inch of land is precious, his location even belonged to an A-class security zone. Chef, guards, babysitters. To ensure his safety, a team of 22nd-tier peak awakeners is responsible for handling affairs, among them a 3rd-tier intermediate acting as his guardian. Such treatment is merely based on the fact that he has not yet been evaluated for a sequence. A free quota of 100,000 credit points each month, in addition to the option to choose 1 blue equipment every 3 months. 10 energy fruit can be collected each month, and at least 3 first-tier junior collaborators can be mobilized for external dungeons. His position is equivalent to that of a battalion-level staff officer, with unlimited food supply, and he can recruit an armed team of up to 10 people by himself, all expenses borne by the military. During this period, the official is indeed wealthy. Yi-chan looked at the benefits manual sent to him, feeling deeply emotional. In his previous life, following the collapse of the major security zones, the resources of the entire capital had long been consumed completely, far from such luxury. The material benefits listed in this manual clearly indicate the benefits that each sequence can enjoy. Due to his special status, even though he has not yet been assigned a level, he enjoys A-level benefits, probably around the 10th sequence. But even so, it can still drive the external survivors to madness with jealousy. The first sequence receives a monthly credit quota of 1 million points, which allows them to enjoy supplies above A-level, and has 2 opportunities each month to freely select resources from the national treasury. After becoming part of the first sequence, the military will provide a complete set of blue customized equipment, and you can choose 1 epic weapon. According to the upgrade progress, there will be further rewards. Enjoying the authority of a deputy army level with no actual position. Putting down the manual, Yi-chan silently clenched his fists. For him, he must obtain the first sequence. The richness of the capital's resources is far better than he imagined. At this rate, he will reach the 4th tier in under a year, perhaps even shorter. The time saved is enough for him to carry out many plans. The regrets and tragedies of his past life have also been blocked by his strength. Just thinking of the scenes he encountered after entering the capital's safe zone, a trace of coldness flashed in Yi-chan's eyes. In this life, he absolutely would not allow himself to fail, nor would he permit anyone to waste his time. Who dares to stand in my way? Then, die. The giant tower looms majestically. Under the dark blue shining energy tower, a large number of awakened soldiers dressed in army green uniforms stand in neat rows, welcoming the arrival of several high-ranking officials from the capital. Up to 73rd tier awakened ones solemnly patrol, preventing unexpected incidents. As one of the most important buildings in the development of psychic energy technology after the apocalypse, it not only provides a full supply of psychic energy but also serves the function of linking to the system training tower. The energy tower, filled with a technological and mysterious style, stands in stark contrast to the surrounding buildings. Convoys of bulletproof military vehicles are parked outside the energy tower, and everyone stepping down from the vehicles holds a very high status. As several blue-level psychic off-road vehicles slowly came to a stop, everyone present turned their attention towards them. Is Commander Zhang here? I think I saw his military badge. Not just him, there's also the deputy commander of the Beijing Garrison Group. I heard several senior officials related to the selection of the Spark project are here too. What are they coming here for? I still don't know what's happening today. Who is trying to advance to the 3rd level? Whispering among themselves. A large number of mid to high-level officials from the capital's safe zone, as well as influential 3rd-level individuals from outside, began to ask each other curiously. Many of them had learned that numerous high-ranking officials would be present today and had come specifically to network. The only ones who knew the specifics were the military and a few well-informed individuals. You don't know? A surprised 3rd-level awakener glanced at the middle-aged man who had asked the question beside him, and from the man's strength and appearance, he seemed to be a senior member of a business association. I heard that a seed awakener was sent from the external war zone, ready to challenge for the 3rd level today. It seems to be called Ji-chun or something, with a talent level reaching SS rank. SS rank? Isn't that the same as Commander Shang's person? The questioning business executive clearly seemed a bit stunned. In the capital, while A and B ranks are not uncommon, S rank and above are extremely rare. While clicking his tongue, he couldn't help but become curious, preparing to see exactly who Yi-chan is. For them, investing in a genius in advance is the best choice in the apocalypse. It's just that as if he thought of something, a flicker of doubt flashed in his eyes. My friend, wasn't it said that the seed plan had just begun? Why is there preparation for promotion now? How long has it been? No matter how genius, it can't be that much of a genius, right? The one being questioned, who looked like a mid-level military officer, scoffed softly and lowered his voice somewhat mysteriously.
How long?
2 weeks. It is said that behind these talents, some forces are crazily pouring in resources, building them up forcefully.
Of course, I don't know the specifics of how they did it.
But I know that many of the seeds selected by large forces all rushed into high-difficulty dungeons just a few days ago.
2 weeks.
Hiss. Drawing in a breath of cold air. The awakened one, who looks like a high-ranking member of a merchant association, stares blankly at Yi Chen and the others not far away, suddenly feeling a mixture of bitterness and amazement in his heart. I've lived for half my life and spent over 10 years just to reach the 3rd level.
This gap is just too big, isn't it?
As a businessman, he could imagine how many resources were needed to achieve such a monstrous speed. Behind every bit of strength, who knows how many awakened ones died to provide spirit crystals?
Are all of these here to advance to the 3rd level?
I see that among this group, there are a few young ones, but why are there still some who must be around 30? Looking at the seeds dressed in the seed plan uniforms, this middle-aged man seemed genuinely curious, wishing he could gather more information. The somewhat impatient military 3rd tier, well-informed, glanced at him.
Do you think all these bigwigs are here for no reason?
Not only is that person named Yi Chen here to advance to 3rd tier, but the other seeds certainly don't want to fall behind.
As for those people, some things, knowing them won't do you any good.
Hearing the implication in the other party's words, this high-ranking merchant felt a jolt in his heart and didn't dare to ask more. However, as more and more big shots appeared, everyone realized that today's events were out of the ordinary.
You must be Yi Chen, right?
Yes, quite right. Amidst a group of high-ranking generals, an old man who appeared to be over 60 strode over to Yi Chen, observing him appreciatively from top to bottom. Although he was very old, for a 3rd tier awakened, they still maintained a vigorous vitality at this age. Looking at the old man in front of him, Yi Chen's eyes flickered, slightly surprised. Compared to most of the unfamiliar high-ranking figures, he recognized this old man.
Zhang Long, 3rd tier advanced.
One of the main members of the military committee in the China war zone.
His status is so high that he can be considered among the top echelon of power in China.
He died in the 3rd year of the previous life, killed during the sea monster siege at Bund in Shanghai. At that time, in order to rescue several extremely important researchers there, this old man donned his armor and bravely led a group of 3rd tier fighters to parachute into the Shanghai war zone. He crossed thousands of miles for the rescue, but ultimately exhausted himself to death. Facing the old man before him, Yi Chen still felt a sense of respect. At that time, he had only just been discovered by the authorities and
learned the name of this old man from the obituary.
He never expected that the first person he would meet who he recognized would be Zhang Long.
Extending both hands, Yi Chen seriously introduced himself by name.
For heroes like this who are willing to sacrifice for the country, he has always held the utmost respect.
Do well. I've heard that you are of the will system. The will system, not easy, huh? I, old man, also want to see what you will look like after you become 3rd tier.
Zhang Long smiled and patted Yi Chen on the shoulder, expressing a heartfelt sentiment as he squeezed his hand.
As someone who had
experienced the earliest days of the apocalypse, every time he saw a promising newcomer, he felt a sense of comfort in his heart. The several high-ranking officials accompanying them couldn't help but feel a bit envious when they saw Zhang Long treating Yi Chen with such affection. Although Zhang was not among the strongest in the official ranks, his position was extremely high. Being noticed by Zhang Long and even receiving personal encouragement meant that Yi Chen had officially entered the sights of the upper echelon. It is worth noting that Yi Chen was still not at the 3rd level at that time.
As is usually the case, the other high-ranking officials followed Zhang Long's lead and praised Yi Chen. For them, this bit of social etiquette was something they could handle. With a round of pleasantries, after Yi Chen had met several other high-ranking officials, Yang Guoping slowly looked at the crowd and began to address them. Welcome, esteemed higher-ups and tier 3s, to watch the promotion trial. Without further ado, there are a total of 77 candidates for promotion, among which 21 are from the Ember Plan. Please, all awakened participants in the trial, step forward. In the spacious hall on the 1st floor, Yang Guoping's voice echoed as it fell. The prepared Yi Chen and the others stepped forward one after another. Walking at the front, Yi Chen could clearly feel a surge of hostile gazes coming from behind him. Among them, 3 stood out the most. For some reason, he caught a faint whiff of blood in the air. The scent of blood and the blood-red eyes of those 3 clearly indicated that they had just come out of a fierce battle. Have they just emerged from the dungeon? He could sense that the breaths of these 3 were unstable. Interesting, are they trying to catch up to me? Yi Chen chuckled lightly to himself, not paying it any mind. In his previous life, all geniuses were crushed beneath his feet, and he himself fought his way out of a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Faced with suddenly emerging competitors, he would naturally defeat them one by one. Let these so-called geniuses know what true terror really is. Behind him, among the high-ranking officials attending this trial, Zhang Mang looked solemnly at the back of his youngest son, his eyes filled with both hope and worry. Very few people knew that Zhang Yang had just come out of the dungeon an hour ago, having barely completed the entire mission at the cost of 4 level 3 fighters perishing. To catch up to Yi Chen's progress, even he felt immense pain over such a price. At this moment, the aura around Zhang Yang was like an unstable bomb, just barely reaching the peak of level 2.
However, he was fortunate to have absolute confidence in Zhang Yang's talent, having early on maxed out his attributes. There shouldn't be too many problems through the trial. As long as they are both level 3, who holds the first sequence will certainly have a say. Feeling the weight of his father's expectations, Zhang Yang took a deep breath, turned around to meet Zhang Meng's gaze, and signaled for his father to relax. He was equally confident that he would shine brilliantly in this trial. However, what was frustrating was that he hadn't adjusted to his peak condition yet, and he didn't even have the time to rest. Otherwise, his performance would definitely be better. And all of this was thanks to the young man in front of him. If it weren't for the pressure from the other party, would he have been so flustered? He almost hadn't even stabilized his foundation before hastily trying to advance to the 3rd level. If he encounters a bottleneck in the future because of this, then Yi Chen would be the culprit. Staring intensely at Yi Chen's back, Zhang Yang recalled the several 3rd-level warriors who had died, feeling as if his heart was bleeding. Nevertheless, he also noticed that a few high-level figures from major powers had sent their chosen ones, and they seemed to have just come out of the instance like him. One is the descendant of the Deputy Minister of Military Supplies, Wang Kai, whom he recognizes with an S-rank talent previously in the 4th sequence, focusing on strength. Another is the descendant of a private force at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, Huang Lingyu, with S-rank talent, and she is a girl, focusing on agility. It can be seen that many forces are unwilling to fall behind and have chosen the same method to attempt to advance to the 3rd tier together. In front of everyone, Yang Guoping quickly arranged for some 3rd-tier personnel and workers to prepare to open the trial tower, silently and grimly. During the preparation period, his gaze was somewhat cold and disappointed as he looked at the participants in this trial. The 3 seeds who had just emerged from the instance were clearly the result of schemes by various forces. The stench of blood was something that could not be concealed. And among the remaining testers, that batch of awakeners who were stuck at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier for who knows how long ignited a nameless fury in his heart. What a grand scheme! The fire seeds that I personally selected can't manage to rise to the 2nd tier peak, so they simply send out their seasoned 2nd tier subordinates to take up the slots? I originally thought there would be at most 6 or 7, but unexpectedly these high-level individuals conjured up more than a dozen. It's just like a hunting ground, they are determined to muddy the waters of this trial. Not only that, the suddenly emerged unexpected trial participants were evidently brought in by these people. I can imagine what these people are thinking and what tricks they plan to play. It's nothing more than a bunch of people rushing to the 3rd tier, diluting Yi Chen's performance. After all, the sensation of a unique individual becoming a 3rd tier is far stronger than that of a crowd all reaching the 3rd tier. Moreover, these trial participants they recruited are likely just there to play a supporting role. How exactly Yi Chen performs during the will trial to be considered excellent has no point of comparison at all. But that's not the case for other systems. Yi Chen? Passing the will trial is quite good, but how good exactly, who knows? After all, there has never been a will system that became a 3rd tier. Fighting power? Can seeds attack each other to death? Who knows who is stronger? Once everyone reaches 3rd tier, killing a mutated 3rd tier creature is nothing impressive. Being SS level, your 2nd tier talent, Yi Chen, might not be strong enough in the 3rd tier compared to others. Skilled in manipulating rules, in Yang Guoping's eyes, these people are like rats who can always find a way. Among the high-level sanitation workers, Zhang Long at the back also noticed that this trial seemed somewhat abnormal. He furrowed his brows and directly asked his subordinate beside him. After a while, following a few whispered words from the subordinate, his expression darkened and he slightly shook his head. At his position, he clearly understands that certain things inevitably exist. Where there is light, there is darkness. He knows these people are up to no good, but at least on the surface, they adhere to the rules. He can only say he still has high hopes for Yi Chen. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Long sighed softly and calmly instructed his subordinate. Don't let them go too far. The sequences that need to be given should still be given. Talent is there, so it is still worth nurturing. The subordinate was slightly taken aback after hearing this and cautiously nodded. Although Zhang Long did not mention a name, he knew he was referring to Yi Chen. For Zhang Long to be able to give any instructions was already the limit. The rest would depend on Yi Chen's own performance. With various parties' thoughts in mind, the preparations for the trial tower were soon completed. Buzz. As the spiritual energy was infused, a massive black vortex suddenly emerged and began to slowly rotate within the spacious tower. The trial has begun. The first batch of power testers is prepared to enter. Once you enter, you will enter the trial tower. Reach the 10th floor to qualify for promotion. The higher the floor, the better the final evaluation and rewards. Not only that, your scores will be recorded on the system leaderboard. If you are lucky enough to achieve a high ranking, the system will also provide exclusive rewards. This is a rare opportunity. It is the most important trial in your life. Make sure to seize it. As soon as the words were spoken, after Yang Guoping briefly introduced the rules, a massive light screen over 100 meters tall was generated beside him. The light screen was densely filled with names, prominently displaying the achievements of the global trial participants. Number 1, Buck Wedger, North America Battle Zone. Number 2, Ivan Allen, Eastern Europe Battle Zone. Number 3, Sushma Swaraj, Eastern India Battle Zone. Number 7, Huan Huaxia Battle Zone. Gazing at the enormous light screen, many trial participants felt a sudden shock and excitement. They had heard about leaderboards, but this was the first time they saw one with their own eyes. However, compared to their excitement, the expressions of the third-tier high-ranking officials in attendance were somewhat subdued, as if they were reluctant to discuss the leaderboard. Although there are many top-notch experts in the Huaxia battle zone, their ranks on the leaderboard are not particularly high. There are too many geniuses emerging globally. Some extraordinary talents have already dazzled when they were at the second tier.
Fixating his eyes on the leaderboard, Zhang Yang took a deep breath and proudly walked out with the others. I'll go first. I am a dual-type strength body. This time in the trial, I will definitely break into the top 10. With his fists tightly clenched, he subconsciously glanced at Yi Chen while speaking, sneering before silently forming a shape with his mouth. First sequence. It's mine. He would leave an unforgettable impression on all the high-ranking officials present. However, the next second, Yi Chen calmly walked out under the astonished gazes of everyone. I will also participate in the strength trial. As soon as the words fell, there was an uproar in the tower. Yi Chen. Among the crowd in uproar, a middle-aged soldier in military uniform was the first to express surprise and call out to him, attempting to stop him. The others looked over in bewilderment, not knowing what Yi Chen intended to do. Yi Chen slightly tilted his head, nodding to the soldier behind him, signaling that he should not worry about himself. The person who called out to him was precisely a friend mentioned by Chen Kailai, and he was the only senior officer considered one of their own in the capital military district. Seeing Yi Chen's resolute behavior, Zhao Long felt anxious and wished he could pull him back immediately. What was he doing participating in the strength trial, being a willpower type? In his view, Yi Chen probably hadn't even figured out the basic rules. In front of the black vortex, Yang Guoping frowned even more. He had always been optimistic about the young man in front of him, but Yi Chen's sudden move diminished his originally stable image in his mind. Yi Chen, this is a strength trial. Your trial is later. If you're in a hurry, I can help you start the next one early. After earnestly advising him, Yang Guoping thought to himself that he could only assume Yi Chen was eager to be the first to become a third-tier ember. Young and impulsive, he felt this was important, and he could understand that. But what is the significance of this? Since everyone is participating in the trial, competing for first place has become irrelevant. Instead, the ranking of the trial tower is what matters most. Without any unnecessary words, facing Yang Guoping and a look of surprise, Yi Chen simply said seriously, "Is there a rule that prohibits me from participating? If not, then continue." Like a sharp sword about to be unsheathed, he finished speaking and stood tall, looking at Yang Guoping, his eyes filled with determination. Before coming here, he had already made up his mind to conquer all 4 trials. It wasn't just about the rewards, only by doing this could he silence everyone. Also, Yi Chen himself was very curious about how far he could push after his rebirth in this life. With the attribute conversion of the spirit and ring in hand, coupled with top-notch combat skills, he had great confidence in the trials. However, after his resolute words fell, whether it was the higher-ups who held high hopes for him or the many third-tier participants, everyone's expression was strange. Even Zhang Long, who had encouraged Yi Chen before, couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed at this moment. What significance does it have? He and several other top-level executives were optimistic about Yi Chen, not for any other reason, but because of his identity as a will-type. In the past, will-type individuals had little chance of advancing to the third tier, but Yi Chen was different. They were all curious about what kind of surprise this exceptionally talented young man would bring them. However, Yi Chen's current actions were no different from comparing his weaknesses to others' strengths. Yes, Zhang Long believed that Yi Chen could pass the power trial. After all, his attributes had reached their limit. It was merely a matter of ranking. But doing so would result in a subpar outcome. During the trial, only a single attribute could be used for combat, and as a will type, he was inherently weaker than the power type. If he performed poorly then, wouldn't that mean becoming the background of the opponent? If he honestly secured the will trial, they wouldn't lower their evaluation of Yi Chen. He was still too young. Among the various emotions, Zhang Meng, who had been paying close attention to Yi Chen, unexpectedly let out a laugh. Interesting, quite clever. The few third-tier individuals beside him were slightly taken aback, completely not understanding why Zhang Meng suddenly gave such an evaluation. Zhang Meng chuckled softly and spoke quietly. You might be underestimating him. If I'm not mistaken, he intends to ensure his promotion to the third tier. This kid participating in the strength trial may not rank well and could become a backdrop for others, but at least he can steadily promote to the third tier. The strength trial is quite simple. Looking at his attributes, clearing it should not be a problem. But the will trial is different. Zhang Meng's gaze flickered. The fact that he climbed from an ordinary person to this position after the apocalypse showed that his thoughts ran much deeper than what outsiders might see as simple. No one has ever passed the will trial. It is said that the difficulty of the tasks in the trial is not just a test of combat strength. This kid is probably also afraid that if he fails, he would become a joke. After briefly expressing his thoughts, Zhang Meng stopped speaking, evidently confident in his judgment. The will system cannot advance to the third level. It's not just because of weaker combat ability, but more importantly, the difficulty of the trials is too high. With no means to enhance the will attribute, awakened individuals from the will system can only reach around 20 points in their most crucial attribute. Being already disadvantaged, this naturally adds to their difficulties in the trials.
They can only rely on a single attribute, often exhausting their spiritual energy after climbing up just a few levels, while their physical combat ability is minimal. Under these various restrictions, it has led to the fact that there have been almost no reports of individuals from the will system achieving the third level after the apocalypse. When they do exist, they are usually those who have mixed attributes and rely on other qualities to reach the third level. Thus, in his judgment, Yi Chen's approach is rather smart. A glimmer of understanding flashed in the eyes of the third level around him. Many realized the significance of Yi Chen's actions after coming to terms with it. Truly, although Yi Chen's talent is quite unique, granting him miraculous over-level combat power, he is still ultimately from the will system, which naturally incurs limitations.
With the mindset of watching a play, everyone couldn't help but look forward to the upcoming rankings.
Looking at Yi Chen, who intended to join the strength trial with him, Zhang Yang briefly stunned before turning to Yi Chen.
Do you think that just because we both reached the limit, you can compare to me? My talent can exert strength beyond limits. What do you have to compete with me? With unmasked hostility, a trace of ruthless intent actually rose in Zhang Yang's heart.
Zhang Meng had told him about Yi Chen's talent a long time ago. With the characteristic of enhancement skills, its power can rival that of third-tier combat strength.
It's scary, but it won't help in the trial.
He was originally worried about how to suppress Yi Chen's performance but didn't expect the other party to come to him willingly. In purely comparing strength and combat skills, he confidently believed he was absolutely stronger than anyone. He was not some kind of flower in a greenhouse but a genius who had fought against mutated beings. At the same time, the other awakeners participating in the strength trial also felt a surge of excitement in their hearts. They all knew a thing or two about Yi Chen's talent.
The chance to step on such a genius undoubtedly excited them.
If they could surpass Yi Chen, perhaps the higher-ups would be embarrassed to
raise Yi Chen too high during the re-evaluation of the rankings?
If they performed well at that time, it wouldn't be impossible to attract attention in front of so many high-ranking officials. Similarly realizing this, another seed, Wang Kai, who was also from the power system like Zhang Yang, couldn't help but want to say something at this moment.
Yi Chen, you.
However, before the other party could speak, Yi Chen frowned and casually dropped a sentence before walking directly into the vortex.
Your nonsense is too much. No one knew. From beginning to end, he never regarded anyone present as an opponent.
Whether they were so-called geniuses or at the peak of the third tier, it was simply unimportant in Yi Chen's eyes. His only opponent was this apocalypse.
Ding, entering the power trial.
In the trial tower, you will face various types of enemies.
After defeating them, enter the next level.
In the power trial, all equipment bonuses are stripped away and other attributes are significantly reduced. The battle will begin in 10 seconds, please get ready. With a brief moment of dizziness, Yi Chen instantly opened his eyes and quickly surveyed the scene before him. He found himself in a dimly lit tower, in a vast empty space about 1,000 meters in size, with no buildings obstructing his view. The walls around him were pitch black, resembling a massive arena. In the distance, a huge circle was constantly flashing, obviously the place where the mutated creatures would spawn. All the equipment on him was sealed, leaving only the basic skills. However, just like the sealed attributes, the equipment skills were purely functional, with no damage to speak of. Looking at the twin swords in his hands, which were as white as day, Yi Chen immediately assumed a standard fighting stance, slightly bending forward, waiting for the monsters to spawn.
Level 10 for promotion. Levels above 20 enter the top 3 globally. Level 23 is the limit for humanity after the apocalypse.
Silent whispers. Looking at the giant ranking light screen on the right side of his vision, Yi Chen took a deep breath and continuously adjusted his state. His goal is to reach above the 24th floor. This goal may have been impossible in his previous life. But in this life, he is quite confident. One reason is that the attribute conversion function has not been sealed. Under the special effect of the Ring of Tranquility, he can completely convert his will attribute into strength, achieving attributes beyond the second level. Although not much, it is enough to rival that of a strength-based talent. With my attributes and combat skills, reaching the 20th floor should be no problem.
The remaining floors will depend on the 4 SSS level skills.
Silently calculating the upcoming battle, a strong sense of combat intent continuously rose in his heart. Perhaps no one would expect that he would have a monstrous thing like the Sword God system. Correct, with the will attribute suppressed, his spiritual energy can hardly be used, or rather, no awakened being can use skills outside of their talent.
However, the no-consumption SSS level sword skills ignore the restrictions and don't require spiritual energy at all. It's like cheating. With 4 third-tier sword skills in hand, Yi Chen asks himself if he still can't get first place, he might as well find a tofu to crash into.
The difficulty after the 20th level is extremely high, but no matter how high it is, it can't spawn high-level third-tier mutated creatures. For him, no matter how strong the mutated creatures are, they are just one sword skill away from being dealt with.
Buzz. 10 seconds pass in the blink of an eye.
With a piercing howl, a first-tier zombie dog appears instantly within the distant light circle. The zombie dog, with its skin peeled off to reveal red muscle, first paused, then split its head open like a flower petal, drooling as it rushed to bite. Its sharp and powerful claws quickly scraped against the ground, creating a chaotic noise. In an instant, Yi Chen let out a cold laugh, charged forward with his sword, and struck without hesitation. Swish!
With a precise thrust, the sharp alloy sword suddenly pierced through the zombie dog's mouth and into its brain. One hit to kill.
After casually shaking the sword to crush the monster's brain, Yi-Chen easily withdrew his sword with a puff, ending the battle.
Not even a lot of stamina was expended.
Facing low-level mutated creatures, he found it all too easy to kill. The first 7 layers were merely appetizers, presenting no difficulty for him.
Ding, level 1 cleared. Entering the next level in 30 seconds. Please get ready.
Expected appearing mutated creature, Steel Claw Bouncer. In the real world, outside the trial tower. It has begun, everyone. Holding a device resembling a display screen, Yang Woping spoke calmly, looking at the trial vortex where ripples were continuously rising. The device in his hand is a special system item that has no real abilities. Its sole purpose is to detect how many levels awakened ones have cleared in the trial while outside. The trial time is not long, and the high-ranking officials can afford to wait. After all, it's related to the re-ranking of the sequence, and for many high-ranking officials, they are willing to wait here to get first-hand information. The progress is the same, everyone is already at the 3rd level now.
Every few minutes, Chen Guoping would briefly report information.
The others simply started chatting. The ones who went in this time are all considered elite 2nd tier. Passing the first 10 levels should generally not be a problem. The speed for the first 7 levels should all be the same.
The differences will likely emerge after the 7th or even the 10th level. I just wonder who will reach the 10th level first.
Among the high ranks, a 3rd tier individual from the power system casually chatted with the person next to him. The first 7 levels are all 1st tier mutants. As long as one has consumed the power fruit and has decent talent, they can easily pass. The difference lies in the last 3 levels, or it's a battle against 2nd tier opponents.
Without sufficient combat experience, an ordinary 2nd tier trialist could easily get injured and may not pass. It should be the son of Commander Zhang.
Zhang Yang has SS level talent. With dual system abilities, he can quickly replenish stamina and has high explosive power, so for him, there is no need to conserve energy.
That's true.
If I were him, I would just stand at the respawn point and instantly kill any mutant that appears, without worrying about consumption. It wouldn't take much time at all. Among the crowd, Zhang Meng listened with a smile to the discussions of those behind him. Though there was some flattery, the facts were indeed as such.
Not necessarily. Wang Chu's descendant Wang Kai has quite good talent as well.
It is said that his explosive power is extremely high, and his speed isn't too slow either. Zhang Meng praised a middle-aged man beside him, not minding giving him some face. His status seemed to be much higher than Wang Hai's, being a commander versus a deputy director. However, Wang Hai, as the director of the supply department in the capital's safe zone, held invisible power that even he had to be cautious about. As the words fell, Wang Hai smiled nonchalantly, though he felt slightly nervous inside. Unlike Zhang Meng, who comes from a military background, Wang Kai, despite having S-level talent, would never allow his son to engage in brutal fights with monsters in a serious manner. His talent is good, but his strength relies entirely on spirit crystals. This time, he had no choice but to enter the dungeon to speed up progress. Like Zhang Meng, he sacrificed 4 third-tier personnel just to barely clear the level. He is truly very worried about Wang Kai's combat experience. Leveling up is not a problem, but he feels uncertain about his speed. He can only hope that Wang Kai can live up to expectations and perform well. During the discussions among factions divided into several circles, Zhao Long, who was most concerned about Yi Chen, looked a bit grim. Chen Kailai specifically instructed him to take care of Yi Chen and informed him that both parties had reached a cooperation.
For him, Yi Chen is his investment target.
But he didn't expect that Yi Chen didn't listen to him and chose to go his own way. No one discusses Yi Chen. In everyone's minds, Yi Chen is the least concerning object in this round of trials.
At most, everyone is just curious if Yi Chen will be the last one to pass the 10th level.
Listening to the news around him, his anxiety felt as uncomfortable as ants crawling beneath his skin. In this trial, apart from the 2 powerhouse seeds, the remaining 20 people who entered are all seasoned 2nd-tier participants. No matter how one thinks about it, Yi Chen, being a will-based type, can't compete with these individuals. Without the advantage of talent, everyone is at their limit, and Yi Chen can be said to be the weakest among them. If he ends up at the bottom of the ranking, that would be embarrassing. In his worries, Zhao Long let out a silent sigh. Looking at the device in Chen Kailai's hand, which resembled a display screen, he could only hope that Yi Chen wouldn't fall too far behind. But things went contrary to his wishes. After about 16 minutes, just as the trial was progressing to the 10th level, Yang Guoping raised an eyebrow and suddenly spoke up.
Someone has passed. At the 10th level, someone has already broken through.
As the words fell, the noisy discussions among the crowd suddenly stopped, and everyone curiously looked at the screen in Yang Guoping's hand. This speed is quite fast. Without further ado, Yang Guoping squeezed out a smile and looked at Zhang Meng.
Congratulations, Commander Zhang. Zhang Yang is the first to pass the 10th level. He really performed well.
Zhang Meng felt a surge of joy in his heart, but only showed a calm expression on his face.
This kid is not too bad.
Zhang Long, who was nearly 70 and already in a high-level environmental sanitation position, nodded slightly. He treated all emerging awakeners equally as long as they performed well.
Indeed, quite good. Passing the 10th level in 16 minutes can be said to have ended the battle instantly. It seems that Commander Zhang's training of Zhang Yang is quite dedicated. Without enough combat experience, no matter how good the talent, one cannot achieve this step. Not far away, Zhang Meng listened with a smile to the praise from Zhang Long, nodding repeatedly. He felt a little more assured about maintaining the first sequence. Yi Chen had surprised the higher-ups a bit, but in the end, they still had to show their reactions. More than a minute had passed, 6 people had consecutively passed, but Yi Chen had remained silent. This performance was hardly outstanding. For assessing potential, combat skills were also very important. In the materials he had obtained, Yi Chen's publicly recorded actions were limited to that one time, making it seem like he was the typical type who could only unleash skills. When it came to real combat, without the boost of any special talents, his combat power was indeed concerning. An awakener who hadn't undergone life and death struggles would be greatly undervalued in the eyes of the military. Wang Kai has passed, ranked 11th. Holding the display device, Yang Guoping continuously reported the information. A total of 22 people entered the trial, and now more than half had passed. However, according to his device, Yi Chen seemed to still be on the 9th layer. He shook his head slightly in his heart and didn't say much. From the looks of it, without being able to utilize his will-type talent, Yi Chen had become somewhat mediocre in an instant. In the crowd, Wang Hai, who had been somewhat worried, let out a breath of relief, somewhat thankful despite his disappointment. Wang Kai's performance, ranked 11th, could only be described as passable, but fortunately, it was still slightly better than Yi Chen. As time ticked by, when Yang Guoping announced the 17th name, he reluctantly reported another name. Yi Chen, the 18th to pass 10 layers. Zhang Yang is currently in the 13th layer. With a brief announcement of the information, many of the Tier 3 and high-level individuals below were somewhat speechless, with quite a few unable to hold back their sneers. The 18th to pass, this speed is comparable to a snail. It should be noted that among the remaining old-school Tier 2s entering this time, there were actually a few attributes that hadn't reached their limits. This meant that Yi Chen wasn't in last place but was purely being supported by a few awakeners behind him. One barely at the 10th layer, one at the 13th layer. The gap is quite large. In the trial tower, Yi Chen continuously fought around a two-headed mutated beast. The double swords in his hands were like precise surgical knives, constantly slicing away large chunks of flesh. It was as if he was carrying out a slow torture, and the immense pain provoked a roar of anger from the beast. Calm and efficient. Under the search for the optimal strike, Yi Chen didn't care about the duration of his battle at all. As of now, he hadn't even used his attribute conversion. His stamina remained at its peak state. He thought his speed should be among the slowest, but so what? The more stamina he preserved, the higher his chances of progressing through the later levels. For him, the goal was only above the 20th level. Having experienced hundreds of long battles of life and death in his past life, he had rich experience in how to conserve stamina and preserve strength. Although his speed was slow, with his abnormal conservation, he cleared 12 levels in a row without breaking a sweat. Put. After utilizing a rebound to leap onto the monster's head, Yi Chen instantly angled the sword tip in an exceptionally tricky position to pierce the monster's spine, exerting just a slight force, thus completely dealing with the beast. Level 12. If I continue in this state, I might not need to use skills until level 21. Patience, calmness. In a combat manner unknown to the outside world, he resembled a sword gathering strength, waiting for the moment to unsheath and astonish the world. Whoa! Whoa! Breathing heavily. Standing in front of the two-headed giant corpse he had just smashed with his continuous outburst, his arms trembled slightly as he gripped the battle axe tightly. For the first time without the boost from equipment, he was really struggling to adapt to fighting without certain attributes. If it weren't for his strong talent, which provided both explosive power and recovery effects, he might have almost reached his limit. Just as the outside world speculated. In order to stand out, he almost attacked right at the refresh point. As soon as the monsters appeared, he unleashed his full power. This fighting style naturally ensured a high efficiency in clearing. But with it came a huge consumption of stamina. Level 16. I should be the first. Keep holding on, just a few more levels. His teeth were tightly clenched. Taking advantage of the precious 1-minute break, Zhang Yang tried his best to recover his stamina. However, looking at the ranking list beside him, he felt a deep bitterness. He could sense that his limit was probably around 18 or 19. There was undoubtedly still a gap to enter the top 10 globally. Damn. Why is the difficulty behind so insane? Just thinking about how he rushed into the advancement when he could have been stronger filled him with inexplicable resentment. He started the trial right after coming out of the dungeon and his state had not adjusted to its peak at all. Zhang Yang, level 17. Feng Xiaoguan, level 16. Wang Kai, level 15. Yi Chen, level 15. While waiting, Yang Guoping announced the current rankings in order. After the 10th level, many awakeners had already chosen to withdraw. Only 9 people remained in the trial. Contrary to everyone's speculation, Yi Chen did not choose to withdraw as well. Although his speed was slow, he continued to progress. This surprised everyone. Interesting, Yi Chen can still hold on at the 15th level. He doesn't seem to be performing too badly. People began to discuss casually. This time, quite a few were paying attention to Yi Chen. However, more were still looking forward to Zhang Yang's performance. At the 17th level, if he can clear 3 more levels, he might just break into the global top 10. Commander Zhang really has a good son.
Enjoying the compliments from the crowd, Zhang Meng smiled faintly, but his heart felt a bit nervous. He had also participated in the strength trial back in the day and was very aware of what lay ahead. Zhang Yang's speed had noticeably slowed down, indicating that he was starting to struggle.
Hold on. He now just hopes that Zhang Yang can push a bit more and break into the top 10.
If so, his performance will surely overshadow Yi Chen. However, for some reason, as he looked at Yi Chen's name, he felt some unease in his heart.
Logically speaking, Yi Chen should have given up by now. Without any talent boost, there's no reason for him to get this far. Could it be that the kid also has rich combat experience?
In his doubts, Yang Guoping, who had been paying attention to the information, suddenly raised his eyebrows and unexpectedly spoke again.
Yi Chen. He's at the 16th level.
Everyone was taken aback at the sound and instinctively turned their gaze over.
Zhang Yang was still stuck at the 17th level, which meant that the gap between the two seemed to be rapidly narrowing. Yi Chen's speed was actually starting to increase. What happened?
Under the sudden change, many Tier 3 players instinctively asked out loud. Although the 15th and 16th levels seem to be just one level apart, everyone knows what it truly means to advance even a single level. The further you go, the higher the difficulty. Starting from the 16th floor, it is almost universally acknowledged that S-class strength is required to pass. It is precisely this difference in strength that often determines whether one can break through the defenses or not. He can't possibly still use his willpower talent during the strength trial, right? In a state of confusion, a third tier member asked out loud, while Zhang Meng next to him looked even more serious. It's impossible. There have been many people trying to find loopholes over the years. Even if they use enhancement items at the moment they enter the top 0, the system will directly reset everything. No matter how special Yi Chen's talent is, he will still be subject to system restrictions. The third-tier member who had initially expressed doubts was taken aback and then awkwardly stopped talking. Throughout these years of the apocalypse process, everyone has a profound understanding of how terrifying the system is.
Finding loopholes or
making mistakes is nearly impossible.
For them, the apocalypse system is like a god.
Thus, he realized how ridiculous his earlier speculation was.
Let's just wait and see, maybe he's really trying his best?
With the confusion in his heart forced down, as Yi Chen broke through the 16th level, the atmosphere suddenly became tense and eerie. Not long after, as Yang Guoping quickly reported several names again, everyone saw a few awakened ones who had exited early return to reality. Over 20 trial takers, most of whom were stuck on the 15th level, found it difficult to advance any further. After all, these people were basically brought in by various major forces just to temporarily secure positions. The few who had exited were all injured, but their faces were beaming with joy. Before entering, several high-ranking officials from major forces instructed them to perform well. Now that they had completed their tasks and unexpectedly promoted to the third tier, they originally planned to bask in the congratulations and recognition of others. However, just a few seconds after coming out, these newly promoted third tiers were surprisingly aware that no one was paying attention to them at all.
What is going on?
The few of them instinctively looked at Yang Guoping, who was focused on the item information, and in their puzzled glances around, they unexpectedly discovered that Yi Chen's figure was nowhere to be seen.
What's going on? That kid hasn't come out yet?
Although they prided themselves on not being able to compare to top geniuses, it wasn't a problem for them to suppress the will-type Yi Chen in the strength trial. Before they could think further, Yang Guoping, who had been staring at the information, suddenly changed his expression.
Level 17.
Yi Chen has also reached level 17.
Now only 6 people are left. With the report of the information, everyone was in an uproar.
The few awakens who had just come out were even more shocked, their jaws dropping.
Did they hear it wrong? A will type reached level 17? What kind of ghost story is this?
If it weren't for just coming out of the trial, they would seriously doubt whether they had entered a fake trial.
From level 17 onwards, the enemies faced were already high-level second-tier mutants. Continuous battles were simply unsustainable for those who were not strength types. Moreover, the talent had to be extremely strong as well.
Where is Zhang Yang? The usually calm and collected Zhang Meng instinctively blurted out, an extremely rare hint of tension flashing across his face. Yang Guoping looked up at him, hesitating for a moment before glancing at the information. Zhang Yang is still on the 17th floor.
Currently, Yi Chen and Zhang Yang are on the same floor.
Wang Kai and Yan Feng are on the 15th and 16th floors respectively.
All others have exited.
As the words fell, everyone in the hall was stunned, and Zhang Meng suddenly tightened his fists. For some reason, a sense of unease began to rise in his heart. No one knew how Yi Chen managed to do it, but the system wouldn't lie. Now the two had completely caught up. Among the crowd, Zhao Long, who had previously looked worried, briefly gasped in astonishment, and then a hint of joy flashed across his face.
That kid actually did it. Could it be that Yi Chen is actually dual attributed? Has he been hiding his talent all along? Like him, the others also came to this realization, and the experienced elder Zhang Long smiled in surprise. This Yi Chen is quite interesting. Could it be that this kid has both power and will attributes? Has he been hiding it from us, waiting for a spectacular reveal? As soon as this was said, many third-level individuals who did not understand the plan well nodded thoughtfully. If that's the case, they could barely understand it. However, just thinking about it felt somewhat bizarre.
Usually, awakeners wouldn't hide their talents, they would rather boast about them even more. If Yi Chen had really rushed all the way to level 17, and if he had a power-related trait among his talents, that would be too exaggerated. Unlike the others who were struggling to accept the news, both Zhang Meng and Yang Guoping, who knew that Yi Chen had previously been eliminated from the Seed of Fire project, were clear that Yi Chen could only possess the willpower trait. They had verified this test result. They had investigated the data. On that day, thousands of people personally witnessed the test crystal yield the result, and there was no way it could be wrong. Unable to figure out how Yi Chen had done it, they could only suppress their astonishment and continue to wait. Die for me. Inside the trial tower, Zhang Yang was frantically battling a skeletal mutation, with only the head covered in flesh remaining. The giant mutation before him looked like a corpse that had been gnawed on, incredibly horrifying. The battle axe in his hand had completely lost its form. With his physical strength and will consumed to the limits, Zhang Yang's chest was collapsed, and each exertion would cause a large amount of blood to seep out. Balls of orange-red energy were desperately bursting forth, enhancing the battle axe, causing the skeletal mutation to tremble. Under the immense force, chunks of bone were smashed to pieces. Facing an enemy on the 17th floor, he had already fought for nearly 4 to 5 minutes. Don't be fooled by how short the time seems. For an awakened one, it's already quite long. With his nerves constantly tense, his limbs that frequently exerted themselves felt as heavy as if filled with iron and lead. At this point in the battle, Zhang Yang was panting heavily, his gaze revealing a hint of unwillingness. He was very clear that he had reached his limit. From the very beginning, he tried to maneuver to conserve energy, but after being hit in the chest by the monster due to a lack of attributes, Zhang Yang realized he simply couldn't hold on any longer under the injury. Only by continuously attacking, could he interrupt the monster's rhythm and hold on until now. But it was clear that no matter how strong his talent was or how quickly he could recover stamina under such enormous consumption, he was already at the end of his rope. Boom! In the collision of massive force, Zhang Yang felt as if the grip of the axe had been shattered. In pain, he gritted his teeth and, gambling with his life, charged forward instead of retreating. Berserker! With a roar! Bursting out his final talent trump card, he was enveloped in a flash of orange-red talent light, transforming him as he charged forward into a giant axe, suddenly smashing down towards the skeletal head. Bang! With the sound of bones shattering, the giant axe in his hand successfully killed the 17th layer mutant. However, as the system's prompt sounded again, his face turned pale, and he nearly fell to the ground as his body wobbled. Gazing at the slowly falling corpse, he gasped for breath, revealing a wry smile. He could no longer continue. Although his combat skills were not poor and could be considered outstanding among ordinary awakened, after several consecutive mistakes, he was well aware that he had reached his limit. 18th layer, impossible to pass. If he kept fighting, he would definitely die. Covering the wound on his chest, Zhang Yang took a deep breath. Although he felt a bit unwilling, he believed that his performance under such duress was definitely outstanding. Getting into the top 10 was indeed too difficult. If he had a bit more preparation time, perhaps he could achieve it. But for now, he was somewhat satisfied with this result. No matter what, he should be first. The result of the 18th layer hadn't appeared in the Huaxia battle zone for a long time. Supporting himself up, Zhang Yang excitedly chose to exit. He needed to go out and recover from his injuries. At the same time, he was looking forward to the astonishment of everyone when they saw him come out. Level 18, this result was definitely impressive. Buzz. With a flash of white light, he, barely leaning on the battle axe, appeared inside the reality tower. However, just as he returned to his senses and prepared to welcome the crowd's amazement, Zhang Yang surprisingly found that the atmosphere in the entire hall did not erupt with cheers at his appearance. Instead, it felt somewhat strange. Father, I cleared level 18. Staggering, with a pale face, Zhang Yang shouted excitedly. After losing a lot of blood, he felt as if his consciousness was a bit hazy. Perhaps it was just coming back to his senses, or maybe it was something else. Zhang Meng, who had been waiting for Zhang Yang, took a quick step and rushed to his side. Looking at Zhang Yang, who had reached his limit, a glimmer of pain and reluctance flashed in his eyes. Meanwhile, a few third-tier members who had long been on standby rushed over with recovery items to directly heal Zhang Yang's injuries. Feeling a surge of warmth enveloping his whole body as his injuries healed rapidly, Zhang Yang instinctively grabbed Zhang Meng's arm, feeling a bit exhilarated. Father, I did it. The 18th floor. Am I the first? As the most important thing on his mind, Zhang Yang couldn't help but blurt out the question, even in his dazed state. However, the tense atmosphere around him filled him with a strong sense of unease. Why does everyone look so strange? Why isn't anyone praising me? What are they looking at? I passed the 18th floor. This is the best performance from the Huaxia battle zone in years. Noticing that everyone's gaze was silently focused on the information panel in Yang Guoping's hands, Zhang Yang suddenly realized something and instinctively glanced around in panic. The challengers have all come out. He saw Wang Kai, as well as those who entered together in the second tier. But the only one he didn't see was Yi Chen. Among everyone, he only wanted to surpass Yi Chen. In the next second, Zhang Meng looked at his son with a complex expression. He could see that Zhang Yang had really tried his best. The result of the 18th level would have caused quite a stir in the capital before, and many high-ranking officials would have praised him highly. But the problem is,
Zhang Meng felt quite bitter and hesitated over whether to reveal the news from earlier. He was afraid that this news would be too much of a blow to Zhang Yang's confidence. In fact, they had just snapped out of their shock and it was hard to calm their emotions for a long time. But looking at Zhang Yang's eyes, which had already started to show uncertainty, he hesitated for a moment before choosing to speak up.
It can't be hidden. Yi-chun. He's already at the 19th level.
Just 3 seconds before you exited, he broke through to the 19th level.
What? Put.
In extreme shock, Zhang Yang suddenly tensed up, as if he had been frightened, and even the wounds on his body that had just healed burst open in an instant.
He tightly gripped Zhang Meng's arm, and in his terrified, disbelieving eyes, it seemed he was unwilling to accept this fact no matter what. How is that possible? How could he have broken through to the 19th level? I don't believe it. Did you make a mistake?
In a voice filled with astonished shouts, Zhang Yang kept panicking and asking. Even with all his effort, he barely made it to the 18th level. How could Ji Chen, without any additional boost, reach this step? However, as the crowd looked at him with some pity and even a bit of awe, Zhang Yang suddenly froze, almost unable to hold onto the battle axe in his hand.
People's gazes seemed to tell him that everything was real. Beside the vortex, Yang Guoping spoke solemnly to confirm. Yi Chen is at the 19th level. We have already confirmed this. In fact, he is the only one left in the entire power trial.
Since layer 15, his breakthrough time has been approaching 1 layer per minute.
As the words fell, everyone's expression was no longer one of astonishment, but of indescribable shock.
Yes, Yi Chen's speed is getting faster and faster, 1 layer per minute, which means that Yi Chen is currently replicating Zhang Yang's approach to the first 10 layers.
As soon as the mutated creatures appeared, they were directly killed.
Only in this way could he achieve such a fast speed to reach layer 19. But the problem is, that can only be done against low-level mutated creatures in the first 10 layers. The same approach now poses a difficulty for Yi Chen that is worlds apart from Zhang Yang. The level of difficulty is simply not on the same scale.
Can he also quickly resolve battles against second-tier mutated creatures?
It's hard to imagine what level of combat skill and power this requires. Many third-tier individuals looked confusedly at the whirlpool, feeling powerless to speculate any further. If possible, they would jump into the trial just to see how Yi Chen fought and what kind of astonishing performance he exhibited to achieve this.
He's first, there's no suspense. I don't know why, but I'm actually feeling a bit afraid. Is Yi Chen going to break into the global top 10? Has he been hiding his strength all this time?
In the hushed discussions among the crowd, no one cared about the disheartened Zhang Yang anymore. At this moment, these first batch of trial participants had become mere background. At other times, they might have still been amazed.
Maybe.
Entering the global top 10 from level 20 onward is possible, but I remember that in the entire Huaxia war zone, only His Excellency Huan and one of the 4 marshals, His Excellency Sun Weigua, have made it into the top 10. It caused a sensation throughout the entire war zone back then. But the problem is, both of these individuals are purely strength-based.
The 20th level is a bit exaggerated. The 19th level should be about right. The difficulty after the 20th level is absurdly high. True, the 19th level is already difficult enough.
If Yi Chen really makes it to the 20th, us power types might as well give up. In the low voices of discussion, while people were skeptical that Yi Chen could actually reach the 20th level, as it was simply too incredible. Nevertheless, the performance at the 19th level was already outstanding.
Even if they withdrew now, they wouldn't hesitate to express their admiration.
Meanwhile, Zhang Yang, who was listening to the discussions, felt as if struck by a lightning bolt, his mind blank. Thinking about the cost and effort he put in to advance early and to surpass Yi Chen, he could only feel that everything seemed like a joke.
Why did I lose? Why is he stronger than me? I am a power type. I have SS level talent.
Just a youthful mindset. Under the enormous blow, Zhang Yang helplessly looked towards his father, unable to accept this reality.
A deep sigh.
Zhang Meng silently grasped his hand, only shaking his head helplessly. Fearing that Zhang Yang would be completely stripped of his confidence, he can only steeled himself to offer some comfort. Yanger, I can only say that your foundation is lacking a bit. This time was too rushed.
Never doubt your potential.
Actually, you may not fall behind Yi Chen. There's a good chance for you on the 19th floor.
The path of the 3rd tier is still long ahead.
A momentary failure means nothing, not to mention, you are not considered a failure. There was no way out. Zhang Meng could only persuade him this way, hoping to rekindle Zhang Yang's fighting spirit. After all, as a dual-element awakener, there was still a trial waiting for him ahead. However, as Zhang Yang finished listening to the advice and barely revealed a forced smile, Yang Guoping by the vortex suddenly widened his eyes, instinctively looking up at the crowd, as if witnessing an unbelievable scene. Every piece of news about Yi Chen, every move he makes, draws everyone's attention, as if people have thought of something, and they all glance at each other in unison.
Sure enough, Yang Guoping took a deep breath, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Yi Chen, level 20. He has broken through to level 20. The system information has been updated. What? Level 20? The crowd erupted in exclamations, gasping in surprise.
Unnoticed by anyone, Zhang Yang, who was still being treated, suddenly swayed and let out a sound as he dropped the battle axe heavily to the ground. As a prodigy and extremely proud Zhang Yang, he was somewhat unable to bear this blow at that moment.
Level 20? Doesn't that mean he has already made it into the top 10?
How did he do it? Could it be that our Huaxia battle zone is about to have a genius in the top 10 today? Everyone's expression was excited, especially the high-ranking officials who had taken the time to come, feeling that their trip was not in vain. Although performance in the trials does not necessarily represent future achievements at the third tier, based on their experience, anyone who breaks into the top 10 in the trials, or even the top 20, is likely to at least reach a high rank in the third tier, or simply become a peak tier reserve. Yi Chen's talent is already exceptional, and combining that with the situation, everyone can almost envision his future status and accomplishments. Even if he were to fall into a downward spiral from now on and struggle, reaching a high rank in the third tier is still a certainty. For the entire Huaxia battle zone, having a high rank in the third tier would make one a powerful local official, capable of reaching the heavens with a single hand. Many quick-witted individuals are already rubbing their hands together, contemplating how to establish good relations with Yi Chen once he comes out. There are even some who are hastily messaging high-ranking acquaintances, preparing to notify them of this news and urging them to come over quickly. Perhaps today they will witness a miracle. Everyone looked anxious, and as Yi Chen broke through to the 20th level, it instead gave them a tremendous sense of anticipation. The 20th level is a watershed. Is it possible to go even higher? If he goes up one more level, the entire capital battle zone will be in uproar. In the upper echelons, Zhang Long also changed from his previous relaxed demeanor to a somewhat serious expression. This elder solemnly instructed the subordinate beside him, "Go, notify several committee members and the vice-chairman of the military department, so they can come over. A genius like this, I'm sure these few will be very interested." The subordinate who was given the order was momentarily startled, his heart suddenly racing. Is it causing such a huge stir? But that's also normal. If Yi Chen pushes further up, he would be comparable to those top figures. Such potential is worth those top leaders coming personally for an early meeting. After acknowledging, several third-tier members rushed out of the giant tower to get the word out. Although Zhang Long's voice was very low, all the people present were powerful awakeners. After they discreetly caught this information, their hearts were filled with envy. The treatment for a genius is simply different. Some of these third-tier individuals, despite having reached this position, might not even get a chance to meet those top executives. Yi Chen is probably about to soar to new heights. Inside the trial tower, Yi Chen kept dodging behind a two-headed mutant, barely hiding in the opponent's blind spot. I'm starting to struggle a bit. Looking at the various attributes that were bouncing back and forth, he sighed inwardly. He had been holding back his SSS-level sword skill, and with his strength, he could only push past this high-tier second-level mutant at most before reaching his limit. After all, he really did not have any talent bonuses. If it weren't for his monstrous combat skills and having killed these mutants in his past life knowing their weaknesses, he definitely wouldn't have lasted this long. Every attack felt like walking on the edge of a blade. When the mutated creature attacked, he precisely struck its joints with a sword, disrupting its attack rhythm. Even so, his stamina was rapidly depleting. Luckily, his willpower was continuously converting into the other three main attributes, forcefully pushing his attribute beyond the 29-point limit as if cheating. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to achieve this at all. With a terrifying judgment honed through life and death experiences, he resembled a dancer on a tightrope, the shadows of the sword in his hand flashing rapidly, creating a flurry of gruesome blood blossoms. Survive past the 20th level, and no matter what, I must keep 2 trump cards. Suppressing the urge to unleash a sword technique to instantly eliminate the monster in front of him, Yi Chen's nerves were highly strained as he engaged in a brutal clash under the creature's frenzied attacks. With physical and agility trials still ahead, and no sword techniques at hand, he truly lacked the confidence to secure a good score. To conquer the comprehensive trials, one naturally had to pay the price. In the tense battle, Yi Chen exerted all his effort to find an opportunity to turn the tide, and without hesitation, he unleashed all his power, striking with both swords towards the monster's head. Break for me! With a roar, the sudden shift in power attributes granted him strength beyond the second level, and he slashed down fiercely. Puff! The sword's edge sliced precisely through the nearly unreachable gap in the spine, and with the last of his stamina, Yi Chen dodged, darting out from behind the mutated creature like a sharp sword. Blood sprayed. As 2 streams of murky blood shot skyward like a fountain, the slain two-headed mutant paused for a few seconds before crashing down. Ding, layer 20 cleared. The next trial will begin in 1 minute, please prepare. He gasped for breath. Yi Chen's hands gripping the twin swords were slightly trembling. Looking at the body that had fallen behind him, he revealed a bitter smile, barely standing up, feeling there was no need to restore his stamina now. The next battle was surprisingly simple. 1 strike of sword skill ahead. It's over as soon as I reach the 24th floor. I don't know how many people are still in the trial, but aside from those 2 sequences, the others should have already quit. I should be first now, right? Yi Chen mumbled a bit uncertainly. In his opinion, Zhang Yang is a power-type SS level, so he might also the 20th floor. But the ultimate first place must be his. He wasn't worried about that. As he continuously deduced the upcoming battle situation, he had no idea what kind of upheaval was occurring outside the trial tower. Boom! Boom! With a series of deafening sonic booms, 4 mid-tier third-level powerhouses rushed straight into the giant tower. As steady footsteps echoed successively, the people in the hall turned around in a bit of panic, and after seeing the newcomers, they were all surprised. The central people have arrived. They really came. What the heck? Who do I see? It's actually Chairman Fong.
Not only that, the one from the political department has also arrived. Amid the respectful greetings, the middle-aged man walking at the front, resembling a fierce tiger, nodded slightly, first showing a smile towards Zhang Long, then turning to Chen Guoping with a serious tone.
What's the situation now?
I heard someone has broken through to the 20th level. Holding the system item, Chen Guoping suddenly gripped the information panel in his hand tightly.
Facing these top figures, he was also nervous.
Not daring to hesitate, he hurriedly replied.
We are at the 21st level. Now it is the 21st level.
Just as the words left his mouth, he felt the panel in his hand suddenly tremble, clearly indicating that new information had been updated. Subconsciously looking over, upon seeing the updated message, Yang Guoping was momentarily stunned, his mouth agape, losing composure for a moment. Noticing this anomaly, the recently arrived Vice Chairman Fong Hao's pupils suddenly constricted, as if he realized something.
Another breakthrough.
In the next second, Yang Guoping nodded with difficulty, feeling as if he were seeing a ghost.
It's the 22nd level.
His voice trembled slightly. If it weren't for the fact that the prop in his hand was produced by the system, he would have thought this thing was broken. Just 1 minute ago, it was still 21. Why is it getting faster the further it goes? As Yang Guoping once again reported the information, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense. The leading peak-level awakened one, Fong Hao, surprisingly showed signs of losing composure at this moment, his overwhelmingly powerful aura suddenly leaking out, making everyone struggle to breathe.
22. He broke through to 22.
Stunned, even with his status and strength, he was momentarily dumbfounded in place.
After Yang Guoping confirmed it again, the hall seemed to fall into an eerie silence.
In the brief silence, Fong Hao, who had hurried in, also realized his own loss of composure. After regaining his composure, the nearby Tier 3 awakened one suddenly felt a sense of relief, casting a wary glance at the man standing at the peak of Huaxia. Every level difference signifies a vast disparity in strength. Just a moment ago, Fong Hao's loss of composure alone caused the pressure radiating from him to suffocate them. However, this also shows how shocking the news of Yi Chen breaking through the 22nd level is.
Wasn't it still level 21 just now? What on earth is going on?
Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Vice Chairman Fong Hao directly asked Yang Guoping in a deep voice, his gaze instinctively looking towards the trial vortex.
Level 22. How did he achieve that? He was only at level 21 back in his day, and even then, he was considered a rising star by the high-ranking officials of Huaxia at the time, hailed as the strongest genius after a few commanders. To know that he was able to arrive so quickly was purely because he happened to be inspecting the base nearby with a few high-ranking officials, and upon receiving the news, he hurried over. He originally thought it was a decent seed, worthy of his attention. But when he arrived, it was still level 20, and on the way, it turned into level 21. By the time he arrived, only 3 to 4 minutes had passed, and it had turned into level 22 in the blink of an eye. Damn it, who can handle this kind of thing?
Even after all these years, he still vividly remembers the trials of that year.
No one understands better than him just how bizarre the difficulty is after level 20.
The later it gets, the longer it takes, and every bit of strength has to be carefully calculated. Back then, to break through the 21st layer, he fought for nearly half an hour and managed to exhaust that monster to death. Even so, when he got out, he was on the verge of collapse, almost losing half his life.
We don't know either.
With a bitter smile, Yang Guoping nervously explained, feeling panicked in front of the few big shots who had come rushing over. Before the 15th layer, Yi Chen's performance was very poor and his speed was very slow. But for some reason, starting from the 15th layer, he began to accelerate, almost 1 layer per minute. He was delayed for a few minutes at the 20th layer, but then he accelerated again.
It's as if.
After holding it in for a long time, Yang Guoping really wanted to say that Yi Chen was like cheating. This situation was beyond his understanding. To be honest, having lived for most of his life, it was the first time he had seen such a situation.
It was already fast in the beginning, but why does the speed increase with the difficulty? He almost wanted to dive in and see what this kid was doing inside. Just past the 20th floor, he was almost fixated on the information. As a result, just when the 21st floor's information came out, it suddenly jumped to the 22nd. He could think of the implications of this with his toes. Instant kill. It could only be that the mutant on the 21st floor was instantly killed the moment it appeared. If it weren't for a large number of third-tier individuals present and being in the capital's safe zone, the poor Yang Guoping would probably doubt whether he was encountering some supernatural event. Listening to Yang Guoping's rapid narration, Vice Chairman Fong Hao's expression grew increasingly serious. Get me his information. Now. Immediately. After speaking, he exhaled deeply, and a member of the political department who was following him couldn't help but speak up softly. It's a bit unbelievable. I've heard about his information, it's said to be will type. Is there something wrong with this intelligence? A keen political instinct. He, who came together with Fong Hao, immediately noticed the other people in the hall preparing for the trial. It was obvious that many of them did not meet the standards for the Spark project. Instinctively suspicious, he even began to doubt whether the people below had concealed Yi Chen's talent situation. He knew that some people within the official ranks were capable of such things when it came to internal schemes. Commissioner Hu, let's discuss this matter later.
If it really exists, we will naturally get to the bottom of it.
Understanding the implied meaning in Commissioner Hu's words, Fang Hao nodded subtly with a hint of coldness in his eyes.
In his view, Yi Chen might not be a single element type but rather a dual element type.
However, the people below had deliberately reported false information to suppress the news, trying to cover it up. Yet, Yi Chen's performance was still too outstanding, and he could not be concealed. He was selected into the Spark project despite everything. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain how Yi Chen could break through to level 22. For some matters, these high-ranking officials usually turn a blind eye. As long as the people below don't go too far, no one will care.
But now,
he had heard that Yi Chen was eliminated in the first round due to his talent in the will system. Under the misconception that Yi Chen was a dual system, Fang Hao couldn't help but feel a surge of inexplicable anger. It's acceptable to play along with the unspoken rules. He can even understand suppressing news.
But reporting false information has crossed his bottom line. As for the Seed of Fire plan, he can tolerate some high-ranking officials profiting from it, but that doesn't mean he can tolerate anyone daring to deceive him. If Yi Chen wasn't sent here in the second round, does that mean a top genius of the dual system would be buried just like that? Some people are truly audacious. This situation could even be considered treasonous. If they dare to deceive him, then the pests below should definitely be cleaned up. Thinking of this, his usual temper flared, and his expression became even colder. A large crowd of third-tier individuals around instinctively sensed the anger suppressed by Fang Hao, and everyone felt a sense of danger. Especially among the higher-ups who had done some dirty work, their hearts were even colder at this moment. They were all sharp-witted people, and naturally, they also figured out what Fang Hao was thinking at this time. Yes, they had resorted to some disgraceful means, but they really did not report any false information. It should be noted that back then, when Tang Jin wanted to drag out the time, these people dared not suppress the news. They could only engage in minor tricks, which hadn't even succeeded. At this moment, not far away, Zhang Meng, who was with Zhang Yang, suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He knew that Chairman Fawn might have misunderstood them. If there was an accounting after the fact, and he was questioned by many people, he would definitely face forced scrutiny. At that time, he would be like a mute eating bitter gourd, unable to articulate his grievances. Looking at Yang Guoping, who was watching the information closely, he surprisingly felt a bit afraid, fearing that more good news would come in at this moment. The better Yi Chen performed, the more trouble they would face. However, things did not go as they wished. Almost at the 1-minute mark, under the gaze of the entire venue, Yang Guoping suddenly shuddered, as if he had been injected with adrenaline, and shouted, 23. It's now 23.
Extremely excited beyond words.
Holding the information panel, he felt as if they were witnessing a miracle. 23. Suddenly looking up, Fang Hao, who was reviewing Yi Chen's information, took a deep breath and tried to suppress the shock in his heart.
At the same time, a noisy discussion erupted throughout the entire hall.
23 layers. Doesn't that mean it's a new highest record?
1 layer per minute at this speed. Did we just take the global first place?
It should be.
This kind of performance could only exist in theory.
If he isn't first, then who is? Astonished and excited.
As third-tier individuals, they understood very well the value of this achievement. It's not an exaggeration to say that just Yi Chen's performance in this power trial was enough to refresh the records of the Huaxia battle zone for many years. No,
even the limit of humanity.
Unlike the others who were excitedly discussing, several high-ranking members involved in the Spark project couldn't help but smile bitterly in their hearts. Looking at a few descendants who had not yet participated in the subsequent trials, they had already given up all hope.
What's the point of arguing?
After Yi Chen, someone from the Willpower Affinity, secured first place in the Strength trials, there was no doubt left about the first series slot. If they dared to speak another word, the entire official hierarchy would probably be enraged.
Countless high-ranking officials would stand up to deal with them, just to get on Yi Chen's good side.
When Yi Chen comes out, there will be no controversy, and there will be no opposition. Undoubtedly, they have all become mere background figures. Even in the subsequent willpower trials, even if Yi Chen performed like a pile of dung, the top-ranking officials represented by Fang Hao wouldn't care one bit. At worst, he'd be trained in strength, which would make him the next peak in the third-tier reserve. Thinking about how they had used various means to hustle about, and paid such a price for it, for a moment, the few of them almost regretted it to the core. If they had known it would be like this, they might as well have done nothing at all. Holding the materials in his hand, Fang Hao, having the highest status in the room, couldn't help but confirm with Yang Guoping. The previous global first-place score was also 23 levels, right?
Did Yi Chen surpass him? Does it count as first? It counts. Without hesitation. Looking at the eager gazes around, Yang Guoping blurted out, his face full of excitement. Once the trial is over, the system will directly announce the results. I've looked at the rankings several times. The previous first place in the North America battle zone took 7 minutes and 19 seconds to break through to level 23. With Yi Chen's current performance, he has far surpassed that. With Yang Guoping's confirmation, everyone couldn't help but erupt into cheers. Regardless of whether they knew Yi Chen well or had any relationship with him, in the face of national honor, Yi Chen's performance was worthy of their excitement. Although it's just a ranking list, it represents the potential of each battle zone. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse for so many years, everything is based on strength.
Although it is the apocalypse, competition between countries is still fierce. If it weren't for the oceans becoming no-go zones and military mobilization between countries being inconvenient, a large-scale war between Huagua and other countries would have already erupted. Honor must be pursued. It is a symbol concerning national morale. Who is weak and who is strong? This ranking even escalates to the issue of racial superiority. As third tier, they clearly remember the sense of disappointment and powerlessness they felt when they saw the ranking back in the day. In the vast Huaxia, proclaimed to be the war zone with the most global survivors, yet on the ranking, it can't even compare to a small country. How can they not feel oppressed and uncomfortable? For a long time, they even felt a bit sad. They tacitly never discussed this matter. It can be said that the birth of the Spark Plan actually represents the entire Huaxia war zone's desire to cultivate top-tier geniuses. 37 years. If I remember correctly, the previous strength system champion, Buckweight from the North American battle zone, has dominated the rankings for a full 37 years. During this period, countless awakeners have tried to break this record, but all have failed. With a sigh of emotion, representing one of the strongest in the military strength system, Fang Hao, despite his lament, felt a wave of melancholy arise in his heart. He was also a sensational genius back then, and under the expectations of many high-ranking officials, he certainly aimed to compete for the global #1, using it as motivation for himself. However, the outcome was disappointing. He ultimately failed and could only manage to secure the 9th place, no matter how hard he tried. For a long time, this matter nearly became his inner demon, leaving him dispirited. Although times have changed and this honor no longer holds significance for him, isn't this also the obsession of him, or rather, all awakeners in Huagua? Now, everything is different. Yi Chen has replaced them, fulfilling the dream of that year, thus resolving a knot in his heart. Although they had never met before, he had already developed a natural fondness for Yi Chen in his heart. Very good. Really good. As the vice-chairman Fang Hao, who had rarely praised others, couldn't help but murmur to himself, looking at the vortex with a complex expression. After a moment, he straightened his expression and spoke in a deep voice. I have already reported the earlier news to those few. Everyone prepare, they should be here shortly. Given Yi Chen's performance, we should treat him with a higher level of respect. As soon as he finished speaking, the hearts of everyone in the hall tightened, and many people simply gasped in shock. The situation is getting bigger. Who could be referred to as those above by Fang Hao, the vice-chairman of the military department, other than Chairman ZY and a few commanders? If nothing unexpected happens, when Yi Chen comes out, this place will gather a group of the most powerful people in all of Huaxia. As if thinking of something, after Fang Hao announced this news, the director of the political department standing beside him suddenly spoke. It's been almost a minute, right? Why hasn't Yi Chen come out yet? He wouldn't be thinking of going to the next level, would he? Once the next level opens, he won't be able to get away. As if awakened, many high-ranking officials suddenly grew tense. Yang Guoping, hurry! Find a way to notify Yi Chen and get him to come out quickly. There's no need, he has no reason to continue now. With a tight feeling in his chest, Fang Hao, realizing this, instantly rushed in front of Yang Guoping, speaking rapidly. Can we send a message? We discussed the 24th level before. It's very likely that he will face a third-stage mutated entity. The difficulty will change fundamentally. It's not something humans can pass. His expression was urgent. At this moment, Fang Hao also couldn't care about maintaining authority, wishing he could just rush in and pull Yi Chen out right now. He felt somewhat afraid that Yi Chen, like most geniuses, was stubborn and wanted to test his limits, directly entering the next round. If something were to happen at that time, they would feel heartbroken. At the same time, the most experienced elder, Zhang Long, also changed his expression, as if he had recalled the tragic state of those participants who had broken through to the 20th floor. Quick! Hurry and summon a few Tier 3 individuals with healing abilities from the military department. Have them come as fast as possible. No, call in a medical team. As everyone realized the potential issues that might occur, the entire hall suddenly descended into chaos. That's right. Although they didn't know how Yi Chen made it to the 24th floor, in their understanding, it must have been a bloody battle all the way, and there must have been a huge cost. If things went poorly, in pursuit of speed, he might have used a desperate strategy of trading injuries for injuries. This is not without precedent. People can die in trials too. In the early stages after the apocalypse, many of the first batches of Tier 3 individuals had to rely solely on their basic strength to start the trials due to lack of resources, and at that time, there were large numbers of deaths. Some talents become stronger the more serious their injuries are. Just like Fang Hao back then, relying on his talent that made him stronger the more he was injured, he almost lost half his life. If Yi Chen gets seriously injured and doesn't receive timely treatment, it would be a huge loss. Under the urgent questioning of the middle-aged man, Yang Guoping anxiously stared at the information board in his hand. Only 7 seconds left. There are only a few seconds left until the next mutated creature appears. However, Yi Chen inside the trial tower showed no signs of coming out. There's no way to contact him. The trial tower blocks all communication functions to prevent cheating in certain scenarios. In his urgency, Yang Guoping felt like he was about to go crazy, as if he were an ant on a hot stove, suffering in torment. As soon as he finished speaking, both Fang Hao and committee member whose expressions changed and became instantly grim. They had never thought that they would be worried about an awoken being charging too high, causing them distress. Holding his breath under the intense gaze of everyone, Yang Guoping tightly gripped the information board in his hand, almost feeling like he was begging inside.
My little ancestor. You can't push any further. Come out. If he could contact Yi Chen right now, he would sprint over and shout into Yi Chen's ear. Do you know how many important figures are worried because of you right now? 4 seconds. 3 seconds. 1 second. Watching the countdown with wide eyes, Yang Guoping's face turned pale, and the reactions of the other senior officials weren't any better. It's over. The seemingly extremely arrogant young man really wants to keep pushing. However, just as the countdown was about to reach 0, a new message popped up. Ding, Tester Yi Chen has terminated the power trial. Suddenly dumbfounded, Yang Guoping felt like a drowning traveler being dragged to shore, and in the midst of his agitated emotions, he felt the sweat on his back nearly soaking through. Yang Guoping, did he open the next level? Where's Yi Chen? What happened to him? Shouted in surprise and anger. The crowd looked at the dazed Yang Guoping, unable to restrain their eagerness to ask, while the hot-tempered Fong Hao directly rushed in front of him and grabbed his collar. Why are you in a daze at a time like this? Don't you know they are all waiting for news? There's nothing. There's nothing. Coming back to his senses, Yang Guoping was sweating profusely. Under Fong Hao's oppressive aura, he felt as if he were facing a top predator, finding it hard to breathe. He stopped. Yi Chen chose to stop. The words slipped out in a gasp. Fong Hao and the high-ranking officials behind him let out a huge sigh of relief, a wave of fear washing over them. After a brief pause, Commissioner Hu quickly came back to his senses and immediately asked, "Then what about the others? Why haven't they come out yet? The trial is over, where's the announcement?" Hearing the anxious inquiries, Yang Guoping swallowed hard and looked back at the information board. After a moment, without much thought, he opened his mouth uncertainly. He seems to. Are you preparing to continue the next round of trials? Haven't you directly exited yet? Global announcements will only be confirmed after the trials are over. As soon as this was said, everyone present looked at each other with mouths agape, while the awakeners originally waiting to participate in the agility trial felt a strange sensation in their hearts. Continue the trials. Does he think the next one is the will test? Inside the trial tower, Yi Chen somewhat speechlessly poked at a pile of rotten meat on the ground with the tip of his sword. It was quite different from what everyone imagined him battling bloodily the entire way. He only got nicked on the left arm on the 20th floor, leaving a wound. The following few floors were simply boring to the extreme. Standing next to the refresh point, as soon as the mutant appeared, he directly unleashed a sword technique to take it down in an instant. It was so simple that he didn't even have to adjust his angle. Being invincible is also boring. Yi Chen sighed quietly. As for being frustrated, it was purely because the mutant on the 23rd floor was a rare crystal mutant. This type of mutant looks similar to a mineral, and killing it can yield a rare material that can improve the will attribute by at least 6 points after reaching Tier 3. Its value is absurdly high. In the previous life, there were only records of 2 kills in the entire Huaxia battle zone. He thought he was extremely lucky to have obtained such a good item during the trial. However, Yi Chen did not expect that after he took it down in one hit, nothing dropped. What a waste of excitement. This system is just too stingy. The mutants it spawns don't drop anything at all. After a few complaints about the system, Yi Chen shook his head and prepared for the next round of agility trials. He still had 2 sword techniques left, which were Dimension Slash and Fallen Heaven. After careful consideration, when the mutants were about to respawn on the 24th floor, he made the decisive choice to give up. In his judgment, he should have secured the global first place. Continuing would serve no real purpose. It would be better to save his sword techniques for the remaining trials. As for not quitting, it was purely a hidden rule of the system. The Awakeners' consecutive trials will have their results summarized and accumulated. If one exits midway, the extra rewards will be lost. In a sense, this is also the system testing the limits and perseverance of the Awakeners. To this, Yi Chen would never give up this reward no matter what. Although he was indeed quite exhausted, he should still manage to hold on. With Dimensional Slash in hand, the agility trial should be no problem. After all, no matter how fast an Awakener is, they can't possibly be faster than spatial teleportation. Did he really choose to continue the agility trial? In a mix of concern and shock, both Fong Hao and Zhang Long accepted this fact with peculiar expressions. Yang Guoping, holding the information board, also nodded in confusion and, yes, it was a voluntary application after all. Pointing to the already changed blue vortex, Fong Hao could only nod helplessly. Does this kid really not need a rest? What trial is there to continue? Just come out directly now. He can't possibly think that his performance wasn't good enough and wants to try again in the agility trial. Unable to understand Yi Chen's actions, but fortunately he could also think that since Yi Chen was able to give up on level 24, it meant he wasn't too crazy. The agility trial is about dodging attacks. If the situation is unfavorable, one can exit directly, and generally, it isn't too dangerous. Sighing, Fong Hao waved his hand. Since he has started, let's continue. Could it be that this kid has a talent with agility characteristics? Whispering in disbelief a few times, even with his knowledge, he still couldn't figure out what Yi Chen's situation really was. After receiving the order, the originally prepared second-tier testers, seeing that no one was paying attention to them, felt a wave of bitterness in their hearts. Why do I have to be in the same group of trials as Yi-chen? Can't they give me a chance to live?
If the trial scene is open after you go in, you might encounter Yi-chen.
Then tell him.
Let him come out quickly, there's no need to continue. In front of the green vortex, as many as 30 trial participants silently listened to several high-level officials admonishing them one after another, many of whom felt tears of bitterness welling up in their hearts. Clearly, they were also supposed to participate in the trials, and perhaps they would perform quite well, yet no one in the entire venue, from the third-level participants to the high-ranking officials backing them, seemed to care about them at all.
Everyone only cared about Yi-chen. They seemed to have turned into mere bystanders. As if not entirely reassured, Fang Hao even lowered his voice to add an imperative remark.
If that kid is too stubborn, you just tell him that we can wait for him indefinitely.
If he's not in good condition and gets injured, let him come out first. The capital won't lower its evaluation just because he withdrew midway. If he's in danger, you all must do everything you can to protect him. Sincerely.
After saying this, the worry in Fang Hao's eyes did not diminish in the slightest.
Yi-chen's performance has been outstanding enough. As a power-based individual, Fang Hao knows just how high Yi-chen's potential is. Even if
Chen performs poorly later on, Fang Hao will spare no effort to push him to the top position.
Even if he has to personally lead him, so be it.
Although he also doubts whether Yi-chen still has any assurance, right now he only hopes for no mishaps.
After all, speculation is just speculation.
Having 3 innate characteristics with each being an abnormality, he has never even heard of such a thing.
Hearing Chairman Fang's repeated reminders, the challengers getting ready to enter all gathered their spirits, responding one after another, though they felt a bit like crying without tears. The entire upper management is waiting together? To protect Yi-chen? Does it have to be this much face? Those who don't know would think Yi-chen is the illegitimate son of some top executive. Is there really no one who cares about their feelings?
In the team, the only one who has reached the peak of the second tier, the fire seed Huang Lingyu, also bit her lips tightly at this moment, feeling a sense of bitterness in her heart. Everyone cares about Yi-chen, but no one looks at her. As one of the few girls in the entire trial team, her talent is rated at S level. Very few people know that as an agile type, she paid a huge price to participate in the trials early in order to catch up with the progress. Having not strong combat power in the early stages, the personal force behind her paid a heavy price for her rapid advancement, including several Tier 3 deaths, and she nearly died in the dungeon. From the day her talent was tested, the entire force regarded her as the hope of the next generation. The efforts and blood she shed to defeat her peers were undoubtedly much greater than those of other igniters. She originally thought that this trial would allow her to shine and earn official recognition, but it seems her dream has been shattered. In the face of the world's record, no matter how excellent her performance is, it is futile. There's no way around it. Yi-chen's performance is too outstanding, so much so that even if she is not of the same type, she is still thoroughly suppressed. Unless she can also break the global record, perhaps she can regain the favor of the higher-ups. But it's impossible. She knows her limits. She might perform quite well, but no matter what, she can't compare to that freak. Dejection, bitterness, unwillingness. Under various negative emotions, she only blames herself for being in the same batch as Yi-chen. In the hall, at the edge of where many third-tier teams were gathered, a senior third-tier awakener looked at the girl and let out a sigh. He is the supporter behind Huang Lingyu and one of the high-ranking members of the Xingyao Safe Zone. As one of the few private powers in this trial, he was specifically sent to take care of the commander's daughter, striving to secure a top 3 spot. But seeing the girl clearly unable to handle the blow due to her young age, her spirits low and lacking any fighting intent, he felt a rush of anxiety in his heart. He decisively sent a private message. He must get Huang Lingyu to pull herself together and perform well.
Don't be discouraged. Lingyu, don't worry about that Yi-chen. Anyway, we never planned to take the first place in the sequence. Don't let his performance affect you. Think about it from a different perspective. Yi-chen has attracted enough high-level people. This is actually your opportunity. Just think. Zhang Yang was already crushed before. If you perform well and take first place in this trial, even if you don't break the record, in the eyes of the higher-ups, you might be considered better than Zhang Yang. This is a good thing. The words came out in a rush. As an experienced and perceptive veteran third tier, he genuinely believed that the current situation was advantageous for Huang Lingyu. Didn't we discuss this before? You want to enter the top 3 sequences. Zhang Yan and a few other sparks are your competitors. But now, they are out of the game. You still have the chance to shine. That Yi-chen is a freak, but he can't possibly surpass you in an agility trial. You are a real S-level agility type. With a jolt, the girl listened to her teacher's advice, and the suppressed feelings in her heart suddenly ignited. Of course, Zhang Yang and those second-tier players were utterly defeated by Yi-chen. The gap was so large it made one feel hopeless, but what did that have to do with her? If she could surpass Yi-chen, even if her performance wasn't particularly outstanding, it would be enough to leave an impression on the higher-ups. At least when others thought of her, they would remember that she performed the best in the agility trial, even better than Yi-chen. In that case, she might even contend for the second tier, even if her performance wasn't necessarily better than Zhang Yang's. Warrior spirit surged. In just a few short sentences, Huang Lingyu nodded heavily, and a look of determination appeared on her face. Her teacher was right. Perhaps she even had to thank Yi-chen for creating opportunities for her. Buzz.
As large swaths of white light flashed by, the girl instantly regained her composure, observing the scene of this agility trial.
Single-player trial, maze, not open format. Almost at the moment the system notification sounded, she posed for battle. Couldn't touch it.
But it's okay, at least I won't be troubled. If she really encounters Yi-Chen, she has no doubt that the confidence she just mentioned will be undermined again. The trial will start in 1 minute.
The results will be determined based on the speed of clearing the maze. Monsters are hidden within the maze,
and without the ability to counterattack, one can only rely on speed to dodge. As long as you find the exit of the maze, you will successfully advance.
The faster you go, the better your score.
After reading the brief system description, Huang Lingyu hurriedly looked towards the entrance of the maze not far away, constantly adjusting her state.
Dodge attacks? Test speed? With her Gale talent, it couldn't be more suitable.
Her frontal combat power isn't strong, but her evasion ability is absolutely outstanding.
This scene is simply tailored for her.
Meanwhile, the other second-tier trial takers who entered at the same time were rolling up their sleeves, waiting for the trial to begin. Some clever ones also realized that this agility trial might be their only chance to surpass Yi-Chen.
Although it's not particularly useful, it's still considered a good thing.
In another separate space, Yi-Chen was looking at the enormous maze entrance with a strange expression.
What a complicated maze. The walls can't be destroyed, I need to dodge the monster's attacks to find the exit.
With the size of this maze, it feels like I could just use dimensional/halfway through. As the countdown to the start approached, Yi-Chen silently converted his willpower attribute into agility, breaking through 30 points in one go. It's clear that the agility trial tests the Awakener's dodging abilities and whether they can find the optimal route in the shortest time.
Yi-Chen had no concerns about his dodging capability at all.
In his previous life, he had fought against a massive number of mutated beings. The density of attacks was far beyond what ordinary Awakeners could imagine. In this era, it's impossible to find a third tier with more experience than him.
After all, his experience came from after the Great Cataclysm. That was a battlefield.
A meat grinder filled with countless mutated beings. Don't say dodging melee attacks in the maze. Even in a pile of monsters, he can guarantee that he dodges most attacks. As long as there is the slightest opportunity, as long as there is a possibility to evade, the skills he has honed through life and death will allow him to dodge.
In fact, this is quite normal.
During countless large-scale battles, if his evasion ability wasn't strong, he would have died hundreds of times already.
Ding! Trial begins. Please find the exit as soon as possible.
1 minute of preparation time quickly passes. Without hesitation, Yi-Chen's leg muscles explosively powered him, racing towards the entrance of the maze at high speed.
Dodge and change steps.
Almost moments after rushing in, under the attack of the first small mutated creature, he seemed like a machine, precisely dodging the opponent's attack and brushing against the mutated creature's body before dashing forward again.
No unnecessary movements at all.
With his rich combat experience, he has deeply ingrained this dodging method into his very bones. Spend the least physical effort, with minimal movement, to dodge the deadliest attacks.
This nuanced, monstrous ability is employed as if it were instinct. I wonder if I can secure the first in the agility trial.
Dodging the claw strike from the corpse queen at the top of the maze, Yi-Chen quickly pondered in his mind while effortlessly continuing his high-speed run through the maze.
My dodging ability is fine, but my speed and burst are lacking a bit. Without the support of talent, my attributes now barely equate to an S-level agility type.
Moreover, without explosive acceleration skills, I will definitely suffer in the final stretch. Glancing at the leaderboard hanging in his right field of vision, Yi-Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of pressure.
Although he
didn't necessarily need to secure first place, being in the top 3 would still be impressive.
But he still planned to give it a shot.
First place, Miyamoto Fujiyama from the Eastern Battlefield, with a record of 1 minute 9 seconds. This name rings a bell. His talent seems to be something like object fusion, meaning he doesn't need to dodge at all and can just fuse into the walls of the maze to keep sprinting. He won't waste a bit of energy or dodge time. This speed is already the limit for awakened beings.
The second place is an awakener from the British region, Gauss. I've actually run into this person once in the global dungeon. His talent: battle calculation.
He can calculate the best evasion route and the forward path, and possesses explosive speed capabilities.
Muttering to himself, the top 10 awakeners on the leaderboard are almost all SS level. Relying solely on willpower to convert attributes is simply insufficient.
Therefore, Yi-Chen didn't care at all whether his route was correct or if he would end up in a dead end in the maze. If he wants to take first place, he must find a shortcut. Talent is talent. No matter how much he hones his abilities, he can't compare to these prodigies in certain aspects. Regarding the special nature of ability, he certainly can't match Fujiyama Miyamoto, and in terms of finding the optimal route, he definitely can't compete with that hook nose from the British battle zone.
So the only way is to cheat.
If I want to surpass them, I have to rush to the most complex area in the center of the maze. The route there is the shortest, but it's highly likely a dead end.
However, with dimensional slash in hand, it will work to my advantage. A firm thought.
After repeatedly simulating various scenarios, Yi-Chen directly chose to maximize the dimensional slash method.
Not for offense, nor for escaping.
During the dimensional slash, he can ignore the maze's obstacles and head straight for the exit. Whether he can secure the first place in 1 second of spatial movement depends on how far he can dash in the dimensional space. With 1 second of time coupled with attribute amplification under the properties of dimensional slash, he can run a good few hundred meters.
At this insane speed of movement, it's almost like teleportation.
As long as he can overcome the final obstacle in one breath, he might just be able to secure first place.
However, there are also risks.
Yi-Chen spun around and stepped on the wall, using the force of his push-off to dart through the space between the two mutated beings like an arrow shot from a bow, constantly estimating the thickness of the wall with his eyes.
About 1 meter, a bit thick.
If I get stuck in the wall the moment I appear, or fall directly into a pile of monsters, that would be dangerous. Yi-Chen sighed inwardly. At this point, he could only gamble on his luck. Wealth and honor are sought through danger. First place isn't so easily obtained. I hope I won't be unlucky and get stopped by the wall at the last meter. Given the complex structure of the maze, just 1 meter could very well mean the exit is right behind. If I can't cross this 1 meter, who knows how many detours I'll have to take.
Faster, go a little faster.
In the synchronized trial scene, Huang Lingyu shot through the interception of 4 mutated entities like a gust of wind. After dashing to another corner, her face turned pale. Her stamina had clearly been significantly depleted. A fine wound on her chest was continuously oozing blood. Although her talent granted her strong evasion abilities, allowing her to turn into a gust of wind to dodge attacks in an instant, she was reluctant to activate her talent easily, as its uses were limited and she reserved it for critical moments. Biting her lip and taking increasingly heavy steps, she dashed straight along the right wall of the maze. The monsters won't delay me, but my calculation ability is too poor.
She felt a bit anxious inside.
Although she was confident that her speed was definitely not slow, having covered nearly half the distance in just half a minute, she could still sense that there were significant problems with her path forward. There's no way to determine which route is the shortest shortcut based on the monster's appearance and movement trajectory. She can only rely on a clumsy method, constantly bolting along the right side of the maze.
Yes, in any maze, as long as you keep to the right side, you can find the exit.
Although this method will take longer and endure the most attacks, this is already the best solution the girl can think of. Her brain was working rapidly. While sprinting at high speed, she had to perfectly evade attacks while constantly planning her route, which was too difficult for her. Rather than getting distracted, it's better to use the simplest method and fully ensure her speed and evasion. Fortunately, the complexity of the maze isn't too excessive. The system doesn't test mental acuity too much. I'm definitely faster than Yi-Chen and the others now, but only by widening the gap can I truly show my performance. If I can break into the top 10, no, the top 20, it's entirely possible to secure the second sequence. With determined eyes, the girl took a deep breath and sprinted forward with all her strength, her eyes filled with resolution. Even at the cost of severe injury, she was determined to succeed in this trial.
I can't see any performance. I wish I could know what's happening inside.
Just like the tense atmosphere during the trial, many third-tier individuals waiting outside were whispering to each other, patiently waiting.
More and more people were gathering.
With notifications from many high-ranking officials, nearly all the third-tier individuals who could spare time from the entire capital battle zone rushed over eager
to witness Yi-Chen securing the first place globally.
Especially after learning that the trial was still ongoing, the curiosity in many hearts grew even stronger.
Don't worry, old Zhang.
The agility trial is very short. The results can come out in no more than 3 to 5 minutes.
We've done all we could. Believe that if Yi-Chen really can't hold on, he will withdraw on his own.
Standing beside Zhang Long, even as the vice chairman of the military, Fang Hao still spoke softly in a respectful tone to comfort him. He knew this old man valued the awakening of the newcomers and was a person of great integrity.
Sigh, I know. I'm just worried that the kid is too ambitious.
Zhang Long sighed softly. The genius that is Yi-Chen inevitably reminded him of the 4 great commanders and that one existence from years ago. These prodigious talents, the more genius they are, the more competitive and strong-willed they tend to be. Although he had only met Yi-Chen once, with his keen insight, he could see beneath Yi-Chen's calm exterior the fervent ambition hidden within. It was like a sword that had been long in the scabbard, ready to be drawn at any moment.
Astonishing!
Such sharpness even startled him a bit. He couldn't fathom how a boy who was merely from a poor background, as per the files, had developed such a character. That sharp and proud intent, which felt as if it could pierce a hole in the sky, could only be forged through extensive life and death trials, otherwise, it wouldn't be attainable at all. Therefore, he had such a profound impression of Yi-Chen at first glance. A sword is easy to break.
Rein in a little, hiding the edge can lead to a longer journey.
That boy, I can't shake the feeling that he seems very impatient, unwilling to wait even a moment.
This is the second time I've had this feeling.
Having seen so many geniuses, Zhang Long couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry.
Having sharp intent and a strong drive is a good thing. But what he fears is the impact of setbacks, the fear of failure.
In his many years of life, he has seen some geniuses who, after facing setbacks, fell into despair. For example, not far away, there was a somewhat dazed Zhang Yang. The son of the commander was tightly clenching his fists, staring at the vortex of trials. Even though his own trial had already ended, his eyes were still only on the yet unseen Yi-Chen. Obviously, he still refuses to believe this fact. With Zhang Long's vision, he could tell that the heart of the seed has probably been somewhat distorted after being struck.
Are you worried that Yi-Chen will not perform well in the agility trial? Given his proud character, he might feel somewhat discouraged? His expression was strange. Feng Hao instantly understood Zhang Lao's meaning and couldn't help feeling speechless. It shouldn't be the case. That kid is originally an intent type. His performance in the strength trial has already been incredibly genius-like. If he performs exceptionally well in the agility trial, that would be unbelievable. I think he probably wouldn't feel anything.
Feng Hao asked himself that even with his own personality of dominating his peers over the years, claiming to be invincible at the same level, he wouldn't feel anything either. At that time, he also curiously tried to continue participating in subsequent physical trials, with rather average results, but he didn't take it to heart.
Everyone's talent has its limits. Being strong in one aspect is enough. Is there really a perfect genius in this world, someone who is better than everyone else in every way? If such a person truly existed, would there still be a need for others to live? If Yi-Chen really fails in the agility trial and feels deeply impacted by his poor performance, then he might just need to toughen up a bit. It's fine, if such a thing really happens, I will guide him. Human strength is limited, it's normal for him to perform poorly. I will share my experiences with him, so he won't worry about these things. Back in the day, I also wanted to surpass everyone in every field. Although I didn't succeed, it didn't affect my current strength at all. The road after the third level is still long. Feng Hao smiled faintly, reassuringly.
Since old Zhang expressed concern, he didn't mind making his stance clear. The others nearby, hearing Feng Hao being so caring, could only describe the bittersweet feeling in their hearts with jealousy. Since the apocalypse, has anyone at the peak of the third level ever enjoyed such treatment like a babysitter considering psychological counseling? Indeed, potential is everything. As long as you are excellent enough, the entire upper echelon will revolve around you. During the patient wait, a continuous stream of third-tier and various high-level figures walked into the hall. Everyone tacitly maintained a low-key discussion, waiting for the end of this trial. On the edge of the third tier, many third-tier individuals changed their previous attitudes and deliberately moved closer to the middle-aged man who brought Huang Lingyu.
Soon, it should be the seed you brought out. I believe the results should be good, which will attract the attention of many high-level figures. When it comes to private forces, although these third-tier figures from the capital war zone may feel some distance and avoid any special intimacy, as smart individuals, they naturally think of the seed brought by this third-tier senior, which will definitely receive considerable attention later. They had no real qualifications to win over Yi-Chen, but establishing closer ties with the forces behind Huang Lingyu could be considered a form of investment. Anyone can see that they are now competing for the second sequence. The first sequence is undoubtedly Yi-Chen, but there is a lot of suspense in the second sequence. Thank you for your kind words. I also hope that Lingyu can perform well.
The middle-aged man dared not act aloof, he just kept agreeing. Although he is a third-tier high level, the third tier here are all from
the capital battle zone. Who knows what big characters are behind these third-tier individuals? He didn't dare to offend any of them.
However, even though everyone was talking so much, he was a bit nervous inside.
Meanwhile, Zhang Mang looked somberly at his son. Ever since Yi-Chen broke through to the 23rd level, the proud Zhang Yang has been in a dazed state, as if he couldn't believe this fact. He felt heartache and discomfort. He didn't expect Yi-Chen's performance to be so abnormal that it completely shattered Zhang Yang's confidence. It can't continue like this. There is no other way. At this moment, he can only pray, hoping that Yi-Chen's performance in the agility trial will be utterly disastrous. It would be best if he can't even pass. Only in this way can he comfort Zhang Yang and help him regain his spirit. If only Yi-Chen performed just a little better. No, that's impossible. Dad, is he going to lose this time? Is he going to lose? Staring intently at the vortex, the once immensely proud Zhang Yang was now filled with thoughts of Yi-Chen. Ignoring the odd looks from those around him, he couldn't help but ask his father. If Yi-Chen performs poorly this time, at least he could convince himself that he just lost in the strength trial. That guy isn't better than him in everything. There are still people who can outshine him. In the upcoming physical trial, he might just perform exceptionally as well. Listening to Zhang Yang's almost obsessive inquiry, Zhang Meng tightly grasped his arm and gently nodded. He will. Just as Zhang Meng was about to say something more to comfort Zhang Yang, the swirling trial vortex that had been continuously fluctuating suddenly came to a stop. Holding the information board in his hands, Yang Guoping didn't dare to let his gaze wander for a moment when he suddenly heard a series of urgent inquiries. So fast. Is it over? Has someone already passed? It feels like only a minute has passed, but looking at the leaderboard, this time is already close to the top 10 speed. Has someone broken the record again? The crowd reacted extremely quickly. If it had been before, they wouldn't have paid much attention to the records. But now, everyone couldn't help but have a thought. Could it be that another genius who breaks the record has appeared with such a quick finish? Under the tense expressions of everyone, a sudden and abrupt inquiry rang out urgently. Old Chen. Is it Huang Lingyu? Is it her? Almost dancing with excitement, the high-ranking members of Xingyao, who also realized this, couldn't help but ask urgently. In this trial, apart from the girl with the strongest talent, who else could achieve this result? However, perhaps Yang Guoping was stunned for too long, and the most hot-tempered Feng Hao simply rushed to his side and snatched the information board to check. In the next second, this peak third-tier individual looked at the information board with the same daze as Yang Guoping, even somewhat at a loss.
This is really. What the hell? On the freshly updated information board, Yi Chen's name prominently appeared. 1 minute 9 seconds, tied for first. The system is currently evaluating. President Feng. Chairman.
Under anxious waiting, many high-level executives in the hall looked at Feng Hao, who was also stunned like Yang Guoping, and couldn't help but want to wake the two up.
What did you see? You too, say something.
If it weren't for Feng Hao's position, no one would dare to act recklessly. At this moment, the anxious crowd wished they could rush up to see what exactly happened. Especially the people from the Xingyao Chamber of Commerce felt this way even more. This third-level senior was almost driven mad with anxiety. His eyes kept darting between the swirl and the two of them. Chairman Feng. Is it Huang Lingyu or someone else? Having said that, he looked at Feng Hao, who had been silent for a long time as if he was confirming something, and his heart suddenly sank. It's over. At this rate, something must be wrong. If it's really the girl he brought, or someone else, they should have retreated by now. This situation looks too much like. Sure enough, a few seconds later, as he watched the system information fluctuate and finally settle, Feng Hao forced himself to remain calm and took a sharp breath. Looking at the anxious crowd, he could only deliberately maintain his composure, appearing not so agitated. But that changed tone still betrayed the shock in his heart. Yi Chen. 1 minute and 9 seconds, tied for first place. After confirmation by the system, the actual result is better than Miyamoto Fujiyama. They have dropped to second place. Although he didn't quite understand why the system made that judgment, it was the first time he saw the system needing to confirm anything. But it does not hinder his understanding. That kid Yi Chen is once again in first place. As the words fell, everyone became absent-minded, and many people, unable to believe it, blurted out. Yi Chen. It's him again. First place in dual systems. How on earth did he achieve that? Does he not even need to rest? What kind of talent can do this? What exactly is this talent? No, maybe it's 3 systems. Yi Chen is still a will-based system. Why did tied for first become first? Could it be that the system has preferential treatment? It can't be that the system is helping him. In a flurry of voices, many Tier 3 and high-ranking individuals could no longer maintain their previous composure, and no one could suppress their astonishment. It's too exaggerated. Even though they asked the same question several times out of confusion, everyone still wanted to know what had happened inside. How exactly did Yi Chen manage this? Chairman Feng. Has Yi Chen already set a record? Has anyone ever achieved the first place in 3 systems in history? Do we even need to think about it? Of course not. Not to mention 3 systems, even 2 systems have never been done before. A monster, this is a monster. Amidst the excited cries and quarrels, people subconsciously believed that Yi Chen would surely pass the will trial, even though Yi Chen hadn't started yet. But with his 2 consecutive abnormal performances, no one dared to doubt this. Looking at the chaotic crowd of high-level officials, Feng Hao nodded heavily, feeling quite emotional. Yes. Perhaps today, we are about to witness a miracle. He didn't want to appear overly discomposed. After Feng Hao finished speaking, he returned the information board to Yang Guoping, trying hard to make himself look calm. After all, he was also at the peak of the 3rd level. It was truly unacceptable to be overly discomposed. Yet, noticing the starry high level who was lost in thought, seemingly frozen like a statue, and Zhang Yang who had slumped down to the ground, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In fact, this batch of seeds is quite pitiful too. Being in the same era as Yi Chen destined him to never have a breakthrough. This feeling of being crushed by others must be unbearable. Just like when he was at the top of his peers, many awakened from the same era expressed their feelings to him. The feeling of never being able to catch up, always having someone above you, is truly unbearable. Compared to his past, there is no doubt that the impact Yi Chen has on them will be even greater. He was just a step ahead back then, but Yi Chen is ahead of all humanity. The first in 3 systems, this is an unprecedented achievement. A power system first like Barkwade compressed the entire world for 27 years. Countless power awakened ones could only look up to him in admiration. How many awakened ones dreamed of surpassing him? But compared to Yi Chen, it is simply incomparable. It is foreseeable that when the global announcement rings, not only the survivors in the Huaxia war zone will be shocked, but survivors all over the world will go crazy. I've hit the jackpot. This is hitting the jackpot. This is not just a genius, this is a monster. As a first-hand witness to Yi Chen being eliminated for the first time and then repeatedly breaking records, Yang Guoping now felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, he stuck to his judgment and didn't, like Tang Jin, deliberately suppress the news to please Zhang Meng. Otherwise, if the matter were exposed, he would probably be left to deal with the consequences himself, and facing a military tribunal wouldn't be impossible. Delaying such a monstrous genius for even a second is a sin. Involuntarily, he couldn't help but search for Tang Jin's figure among the crowd. A quick glance revealed a pale-faced Tang Jin behind Zhang Meng. Looking at Tang Jin, who bowed his head and seemed to be trembling all over, he couldn't help but smirk coldly and felt a rush of pleasure. Now you know fear? At that time, Yi Chen could clearly have been selected for the program with the lowest standard, but it was Tang Jin who sabotaged it and forced it down. He could have imagined with his toes that after the entire trial was over, Zhang Meng would definitely throw this guy out as a scapegoat to protect himself. If Yi Chen wanted to continue investigating, many people above him would probably have to suffer as well to show their importance to him.
Someone's out. Someone came out first.
As the vortex fluctuated, Huang Lingyu staggered slightly, her face filled with excitement as she steadied herself and walked out.
2 minutes and 1 second. She did it.
Seeing that everyone was staring at her, and still not knowing what had happened, she felt a sense of pride in her heart.
I really was the first one out. But why does everyone look so excited?
Although she prided herself on having performed exceptionally well in this trial, and definitely did well, Huang Lingyu knew in her heart that she had only barely made it into the top 20.
Such a performance could be considered outstanding, but it shouldn't be cause for such excitement, right? For some reason, the joy in her heart suddenly halted, and an extremely bad premonition instantly arose.
Just as she wanted to say something, she saw her teacher suddenly rush in front of her, supporting her with a bitter expression, as if afraid she couldn't handle this blow.
Teacher, is everyone this excited because of me? What about Yi Chen? How did Yi Chen perform?
Instinctively looking around, when the girl saw that Yi Chen had not appeared before her, she couldn't help but hurriedly ask.
Lingyu, you performed excellently.
Really? But please don't take to heart what I'm going to say next. The middle-aged man pulled her aside, giving a inside.
We lost. Yi Chen is still first. His score is 1 minute 9 seconds.
As soon as the words fell, the girl stood there in a daze, feeling as if the world was spinning around her. In her mind, the teacher's words echoed like a recording. She lost. And she lost so badly. The gap between her and Yi Chen and Zhang Yang is still so big. A few seconds later, thinking of the effort and expectation she had put in, she couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. In the hall, many people had awkward expressions, their mouths agape, looking at the girl who was sobbing uncontrollably. They initially wanted to ask the girl if she had encountered Yi Chen inside and whether it was an open scenario. But now it seems there's no need to ask. She probably didn't meet him inside, otherwise she wouldn't be so unprepared emotionally. Given how the girl looked after being beaten down, asking her now would be like rubbing salt in a wound. But it's understandable, if they had faced such a blow at that age, they probably wouldn't be doing much better. Just look at Zhang Yang next to her, standing there like a fool. If it weren't for Zhang pulling him, he would probably still be sitting on the ground refusing to get up. The greater the genius, the greater the blow they encounter.
Conversely, those who came in second showed better performance. Is Yi Chen still planning to continue and not come out? Fang Hao shook his head, not caring about the performance of these few seeds.
It didn't matter, it was enough for the fire seed program to produce a Yi Chen.
As for the others?
If they get crushed, then so be it. Whether they can adjust their mindset depends on themselves. Seeing Fang Hao looking at him, Yang gooping.
Yes, Chairman Fang. Yi Chen still chose to continue. What should we do now? Since he couldn't understand why Yi Chen did this, Yang Guoping was already somewhat numb and stopped thinking about it. The situation had exceeded their comprehension, all they could do was wait for Yi Chen to come out to find out. Then let's continue. I'm also curious, how far can he go and where is his limit? His expression was complex. At this point, Fang Hao no longer wanted to draw any conclusions. Although rationally speaking, after 2 consecutive trials, even Yi Chen, no matter how tough he was, could not withstand it. Having 3 types of talents was already plenty outrageous. No matter what, he couldn't possess another type. But who knows?
He always felt that things had spiraled out of control.
Yi Chen might really be able to overturn everyone's perception.
Yang Guoping nodded after hearing this and straightforwardly signaled the next batch to hurry in. He also wanted to see how Yi Chen would perform in this physical trial.
Trial tower, waiting area. Watching the system's settlement replay, Yi Chen couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. So close. After activating the dimensional slash at the center of the maze, although he had crossed the outer wall of the last layer of the maze, he had directly landed at the edge of the entrance. Just a few meters away, he would have fallen into a heap of monsters that hadn't dispersed yet. He hadn't expected that over 40 mutated creatures would gather at the final exit. These monsters were supposed to appear separately in the last segment of the journey to attack the trial takers. However, because he hadn't moved within the maze at all, it led to an error in judgment. As a result, during the final settlement, the system paused for a few seconds. Perhaps the system's settings didn't anticipate such a thing would happen. Not bad, although the time was the same, I still managed to secure first place. A smile appeared on Yi Chen's face, and he couldn't help but sigh. The situation was better than he had imagined. He wondered if the number of evades counted towards the stealth performance, which is why the system awarded him first place. After all, the original first place could merge into the walls, but in the final phase, it still had to jump out. However, he was different, he directly teleported through the latter half, and there was no way the monsters could touch him. It seems that in the system's judgment, his final evasion data was probably off the charts. Next round of the physical trial, it might be a bit troublesome. After securing first place, Yi Chen felt happy but still worried about the physical trial. Compared to other trials, defense had always been his weak point.
It was a real test of enduring monster attacks, which posed great danger. The only thing that could barely qualify as a defensive skill for him was probably the few seconds when activating the fallen sky.
It's not necessarily guaranteed to secure first place.
Feeling slightly anxious, Yi Chen quickly ran through several ideas but couldn't come up with a better plan. He hasn't used falling from the heavens even once, and he doesn't know what its specific effects are.
He can only gamble, betting that the defense bonus duration from falling from the heavens is long enough.
He bets that the trial scenario will be favorable to him.
The trial begins. Everyone, get ready to go in.
Still the same thing, if we encounter Yi Chen, as long as he is in danger, whoever can keep him safe will be the second in the sequence. He made a direct promise.
Fang Hao earnestly reminded the 24 awakeners entering, without caring that such words were inappropriate to say. Yes, this kind of promise has broken the rules and is overly biased in favor of Yi Chen. But at this moment, he couldn't care less about that and couldn't be bothered to think about whether this was unfair. The physique trial has the most unpredictable level of danger.
For the senior level, they cannot get in touch with Yi Chen, so they can only hope that the
awakeners entering the trial can contact him.
At this moment, Yi Chen's priority has risen to the highest. In fact, he is indeed worthy of such attention. In the second tier entering, Zhang Yang, who was supposed to enter together, has now given up on his physical trial. Now another seed, Wang Kai, stands at the front. Listening to the repeated reminders all related to Yi Chen, this once outstanding genius feels indescribable pain in his heart.
Is there really no one who cares about us? Let me go protect Yi Chen. I'm also a genius and a member of the Fire Seed Plan. Even though the results aren't out yet, Wang Kai's fighting spirit has already dropped to the lowest point. This is nothing to compare at all. A perfectly good trial has turned into protecting our Yi Chen.
Even his father just privately advised him that it doesn't matter how he performs anymore. As long as he can get close to Yi Chen and build a connection, even protecting him through the trial is better than pushing through to the next level himself. After all, the value of the physical system among awakeners isn't exactly high. Since he has no chance of making it into the top 10, it would be better to keep a steady mindset and just go with the flow.
Although he really wanted to shout defiantly, I, Wang Kai, am also a genius, he only thought about it.
He was also afraid of being slapped in the face. If he pushed himself to the limit only to find that Yi Chen was number one again, he suspected his mentality would break down.
Yes. After responding in unison, more than 20 challengers stepped into the vortex together.
Unbeknownst to anyone, as Yi Chen's performance became increasingly exaggerated, their mentalities had undergone a significant transformation. Ding, entering the physical fitness trial.
This trial takes the form of a regional battlefield scenario, with mutated creatures classified by region.
The more damage endured within a unit of time, the higher the evaluation. Please choose the entering zone carefully.
Trial duration, 10 minutes.
You may voluntarily exit at any time. Exiting will be considered a failure. With a flash of white light, Yi Chen found himself in a vast battlefield that was a scene of devastation. The grayish-white sky appeared somewhat gloomy. The battlefield is littered with tank wrecks, and batches of mutated creatures stand in place as if the area is fixed restlessly.
Does that mean the deeper you go into the area, the higher the level of the monsters? A limited time of 10 minutes, doesn't that mean if you want to achieve a good score, you have to actively go to the high difficulty areas? With the trial not yet started, Yi Chen quickly observed the distribution of monsters in the distance. The closest ones are a batch of first-level mutated creatures scattered across the battlefield, and a little further away are the peak first-level ones, and so on. At the furthest point of his vision, he even saw a gigantic third-level mutated creature that looked like a battlefield behemoth. It is clear that the difficulty of this trial is at two extremes. If you want a high evaluation, you can only actively increase the difficulty. If you don't want an evaluation, then the difficulty is very simple, just hang around in the first-level area. I have to say, the tests set by the system are quite tricky. Is it a test of survival ability, as well as a test of courage? Not only that, but also a test of self-awareness of one's own strength? No one dares to ensure that they can avoid trouble under the attack of the mutated creatures. Those without courage will probably give up on going deeper. If the judgment is wrong, it could lead to death. A few seconds later, after determining the route, Yi Chen took a deep breath and already had a rough idea. It is impossible to just blend in. He has absolute confidence in the willpower trial, which means he has already locked in the top tier of the three systems. If he gives up the physical trial now and does not pursue a high evaluation, then his previous efforts would be in vain. The maximum injury taken in a unit time. If it's about survival time, then this time he might really have to give up. But taking the maximum injury doesn't mean he can't find a trick.
Compared to survival time, even if his willpower transformation attributes are high, he won't last long.
He lacks defensive talents and has no recovery ability.
Under the attack of mutated creatures, he's bound to be in trouble in no time. By estimation, he can only barely compare to A level.
But when it comes to short-term injury taken, that's a different story. Directly charge into the third-tier area. With a sharp gaze, Yi Chen steeled his heart and resolved to allocate his attributes to agility. He was going to charge straight in, right into the most difficult area. He looked at the scores on the leaderboard. The top-ranked Awakener was from the Southeast Asia battle zone. His damage absorption figure was almost twice that of the second place. Although Yi Chen had no impression of this name, he could guess what kind of talent the other party likely had. It was probably a talent that allowed for rapid recovery of vitality after near death, equivalent to having 2 lives. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain why the other party's damage absorption was so high. However, 2 lives.
Yi Chen subconsciously directed his gaze towards the SSS level skill, Fallen Heaven. The entire skill offered defense, but only for those few sustained seconds. Under the condition of using psychic energy to negate damage, wasn't that equivalent to having 2 lives, or even 3 lives? It's important to note that his psychic energy reserves had long surpassed the peak of the 2nd tier. Converted to vitality, it might be hardly different from the 3rd tier.
It's a gamble. If it doesn't work, there's always the option to withdraw. Beat, the trial begins.
As the cold system notification echoed, Yi Chen rushed out without hesitation. He did not need to waste time in the low difficulty area, he only needed to rush to the front of the tier 3 mutant at the fastest speed.
And then endure massive damage.
After all these years of physical trials, no awakened being has ever dared to provoke a tier 3 mutant.
The Capital Assembly Hall.
Now we will begin the 7th discussion meeting. On November 23, a conflict occurred in our border war zone and the northern Myanmar war zone. Some hostile tier 3 forces crossed the border to seize a resource point, resulting in 117 deaths.
The nearest war zone troops are now prepared to take action.
Additionally, in last month's Asian regional dungeon, the awakened beings we sent performed poorly, obtaining very few energy ore, which has seriously affected the operation of the energy factory.
Is there anyone?
Inside the solemn and imposing assembly hall, the highest representatives of the entire capital government have gathered. The more than 10 attendees are all top-level figures in their respective fields or governmental affairs. Listening to the reports from various regions of Hua country, the expressions on everyone's faces were not very pleasant. It seems that some neighboring countries are a bit restless.
Looks like someone wants to stir up trouble?
It's normal, the corpse tide has been a bit unusual lately, and our high-tier powers are spread out everywhere, so naturally those neighboring countries have started to have ideas. In addition to these recent intercontinental dungeons. During the serious discussion, the middle-aged man sitting on the podium suddenly frowned and his gaze was instantly drawn to the loud knock on the conference room door. The knocking was urgent and accompanied by a series of footsteps. Below the podium, a 3rd-tier advanced awakener's expression turned cold, clearly displeased at being interrupted during the meeting.
Didn't we say that no information transmission is allowed during the meeting? Whatever it is, wait until this meeting is over to discuss it.
As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man on the podium directly released his spiritual power, and after a moment, a hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. He saw that those interrupting the meeting were actually a few other high-level officials.
It looks like something very important needs to be said. Let them in.
With the meeting interrupted, the middle-aged man calmly spoke, deciding to hear out what the matter was. Based on his understanding of the few high-ranking individuals outside, if it wasn't extremely important, these high-ranking officials who knew how crucial the meeting was would not casually interrupt him. The moment he gave permission, several high-level officials outside the meeting room quickly walked up to the podium, their expressions eager as they leaned into the middle-aged man's ear to whisper rapidly.
Prime Minister.
Chairman Fong and the director of the political department asked me to inform you that they hope you and the military commander can personally visit the Trial Tower Center.
Your communication is turned off, so we could only contact you this way.
The middle-aged man was taken aback upon hearing this, clearly not expecting such news to make his subordinates so anxious. Frowning, his displeasure alone caused the few who were reporting the situation to pause their breathing, having long held high positions.
What do we need to go there for? Isn't that where the Spark project test is being held? Why, is there a promising candidate? He casually asked.
It's not that he didn't take this matter seriously. However, compared to national affairs, the importance of this matter is not comparable at all.
Even if a good candidate appears, it shouldn't warrant such a commotion, right? A meeting for encouragement after the fact would suffice.
Seeing that the Prime Minister's expression was somewhat displeased, the awakened individual who had rushed over to report quickly clarified the situation.
Prime Minister, it's not that simple.
During this trial, an awakened individual has emerged, and they have already secured first place in 2 categories.
And they are the first in the world.
In Chairman Fong's judgment, this seat has a great likelihood of challenging for first place in 3 categories.
This is unprecedented. On stage, Li Xuanguo's previously displeased expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Is the news true? When did this happen? Why was there no announcement?
Suppressing his astonishment, even he was taken aback upon hearing this news, instantly understanding why Fong Hao would interrupt the meeting just to send someone to notify him.
It's true. It happened just an hour ago. They are still in the trial now. Everyone is waiting for them to come out.
Looking at the group of 3rd-tier individuals rushing over, Li Xianguo suddenly stood up and took a deep breath. The shock in his heart was indescribable.
Although this news sounded unbelievable, he also didn't think these high-ranking officials would dare to report false information. If it's true,
this matter will surely cause a sensation throughout Huagua and even the whole world.
Let's go. The meeting is suspended for now. We'll discuss it later. Capital Security Zone.
On the bustling road, the sides are lined with old-era concrete buildings of a militarized style, appearing in a chaotic but orderly fashion.
Newly constructed buildings burst forth like bamboo shoots after spring, and on many of the buildings covered by green nets, numerous awakened workers clamber up and down like ants.
Neon signs flashed, even during the day. Under sufficient power supply, the signs from various business associations and buildings remained dazzlingly bright.
Clean and neat streets were bustling with people. Apart from the visible patrol posts, the entire capital area looked as prosperous as before the apocalypse. In a military-marked off-road vehicle amidst the traffic, several beautiful girls watched everything in amazement. Brought here from a remote safe zone, everything here fascinated them. It looks so nice. Just like the pictures in the books. Born after the apocalypse, they had only seen glimpses of the pre-apocalyptic world in picture books. Many from the older generation claimed that it was a very good era. Touching the car window, a few girls stared vacantly at a little boy being led by a woman happily eating ice cream. They had never even seen such a thing. Although the entire Huaxia war zone was under reconstruction, trying to return to the way it was before the apocalypse. In most small safe zones, however, a semi-wartime regime was still in effect, with all supplies being rationed. Aside from survivors setting up small workshops to sell some survival supplies, all factories prioritized the production of military goods. And precious electricity was something that not many could afford to use. In the passenger seat, a second-tier awakener noticed the longing on the girls' faces and chuckled softly. Work hard, it's your luck to work in our starry commerce. If you perform well, you might not have to leave in the future. I can help you apply for qualifications. These girls, who are good-looking, are meant for receiving distinguished guests. The middle-aged man understood very well that these girls came from remote safe zones to the capital, and having experienced the splendor here, no one would want to go back. Safe and strong. All supplies are prioritized for the capital circle. This place is not only the political center of the Huaxia battle zone but also the city with the highest degree of reconstruction. The girls nodded nervously upon hearing the middle-aged man's promise, their eyes inevitably carrying a hint of desire. However, one of the girls looked at the crowd dressed in various gear on the street and couldn't help but exclaim, "So many awakeners? Brother Liang, wasn't it said that there are many third-tier ones in the capital? I heard that third tier can fly around, but why haven't I seen any?" With a hint of curiosity, she looked at the somewhat congested roadway and couldn't help but ask aloud. In the passenger seat, the middle-aged man heard the girl's naive question and couldn't help but chuckle. Flying? Dare to fly above the capital? The capital's safety zone is a no-fly zone. Even military aircraft can only take off in the peripheral areas. Any presence invading the air defense circle will be shot down immediately. What kind of place is this? This is the core of Hua country. Do you think just being a third tier would allow you to fly around recklessly like in your safety zones? As the man spoke, he patted the off-road vehicle beneath him, looking proud. Don't be fooled by the number of vehicles in the capital. If they don't have military plates or belong to certain major powers, they are not allowed on the road at all. In the capital, regardless of whether you are a third tier or whatever, you must obediently comply. Before he finished speaking, he saw the girl pointing in a daze towards the distant window. But how come there's a huge crowd flying over there? Ha! The middle-aged man was suddenly taken aback by the sound, instinctively turning his head to look ahead. A second later, a deafening roar of massive sound whizzed by overhead. Boom boom boom, boom! A large group of third-tier awakeners burst out from the core area of the capital, crossing the city sky. The strong wind pressure from low-altitude flight directly stirred up a gust of wind. With nearly 40 third-tier awakeners simultaneously on the move, even the overflowing aura stifled his breath. It looked magnificent, as if there was a major military situation, heading straight for the distant psychic energy tower. What the heck? What is happening? In shock, the second-tier member of the Starry Commerce hurriedly stuck his head out, his eyes filled with fear. He actually saw a few third-tier leaders among them, resembling the central higher-ups. These top figures, it's not just that so. Many appeared at once, even if any one of them were singled out, they were all beings that he could only look up to from a distance. Where are these big shots going? Before he could think too much, the survivors across the entire capital region began to look around in panic, even many third-tier individuals changed their expressions dramatically, hurriedly contacting their networks to try to find out what major event had occurred. However, amidst the chaos of countless people, a series of cold warnings echoed throughout the city from all directions. All survivors are prohibited from approaching the Spirit Energy Tower. The current area of the tower has been designated a Level 1 military restricted zone. Any unauthorized personnel who intrude will be executed on the spot. Repeating once more, the entire area is now under monitoring status. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from approaching the Spirit Energy Tower. Violators will be executed on the spot. Expulsion, panic. As the warning ended, a large number of armed soldiers marched in orderly steps, heading straight for the vicinity of the tower, as if executing a mission, preparing to establish control. Under a series of orders, the entire security zone instantly entered an emergency state. In just a few short minutes, the area around the psychic tower was filled with thousands of awakened soldiers. As they looked on, it seemed like an iron barrel was tightly guarded. Not only that, but one by one, third-tier awakened beings also took to the air, fiercely patrolling the surrounding area. My God! What on earth is happening? Could it be that a battle is about to break out? Is there a monster attacking the city? The middle-aged man, panicking as he got out of the car, stared blankly at the dispersed crowd in the distance, momentarily feeling as if his brain had crashed and he didn't know what to do. After living in the capital's safe zone for so many years, he had never witnessed such a situation. It's too scary.
As a second-tier awakened being, he might seem like a big shot in the eyes of ordinary people, but in reality he had no access to first-hand information. Although he couldn't figure out what was happening, the middle-aged man realized at this moment that something significant must have occurred at the psychic tower, so much so that the entire upper echelon was alarmed.
Is the security work in place? With the chief and so many senior officials here, any slight issue is a major problem. Make sure no accidents occur.
Following behind the Prime Minister, a Tier 3 high-level awakened one asked a military officer behind him with a serious expression, quickly keeping pace. It's not just Yi Chen's matter that requires them to raise the level of defense. With so many senior officials gathered here at once, it's almost comparable to the triannual representative conference. Although theoretically, accidents shouldn't happen, he still had to be cautious. To put it bluntly, if any rogue came charging in with a psychic nuclear bomb, the whole nation of Huagua would suffer a heavy blow. Hearing his superior's inquiry, the awakened officer stationed nearby hurriedly replied, "Rest assured, sir. The nearby military district has mobilized troops to come.
Another commander is also on the way. There will definitely be no problems."
Nodding slightly as a signal, Li Xianghua, walking at the front, asked the few senior officials who hurried to meet him in a deep voice,
"What's the current situation?"
In the hall, after Li Xianghua and his team entered, the originally spacious hall suddenly seemed a bit crowded. The director of the political department, who came forward, immediately replied without any unnecessary words,
"The physical trial has started for 7 minutes.
2 awakeners have withdrawn from the trial early, and in their reported information, this trial is still a solo scenario. They did not encounter Yi Chen,
so we don't know how the situation is right now.
However, the duration of this trial will be very short. It should yield results in about 3 minutes."
3 minutes?
Murmuring to himself, Li Xianghua cast his gaze toward the vortex, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes.
As if thinking of something, he directly looked at Fang Hao. Didn't the previous report say Yi Chen is a will-based type? How can he participate in so many trials at the same time? What exactly is going on? Carrying a hint of inquiry.
As a top-level leader, although he was indeed surprised by Yi Chen's performance, he also, like Fang Hao, immediately sensed that something was off. The reported information is incorrect. Either Yi Chen is hiding something, or someone in the Seed Project is bold enough to deceive superiors. Yi Chen's situation is one of great potential, deserving of my personal witness. But the latter issue is also significant, which indicates a major problem has already emerged among the upper echelons. As the words were spoken, the top officials, standing neatly in 2 rows, suddenly felt a tightness in their hearts, and many even broke into a nervous sweat. It's over. With 2 top officials declaring accountability, certain individuals are really in deep trouble now, even if they technically haven't done anything.
When the Prime Minister gets angry, who would dare to take on this responsibility?
Everyone fell silent. Fang Hao stepped out from the crowd and reported in a low voice,
"Prime Minister, it's still unclear what's going on.
I plan to investigate after the fact. But it's also possible that Yi Chen's talent has some issues. He has at least locked in the first among the 3 systems. He is definitely the most promising seed I have ever seen. I dare to assure that his becoming a peak at the 3rd level is almost a certainty." Even as the words remained unspoken, Li Xianghua, who was listening to Wan's report, nodded indifferently. He understood the subtext and knew what Fang Hao wanted to say. Settling scores in autumn, the current investigation seems too hasty. It is likely that nothing can be uncovered. It would be better to take care of Yi Chen's side first. This time, the seed plan is aimed at selecting talents.
On one hand, it is to cultivate the next generation of high-level strong ones to avoid a gap. On the other hand, it may be a wishful thinking. That is, the Huaxia War Zone wants to cultivate a Tier 4. Standing at the pinnacle of humanity, a Tier 4.
Currently, the situation in the Huaxia War Zone looks fairly good. After nearly 20 years of the zombie tide and mutated beings becoming well-behaved, they are rebuilding civilization to recover to pre-apocalypse. However, the international situation is becoming increasingly dire. Without the threat of monsters, internal conflicts between humans have begun. Friction between nations is escalating, and war could break out at any moment. Therefore, the Huaxia War Zone, or rather every war zone in the world, yearns for the emergence of a Tier 4 who can suppress everything. Although this idea is not very realistic, many people believe that the upper limit for awakened ones is just Tier 3. But after all, one must try.
How do you think Yi Chen will perform in the physical trial? Can he take first place?
The Prime Minister asked calmly. He wanted to get an answer from Fang Hao. Yi Chen has already locked in first place in 3 systems, which is quite terrifying. His potential can only be described as exaggerated. But if he also takes first in physical ability, the implications would be different.
One is 3 systems, and the other is all systems. From a certain perspective, could it be that a nearly perfect awakened one is the key to advancing to Tier 4? This is a qualitative change, and it is also the reason he personally came here, alerting so many people. Facing Li Xuangua's question, Fang Hao detected the hidden desire in his voice, but in silence, he also did not dare to provide an answer. Theoretically speaking, it's unlikely he will acquire the physique system.
You know, the talent for the physique system isn't as introverted as other systems. There aren't any significant changes in appearance.
Almost every awakened one with a high-level physique can be recognized at a glance.
For example, Generals Qin Feng and Zhang Hai both look extremely robust and even have special traits in their appearance.
Fang Hao gave a bitter smile and handed over a document. Yi Chun doesn't quite match the standard.
Taking the document, Li Xiangwei nodded, feeling a faint sense of loss in his heart. The answer was within reason and something any normal person could think of. However, Yi Chen had already given them a huge surprise. How much more could he demand? Feeling what was on Li Xuanguo's mind, Fang Hao hesitated for a moment but chose to express his feelings, even if it seemed somewhat unlikely.
Prime Minister, although that's what I'm saying, I still feel this kid might create a miracle.
In the trial battlefield, Yi Chen let out a muffled grunt and his whole body was sent flying like a cannonball by a mutated creature. Under the immense impact, he tasted blood in his throat and almost spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. After tracing a parabolic arc, he clumsily adjusted his position to land in mid-air. Feeling the pain in his left hand, he didn't need to think much to know that his left hand had temporarily lost its combat capability.
Bang!
With a loud sound, Yi Chen, pale-faced, forced himself up from the ground and continued to charge ahead recklessly. Damn it, fortunately, I switched my physique fast enough or I would have almost been killed by the impact. Cursing under his breath, Yi Chen completely ignored the distant area with a higher difficulty of the third stage and after switching to agile attributes, directly accelerated again. This time, the strike was within his calculations, treating the mutated creature behind him as a springboard, propelling him forward. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to pass through the area he just flew over without using sword skills. In terms of physique, I am still lacking too much. Sighing inwardly, with his sword technique ready to be unleashed at any moment, Yi Chen's eyes firmly locked onto the giant mutated creature in front of him. Luckily, monsters in each area do not chase across regions, otherwise, he wouldn't dare to be this bold. Right now, the amount of damage he is taking is very low enough that he can't even breach the top 100 rankings. To take the first place, he could only gamble on withstanding the attack from the third level. Moreover, he also had to gamble on whether the shield provided by the fallen skill was really as strong as described. Roar! As the distance rapidly closed, the ground suddenly shook violently. Not far away, a gigantic beast that was as tall as a 10-story building instantly realized that an insect had invaded its territory. In a fit of rage, its massive body began to move, immediately charging towards Yi Chen with terrifying force. Standing still, Yi Chen remained calm, as motionless as a statue. 2 seconds later, a strong smell of blood and decay rushed toward him with a roar, and before he knew it, a mutated giant beast covered in tentacles, similar to an octopus, suddenly opened its massive mouth, attempting to swallow him whole. In that moment, Yi Chen's gaze sharpened, and he turned completely still. Fallen heaven! Boom! It was as if a sun had risen in place. As an explosive surge of spiritual energy suddenly erupted, a dark golden shockwave instantly formed around Yi Chen, pushing back the giant beast above him as if it were a repulsive halo. At the same time, an overwhelming force enveloped Yi Chen's entire body, forming a barrier of light in an instant. So thick! Enveloped in the light shield, Yi Chen could only feel a strong sense of security growing from the depths of his heart. The thick light shield, solid as if it were tangible, completely protected him without any blind spots. Moreover, he could also sense that his form seemed to become blurred, making him impossible to target with skills. Forcibly suppressing the falling sky skill that granted him jumping abilities, Yi Chen fixed his gaze on the giant tentacle shooting towards him, ready to endure all the monster's attacks. Whoosh! Whoosh! Under the immense power, the war giant beast that was repelled seemed to have grown in size, and the 7 tentacles that were ejected let out a piercing shriek as they tore through the air, striking directly against the light shield with terrifying force. Bang bang bang! Bang! In an instant, a violent collision sound rang out. Under a forceful attack capable of killing any second-tier being, Yi Chen stood still, as if he had activated invincibility. At this moment, only the constantly flickering light curtain indicated the intensity of the attack. If there were outsiders present, they would surely be shot to the point of dropping their jaws. One was exceedingly small, even smaller than a tentacle, Yi Chen. The other was immensely large, like a building, the war giant beast. Despite the enormous size difference, the constantly attacking Tier 3 mutant resembled waves crashing against a reef. No matter how much it attacked, it could not shake that layer of dark golden light curtain. On the contrary, under the backlash, the tentacles, as if in a torrential storm, began to ooze dark red blood, causing the monster to become even angrier. Watching the damage he was enduring soar wildly, Yi Chen felt a certainty in his heart, and his scalp couldn't help but tingle. Luckily, he had made the right bet. This monster's attack is terrifying, causing tons of damage in just 1 second. Converted into numerical values, it's almost comparable to the damage other awakened ones experience in minutes against a group of second-tier monsters. No need to endure it for long, the total damage he is taking will surpass the original first. Almost calculating the time precisely, Yi Chen continuously assesses the duration of the light curtain, preparing to unleash his jumping ability to break free from the attack at any moment. The skill description clearly states that the duration of the psychic shield is only for the period the skill is activated. What he's doing now is basically using this attack skill defensively. No need to think, there's definitely a time limit. And he can also feel that the shield, equivalent to his psychic energy reserve, has been nearly depleted. After all, this is a 3rd-tier attack. If it were another 2nd tier, they would have been smashed into mincemeat long ago. 1.03.
1.17, 1.4.
Focused intently on the ever-increasing numbers. At the moment he saw the damage exceeding the first place, Yi Chen soared into the sky without hesitation, his entire being seemed to transform into a soaring sword, instantly breaking through the monster's obstruction, leaping to a height of 100 meters. In that moment, the damage data had already surpassed the former first place.
That's enough.
Meanwhile, the 10 minutes were also coming to an end. In midair, Yi Chen suddenly let out a sigh of relief, casually locking onto a landing spot, and then he descended like a meteor crashing to the ground.
Boom!
The earth shook and cracked.
Dust and smoke rose.
Accompanied by a piercing sonic howl, Yi Chen, bearing the might of a fallen angel, suddenly smashed into the ground, and the tremendous impact immediately created a circular deep pit at the chosen landing spot. After landing, he didn't even glance at the effect he had caused, directly selecting to exit the trial space after 10 minutes.
Phew! In the trial space, Yi Chen let out a long breath, swallowing a mouthful of saliva.
Compared to the previous 2 rounds of trials,
this round is undoubtedly the most risky. However, listening to the prompts from the system, an excited smile couldn't help but appear on his face.
First in the 3 systems. The last system is the will trial, which he is most adept at. Even if all SSS level sword techniques have entered cooldown, he is absolutely confident in securing the first place. After all, that thing has never been passed purely by the will system. First in the 4 systems. A feat that even with his divine level talent he never accomplished in his previous life has been perfectly achieved in this one. How could this not excite him? He can imagine that when he goes out, the global announcement will sound, and awakened ones from all countries will be plunged into shock.
However, after suppressing his excitement, Yi Chen thought of another issue.
Although he planned to take first place in all systems before participating in the trials, doing so would surely leave a bunch of people shocked and wondering how he managed to achieve it. When they start inquiring, it would also be quite the hassle. The Sword God system cannot reveal any information, which means that no matter what, I have to come up with a reason. He wasn't in a hurry before, but now he definitely needs to think it through. After a moment, Yi Chen stroked his chin and suddenly had an idea.
Then let's test my talent once more.
Anyway, I am SS rank on the information, so after I go out and test my talent again, I can just tell those higher-ups that the previous information was wrong. This will alleviate their doubts.
No one has seen an SS talent before. Whatever I say, the higher-ups will have no choice but to believe.
A playful smile appeared on Yi Chen's face, and he was not worried about being exposed.
An SS rank talent is naturally special. Having a 4-system talent is quite normal, right?
After all, before his rebirth, he was the only one in the world with an SS rank talent. In extreme rarity, he had once been referred to as a godly talent. Later on, he was considered the last hope by the Huaxia combat area.
Even if he acted a bit abnormal, I believe no one would dare to question it. SS rank, that's how amazing it is.
Outside the trial space, inside the psychic tower. In the eerily silent hall, everyone remained silent.
Just a few seconds ago, all the awakeners in the physical trial had exited.
But as before, Yi Chen still chose to continue the trial. After Yang Guoping almost lost his voice reporting Yi Chen's results, everyone began to question their own lives.
Yi Chen, first in the physical category. And he surpassed the first place by a full 30%. Crushed. This is a complete and utter crush. Hard to imagine. Truly hard to imagine.
Remembering how excited Yang Guoping was when he reported the results to the point of hoarseness, everyone in the tower couldn't help but feel a chill.
Yi Chen's performance was so outstanding that it even made them a bit scared.
And many higher-ups who were aware of the original information about the first place in the physical category now realized just how abnormal this result was. The previous first had 2 lives and was known as the Undying. He had a formidable reputation among awakeners worldwide. However, now, Yi Chen had actually crushed them directly. This performance was even more terrifying than the previous trials.
Is this still the will type?
The one with the worst survival ability. If Yi Chen still claims to be of the will type after coming out, they would be so ashamed they'd want to knock their heads against a wall. In silence, Li Xianghua slowly closed his eyes, then slowly opened them again. His expression was complex, he felt both shocked and incredulous. At the moment the result was announced, even he, a top-tier being with an extremely strong mind who hardly ever gets disturbed by emotions, couldn't help but feel a moment of distraction and astonishment.
He really did it.
67 years after the apocalypse broke out, all limits in human history have been shattered. This unprecedented feat is truly happening right before his eyes.
As if witnessing history, witnessing a legend.
Letting out a long breath, he looked around at everyone and spoke in a deep voice.
Ladies and gentlemen,
perhaps today, we are about to witness the birth of a miracle.
This moment will be the glory of the entire Huaxia battle zone. Wait for him to come out. Wait for the global announcement to sound. Let us welcome our glory moment. The crowd turned serious upon hearing the voice. Many quietly clenched their fists, their eyes full of anticipation. The last global announcement sounded 16 years ago. Trial space.
Standing in the empty trial arena, Yi Chen silently awaited, preparing to commence the final round of the will trial. Although there wasn't much to wait for, he was the only one in the entire will trial. The reason is simple: there are too few awakeners with will-type talents. Not to mention pure will type. Even among dual type, awakeners with half a will type talent are pitifully rare. But he needed to adjust his state. Both physical and mental energy were severely depleted. After 3 rounds of trials, even with sword skills, the consumption was substantial. Beep, please continue the trial within 1 minute, otherwise it will be considered a forfeit.
As he desperately tried to recover, the system's cold prompt echoed.
Hearing the system's countdown, Yi-Chen sighed quietly.
He silently glanced at his limp left arm.
After a moment, he drew his long sword with his only remaining fighting hand, refusing to delay any longer. If he wanted to obtain the hidden rewards, the system would not allow any loopholes, nor would it permit him to rest for long. Only by pushing through all the trials in one go could he be considered qualified. This was also one of the tests for obtaining the hidden rewards.
Otherwise, resting continuously in the trial space would be no different from giving up midway and re-entering. Under the system's stringent requirements, not only was an absolutely outstanding performance needed, but also an exceptionally strong will and unwavering belief.
Confirmed to start the will trial.
Yi-Chen answered solemnly, and with the initiation of the request, the next second, his vision went black.
The familiar weightless teleportation. With the opening of the will trial, after a brief moment of distraction, Yi-Chen quickly opened his eyes, only to find himself already in the will trial space. Before him was an incredibly vast space, on the boundless and desolate earth, where he stood all alone.
Desolate, dead silence. It seemed as if he was the only one existing in the entire world. Beep, choose a trial method.
1. Conventional will trial. Under conventional trials, you will gain normal skill usage rights and fight against enemies.
Your performance will be evaluated based on the number of units killed and the time taken. Completing 7 consecutive rounds will be considered a pass.
2. Exclusive will trial. Under exclusive trials, you will be unable to use any skills except for your innate abilities.
At this difficulty
level, all of the enemies you face will be generated based on your mind.
Completing 7 consecutive rounds will be considered a pass.
Looking at the 2 trial modes provided by the system, Yi-Chen felt no surprise at all. The will system is relatively special compared to other systems, and the 3rd tier trials are naturally different from other trials. The first type is the most attempted trial method for the will system, and it is also the promotion method he chose in his past life. Allowing the use of skills is the only advantage for awakeners of the will system. In his past life, he relied on a far greater amount of spiritual energy than other will system users to successfully clear the trials in one go.
But this time, choose the exclusive trial.
Yi-Chen softly confirmed the pass, tightly gripping the long sword in his hand.
The dagger inserted in the strap of his cap instantly flew out, vibrating and hovering around him.
If there were any awakeners who had previously participated in the will trial present, they would surely be surprised by his choice.
Anyone would choose the first option. Choosing the second is no different from suicide.
Will awakeners who cannot use skills are only slightly stronger than ordinary people. Although the monsters spawned in the exclusive trial are fragments taken from the trial taker's memories, theoretically, the difficulty of the spawned monsters should be lower, but
in some aspects, they are exceptionally tricky.
Not only that, but without the ability to use skills, the trial taker can only rely on their physical body to fight against them.
However, Yi-Chen knew he had no other choice.
In this life, while the Sword God system granted him an abnormally strong swordsmanship enhancement ability, it also meant that he had no conventional skills at all.
All skills were on cooldown.
Choosing conventional is worse than choosing special.
Not only that,
Yi-Chen quietly watched the daggers swimming around him like silverfish. As his final trump card, the grudge skull obtained from the Corpse Academy gave him the confidence to pass the trial. Gaining the effect of materialized mental power in advance enables him to still possess combat ability without any skills.
Buzz. Exclusive trial initiated.
With the system prompt ringing out once again, Yi-Chen felt a flash before his eyes, and in an instant, the surrounding scene began to change. A few seconds later, under a brief disruption of his thoughts, a familiar scene suddenly appeared before him. The first round's captured segment is
Skywind Safe Zone. The previously empty trial space had now transformed into the appearance of the Skywind Safe Zone.
Not far away, several awakened individuals in combat uniforms hurriedly ran toward him, the leader of whom was incredibly familiar.
Yi-Chen, I've helped you so many times, this time, consider it a favor I'm asking of you. Hurry and go out of the city to fight. The zombie tide is coming. The newcomer's expression is urgent.
Yi-Chen looked at Huang Xiao, who rushed to him and grabbed him. His heart couldn't help but pause slightly.
Is this the enemy that needs to be faced in the exclusive trial? A monster generated from his own memories? Interesting.
Before Huang Xiao's hand got close to his body, Yi-Chen chuckled lightly and dodged to the side. In his perception, this human in front of him that looked exactly like Huang Xiao was only slightly different in aura, making it difficult to distinguish between real and fake.
Testing psychological resilience? A moment's hesitation could lead to danger?
Ignoring the astonishment that flashed in Huang Xiao's eyes, Yi-Chen resolutely manipulated his mental power.
In an instant, the dagger imbued with tremendous energy shot out like an armor-piercing bullet. Bang! No mercy could be shown.
As the high-speed dagger easily pierced through Huang Zhao's head, a spray of red and white blood mist suddenly exploded.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
A flash of silver appeared, carving graceful yet cruel arcs like agile swimming fish, killing the few people behind as well. Just before Huang Zhao's death, Yi Chen seemed to see the disbelief and astonishment on his face.
A bit realistic, huh? Do you want me to feel guilty? Retrieving the dagger, Yi Chen shook his head slightly.
He only stepped back half a pace, avoiding the slowly collapsing headless corpses.
Next round. Yi Chen, help me quickly. Chen Yao is trapped by the mutant.
At the edge of the zombie tide, Chen Yang shouted at the top of his lungs, almost desperately wrestling with a mutant in front of him, as if creating an opportunity for Yi Chen.
I, Chen Yang, have never asked anyone for help in my life. Take my sister away. I'll hold off the monster.
Bathed in blood, Chen Yang looked at Yi Chen not far away with pleading eyes, buying time with his life. He could see that Chen Yao in the tide of corpses was already somewhat exhausted, looking at him with red-rimmed eyes.
Brother!
Standing at the edge of the tide of corpses, Yi Chen silently watched the touching scene before him, unmoved.
The next second. Whoosh! Silver light shot out.
A brilliantly bright silver light instantly blew up Chen Yao's beautiful face, piercing straight through her forehead to the back of her head like a sharp cone.
Thud!
The corpse fell down.
Chen Yong, who was fighting the mutated creature, looked at him in disbelief.
The expression on his face was one of despair and disbelief.
Yi Chen! Why? Whoosh!
With a wave of his hand, Yi Chen said not a word and directly eliminated Chen Yong without the slightest ripple in his heart.
Next round. Yi Chen, I leave the child to you. Please, take the child and go. I, Wang Kuan, owe you a life and I will return it to you.
On the roof of the SUV fleeing from danger, a large number of zombies surged in from behind.
Wang Kuan, with a dark complexion, looked determined as he struggled to keep up with the car. He gasped for breath, trying to hand the little boy in his arms over to Yi Chen, hoping Yi Chen would take his child and escape. Sitting on top of the SUV, the bumpy vehicle swayed up and down. Yi Chen silently watched the child, only half a meter away, whom he could reach out and take. He let out a silent sigh.
It was now the fourth round, and the difficulty of the trials was continuously increasing. However, it was not the strength of the enemies, but rather their level of cunning.
Capturing memory fragments. Did we capture Brother Wang's? Yi Chen's expression was complex as he gave a bitter smile. Knowing that the other party is fake, everything still feels too real. Everything around almost seems to be extracted from the depths of his memory.
The familiar escape team, the cries and screams, as if bringing him back to those days of fleeing in his past life. Under the deliberate interference of the system, he felt a moment of daze.
It was like a fleeting dream, returning to the past.
Looking at Wang Kuan, who pleaded to take the child away while he had to fight the zombies behind him, Yi Chen, after a brief hesitation, still indifferently controlled the dagger and directly pierced through the child's brow. Before Wang Kuan, who was on the verge of collapse and almost about to voice his painful questions, could react, Yi Chen swiftly resolved him once again. The child cannot be saved. In his perception, the little boy carried a faint sense of danger. There's no need to think, as long as he softens his heart and takes the child, this little boy will instantly turn into a monster, posing a great threat to him at such a short distance.
Sorry, Brother Wang. Next time I see you, I'll drink with you.
Faced with the Brother Wang who had once been kind to him, dying at his hands. Even knowing it's fake, a bitter smile flashed through Yi Chen's heart.
Dog system. Truly cruel.
Exclusive willpower trial, truly a test of will. If one cannot withstand the system's interference and has not forged a strong belief and will in the previous life, anyone would falter for a moment. And faltering means death.
Next round. Yi Chen. The safe zone has been breached. Hurry and come with us.
In the familiar yet strange classroom, Yi Chen looked dazedly at his panicking classmates. The current scene unexpectedly returned to when he was 14 years old, during school before entering the training camp. I saw a teacher who had always been quite good to him, trembling all over, holding an axe and loudly shouting for the panicked students to gather around him. On the other side was Wang Jin, who looked pale. Roar! Outside the classroom, a series of roars echoed, immediately causing everyone to scream. Perhaps it was courage or perhaps it was responsibility, but the teacher, trembling all over, tightly clutched the axe in his hand and mustered the courage to rush forward and strike at the incoming zombies.
Yi Chen, quickly take everyone and leave.
Flesh was torn apart, and under attack from several zombies, the teacher, who had no fighting ability, was instantly dragged into the horde by a pair of rotten hands. But at that moment, there was a brief gap in the encirclement of the zombies.
Yi Chen, you will protect me, right? We will leave together.
His eyes turned bloodshot. On Wang Jin's youthful face, there was not a trace of color. A small pair of hands tightly gripped him, as if only in this way could there be a semblance of safety. Yi Chen silently watched the girl beside him, along with the classmates who cast their gazes at them. Inside his desk, he saw what seemed to be a half piece of bread that Wang Jin had brought him.
Did you take my memories again? He murmured softly.
Yi Chen bowed his head, looking at that piece of bread with mixed feelings in his heart. In his memories, although Wang Jin's circumstances were not much better than his, the girl would always save her food and secretly put it into his pocket.
Perhaps it was a
young boy's infatuation, or perhaps the initial feelings of love. The two maintained their relationship tacitly, yet no one broke through that layer of youthful paper window.
Don't use emotional knives to kill me.
Although Yi Chen couldn't clarify his feelings for Wang Jin, he knew that in his heart, this girl had once been the light that illuminated his dim life. Looking at the small hand that held onto him tightly, Yi Chen forced a bitter smile.
I'm sorry. Bang!
This time, he didn't choose to control the dagger with his mental power but instead gripped the cold dagger with his hand and directly plunged it into the girl's heart. The blade entered the body, the sound muffled. In the first few seconds after being stabbed, a person does not feel pain. The girl's body shuddered violently and the brightness in her eyes quickly faded away. She looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. The hand that had been tightly gripping him also gradually released weakly.
She couldn't understand why Yi Chen would attack and kill her. Night. Ning.
Blood loss, weakness. With the last bit of strength seemingly drained away, Wang Jin stared blankly at the boy he once liked, gazing at Yi Chen's familiar face as he slowly collapsed to the ground.
Why?
The faint voice was like a fish that had come ashore, asking one final question.
Yi Chen's expression was complicated.
After taking a deep breath, he exhaled heavily. A second later, he bent down to pull the dagger out from the girl's corpse, directly controlling his mental power to accurately kill everyone in the classroom. Leaving the girl with a complete corpse was the only thing he could do. As long as he took Wang Jin away, Yi Chen had no doubt that he would certainly fail this trial. A few seconds later, looking at the lifeless eyes of Wang Jin, he quietly clenched his right fist and spoke solemnly.
Next round.
He admitted that he had almost wavered in this round. At this moment, his heart, which was incredibly resolute, seemed to crack open with an invisible fissure. Subconsciously looking up, as if to the system, Yi Chen whispered,
"The trial of will is to force me to kill everyone with my own hands? Brother, you're back."
In the shabby iron house, Yi Shaoan looked up in surprise at Yi Chen outside the door. Her dirty little face, which had originally been tired, suddenly showed a hint of grievance. She hurriedly put down the circuit board in her hand, her small fingers wrapped in bandages. She quickly wiped her hands on her little jacket. With arms wide open, Yi Shaoan ran over like a little bird, wanting to tightly hug her brother. However, what awaited her was Yi Chen stepping back.
Next round.
His right hand trembled slightly. Yi Chen tried his best to cover the wound on his abdomen, his face turning pale. Drops of fresh blood slowly seeped out from his fingertips. Under the injury, there was not the slightest hint of pain or suffering in his eyes, but rather a surge of anger. Just 3 seconds ago, he had personally twisted the neck of Yi Shaoan. He had considered that the system would become increasingly twisted, but he never expected that this round's enemy would actually be his own sister. Facing his only 2 relatives, he hesitated for a brief moment, almost dying at the hands of the monster that Yi Shaoan had transformed into as she approached.
He couldn't do it, really couldn't do it, knowing full well that it was fake. But under the system's interference, everything felt too real, so real that he almost bit through his own tongue and only realized through the pain that everything was a lie. He only had 2 seconds left. When Yi Shaoan came running towards him with an innocent face and a look of grievance, no matter what, Yi Chen couldn't bring himself to kill her at the first instant. And it was that brief moment of hesitation that led to his injury. The dagger that emerged from Yi Shaoan's hand stabbed directly into his heart without any obstacle. If it hadn't been for his quick reflexes, Yi Chen would have suspected he was already dead. Watching her die at his feet, with a look of confusion and disbelief on her face that her brother would kill her, Yi Shaoan's corpse felt like a sharp knife, constantly delivering blows to his soul. He suppressed the anger rising in his heart. Yi Chen stared intently at the trial space that had yet to change, desperately trying to maintain his rationality. The final round is coming up. He wanted to see what segments the system could extract this time. Buzz. Unlike the previous rounds, in the final test, Yi Chen felt as if he had been dragged to the bottom of the sea, his thoughts instantly sinking into silence. At the same time, the entire trial space began to rapidly shift. Yi Chen, wake up. You succeeded. Wake up. We need you. The calls came one after another. Like waking from the dead, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes, his head pounding as if it might split. His thoughts seemed to be frozen, and the voices calling out around him echoed like a slow-motion recording, noisy and chaotic. Perhaps noticing that he had woken up, the crowd around him erupted into cheers. He's awake. He's awake. Without much time to think, Yi Chen struggled to open his eyes and saw that he was surrounded by people, each wearing military uniforms and looking excited. The looks directed at him were as if they had seen hope. This looks like a hospital room? With a sharp headache, Yi Chen had some difficulty lifting his head. What happened? Wasn't I in a trial? Why does it feel like so much time has passed? Feeling the abnormalities in his body, Yi Chen was surprised to sense something was off. This body gave him an overwhelming sense of familiarity. In the next second, a somewhat familiar, weary middle-aged soldier hurriedly walked to the bedside and excitedly grasped his hand. Yi Chen, you did it! You fell into a coma after breaking through to the 4th tier. We were all worried sick. Fortunately, you woke up. There is hope. We have hope. I knew it. You would definitely pull through. As the words fell, the visibly exhausted people in the ward all looked at him with fiery eyes. Many of them, in their excitement, had red-rimmed eyes, a sign of emotions that were difficult to suppress. 4th tier. Coma. Yi Chen suddenly froze and instinctively raised both hands. He saw that his previously powerless left hand was now intact and filled with strength. Perhaps still unfamiliar with the power of the 4th tier, as he suddenly sensed the strength within him, an overwhelming and unmatched pressure suddenly erupted. Unmatched, stronger than imagined. In an instant, a terrifying pressure erupted in the ward, a nearly endless sense of power suddenly filling the mind.
The few top military officials at the peak of the third stage nearby turned pale as they felt this horrifying pressure, clearly sensing the immense strain.
Yet, this only made everyone even more excited.
At the same time, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the ward. Intensified explosions and tremors could also be heard in the distance.
General Li Yan, the front line cannot hold.
That fourth-stage mutant has broken through our defenses with the tide of corpses. General Qin Feng has been severely injured and is surrounded by mutants.
Boom, boom, boom. The earth shook, like the opening of a war.
Under the deafening roars and booming artillery, the walls of the ward trembled. Listening to the news coming from the front line, the high-ranking military officials guarding Yi Chen in the room suddenly changed their expressions.
Standing beside Yi Chen, a very familiar soldier urgently asked Yi Chen, "Yi Chen, are you okay right now? Can you fight?
If you still need to rest,
Will Old Bones will go up first. Don't worry, even if we die, we will buy you time. The last line of defense cannot be lost again. Once it's lost, everything will be over."
As he spoke, there was a look of anxiety in his eyes. Without waiting for Yi Chen to respond, he waved his hand and led several third-tier fighters directly to the battlefield. Roughly controlling his own strength, Yi Chen's mind spun in chaos, and he instinctively looked out the window. He saw, under the dim sky, large numbers of fully armed soldiers rushing toward the front lines, and in the farthest safety zone, a panicked crowd was preparing to take shelter underground under the sound of broadcasts. This scene is before the capital was breached.
Am I not in a trial? He let out a muffled groan. Yi Chen painfully held his head.
Scenes of memories flashed by at high speed, and a fragment of memory violently burst into his mind. A few seconds later, amid the panic of the few remaining people left to watch over him, Yi Chen gasped for breath, drenched in sweat. His spiritual energy was out of control, nearly destroying the entire ward.
He remembered. 2 days ago, he did indeed attempt to forcibly break through to the 4th level. After the reconnaissance team on the front lines risked their lives to bring back news of the appearance of 4th-level mutated beings, he had no choice but to forcibly break through to increase his strength. In his memory, after he shattered his will core, his vision went black, and it felt as if his thoughts had fractured. He didn't know anything anymore. Looking at Yi Chen, who was enduring the pain,
the remaining few people in the ward were barely holding back his pressure with faces full of guilt, urgently speaking.
"Sir Yi Chen, please do not forcefully use your powers any longer. Only if you recover your combat power now will we have hope."
With a look of reverence and a hint of regret. In recent battles, the emerging Yi Chen has become a symbol of hope for countless people under the catastrophe, known for his extremely powerful combat strength and the strongest talent. In the eyes of these people, Yi Chen is a hero. Thinking that Yi Chen fell into a coma and nearly died because he wanted to stop this disaster, a deep sense of regret almost brought pain to their hearts.
At the same time, a series of piercing screeches rapidly approached from afar.
In Yi Chen's eyes, he saw the newly appointed acting chairman Zhang Lin, who looked self-blaming, rushing directly to his side. Looking at Yi Chen, whose internal power was in chaos, this middle-aged man with white hair, clearly just withdrawn from a major battle, spoke with a complicated expression of self-blame.
"I'm sorry, Yi Chen.
The military should have trusted you back then and should have poured all resources into you.
It's my fault. It forced you to be promoted by force, and we couldn't do anything. Take a good rest. Don't worry. We will negotiate time for you. As long as you are alive, we still have hope. The military is ready. If we fail, we will detonate the nuclear bomb to buy you time for evacuation." Resolute eyes, determination to die.
Yi Chen listened dazedly to the chaotic sounds of shouting and explosions. At this moment, he could no longer distinguish between reality and illusion.
Power does not deceive, recovered injuries do not deceive. He indeed has memories of being promoted to the 4th stage.
So his rebirth was just a dream while he was in a coma.
Boom!
In a state of chaotic distraction, a terrifying aura suddenly approached rapidly with the enormous sound of an explosion.
The city has fallen.
On the battlefield, a large number of awakened ones looked in despair at the colossal mutated being towering 1,000 meters away, like a deity.
Mountains of corpses piled up at its feet.
A 4-tiered mutant appearing in human form has 4 huge fleshy wings behind it, constantly stirring up terrifying storms. The earth is shattered in a scene of devastation.
The iron defense line that once blocked numerous monster attacks has now completely collapsed. At this moment, the building is about to fall.